The first thing I did after learning that I was terminally ill was to spend all my money on a virtual wife in a game. I invested in her, bought resources and upgrades, helped her survive in an apocalyptic world. And right before my death, she did something I never saw coming. It all started with a single game on my phone. That day, I was lying on a hospital bed, staring blankly at the screen, when my phone suddenly installed a game on its own. I wanted to delete that self-installed junk immediately, cursing yet another shameless virus app, but my hand trembled, my finger froze over the icon. There was a girl on the splash screen. She was alone. Locked inside a room. Maybe out of pity for myself, we were too similar, I did not delete the game. Instead, I tapped enter, deciding to at least see what this damn thing was about. The screen went dark for a moment, then slowly became clear. Are games really this realistic now? I stared at the screen in surprise. The graphics were no worse than a movie, with a faint sense of three-dimensional depth. In front of me was a dirty, dark room, with only a thin beam of light breaking through. Dust was everywhere, broken furniture scattered around, clear signs of long abandonment. In the corner, pressed against the wall, a thin girl in an old, torn jacket was trembling. Her face was pale and dirty, her hair tangled, with dried blood in places. At around 1.70 meters tall, she was completely curled up, like a wounded stray kitten. From outside the walls, faint zombie howls could be heard.
I'm cold, so cold, and I'm so hungry.
Her voice was suppressed, almost desperate. For some reason, my heart tightened. The girl in the game was far too similar to me. The same helplessness. The same misery. The same despair. Is this really a game? Or a mirror? She was trapped in a small room, surrounded by zombies. She could not get out. I have to help her survive. I kept staring at the screen and, after hesitating for a moment, tapped on the girl, trying to make her move and explore the room. But her body only trembled harder, she could not take a single step. The phone vibrated, and a message appeared on the screen. Current status. Physical condition, critical. Mobility, unavailable. Defense, 0. Warmth, 0. Happiness, 0. Constitution, extremely weak. She can't move? Then how am I supposed to play this? I stared at the screen in confusion, tapping the girl again and again. Then a notification sound rang out. A new message appeared. Top up 6 yuan to receive a beginner survival food pack. Damn. No way, right? I haven't even started playing and it already wants money. Do you take me for an idiot? Rogue software. It must be rogue software. Looking at the pop-up prompt, Duziren almost immediately judged with 100% certainty. This was rogue software, scamming young kids into spending money. His finger was just about to tap the exit button to uninstall this kind of nasty software. Help, help me. Help me. I don't want to die, don't want to die. Begging, desperate, helpless and pitiful voices came from the phone. Duziren's finger trembled. So similar. Too similar. The girl in this scene was practically another version of himself. Damn. A scam is a scam. Anyway, I have so much compensation money with nowhere to spend it. I'm miserable in real life, am I supposed to be miserable in a game too? Pay. Pay it, damn it. Recharge. Maybe it was anger at his screwed-up life, or maybe unwillingness to accept his coming death. Duziren's finger, which had been resting on the exit button, turned and clicked the first recharge button. Recharging. Recharge successful. You have unlocked the food gift pack. Buzz buzz buzz. In the realistic game scene, on the dust-covered ground, space suddenly rippled and twisted, and then, strangely, 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 bags of bread appeared. Damn, this is all I get for my first recharge? Looking at the items appearing on the screen, Duziren felt the game developers were absolutely heartless merchants. This little for a first recharge, is this even a game people can play? Even a certain penguin company would be more generous than this, right? But, unlike Duziren's reaction, the girl who had been lying on the ground raised her eyes and saw the food beside her. Her whole body immediately trembled. Then she looked around in panic. Ha! Ha! This food is? Where did it come from? Oh? Is this real-time interaction now? This game is kind of interesting. Seeing the girl's reaction, Duziren was amused. He originally thought that after paying, the girl on the screen would automatically eat and play a preset reaction cutscene. Who would have thought there was real interaction? This game is kind of advanced. His interest was instantly sparked, and Duziren's eyes fixed on the screen. Inside Jing'an residential area, building 3, underground storage room. Qiu Shengxing stared blankly at the food in front of her, her face full of shock and doubt. The pressure of hunger and cold made her instinctively cry for help. She thought this was her final wail. Who could have expected? Food, it really appeared. This isn't a hallucination, right? Her long eyelashes blinked, and Qiu Xingxing began to doubt whether the food was real. Suddenly, she felt as if something poked her body, and then her body uncontrollably moved toward the food. Who is it? Looking around vigilantly, Qiu Xingxing narrowed her eyes, her body tensing like a wild beast. But 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. In the cramped storage room, there was no sound at all. Rip, rip. Instead, the bread on the ground automatically tore open its packaging, and the cap of a bottle of mineral water also twisted open by itself. This. Watching this scene in horror, Qiu Xingxing was absolutely sure that there was no one else in this storage room. The food that appeared out of nowhere was real, and now her body was moving on its own, as if an invisible force was controlling everything. Could it be? Could it be a top-tier, space-type ability expert? Her small mouth opened wide. Based on Qiu Xingxing's understanding and everything she had seen and heard, the only thing that could do this was the extremely rare space ability. And it would have to be someone who had mastered this ability to the extreme. But why would a big shot help me for no reason? Did they take a liking to my looks? She suspiciously looked herself up and down, greasy hair, a face so thin that her cheekbones were sunken. Qiu Xingxing didn't think a big shot with space-type abilities would skip models and choose her instead. Could it be? Could it just be that this big shot is bored and casually messing with me? Amid her racing thoughts, Qiu Xingxing thought of another possibility. Even before the apocalypse, some people liked to give money to the poor just to observe their reactions. Could it be that this big shot had the same twisted interest now? Gurgle. Gurgle. She had no time to think further. Her stomach churned violently. She was already so hungry that her blood pressure was low, and she felt dizzy. If she didn't replenish food and nutrients soon, after the next fainting spell, she might really be done for. Senior. No matter whether you're doing this out of twisted curiosity or for some other purpose. Anyway, Qiu Xingxing, will remember this favor. She grabbed the open bread and stuffed it into her mouth, wolfing it down. A wheat fragrance instantly spread across her sour taste buds. So good, so good. The fear in her eyes was instantly replaced by a trace of surprise. This bread was fragrant, soft, and sweet. It was absolutely not something you could buy in today's apocalyptic world. Such a clean taste, not even a bit of the bitterness from chemically forced wheat. Could this be what they talked about, something from before civilization? As expected of a space ability senior. To be able to get something like this. Thinking of this, even the hand holding the bread became more respectful. While eating, Qiu Xingxing uneasily knelt and bowed toward her surroundings, her big eyes full of sincere reverence. Senior, these things are too precious. I will remember today's kindness for the rest of my life. As she spoke, she picked up the bottle of mineral water and drank it all in one go. The cool, pure, sweet taste spread through her whole body, and Qiu Xingxing froze again. So pure water? After her shocked stare, her blood-stained forehead slammed heavily onto the ground again, knocking bang 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 repeatedly. Isn't that a bit much? On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren was completely stunned. I mean, it's just some bread and a few bottles of water, is it really worth this much gratitude? But, watching the girl on the phone cautiously, almost sneakily, open another bag of bread and carefully tear off crumbs, eating like a little cat, Du Ziren couldn't help but smile. As the girl chewed the food, her eyes narrowed in happiness. At that moment, even through the screen, Du Ziren seemed to be infected by that happiness. His long empty, lonely heart felt as if it were lit by a beam of sunlight and began to beat again. Damn it. This game is kind of addictive. Licking the bread crumbs from the corner of her mouth, Qiu Xingxing looked at the last piece of bread with lingering desire. After hesitating for a long time, she finally decided to carefully stuff it into the inner layer of her padded jacket, as if hiding a treasure. With food and water of such good quality, if I took this to the black market, maybe I could even trade it for a low-grade crystal core, right? Thinking this somewhat bitterly, Qiu Xingxing stuffed 2 bottles of mineral water into her sleeves as well, protecting them like priceless treasures. On the screen, Qiu Xingxing's cubmusib of hoarding food like a squirrel made Du Ziren outside the screen curl the corner of his mouth upward. Who said only bad women can hook men? A 2D wife can do it too. Her physical condition has recovered. So what's next? What should she do? Go outside? Trying to tap the girl's body on the screen, the figure under the thin padded jacket suddenly trembled, and Qiu Xingxing's face turned red. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, scavenger, a doomsday drifter wandering outside the safe zone, surviving only on simple tasks. Age, 19. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurement sad face happiness value too low, temporarily locked. Physical condition, sickly. Fullness, 50. Warmth, 0. Happiness, 1. Equipment, none. Huh? After lightly tapping Qiu Xingxing's body, a new data panel popped up. Du Ziren was a little surprised. After eating, quite a few new status bars were unlocked. Her identity is a scavenger? No wonder she's living so miserably. Looking at the thin girl on the screen with some pity, Du Ziren sighed softly. So you're like me too, all alone. That's fine. Anyway, I won't live much longer. Let you in the game world live a better life. He tried clicking the iron door in the small dark room. The next moment, bang bang bang. Inside the storage room where Qiu Xingxing was hiding, the iron door made a faint sound. Her thin body trembled like a sieve. She looked toward the iron door in surprise, then her face flushed with shy embarrassment. Senior. Are you telling me to leave here? But there are zombies outside, my down jacket has already been torn. If I get scratched? Her small fists clenched tightly. Qiu Xingxing knew saying this was a bit shameless. But if she really had to choose, she would rather starve to death here than become a walking corpse monster. Oh, right. She's a girl. Sorry. I've played too many monster-killing games, so I just thought she should go out and kill monsters. On this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren slapped his forehead and immediately stopped clicking randomly. The frail girl stood in front of the door, motionless, not knowing what she was thinking. Stuck? Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, another crude recharge window popped up on the game screen. Qiu Xingxing cannot leave the storage room because of zombies. Please come help her. Click the button below, recharge 100 yuan, and instantly unlock beginner equipment, white quality 1 set of military combat uniform. Ha! Again? Looking at the cheap recharge ad, Du Ziren was sure this was a money-grabbing game. Look at you, your interaction animations are clearly so well done, with this tech you could make some domestic blockbuster, but instead you use it for this garbage game. You're really something? Grumbling, Du Ziren still honestly clicked the button. 100 yuan wasn't much to him. Just his hospital stay cost over 3,000 a month. He was about to die anyway, what was the point of keeping the money in his card? Spend it. Spend money to buy happiness, what's wrong with that? Recharge. In the real world I'm timid and submissive, but in the game world I have to strike hard. Ding, your bank card ending in 0304 spent 100 yuan at 1314. As the SMS notification arrived, the game screen also showed a recharge successful prompt. Inside the dark and cramped storage room, the dust in the corner rippled and twisted. The next moment, a thick military combat uniform appeared out of thin air in the dark corner. Ha! Inside the storage room, Qiu Xingxing was completely stunned. Again? Had this senior gotten addicted? Say, senior. This is also a gift for me? You want me to go outside? Her small hands trembled as she guarded her chest. Like a little rabbit adapting to a new environment, Qiu Xingxing shrank her neck and looked around cautiously. Ah? Without receiving any response, she suddenly felt something poke her back, and she couldn't help moving toward the military uniform. Senior really likes poking people. She muttered silently in her heart, her ears warming as she walked over to the uniform. But when she saw the thick army green clothes, her expression changed again. Good stuff. She had seen people in the safe zone wear this before. It was said to be worn by soldiers responsible for protection before the civilized society. It looked old-fashioned, but in the apocalypse it was priceless. Not only was it warm, the fiber structure inside, forget zombie claws, it could even block several bullets. This is too valuable. Senior, you. She was about to refuse, but the clothes were already being pushed toward her. Ah? With such kindness from you, Senior, if I keep pretending, I'll just seem fake. Senior, don't worry. After I go out, I will remember your kindness. One day, I will definitely repay you. Rip rip. She hurriedly unfastened her dirty padded jacket. After taking off the outer clothes, the tight black thermal underwear underneath outlined Qiu Xingxing's nearly perfect body curves. The black thermal wear was a full set, from top to bottom. Although her body was very thin, wrapped tightly and slender, the mountains that should be magnificent were not flat at all, and the peaks that should rise were not lacking at all. Hiss. Damn, who would have thought? A thin branch bearing rich fruit. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren stared at Qiu Xingxing in her underwear, wishing he could shove his eyes into the screen. Who said a 2D wife isn't attractive? This was way too attractive. By the way, If later there's some cleanliness-related washing scene. His face inexplicably flushed red. The young man was thinking thoughts he shouldn't be thinking. Hey, this outfit is really heavy. At the same time, after putting on the military combat uniform, Qiu Xingxing tried to move her body and finally walked step by step toward the storage room iron door. On the synchronized game interface, a new interaction panel almost immediately popped up. Current mission, retrieve the family photo. Mission details, scavenger Qiu Xingxing, in order to obtain tokens from the black market, accepted a normal mission. For a researcher father, find the family photo he left behind at his former residence. Please immediately go to room 304 of Building A to search for clues. Mission reward, copper tokens *30, Qiu Xingxing happiness value +1. Oh? A new panel activated again? This time it's the mission panel? Looking at the mission appearing on the phone, Du Ziren could roughly guess why Qiu Xingxing was trapped in a storage room. The poor girl probably wanted to go through the underground garage and then follow the fire escape to Building A, room 304. This kind of route might be troublesome, but for a girl, it was the safest. Unfortunately, she probably didn't expect that zombies had also gathered in the underground garage, and in the end she hid in a storage room in panic and helplessness. Risking her life just for 30 copper coins? The apocalypse really is cruel. Sighing with emotion, Du Ziren suddenly noticed that a circular map had appeared in the upper left corner of the game screen. The map display was pitch black. When opened, only Jing'an residential area and a location called Mine Black Market were lit up. Inside the Mine Black Market, 2 light points were flashing, looking like markers for mission NPCs. Judging from the current information, I still have to let Qiu Xingxing complete the mission. She's so small and thin, can she do it? Looking at the screen with worry, the heavy military uniform propped up by Qiu Xingxing's small body looked clumsy and slow. It felt like seeing a daughter wearing her father's oversized clothes, cute yet stubborn. Creak. The storage room iron door was an up and down rolling metal shutter. As Qiu Xingxing slowly lifted the shutter, her somewhat sickly purple face tightened, and she tried to take a breath to encourage herself. I have to go out. I still have to go back. My younger brother and sister are still waiting for me, and Senior is helping me too. I can't let them down. She clenched her small fists. Step. After taking just one step, Qiu Xingxing looked into the darkness outside the storage room. In the underground garage where the power had long been cut, nothing could be seen clearly. The only visible thing was that about 10 meters away in the darkness, 2 clusters of white breath were slowly rising. Tap tap tap. As the white breath twisted and moved closer, 2 tall figures wearing security uniforms gradually came into view, running toward her. Their faces were covered with bloody scabs, and their eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. Their arms had lost vitality and swung wildly in front of their chests as they ran. White-hot breath constantly sprayed from their mouths, and a tongue hung from the lower jaw, drool continuously flowing. Those were clearly 2 zombies. Ah! No matter how many times she saw such a scene, Qiu Xingxing was instinctively so frightened that her whole body trembled. Her body reacted instinctively, twitching in fear and becoming stiff. But suddenly, her body staggered to the side uncontrollably, as if an invisible hand had pushed her back, and she could move again. Senior. A trace of emotion flashed across her frightened face. That nameless senior was urging her not to daze and to run. Looking around in panic, Qiu Xingxing's tense expression suddenly relaxed. In the dark corner on the left side, she finally spotted the glowing green sign of the fire escape. She hurriedly ran toward the corner. Her small chest rose and fell rapidly as Qiu Xingxing ran with all her strength. The roaring behind her followed closely. She didn't dare to turn her head and could only run with her eyes closed. The hot, foul breath from the zombies' mouths reached her back, like evil spirits chasing her life. Finally, the heavy fire door was right in front of her. Qiu Xingxing pushed it with her small hands. With a creak, her whole body fell behind the door. The zombie chasing closest also stretched out its large hand, trying to push the fire door again and continue the pursuit. But, damn zombie, I won't let you bully me forever. A stubborn and resolute voice came from behind the door. With a creak, the moment the zombie's big hand reached through the door gap, Qiu Xingxing used her body as a brace and slammed hard into the fire door. Bang! The heavy fire door viciously clamped the zombie's hand in the door crack. Bang bang bang! Large handprints from heavy blows kept appearing on the fire door, denting the metal. Qiu Xingxing pressed against the door with all her strength, struggling with the zombie behind it, afraid it would break in. Roar roar. Terrifying howls echoed continuously. The hand stuck through the door twisted and clawed frequently, scratching Qiu Xingxing's shoulder several times. Fortunately, because of the military combat uniform, she was not injured. I have to hold on, hold on. Trying to compete in strength with a zombie was brave. But a few minutes later, Qiu Xingxing was simply too thin. As the pounding and pushing outside continued, the gap in the fire door grew wider and wider. Qiu Xingxing was forced backward bit by bit, her small face turning pale as snow from fear. Damn it. This can't be game over, right? What do I do? What do I do? Run? If I run upstairs now, the stamina loss from climbing stairs, humans can't compare with zombies. Hurry. Is there any recharge interface? I want to spend money. Spend money. On this side of the phone screen, seeing Qiu Xingxing about to be rushed by the zombie breaking through the door, Du Ziren became anxious. He didn't know why, this was clearly just a game. Yet he cared deeply about the girl on the other side of the game. I won't let you die. Absolutely not. As he clicked the game screen randomly, suddenly an interaction command popped up. Qiu Xingxing is about to be overwhelmed by the zombie's pressure. Move your little hand and help her. Try rapidly tapping the button on the screen to repel the zombie. Focusing his eyes, Du Ziren saw a red button appear on Qiu Xingxing's back on the screen, indicating rapid tapping. Oh. So this is what you were waiting for. In an instant, Du Ziren understood. This kind of setup was very common, just like old arcade stage clear games, where the faster you mash the attack button during bonus sections, the higher the score and rewards. What's this? Even though I'm a patient, my hand speed isn't slow. Both thumbs frantically pressed the button. Suddenly, a trace of surprise flashed across Du Ziren's face. Huh? This feeling? Why does it feel like I'm actually touching something? At the same time, as Du Ziren frantically tapped on the phone screen, Qiu Xingxing suddenly felt that behind her, it seemed as if an invisible big hand had reached out, constantly pushing her and giving her strength. But it felt like it also poked her waist from time to time, making her whole body feel numb and tingly. Say, Senior. Is it you? Her face slightly flushed, Qiu Xingxing felt the support behind her and pushed hard with both hands again. Bang! This time, with the boost of the invisible force, after pushing the door with all her strength, she actually snapped the zombie's hand stuck in the door crack and slammed the fire door shut. The zombie outside completely stopped moving. A purple-black big hand fell at her feet. Qiu Xingxing looked at the closed iron door in shock. I did it? This was me? No. This was Senior helping me. Thank you, Senior. You've helped me so many times. I owe you too much, I can never repay it all. With a slightly red face, she looked toward the empty stairwell. Silence, no response. But, on the other side of the phone, Du Ziren pressed his lips together and smiled. What is this? I'm actually pretty amazing. It's just that feeling just now. Could it be that my ALS has already affected my fingers? Why did it feel so real? Looking at his fingers in confusion, Du Ziren's expression darkened a little. Lowering his head to look at the screen, Qiu Xingxing was blushing and shyly looking toward the side of the screen. So cute. Tapping in the direction of the stairwell, a trace of determination flashed in Du Ziren's eyes. No. If it really is the illness getting worse, then at least before I die, I'll let Qiu Xingxing live a good life. Having been soaked by rain yourself, you can't stand seeing others without an umbrella. Even if Qiu Xingxing is virtual, he still wants to give her a piece of virtual safety. Quick! Get through the pre-story first. He frantically clicked the corridor ahead. Knock knock knock. At the same time, hollow knocking sounds echoed in the narrow stairwell entrance. Senior. Are you telling me to go upstairs? Pulling her small hands back, Qiu Xingxing buried her head into the oversized military helmet. She looked like a little mushroom as she slowly stepped toward the stairs. Luckily, pretty girls usually aren't unlucky. From the underground garage on level -1 to the residential floors on level 3, she didn't encounter a single zombie. Creak. Pushing open the fire door on the 3rd floor, what came into view was a long corridor. This wasn't the kind of civilian one staircase, two households layout, but a commercial building layout. Coming out of the fire escape, she could see the elevator lobby, and a long row of double-door apartments. 301, 302. Following the door numbers, 304 was easy to spot at a glance. Ah, such good luck. There are no zombies in the hallway either. Senior, this must be the good luck you brought me. Murmuring softly, Qiu Xingxing tiptoed to the door of 304. If there are no zombies in the hallway, then the zombies are most likely still locked inside the rooms. There's still a chance that there might be zombies inside 304. She slowly turned the doorknob. Click. Unexpectedly, the door wasn't locked. Maybe the residents were in a hurry to escape back then. Even if there were zombies inside, they wouldn't lock the door. Pushing the door open, Chiu Xingxing poked her small head inside. Cough cough cough. The living room, unused for a long time, was full of dust. There were broken ceramic bowl fragments scattered on the floor. It was clear that something had happened here before. It seems like there are no zombies. Her courage slowly grew. After stepping into the living room, Chiu Xingxing began opening nearby cabinets and searching inside. Photos. Huh? What's this? Filled chocolate? So lucky. It's only been expired for half a year. A look of joy instantly appeared on her face. Chiu Xingxing carefully stuffed a softened piece of chocolate into her pocket. Her small hands kept opening the visible drawers in the living room, but apart from rotten debris and smelly clothes, there was nothing else. Maybe the photos aren't in the living room? She tried moving from the living room to the bedroom, still staying extremely alert, her whole body tense. In the apocalypse, bottom-level existences like her, scavengers, getting bitten by a zombie and becoming a walking corpse to be instantly killed by ability users, were everywhere. It's okay. I have the clothes Senior gave me. As long as I'm careful. Creak. Gently pushing open the bedroom door, Chiu Xingxing had just stuck her head in. A sharp scream suddenly exploded in her ears. What? She didn't even have time to look up. She only felt a black round mass suddenly drop from the top of the wall and pounce onto her head. A pair of already rotten, green hands fiercely clawed at her face. Looking closely, it was clearly a baby zombie, its entire body rotten and green, its small face almost completely gone. It had been crawling on the wall above, waiting for an unlucky person to open the door. No. Her arms instinctively shielded her face. The baby zombie's nails were long and sharp, scraping against Chiu Xingxing's sleeves like steel blades. Fortunately, the military combat uniform, white quality, was excellently made. No matter how the claws scratched, they only left shallow marks on the uniform. You! Get down here! Probably feeling how thick the military combat uniform was, Chiu Xingxing took advantage of the gap while the baby zombie was clawing at her and grabbed its neck with her left hand. In an instant, as if its lifeline had been seized, the baby zombie's arms and legs flailed wildly. Even though you're a child. But, to survive. For my younger brother and sister. I must. Bang! With a powerful downward smash. With a squelch, a pool of thick green liquid exploded on the floor. The baby zombie, now with only half a head left, completely lost its head. Its empty neck twitched, already, completely dead. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as Chiu Xingxing calmed herself down from the panic. After a while, looking at the zombie corpse on the floor, she endured the discomfort and began searching the room. On the bedside table, there was a framed photo of a man and a woman hugging, the woman with a big belly. Is this it? I found it. She quickly walked to the bedside table and picked up the frame, her face lighting up with joy. At the same time, on Du Ziren's side, a new message box popped up above Chiu Xingxing's head. Mission completed. Chiu Xingxing gains happiness value +2, mission completed +1, discovered chocolate +1. 30 copper coins pending task submission for collection. Current happiness value, 3. Continue exploring room 304? Or start returning to the mine black market? Oh? Is this asking me to choose between free exploration or completing the mission and entering the main storyline? Looking at the panel that appeared on the screen, Du Ziren began to think carefully. Generally, when a game is designed like this, there's a reason behind it. Like in a certain famous game from Japan, if you choose the wrong path at the start of the story, it locks the rest of your progress. Of course, there's also the chance of it being a prank-style life-or-death choice. As for this current choice, Du Ziren rubbed his chin and looked at the photo album in Chiu Xingxing's hand. It's asking me if I want to keep exploring room 304? If you think about it, the photo is of a pregnant woman and her husband. If the client is the husband, then could that baby zombie just now have been the child from the woman's belly? Wait! There's a trap here! Suddenly, it was like something clicked in Du Ziren's mind. He frantically tapped the door of room 304, signaling Chiu Xingxing to leave. Think about it. If the husband ran away and left the pregnant woman and baby behind, then we've already seen the baby zombie. What about the pregnant woman zombie underneath? Was she killed by the husband? Impossible. If he had the ability to kill a zombie, why would he run away? Run. Chiu Xingxing. Run now. Feeling uneasy, he shouted toward the screen, but on the screen, Chiu Xingxing tilted her head, still confused as she looked around. Senior? Did you just knock on the door? Are you telling me to leave? If it's your request, then Xingxing understands. She nodded, stuffed the photo album into her coat, and quickly walked toward the door of room 304. Roar. But, as if triggering some kind of death cutscene, from behind the frosted glass of the bathroom door, a chilling roar suddenly echoed. Boom boom boom. The next second, the frosted glass shattered and a female zombie, bloated all over and with a hollow belly, walked out. She exhaled hot breath, holding a rusty pair of scissors in her hand. Looking closely, the zombie had a waterlogged, giant-like appearance. Her face was swollen enough to cover her eyes, and from her ripped-open stomach hung long strands of black intestines. It looked like she had literally sliced open her own stomach and pulled the baby out before dying and turning into a zombie. As the pregnant zombie roared, the intestines hanging outside her belly started writhing in a bizarre way. This is a mutant zombie? She has abilities too? Her face instantly turned pale. Qiu Xingxing finally realized why no one had taken on this photo retrieval mission. It was hiding all kinds of tricks. This is bad, this is bad. This thing? There's no way I can. Whoosh! Before Qiu Xingxing could even finish her sentence, the exposed intestines snapped toward her like a snake and lashed out. Too fast. Way too fast. She didn't even have time to react. Her body was suddenly lifted off the ground, completely wrapped in bloody intestines, now suspended mid-air. No. Slither, slither, slither. The intestines whipped and pulled, dragging Qiu Xingxing toward the pregnant zombie's belly. No matter how hard she tried to break free, the intestines only coiled tighter. I don't want to die. I still have a younger brother and sister. Buzz. Before she could finish her moans, Qiu Xingxing was completely sucked into the giant pregnant zombie's belly. The huge belly squirmed and twisted, as if digesting her. Shit! At the same time, Du Ziren's face turned dark as he watched the scene on his phone screen. Why? Didn't I make the right choice? I get it now. No matter what you choose, this death cutscene still triggers, huh? Buzz buzz buzz. The phone screen vibrated constantly. A blood-red warning lit up the dark image. Warning. Qiu Xingxing is being attacked by a mutant zombie. If you don't save her, she'll be digested. Only 198. Just 198. Take home a white-grade military dagger. Do you want to spend 198 to purchase the military dagger? This dagger slices through iron like mud, a must-have for beginners. Damn it. Garbage game. So this is where you were waiting for me, huh? Fine. I'll fucking pay. Even though he knew this game had all the shady, pay-to-win, tricks of old mobile games, seeing that helpless girl, always shyly smiling, dying right in front of him. Du Ziren just couldn't let it happen. Fuck it. I'll gladly let you scam me. Qiu Xingxing, survive. Ding dong, your bank card ending in 0304 has been charged 198 yuan. As a transaction alert popped up at the top of the phone, the game screen also displayed the successful purchase. Inside the pregnant zombie's belly, Qiu Xingxing's breathing grew labored. Her vision was blurry, and her eyes were shut tight. Am I going to die? I just wanted my little brother and sister to have a better life. Scenes from her life flashed before her eyes, her siblings, her parents killed by zombies, her years of wandering like a beggar in the outer zones. Everything faded like smoke in the wind. But in the end, what unexpectedly came to her mind wasn't her family. It was that mysterious senior who had helped her. I'm sorry, senior. I owe you, and actually, I really wanted to meet you. You must be a very gentle person, right? As her eyelids drooped, something suddenly pulsed coldly in the palm of her hand. Stay alive. Qiu Xingxing. Buzz. A man's voice suddenly exploded in her ears. Qiu Xingxing's eyes snapped open, and in her hand, a cold, sleek dagger had appeared. This. Senior? I understand now. Tears unconsciously fell from the corners of her eyes. All this time, she had borne everything alone. Qiu Xingxing had no support, no awakened powers, no powerful family. In fact, even at the age when she should have been pampered, she was out scavenging for her siblings. All her helplessness and sorrow, at this moment, she felt like she finally had someone to rely on. All of this was given to her by that person. I want to live. To see him. To repay his kindness. Hiss. Squelch. The pregnant zombie's belly, still writhing, suddenly split open with a huge bloody gash. Scarlet blood sprayed as Qiu Xingxing gripped the dagger and slashed through the flesh and intestines, her face covered in blood as she crawled out. The huge belly spurted blood, and a mess of ruptured intestines spilled out onto the floor. The pregnant zombie looked at Qiu Xingxing in disbelief. She couldn't understand how someone could just suddenly pull out a dagger out of nowhere. From nothing? And that dagger? It was unbelievably sharp. The terrifying bleeding under her belly made the pregnant zombie stumble backward uncontrollably. Finally, after staggering back several steps, her huge corpse crashed to the ground. Blood pooled beneath her, and the enormous body no longer moved at all. Still gripping the dagger tightly, Qiu Xingxing lay on the floor, gasping madly for fresh air. She stared fixedly at the pregnant zombie, afraid she might move again. Senior, senior. Thank you, thank you. The emotions from surviving death poured out. Qiu Xingxing kept bowing deeply in all directions. Now, she roughly understood her senior's intentions. He never rescued her directly, but gave her tools to fight zombies and train her skills. He was nurturing her. Even in the apocalypse, someone was willing to train newcomers. Either he was grooming her to be a loyal servant, or he was looking for an heir. No matter which, Qiu Xingxing felt deeply grateful. Senior, if Xingxing ever meets you, I will devote myself fully to you. With a heavy bow again, she stood up and walked toward the fallen pregnant zombie. Mutated zombies, also called ability zombies. They were extremely difficult to hunt. But the upside was, inside their bodies, they usually formed a zombie core. These cores were highly valuable. When ground up and soaked in hot water, they could be absorbed through the skin. With luck, one might awaken an ability and become an ability user, an instant leap to a higher life. Even without awakening powers, they could greatly enhance the body and boost immunity. You could say, one core was a slim hope for an ordinary person to rise up. The odds were low, but hope was still hope. For regular people to get a zombie core, that was like reaching for the stars. Take Qiu Xingxing just now, if not for that senior, how could she have killed a mutated zombie? A zombie core, huh? If I use it, maybe I have a 1 in 1,000 chance of becoming an ability user and leading my siblings to a better life. But I know clearly, without senior, I couldn't have killed this zombie. So, squelch. The sharp dagger suddenly pierced the pregnant zombie's head, and a red core wrapped in blood was pulled out by Qiu Xingxing. Holding it in both hands, she respectfully raised it toward the empty sky. Senior, please accept this humble gift from Xingxing. At that moment, Du Ziren looked at Qiu Xingxing on the screen, holding the core in her hands and looking up sincerely, his expression puzzled. My goodness. This interaction, it's way too advanced, huh? What do I need that thing for? What, you're actually going to mail it to me from inside the game? He laughed, poked her flushed cheek on the screen, and a pop-up appeared. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, scavenger, a drifter surviving on basic tasks outside the safe zone. Age, 19. Height, 170 cm. Weight, 45 kilograms. Measurements? Happiness too low, currently locked. Physical state, sickly. Fullness, 30. Warmth, 5. Happiness, 3+2, post-crisis bonus. Equipment, military combat uniform, white, military dagger, white. Your doomsday survival character is offering you a gift. Accept? What, you really can send it to me? Clicking accept for fun, Du Ziren was simply curious. Why didn't he let Qiu Xingxing keep it? Because he guessed, in a game like this, he could just pay to give her better cores, and awaken better powers. As for this current core? What, is this shady game company actually going to mail me a life-sized replica or something? Forget it, better refresh the mission. I'm curious, once happiness gets higher, maybe I can. Hehehe. With a piggish grin, Du Ziren didn't notice that the core in Qiu Xingxing's hands disappeared the moment he clicked accept. Great. Senior accepted it. He's acknowledged me. At the same time, inside room 304, Qiu Xingxing's face lit up as she saw the core vanish from her hands. This was the most valuable gift she could offer. This core was her only real shot at climbing the social ladder. Even if it was a disposable item to her senior, to her, it was one of a kind. As long as it's for him. Even if it's my only chance to rise in this life. I'd still give it gladly. Her ears turned red for no reason. Recalling that voice in her near-death moment, her heart started to race. If I'm not mistaken. Senior's voice sounded, quite young. Her cheeks began to burn. Snapping out of it, she patted her little head. What am I thinking? Even if Senior is young, there's no way someone like him would care about me. Better clean up and return to the black market to hand in the mission. She quickly wiped the blood off her face and stepped out of room 304. Retracing her path back down to the underground floor, she deliberately avoided level -1, where 2 zombies still blocked the fire exit. On tiptoe, she crept through the dark parking garage on level -2 and made her way out. Whoosh whoosh. Outside the residential area, the world was blanketed in white. Snowflakes fell thick from the sky, and the snow on the ground had piled up over 10 centimeters deep. Looking at the endless snowfield, Qiu Xingxing exhaled, tightened her coat around the food and photo she carried, and walked alone through the desolate snow. Damn. This game's graphics, this level of realism, you could shoot a Hollywood blockbuster with it. Using it just to make a cash grab game is such a waste. In front of the phone screen, watching Chiu Xingxing walk out of the neighborhood, Du Ziren was once again amazed by the game's visuals. Just as he prepared to move his barely mobile upper body and switch hands holding the phone. Knock knock knock. The hospital room door was knocked on. Who is it? Ziren, it's me, Dr. Liu. Oh, Dr. Liu. What's up? Oh, it looks like someone sent you a package. It's by the door. I'll bring it in. What? Oh? Was someone just at the door? Creak. The hospital room door was pushed open. Du Ziren looked in surprise as Dr. Liu walked in holding a small paper box. This was supposed to be the hospital's advanced care area. Not to mention how a delivery person could have entered here, this place was usually so quiet you could hear a pin drop. How did this package get placed by the door so silently? Huh? Could it be that ALS has already affected my hearing? Thump. Staring blankly at Dr. Liu placing the package on the bedside table, Du Ziren's eyelid twitched. On the paper box were clear big characters. Sent by Chiu Xingxing. What the? This crappy game company is this fast? Ziren, do you want me to help you open it? Considering Du Ziren's physical condition, Dr. Liu asked kindly. Du Ziren nodded. Please, Dr. Liu. No problem. I'm curious though, just who is this Chiu Xingxing to you? I remember. I don't think many people have come to see you. Dr. Liu glanced at Du Ziren cautiously. She knew it was awkward to ask, but understanding a patient's relationships and emotional changes was part of her job. Chiu Xingxing. She's a very important friend. Yes. A friend in the game. He originally intended to say that Chiu Xingxing was just a game character. But the image of the girl's every expression kept appearing in his mind. Du Ziren didn't want to label her as a cold game character. Even if it was just imagination, he wanted her to be a real friend. Oh? A friend you met in the game? Dr. Liu, studying Du Ziren's changing expression, suddenly pursed her lips and smiled. Ziren. You. Could it be an online romance? Ha! Online romance? That's impossible. Why are you embarrassed? I've been through it all. Hehehe. With a meaningful smile, Dr. Liu looked like she understood, and did not ask more. She tore open the sealing tape on the package. Let's see what your online romance partner. Before she could finish saying, sent you, Dr. Liu's expression suddenly changed. A strong bloody smell drifted out of the paper box. Inside lay a stone, gleaming with a strange red light and stained with fresh blood, quietly resting in the box. This is what? Dr. Instincts built over many years told her that the blood on the stone was not decoration but real. A zombie core? Squinting at the stone in the box, Du Ziren also stared in shock. It was exactly the same. Exactly identical. A 1:1 reproduction of the core Chiu Xingxing had dug out. Holy crap. This crappy game company's merchandise is this good? If you have this level of skill, why make garbage cash grab games instead of sweeping up the anime merch market? His eyelids twitched wildly as he stretched out his hand. Dr. Liu, let me see that stone. Ziren, your friend sent you this? Dr. Liu, not convinced, put on gloves and took out the blood-dripping stone. She looked at the blood-red stone from all angles, still unable to figure out what it really was. An art piece? A blood ruby? And the blood on it smelled rotten and foul. Where did this thing even come from? Ah, it's merchandise my friend sent me from a game. The blood on it should be to make it look realistic. It's fine, this isn't food, so holding and examining it shouldn't be dangerous. Game, merchandise? Wiping the blood off the stone, Dr. Liu looked it over carefully. Seeing no abnormalities, she handed it to Du Ziren. What precise workmanship. Taking the core in his left hand, Du Ziren held the stone up close and examined it. Inside the red stone, structures that looked like flowing bloodlines moved. Nice. This game, totally worth paying for. After playing with the stone for a while and getting bored of it, Du Ziren casually placed it in the snowdrop flower pot on the cabinet. The snowdrop flower was given by Dr. Liu, and the core was given by Chiu Xingxing. To Du Ziren, both items were deeply meaningful. By the way, Ziren, the weather's nice today. Want me to take you out for a walk? Seeing Du Ziren lying flat in bed, Dr. Liu offered kindly. A flicker of expectation appeared in Du Ziren's eyes, but quickly faded. He knew Dr. Liu meant well, but every time he went out in his wheelchair and saw others' pitying looks, he felt depressed and uncomfortable. Forget it. Dr. Liu, you should go back. I'll just play games with my friend. Shaking his head, Du Ziren picked up his phone. On the phone screen, Chiu Xingxing was still walking alone. Dr. Liu glanced at it and only saw a dim screen. She nodded, thinking the phone was just locked. That's fine, let your online romance partner keep you company. Sometimes the human body unleashes many great miracles. To make these miracles happen requires a good mindset. If playing games makes you happy, rest well, Ziren. After tucking the blankets around Ziren and pouring him a cup of hot water, she walked out of the room, turning back several times. Creak. The hospital room door closed again. In the dim room, Ziren gave a self-mocking laugh. Miracles? Even the snowdrop flower miracle has withered. Glancing at the snowdrop flower on the bedside table, Ziren didn't notice that the once yellowed and withered petals had eerily started to stand upright and turn green again. Whatever. My Xingxing will keep me company. Hope I can let you live a good life before I die. Tapping the phone screen and watching the girl walking alone in the snow, a faint smile slowly appeared on Ziren's face. Cold wind hit her face. Qiu Xingxing gritted her teeth and took step after step through the snow. Not sure how long she had been walking on snow that kept collapsing under her feet, she finally left the neighborhood and headed toward the abandoned outskirts. Gradually, a mine with a huge open entrance appeared before her. Mine Black Market. Once a very famous city mine, after the ore was depleted, it was abandoned. But after the apocalypse, its deep tunnels became easy to defend and hard to attack, perfect for a base. After being occupied by many people, it eventually developed into a rough, safe zone. I'm back. Rubbing her small hands together, Qiu Xingxing stepped into the mine. The walls of the tunnels were pocked with shallow pits, like little burrows. Inside, a bunch of waxy-faced, thin, huddled old people were sleeping. They were all scavengers who had lost their ability to move. Abandoned by this cruel era, they could only hide outside the safe zone and live day by day. Passing by these pits, Qiu Xingxing kept a stiff face as she reached a huge tunnel entrance surrounded by iron mesh. She shook the snow off her clothes respectfully and called inside. Number 0929, Scavenger Qiu Xingxing, mission complete, requesting return. 0929? I remember, didn't you go to carry out Professor He's mission? How come you're back? After these words were spoken, a fat man wearing a down jacket and with a face full of fat stepped out from the deep mine behind the wire mesh. His gaze first measured Qiu Xingxing's face, and finally fixed on her military combat uniform. His small beady eyes flashed with greedy envy. Where did you get that combat suit? With a change of tone, the fat man in the down jacket squinted and looked at Qiu Xingxing. Qiu Xingxing wanted to say, a senior gave it to me, but as soon as she opened her mouth, her face suddenly turned cold. I dug it out from a household in the residential area. Oh? You're lucky then. You found stuff? Yes, I did. Good, wait here. I'll call someone to check if you have any wounds. If not, you can come in. Hey, bring a woman. Shouting into the mine behind him, immediately a woman with messy hair and wearing mink fur and stockings ran over. Lord Wu Hai, do you have orders? You, go check her body and see if she has any wounds. Understood. Understood. Upon hearing the command, the woman obediently stood by the wire mesh. The wire mesh blocking the deep mine began to creak and strangely bend and fold, opening a humanoid-shaped doorway. Let's go. Slipping through the doorway, the woman grabbed Qiu Xingxing's arm and led her toward a deserted pit inside. She seemed very practiced at checking for wounds. After unzipping Qiu Xingxing's jacket, she immediately reached toward her body without hesitation. Huh? What's this? Rustle rustle. A packet of neatly packaged bread and 2 bottles of mineral water fell from Qiu Xingxing's arms. Greed clearly flashed in the woman's eyes. Such clean water, and this bread, you? Looking at Qiu Xingxing in surprise, Qiu Xingxing's face changed. She immediately handed a bottle of water to the woman. Sister Xia, you take this water. You and Guardwu should try it. It tastes pretty good. Heh, you're smart. A sly smile curled at the corners of the woman's mouth. She was not polite at all. She picked up a bottle and shoved it toward her chest. Qiu Xingxing frowned slightly but did not dare say anything more. The couple guarding the entrance always checked whatever people brought back from outside. If you weren't smart and considerate in bringing them something, it was possible the couple would obstruct or make things difficult for you. All good, no problem. You can go in. Your little brother and sister have been asking about you for days. If nothing's wrong, come watch the entrance. The woman smiled, obviously in a good mood after receiving the unexpected gift. Thank you. Thank you. Qiu Xingxing repeatedly nodded. After wrapping up her clothes, she followed the woman to the wire mesh. Checked already? Sister Xia says it's fine. Good, go on in. With a casual wave from Wu Hai, the wire mesh creaked again and opened into a humanoid gap. Without looking back, Qiu Xingxing walked deeper into the tunnel. That wire mesh is an ability? At the same time, Ziren held his phone and watched Wu Hai's actions with surprise. He was certain there was no electrical equipment in that tunnel. The twisting of the wire mesh looked like it was controlled by some invisible force. I remember, Chiu Xingxing once thought I was some kind of space ability master. So, this guard fat guy is also an ability user? As the scene moved, Du Ziren tried clicking on Wu Hai's icon. Buzz. Instantly, Wu Hai's personal information appeared in front of Du Ziren. Wu Hai, Metal Ability User. Ability Level, Ability User Tier 3. Identity, former commander of the Venom Mercenary Group. After being injured on an outside mission and trading with the Mine Black Market, he became the gatekeeper of the Black Market. Oh ho! Didn't expect this guy used to be somebody. Now he's beaten down and lying flat, using his ability to guard the door? Curiously, Du Ziren clicked the Ability User Tier 3 panel for Wu Hai. After the Details interface popped up, Du Ziren finally understood the ability setting in the game world. Scavenger refers to ordinary people without abilities. They can only take simple missions to survive in the base. Above many scavengers are the lofty ability users. An ability user is 1 in 1,000, using a core does not guarantee awakening an ability. And ability levels are extremely complex to cultivate. Ability user, super ability user, awakened, evolved, metahuman. This is the post-apocalypse scientific ability hierarchy. Ability users are those who have awakened abilities but have limited usage. Super ability users can use their abilities almost endlessly, even expanding their power. Awakened are those at peak ability mastery, with genes and ability memory fused, beginning to comprehend extraordinary ability techniques. Once an ability technique is mastered, its power is beyond imagination. After that, evolved are beings completely fused with their abilities. The final metahuman tier has never been reached by anyone. In scientific research, each stage has 10 strength levels. Each progression requires a large amount of cores, so the higher the ability level, the rarer it is. This was why Chiu Xingxing looked at Du Ziren with worship and fear. In her mind, Du Ziren might already be the kind of old monster like a evolved. So even an ordinary Tier 3 ability user can act like a corrupt official in a safe zone? Seems like, I need to find a chance to help Chiu Xingxing awaken an ability too. Clicking on the screen, Chiu Xingxing had already walked along the path into an area with many dirt houses. She walked toward the largest dirt house, which had big characters reading, Mission Transfer Office. As soon as she entered, she saw gray-yellow square earth walls, and the walls were covered with various detailed mission posters. Oh? This does feel like a Japanese-style RPG. Quietly watching the screen, Chiu Xingxing walked straight to the bar counter on one side of the earthen wall. Standing in front of the counter was a woman with yellow-brown hair. What surprised Du Ziren was that this woman's hair, skin, and even pupil color were all yellow-brown. Mine Black Market Mission Manager, Linya. Identity, Ability User. Ability Level, Ability User Tier 5. Ability, Earth Control. The information appeared after clicking, and Du Ziren raised his eyebrows. Of course. All the good jobs in a secure camp were taken by high-ranking ability users. Linya sister, I'm here to turn in the mission. Oh? Little Xingxing, where did you get that outfit? Got lucky, found it in the residential area. Well then, you can sell that outfit and not have to go out for a month. What Du Ziren didn't expect was that Chiu Xingxing actually had a good relationship with Linya. She greeted her, and her eyes swept over Chiu Xingxing's clothes with no envy or jealousy. Placing the photo on the counter, Linya squinted and, without hesitation, took out a small bag of items and handed it to Chiu Xingxing. Here, take it. 30 copper coins. Save it, it should be enough for at least a week. Thank you, Linya sister. Receiving the bag of money, Chiu Xingxing showed a rare smile. Chiu Xingxing completed the mission, find the family photo, and received 30 copper coins. Successfully returned to the safe camp, happiness +1, warmth +10. Current happiness, 6. Current warmth, 15. With the mission fully turned in, Chiu Xingxing's personal information panel updated again. 30 copper coins. And a bag of bread, a bottle of water. My little brother and sister will definitely be very happy when they see these, right? On the narrow dirt paths between the earthen houses, Chiu Xingxing held the heavy money pouch in her hands, her small face flushed red. The girl's face was filled with the joy of hope for life. So good. My little Xingxing is really so cute. So cute. Don't go out to struggle anymore, I'll spend money to support you. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren watched the girl's smiling face, and the corners of his mouth also lifted. For some reason, watching Chiu Xingxing gradually get better made him feel some sunshine and confidence in his emotions. Although you are a game character, although you are just a string of data, but you truly are the little sun in my dark world. Don't worry, I will definitely help you live a good life. Staring at the screen, Duziran leaned against the bed and suddenly felt a tingling in his chest. Probably just from sitting in one position too long? He did not pay much attention and just stared at the girl on the screen, smiling. Inside Mind Black Market's mid-level survival camp, in a corner earthen house. The cramped, damp, and earthy-smelling house had only about 10 square meters of space, filled with small earthen furniture and one large earthen bed. Even in such conditions, if you failed to pay the monthly 10 copper coins regularly, you would still be driven outside the wire mesh into the pits. The large earthen bed was covered with slightly damp quilts. Wrapped in the quilts were 2 children not even 8 or 9 years old. They were a boy and a girl, both with somewhat dirty faces. In the dark environment, the girl blew on her palm and weakly asked the boy beside her, whose face was dark purple, "Second brother, when do you think sister will come back? Shall we go to the gate to look again? We still have a pancake at home? We could bake it and bring it to sister? All right." The 2 little ones climbed out of the quilts, wearing only slightly blackened padded jackets. They shivered as they took out a stiff pancake from the quilt and were about to put it into their arms. Tap tap tap. At this moment, footsteps came from the door. "Sister Qing, Sister Jing, I'm back. Sister." The 2 little ones trembled and immediately ran excitedly toward the door. At the doorway, Qiu Xingxing, wearing the oversized military combat uniform, looked at the 2 figures inside the house with relief. At this moment, the tension on her face eased and she felt somewhat relieved. It was as if all the grievances she suffered outside disappeared without a trace when she saw her little brother and sister. "Sis, you went out and came back all right?" Qiu Ning hugged Qiu Xingxing's arm and looked her up and down with concern. "Sis, your big coat looks so cool." Little sister Qiu Jing, with a runny nose, also ran over and clung to Qiu Xingxing's thigh. "Don't worry. Sister won't be hurt. Sister, you met a good person this time." "Ah? Really? But didn't sister say not to trust anyone in this apocalypse? He's different." While talking, Qiu Xingxing slowly took out the bread and the bottle of mineral water from her huai as if showing off. Clang clang. "Look, what is this?" Like showing off, when the clean water and white bread appeared, the 2 little ones' eyes lit up. "Sister, what is this?" Qiu Ning's eyes widened. "Wow, such clean water? I've never seen this kind of water before, sister. Does this taste good?" The 2 little ones asked one thing after another as Qiu Xingxing smiled and opened the mineral water and the bread. "Here, eat slowly. Also save the water and drink it sparingly. When it's eaten and finished, sister will take you to buy new clothes." In the small house, the children's cheerful voices echoed. The 2 little ones carefully tore the bread. "So delicious. Sister, you eat too." "You guys eat, sister already ate on the way back." No, sister, you eat." "You eat?" The small piece of bread was torn into many pieces. The 2 black little hands offered breadcrumbs. Qiu Xingxing's smile, calmer than ever before. "So good. So good." Watching the overflowing happiness on the phone screen, Duziran just wanted to find a recharge screen to help Qiu Xingxing improve her living conditions. Thump thump. His heartbeat suddenly became inexplicably low in the chest. His chest tingled, and his breathing began to become rapid. It felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on his chest. Duziran felt a burning pain in his chest. No matter how he tried to breathe in, the oxygen seemed unable to reach his lungs. That feeling of oppression, that burning pain, was like accumulated frost, growing deeper and deeper. Damn it. Did my chest cavity neurons die too? The phone in his hand plopped to the floor, and Duziran's pupils widened. He felt it. The death that had hovered over his head for many days had finally swung down its scythe this time. Am I, finally, going to die? His eyelids began to flutter. In front of Duziran, memories gradually flashed like a carousel. He thought of his mom and dad, thought of himself as a child, but somehow, the last thought that came to him was Qiu Xingxing from the Doomsday survival game. The girl's every smile seemed like nourishing spring water to his heart. After I die, will she be bullied by others? She's so naive, will she be harmed? I don't want to die. I still want to watch her. In this moment, the strong will to survive battled with his drooping eyelids. Duziran didn't know why at this moment he thought of a game character. Just at this exact moment. In the hollow, dark earthen house, Qiu Xingxing choked on her bread. She seemed to feel something, and her gaze looked around the empty surroundings. Senior, at this moment, are you doing well? Across the phone screen, the two's thoughts seemed to gather together. I can't die. Forcibly moving his body, hearing the voice from the phone, Duziran looked toward the bedside with hope and despair. I probably still can't make it. The snowdrop flower, the snowdrop flower has withered, and my life. Huh? In a flash of astonishment, Du Ziren's eyelid twitched. Because that pot of dying snowdrop flowers, at this moment, was full of life, and the petals and leaves were fresh and green. The flowers that represent living miraculously had actually come back to life. When did this happen? His breathing grew faster. Du Ziren looked at the vibrant flower, disbelief filling his eyes. The dying flower, a symbol of miracles, had come back to life. Then why couldn't he, Du Ziren, survive too? I want to live. I want to watch her grow happier step by step. Clenching his fists tightly, the stubborn sound of joints cracking echoed. Du Ziren's eyelids twitched, and a red light caught his eye. In the pot of the snowdrop, the figurine, crystal core, from the game company was glowing with an eerie red light. Qiu Xingxing, the gift she gave me? Stretching out his arm with effort, Du Ziren grabbed the crystal core from the flower pot and held it in his hand. He could feel a stream of heat flowing from the crystal core into his limbs. Slowly, it seemed like he was regaining some feeling in his lower body. Waves of warmth moved through him, and Du Ziren closed his eyes in comfort. It felt like it had been so long since his body felt this good. Wake up! Wake up! Are you okay? Who knew how long he'd slept? Du Ziren just heard someone calling near his ear. Feeling refreshed, he moved his body and sat up naturally in bed. You can move? This sudden movement made the shouting even louder. What's wrong, Dr. Lu? Rubbing his eyes, Du Ziren noticed even his vision had cleared up. He tried moving his arms and found the blood-colored crystal core still in his hand. But when he opened his palm, the core had turned into an ordinary white stone, no trace of the previous blood-red lines. Ziren, your upper body can move? Dr. Lu covered his mouth, his face full of shock. Huh? Looks like it. Only when Dr. Lu pointed it out did Du Ziren realize. Now only his lower body was slightly numb, but the rest of his body was full of energy. What on earth happened? Squinting his eyes, Du Ziren tried recalling everything from last night. His gaze eventually fell on the crystal core in his hand. Dr. Lu, I remember last night my ALS flared up, and I was having trouble breathing. But then I thought of someone, held this thing, and fell asleep. Now that I'm awake, it feels like my illness is much better? Scratching his head, Du Ziren looked at Dr. Lu in confusion. Dr. Lu, hearing this, stared at the core in Du Ziren's hand, and suddenly seemed to understand something. A strange gleam flashed in his eyes. I got it. This is the power of love. Ha! Du Ziren was dumbfounded. Love can cure illness? What? Ziren, you think I'm joking? I'm telling you, there are late-stage cancer patients who go on vacation with their spouses and actually get better. The human body is way more mysterious than we understand. Maybe it's because of your online girlfriend that you found the will to live. Your body sensed your determination, and that's what triggered this fight against nerve deterioration. Listening to Dr. Lu, Du Ziren went silent, his face a little red. Maybe that actually made sense. Last night, he was thinking of Qiu Shengxing when. Damn, I survived because of my 2D waifu? What the hell? Feeling it all too bizarre, Du Ziren didn't think more about the core in his hand. He chose to believe the scientific explanation. His body must be fighting for itself. So if my obsession with Qiu Xingxing is strong enough, does that mean I could get up from this hospital bed? Absolutely possible. Ziren, treat her well, that girl might be your lucky star. Excitedly patting his shoulder, Dr. Lu was clearly amazed by this medical miracle. She's my lucky star? Rubbing the now warm crystal core in his hand, Du Ziren suddenly remembered something. Crap. He quickly picked up his phone from under the bed and tapped into the apocalypse survival game again. How much is this coat? What? It's 10 copper coins? In the mid-tier trade stall of the mine black market, Qiu Xingxing looked at a plush coat with a conflicted expression. The coat was actually a little small for her younger siblings. It was obviously something scavenged from outside. But what could she do? After so many years of apocalypse, a well-preserved coat was like treasure. Her own combat uniform, if sold, would go for at least 200 copper coins. Hey, are you buying or not? You're dressed so nicely, don't tell me you're too stingy to spend this much? The stall owner looked her up and down, shaking his head as he began to take the coat back. Qiu Xingxing's face flushed. She bit her lip and made up her mind. 2. I'll take 2. Whoa, now that's generous. Can you give me a discount for 2? Not even a little. Take it or leave it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Reluctantly pulling out 20 copper coins, Qiu Xingxing had originally wanted to save some for food. She only had 30 to begin with, and after rent for her mid-tier housing, the last 10 were all she had left. Big sis, let's not buy them. Yeah. We don't need the clothes. You spent all the money, what are we going to eat? I'm not cold, if I stay inside, I'm fine. The voices of the two little ones reached her ears. Qiu Xingxing looked over and saw their little noses red from the cold. The more they acted like this, the more determined she became. She quickly bought the 2 coats. It's okay. It's okay? Big sis can still take on missions and earn more money. Rubbing her younger siblings' little faces, Qiu Xingxing forced a smile. So pitiful? No powers, yet still raising 2 little ones. Compared to Qiu Xingxing, I feel like such a coward. On his phone screen, Du Ziren quietly sighed at the girl's helplessness, feeling an unexpected ache in his heart. She spent all her copper coins, and the food she brought back is all gone. You silly girl? What are you going to do tonight? Starve? Shaking his head, he began searching the screen for the recharge menu. No way. He couldn't bear seeing his digital waifu suffer even a little. Recharge. Charge hard. After searching for a while, Du Ziren finally found some locked grayed-out frames on the screen after dragging the interface. Lucky spin, spend 1,000 yen to unlock. Newbie food gift pack, 6 yen, refreshes daily. Newbie gear pack, 198 yen, currently owns starter guards and dagger, more sets can be unlocked, full set has hidden effects. More features, unlock Qiu Xingxing's happiness level. Damn, so this is where everything was hidden? If I hadn't found this stuff, would Qiu Xingxing pop up again asking me to top up every time she's in danger? 198 for the newbie gear set. Buy. Daily refreshed food gift pack? Buy. What else? Du Ziren clicked through everything he could in one go, but found the total spending still didn't reach the 1,000 required to unlock the lucky spin. Maybe the story hasn't progressed far enough, so the store isn't fully unlocked yet? Thinking about it, he recalled how many big game companies pretend to limit spending early on. But when you hit a tough level you can't get past. Hey. Suddenly, the game would pop up a store for you to click on yourself. Damn it. Du Ziren was all too familiar with that kind of developer trick. Your bank card ending in 0304 was just charged 204 yuan. You are making frequent in-game purchases. Please be mindful of spending. We recommend enabling minor protection mode. Refunds available for underage users. Even the bank app on his phone popped up a notification, kindly reminding him. Addicted? Buying food and supplies for my wife, isn't that just basic duty? Ha! Ignoring the text alert, Du Ziren clicked the in-game buttons. The 6 yuan food gift pack showed as being delivered, and after clicking the newbie gear set, an icon of a handgun appeared. Recommended newbie gear, Desert Eagle, comes with 60 bullets. You now have the full newbie set, combat uniform, military dagger, Desert Eagle. Equipping all 3 unlocks the hidden effect, Luck +1. Oh. A set, huh? Du Ziren didn't even glance at the details, this kind of setup was standard across all games. He clicked the handgun, and the screen showed delivering. Meanwhile, inside a dark, cramped mud hut, Qiu Xingxing looked at her younger siblings sleeping with smiles on their faces, wrapped in thick down jackets. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle. Her stomach had growled several times already. But she pretended not to hear it and quietly pulled out the chocolate she got from 304. Here. Tonight, you two share this candy. Tomorrow, I'll go out again, and next time I'll bring back lots of food. Peeling the now soft chocolate, Qiu Xingxing brought it to their mouths. Sis, aren't you hungry? You eat it. Qiu Ning looked at her in worry. Without a word, Qiu Xingxing stuffed the chocolate into her brother's mouth. So yummy. If it's yummy, eat more. Qiu Jing wants some too. Okay. The sweet chocolate was gradually shared between them, all fed to the siblings. Looking at the empty wrapper licked clean, Qiu Xingxing pursed her lips and walked to the door holding her stomach. All right? Go to sleep. I'll just wash my hands and come to bed. Okay. Hearing their peaceful voices behind her, she stepped outside. At the door of the hut was a clay jar filled with grayish-brown water, the only benefit in the middle level, a periodically supplied water source. Full of sand, dust, and yellowish tint, she had drunk this groundwater for years. Gulp gulp. She was about to drink a bit to ease her hunger. Thump. In the corner of the hut, space suddenly twisted. A cold handgun, 3 bottles of mineral water, and 3 bags of bread appeared before her eyes. Ha! She was slowly getting used to this strange phenomenon. Looking around dumbly, she softly asked, Senior? Senior, is this for me? Still no response, but the items on the ground slid toward her feet. This. When she saw the handgun placed with the food, Qiu Xingxing's eyelids twitched wildly. A handgun. That was the one thing that could help bridge the gap between scavengers and ability users. These kinds of weapons were strictly regulated. After all, someone with a gun could possibly kill an ability user with one shot, but a low-tier ability user couldn't instantly kill a regular person. This. Staring at the cold handgun, her heart pounded heavily. Senior, are you saying I should use this to protect myself? Still no reply, but her body staggered forward involuntarily. The gun had already been nudged into her arms. I understand now. Thank you, Senior. She had sworn, if she ever met this senior one day, she would repay him with her life. So, after putting away the gun and ammo, Qiu Xingxing didn't hesitate to pick up the bread and water, and walked back into the hut. Her younger siblings were still lying in bed, holding their stomachs, unable to sleep. They were still growing. How could one chocolate be enough for the night? Come on, stop pretending. Big Sis found food. Rustle. Opening the bread and water, Qiu Xingxing smiled brightly and walked to the bedside. Wow. Sis, where'd you get this food? Wow, it's the white bread and clean water we had today. Their eyes sparkled. Qiu Xingxing smiled and said, a very kind big brother gave it to us. Wow. A big brother? Don't ask too much. Eat up. Rip. As the wrappers opened, the three of them hungrily tore into the bread inside the cramped hut, filled with excitement and joy like never before. Gulp. Sweet mineral water and delicious bread, it felt like a dream. My tummy is so full. So happy. Little Qiu Jing lay on her side, her face flushed pink. Happy? Are you happy? Chewing on bread, Qiu Xingxing tucked them in with a blanket and couldn't help smiling. Qiu Xingxing's happiness +3, from food. Qiu Xingxing's happiness +1, from handgun. Current favorability with Qiu Xingxing, 10. Favorability reached threshold, special item, loudspeaker, unlocked. You can purchase the loudspeaker item to communicate with Qiu Xingxing. Messages are limited to 15 characters. Price, 20 yen per message. What the hell? $20 for one sentence? Are you kidding me? I swear, they might as well just rob me directly instead of pretending to give me a loudspeaker. On the other side of the screen, Duziren was initially happy to see the new message pop up in the game. But his face quickly darkened. Damn it. Even if I have to jump out of the hospital or roll off the bed, Duziren, will never buy a loudspeaker. Fuck. You really think I'm an idiot, just trying to rip off my gold coins like this? What are you, a bandit? Why don't you just rob me instead? Looking at the pop-up message in the game, Duziren really felt like the damn developers were treating players like fools. Talking to an in-game character, and it costs 20 yuan per sentence? What now? Money's not money anymore? He was just about to ignore the message and continue playing. Suddenly, in the quiet mud hut at midnight, after Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing had fallen asleep, Qiu Xingxing lay in the corner, stroking the gun in her arms, unable to fall asleep. Thinking of all the chances and encounters recently. She scratched her head, as if making a decision, and looked into the empty darkness with eyes as soft as pink peaches. Senior, what do I mean to you? Ah? The girl's eyes shimmered with emotion, making Duziren blush. The curses he was about to spit at the game developers were suddenly stuck in his throat. He fiddled with the screen for a long time, but had no way to respond to her question. As he watched the hopeful light in her eyes slowly dim, Duziren gritted his teeth and immediately looked at the loudspeaker item, and chose to buy it. Your bank card ending in 0304 was just charged 20 yuan. We detected excessive in-game purchases. We recommend. Shut up, Snow Leopard. Completely ignoring the message, Duziren hesitated a moment, then pressed the loudspeaker icon. His face looked conflicted and a little embarrassed as he spoke. You're my little son in this dark world. Beep. Message sent. You're my little son in this dark world. Duziren's clear voice echoed inside the small mud hut in the game. Huh? The moment the voice came through, Qiu Xingxing looked like her brain had short-circuited. She stood frozen on the spot. After a long time, her face turned bright red, like it was on fire, glowing like a summer peach. What does that mean? Her heart pounded uncontrollably, and Qiu Xingxing felt like her head was about to smoke. Senior? Was that a confession? No. Probably not. What Senior meant is probably that I'm the interesting part of his boring life? Covering her face, Qiu Xingxing tried to convince herself. Because she really couldn't understand how someone as noble as Senior could possibly fall for someone like her. Senior's just teasing me out of boredom. That must be it. Senior. You really are a bad person. Even though she kept telling herself that, Qiu Xingxing still buried her face in the blanket, smiling as she fell asleep. So cute. My Shengxing is so cute. Seeing the shy expression of the girl on his phone screen, if she wasn't going to sleep, Ziren would have sent another dozen loudspeaker messages. Who said the loudspeaker was a scam? This loudspeaker is amazing. I'm a fool. I love spending money. So fun, so worth it. Damn it, it's awesome. At the same time, in front of a large mud house in the mine black market middle level, a group of tightly geared up young men gathered together. Above the house hung a large sign, Viper Mercenary Group. In the dark, the group quickly entered the building. Inside stood 3 people, 2 men and a woman. By candlelight, Wu Hai's bloated face could clearly be seen. Bro? You said it's nothing, so why gather everyone in the middle of the night? Next to Wu Hai, a thinner young man with a similar face, his brother Wu Tao, muttered in annoyance. Ever since Wu Hai had gotten injured and bedridden, the Viper Mercenary Group had been under Wu Tao's leadership. Wu Tao, tonight I brought good news for you. As Wu Hai spoke, his big hand slyly groped the woman in his arms, making her giggle. Good news? Oh come on, bro. Look at how messed up the world is now, what good news could there possibly be? Rolling his eyes in disbelief, Wu Tao was just about to snap back at his brother. Clatter. Suddenly, Wu Hai pulled out a bottle of mineral water from the woman's embrace. Clink. In the candlelight, the reflection of the water flickered in Wu Tao's eyes, and his eyelids twitched wildly. This is purified water? Oh my god. Bro. Where the hell did you get this? This level of purity. Snatching the mineral water from Wu Hai's hands, Wu Tao held it like a treasure, inspecting it carefully from every angle. Water this clean, it was the first time in his life he'd seen it. The appearance of this one bottle stirred up the whole room. All the young men started eyeing the mineral water. Precious. It was just too precious. After decades of apocalypse, the world had become a wasteland. There was still water, but it was all polluted waste. Perfectly clean water could only come from one source, a water-type ability user creating it out of thin air. But such ability users were incredibly rare. Once awakened, they'd immediately be snatched up by major survival bases, almost impossible to come by. As for this mine black market, barely qualifying as a third-tier safety zone? Even having one superpowered person was already lucky, a water-type user? What a joke. Hiss. Bro, where the hell did you get this stuff? Don't tell me you found a water-type user? Damn. If you know someone like that, we're about to hit the jackpot. Eyes glowing with greed, Wu Tao looked at Wu Hai, who sneered coldly. Heh. I don't know any water-type users, but this thing, your sister-in-law got it from a scavenger. And more importantly, that person was wearing an old combat uniform. You know what that means, right? The fat under his eyes narrowed into slits, gleaming like a venomous snake. Wu Tao's expression changed, he immediately understood. Bro. You're saying, that person might have discovered some resource storage room? She might know where a huge stash of survival supplies is? Exactly. Water like this, unless given by an ability user, could only come from a perfectly sealed warehouse. I'm thinking, should we come up with a way to take her in? Take her in. Bro, who is this person anyway? Wu Tao still seemed hesitant. Who? Just a kid, dragging 2 little brats. She's no one. Just lucky. Found some clothes, got some supplies, incredibly lucky. This water? She gave it to me. Suddenly, the woman in Wu Hai's arms stood up, swaying her hips. Her eyes, once playful, now narrowed like a snake's. If you ask me, no need to wait, let's make our move tomorrow. The next day, Qiu Xingxing woke up from a warm embrace, curled up like a cat under the covers, slowly opening her eyes. The comfortable and peaceful feeling made her reluctant to leave the bed. She couldn't even remember the last time she had slept so soundly. Sweet food, clean water, and the safe combat uniform. All of it was given to her by that mysterious senior. Senior, really, you're my lucky star. Rubbing her cheeks, Qiu Shengxing forced herself out of bed. Her younger siblings were still sleeping. Not wanting to disturb them, she quickly left the mud hut. Time to earn money. With a tense heart, Qiu Shengxing arrived at the mission room in the middle safety zone. She had spent all her money. She had to earn enough in the next day or two to support their living needs. That mysterious senior was kind to her, but she couldn't just sit around with her mouth open, waiting to be fed, right? To cling to him like a parasite? Just the thought made Qiu Shengxing feel disgusted with herself. No. Senior has already helped me too much. I need to grow up fast. With this equipment. She touched the gun in her pocket and walked confidently into the mission room. By morning, the place was already filled with people, each picking suitable tasks. At the counter, Linya looked surprised at Qiu Xingxing, who was tilting her head while picking a mission. Eh? Shengxing, didn't you just earn 30 copper coins? Why are you here today? Oh. Sis Linya, I came to pay this month's rent. She handed over her last 10 copper coins at the counter and touched her empty pockets, smiling a bit awkwardly. The safety zone didn't protect you for free. Even one day of overdue rent, and you'd be kicked out immediately. Qiu Xingxing didn't care about herself, she was afraid her younger siblings would be in danger outside. You paid rent, don't you have money left? Buy some expired buns, you. Linya accepted the money and looked at Qiu Xingxing in confusion. But Qiu Xingxing only shook her head. My younger siblings need new clothes. You. Surviving is hard enough. Why do you go so far? Sis Linya, you don't understand. I just want to give them a better life. Enough talk. Let me see if there's a suitable mission. Her small body turned around, stubbornly staring at the mission wall. Linya could only sigh softly. Suddenly, a mission notice appeared in front of Qiu Xingxing. Mission, explore the Jing'an neighborhood map. Details, to assist the ability users in exploring Jing'an neighborhood, one scavenger is needed to retrieve the original blueprint of the buildings from the Jing'an property office. Reward, 50 copper coins upon return with the map. Huh? They want the blueprint for Jing'an neighborhood? I know that place well. Eagerly taking down the mission paper, Qiu Xingxing felt like luck was on her side. Sis Linya, I'll take this mission. I accept. Waving the paper in her hand, Linya glanced at it and looked surprised. This mission seemed to be a personal post, it hadn't been there yesterday. Only this morning did the client's money and mission appear at the counter, and then the task was posted. What a coincidence. Is heaven watching over Shengsheng? Not thinking too much, Linya gave her a thumbs up. Be careful out there. With a sweet smile, Qiu Xingxing walked out of the mission room, heading straight out of the mine black market. Morning sunlight shone through the window onto Du Ziren's face. He felt a vibration in his chest and suddenly sat up in bed, rubbing his eyes. Huh? The scent of snowdrop lingered in the air. To his surprise, he seemed to have some sensation in his thighs. Maybe if he got lucky like that night again, he might actually get up from bed. His phone kept vibrating. When Du Ziren picked it up, the dark screen lit up with a bold message. Your apocalypse survival character has accepted a new mission. Find the Jing'an neighborhood blueprint. Mission reward, Qiu Xingxing happiness +2, copper coins +50. My Xingxing took a mission again? That's great. Higher happiness must mean more game content. Rubbing his eyes and propping up the phone, Du Ziren launched the apocalypse survival game. Slumped on the bed like a lazy shut-in, after watching Qiu Xingxing live well last night, Du Ziren had actually slept great too. Now he was full of energy. On the screen, the girl was walking alone in the snowy wilderness. From time to time, Du Ziren opened the mission tab, but the more he read it, the more off it felt. How should he put it? This mission just happened to appear exactly when Qiu Xingxing needed it. And it was tailored like it was made just for her. Did the luck effect of the newbie set get triggered? But it doesn't add up. This mission says it's to help ability users get a map? Isn't that a bit suspicious? Can't ability users find it themselves? Frowning, Du Ziren stared hard at his screen. He wasn't afraid Qiu Xingxing would run into trouble. After all, he was her strongest cheat code. White snowflakes fell on her face. Qiu Xingxing blew warm breath into her hands. She looked at the distant Jing'an neighborhood gate, a trace of joy flashing across her face. Swish swish swish. From the thick snow came faint sounds, and a few snow piles trembled. Huh? Am I imagining things? A trace of doubt flickered in her eyes as she stood still. Suspicious activity detected. Please choose how to respond. Just then, Du Ziren's phone chimed with a prompt. Option, proceed as normal and draw the military dagger. Option, step back and draw the military dagger. Another life or death decision appeared, like those that trigger a death CG. Du Ziren hesitated only briefly before choosing the second option. His instincts told him, something was off about this mission. After tapping, step back and draw dagger, Qiu Xingxing, who had been frozen in the snow, was suddenly nudged backward, stumbling a few steps, and the dagger in her arms dropped right into her hand. Huh? Senior? Did you just tell me to step back? Could it be? Already used to this kind of sudden touch, Qiu Xingxing held her dagger tightly and backed up quickly through the snow. Swish swish swish. The next second, a large rope net suddenly sprang out from the snow, aimed right at where Qiu Xingxing had just been standing. The heavy net slammed onto the snow, it missed. Immediately after, more than a dozen young men burst out from beneath the thick snow, all wearing black down jackets with a viper emblem on their chests. Well now? She actually dodged it? Damn. Didn't think this little thing would react so fast. Missed or not, a bunch of us handling one little girl? Easy job. A few of them dragged the net aside with a rustle, while the others sneered and closed in on Qiu Xingxing. You're from the Viper mercenary group? What do you want from me? Her face pale from the cold, Chiu Xingxing was full of shock. She didn't understand. She was just a lowly scavenger, why would a whole merc group be targeting her? Playing dumb? Playing your damn mother. Don't think we don't know you smuggled good stuff back to the safe zone. Tell us, where's the rest of it? Otherwise, you'll be sorry. One of the young men grinned viciously and pulled a small knife from his belt. He looked up and down at Chiu Xingxing, who was trembling all over. She looked like she'd never even seen blood, like a caged rabbit, easy to kill. So skinny, not even fun to play with. Hurry up and talk, or Big Bro here's gonna put a few slices across your pretty face. The man waved the knife threateningly. Chiu Xingxing kept backing away, her face as white as paper. Even if she was slow, she understood now. It was that woman's sister Xia who checked her wound, she had sold her out. The bottle of mineral water she gave as a bribe must have been shown to her lover Wu Hai. Wu Hai was the former boss of the Viper mercenary group, and his brother was the current leader. It wasn't hard to guess what kind of twisted deals were going on. I don't have anything left. That stuff, it was all. Her voice choked. Chiu Xingxing didn't want to sell out senior, but couldn't explain clearly either. Nothing left? Lying to your fucking mother? The man cursed and lunged at her with the knife, aiming for her face. Chiu Xingxing trembled, but thanks to her past run-in with a mutated zombie, she didn't freeze in shock. Her instincts kicked in, and she slashed out with the dagger hidden in her hand. Blades clashed. A spark flew as the military dagger sliced through the enemy's knife like butter, and with a thwack, cut a deep gash in the man's stomach. In an instant, the man who had just been all smug froze, staring in disbelief at the blood spurting from his belly. You. He opened his mouth, clearly wanting to say more, but before the shock had even left his face, thud, he collapsed. Blood soaked the snow, a thick metallic smell filling the air. The others, who had been watching like it was a show, were stunned. She killed Guzi? She actually dared to fight back? You bitch! After a brief moment of shock, the remaining men snapped back, each pulling knives from their belts. Cold blades gleamed as they closed in on Chiu Xingxing in a circle. Surrounded, Chiu Xingxing was naturally afraid, her body trembling again. After all, she was still a newcomer. Facing an armed gang alone, it was impossible not to fear. But she also understood that once targeted by a merc group, nothing she said would matter. In the apocalypse, it was a world of zombies eating humans, and humans eating each other. If she died outside the mine black market, who would care? This whole mission today had been a trap to lure her out. Just to avoid breaking the safe zone's rules. At this point, whether she had food or not, she was sure to be tortured by the Viper mercenary group. I can't die. I must survive. I still have my younger siblings, and my senior. She gripped the dagger tightly. Whoosh, a cold wind came from behind. A man swung a knife horizontally at the back of her head. Tap the flashing button on screen to help Chiu Xingxing avoid the attack. At that moment, on the other side of the screen, dozens of attack cues popped up on Du Ziren's phone. Oh? Reaction test, huh? Easy. Both thumbs flew over the flashing indicators. Next, Chiu Xingxing, who had been frozen in place, suddenly moved like a dancing serpent. Her legs bent at impossible angles, and she fell backward. As dozens of blades slashed through the air, she dodged them all, then suddenly flung her dagger, burying it in an attacker's forehead. The man stared blankly at her, then fell straight to the ground. What the hell? What kind of moves are these? Is this a fucking action movie? Unbelievable. Totally unbelievable. The ring of men were all dumbfounded. What kind of reflexes let you dodge that many attacks, and counter with a kill? Fuck. Don't just stand there. Attack. No matter how good she is, she can't fight off a dozen of us. Do it. One man, eyes red with rage, raised his knife to stab. The others followed, their blades raised high. Aim at the enemy's head and shoot quickly to help Chiu Xingxing escape death. Just as the blades hovered midair, their silver gleam reflecting on Chiu Xingxing's pale face. On this side, Du Ziren's screen froze on that scene. Dozens of red targeting dots appeared over the heads of the surrounding men. It looked just like those survival prompts in Tomb Raider when Lara Croft was in danger. Du Ziren smirked and, adjusting the angle, furiously tapped the red zones during the brief reaction window. Heh. Nice timing. Even stole Lara's mechanics, huh? Bang bang bang. As he tapped each red mark, Chiu Xingxing raised her gun. Senior? Feeling her body move in ways she never could on her own, Chiu Xingxing gave up control and focused on watching. Draw gun, load, aim. In one smooth motion. In the blink of an eye. Bang. 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 Gunshots rang out in quick succession, and the dozen fierce men in front of her all had blood explode from their heads. Their vicious faces still twisted in hate, but perfect bullet holes now pierced the center of each forehead. Next moment, the men who had been surrounding her all collapsed with loud thuds. Blood pooled across the snow. In the center stood the girl with the gun, covered in blood, but completely unscathed. Cold wind blew as Chiu Xingxing stood alone in the snow, calmly looking around. In the distance, a few Viper mercenary group members who had been retrieving the net were now completely stunned. Holy shit! What kind of gun god is that? Her shooting is so fast. Damn it! She must have trained in some firearms unit or something. No way! Who even trains shooters these days? Where the hell did she get a gun? Boss! She has a gun! Chaos broke out. The remaining mercenaries, ignoring the net entirely, shouted and ran frantically across the snow. Open fire! Leave no one alive! At that moment, still frozen in place, Chiu Xingxing suddenly heard a prompt in her ear. Senior? Hearing that familiar voice, Chiu Xingxing hesitated. She had killed zombies before, but this would be her first time killing a human. If you don't kill him, they'll hold a grudge and come back to kill you. Think of your younger siblings. Another prompt followed. Chiu Xingxing pressed her lips together, then raised her pistol. Bang! 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 Although she had never used a gun before, the moment of control earlier had left her unexpectedly proficient. Though her bullets didn't hit their heads, the fleeing men were still struck in other parts of their bodies. Blood burst out, and they collapsed to the ground, groaning in pain. Boss, help! Save me! Blood gushed from their wounds. Even if they weren't fatally hit, losing that much blood in freezing snow, they wouldn't last long. Damn it! Damn it! Hidden in a snowy corner, Wu Tao watched everything with a face so dark it looked like it might drip. Unbelievable. Completely unbelievable. Their mercenary group came out with 15 people, 14 strong men and 1 ability user. Wherever they went, they dominated. And today, a little girl had wiped them all out. Is this some kind of joke? Wu Hai. Fuck your mother? This is the nobody you said had no background? She's a fucking gun god. Shit. Shit. Cursing furiously, Wu Tao slowly took out a few silver needles from his coat pocket. He knew now, this grudge wouldn't end here. If he didn't kill this girl, he'd never be able to live it down. I don't believe it. I don't care how good she is, can she beat an ability user? Go! With a sharp flick of his hand, 4 or 5 silver needles flew like beams of light into the snow, gleaming faintly as they shot straight at Chiu Xingxing's chest like arrows in a storm. Huff huff huff. The wind howled, but Chiu Xingxing noticed nothing. On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren had just spent 40 yuan convincing her to kill. He let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a flashing prompt appeared on his screen. Ability-based attack detected. Choose a response. Newbie set luck hidden ability triggered. You don't need to worry about this attack. Oh? The set ability activated? He stared blankly at the screen. Clang clang clang. Next second, there was a metallic clattering sound, 5 shiny silver needles bounced off Chiu Xingxing's chest. Ouch! Chiu Xingxing felt a pressure on her chest and quickly checked her front pocket. A few Desert Eagle bullets now had strange scratches on them. What happened? She stared at the damaged bullets, still confused. But Du Ziren was already laughing. Holy crap! So that's how luck works? All the attacks hit the bullets. That's insane luck. Shit. Shit. Why is she still okay? Why? Du Ziren laughed on one side, Wu Tao nearly lost his mind on the other. All his efforts, and she was standing there like nothing happened? That attack would have crippled most ability users of his level. Why? Why could that woman just brush it off? Damn it. Could she be wearing some limited reinforced bulletproof vest? No. Impossible. I want her dead. Dead? Grinding his teeth, Wu Tao couldn't imagine what backup she had left. He only had the strength of an ability user, level 2, and could only launch 2 attacks per day. This time, I'll aim for her head. I dare you to survive that. Buzz buzz buzz. His pocketed needles began vibrating again. Wu Tao's face turned cold and venomous, staring at Chiu Xingxing like a snake. Ability-based attack detected. Please take appropriate action. At that moment, Du Ziren's phone lit up with another alert. Who the hell is this? Why are NPCs always sneak attacking? Fighting a girl and still using sneak attacks, shameless. He frowned. If there's one thing Du Ziren hated in games, it was archers who hid in the back and sniped. Now, this invisible archer was really annoying him. He quickly bought 2 loudspeakers, pressed the voice button, and said, Chiu Xingxing, get down. After the first loudspeaker finished, he used the second. This time, Du Ziren changed the loudspeaker's setting from to Qiu Shengxing only to everyone. And just like that, his warning echoed throughout the game world. You coward shooting from behind. Get the hell out here. Just as the first loudspeaker rang, Qiu Shengxing, still confused, instinctively dropped to the snow. She had no idea what was going on, but down she went, like a clueless fawn. Several silver needles whizzed over her head. She buried her face in the snow and didn't move. Whatever Senior says, I do. Senior must be protecting me. Face buried in the snow, her thoughts ran quietly. Little did she know. The next second, the whole world roared with thunder. You sneaky bastard in the shadows, get out here. The sound exploded like a shout from the deepest abyss. Senior? Her face buried in the snow turned red, her ears burning. It was the first time she had ever felt someone stand up for her like this, such pampering. Her small body trembled with a strange emotion. What the hell? Who the hell is that? Elsewhere, Wu Tao was completely stunned. Eyes wide, he frantically looked around, trying to locate the voice. But no matter how hard he looked, there was no one in sight. It's over. It's over. Who told me this girl had no one behind her? Wu Hai, Ding Chuanxia, fuck you both. Get out. Get out. The thunderous roar echoed through the world. At that moment, Wu Tao was so furious he could kill his own brother. Was this someone coming to rob the robbers? Were they tired of living? Looking for death? Oh my god. The person behind that little girl must at least be a high-level sound-type ability user, right? The pressure from that voice. His scalp started to tingle. Wu Tao had been crawling through the apocalypse for over 10 years, he knew exactly what kind of world this was. There were no morals in the apocalypse, only killing. And now, if he so much as made a move, that big shot would definitely kill him instantly. Guaranteed. He hasn't found me yet. As long as I wait for that girl to leave on her own, I'll leave Wannan City right away. Fuck. I kicked a steel plate this time. No, before I go, I'm gonna beat the crap out of my brother and sister-in-law. Lying flat in the snow, Wu Tao had completely lost interest in Qiu Shengxing's supplies. Right now, he just wanted to survive. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Snow had already covered his whole body, his teeth chattering from the cold. He didn't dare move at all, huddled in the snow like a dead body. Senior? Senior, can I move now? On the other side, Qiu Shengxing was still lying on the snowy ground, timidly asking. Don't move. Only a cold voice responded, and Qiu Shengxing shrank her neck, not daring to ask again. On the other end of the screen, Du Ziren didn't look pleased. He'd played this game for a while now, but he wasn't sure if the character would respawn after death. So he didn't dare let Qiu Shengxing move, he was terrified this cute little girl might get killed by some ability attack. That guy still won't show himself, just a damn threat. So annoying. Is there any terrain-changing item? Or maybe an AoE skill? On screen, a warning stayed above Qiu Shengxing's head, indicating nearby danger. Ding dong. Suddenly, a pop-up appeared. Your game character has been in a dangerous state for an extended time. Given the circumstances, you may choose one of two options. 1. Take a risk, but if your character dies, you must start over with a new one. 2. Buy the deluxe newbie survival gift pack to randomly unlock a one-time protection skill. Scammy game. Here we go again. Staring at the pop-up, Du Ziren didn't hesitate and picked option 2. Are you kidding? Shengxing is so cute, let her take a risk? Are you even human? Bring it on. Pay to win. Let's see what your survival gift pack has. After pressing option 2, a tacky ad popped up on the screen. Still worried about your in-game character? Afraid your hard-trained avatar will suddenly die? No worries. Just 648 yuan. Just 648. You won't regret it, you won't be fooled. 648, take home ultra premium skills. Trash game. If it weren't for Shengxing. Slamming the recharge button, another bank warning popped up, and then, a gold skill icon appeared at the top left of the screen. Inside the icon, a stream of skill previews began to flash. Superpower tier, Burning Sky. Exalted tier, Frozen Sea. Awakened tier, Lion's Roar. One luxurious skill after another flickered by, clearly about to select randomly. I remember, the best skill tier in this game is called Exalted, right? Come on. Let's hit a legendary gold. Buzz. His big hand slapped the flashing icon, which slowly slowed down and finally landed on a blue glowing skill. Awakened tier, Spatial ability, Dimensional Slash. Dimensional Slash, swipe your finger across the screen, the traced area will be struck by multiple space blades. Mountains cleaved, seas split. Immense power. Damn. Awakened tier? That's all I get? He looked at Dimensional Slash in disappointment, but what annoyed him most was that the skill just stayed on screen. Below it, a charge, one label appeared. What did it mean? It meant Dimensional Slash was now a permanent skill slot, and for 648 yuan, he could use it once. Yep. That's how shady it was. Duziren had only seen this kind of monetization in low-grade mobile game ads, absolute pay-to-win. 648 yuan down the drain, huh? Damn game devs. Grumbling, Duziren still looked back at his phone screen. He bought a loudspeaker, something he used to mock, and shouted in the public game chat. Last chance. Get out here, or you're dead. It was aimed at the invisible archer. You never know? Maybe the guy would lose his nerve and show up? 20 yuan to make 648 yuan worth it, what a deal. But, even after the thunderous voice echoed again, the white snowy field remained empty. Humph. Trying to lure me out? Not happening. As long as you can't find me, what can you do? It's clear, that girl's backup is at most an ability user. If he were a superpowered user, he would have acted already. I'm not coming out. Not coming out. Curled up under the snow, Wu Tao sat firm like a turtle in its shell. He didn't expect. Another roar exploded. Damn it. You're the one who's worth this, you forced me. Wasted my 648. 648? What's that supposed to mean? Still confused. All around, sky, ground, countless snowflakes began to tremble and distort strangely. Crack crack crack. Centered on Qiu Xingxing, the surrounding air began to buzz. Black cracks suddenly tore through the air, as if something was about to emerge from the void. Holy fuck. Spatial ability? Under the snow, Wu Tao was stunned. Spatial abilities were 1 in a million. This is a skill of an awakened? The black rips expanded wider and wider, and then countless white vortex-like blades, invisible to the naked eye, fired in all directions indiscriminately. Boom boom boom. Where the space blades passed, the snow vanished instantly, the ground beneath scraped into deep grooves several centimeters thick. You couldn't see anything, yet everything was visible. The snowy world around Qiu Xingxing was obliterated in an instant, turned into a churned-up, blackened battlefield. The invisible space blades kept spreading, even the Jing'an neighborhood gate in the distance exploded into dust with a bang. It was like the world was ending. Under the snow, Wu Tao couldn't stay still anymore. What the hell? An awakened tier space ability user? Wu Hai, fuck you! Thump. Just as he burst out of the snow, barely running a few steps. His body felt like something had sliced through it, and by his next step, his whole body cracked apart like wires had cut through it, turning into chunks of meat that crashed to the ground. Swish swish swish. I'm swishing. On the phone screen, Duziren kept sliding the game interface. With his swipes, countless invisible white space blades scattered on the snow, firing grooves everywhere. Finally. Thunk. Under a patch of snow, a burst of snow exploded, and Wu Tao was cut into pieces of flesh all over the ground. Qiu Xingxing's crisis has been resolved. Detected that you have spent more than 1,000 yuan, meeting the condition to open the lucky wheel. The lucky wheel is open, you can click the icon in the lower right of the screen to view the lucky wheel. With the game pop-up reminder, a colored wheel icon lit up in the lower right corner of the screen. Duziren didn't even bother with it, and kept sliding on the screen for a while before stopping. As if. 648 yuan for a few special effects, if he didn't swipe a lot, would that be fair to his 648? Look at the damage. This 648 is not bad. Alright, crisis resolved, now collect the loot. He tapped on Qiu Xingxing still standing in the snow. Yeah. On the other side, Qiu Xingxing's butt went numb, and she immediately crawled out of the snow. Senior. She stomped her foot, her face both shy and red. But when she saw the surrounding black earth overturned, ground with soil grooves and pieces of flesh, she couldn't speak. Terrifying. Simply too terrifying. Just now she had also felt the senior unleash his ability. But how could she have guessed that in such a short time, the entire snowy ground would vanish? The ground is all marks from blade scraping. The air is still vibrating. Could this be the legendary space blades? Senior. Really amazing. Staring blankly at the scene before her, Qiu Xingxing felt a tingle along her back again. She immediately understood, following the pushback feeling along her back, and walked toward a place where heaps of flesh were piled. Although most of the Viper mercenary group were ordinary people, they were at least well equipped and had solid experience fighting zombies. So generally, these people had some belongings on them. Searching among the overturned ground and flesh, Qiu Xingxing found 5 boxes of wafer cookies, 1 bottle of relatively pure iron pot bottled water, 1 small bag of pre-made mixed dried meat, and 2 cigarettes. These things didn't look like much. But you have to know, it had been decades in the apocalypse. Those 2 cigarettes alone, if sold, would be worth 40 copper coins. Heave heave. Constantly wiping the bloodstains off the items, Qiu Xingxing shoved everything into her coat pockets in one go. Until, her combat uniform was bulging, looking extremely inconvenient for moving. What should I do now? Their daggers are worth quite a bit too. I don't think I can carry them all. Her small body stood dumbly beside the corpse, her delicate brows knotted like a small embroidered ball. Qiu Xingxing found it hard to let go. Detected your apocalypse survival character is collecting supplies? Detected, your apocalypse survival character's storage space is insufficient. Do you want to spend 100 yuan RMB to open one storage slot? Suddenly. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren's vision went dark. Again. I knew this fucking game style. Open it. Directly open 3 slots. How can I let my Shengxing carry heavy loads? Open. He aggressively tapped the locked inventory icons at the bottom of the screen. After tapping 3, a purchase prompt popped up. Do you want to spend 700 yuan to open 3 storage slots? What? 700? No, what kind of fraudulent cost is this? Looking at the charge reminder, Du Ziren's mouth twitched. As if knowing he doubted the cost, a line of explanation popped up beside the inventory. Opening the first inventory slot costs 100 yuan, the second 200 yuan, the third 400 yuan, and so on. Holy shit. Alright. You money trap game. Paid. Gritting his teeth, Du Ziren clicked pay, and another payment warning message popped up in his phone. He was already numb from seeing them. However, thinking about Qiu Xingxing, thinking about her smiling face, he felt it was worth it. Internet-addicted teenager? No. Spending money on his electronic wife was only right. Clack clack clack. As the 3 inventory slots unlocked, Du Ziren clicked on the items in Qiu Xingxing's hands. Asterisk wafer cookies 5 took 1 slot, asterisk iron pot bottled water 1 took another. Only those 2 cigarettes and the small bag of pre-made dried meat were hidden by Qiu Xingxing in her arms. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly a light feeling in her arms, Qiu Xingxing also looked at her chest in surprise. Huh? Where are my cookies and water? The little girl clearly had never gotten so much food before. Half of the supplies in her arms disappeared at once, and she became anxious, spinning around on the spot. Until Du Ziren's next loudspeaker voice came through. Don't worry. I stored them for you first. So that when you go back this time, the gate guards won't take them. Ah? So it was Senior. Shengxing understands. Thank you, Senior. Senior truly is a top space-type master. I didn't react at all and the items just vanished. Bowing repeatedly toward the empty surroundings, the girl's eyes were full of admiration. This real interaction is really awesome. Feeling moved by Qiu Xingxing's reaction on the screen, Du Ziren tapped again on the blood and bodies on the ground. Immediately, more than 10 shiny silver daggers appeared on the ground. Also, the military dagger previously stuck in a man's forehead also appeared on the ground. Senior, do you want me to collect these? Step. On the muddy ground, Qiu Xingxing nimbly collected the loot. By the time her arms were full of daggers, 14 daggers again buzzed and disappeared, occupying the last inventory slot as asterisk dagger 14. Thank you, Senior. The girl's sweet smile reached through the screen, and Du Ziren's mouth nearly stretched to his ears. Hee. Shengxing is cute. Right? Oh, I forgot, there's that sneak attack little boss. He tapped the freshly exploded corpse in the distance. Within the broken pieces of the body, after strange tremors, there were no daggers or food dropped. But, as the skull continued to peel away from the flesh, a crystal core gleaming with metallic luster slowly rolled out of the blood and meat. Wu Tao's ability crystal core had been exposed. Ability crystal core, magnetic energy, rank 2. The screen showed the crystal core attributes. On Qiu Xingxing's side, she repeatedly looked at the wriggling pieces of flesh, then quickly walked up and picked the crystal core from the blood and meat. She wiped the crystal core shiny using her combat uniform. Then, without any hesitation, she held the crystal core with both hands and threw it toward the empty void. Senior. Please, Senior, accept this crystal core. Almost without a bit of selfishness, Qiu Xingxing immediately raised the crystal core high into the air. She was very clear, for Senior, this crystal core was the only thing on her that could attract Senior's attention. Although, at Senior's level, he might not even care to glance at this crystal core. Your apocalypse survival character has delivered a second gift to you. Do you accept? Yes/no. On the phone screen, an interaction prompt appeared again. Du Ziren looked at the shining crystal core and hesitated for a long time. I mean, Can this crystal core be used to awaken Qiuxingxing's ability? Last time, didn't I get an offline peripheral core? And it's boring if I just keep it too. Besides, this one doesn't even look good. He tried clicking the crystal core to push it back into Qiuxingxing's arms. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a line of warning words popped up on the game interface. Detected that the current crystal core's quality is too trash. If forcefully given to Qiuxingxing, her awakened ability strength will be greatly reduced. Do you want to force Qiuxingxing to use this crystal core? Ah? Influence character late stage growth, huh? Then forget it. Forget it. He hurriedly clicked yes, not daring to randomly give Qiuxingxing the crystal core. Who plays a game and randomly taps the skill tree in the early stage, affecting the character's late stage growth? Buzz. The metallic crystal core that Qiuxingxing was holding up with both hands instantly distorted and disappeared. Senior accepted it? In the scene, Qiuxingxing's face lit up with joy, a sincere smile appearing on her face. She wiped the blood off her hands, but when her eyes looked at Wu Tao's corpse, she unintentionally showed a trace of envy. An ability user was truly worlds apart from ordinary people. Who wouldn't envy an ability user? Damn it. No matter how hard things are, I can't let the kids suffer. Where can I get a good crystal core? On the other end of the phone, Du Ziren keenly sensed the envy in Qiuxingxing's eyes. That feeling was like a little princess watching another girl with new clothes while she had none, a trace of disappointment mixed with being considerate, making it all the more heartbreaking. No. If others have it, our Shengxing can't be left behind either. At the thought of Qiuxingxing's helplessness facing an ability user, Du Ziren couldn't wait to make Qiuxingxing become an ability user immediately. Detected, your apocalypse survival character's urgent desire to become an ability user. Recommended you use the Lucky Big Wheel. The wheel pool is rich and has a chance to drop legendary abilities. A chance? Looking at the game's new pop-up, Du Ziren's eyes widened. Prize pool setting, has a chance. Wasn't that the usual money-grabbing trick for mobile games? For Shengxing. Recharge. In the end, he tapped the Lucky Big Wheel in the corner. After entering, the large wheel showed nearly more than 40 different items or crystal cores. Among them, only 2 were gold quality, 4 were purple, 8 blue, 10 green, and 18 white. At the center of the wheel, there was even a current luck percentage setting. Yeah. Looking at this interface, Du Ziren couldn't help but think of a certain famous game's prize wheel. After opening the luck percentage setting, Du Ziren found that this game was even more money-grabbing than that famous one. Lucky Big Wheel, single pull costs 128,999 for 10 pulls with discount, 10 pulls guarantee at least purple-blue quality items. Each pull adds +1 to your luck. When luck reaches 365, you are guaranteed a gold quality item. What? So basically, if my luck is bad, I'd have to spend over 30,000 to get just one gold crystal core? Holy shit. You make more money than that famous game too. Staring fixedly at the big flashing wheel, Du Ziren squinted. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, on the game screen, Qiuxingxing walked sadly into the distant snowfield. Du Ziren glanced once, his heart ached. Right then, in a fury for his beloved, his finger tapped 10 pull. Your bank card ending in 0304 charged 999 yuan? The colorful wheel began to spin. Congratulations. This draw 1, loudspeaker, white, 9, dimensional blade, blue, 1. Your dimensional blade, skill charge +1. Current luck value 10. What? 999 and that's it? Again. Congratulations. This draw 1, loudspeaker, white, 8, dimensional blade, blue, 2. Your luck value charge is now 20. Again. Congratulations. Again. Again. Like being possessed. You can never understand the obsession a gamer has for top-tier items. Warning, your daily recharge has reached 30,000. Our bank reminds you, do not participate in online gambling. A bank text even came through the phone. Du Ziren's face darkened as he bitterly tapped the final 10 pull button. Last time. If still no gold, I'll have Dr. Lu help me pull. His mind was full of the desire to give Qiuxingxing the best. Du Ziren never thought of stopping, he only doubted his luck. Finally, when his luck value reached over 300, this 10 pull at last landed on a gold prize. Congratulations. This draw 1, bottled water, white, 3, honey jerky, white, 6, rare crystal core, ability immortal unyielding, gold, 1. Your luck value 323 points have been cleared. My god. Seeing the finally appearing gold crystal core, Du Ziren collapsed on the bed, drained, and sighed deeply. So it really is? This is a money trap game. After cursing the game developers again, Du Ziren opened the game warehouse. At this moment, the warehouse was already packed with drawn items. Just the loudspeaker, 20 each, numbered over 100, fulfilling Du Ziren's short-term freedom of dialogue. Remaining, over 50 bottled water, more than 10 packs of honey jerky, 12 charges of dimensional blade, over 10 blue crystal cores? Among the dazzling items, Du Ziren stared fixedly at the only gold-glowing crystal core. Then, he, almost without hesitation, clicked on this gold crystal core and then, directly sent it to Qiu Xingxing, who was still walking in the snowy field. A strange warmth suddenly came from her chest. Qiu Xingxing, who was still walking in the snow, was startled. Huh? Her little hand reached into her chest, and she suddenly felt a scorching golden crystal core. This golden crystal core had a strange appearance. It wasn't like other crystal cores that were oval, it was shaped like a small humanoid. Inside the crystal core, golden lines flowed like liquid sand, clearly high class. What is this? Holding the crystal core, Qiu Xingxing was completely dumbfounded. Even if she were silly, she knew what this crystal core meant. Say, Senior, is this given to me by you? Her mouth opened wide, and Qiu Xingxing felt like her brain was about to shut down. A moment ago, she was lamenting that she wasn't an ability user. The next moment, Senior sent her a crystal core she had never seen. What kind of favor was this? Senior? This thing is too precious. I can't take it. Holding the crystal core up in panic, Qiu Xingxing knew that even if she sold herself, it probably wouldn't be worth a fraction of this crystal core. She was so fearful she didn't dare accept this crystal core. It's given to you, just use it. The stern yet young and easygoing voice sounded in her ear. But this time, Senior's voice sounded a little tired, as if hollowed out. Senior, my worthless life isn't worthy of this. I said. If I want you to use it, then use it. Before Qiu Xingxing could explain, the crystal core slipped again from her hands and fell into her arms. Senior. Qiu Xingxing's eyes reddened. Even from childhood, her father and mother had never been this good to her. How can I repay you? Even if I sold myself, I couldn't repay your kindness. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The crystal core in her arms emitted heat, and tears streamed down the girl's face. Didn't you say that if you ever meet me again, you'd go all out for me? That sentence alone is enough. The calm voice came again. Qiu Xingxing's little face stiffened, then she nodded vigorously. Xingxing swears by her life, Xingxing's life is Senior's. Whatever Senior wants Xingxing to do, I can do it. Do anything? On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren had spent so many loudspeakers, and his expression had been a bit pained. Suddenly hearing that sentence, the corner of his mouth twisted. Then if that's the case. If I make you do my homework. Thinking of that, Du Ziren laughed. He couldn't imagine what expression this resolute girl would make when seeing equations. Ha 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 ha. His laughter reached Qiu Xingxing's ears on the other side. Huh? Senior? Senior, are you happy? Looking around blankly, the laughter suddenly stopped. Yeah, just seeing you makes me happy every day. Huh? Her face turned bright red in an instant. Qiu Xingxing was really not sure, was Senior saying sweet things to her or teasing her? Senior? I? Her body tipped toward the distant Jing'an neighborhood, and another prompt sounded in her ear. Use this crystal core first. Don't waste time. I understand. She nodded and, following the pushback force, ran into the neighborhood. 1 hour later. In a dusty, cramped, dark first-floor room. Qiu Xingxing was cleaning dirt from the bathtub in the bathroom. She opened the window to the outside and began letting large snowflakes fall into the tub. In the apocalypse, water was precious. Most people used crystal cores to awaken abilities by collecting snow water first. After the snow melted, they would grind the crystal core and put it in the snow water, then soak their body to absorb it. Although snow water was highly polluted, what choice did ordinary people have? Splash splash. As she brushed the snowflakes, Qiu Xingxing's little hands turned slightly red from the cold. Suddenly, a reprimand exploded in her ear again. Are you trying to use snow water to soak and absorb the crystal core? Senior, is that not allowed? You're using snow water with a golden crystal core? That's wasting it. If you're going to use it, use the best. Use bottled water. The stern voice sounded, and Qiu Xingxing's expression became troubled. She was about to say she didn't have that much bottled water. Buzz buzz buzz. In the corner of the small bathroom, nearly 30 bottles of bottled water instantly fell. This is too extravagant, right? Her small mouth opened wide. Qiu Xingxing could hardly believe it. This was the apocalypse. Who was so luxurious as to use bottled water for bathing? Only someone like Senior, a high-level expert, could use such lavish supplies, right? Senior? I? Her expression became shy again. Duziren seemed to have anticipated her embarrassment and calmly urged again. Don't think it's wasteful. Using snow water with such a good crystal core would be wasteful. Quick, clean the bathtub and add water. I understand. I understand. Hurriedly, after dumping out the snow bits, Qiu Xingxing, with a painfully regretful look, opened 30 bottles of bottled water and poured them into the bathtub. With each bottle of bottled water she opened, she mumbled sulkily. I owe Senior, I must repay with my whole life. Only by saying this could she feel justified in using the water. Splash. Soon, the tub was filled with clear water. In the clear water, Qiu Xingxing's reddened little face was reflected. Weakly, she took out the golden crystal core from her arms. She tried to grind down the surface of the crystal core with the military dagger. Clang, but the surface of the golden crystal core didn't get a single scratch. Huh? What do I do now? Having never seen anyone awaken an ability before, Qiu Xingxing held the crystal core in confusion. Your apocalypse survival character can't grind the crystal core. Please help her grind the core. On the phone screen, Duziren suddenly saw a palm-sized button appear in front of Qiu Xingxing's little hands. Touch the area covered by the palm to assist Qiu Xingxing. Is this some kind of affection interaction? He tried sliding his finger on Qiu Xingxing's hands. Suddenly, a panic sound came from the other side of the screen. Qiu Xingxing felt a large hand grasp her small hand in an instant. Those hands were unfamiliar, yet very warm. Say, Senior. Red clouds scattered across her neck. Qiu Xingxing let her little hand be held as she began breaking the surface of the golden crystal core with the dagger, one chop at a time. Golden sand-like crystal fragments fell into the pool. Qiu Xingxing's face turned redder and redder. She wondered, if I soak to absorb it later, will Senior see it too? The girl's face flushed, as if white smoke might rise from her head. On the other side of the phone screen, Duziren kept rubbing the screen, his expression increasingly strange. This hand feels kind of smooth. Oh no! Could it be my ALS is acting up again? The fragmented crystal core powder fell into the pool, as if throwing burning embers into the water. The calm surface instantly produced a large number of rising steam bubbles, and the mist quickly swept through the room. Originally, Duziren was still worried about how cold water could absorb the crystal core. Now it seems that using a bath method to absorb the crystal core really makes sense. The crystal core can heat the water temperature, and the high temperature can stimulate the pores to open and absorb. Compared to swallowing, soaking in crystal core water can indeed better assimilate the power of the crystal core. After the whole crystal core completely turned into golden powder and dissipated, the pool in front of him looked like a golden medicinal bath, emitting terrifying heat. Qiu Xingxing stood in front of the pool, her face repeatedly turning rosy from the steam, and finally she gritted her teeth and slowly took off her outer clothes. Her small fists were tightly clenched, and she self-mocked in a voice only she could hear. Qiu Xingxing, what are you imagining? Is the Senior the type to covet your body? Look at how skinny you've become. The Senior is kindly helping you, what is there to be embarrassed about? Even if the Senior really wanted to see. Then, after removing her military combat suit, the black underwear accentuated Qiu Xingxing's almost perfect curves. After this layer of underwear was taken off, Qiu Xingxing's long hair, wet from the mist, fell over her chest, revealing delicate but pink shoulders. She covered her chest with both hands, her snow-white back wet from the mist, so pink it looked like a peach about to drip with juice. So white? With such a nice back, wouldn't it be a pity not to do gua sha? On the other end of the phone screen, Duziren stared at the screen with a pig-like grin. Invincible. The body of a two-dimensional wife was simply invincible. It was just a pity? Because the mist of the golden crystal core obscured most of the screen, he could only see Qiu Xingxing's snowy back. Splash. Her long lotus legs fell into the water, and Qiu Xingxing immediately submerged in the pool, only leaving a wet head visible. Her entire face was bright red, constantly looking downward, not daring to raise her eyes to look around. The golden water continuously burst open. Visible to the naked eye, the golden in the water surged toward Qiu Xingxing, the color of the golden water constantly fading. The crystal core powder was being absorbed by Qiu Xingxing's pores. As long as all the golden water was absorbed, maybe Qiu Xingxing could awaken that immortal and indestructible ability. In the rippling water, Qiu Xingxing's little face gradually showed a painful expression. Her skin began to turn bright red, but she bit her lip tightly, saying nothing. Detected your doomsday survival character blockage in absorbing the crystal core. Please touch the screen to start kneading Qiu Xingxing's acupoints in sequence to promote crystal core absorption. Back area, neck and shoulders, both arms, both legs. Suddenly, On the game interface, small light dots kept flashing on Qiu Xingxing's body in the mist. Is there still a hidden bonus? His finger kept tapping the light dots on the screen. Du Ziren's expression was sometimes excited, sometimes dazed. No, no. This feeling, how does this feeling feel like actually touching something? Hiss. And also, looking at the faint wet marks on his finger, Du Ziren suspected that maybe the phone had become wet from his touching. But, at the same time, Qiu Xingxing, who was still biting her teeth to endure, suddenly felt a tingling on her back, and her whole body trembled as if struck by lightning. She felt it, there were fingers continuously tapping on the places of her body that hurt and ached. Back, shoulders, neck, thighs. Those hands kept moving on her body. She felt unprecedented comfort, but her face turned so red it looked like it would bleed. At this moment, she was lost between pleasure and shame. Senior. Senior is just helping. Qiu Xingxing, stop imagining things. Burying her head in the water, Qiu Xingxing's body trembled, splashing up waves. Your Doomsday Survival Character Happiness +1. Your Doomsday Survival Character Happiness +1. Continuously clicking the screen, Du Ziren just found it very interesting. Even though the wet feeling on his hand was hard to explain, every time he tapped Qiu Xingxing, she would bury her head in the water and tremble all over. This real human interactive reaction made Du Ziren unable to put it down. After a while, he finally watched the golden water recede with lingering interest, the screen completely covered by mist. Qiu Xingxing Current Happiness, 20. After a round of acupoint massage plus assistance in awakening the ability, Qiu Xingxing's happiness had suddenly been raised by 10 points. Just as Du Ziren was wondering what this rising happiness value was for. Suddenly, the mist on the screen completely dissipated, and Qiu Xingxing in little bare underwear appeared before him, looking at herself in the pool with surprise. I feel like my body has become much lighter. And also, it seems that my strength has increased. But, why don't I feel like I have any special ability? She stood up from the water, the clear water flowing and washing her snow-white belly and long legs, a scene of spring stirring, making Du Ziren on the phone sniffle warmly, nearly bleeding from the nose. Oh. So this is the benefit of increasing happiness. Top. Truly top. Watching Qiu Xingxing put on the combat uniform, and somewhat annoyed as he looked at the now clear pool water, Du Ziren was also a bit curious. Could it be? After absorbing the 3 crystal cores he had spent money on, Qiu Xingxing still hadn't awakened her ability? He tapped on Qiu Xingxing's head, and suddenly the screen lit up. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, Ability User. Ability Level, Ability User Tier 1. Awakened Ability, SSS Rank Immortal and Indestructible. Ability Immortal and Indestructible. Trait 1, your body has undergone special modification, the zombie virus cannot harm you. Trait 2, your physique will grow infinitely, wounds heal faster, immunity to ability attacks improved. Trait 3, as long as you still have a breath, your body can activate the Immortal and Indestructible recovery. Age, 19. Height, 175 cm. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 84.62.86. Body condition, far surpasses ability users. Fullness, 20. Warmth, 65. Happiness, 20. Equipment, military combat suit, white, military dagger, white, desert eagle, white. Items, wafer cookies 5, iron kettle bottled water 1, prepared jerky 1, daggers 14. Mission, find the architectural map of Jing'an community. Hiss, this ability is a bit awesome. No wonder it's SSS rank. Staring fixedly at the description of Immortal and Indestructible, Du Ziren roughly understood the strength of this ability. Its scariest part wasn't how strong it was, but that it could grow infinitely. What does that mean? Given time, Qiu Xingxing's body could grow to the hardness of diamond, with regeneration like instantly regrowing a severed arm. This was simply invincible. Humanoid monsters. Because happiness increased, so Qiu Xingxing's measurements unlocked for me? And also, Qiu Xingxing even grew taller? Hiss, it looks like the goal of giving Qiu Xingxing a good life is getting closer and closer. On this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren kept marveling at the broken power of the ability Immortal and Indestructible. On the other side of the screen, Qiu Xingxing furrowed her brow, her face lifeless as she stared at the pool, wishing she could just dive in and drown. Senior gave me such a precious crystal core. And I didn't awaken any ability. I'm simply. Her small hands clutched tightly onto the wrinkled combat uniform, and what Qiu Xingxing didn't notice was that she had actually squeezed holes into the fiber material with her fingers. You have to know, this stuff can barely be pierced by bullets. Are you spacing out? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ear, and Qiu Xingxing dropped to her knees with a thud. Senior. Senior, I'm sorry. I wasted one of your crystal cores. Wasted? How was it wasted? I didn't awaken any ability. I'm just like most people, I got stronger and my body grew a bit, that's all. How about we run an experiment? Seeing Qiu Xingxing so dejected, Du Ziren knew that just explaining how terrifying the SSS-level ability, immortal and indestructible, was probably wouldn't convince her. She might think he was messing with her. A practical field test might explain things better. Huh? Experiment? What kind of experiment? Looking around in confusion, Qiu Xingxing's body began walking uncontrollably toward the window. Whoosh! Cold wind blew in. Outside, snow was still falling. On either side of the residential road, a few shriveled, skinny zombies were exhaling warm breath with hoarse growls. Didn't you need the blueprint for Jing'an community? Now, you are not allowed to use a handgun. Use your dagger to fight your way to the property office and retrieve the blueprint. This is your trial. A deep and mysterious tone rang in her ear, full of boss-like authority. Qiu Xingxing paused for a second, then nodded slightly with hesitation. But senior, we already killed Wu Tao's group. Isn't the blueprint kind of useless now? Useful or not, you can still trade it for 50 copper coins. Why not? Well, that's true. I'm just afraid Wu Hai will try to get revenge for this, but inside the black market mine, he can't make a move. Senior, is this a test of my courage? Even without abilities, as long as I have the right mindset, I can still carve out a path in the apocalypse? I understand now. Senior. Clenching her fists, Qiu Xingxing felt deeply grateful to the senior who had taken care of her all this time and never gave up on her. I definitely won't let senior down. Even if I don't have an ability, I can still serve as your death guard. Thump. She leapt cleanly out the window. Even Qiu Xingxing herself was stunned. Wearing the loose combat uniform, she could still move so swiftly? Could it be, because I grew? Shaking her body curiously, Qiu Xingxing pulled out a military dagger from her chest and tiptoed toward a zombie by the roadside. Her plan was to lure and deal with each zombie one by one, pushing her way to the property area. She was always very aware of her own strength. Even though the crystal core had enhanced her physical attributes, in the apocalypse, if you got bitten by a zombie, even if you were an ability user, you'd eventually turn into a mutant zombie. Tap tap tap. Like a deer, Qiu Xingxing didn't even notice that her tiptoed walking speed was beyond normal. Roar. Roar. Under 2 apartment buildings in the community, a male zombie in a tattered suit was repeatedly crashing into a street lamp. His eyes were already decayed, just blindly smashing into the pole. About 50 meters behind him was an old zombie holding a pet leash. At the end of the leash was a golden retriever zombie with fangs bared. Roar roar. Snowflakes swirled as the 3 zombies lingered on the road, growling one after another. Suddenly. Tap tap tap. Qiu Xingxing crouched like a cat, crept up to the suit-wearing zombie, then quickly stood and slashed. Slash. A flash of cold light at the zombie's neck, and a human head rolled to the ground with a thud thud thud. Roar. The headless corpse collapsed, but what shocked Qiu Xingxing was that the rolling head was still exhaling hot air. It suddenly turned toward her with a sinister grin. Hehehe. Though it couldn't move, that creepy laugh seemed to be a signal. Roar roar. The elderly zombie bared his yellow teeth and let go of the pet leash. Man and dog immediately sprinted toward Qiu Xingxing like sprinters. Ah? Seeing the charging zombies, Qiu Xingxing instinctively flinched. She recalled being chased by 2 zombies in an underground garage and took a few steps back. Step step step. But the moment she stepped back, she noticed something wrong. Too slow. Way too slow. The old zombie and the golden retriever were running at sprinting speed. But in her eyes, they looked like a slow-motion *2 video, jerky and sluggish. I think I can dodge their attacks. Qiu Xingxing didn't know where this instinct came from. Originally retreating, her body suddenly tensed up. Like a tiger going on the hunt, Qiu Xingxing gripped her dagger and crouched her whole body. Awoo. The first to lunge was the golden retriever zombie, its once golden fur now sickly green. With a mouthful of fierce fangs, it leapt at her chest like a monkey, aiming a deadly bite at her neck. Too slow. As the tiger-pounce-like attack came in, Qiu Xingxing squinted. With just a slight sidestep forward, she dodged the lunge, then slashed sideways with her dagger at the passing zombie's head. Slash slash slash. Splashes of blood flew beside her, scattering warm blood through the air. Awoo. Thump. The golden retriever zombie missed its target and hit the ground. Its head was gashed open, gushing blood, and it never got up again. Roar roar. The old zombie, who had been charging behind, seemed to sense something. His sprinting paused as if about to retreat. But Qiu Xingxing had no intention of letting it go. Step step step. With a few soft steps on the snow, her silhouette blurred, and she instantly appeared before the old zombie. Buzz. The cold dagger flashed briefly, the old zombie's head flew off. Puff puff puff. Black blood flowed all over the ground. As the headless body collapsed, Qiu Xingxing stood in front of the three corpses, panting heavily, staring around in disbelief. Did I really kill them? Without the senior's help. I did it myself? She mumbled in shock. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren opened Qiu Xingxing's info panel. Under her ability level, a new line had clearly appeared. Ability level, ability user tier 1, 3 out of 100. Oh? Qiu Xingxing's ability can actually level up by killing zombies? Just now, was that what they call the enhanced state? She's only at level 1 and already this fast. If she becomes an evolver, Qiu Xingxing might turn into a walking tank, huh? Watching Qiu Xingxing's performance in surprise, Du Ziren felt a kind of pride, like a child finally growing up. Not bad. You've made great use of your ability. In the snowy ground, the still confused Qiu Xingxing heard a familiar voice in her ear. Her expression froze, then lit up with joy. Senior. So I really did awaken an ability? What else? Have you ever seen physical enhancements make your perception of enemies slow down? Not really. Then what is my ability, exactly? When the time comes, you'll know. He didn't plan to explain her ability in detail. Du Ziren thought letting Qiu Xingxing gradually discover her power was also a good approach. Go get the blueprint, then come back. Understood. The gloom on her face instantly vanished, and her eyes sparkled with hidden thoughts. With an ability now, maybe I can finally be useful to Senior too? With that thought in mind, Qiu Xingxing smiled and headed toward the Jing'an Community Property Office. Jing'an Community Property Office. The main gate of the property office had long been broken. Inside the dusty lobby, a few zombies dressed in sales uniforms wandered around, growling non-stop. Outside the door, Qiu Xingxing crouched beside the entrance. After quietly observing for a while, her gaze landed on a blueprint of the community posted on the wall. 1, 3, 10. With 10 zombies? I can fight them, but it's just, when that state activates, I get hungry really fast. Growl. Her small belly was already sunken from hunger. Qiu Xingxing didn't understand why she felt so hungry after just killing a few zombies. She clearly ate bread last night? The preserved jerky in her pocket, she didn't want to eat it. She planned to take it back for her younger siblings to taste. Then, if I'm fast enough, I should be able to grab the blueprint and run out, right? Let's try. She picked up a stone near the door and threw it into the corner of the lobby. Bang! In the next moment, the wooden door of the storage room in the corner of the hall was smashed open by the stone. Roar! In an instant, all 10 sales zombies rushed toward the storage room, flailing wildly as if ready to attack. The result, a group of zombies clustered at the door, scratching at the wood non-stop. Roar roar. The scene was a little funny, but Qiu Xingxing didn't dare let her guard down. She stared at the zombies, and when she once again sensed their movement slowing down, she dashed out like an arrow. Step step step. Footprints quickly appeared on the dusty floor of the lobby, heading straight for the wall. Then, tear. As soon as the blueprint was pulled off the wall, more running footsteps echoed. Pant pant pant. By the time Qiu Xingxing reappeared, she was already standing at the entrance of Jing'an Community. The sales zombies hadn't even reacted yet, and Qiu Xingxing was already gone. Growl. Growl. The hunger in her belly grew more intense. Qiu Xingxing tried to push herself to walk back to the black market mine. But, thump, as she took her next step, her whole body trembled and collapsed to the ground. Her lips trembled uncontrollably, and her body temperature dropped. This was a typical sign of low blood sugar. But Qiu Xingxing didn't understand, she just shivered and gritted her teeth. Warning! Warning! Your Doomsday Survival character's satiety value is too low. On the other side of the phone, Du Ziren watched in shock as Qiu Xingxing's satiety value plummeted from 30 to -5. So, using abilities consumes satiety? He looked again at Qiu Xingxing's ability level. Ability level, ability user level 1, 10 out of 100. Using the ability also increases the ability level? So this means, as long as Qiu Xingxing has enough food, she can outclass others at the same level. This is the terrifying part of an SSS-ranked ability. He quickly pulled out the honey-glazed jerky he won in a previous draw from the shop inventory, along with a few bottles of mineral water, and sent them over to Qiu Xingxing. He couldn't bear to see her suffer even a little. With overwhelming hunger, Qiu Xingxing felt her entire body sore and weak. She silently swore she'd never use her ability on an empty stomach again. Suddenly, In the freezing snow, a bag of honey-glazed jerky and a bottle of mineral water appeared in front of her, and Chiu Xingxing's face lit up. Senior? Eat. Look at how stingy you are. If you want to eat, then eat. I can afford your siblings' portions too. I can feed your whole family. This. Her face instantly flushed red. Chiu Xingxing felt a kind of bashful embarrassment, like someone had seen right through her, but strangely, she also felt happy. Senior says it like? I'm his woman. He wants to feed me? Feed a death guard? But, it sounds more like, feeding a woman. A woman? If I were Senior's woman, Like a fully ripened apple, Chiu Xingxing's little face turned so red it looked like steam might rise from her hair. What is my dear Xingxing even thinking? Why is she acting like a steam princess all the time? Watching the red-faced, shy girl on the screen, Du Ziren poked her. Your doomsday survival character is caught up in a sweet fantasy, happiness +1. Current happiness, 21. Ha! Du Ziren was stunned. Wait, bro. She's gaining happiness just by fantasizing? What kind of blissful thought is Chiu Xingxing having over there? Through the screen, Du Ziren unwrapped the honey-glazed jerky and mineral water. Sliding the items, he fed each slice of meat to Chiu Xingxing's little mouth. At that moment, due to low blood sugar and total fatigue, Chiu Xingxing lay on the ground like a dead corpse, unable to move a muscle. Senior, is Senior feeding me? Opening her red little mouth, breath steaming forward, Chiu Xingxing watched as the jerky was placed in her mouth piece by piece, and she felt a strange joy like a pampered wife. She wished time would slow down, so she could just keep being fed like this forever. Maybe, next time I'll pretend to faint, just so Senior can feed me again? Damn it. Chiu Xingxing, what's going on in your head all day? Her face turned even redder. Your doomsday survival character is caught up in a sweet fantasy, happiness +1. Current happiness, 22. On this side of the phone screen, Du Ziren looked at his wet finger, full of question marks. Dude, if you're gonna play like this, I might just start spamming. Just as Du Ziren was about to send Chiu Xingxing a few more packs of special recipe jerky to see if he could boost her happiness value again. Chiu Xingxing's satiety value above her head reached 24, and she slowly got up from the ground. Her neck and earlobes were flushed red. Who knows what she had just been thinking to get that excited. Can't think about it anymore, can't think anymore. Chiu Xingxing, you need to know your boundaries with Senior. Work hard, that's what you should be focusing on right now. Only by becoming strong enough will you be worthy of standing beside Senior. Lifting the bottle of mineral water in the snow, Chiu Xingxing drank it in one gulp, then patted her own cheeks. After kowtowing once more in all directions, she pursed her lips and quickly ran off toward the Black Market Mine. Black Market Mine Iron Gate Guard Post. Wu Hai was cuddling with Sister Xia, lounging comfortably in a dirt pit, both hands constantly rubbing the woman's thighs. Keep your hands to yourself. Sister Xia pretended to be shy, slapping Wu Hai's hand, then narrowed her phoenix eyes and drew circles on his chest. So, if we get our hands on this supply stash, how do we split it? Split it? Of course I get the biggest share. 60% for me, 30 for my brother, and 10 for you. You! Wu Hai, you heartless bastard. If it weren't for me, would you even be getting any of this? Listen to yourself. If it weren't for my brother, would you even have that share? His dirty hands reached back up under Sister Xia's thigh. She bit her lip but didn't dare say more. On the surface, she appeared to be Wu Hai's woman to outsiders. But in reality, it wasn't like that. She wasn't Wu Hai's wife. She was just someone Wu Hai picked out from the middle level of the black market mine. Through physical favors, she became his permanent woman and subordinate. It's the apocalypse, after all. To survive, eat, drink, live, Sister Xia had no choice. But if Chiu Xingxing's supplies this time were really that valuable, Sister Xia was sure, tomorrow, she wouldn't be the one frisking people heading out anymore. Most likely, some Sister Mei or Sister Ting would take her place. Knowing Wu Hai, he'd swap out women every day in exchange for supplies. Once I get my hands on those supplies, I'm going to buy a permanent safe spot in the third level of the black market. I'm done serving you. The two clung together, but each had their own thoughts. Huh? What's taking Wu Tao so long? It's just one girl, how has she not come back yet? Frowning, Wu Hai was getting impatient. Just as he was about to pull off Sister Xia's top. Step, step, step. Footsteps echoed from the dark corridor outside the iron gate. Who? Judging by the sound, it didn't seem like a group, it was just one person. Annoyed, Wu Hai poked his head out of the pit. But when he looked out past the gate, his impatient face instantly turned into one of shock. Standing outside, was none other than Chiu Xingxing, looking rosy and full of energy. It had only been 2 or 3 hours, and this woman seemed like a different person, Not only was her complexion better, even her body had matured quite a bit. You're 0929? Chiu Shengsheng? Wu Hai frowned, not believing his eyes. What the hell? 15 big men from the Viper mercenary group went after one defenseless woman, and she managed to return unharmed? Yes. It's me. I've completed my mission. Please open the gate, Gatekeeper Wu. Chiu Shengsheng's face was calm. Looking at Wu Hai now, she no longer had any of the timidness she once did. This outing had stripped away her former softness, replacing it with a cold and resolute edge. What did you call me? Gatekeeper Wu? His brow instantly twisted into a knot. No one had ever addressed him like that, except ability users. What else? You're just a gatekeeper. I've completed the job. According to black market mine rules, once I'm cleared, you should let me in. Chiu Shengsheng stared coldly at Wu Hai, neither arrogant nor servile. You. Fine. You say you completed the mission? Where's the stuff? Gritting his teeth, Wu Hai accidentally revealed his setup. Oh? How did Gatekeeper Wu know I was supposed to bring something back? Cut the crap. I've got more connections than meals you've eaten. If you say you completed the mission, but have nothing to show, how am I supposed to believe you? Here. She casually pulled out the Jing'an community blueprint from her pocket. Wu Hai's face froze. Clearly, he hadn't expected that Chiu Shengsheng could really retrieve it on her own. Damn it. What the hell were Wu Tao and the others doing? Not only did they let her come back, they let her finish the mission. His face darkened. Meanwhile, at the gate, Chiu Shengsheng slowly put away the blueprint and gestured at Wu Hai. Gatekeeper Wu, aren't you opening the door? You. Sister Xia, go inspect her. You know what I mean, right? He patted Sister Xia, whose eyes turned cold, clearly unhappy about Chiu Shengsheng's return. With a cold face, she walked to the gate. Once the iron mesh opened up a person-sized gap, she stormed over and grabbed Chiu Shengsheng by the shoulder. You, come with me. She pulled Chiu Shengsheng's arm angrily. But, as they entered a dirt pit, just as Sister Xia was about to act, Chiu Shengsheng's slender hand grabbed her back. Crack. In an instant, Sister Xia felt as if iron clamps had seized her shoulders, sending pain through her entire body. You! Chiu Shengsheng! What are you doing? Screaming like a shrew, Chiu Shengsheng remained expressionless. Sister Xia, last time I respected you, even gave you water, and you repay me by trying to get me killed. What are you saying? I said. Chiu Shengsheng, won't forget this grudge. In the black market mine, I can't touch you, but outside. Crack. Her grip sank deeper into Sister Xia's shoulders, making her tear up from the pain. She never expected that someone slimmer than her could have such strength. You're threatening me? Wu Hai! She shouted at the top of her lungs. Footsteps sounded outside the pit. Wu Hai appeared and yelled, "What's going on?" She threatened me. Said if we go out, she'll kill us. What? Wu Hai's brow twisted, his expression dark as hell, but he didn't dare step into the pit. Even in the apocalypse, the black market mine had its rules. If a man interfered or peeked during a woman's inspection, he'd be punished harshly. This rule was set by a powerful female ability user in the black market mine, and Wu Hai didn't dare disobey. You, check her for injuries first. We'll deal with the rest later. He called out helplessly. Inside the pit, Sister Xia coldly shook her arm. You hear that? Still want to get inside? With a cold face, Chiu Shengsheng let go of Sister Xia's shoulders and spread her arms, waiting for the inspection. Rustle. The moment Sister Xia undid her top. Suddenly, that packet of preserved jerky and 2 cigarettes dropped out of her pocket with a plop. What is this? Staring at the items that had fallen to the ground, this time there was no greed in Sister Xia's eyes, only surprise. Because she recognized both of them. The pre-packaged jerky belonged to someone in the Viper mercenary group named Xiao Wu. Sister Xia had even thought about sleeping with him twice just to trade for a taste of it. As for the 2 cigarettes? Those were part of the monthly tribute the Viper mercenary group gave to Wu Hai. And yet, these things had just fallen out of Chiu Shengsheng's pocket. What did that mean? That she could get these from the Viper mercenary group? With how they are, they'd never give this stuff away willingly. There was only one answer. She either robbed, tricked, or stole it from them. But that's impossible. She's just one person. How could she get something from 15 men in the Viper mercenary group? Could it be that she took them head on? That she has some power behind her too? Having survived the apocalypse for years, Sister Xia immediately thought of the only possibility. Because compared to believing Chiu Shengsheng defeated the Viper group on her own, she'd rather believe someone powerful was backing her. That's right. That's it. No wonder she said if we go out, she'll kill us. Could it be, this little bee asterisk TCH hooked up with some big shot outside? Her eyes scanned Chiu Shengsheng up and down. Though she didn't want to believe it, it was the only explanation. This time, she didn't dare try to pocket the stuff for herself. Pressing her lips together, she quickly picked up the items from the ground and stuffed them back into Chiu Shengsheng's coat. Then, pretending to go through the inspection motions, she gave Chiu Shengsheng a few perfunctory pats. Her once cold expression suddenly bloomed into a fake smile. Sister Shengsheng, you can't blame me for this. You know, I sleep with Wu Hai at night. When he saw that water, he asked questions, and I couldn't lie to him, could I? I'm just a woman, how could I not say something? Playing the victim, Sister Xia dared not offend someone who could destroy the Viper mercenary group. She gently helped Chiu Shengsheng put her jacket back on. Chiu Shengsheng gave her a side glance but said nothing. With a flick of her sleeve, she walked out of the pit. What happened? That little bitch, you gave her a... Outside the pit, Wu Hai had assumed it would be Sister Xia who came out, looking smug. But, when he saw Chiu Shengsheng walk out unscathed, his eyes narrowed. Sister Xia! Here! Here! Panicked, Sister Xia ran out of the pit and, while running, winked at Wu Hai. That one's fine. No problem. Wu Ji, you can let her in. Casting a suspicious look at her, Wu Hai then looked at the calm and composed Chiu Shengsheng, uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, he waved his hand. Click click click. The iron gate in the distance opened up a person-sized path. Without looking back, Chiu Shengsheng walked right through it. Step step step. Watching her disappear into the distance, Wu Hai's dark eyes turned to Sister Xia. Wang Xiaoxiao. You better give me an explanation. Oh my god, Wu Ji. Something big happened. What? Guess what I saw on her? What did you see? Xiao Wu's jerky, and those cigarettes those boys gave you as tribute. What? Staring blankly for a moment, Wu Hai suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he looked once more in the direction Chiu Shengsheng had gone, his face filled with disbelief, mumbling. How's that possible? How could that be? Did she really take it herself? Or, is someone helping her? Big Sis Linya, I'm here to submit my mission. Black Market Mine Mid-Level Mission Office. Chiu Shengsheng held the blueprint as she quickly approached the task desk. That fast? Linya looked at her in disbelief, then examined her from head to toe. As an ability user, Linya could clearly feel the change in Chiu Shengsheng. The weak, frail girl from before was gone. In her place stood someone sharp and vibrant, like a blooming rose with thorns. Got lucky, the zombies in the property office were probably cleared beforehand, so I just picked up the leftovers. She casually explained and handed over the blueprint. Linya glanced at it and gave Chiu Shengsheng a meaningful look. Is that so? Well then, you're really lucky. Here, this is your mission reward. She pushed a heavy bag of copper coins toward Chiu Shengsheng, teasing with a smile. This time, should last you about a week, huh? Should be enough. Oh, right, Big Sis Linya, do you know where I can sell things? Oh? Got some extra loot? Yeah, some gear. And also, this. Saying that, Chiu Shengsheng pushed the cigarettes onto the counter. Holy shit? Cigarettes? You really got your hands on this stuff? Even the usually calm Linya couldn't help but curse at the sight. Cigarettes? Who has them? Where? Just the word cigarettes made almost every man in the mission office turn their heads. But Chiu Shengsheng didn't panic. She calmly held the cigarettes in her hand. Because she knew, in the black market mine, no one dared make trouble. Unless, they could beat the level 8 ability user who created the place. Whoa, it really is cigarettes. Beautiful lady, I'll give you 10 copper coins for one, how about it? 10? You're dreaming. I'll pay 20. 25. In an instant, men surrounded Chiu Shengsheng, bidding like crazy. A long line was about to form, people crowding in. Behind the counter, Linya panicked and quickly took the cigarettes from Chiu Shengsheng's hand. Sister Shengsheng, how about this? I'll give you 100 copper coins, both sticks, okay? Sure. Chiu Shengsheng nodded. Selling both for 100 copper coins was a good deal. Besides, she had a decent relationship with Linya. Big Sis Linya, you smoke? She asked softly. Linya smiled and shook her head. No. My dad's the one who used to love it, but he hasn't had one in ages. I'm buying them to give him a little taste again. Oh. Then, can you help me sell other stuff too? Huh? You've got more? Daggers. Self-defense ones. That's fine. How many? I can help you offload them. Thinking for a moment, Chiu Shengsheng pretended to reach into her chest, her eyes darting to the air, and she whispered very softly. Senior. The next second? Clatter clatter. 14 daggers dropped heavily onto the counter. Linya's eyes froze. These are the few items you were talking about? That's right. Qiu Shengxing nodded lightly. As Linya looked at her again, her expression kept shifting. 14 daggers. If this kind of thing appeared at a first-tier survivor base, fine, understandable. But this was the third-tier black market mine. 14 self-defense daggers? Where'd they come from? Did she raid an armory? Or rob someone? Armory? What a joke, Wannan City had already been stripped bare. There was no way Qiu Shengxing had found a hidden weapons cache. Only one possibility remained. This seemingly delicate girl had wiped out at least a 14-man squad. But, Qiu Shengxing? Robbing a squad? That was unthinkable. She was so small? Shengxing. You. Linya opened her mouth, unable to suppress her curiosity. But seeing Qiu Shengxing's calm and unfamiliar demeanor, she swallowed her questions and quietly stored the daggers under the counter. 14 daggers. I'll give you 10 copper coins each, 140 total. Sound good? All right. Qiu Shengxing nodded. She wasn't about to carry daggers all over the market trying to sell them, so she agreed readily. Good then. Here's your money. Another heavy pouch of copper coins was pushed onto the table. Qiu Shengxing now had 290 copper coins in her little pouch. The bulging pouch brought a faint smile to her face. For some reason, Linya no longer saw innocence in Qiu Shengxing's smile. It felt very different now. It felt like this girl had undergone a transformation, like she had become someone entirely new. Sister Linya. Well, I'll head home now. Watching the girl's firm back fade into the distance, Linya played with one of the daggers under the counter, her eyes narrowing. Your doomsday survival character Qiu Shengxing has completed the mission and received 50 copper coins as a reward. Qiu Shengxing's happiness +1. Due to additional unexpected earnings, Qiu Shengxing is in a good mood, happiness +1. Current happiness, 24. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren watched all of Qiu Shengxing's decisions with a satisfied look. He had thought the silly girl would still be clingy and dependent on others. But unexpectedly, she'd shown her sharp edge, like a wild rose. You little thing. Still putting on that cold and aloof act. But inside, you're smiling your heart out, huh? He poked at Qiu Shengxing's cheek. In the cramped earthen alley, her previously serious face flushed red. Senior. You. Can you give me a heads up next time before you touch my face? She lowered her head shyly, completely different from the icy rose moments ago. Seeing that contrast, Du Ziren grinned, suddenly imagining a possible future. A queen of the apocalypse with a frosty face for the world, but behind closed doors, she blushed and acted coy only for him. Damn. Just thinking about it is exciting. He tapped her a few more times, watching as she made her way to a simple market. She spent 40 copper coins there, buying 2 newer quilts. Carrying both on her small frame without even panting, she returned to a little earthen house in the middle tier. Xiao Ning, Xiao Jing. I'm home. As her voice rang out. Creak. The wooden door opened, and 2 little kids ran out. Ye sister's home. She's back. Shouting joyfully, they saw the 2 quilts on Qiu Shengxing's back. Sis, you even bought quilts? I remember quilts are really expensive. The older one, Xiao Ning, looked concerned. He knew how much risk his sister must have taken to afford them. It's fine, Xiao Ning. Sis has money now. Sis will even take you both to the 3rd tier tomorrow for a bath and a hot meal with white rice. Qiu Shengxing smiled lightly. With 200 copper coins, she was now a small-time rich person in the middle tier. Huh? White rice? You mean that sweet thing that doesn't scratch your stomach when you eat it? Little Xiao Jing tilted her head. At the mention of white rice, her eyes sparkled. Yep. Tomorrow morning. But sis, where did you get all that money? Xiao Ning frowned. He was worried his sister had done something bad for it. Xiao Ning. Don't overthink it. Sis just met someone really, really good. Your sister can kill zombies all by herself now. Seeing the worry in her brother's face, Qiu Shengxing patted his head and revealed the handgun in her chest. Ha! Sis. You. Sure. Just remember, Xiao Ning, we're going to have a better life now. Got it, sis. Let's change the bedding now. That old one's all black. Step step step. The 3 siblings laughed and talked as they walked into the little house. Warm candlelight flickered inside. After replacing the old bedding with the new quilts, Qiu Shengxing pulled out her last pack of prepackaged jerky. Then, she shyly glanced around. Senior. Buzz. No words needed. 5 packs of wafer cookies, 1 can of bottled iron kettle water, several packs of honey-glazed jerky, and bottles of mineral water suddenly appeared in the corner of the room. Sis. What's this? Did you awaken a space ability? Xiaoning's eyes went wide, staring in disbelief at the items. Whoa! We have food at home now. Little Xiao Jing didn't know what ability meant, she just grabbed the food and hugged it close. Her reaction was just like how Qiu Shengxing used to stash things. Nope. Sis told you already, didn't she? She met someone really, really good. He sent these over. Qiu Shengxing smiled and bowed respectfully toward the room. A good person? Sis, don't tell me you joined some crazy organization? First a gun, then a space ability? What do they want from Sis? Xiaoning frowned hard, his little brain steaming with thoughts. He couldn't imagine what someone could gain from his frail sister. Could it be, they like Sis? He guessed, sneaking a look at Qiu Shengxing's face. His thoughts ran wild. At the small wooden table, a few packs of honey-glazed jerky were torn open, filling the room with delicious smells. Wow, so tasty. So yummy. Little Xiao Jing chewed happily, eyes squinting in delight. Qiu Shengxing was just about to take a few bites herself. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, someone knocked on the wooden door. Ha! Qiu Shengxing instinctively tensed like a leopard, eyes locking on the door. Who? Oh, Sister Shengxing, it's me, Linya. Sister Linya? What are you doing here? Blinking in confusion, Qiu Shengxing was close to Linya, but not that close. Actually, I came to talk about something. I just don't know, is it convenient right now? Wait, I'll come out? Hesitating, Qiu Shengxing walked to the door, opened a crack, and stepped out. Outside, Linya stood alone. She couldn't see much inside, but she caught the scent of meat, her gray-brown eyes narrowed, and her suspicions grew stronger. Sister Linya, what did you want to talk about? Closing the door behind her, Qiu Shengxing gave a friendly smile. Linya smiled back even wider. But the next words out of her mouth sent a shock through Qiu Shengxing's heart. Shengxing, Big Sis wants to meet the person behind you. Do you think that's possible? Huh? What person behind me? Sister Linya, what are you talking about? A flicker of panic flashed across Qiu Shengxing's face, but she quickly masked it with a look of pure innocence. Linya stared at her reaction closely, her expression remaining firm. Don't pretend. Shengxing, I mean no harm. You know what? You're just a young girl, and suddenly you pulled out so much stuff, there's only one possibility. Either you got lucky with a haul, or someone helped you. As for getting lucky, with Wu Hai that stingy gatekeeper, there's no way you could have brought back all that. So there's only one explanation. You met someone powerful, didn't you? Her grayish-brown eyes locked onto Qiu Shengxing, and her sharp analysis left Qiu Shengxing at a loss. She didn't know how to respond, so she simply hardened her face. No. I found it myself. She didn't even know why. Qiu Shengxing didn't want to share anything about Senior with anyone else, she wanted to keep him to herself. Even if it felt selfish, even if it seemed strange. But someone like Senior probably wouldn't like being bothered by others, right? Thinking this, she bit down firmly. Please leave. I really don't have anyone behind me. I truly have no bad intentions. I'll even say this, as long as the person behind you is a superpowered being or higher, I, Linya, will offer myself completely to him. All I ask is that he take us to a high-level safe camp. You know too, opportunities at those places are far better than here in the black market mine. As Linya spoke, her gray-brown hair draped over her chest. Her curvaceous figure was on full display, mature and seductive, like she was waiting for someone to take her. Seeing this made Qiu Shengxing even more flustered. Senior could see everything. What if he chose Linya instead and left her behind? That woman was more seductive, more mature, more beautiful than her. The more she thought, the more scared she felt. Qiu Shengxing could only look helplessly toward the surrounding darkness. At the same time, Du Ziren lay on his hospital bed, curiously watching the scene in the game. Damn. This game is really that open-ended? Even NPCs are coming to me for favors now? A potential recruit is seeking your help. Do you want to help Linya? Helping Linya will unlock all her perspectives. She will unconditionally fulfill all your requests. Helping Linya will give you plus 50 happiness from her, but minus 10 from Qiu Shengxing. What? Helping her would make my Shengxing sad? Then screw that. Get lost, get lost. He instantly clicked no. No way. Du Ziren was a pure love warrior. What harem? What multiple perspective routes? In front of true love, they meant nothing. In real life he was a loyal lover, and in the game he was too. He couldn't do anything that would hurt Qiu Shengxing, not even a little. Get lost. Almost the moment he hit no. In front of the cramped little house, a strange wave of energy burst outward. Get lost. The soul-shaking sound wave blasted out. Linya, who had been striking a seductive pose, froze, her face instantly turned pale with fright. This sound wave. It came from far away. There's no soundwave type ability user in this base. That means, the person behind Qiu Xingxing is at least an awakened with a sound type ability? Oh my god. Thump. Without any hesitation. Linya fell to her knees in the mud, kowtowing repeatedly. Senior. Senior, I was wrong. If you don't want someone like me, I'll leave immediately. I'll leave right now. She scrambled backward, head-butting the ground as she moved. Linya was smart. She knew that with people of this level, if you argue or act flirtatious even a little too much, you could be crushed with a snap of the fingers. As for whether someone like that would kill in the black market mine? Don't joke. The founder of this place is just a level 8 ability user, even he wouldn't dare fart in front of someone like that. Better to stay alive than take shortcuts. Thud thud thud. Her kowtows echoed farther and farther away. Once Linya disappeared, Qiu Xingxing stood in the dark, staring blankly around her. She didn't know why. But her heart felt warm. She couldn't describe it, but it felt like she was Senior's only one, cherished, and that illusion made her feel happy. Your doomsday survival character is immersed in a blissful fantasy. Happiness +1. Current happiness, 25. What the hell? I just told off an NPC who wanted something, and my Xingxing got happier? Does she have a romance brain or what? On his phone, Du Ziren poked at the dazed Qiu Xingxing. Go back and eat. Oh okay. Blushing, Qiu Xingxing smiled like a little deer and skipped back into the earthen house. Inside, warmth and joy returned to the little home. Du Ziren watched the phone screen, slowly placing it down on the nightstand. Phew. I guess I've cleared the intro part of this game now. Gotta say, this game really kills time. Looking outside, it had gone from morning to noon. Aya. He stretched his upper body. Creak. Suddenly, the hospital room door opened. Dr. Lu walked in holding another package. Ziren. Another package came for you, found it at the door. Don't tell me it's from that online girlfriend of yours again? She lifted the package. It looked just like the one before. On the front, once again, were the words, sent to Senior by Qiu Xingxing. I guess, yeah, you could say that. Dr. Lu, hand me the utility knife, I'll open it. Now able to move his upper body, Du Ziren didn't want to rely on others for everything. Rustle rustle. He unwrapped the tightly taped box, and once again, the scent of blood wafted out. Inside this time was an oval-shaped, metallic-colored crystal core. Oh? This Wu Tao's crystal core was crafted pretty well. Holding the crystal core up to the light, Du Ziren saw liquid metal flowing inside, high-tech and vivid. This thing again. Sigh, you youngsters really love sending these, huh? Dr. Lu glanced at it and nodded. To her, it looked like another novelty item, much less impressive than the blood-red one from last time. Hee hee. Well, if the game company's giving out freebies, might as well take them. Clutching the metal crystal core, Du Ziren felt warmth spreading through his palm. Then, on a whim, he placed the crystal core in front of his numb legs. I wonder if it could warm up my legs affected by ALS too. You child. Believing in that stuff, might as well let the nurse help you with rehab. But still, if it's something your little girlfriend sent you, maybe it really will have some effect. Smiling, Dr. Lu didn't say much about what Du Ziren was doing. She glanced at the bright sunlight outside and asked again, Ziren, it's a nice day. Should I wheel you out for some sun? Maybe not. I'd rather play some more. Alright then, just make sure to rest. After tucking the blanket back over him, Dr. Lu shook her head and walked out of the ward. Buzz buzz buzz. A warm sensation came from the soles of his feet. Du Ziren felt warmth gradually spread through his lower body, so relaxing that his eyelids grew heavy. I'll take a nap. As he closed his eyes, he didn't see the liquid inside the metallic crystal core slowly turning into flowing metal light, pouring into his lower body. His previously pale and skinny legs began regaining color, and suddenly twitched. Oh, right. Ziren, someone with ALS will be moving into the room next door later. He's an elderly man, and his mood is very unstable. You might have to get used to that. Click. The hospital room door opened again. Dr. Lu poked her head in to speak. She thought she might be disturbing Du Ziren's rest, but he was already snoring softly. He fell asleep that fast? Looks like he's in a good mood today. Scratching her head, Dr. Lu quickly left the room. In the distance, an elderly man surrounded by a large group of people was being wheeled toward the room next to Du Ziren's. Beside him were his wife, son, daughter, grandson, almost the whole family, all trying to comfort him. Old man, it's okay. It's just nerve damage in your legs. I'll push you around outside every day. Yeah, Dad, technology is advanced now. There are smart wheelchairs. You'll still be able to go out on your own. Dad, don't worry. Even if you have to stay inside, we'll get you a smart TV, home care, voice assistants, you'll never be bored at home. Despite their care, the old man was not satisfied. He just kept yelling, "My legs! My legs! I'll never be able to walk outside again. Why am I so miserable? Why did this happen to me?" Screaming like a stubborn old child, the more they comforted him, the louder he cried. As if their attention made him feel better. Sigh, this old man. Getting sick in old age, with the whole family supporting him, that's already a huge blessing. Look at Ziren, got sick all alone, never said anything, never even cried. Watching the old man throw a tantrum, Dr. Lu couldn't help but sigh. The difference between people, their fates, really was immense. I just hope this old man doesn't upset Ziren too much. Her face darkened a bit. Dr. Lu knew, within hospitals, there were unspoken comparisons. Not about money, but illness and family support. For example, if an early-stage dialysis patient shares a room with a late-stage one. The early-stage one has family around, still has hope. The late-stage one lies there alone, probably not long for this world. Imagine how hard it must be for that late-stage patient to watch the other one laugh and chat with loved ones every day. But then again, maybe Ziren's girlfriend really can bring him a miracle. Even just a small one, sigh. With a sigh, Dr. Lu passed the elderly man's family and quickly left the ward floor. After a long fuss, the old man was finally settled into the room next to Ziren's. But he still wore a sour expression. His son, trying to be dutiful, stood up immediately. "Dad, don't worry. From today on, my wife, my son, and I will visit you every morning. And every evening too. Dad, I'll come see you every afternoon. Yes, yes. Dear, I'll take you out to get some sun whenever you want." The whole family crowded around, trying to cheer him up. The old man raised his chin and finally looked a little more at ease. "Humph. Talk is cheap, just make sure you actually do it. We will. Honestly, your condition isn't even that bad. With some observation in the hospital, and regular meds at home, we can still take you outside." Compared to that, I heard the guy in the next room. Just 18 years old. Already paralyzed from head to toe. Isn't that way worse than you? Seeing the old man's mood lift, the son immediately started comparing. Some people just love to compare. If their illness is milder than someone else's, they feel better. Do they ever think about how that might hurt the other person? They don't even consider it. Yeah. That kid just finished his college entrance exams, hasn't even had a girlfriend, never gone to college. And now he's stuck in bed for life. See how lucky you are. Right? I heard his whole family's gone too. And look, we're all here for you. He's all alone, how sad is that? Hearing this, the old man finally felt more relieved. Yeah. That kid next door really was worse off. Come. Push me over. I want to see how miserable he is. Hearing how bad the other guy had it, the old man immediately wanted to take a look, hoping to gain some perverse satisfaction from the comparison. "Okay. Dad here, I'll carry you." His son, completely ignoring basic manners or hospital rules, lifted his father and headed for Ziren's room. The whole group followed behind. Passing nurses frowned as they watched. People can be disgusting, but not this disgusting. Still, no one stepped in to stop them. "Let's go. Hurry." The old man urged his son forward, the corridor echoing with noisy footsteps. Step, step, step. The sound grew louder. Ziren, snoring peacefully in his bed, began to frown. He was dreaming? And it was a strange dream. In the dream, he had really awakened abilities, not just one, but several. He used his powers to fight a giant mutated beast in some unknown place. Click. Suddenly, the sound of the door opening snapped Ziren awake. "Who?" He bolted upright in bed, eyes locking on the doorway. A young man was carrying an old man on his back. The old man craned his neck, staring at Ziren. "Oh. So this is the pitiful kid, huh? So young, and already paralyzed. That's really sad." The old man spoke shamelessly, without even trying to lower his voice. Ziren's face darkened. "Who are you?" "Oh, don't get the wrong idea. I'm your neighbor, the other patient. But me, I just have ALS in the legs. I'll probably be discharged soon. Not like you, you're probably stuck for life." The old man was still smugly rambling. Clink. A now perfectly clear crystal core rolled off Ziren's bed. Ziren ignored the old man and stared at the crystal core. The metallic color had vanished, just like the blood-red one from before. Did the special liquid's effect run out again? That sucks. He bent down to pick up the crystal core under the bed, but as he bent over, his lower body suddenly had strength again. With a jolt, he flipped off the bed, and stood up on his feet. "Huh? I can stand? Shock hit him hard. It took a moment to realize, he could stand? Holy shit. At the door, the old man was completely stunned. Son. Did we go into the wrong room? This is the right room. I specifically arranged for you to be next to the late-stage patient before I came here. The young man scratched his head, confused, staring at Duziren. Late stage? Late your ass. This guy jumped right off the bed. Tell me, what kind of late-stage ALS patient can stand on the floor like that? Bang! A dried jujube smacked the son on the head, the old man full of dissatisfaction. He came to find someone worse off than himself, to feel a little better. But now seeing someone up and walking around, he felt even worse inside. Ow, Dad. Why'd you hit me? I definitely didn't get the wrong room. This is that guy's room. Hey, who are you? What are you doing in a patient's room? The young man looked at Duziren suspiciously. Duziren shrugged, that's right. I'm the one you were talking about, the tragic case. You. Who are you fooling? If you're that person, how can you be out of bed? Can't I have recovered on my own? Recover? My ass. ALS healing on its own? There's barely a handful of such cases worldwide. Believe it or not, up to you. Duziren calmly picked up the crystal-clear crystal core from the floor and gently placed it in the pot of snowdrop flowers. You. No, I'm reporting this. Someone's occupying another patient's bed. Annoyed after being hit by his father, the young man felt certain this guy had stolen a late-stage patient's bed. In his mind, there's no way someone with ALS could be walking around. Someone come. Doctor. Nurse. What kind of ward management is this? Shouting loudly, several doctors and nurses rushed over. Leading them was none other than Dr. Liu, her badge-reading neuromuscular specialist. She frowned and looked at the young man, annoyed. What now? Your father throwing another tantrum? What tantrum? I'm telling you, someone's in the wrong room. What? Look! Wasn't this supposed to be the room for a late-stage ALS patient? Look at that. Standing there all lively, how's that late stage? That's alive and kicking stage. He stepped aside and pointed inside at Duziren. What nonsense are you spouting? This is Ziren's room, and this isn't for you to. Halfway through her sentence, Dr. Liu went blank. Because she saw something she'd never imagined in her life. The afternoon sunlight streamed into the ward. The boy stood holding a white snowdrop flower, bathed in light. The spring breeze passed, the snowdrop swayed, and the boy smiled brightly at her. Dr. Liu. I think I'm really cured. This. Her jaw dropped so far it could fit an egg. She even rubbed her eyes and slapped her own face. This isn't a hallucination, right? When Duziren could move his upper body last time, Dr. Liu still tried to rationalize it with youth and potential recovery. But now, a late-stage ALS patient was literally standing in front of her. This was an absolute miracle. Ziren, how did you manage to stand up? Step. She rushed over in a few quick steps and squatted down, pressing and squeezing the muscles in Duziren's legs. What should have been thin and wasted limbs were now firm and strong. This is just completely unscientific. Dr. Liu muttered, while Duziren scratched his head in confusion. Dr. Liu, do you think, maybe it's really the power of love? Her mouth twitched. Dr. Liu was stunned. That line was something she'd made up before, just to comfort Duziren, hoping he could live his last days with a bit more happiness. In real life, recovering from illness through love? The odds were lower than winning the lottery. And yet? Seriously? You actually recovered from online love? Is this a joke? After double-checking his muscle strength, Dr. Liu's lips trembled. No. Ziren, come with me. I have to report this to the hospital director immediately. A miracle. This is an absolute miracle. A late-stage ALS patient fully recovered. You're definitely going to be tomorrow's top headline. Grabbing Duziren's hand, Dr. Liu ignored everything else and sprinted toward the director's office. Step. As the two of them dashed off in a frenzy, the old man's family stood frozen at the doorway. Hey, son. I didn't hear that wrong, did I? Late-stage ALS, self-recovered? This is obviously Chinese. So why do the words together make no sense to me? The old man's mouth twitched, and the young man was dumbfounded. Self-recovery. Late-stage ALS, self-healed? That luck? Dad, maybe we should transfer hospitals? I'm afraid you might get depressed. They had come here wanting to make comparisons to cheer the old man up. Now, the son was worried the old man would get depressed. Someone else actually self-healed. What kind of absurd luck is that? All their mocking moments ago now felt like childish nonsense. Transfer immediately. I can't fucking take it anymore. Why? Why can he recover? My legs, my legs. A fresh round of tantrums erupted in the ward area. Onlookers rolled their eyes and quickly dispersed. Neuromuscular Institute of Wannan City, Director's Office. At the moment, 2 men were seated in the office. One wore a white lab coat, his chest tag reading Director Huang, with an air of authority. The other wore a suit, holding a briefcase, smiling politely. The young man was respectfully presenting documents from the briefcase. Director Huang, as you can see, with our Norman Pharmaceuticals R&D capabilities, we can fully meet your hospital's needs. As long as you agree to a partnership, we'll prioritize your medication orders. And we'll even offer 20% off standard pricing. What do you say? He smiled warmly. On his chest was a badge reading Norman Pharmaceuticals. Salesman son, you're quite the speaker. Partnering with your company would be an honor for us as well. All right then, let's consider it done. Oh, about what your company asked, whether there are any special individuals at our hospital. Special individuals? You mean those who survive cancer, or recover at late stages? I know your company aims to extract resistance data from such cases to develop new treatments. But you know as well as I do, nowadays, such cases are extremely rare. Let alone miraculous recoveries from late-stage cancer, sepsis, AIDS. Those are straight-up medical miracles. How could I possibly have a miracle here? Director Huang chuckled casually. Bang! The office doors burst open. Dr. Lu charged in with Du Ziren. Director! It's a miracle! Ziren has self-recovered from ALS? What are you doing? Not even knocking on the door. So rude. What kind of manners are these? Wait, what did you just say? Hearing Dr. Lu's last sentence, Director Huang, who had been unhappy because someone had just pushed open the door without knocking, instantly went from displeased to astonished, then stared at Du Ziren in disbelief. The old eyes behind his narrow glasses were wide with shock. Director Huang knew who Du Ziren was. After all, there weren't many people wealthy enough to keep paying hospital bills for so long. Self-healed? ALS, late-stage ALS? Self-healed? It was like seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Director Huang looked Du Ziren up and down carefully for a long while, his mouth twitching. So there really are miracles? He adjusted his glasses. Beside him, Salesman Sun's eyes were shining as he kept staring at Du Ziren. Ziren, tell me, what have you been doing all this time? Did you just self-heal? With sincere, intense, pleading eyes, they looked at Du Ziren. Du Ziren scratched his head stupidly. I just slept, ate, played games, dated online. Ha! That's it? That's it. Nodding like a baby rattle, Director Huang didn't believe it and looked toward Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu also nodded, and then he let out a long breath. My goodness. This is literally a divine sign. Although it's hard to believe, the human body truly is mysterious. If you really healed, Ziren, your active blood cells might be the future hope for every ALS patient. Calmer now, Director Huang patted Du Ziren's shoulder. Ziren, have you considered donating blood for our research? Of course, it would be compensated. Before he finished, Salesman Sun quickly interrupted. 1 million. Mr. Du? If your case is real, our company is willing to offer 1 million for 150 milliliters of your blood for disease research. What do you think? Who are you? Only then did Du Ziren see the man in a suit in the corner. The man stood up quickly. Norman Pharmaceutical Research Company, Sales Department, Sun Kong. Oh. 1 million, huh? If this was the old Du Ziren, he would have lit up at that number and agreed immediately. But now, his family already had 3 million in compensation money. Even after nearly a month of hospital bills and game money spending, he still had about 2.7 million left. Though Du's family wasn't rich, they owned a 3-bedroom apartment in the city. As long as Du Ziren didn't do anything rash like starting a business, that was enough to live on forever. 1 million. Du Ziren mulled over the number and didn't agree right away. Sun Kong grew anxious. Mr. Du. Listen, your situation has definitely spread through the hospital. Many pharmaceutical companies or even national medical research groups will approach you. Providing a blood sample helps all people. But I guarantee, many hospitals won't offer this price. Instead of being harassed by them, cooperate with us. If you're not after money, we can make sure you aren't disturbed and provide proper living conditions, completely free of charge. Sun Kang's smile was stretched like a flower. Du Ziren looked at him with a blank face. He wasn't stupid. This guy just wanted to get first access to the sample. And the so-called free living arrangement? Don't be ridiculous. That's just a lab rat observation room. Who said I don't want money? I have one request: if you're going to draw blood, let me watch what experiments you're doing with it. I don't want to see my blood injected into mice and a bunch of test animals dying. Not agreeing? If you don't agree, the official people should be here soon, right? Fine. Reluctantly agreeing, Sun Kong immediately took out his phone and made a call. Hello? Hey, I'm Sun Kong. Send some research staff here. I found a case of ALS self-healing. Also, have finance prepare the 1 million transfer immediately. Knock. Almost as soon as he made the call, Director Huang's door was knocked on again. Director Huang Qishan, we are from the National Center for Disease Control. We heard you have a self-healed ALS patient. Please cooperate with our work. Click. Before Director Huang could open the door, several middle-aged men in official uniforms entered. Oh, isn't that Mr. Louis? You're here too. Seeing them, Director Huang wanted to be polite, but the lead official quickly waved and looked straight at Du Ziren. You must be Mr. Du. We sincerely invite you to cooperate with blood sampling for the national CDC. You know, your cooperation now will influence the future of all ALS patients. Of course, we respect citizens' freedom. Whether you cooperate is up to you. Official Louis looked at Du Ziren sincerely. Du Ziren just stared at him. That's it? What do you mean? I mean, if I cooperate and give a sample, there's no compensation. Well, we can apply for a bonus from higher authorities. Oh, I see. Then since you're already here, I just signed a contract with Coleman Pharmaceuticals to draw blood for them first. How about we do it together? Coleman Company? Lu Yi's eyes suddenly looked toward Salesman Sun, who put away his phone with a smug smile. He already knew, whoever got the blood sample first would have an advantage in research, in producing medicine, and in dominating the market, so that 1 million was nothing compared to the future value. Dr. Louis, now that you're here, how about seeing our company's research technology? Forget it. Let's each draw samples separately. The atmosphere in the director's office grew tense. Du Ziren held the snowdrop flower in his hand, bored while waiting for the research teams to arrive. He knew that becoming a self-healed ALS case would attract attention. He wasn't that selfish. If his blood could help other patients, he didn't mind donating a little and making some money. Solving everything today would help him return to normal life. Step. About half an hour later, outside the director's office, 2 more teams arrived. Both carried cold boxes and mobile monitoring equipment. As soon as they entered the room, the 2 groups set down their instruments, and everyone's eyes turned to Du Ziren. Du Ziren shrugged. Why are you looking at me? Transfer the money. Such a mercenary look made the people around frown. But Du Ziren did not care about the looks around him. Anything he could get was his. And what was his was Qiu Xingxing's. What's wrong with asking for more support money for your wife? What's wrong with loving your wife? Not shameful. Not embarrassing. Mr. Du. Our finance department is ready now. Please tell us the card number. 69,845. Okay. They quickly recorded this card number on the phone. After a series of operations by Sun Kong, Du Ziren's phone soon started to vibrate. Bank card ending in 0304 has received 1 million yuan. Current balance, 3,704,000. All right. If the money has arrived, you can start taking samples. Rolling up his sleeve, Du Ziren walked to the medical staff of the Coleman Pharmaceutical Company, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally landing on Louis. Louis frowned and immediately instructed a young man beside him. Go. Apply for the bonus. Then transfer it to Du Ziren's account. Understood. The young man nodded and immediately ran out of the dean's office to make a phone call. As the cold needle pierced into the biceps, Du Ziren watched with his own eyes as 150 milliliters of his blood was drawn. This amount was not much. After it was done, he even felt a bit energetic. All right then. Dr. N, you can start the preliminary research. Sun Kong called out. A female doctor from the Coleman Pharmaceutical Company immediately dropped a few drops of blood from the test tube and placed them under a microscope. Blood sample activity, no different from ordinary people. Blood analysis, white blood cells and red blood cells are normal. Suddenly. Dr. N paused mid-sentence. What's wrong? Everyone in the room immediately looked at Dr. N. Dr. N raised her head, her face full of disbelief. His blood contains 2 special active molecules, maintaining very high activity. Perhaps it is these 2 active molecules that caused his ALS to heal itself. That's great. Can this thing be extracted? It seems not. Why? Because starting just now, these 2 active components have been disappearing rapidly. Now they're already gone. I'm certain that the two active molecules in this tube of blood are almost completely dead. As she spoke, Dr. An lifted the 150 milliliters blood drawn from Du Ziren's arm, looking somewhat helpless. What? According to you, the blood sample we bought for 1 million now has no value? Sun Kang's face turned pale. This 1 million was spent faster than buying a house. This, I'm sure. Because, with that strange molecule's rate of loss, the blood in that test tube should now be no different from an ordinary person's. Dr. An shook her head and looked regretfully at the blood sample already placed in the freezer. Oh? If that's the case, Mr. Du, I'd like to make a request to you. Our CDC will also pay you 1 million. But your blood will be injected into lab mice immediately. Do you agree? Seeing the Coleman Pharmaceutical Company take a loss, a flash of light appeared in Lu Yi's eyes. Since blood sampling immediately causes the activity to disappear, what if Du Ziren's blood is injected into mice right away? Then would those two strange active molecules disappear? Or could they remain in the mice? Another 1 million. My parents probably never imagined I'd make money this fast, right? Muttering to himself, Du Ziren nodded indifferently. Sure. But the condition is that I get to see the results. Deal. Xiao Xiao. Shouting toward outside the dean's office, the young man who had run out earlier had already returned. Report. The application has been submitted. Good. Immediately transfer 1 million to Mr. Du's account. Understood. As the phone vibrated again, Du Ziren glanced at it. His bank balance had already soared to 4,704,000. Damn. Having a terminal illness not only didn't bankrupt him, it actually made him richer. Du Ziren felt that all of this was changed by Qiu Shengsheng's arrival. Shengsheng. Wait for me. After donating blood later, I'll definitely recharge 648 for you. No. 10 times 648. Rolling up his sleeve again, another 150 milliliters of blood was drawn from Du Ziren's other arm. Almost the moment the blood was drawn, a doctor injected it into a lab mouse. Squeak squeak squeak. After being injected, the mouse only squeaked a few times. Nothing else changed. About 15 minutes later, the medical staff drew blood again from the injection site of the mouse for testing. Shortly after. Report, it's gone, those two magical blood-active molecules are gone again. Inside the dean's office, there was dead silence. Great. Another 1 million wasted. Countless gazes intentionally or unintentionally looked at Du Ziren. Du Ziren shrugged. Why are you looking at me? If you're not convinced, spend more money and draw more blood. That thing disappearing has nothing to do with me. Sigh. Lu Yi frowned, waved his hand, and led his people out of the dean's office. Let's go. This kind of innate blood product may only be produced by his body functions. The heart transports the blood, and the blood produces those two active molecules. Unless his heart is dissected to analyze how the active molecules are born, studying blood samples is meaningless. As for dissecting the heart? Killing a person who self-healed from ALS to study his body? That's even more like killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Completely meaningless. There's no need to block his information anymore. Just say it was a miracle of staying optimistic and finally recovering. He gave Du Ziren a meaningful look, shook his head, and left in disappointment. Tap tap tap. After he left, Sun Kang, with a dark face, casually exchanged a few polite words with Huang Qishan and also left quickly with his people. Inside the dean's office, only Du Ziren, Dr. Lu, and Director Huang remained. Well, Director Huang, do you still want to study my blood? Du Ziren looked at Huang Qishan with a mischievous smile. Huang Qishan frowned and shook his head hard. Ziren. Stop joking with me. They couldn't figure it out. How would I dare touch it? You can handle the discharge procedures tonight. Congratulations, you're discharged. Upholding a doctor's responsibility, Huang Qishan forced a smile. Du Ziren smiled slightly. Thank you all for taking care of me these days. You're welcome. Then, Director, I'll take Ziren away? Dr. Lu spoke up. Huang Qishan sighed and watched the two leave. Go, go. Sigh. Why do the two active components in the blood disappear? Could it be that two new existences were born inside Du Ziren's body, constantly producing energy? Damn. I must be overthinking it. How could two energy bodies be born inside a human body? Patting his face, Huang Qishan cut off his own absurd thoughts. At night, at the entrance of Wannan City Muscle and Nerve Hospital, Du Ziren hugged the pot of snowdrop flowers and waved to Dr. Lu. Dr. Lu, thank you for all your care. Hey, when did I take care of you? If you want to thank someone, thank your online girlfriend. Seems like all good things started from online dating, right? Alright then. I'll definitely treat her well. Ha ha ha. I hope that in my lifetime, I can drink at your wedding banquet. Dr. Lu joked. Duziren's expression immediately became strange. Drink wine at my wedding with my electronic wife? That's absurd. Completely absurd. I'll try my best. After waving and saying goodbye to Dr. Lu several times, Duziren stopped a taxi speeding by. Driver. To Wanan Garden. All right, young man, sit tight. The night wind blew in through the taxi window. The snowdrop flowers in his hand swayed gently. Seeing the neon city again, Duziren felt a mix of emotions in his heart. My life has come back again. Duziren murmured. At that moment, the taxi's radio broadcast started playing the news. Good news. Good news. Our city's muscle and nerve hospital has seen the world's first case of spontaneous recovery from ALS. It is reported that during his illness, the patient stayed positive, optimistic, and confident in life. Let us congratulate him for defeating the disease with the greatness of life. On August 18, Wannan City's mountain area will witness the Leo meteor shower, a once-in-a-century spectacle. The broadcast was full of happy news, making even the driver nod along. Hey! These days, anything amazing can happen. ALS can even heal itself? Kid, you know ALS, right? That guy in the wheelchair from that beautiful country had this disease too. They say once you get it, it's even harder to treat than AIDS. I remember only 7 people worldwide have been cured of AIDS, which is already incredible. But ALS being cured, this is definitely the first. That person must be insanely lucky. Even this disease got cured. The driver sighed emotionally. Duziren, sitting in the back seat, had a complicated expression. Yeah, that guy really is lucky. Right? I don't know how he stayed optimistic. If I got this disease, I'd be depressed for sure. Maybe, he has something to rely on emotionally? Duziren smiled and calmly opened his phone. The apocalypse survival game was still running. On the screen, Qiu Xingxing was also spending a happy day of her own. Taking her younger brother and sister to bathe, eating white rice, shopping. This day, Qiu Xingxing was very happy too. An emotional support? Kid, you mean being in love, right? I think so too. The car stopped at the entrance of Wanan Garden. Duziren paid the fare and smiled in relief. Yeah, that lucky guy must be in love. Tap tap tap. Walking back to the apartment building, he looked at the countless lights shining from homes. But none of them belonged to him anymore. Duziren's eyes darkened instantly. A series of notification sounds came from his phone. He looked down. Your apocalypse survival character had a pleasant day. Happiness +1. Current happiness, 25. On the phone screen, Qiu Xingxing had finished eating her white rice. She looked up at the darkness outside the clay house and softly murmured. Senior, what are you doing right now? He must be very busy, right? I'm so curious what kind of person Senior is. He must be a very capable, very strong, very kind person, right? The small girl leaned against the clay seat, looking up at the sky, her cheeks flushed red. Tap. The next moment, Qiu Xingxing's face was suddenly poked. Ah? Senior. Why are you secretly listening to me? A blush spread across her face. Her little thoughts had all been heard, and she immediately lowered her head. Under the lonely apartment building, all of Duziren's loneliness vanished. Who said that among thousands of lights, none belonged to him? The fire in Qiu Xingxing's heart would always burn for him. Shengsheng. It's really good to have met you. Even if, you're just a virtual character in a game. Touching the girl's cheek, holding the snowdrop flowers, Duziren climbed upstairs in a few quick steps. Room 702. This was Duziren's home. Since no one had lived there for a long time, it was already covered in dust. Fortunately, there was no situation of relatives fighting over his house. After all, everyone was afraid to live in a home where a family of 3 had died in a car accident. After doing some simple cleaning, Duziren ordered takeout, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and watched Qiu Xingxing's side of the screen. Sister, this white rice is so delicious, even without any dishes. So good so good. The 3 siblings sat in the clay house, constantly swallowing the small amount of rice on the table. It was said that white rice had become a scarce resource in the apocalypse. Only level 1 safe camps had free access to white rice. Eat slowly. After we finish, let's go to the black market and see what we can buy for home. Wiping the rice grains from her brothers' and sisters' faces, this meal of white rice cost Qiu Xingxing a full 30 copper coins. But her little money pouch was a bit full now. If she didn't let her siblings enjoy life, she wouldn't feel right. Still 220 copper coins left. I should buy some practical things. Holding Qiu Ning's hand with her left and Qiu Jing's with her right, the three siblings left the rice shop clay house and walked toward the central street of the mid-layer. Mining black market, as the name suggests, this place mainly dealt in black market trading. On the central commercial street of the mid-layer, you could see everything, from stalls selling ability user crystal cores, to stalls selling 95% new female models. As long as you wanted it, there was nothing they wouldn't dare to sell. "Boss, give me 2 jin of soft bread." Standing in front of a stall selling expired bread, Qiu Xingxing boldly raised 2 fingers. "Oh, looks like the god of wealth has arrived. 2 jin of expired bread costs 60 copper coins. You." The vendor rubbed his hands, clearly asking for payment first. "Here." She took out a money pouch from her pocket. The vendor immediately smiled and began weighing and packing the bread for her. Even though expired bread was past date, it was still bread, much better than hard steamed buns. And this kind of expired bread was obviously scavenged by the vendor and resold for profit. Boss, what's this?" Among the piles of expired food, a booklet caught Qiu Xingxing's attention. It looked a bit like an old textbook. On the wrinkled cover were 4 big characters, Ability Manual. "Oh, you mean this? When I first became an ability user, I got tricked into buying this for 20 copper coins at another safe camp. There's nothing special inside, just basic knowledge about ability users." "What? Little sister, you want it?" Seeing Qiu Xingxing interested in the ability manual, the vendor's eyes lit up. "How about this? Buy 1 more jin of expired bread, and I'll give this to you for free. What do you say?" This. Qiu Xingxing was clearly hesitating. But, suddenly, a prompt sounded in her ear, "Buy it. Senior?" Immediately, Qiu Xingxing took out another 30 copper coins and handed them to the vendor. "I'll take it." Straightforward. A short while later, Qiu Xingxing and her siblings each carried 1 jin of expired bread, walking back toward a quieter area of the mid-layer. Today's spending had already dropped their copper coin savings to 130. Such heavy spending made Qiu Xingxing a little scared, so she decided to stop spending and head home. On the muddy dirt path, as Qiu Xingxing walked, 2 familiar figures suddenly appeared ahead. Wu Hai and Sister Xia. But the moment their eyes met, Wu Hai and Sister Xia immediately lowered their heads. Like avoiding a jinx, they moved more than 10 meters away from Qiu Xingxing and hurriedly took a detour to leave. Are they afraid of you, sister?" Qiu Ning looked at the scene in surprise. Qiu Xingxing said nothing and walked straight back to their small clay house. "Damn it. Why did we have to run into her of all people? That damned bitch. She killed my brother, and now she's spending his money like this." On the dirt road in the distance, Sister Xia and Wu Hai had very different expressions. The former was scared. The latter was scared, but with unwillingness mixed in. Yesterday, the news that Qiu Xingxing boldly sold 14 daggers had already spread throughout the mid-layer. If earlier Wu Hai still had doubts about Qiu Xingxing's return, now a whole day had passed, his younger brother Wu Tao still had not returned, with no news at all. And Qiu Xingxing just happened to sell 14 daggers. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what had happened to the Viper mercenary group. Damn it. Damn it. That bitch. She actually killed my brother and wiped out the Viper mercenary group. I will definitely find a chance to kill her. Clenching his fists, Wu Hai stomped the ground in hatred. Beside him, Sister Xia sneered. "TCH. You dare to lay a hand on Qiu Xingxing? Aren't you afraid of the big shot backing her?" This. The words of frustration got stuck in his throat. Wu Hai stomped the ground a few more times, grabbed Sister Xia, and dragged her toward the distance. "Stinking woman. Come with me and help me vent my anger." Inside the small clay house, the younger brother and sister were playing with different flavors of expired bread, while Qiu Xingxing was holding the ability manual and flipping through it. For her, becoming an ability user did not mean she understood common knowledge about ability users. In terms of ability user knowledge, she was completely clueless. The manual was densely filled with records of ability user level divisions, cultivation methods, and basic knowledge. Things like using medicinal baths to open pores and maximize the use of crystal cores, and that up to now, no transcendent level had ever appeared in the human domain. Qiu Xingxing read it with great interest. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren was looking at other information. For example, the follow-up cultivation methods for ability users. Normally, if an ability user wanted to break through later on, they had to kill mutated zombies, obtain crystal cores, and absorb them through medicinal baths. As crystal core energy was absorbed, the ability level would naturally rise. Of course, this involved a basic common sense question. If you absorbed a magnetic ability crystal core first, and then your second one was a flame ability crystal core, could you awaken a second ability? The answer was no. The first ability crystal core that a person successfully absorbed and awakened would determine their future ability path. If you were lucky and absorbed a flame crystal core, awakening flame ability, then no matter if you later absorbed a golden crystal core, it would only be used to charge your existing flame ability. So, back then, when Du Ziren planned to let Qiu Xingxing awaken using a metal crystal core, the game system warned him that doing so would ruin her future. As expected. If the foundation is laid well, the road ahead is steady. So everyone can only have one ability? Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren tapped Qiu Xingxing's small hand. Xingxing, turn to the next page and look at the explanation about ability holders. Oh. Her small face reddened slightly. Qiu Xingxing immediately understood. When she turned to the next page, both of them couldn't help but let out a small gasp. The manual actually had a passage like this written in it. Ability users will only awaken one ability, and it will accompany them for life. But it was said that in the early days of the apocalypse, there once appeared a multi-ability ability user, with countless abilities in one body, truly an anomaly. Multi-ability? Damn, what kind of chosen one is that? Looking at that passage, there was no record of where this person went afterward. After thinking about it, Du Ziren felt this person was probably just an Easter egg in the game's settings. Not paying further attention to it, Qiu Xingxing continued reading the ability manual, while Du Ziren tapped open Qiu Xingxing's status panel. Name, Qiu Xingxing. Identity, ability user. Ability level, ability user, tier 1. Awakened ability, SSS grade immortal and indestructible. Cultivation progress, ability user tier 1, 12/100, plus. Age, 19. Height, 178 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 84.62.86. Physical condition, far exceeds ability users. Fullness, 65. Warmth, 80. Happiness, 25. Equipment, military combat suit, white, military dagger, white, desert eagle, white. Items, none. Oh? My Xingxing got taller again? Almost catching up to me. Can abilities make people grow taller too? And this cultivation progress? He tapped the plus next to cultivation progress, and a panel immediately popped up on the phone. Detected that your apocalypse survival character's ability tier is low. Would you like to submit crystal cores to assist cultivation? So this is where you were waiting for me. Opening the game warehouse skillfully, Du Ziren glanced over it. He remembered that the last time he drew immortal and indestructible, he also got a bunch of lower-tier crystal cores. If he submitted them all to Qiu Xingxing, maybe he could push her to tier 3 or 4. Thunderfire crystal core, purple, times 2. Wind wing crystal core, green, times 4. Scarlet blood crystal core, white, times 13. There were many crystal cores in the warehouse. Du Ziren dragged one scarlet blood crystal core onto Qiu Xingxing's face. He only submitted white-grade cores, not because he was stingy, but because he was afraid higher-grade crystal core energy would be too strong for Qiu Xingxing to handle. For example, last time's golden crystal core had too much energy, and Qiu Xingxing almost had her blood vessel swell and burst. Even though he could massage and guide it. But he couldn't possibly massage her every time she cultivated, right? There would be times when he was offline. The next moment, space distorted in front of Qiu Xingxing's chest. With a hum, a crystal core like a red gemstone fell into her arms. Ha! What is this? A trace of surprise appeared on her face. She looked around, then immediately reacted. Senior. This is? Take it and grind it up to absorb it. Your ability level is too low. Even though you are an ability user now, in front of high-level ability users, you are still just a nobody. Understood. Without much hesitation, Qiu Xingxing knew that only by constantly becoming stronger would she be qualified to stand beside Senior. She hurriedly put away the ability manual and immediately started fussing with the water vat in the small clay house. Inside the vat was the commonly used dirty water of the mid-layer. Muddy sludge and murky water filled it, making Du Ziren frown. Detected that your apocalypse survival character's cultivation environment is too poor and cultivation resources are mismatched. To ensure cultivation progress, would you like to activate the monthly card service? What the hell? You money-grabbing game, you even copied the monthly card system now? After a moment of hesitation, the benefits of the monthly card service popped up. Activate monthly card. Every morning at 8 a.m. each month, Qiu Xingxing will receive 1 blood-strengthening crystal core. This crystal core perfectly matches Qiu Xingxing's current ability attribute. First-time activation bonus, water purification barrel times 1. Activating monthly card service requires payment of 3,228 yuan. Activate? What the hell? You bastard? Why don't you just rob people? Du Ziren had never heard of any game where a monthly card cost over 3,000 to activate. Today, his eyes were truly opened. But looking at Qiu Xingxing in the screen struggling with the broken water vat, Du Ziren frowned and immediately clicked recharge. Charge it. Charge the hell out of it. I just earned 2 million, how can I let my Xingxing suffer? Whatever cultivation resources others have, my Xingxing can't be missing any either. Your bank account has just spent 3,228 yuan. Current balance, 4,700,772 yuan. As the recharge notification came through, inside the game screen, a wave of spatial vibration appeared in Qiu Xingxing's small clay house. A metal water tank over 1 meter wide suddenly appeared in the room. Along with the tank, a small golden crystal core also appeared. Wow, what is this? On the earthen bed, Qiu Ning and Qiu Ya looked dumbfounded at the large vat that had suddenly appeared in the room and curiously moved closer. The metallic vat was smooth all over, and in the very center of the vat, there was a golden crystal core embedded, shimmering with a brilliant light. Is this for bathing? Little Qiu Ya poked the vat and felt like something on it absorbed all the grime from her hand in an instant. What's going on? What happened? Drawn by the noise in the room, Qiu Xingxing came running in carrying a water bucket. Big sis. Look at this. Huh? This is a water vat? Staring in surprise at the metal vat, Qiu Xingxing suddenly understood. Senior, this is also from you? The vat purifies water, and it now contains a crystal core. Make sure to use it regularly every morning. The calm voice echoed in her ears again. Qiu Xingxing swallowed hard and looked at the metal vat, a mess of emotions in her heart. A vat that could purify water, in the apocalypse, its value was self-evident. And that golden crystal core at the bottom, it was clearly no ordinary item. And the senior even told her to use it regularly every morning? What did that mean? Was he providing for her future cultivation resources? One must know, even the founder of the black market mine had to kill zombies one by one to earn their cultivation resources. What had she done to deserve this kind of treatment? Senior? Stop saying things like, I don't deserve it. Just aim to become a major power first. I understand. Her hesitant gaze gradually became firm, and Qiu Xingxing poured all the water from her bucket into the vat. Gurgle. The murky water flowed into the vat, and the sand and dirt were instantly absorbed by the metallic walls. In an instant, the water in the vat became crystal clear. Crack, crack, crack. At the same time, the golden crystal core at the bottom began to shatter rapidly, and the clear water turned into golden soup in a flash. Puff, puff, puff. Steam filled the small clay house. Qiu Xingxing pursed her lips and looked at her younger brother and sister. Qiu Ning. Qiu Ya. You too? Qiu Xingxing had thought about letting them try the medicinal bath as well, maybe it could awaken their powers? But she was too embarrassed. Blushing, she didn't dare to ask the senior for more. The shy girl didn't notice that Du Ziren, on the phone, clearly understood her thoughts. Still too shy. Smiling, Du Ziren poked Qiu Xingxing's cheek. You can take the medicinal bath first. When the color fades halfway. Then your brother and sister can try it, based on their physical condition. Thank you, senior. Thank you, senior. Qiu Ning. Qiu Ya. Hurry and thank the senior. She pulled her still dumbfounded siblings off the bed. Qiu Ning and Qiu Ya were stunned. Why was their big sister acting all shy in front of empty air? They couldn't hear Du Ziren's private speaker, so they just followed her lead and kept bowing toward nothing. Soon, as the mist filled the air, Du Ziren watched through the white fog, observing Qiu Xingxing's figure grow fuller, and her progress bar rising. Ability level, Powered Being, Tier 1. Cultivation progress, 25/100. 35 out of 100. HM. At this rate, and with her siblings joining the medicinal bath later, it'll probably take 2 or 3 days to reach Tier 2? This pace is acceptable. He couldn't see clearly through the mist, and had no interest in watching. So Du Ziren hung up the phone and got up to stretch. Ding dong ding dong. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Deliveries here? His face lit up, and he opened the door. Unexpectedly, it wasn't a delivery guy in uniform, but a tall man in a suit, Sun Kong. Mr. Sun, what are you doing here? Looking at Sun Kong suspiciously, Du Ziren was confused. Why did this guy come knocking? What? Still trying to buy blood with money? Oh. Mr. Du, don't get me wrong. I got your address from Dr. Liu. I came to invite you to an event. An event? Yes. You probably already know, right? Tomorrow night, August 18th, Many people with conditions like yours are gathering at Langya Mountain to watch the Leo meteor shower and make wishes, hoping for recovery. They all want to see the miracle child, you, to bring some good luck. As Sun Kong spoke, he handed over an invitation. Langya Mountain Stargazing Event Summary. What good luck? You mean they want me as a mascot? He saw right through Sun Kang's sales pitch. Du Ziren wasn't dumb. Real patients don't have time or money to go stargazing. Only rich heirs who got sick think of watching meteor showers and finding some kind of lucky charm to ward off bad luck. Clearly, the recently popular ALS self-healer was the best mascot out there. Come on, don't say it like that. Think about it, meeting some rich folks isn't a bad thing, right? No surprise he was in sales, he could sell the dead as living. Du Ziren shrugged, clearly not interested. Is that all? If so, I'm closing the door now. Creak. Just as the door was about to shut, a loud voice rang through the hallway. 100,000. Spend one night with those people, 100,000. Oh? You sure it's just 100,000? You're not skimming anything off the top? The door slowed its closing, and Du Ziren's tone was teasing. 150,000. I'm closing the door now. 200,000. The total offer is 300,000. I'm just making a connection and earning a bit, fair, right? Creak. The door opened again. Du Ziren smiled. 250,000. Deal if it's a deal. If not, forget it. I'm not interested in being paraded in front of rich people as a mascot. Deal. Gritting his teeth, Sun Kong agreed. He knew all the power was in Du Ziren's hands. If he refused, Sun Kong wouldn't earn a cent. Ah, now that's more like it. Mr. Sun, have you eaten? Come in and have something. In the future, if there's any job where I can earn by just showing my face, remember me. Clack. Almost instantly, Du Ziren's expression turned from serious to cheerful, pulling Sun Kong into the house. They sat on the couch, and Du Ziren tossed him a bottle of water from the fridge. So, how do I get there tomorrow night? A car will come pick you up. What about the money? When will I get it? You'll receive it after the event ends tomorrow night. All right. If there's nothing else, you should probably go home. You're so blunt. Sun Kong twitched. It was Du Ziren who said he didn't want to go. It was also him who invited Sun Kong to eat. Now, once he learned the details, he sold himself off just like that? Sun Kong was speechless. Du Ziren just laughed. If you want my takeout, we can share. Goodbye. Thud. Sun Kong slammed the door. Du Ziren was about to go lock it. Click, the door suddenly locked itself as if pulled by some force. Looking at his outstretched hand, Du Ziren shook his head, thinking it must be an autolock? A night of good dreams. Du Ziren ate takeout while watching Qiu Xingxing fall asleep in the bath. By the next morning, when he checked the game on his phone, Qiu Xingxing had already claimed the monthly card Daily Crystal Core and started a new medicinal bath. The small clay house was filled with mist, but Qiu Xingxing didn't look well. Her rosy cheeks were furrowed, eyebrows tight like dense clouds that wouldn't disperse. Splash. Under the golden crystal core bathwater, the girl's body looked even more alluring and delicate. Ability level, ability user, tier 1. Current cultivation progress, 75/100, 77/100. Yesterday, I gave Qiu Ning and Qiu Ye a half-hour medicinal bath, but besides getting physically stronger, nothing else changed. Could it be, they can't awaken abilities? Frustrated, Qiu Xingxing slapped the water. The half-revealed curves made Du Ziren jolt. Get up? If I don't get up now, I'm gonna explode. Panicking, he shut off the phone and scrambled out of bed. After a quick wash, he rushed downstairs for breakfast. Inside the Wanan Garden complex, the breakfast area wasn't the only lively place in the morning, there was also a senior citizens' activity park. Most people have seen it, some elderly folks practicing sword moves, jogging, even spinning tops. Yes, spinning tops. Even though Du Ziren didn't understand why the grandpas were obsessed with it, he still enjoyed watching. At that moment, in the open area of the park, an elderly man with short white hair was swinging his whip, making thunderous cracks as his top spun with a loud whoosh. Yo old Wang, your strength is great today. Spinning that fast? Another bald old man passed by and, while chatting, took a top from his pocket. Clack. Wrapping the whip around the top and giving it a strong swing, with a loud crack, the top started spinning fast. In no time, the two old men were happily cracking their whips. Heh. Old Li, you're really improving. As the two grandpas complimented each other, Du Ziren couldn't help feeling itchy hands while watching the whip cracks. He didn't know why. He'd never been interested in this stuff before, but today, just watching made his blood vessels feel like they were dancing, ready to burst from his skin. If he had to describe it, it felt just like that mutated zombie Qiu Xingxing first encountered. Right. All his veins were pulsing like that mutant zombie's intestines writhing. Grandpa, can I try it? Unable to hold back, Du Ziren waved at Grandpa Wang. Heh. Young man, what's up? You interested in this? Grandpa Wang was intrigued to see a young guy talking to him. Yeah. My hands are itching, just curious. Ha ha ha, it's a good thing for young folks to take interest. But, this thing looks simple, but without technique, it's tough. Here, try it for yourself. Handing over the whip, Grandpa Wang crossed his arms, ready to watch the fun. He knew beginners couldn't spin a top properly. You need to aim precisely, swing the whip with just the right force, not too strong, not too weak. Too much force? The top flies away. Too little? It wobbles and stops quickly. Beginners need a few days just to get it right. But then, in the next moment, clack! A sharp crack rang out. In Du Ziren's hands, the whip exploded like thunder, and instead of flying away, the top spun even faster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The fast-spinning top scraped visible marks into the worn ground. Oh my goodness! Young man! This technique, have you practiced whipping? The teasing look in Grandpa Wang's eyes vanished. He rushed over and examined Du Ziren closely, especially his palms. A true practitioner would have thick calluses. But Du Ziren's hands were clean and smooth, nothing like someone who trained. Practiced? No. I was just swinging it for fun. Casually twirling the whip, it moved as if it were part of his own body. With precise movements, it danced like a snake around the top, pulling off complex tilted maneuvers. You've never trained? I don't believe it. No newbie can handle a whip like that. Old Lee also didn't believe it and came over to inspect him. Watching the top spin like a fierce tiger, he bit his lip, then thickened his face and rubbed his hands together. Say, young man. Don't play coy. Master. Let me call you little master. How about, you teach me? I'm newly retired and have time. Here, you teach me whip technique, I'll give you 100 yuan per hour. How's that? Ha! Teach this? Isn't it just waving your hand? Du Ziren was dumbfounded. He randomly whipped a few times, and now someone wanted to learn from him? Could it be, he was actually some kind of whip genius? You! Old Lee, don't be ridiculous. If the young master's going to teach anyone, it should be me first. Right, master? Not to be outdone, old Wang joined in. The two toothless old men grinned at Du Ziren like daisies. Du Ziren forced a smile, quickly whipped and caught the top in one smooth move. That alone made the two grandpas' eyes sparkle again. Grandpas. I have things to do. About teaching whip tricks, maybe next time. He shoved the whip and top back into Grandpa Wang's hands and bolted down the alley. No way. Teach two old guys for 200 yuan? He needed to play his game. He had a digital waifu to spend time with. Even though he didn't know why he could whip so well, his time should be spent on his waifu, not Grandpa's. Thud thud thud. After shaking off the persistent old men and circling the complex, Du Ziren finally returned home. His face was dripping sweat, but he realized, he wasn't out of breath. Yes. After all that exercise, he wasn't winded. Something's off. Why's my body in such good shape? Could it be, after ALS, my body evolved? Thinking this, he went back inside and reopened his phone. Qiu Xingxing was still sitting in the vat, but her entire head was red. Current cultivation progress, ability user, tier 1, 99/100. 100 out of 100. When the bar above her head hit 100. Buzz buzz buzz. The golden water in the vat boiled rapidly, thick steam flooding the clay house. Qiu Xingxing's whole body turned bright red like a sunset. A shimmering light passed over her skin, and she exhaled a blast of hot air. Her gaze grew sharper, and her figure even fuller. Current cultivation progress, ability user, tier 2, 3/200. She had ascended. Senior. I think I just advanced. Excitedly standing up from the water tank, Qiu Xingxing jumped and bounced in the splashing water. Under her delicate underwear, the full fruits on the slender branches swayed, making Du Ziren's eyes blur. This water is big. No, wait, this water is really white. Rubbing his foolishly grinning face, Du Ziren calmly pressed the private speaker. I saw it, keep up the good work. Understood. With a giggling, red little face, Qiu Xingxing's shoulder strap suddenly slipped off, revealing a plump curve. She only reacted then, letting out a soft ah and sitting back in the tank, her flushed head peeking out. Senior. Blushing shyly and squirming for a long time, she suddenly blew a stream of bubbles on the water surface through the mist. Senior? I think I might be able to take on more advanced missions now. You can give it a try. Hee hee, I knew it, Senior, you're encouraging me to train more. I want to use the strength you gave me, Senior, to bring my siblings to live on the third floor. Water splashed as Chiu Xingxing raised a clenched fist gesture. Du Ziren smiled. That's fine. If she takes on new missions, maybe I'll get to see more zombie types in this game. It's up to you. After each daily medicinal bath, manage your own schedule. After reminding her, Du Ziren went to the bathroom to take a shower. Shortly after, when he returned, Chiu Xingxing was already wearing a familiar military combat uniform in the game screen. Chiu Ning, Chiuya, be good at home. Oh right? Senior, if I go out? She glanced nervously at the purification water tank inside the clay house, worried someone might discover it and bring disaster. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost as soon as she started worrying, the huge purification water tank disappeared. Buzz buzz buzz. And in its place, more than 10 bottles of mineral water appeared on the ground. I've put away the purification tank for you. You can leave the mineral water for your siblings. Thank you, Senior. With a radiant smile on her face, Chiu Xingxing looked just like a daughter favored by her father, lips curled happily. I'm heading out. Be careful, sis. Voices responded from the clay house. After she had gone, Chiu Ning looked at the ground full of mineral water, suspicion growing on his face. That so-called Senior, could it be, he actually likes sis? Black Market Mine, a middle-level mission room. Inside the cramped, earthy room, the walls were still full of various mission bounties. Tap tap tap. When Chiu Xingxing stepped in, everyone inside couldn't help but size her up. No surprise, this little girl had been making waves lately. Selling cigarettes 14 daggers. No matter how you looked at it, she didn't seem capable of pulling all that off. Xingxing, here for another mission? Linya stood behind the bar, smiling warmly. She showed no awkwardness from being rejected last time, walking out confidently from behind the counter. Sister Linya, you. What? Even with that big guy backing you, you still take on missions? There was clear jealousy in her voice. And seeing Chiu Xingxing dressed in military gear, Linya finally understood everything. So, from back then, Chiu Xingxing already latched onto a big shot, huh? Behind her smile were countless thoughts. Embarrassed by her words, Chiu Xingxing's cheeks flushed as she looked at the highest placed mission on the wall. The higher the mission was posted, the harder it was. I want to do a mission that lets me into the third floor. What? The third floor? After a brief surprise, Linya calmed down again. Of course. With someone like that behind her, what's Black Market Mine, third floor? Even getting into a top-level safe camp nearby wouldn't be hard. Sigh? Such good fortune. I don't even know what that big guy sees in her. She subtly looked over Chiu Xingxing, then glanced at her own curvy figure. She wasn't bad either. Sister Linya, is there any mission that allows access to the third floor? Preferably for 3 people. Suddenly, Chiu Xingxing's question pulled Linya out of her thoughts. Her gaze landed on a bounty mission posted in a corner of the wall. The third floor of the Black Market Mine was considered the luxury zone. You couldn't enter just by having abilities, you needed enough contribution to the base. Here. This mission. Hunt for the Zombie Dog Crystal Core. This is a mission issued by our Black Market Mine Dog Squad. If you can find a Zombie Dog Crystal Core, depending on the quality and quantity, the squad will give you a reward. Just getting one, green, Zombie Dog Crystal Core should get you permission to live on the third floor. With a wave of her hand, the dirt in the wall corner shifted, and the mission bounty fell into Linya's hand. She said it lightly, like it was no big deal. But that wasn't the case. People nearby frowned. Zombie dogs were already hard to deal with, let alone mutated zombie dogs with crystal cores? Plus, zombie dogs sometimes appeared in packs. If you encountered them, not to mention being bitten and turned, you might not even leave bones behind. She's taking that mission? Crazy, right? Exactly. Even mercenary teams don't casually accept that. Isn't Linya setting her up? The whispers didn't bother Linya. She wouldn't give that kind of mission to just anyone. But this was Chiu Xingxing. And she had a big shot behind her. Come on, an awakened one big shot scared of a few mutant wild dogs? Well? Xingxing, aside from being difficult, this mission fits your request perfectly. Complete it, and not only will you earn 500 to 1,000 copper coins, the dog squad will also give you a small house on the third floor. Only thing is, the Fire Source mercenary group already took this mission earlier. Huh? Then isn't it already taken? Chiu Xingxing frowned. If she took it and they returned and handed it in, wouldn't her effort be wasted? Well, not quite. They took the mission, but it's been 3 or 4 days without a word. I suspect they ran into a dog pack. What? What are you scared of? You've got a big shot behind you. So? You taking it or not? This. Chiu Shengxing bit her lip. She didn't dare take on missions lightly. Just because she was under the senior's wing didn't mean she could misuse his strength. Her little hands kept fidgeting, then a familiar voice echoed in her ear. Take it. I'll keep you safe. Senior. Then I'll take it. She firmly took the bounty from Linya's hand. Instantly, the entire mission room was in an uproar. Holy crap. She really took it? A whole mercenary team died and she's going solo? Getting cocky now, huh? Even that third-rate Viper mercenary group wouldn't compare to Fire Source. Can't say for sure, maybe she really does have someone powerful behind her? As the chatter rose, Chiu Shengxing tucked away the bounty, her face slowly calming, and she walked out of the mission room with big strides. Meanwhile, Black Market Mine Chain Gate entrance. A scavenger covered in crusty cotton clothes rushed out from an alley. Brother Wu. Brother Wu. Chiu Shengxing. Chiu Shengxing is heading out. Ha! Hearing that, Wu Hai immediately crawled out of a dirt pit, eyes cold and sharp. She's going out again? What for? Rumor is, she took the zombie dog crystal core hunt mission. What? She took the zombie dog crystal core hunt mission alone? Crazy, right? Just her? Just her. After repeatedly confirming Chiu Shengxing's movements from the scavenger, Wu Hai's expression shifted again and again. From joy to shock, and from shock to fear. Taking such a dangerous mission alone? Either she's got a screw loose, or someone powerful is backing her. Wu Hai definitely leaned toward the latter. Damn it. Damn it. Who the hell did she latch onto? Frowning tightly, Wu Hai felt that his plan to avenge his brother was becoming more and more out of reach. Step. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in the distance from the dark alley. Wu Hai's face darkened. He immediately waved off the scavenger. Get lost. She's here. Got it. The two split apart. Wu Hai returned to the iron gate, just in time to see Chiu Shengxing approaching with a frosty expression. Open the gate. Gatekeeper Wu. This time, her tone was one of superiority. Wu Hai didn't say much, calmly opened the iron gate. His expression was extremely complex. He never would have thought that this little girl would rise so quickly in a few days, barking orders at him, and he couldn't even say a word back. Step. Watching Chiu Shengxing walk further and further away, Wu Hai couldn't swallow his anger. He didn't restore the gate, but instead shouted toward the pit, Hey! You come watch the gate! I'm going out to check something. Are you crazy? You think you can afford to mess with her? Sister Xia, hair messy and looking disheveled, climbed out of the pit and scolded him. But Wu Hai didn't say anything this time. As if he had made up his mind, he turned and chased after Chiu Shengxing's figure. Whoosh whoosh. The game screen on the phone was frozen in an icy wilderness. Chiu Shengxing was on the move. And Du Ziren? He was picking through his closet. Tonight, he was going to attend that so-called meteor shower viewing party. Let's be honest. It was just a gig as a good luck mascot. Even so, he still needed something decent to wear, right? After going through everything, Du Ziren realized the best-fitting outfit he had was the hospital's patient uniform. Damn, I can't possibly wear this out, right? He held up the uniform against himself. Ding dong. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Frowning as he walked to the door, a respectful voice came from outside. Hello? Is this Mr. Du Ziren's residence? I'm He Xiao, head of planning from Coleman Pharmaceuticals. I'm here to escort you to the meteor shower event. Coleman Pharmaceuticals? You again? Wait. This meteor shower banquet, is this your company's event too? As expected of Mr. Du. Yes, this event's promotion is hosted by our company. The goal is to inspire hope in more patients for a better future. Heh. It's more like giving those rich brats some peace of mind. Opening the door, outside stood a man dressed almost identically to Sun Kong, except this He Xiao wore sunglasses and looked extremely strict. Wait for me. I need to get dressed. Oh? Is that the neuromuscular department hospital uniform in your hand? If possible, we urge you to wear it. Noticing the outfit, He Xiao suddenly lit up and reached out to stop him. Ha, so you want me to go full clown, huh? Well, fine. It's for the money. Wait a moment. After putting on the well-fitting patient uniform, Du Ziren casually stepped out the door. Following He Xiao downstairs, they reached the entrance of Wannan Complex where a Maybach was parked. Once inside, the car drove toward the outskirts of Wannan City. As evening light fell on the outskirts, the peak of Langia Mountain came into view, with a massive round iron structure, a huge observatory platform. The car wound around the mountain path until it stopped at the base of the observatory. Du Ziren noticed, damn. The parking lot below was already full of luxury cars. These days, even when spoiled kids get sick, they pray for blessings in luxury. Shaking his head, he looked up at the observatory. It was at least 10 meters high, supported by multiple steel columns, forming a 100-square-meter circular platform. On top, more steel beams formed a structure resembling a bird's nest. No doubt, just building this observatory must have cost a fortune. Mr. Du. This way please. We have a private elevator. He Zhao's urging interrupted Du Ziren's thoughts. He looked around and realized, this observatory had no staircase at all. Damn, you didn't build stairs. If something goes wrong, how do people on top escape? He Zhao heard the complaint and chuckled. Mr. Du, you jest, if something happens here, forget escaping. Just the falling steel structure inside that observatory would be enough to kill everyone. Fair point. Joking as they talked, they arrived below the giant bird's nest. There stood the only elevator, wrapped in a few steel bars, with a 5-person limit. Ding dong. The elevator opened, and Du Ziren stepped in with He Zhao. As the elevator rose higher and higher, the view flashing past, Du Ziren's right eyelid started twitching nonstop, and it only got worse. His heart beat faster and faster for no reason, as if something bad was about to happen. Mr. Du, we've arrived. Ding dong. When the doors opened again, a spacious circular banquet scene appeared before him. Dozens of white round tables, luxurious carpet flooring. At least 30 people were dressed in finery, chatting and sipping red wine, occasionally looking up at the sky. Everyone. Our lucky star is here today. In the history of Wannan City, no. In world history, the first ever self-healed ALS miracle child, Mr. Du Ziren has arrived. Almost the moment they stepped out, He Zhao shouted proudly. Immediately, all eyes turned to him. They stared at Du Ziren like he was a rare zoo animal, examining him from head to toe. This is Du Ziren? So young? Wow! How lucky do you have to be to recover from ALS? I heard that during his illness, no family cared for him. To heal in that kind of emotional state, he's literally heaven's chosen. Countless whispers exploded. Du Ziren's face stayed calm as He Zhao dragged him around the circular platform in front of everyone. He kept his composure, smiling calmly, though in his mind he repeated, earn money for Shengsheng. Recharge for Shengsheng. Work hard for waifu. Not embarrassing. Not embarrassing. Wow, let me touch him for good luck. Me too. Same. A few young children reached out, grabbing Du Ziren's arm. He smiled faintly. Finally. After being displayed like a mascot, Du Ziren was brought to a high podium, similar to a stage. There stood a beautiful woman in a red gown, holding both a mic and a selfie stick. Hi. Good evening, everyone in the live stream. Welcome to the Meteor Shower Wish Party hosted by Norman Pharmaceuticals. Tonight, we'll witness the brilliance of the Leonid meteor shower and make our hopeful wishes. May the light of hope protect us all. May everyone's illness be controlled. Now, let's welcome tonight's lucky guest, self-healed ALS patient Mr. Du Ziren. As she spoke, the high-definition camera on the selfie stick turned toward Du Ziren. Instantly, the livestream viewership jumped from 326 to an explosion of comments. Leukemia early stage, wow. They really brought in an ALS survivor? Let me soak up some luck. I want to heal too. My family can't afford medicine anymore. Liver cancer late stage, this guy is a walking miracle. I really hope my condition improves. ALS early stage, handsome, can you share how you stayed positive in life? Countless comments flooded the screen, and Du Ziren paused. What once felt like a demeaning display suddenly felt comforting. A live stream? For people who really need comfort. Norman Pharma, at least you did something right? Looking at the streaming comments, Du Ziren exhaled gently, then spoke. Fellow patients, when you're in pain, think of your loved ones. Parents, spouses, children. The meaning of life is love and connection. You're not just living for yourself, but for them. I believe life is great. As long as we don't give up, miracles will happen. The powerful, firm words echoed across the platform. Wearing a patient gown, the young man raised his wrist high, face full of determination. In that moment, not only did the live stream fall into a brief silence, even the second-generation rich kids watching the show nearby fell silent one by one. No wonder he's Mr. Du. Such strong mindset. Everyone should learn from Mr. Du. Seeing the atmosphere go quiet, the woman in the red dress quickly took over the conversation. In the live stream, supportive comments began to float up. Liver cancer, early stage. This young man is right. It's not about the medical bills, it's about the people who love you. If your wife and children truly love you, they can't bear to let you go. I have to stand up again. I can't let them down. Uremia, early stage. He's right. I can't give up. My child gained 10 pounds in a week just to donate a kidney to me. Disease is cruel, but love can create miracles. Chemotherapy, early-stage life is precious. The support of family is even more precious. Good news for fellow patients, my partner shaved her head to accompany me through chemo. Now in early treatment, I have no appearance anxiety at all, I'm recovering well. In an instant, the live stream was filled with messages. The host in the red dress stood there with her mouth wide open, clearly shocked that all her hard work couldn't match the impact of Du Ziren's few heartfelt sentences. Then, may I ask, Mr. Du, how did you get through the hardest times? Sensing a sensitive topic, the host turned to Du Ziren. Du Ziren scratched his head. It was a girl who accompanied me through it. Oh? So it was the power of love? 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 That one word made the entire venue fall silent. Meanwhile, the live stream exploded with joy. I knew it. Youth is wonderful. Love, it really is something to look forward to. Exactly. Especially love at that age, 17 or 18, it's truly pure and untainted. No wonder. Love created the miracle. Mom, if I fall in love, will my flu heal faster? At the event, a snot-nosed kid suddenly asked. His mom's face immediately darkened. You talkin' crap. Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere became lively again. In reality, most people at the event only had minor illnesses. Which second gen with a serious illness had time to leave the hospital to come here and make wishes? They were just here to join the fun. Haha, guess I should go find a girlfriend? Yeah, right. Didn't you just pay for yours? That's not love. Oh ho ho, like you're any different. As teasing voices grew, the whole venue became noisy again. The host took the chance to shift the camera to the now dark night sky. Everyone. Let's count down, the Leonid meteor shower is about to arrive. 5, 4, 3. As the first streak of deep blue light crossed the sky, visible blue stars began to swirl, like threads drifting across the heavens. Oh, help me recover from the flu. Bless me so I won't get a fever again. Help my bone fracture heal faster. In that moment, the crowd looked up, eyes shimmering with hope. Bless my mom's surgery to go smoothly. Wishing to beat cancer. Hang in there, everyone. The live stream also filled with countless wishes. For once, everyone was united in hope. Then, the red-dressed host walked up to Du Ziren and curiously asked, Mr. Du, what wish did you make? Me? I think. I made a wish that's a bit unrealistic. Looking at the falling stars, Du Ziren chuckled self-deprecatingly. Oh? Mind sharing? I just want to see her again. That's not hard. Wherever she is, just go find her, right? Ah? Whoosh. Just as those words ended. Among the flashing meteors, a streak of deep blue drew closer and closer to the observation deck, getting bigger and bigger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The meteor rubbed against the air, its scorching heat starting to raise the surrounding temperature. What the hell is that? The meteor, it's coming this way. Hey hey hey. You kidding me? If that thing hits, run. Instant chaos. The whole observation deck went into panic, with people rushing toward the elevator. The elevator, only big enough for 5, was now packed like a subway station during rush hour. Move! Move! Get lost! I was here first! Pushing, shoving, yelling erupted everywhere. Just moments ago it was peaceful, now it was chaos. Mr. Du, we better run too! He Xiao, still loyal, grabbed Du Ziren's arm and ran toward the crowd. But Du Ziren shook his head and pulled him into a corner instead. It's too late. No one can outrun a meteor. Get ready. Boom! The next moment, a deafening explosion hit their ears, scorching wind sweeping overhead. Crack crack crack. Above, came the sound of melting, twisting steel. Looking up, they saw a huge fiery stone melting through the steel structure like paper, crashing down on the event stage. Oh no! Boom! Like a rock hitting a curtain, the meteor paused slightly, then crushed through the steel scaffolding and collapsed the platform. Rumble rumble. Countless steel beams twisted, heavy iron parts fell, shaking the entire platform. Support beams bent and collapsed. The towering observation deck was crushed by the meteor. Inside, people dodged falling beams in terror. In a corner, Du Ziren and He Xiao shrank down, watching the debris pile around them. Wham! Suddenly, a vertical steel beam dropped like a spear. He Xiao's face turned pale. We're finished. We can't dodge this. Looking at the falling beams in front of them, there was nowhere left to run. Du Ziren gritted his teeth, full of regret. Damn it. Shouldn't have been greedy for that money. Sheng. I don't want to die yet. I still want to see you again. Get away. He screamed in vain as a giant steel beam came down. But, at that very moment, something strange happened. Duziren waved his hand toward the beam, and the falling steel suddenly bent as if pulled by magnetism, veering to the side. Boom! What should have landed straight down, flew away diagonally. Not just that, every steel beam aimed at Duziren mysteriously flew off, as if he was controlling them. Holy crap! Look over there! At Duziren's spot. He's unharmed. Quick! Gather near Duziren. That area is safe. Hurry! He's really a lucky star, huh? Not a single steel beam landed near him. People started to notice the strangely untouched space around Duziren and rushed toward him. Duziren suddenly felt weak all over. Rumble. Finally. The huge boulder-like meteor fully landed, shaking the whole observation deck, collapsing the roof. Creak creak. Below the deck, several steel columns miraculously held strong. But the top was completely crushed. Twisted metal everywhere, except for one corner where intersecting beams formed a wide, safe zone. Pant, pant, pant. Within this steel shelter, all 32 attendees had survived, unharmed. At that moment, everyone stared at Duziren in shock. Where he stood, nothing had fallen. He was truly a chosen one. Thanks to him, everyone who ran to him was saved. Holy crap. They really did invite a lucky star? Damn. If I hadn't seen his area was safe and run over, I'd be dead now. Insane. Bro, I'm hanging your picture in my car instead of a deity. After a brief silence, everyone looked at Duziren, eyes full of gratitude. I'll never eat beetle nut again, WTF? What did I just see? A meteor shower accident? And all 30 people were unharmed? Don't stay up, it's bad for your kidneys. No. What's really insane is how none of those steel beams hit Duziren. Baldy still messes up his sleep schedule, confirmed. Duziren is the koi fish incarnate. Call me for rehab, got it. Next time I have surgery, no praying to gods, I'm sticking Duziren's portrait on my chest. Maybe I'll have a perfect recovery. I swear I'm not impotent, I'm gonna bow to Duziren before I buy a lottery ticket next time. Drink more water or get kidney stones. Hey, are we all missing the point? Someone report this already. Yes, report it now. Not only were the rich second-gens on-site dumbfounded, even the sick patients watching the live stream were stunned. Before the stream, they thought Duziren healing from ALS was already crazy lucky. But after the stream, damn, it got even crazier. This dude, could he be Lucio reincarnated? Shock, astonishment, disbelief. All kinds of emotions and eyes were on Duziren, but he wasn't feeling proud. Because at that moment, gurgle 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 gurgle. The hunger in his belly surged like a flash flood, overwhelming. Shit, why am I suddenly so hungry? So hungry. It felt exactly like the after-effect Qiu Xingxing experienced the first time she overused her powers. The intense hunger had Duziren bent over on the floor, unable to straighten up. Mr. Du, are you okay? He Xiao rushed over to help him up, and Duziren clutched his stomach, face pale as paper. I'm so hungry, is there food? Food? Hey, anyone here got food? I do, bro, I do. I was just holding some pastries. There's a table over there that didn't get crushed, it's got steak on it. Thanks to Duziren, several second-gens eagerly offered him food. Duziren didn't care what it was, he grabbed whatever he could and started stuffing it into his mouth. Nom 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 nom. Pastries, steak, foie gras, noodles, it didn't matter. He devoured everything like a starving beast who hadn't eaten in 3 days. Only when that terrifying hunger subsided did he slump to the ground, satisfied. Comfy. Mr. Du, were you fasting all day before coming here? He Xiao stared in shock. That amount of food could rival a Russian strongman. Hard to believe it came from a skinny young guy. Not really. Maybe I got scared and it triggered hunger. I see. As long as you're okay. We already called the police. Firefighters and rescue crews are on their way. It's just, with all these collapsed steel beams, they won't be able to remove them easily. We might have to stay here a while. Face grim, He Xiao never imagined he'd witness a meteor crash in his lifetime. I see. Well, it's fine. Duziren waved it off and looked at the surrounding mess of steel. Even if firefighters came with cutters, they'd have to be cautious of further collapse. Rescue would definitely be slow. Sigh, who knows when we'll get out of here? Be grateful. At least you're alive. True, but I've got a follow-up appointment tomorrow. Some of the second-gens were already getting antsy. This space held up by steel was cramped, and waiting in it was psychologically taxing. Mr. Du, don't worry. Once we're out, my company will definitely offer appropriate compensation. He Xiao kept reassuring him. He figured Duziren was just a kid and might lose his temper any second now. But instead, Duziren leaned against a beam, calmly pulled out his phone. Doomsday survival game, start. Ha! Bro, you're really gaming in this situation? Well, there's nothing else to do. Why not play a game? Besides, we're not gonna die. Just wait it out. That's way better than lying in a hospital bed waiting to die. His attitude was incredible. Duziren ignored the surprised second gen and unlocked his phone. Whoosh whoosh. On screen, Chiu Xingxing had walked out of a snowy field and reached a wasteland. According to the Black Market Mine City map, the southern outskirts of Old Wannan City used to have an abandoned pet shelter. A lot of stray and abandoned dogs should have gathered there. After the apocalypse, this place must be crawling with zombie dogs, right? She looked ahead to a fenced iron structure, narrowing her eyes. The old iron gate was scorched black and covered in sticky tar. Clearly, there had been a fire here recently. Fire Source Mercenary Group? I remember it's a couple who awakened fire powers, teamed up with 5 researchers, made kerosene bombs, and used fire to fight off zombies. They're strong. And they still lost contact? Standing outside the iron-fenced zone, Chiu Xingxing hesitated before stepping forward. Wait, ready your gun first? It's probably dangerous in there. Right on cue, Duziren's voice sounded in her ear. Chiu Xingxing paused and immediately pulled out her Desert Eagle. Click click click. After loading the bullets, Chiu Xingxing tiptoed toward the gate. Beyond it lay a square of at least 200 square meters, full of wooden doghouses, clearly once homes for shelter dogs. But now, what should have been a warm, friendly place, the doghouse square, was littered with human remains. Fingers, thighs, heads, ears. All kinds of torn human parts lay grotesquely around the wooden houses, dark brown and stinking. It wasn't hard to imagine what had happened here. Phew phew. Snore. From a particularly large doghouse by the gate, a low growl suddenly echoed out. The sound was deep, like a big dog snoring. Careful. It might be pretending to sleep. Duziren's voice rang again. Chiu Xingxing didn't dare be careless. Gun in one hand, she slowly pulled open the pitch-black iron gate. Creak. Just as the sound of the door opening began. Grrrrrrrrr, woof. In an instant. From the huge doghouse by the gate, a tiger-sized Alaskan Malamute burst out, snarling and lunging straight for Chiu Xingxing's thigh. Stay calm. Prepare to fire. Another strong shout came. Chiu Xingxing's originally scared expression instantly tightened. The pistol's safety was flipped off instantly. The huge Alaskan's fur had long since fallen off, its body covered in bloody gray scabs, like a flesh dog. As it moved, a strong stench entered the nostrils. The huge dog's mouth was partly rotten, its eyes hollow and black. But, even so, it could lunge toward Chiu Xingxing with tiger-like precision. Shoot! Bang bang bang! Duziren's calm voice came through, giving Chiu Xingxing full confidence. The muzzle flashed, and 3 bullets hit the Alaskan precisely on the forehead. Immediately, the Alaskan's upward movement faltered, and with a plop, the whole dog fell to the ground. Aove! At the center of its forehead, the hollow bullet hole gurgled black blood. Aove! Because of the bullet's inertia, the Alaskan did not die on the spot. On the contrary, after roaring twice, its bloody scabs began to wiggle strangely. Clusters of dense black fur sprouted from the flesh. This is ability? Chiu Xingxing looked at this scene in surprise. Duziren immediately clicked on the Alaskan's head. Mutated zombie dog, Alaskan. Mutated ability, tempered fur. Ability level, ability user, tier 2. Tempered fur? No wonder it didn't burn to death. Frowning slightly, Duziren tapped Chiu Xingxing's shoulder, indicating her to switch from the pistol. Xingxing, its ability is tempered. Bullets have no effect on it. Prepare your dagger for close combat. Confident? Yes. With her little fists clenched, as long as Duziren's voice was there, Chiu Xingxing felt infinitely secure. She quickly holstered the pistol and drew the military combat dagger from her waist. Aove! At that moment, the Alaskan's body overflowed with black fur. Instead of attacking, it began to shake its body rapidly. What? Her beautiful eyes narrowed. Before Chiu Xingxing could be puzzled for a moment. Su. Countless jet black dog hairs shot out like steel needles. Dong dong dong. The steel needle hairs hit the ground and pierced right into it. If they hit a person, one could imagine how terrible the consequences would be. Now, it's my turn to get close to it. Gulp. Swallowing, her chest thump sounded with hair hitting holes. Thanks to the military combat suit, Chiu Xingxing felt only a sharp pain in her abdomen, and the skin was not injured. Increase speed. She didn't know her own ability was immortality, but staring at the Alaskan, Chiu Xingxing again entered that superspeed state. The Alaskan's hairs fired faster and faster, raining like blossoms in a storm. But In the next blink of an eye, its ears twitched, and it began to be unable to discern the opponent's location. Tap tap tap. Fast. Extremely fast, shadows flickered. Left? Right? Only faint snow-crunching footsteps could be heard ahead. By the time the sound was less than a meter away from it, the Alaskan panicked and tried to retreat. But with a buzz, a cold gleam flashed, and a dagger was plunged into the Alaskan's forehead center. Not off-center, right into the previous bullet hole. Poochie. Dark blood surged out. On the Alaskan's head, a line of blood shimmered. In an instant, the two halves of its dog head flew off, and blood sprayed, pu pu pu. The headless dog fell with a boom, unmoving. It seems, not that powerful. A calm voice sounded as Qiu Xingxing's figure slowly appeared. She stood on the blood-soaked ground. Sliding the dagger along the Alaskan's neck, a metallic crystal core rolled out. She reached out and picked up that crystal core, but did not immediately hold it. Instead, with respectful both hands she lifted it up toward the sky. Senior. Please accept this crystal core. Although this was the mutated dog crystal core required for this mission, Qiu Xingxing knew clearly in her heart. Without the senior, there would be no her. The first to honor was never the base or her family, but the senior. Your Doomsday Survival character has sent you a new gift. Sign to receive? On the phone screen, a new prompt popped up in the game. But this time, Du Ziren did not press yes. Because he clearly knew this was the mission item Qiu Xingxing needed to enter the third tier. Keep it yourself. This thing is useless to me. Pressing the private speaker, Du Ziren truly felt this thing was useless. If he took it, it would just be another crystal core to put in a snowdrop flower pot. At this rate, he'd need a special cabinet just to store crystal cores. Senior, you don't want it? It's not that I don't want it. I know this is useful to you. If you want to repay me, just use something other than the mutated dog crystal core next time. Hearing Du Ziren's calm voice by her ear, Qiu Xingxing's face flushed red. Senior. Are you prioritizing my situation? As if something touched her head, Qiu Xingxing shyly accepted the white-tempered crystal core. Should I submit this to complete the mission? She thought for a moment, standing still outside the park iron gate. On the other side of the phone screen, Du Ziren clicked on Qiu Xingxing's attributes to assess preparations. Ability level, ability user, tier 2. 35 out of 200. Warmth, 72. Satiety, 13. Happiness, 25. Just by killing a mutated dog, Xingxing's ability value already increased? I remember she needs to submit one, green, crystal core? She still needs to kill more mutated zombie dogs. While pondering, Du Ziren made a decision. Xingxing, go eat something, adjust, and prepare to enter the park. Understood. He casually slid a few packs of bread from inventory. Suddenly bread appeared in the snow. Du Ziren watched Qiu Xingxing start eating. Beside him, a rich second-gen looked at Du Ziren oddly. Because ever since Du Ziren started playing the game, he'd been curious. What kind of game could make someone so obsessed even at a moment like this? And the result. The rich second-gen was dumbfounded. Damn. This jerk from the start had been staring at a black screen phone saying stuff like, Xingxing Xingxing. With a full pervert expression. This isn't insanity, what is this? And since Du Ziren really was wearing a patient gown, continually smiling at his phone, the rich second-gen reasonably suspected. Du Ziren's ALS was cured but maybe transferred into mental illness. Ah? No wonder he said he wanted to see his other half. You fucking have a plain brain disorder, fantasizing about an other half, right? Hiss. Maybe the mental illness beat the ALS, and the virus transferred from the leg to the brain? Damn. Case solved. This damn Norman pharmaceutical company actually found a lunatic to fool us. The rich kid became even more convinced of his thoughts. But he didn't dare to speak too loudly. After all, it was Du Ziren who had just saved them all. Even if the other party was a lunatic, he still had to thank him. Sigh. What a pitiful man. Let him stay immersed in the illusion of mirror flowers, water moon. Looking at Du Ziren with pity, Du Ziren suddenly looked up at the rich kid and gave a silly smile. How about it? My game, aren't the graphics badass and the action super cool? His eyes were full of sincerity as he looked at the rich kid. Du Ziren thought, just the scene where Qiu Xingxing killed the mutant zombie dog just now, totally good enough to enter this year's gaming contest. Whoever sees it wouldn't help but exclaim, this game is awesome, right? Looking hopefully at the rich kid, the corner of the rich kid's mouth twitched. Awesome. This game is really awesome. Right? Want me to share the installation package with you? No need. As long as you're enjoying it. The rich kid showed a loving, sympathetic smile. Du Ziren's face went stiff and he muttered. Bet you don't even play games. This game is so fun. Ah yeah yeah yeah. Super fun. Brushing Duziran off with a few words, the rich kid immediately walked away from him. Damn it. Confirmed, this guy really is a lunatic. Om nom om nom. In the snowy field, Chiu Xingxing quickly chewed on the bread that appeared out of nowhere, her eyes constantly looking toward the metal shed zone. Om nom s senior, are you asking me to go back in and look for another opportunity? Correct. Your current crystal cores aren't enough to complete the mission. There should still be some secret inside this zone. Just that guard dog alone isn't enough to defeat 2 ability users. Recover your strength, stay alert. Om nom. Got it. She nodded, licking the breadcrumbs from the corner of her mouth. Reinserting the military dagger into her waist, Chiu Xingxing's hunger level had already returned to 73 points. Let's go. Still tiptoeing, Chiu Xingxing fully opened the iron gate. Creak. Beyond the gate, the plaza was full of mangled human flesh and limbs, making Chiu Xingxing frown deeply. She deliberately avoided stepping on the bodies, moving carefully past each doghouse. No one could be sure if another mutant zombie dog might burst out of a remaining doghouse. Only extreme caution would allow safe passage across this icy surface. Tap tap tap. Like walking on thin ice, Chiu Xingxing finally passed all the doghouses and reached the last one. Her nerves were still tense as she tried to see the inside of the doghouse. The previous doghouses had all been scorched. Only this last one had thick thigh meat piled up at the entrance, completely blocking the door. Nothing inside was visible. If you listen closely, you could actually hear the cries of puppies. Could there are puppies inside? Chiu Xingxing hesitated a bit. If she could find a mutant zombie dog puppy, that thing would be a huge contribution for research back at the base. Standing dumbly in front of the doghouse. Buzz buzz buzz. A new interaction pop-up appeared on the phone screen. Approach the doghouse? Risk and reward coexist. Your apocalypse survival character has a chance to obtain a mutant dog pet. Yes/no? Heh. Another choice? Looking at the phone's prompt, Duziran laughed. What the hell kind of mutant pet? Knowing how this game works, I don't believe you can't just spend money to get a good pet. As for risks and rewards? I'm not letting Xingxing take even the slightest risk. No. He firmly pressed the no button. Duziran would rather Chiu Xingxing miss out on an opportunity than let her take a risk. Pet? Her hubby can top up and get it for her. But if something happens to his wife, nothing can make up for that. Xingxing, shoot at the doghouse. A calm, cold voice rang out. Chiu Xingxing's stiff body jolted. Huh? But senior, that house. There might be some puppies in there. Their value is not greater than yours. Obey. Shoot. Ha! Her face suddenly flushed red, and a wave of sweetness surged in Chiu Xingxing's heart. Senior's words. Blushing, she silently drew her pistol. Shoot. At Duziran's repeated urging, the pistol fired off bursts of flame. Bang bang bang. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The bullet impacts instantly blew apart the pile of thigh meat in front of the doghouse, revealing the inside. Woof! 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 The next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. Dogs. So many dogs. Small gray-brown teddy dogs no bigger than rats, piled up inside like mice in a nest, frantically chewing on a severed human hand. Woof woof woof. In the small hut, nearly 100 teddies were gorging on flesh, their mouths covered in blood. Their pitch-black eyes showed shockingly human-like cunning and malice. This. Chiu Xingxing was dumbfounded. Mutant zombie dogs could come in small sizes too. If not for Senior's warning, if she'd been tempted and gotten closer, she would have been swarmed by the teddy dog pack in an instant and had her head chewed clean off. Damn. This game's design is wicked. Mutant zombie dogs that come in smaller breeds? Even Duziran had to marvel at how sinister the game was. A nod to a certain soul-like mimic chest monster, huh? Who wouldn't be tempted to take a peek at a doghouse that had puppies? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Cold wind blew through the now open doghouse, and the tiny teddies inside suddenly froze mid-chew. Countless beady little black eyes stared dead at Chiu Xingxing. Woof! Woof! Next moment. Like a brown tide rushing to sea, the rat-sized teddy dogs surged toward Chiu Xingxing like a gray flood. Xingxing! Shoot! Shoot while retreating. There are only about 50 of them. You can handle this. Duziran's steady voice came through. Chiu Xingxing immediately took several steps back. Bang bang bang. Flames burst from the desert eagle in her hand. Several teddies had their heads blown open and turned into bloody mist. Woof woof. But the gunshots didn't scare off the teddies, instead, they triggered their savagery. Woof. The remaining teddies charged at Chiu Xingxing with no regard for their lives. The vicious wave of dogs surged in, as if they would devour her whole. Your apocalypse survival character is about to face a crisis. Newbie suit passive luck effect triggered. Preparing to resist vicious bites 13. On his phone screen, Duziren was just about to activate the one-time skill dimensional slash. Unexpectedly, the game pop-up showed that the newbie suit's hidden effect had been triggered. Immediately, Duziren gave another command. Shengsheng, don't panic. Trust me, switch to your dagger. Hack straight at them. They won't be able to bite you. Not only not running? Still planning to charge and kill them? Duziren's voice echoed in her ears, and Qiu Shengsheng hesitated at first. Those gray-brown teddy dogs were all bloodthirsty, as ferocious as a pack of wolves charging in. A normal person would choose a gun, keep retreating while shooting, right? Charging forward and switching to a dagger for close combat? Isn't that just asking to die? But this was Duziren's order. Senior would never harm me. As long as it's something Senior says, Shengsheng dares to do it. Her steps suddenly stopped, and Qiu Shengsheng charged headfirst into the incoming teddy swarm without hesitation. Woof woof woof. The charging teddies suddenly paused too. Clearly, they didn't expect anyone to dare rush directly at a horde of monsters. Putting the Desert Eagle back into her pocket, Qiu Shengsheng pulled out the military dagger from her waist and slashed sideways at a leaping teddy. Die! Slash. A cold flash cut through, and the tiny teddy instantly exploded into a splash of blood. Woof woof woof. But the following teddy dogs didn't back down at all. Fangs and claws flared beneath their fur as they swarmed toward Qiu Shengsheng like a hive of bees. Woof woof woof. In just a moment, 13 teddies had climbed onto Qiu Shengsheng's chest. Their teeth, like steel needles, snapped toward her chest without hesitation. Damn. This chick's that fierce? In the distance, Wu Hai lay prone in the snow, taking in everything that was happening. From the moment she left the black market mine until now, he'd been in shock. The scene of her killing the Alaskan, the appearance of the handgun, and the bread that materialized from thin air, everything kept redefining his impression of Qiu Shengsheng. This chick. Turns out, she's also an ability user. No ordinary person has that kind of speed. And she's not just an ability user, that's for sure. She had bread that appeared from nowhere, and a forbidden handgun. Either she's a rare spatial ability user, or she's always had a powerful expert beside her. And judging by how ruthless she is now, his younger brother Wu Tao's death, maybe it wasn't someone else, but Qiu Shengsheng herself who did it. Damn it. Didn't expect that. Never in a million years did I think my brother was really killed by this woman. Shit. Hiding it this deep. Qiu Shengsheng. Where the hell did you get that handgun? When did you awaken your ability? Confusion, anger, hatred, filled his heart. Wu Hai felt like this world was insane. When did such a weak little girl get the chance to transform like this? His pupils were still full of shock as he stared blankly at Qiu Shengsheng's back, until he saw the current scene. 13 mutant teddy dogs were firmly latched onto Qiu Shengsheng's chest. With such a terrifying attack, let alone Qiu Shengsheng, even he himself at full strength as a level 3 ability user, perfected stage wouldn't dare say he could survive it. Wretched bitch. This time, if that guy behind you doesn't help, your flat chest is definitely going to become a sinkhole. He stared viciously at Qiu Shengsheng. With such a wave of attacks, even if she didn't die on the spot, her stomach would at least burst open in a big bloody mess, right? But what happened next, no one could have expected. Clang clang clang. Countless tiny fangs bit into her, but instead of blood, tiny bursts of flame erupted from Qiu Shengsheng's chest. Clang. The teddy's teeth seemed to bite onto something under her clothes, a deadlock forming between their teeth and some kind of metal. Awoo. Low growls came from in front of her chest. Under the fierce biting of 13 teddies, their jaws began to ache, and they all looked at Qiu Shengsheng in confusion. Eh? Qiu Shengsheng was also dumbfounded. Why was she okay? Clatter. Until a bullet magazine dropped from her chest, and she suddenly realized. It was the bullets. At least 40 rounds, scattered in her chest area because of a loose magazine. And perfectly. Every teddy dog had bitten a spot where a bullet blocked their teeth. This. How lucky am I? Looking at the scene in disbelief, she then heard Duziren's voice again in her ear. Shengsheng. Act now, kill them all with your dagger. Got it. Senior. At this moment, Qiu Shengsheng's admiration for Duziren rose even higher. How powerful must he be to know she wouldn't get hurt? Could it be, Senior's ability isn't just space, but also future foresight? As her little brain pondered, the dagger in her hand flashed silver several times. Slash. Blood sprayed on her camouflage military uniform, and all 13 teddies were instantly beheaded and fell to the ground. Switch back to the handgun. With the repeated prompt in her ear, Qiu Shengsheng didn't dare delay. The Desert Eagle was once again in her hand. Bang bang bang, Flames roared, and more than 10 mutant teddies that had just arrived were blown to pieces at close range. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Blood mist exploded in clusters, and Qiu Xingxing was bathed in it until the howling barks finally stopped. Nearly 50 mutant teddies, their tiny corpses now formed a small hill at her feet. Calmly wiping the black blood off her face, Qiu Xingxing looked up at the empty sky and smiled softly. "Senior, I did it." Their silent communication looked terrifying from Wu Hai's perspective in the distance. "Damn. This woman. Looks all gentle and weak, but kills monsters like a lunatic. The key thing is, she actually smiled after killing them? Holy shit. Holy shit. A female demon?" A chill ran down his spine. Wu Hai realized he had completely underestimated Qiu Xingxing. That seemingly risky tactic of letting the mutant teddies bite her now looked like a clever strategy. With close distance, if mutant teddies couldn't hurt her, the handgun's firepower at close range, fast and accurate. This woman. Wasn't she afraid of getting her stomach ripped open? Steel nerves? Dare to play like that? She's absolutely savage. For a moment, Wu Hai felt this ambush idea was a total failure. Qiu Xingxing alone was more cunning and capable than their entire Viper mercenary group. His face darkened, Wu Hai buried himself in the snow, unmoving. Such a pity. These mutant teddies, probably not strong enough to drop crystal cores. After all, none of them showed any abilities. Looking regretfully at the corpses on the ground, Qiu Xingxing glanced at the scattered human remains around the compound. She knew, if not for her senior, had she given in to greed, she would have become one of them too. In the apocalypse, human hearts are hard to predict. The cunning of mutant creatures, harder to predict still. Lying in wait for prey? With the intelligence of these mutant teddy dogs, they probably aren't capable of such a strategy, right? So is this part of the game design, or? Looking at the game screen filled with human remains, Du Ziren could be certain, those who once wanted a mutant dog pet are probably nothing but bones now. Anyway, Xingxing, you need to be careful. What's ahead might be even more dangerous. He pressed the little loudspeaker button and reminded again. Suddenly, he felt like he was being watched. In a daze, he looked around and finally realized that the rich kids around him had all moved away from him. Each of them stared at him with shocked expressions, as if looking at a lunatic. What? Do I have words written on my face? No. It's just, Mr. Du, you were probably just scared just now, right? You're talking to your phone, Even He Xiao looked at Du Ziren with some sympathy now. He didn't say anything further, just stopped halfway through the sentence. I'm playing a game. Ah, yeah, right. You take your time, have fun. I heard the firefighters have already arrived. Mr. Du, don't worry, we'll be out soon. Trying to comfort Du Ziren, He Xiao also walked off to a corner. Hopeless. A bunch of people who don't understand games. Shaking his head helplessly, Du Ziren was about to keep playing on his phone. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, from beneath a steel beam in a dark corner, came the sound of a spiral drill. People inside. Can you hear us? Oh? Someone's here? Finally, someone's here. We can hear you. We can hear you. A deep voice came from outside the steel frame, and the group trapped underneath instantly became overjoyed. Hurry. Open a hole quickly. I want to get out. I'm going crazy in here. You finally came. With countless urgent shouts, the drill spun continuously, finally boring a small hole. A large human eye peered in through the spiral hole. Everyone, please stay calm. Because we can't fully assess your internal structure, our fire brigade will proceed with slow rescue operations. To avoid a secondary collapse, we must have specialists calculate the collapse points. Before that, please don't move around randomly. Otherwise, there is a constant risk of a second collapse. The calm and comforting voice echoed out, instantly silencing the previously cheering people under the steel beams. What? Are you kidding me? How long do we have to stay here? I have a consultation tomorrow. This place is awful, how could anyone live here? After the silence came buzzing complaints like a hive. Behind the hole, the rescue worker sighed helplessly. Everyone, there's really no other way. You're currently more than 10 meters off the ground. Our rescue relies on aerial ladders moving slowly and opening points for structural study. If we recklessly dig and cause another collapse, then you all might. Before he could finish, the trapped rich kids fell into silence, gloomy and downcast. They also understood how scary the safety hazards were. One by one, they slumped to the ground, speechless. However, there's no need to worry about your food, clothing, and daily needs for now. We'll first open a small hole that doesn't affect the load bearing, and send in basic food supplies. We promise, within 3 days. We will definitely find a safe point to dig you out. The strong and firm promise was meant to boost morale, but the rich kids didn't listen at all. 3 days? Oh my god. 3 days? Are you kidding me? I'm going to be stuck here for 3 days? How do we sleep? How do we go to the bathroom? Ugh, just thinking about eating and doing all that in this cramped space makes me want to die. After all, they were all children of rich families. Complaints rang out endlessly. The firefighters outside the steel structure said nothing more. Seeming to realize that talking would only make things worse, they drilled a few more small holes using aerial ladders, starting to collect internal structure information. Duziran looked at the few small square holes opened in front of the steel frame, his emotions scarily calm. No big deal. My phone battery should last until tomorrow night, right? Before then. Doomsday survival game, activate. Like someone drunk while the world is sober, he tapped on the phone screen. Duziran felt that as long as he had battery and food, even 3 months wouldn't be a problem, let alone 3 days. Wananchi, suburbs, stray animal compound. Snowflakes continued to fall from the sky. Inside the compound were several massive steelshed factory buildings. Maybe this place was originally used to store dog food in bulk and where the caretakers lived. Tap tap tap. Tiptoeing, Chiu Xingxing moved closer to the warehouse like a little cat. The rolling shutter door of the warehouse was wide open. Inside, the dust was thick, and on the dusty ground, faint humanoid footprints could be seen. These footprints must have been left by the Firesource mercenary group? Did they also pass through the wooden house area in front? Gazing thoughtfully into the warehouse, beneath the several meter-high stacks of dog food bags were narrow, winding paths. Hesitating at the entrance, Chiu Xingxing's ears suddenly twitched. Num 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 num. Num 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 num. The sound of something licking food, like a dog, echoed through the open warehouse. Huh? There are dogs here too. Suppressing her steps, breathing, and movements to the extreme, Chiu Xingxing moved closer to the sound. Reaching a clearing where several dog food bags had burst and spilled across the ground, Chiu Xingxing saw an unbelievable sight. Num 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 num. A person. No, more precisely, a dog-headed human man was lying on the ground, imitating a dog paddle motion, chewing dog food while raising his leg and rubbing his crotch provocatively. He clearly had hands and feet but crawled on all fours like a dog. Drip 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 drip. A yellowish stain dripped beneath his cotton pants. This dog-headed human, with his leg raised like a dog, had just peed his pants. This. The scene before her was simply too shocking. Dog-headed human, was he a dog, or a man? Chiu Xingxing's pupils widened, because she noticed, this dog-headed human was wearing a fiery red combat suit. On the suit was a flame-shaped insignia. The words Firesource Mercenary Group were especially eye-catching. This man was a long-missing member of the Firesource Mercenary Group? How did he turn into a dog? Chiu Xingxing was confused. Her lips moved for a while, she seemed to want to speak and ask, but was afraid of alerting something, so she hesitated for a long time without acting. Meanwhile, on Duziran's phone screen, a new game choice popped up again. Option 1, speak directly, how did you turn into a dog? Why are you such a dog? Outcome unknown. Option 2, open fire and shoot the dog-headed human. Outcome unknown. Option 3, stay silent and observe the dog-headed human's next actions, but there's a chance other entities may notice you. Outcome unknown. Friendly tip, if you can't find the book title, try searching the author. Maybe it just changed names. Oh? This time it's a 3-choice one. Seeing the pop-up selection appear, Duziran hesitated for a moment and chose option 3. Choosing to keep observing, although there was a chance of being discovered, was probably the fastest way to detect any mutation in the dog-headed human. Option 1, approaching the dog-headed human, carried a risk. If the dog-headed human still had rationality, that might be fine. Taking the risk might get a response. But if he had lost all reason and barked like a dog, attracting a horde of mutant zombie dogs, it wouldn't be worth it. As for option 2? Open fire? Wouldn't that be like telling the monsters that the boss has arrived and switching to speedrun mode? Wanting to conserve his dimensional slash skill, Duziran still chose the more correct way to play the game. Who knew how pay-to-win this game might become later? After pressing option 3, Chiu Xingxing slowly crouched down, and Duziran's voice sounded in her ears. Xingxing, slow your breathing, wait until that thing finishes eating the dog food. Got it. Huddled in a corner, Chiu Xingxing only exposed her eyes. Num 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 num. After a while, the dog-headed human seemed to be full. Lying flat on the ground on all fours like a resting dog, he happily rolled around in place. Woof woof. He barked continuously, as if calling for someone. Got it. Dumb mutt. I'm coming to get you. If you weren't an ability user, you'd have been in the pot already. Suddenly, a grumbling voice came, and Qiu Shengxing shrank back. She saw a human-headed dog-bodied monster walk out from a corridor in the distance. Yes. Human head, dog body. This person's body was covered mostly in the black and white fur of a border collie. But the creepy part was that this thing, despite having a dog's body, could stand upright and walk. The human face looked stiff, as if it still didn't know how to make expressions. With a look of annoyance, it kicked the dog-headed human in the stomach. Beast! Move! Grabbing the dog-headed human by the ear, the border collie human-headed dog spoke in a cold tone, dragging the dog-headed human who screamed in pain. Awoo awoo. For some reason, watching the scene, Qiu Shengxing suddenly felt sad. She had the feeling that it wasn't humans bullying dogs anymore, but dogs bullying humans. Move! Dragging the dog-headed human, the two, one dog, one man, walked deeper into the warehouse. Qiu Shengxing pressed her lips together, tiptoed, and followed them again. Behind her, Wu Hai stood in another distant corner, having also witnessed the scene. His face turned dark. My goodness. This is, humans and dogs switching places? Then what kind of terrifying mutant zombie dogs must be hidden here to toy with people like this? His heart grew cold for no reason, but Wu Hai didn't leave. Instead, he stared at Qiu Shengxing with a sinister gaze. Wretched girl. No matter how strong the man behind you is, if he can't handle the dog king here, you'll still die. When the time is right, I have ways to expose you. Glancing at the steel-framed metal shed, Wu Hai's expression turned grim as he followed silently. Step step step. Step step step. Following the man and dog deeper in, the warehouse interior was not an open area, but a descending cellar corridor. It was clear the original owner probably built the cellar to store winter vegetables. But now, the border collie human-headed dog was pulling the dog-headed human straight into the cellar. Candles lit the cellar walls, and the deeper they went, the stronger the stench of blood became. Border collie, what's wrong with you? It's just one guy and you're struggling so much. What if the boss gives you a few ability users to raise in the future and you can't control them? A low mocking voice came. The border collie human-headed dog's expression turned cold. Shut your dog mouth. Where's the boss? Over there, studying women. As the voice approached, from within the cellar appeared a husky-bodied human-headed dog. This husky human-headed dog had much more expressive facial features. As soon as he appeared, a wicked grin spread across his face. He constantly mocked the dog-headed human being dragged. Come on. PFF PFF. Spit some fire for fun. You hear me? Woof woof. Amidst the teasing, the dog-headed human barked angrily a few times. Hey! Fuck your mother? Not listening? Not being a good dog. Bang! A massive black and white paw kicked the dog-headed human in the stomach. The dog-headed human fell flat on the ground with an "oh-woo," and flames began spewing from his mouth. Humph. Acting tough? You? Still putting on airs? You have no idea, huh? Your wife, the boss is already playing her to death. Grabbing the dog-headed human's dog face, the husky human-headed dog squeezed hard. The dog-headed human cried in pain, sparks at the corner of his mouth growing larger. Boom! Finally, a wave of flame burst from his mouth. The roaring fire swept several meters through the cellar. The husky human-headed dog bathed in fire without harm, laughing wildly. Yes. Yes. That's the power I want. Tame him, and we'll have an even better guard dog in the future. Boring. The border collie human-headed dog rolled his eyes, pulled the dog-headed human, and continued walking deeper into the cellar. Step step step. The two dogs and one man walked farther and farther. But Qiu Shengxing stood at the cellar entrance, completely stunned. Senior. That dog-headed human just breathed fire. The leader and his wife of the Firesource mercenary group had flame powers. You don't think? She already had a guess in her heart, but didn't dare admit it. I understand. Brace yourself. That cellar might be a living hell. Du Ziren's voice sounded oddly heavy. For the first time, he felt that this doomsday survival game was a little too real. If you gave loyal dogs intelligence and abilities, what do you think they'd do? Humans taming ability dogs? Sorry. Dogs can also tame ability humans. That scene just now, though minor, completely shattered Du Ziren's worldview. My god. The game devs really went deep with this one. If this game gets more publicity, it'll blow up for sure. Hands trembling as he tapped the screen, Du Ziren stared intently at the game screen. He didn't dare imagine what else might be in that cellar. Step step step. After the two dogs and one human walked far off, Qiu Shengxing finally tiptoed forward again. Drip drip drip. Drip drip drip. As she reached the depths of the cellar, Qiu Xingxing instinctively covered her nose. The air was filled with a strange smell: meat, rotting seafood, decaying corpses, and blood. It was hard to imagine what else was hidden in here. Step. Carefully controlling her steps, Qiu Xingxing passed through a long, narrow, dark tunnel and finally saw a dimly lit dirt chamber. Inside the chamber, in a huge dog cage, 6 dog-headed humans were imprisoned. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. All 6 dog-headed humans wore the uniforms of the Firesource mercenary group, but now they lay limp by the cage like wild dogs, mouths wide open and drooling. Quiet. Stop fucking barking. If you disturb the boss's rest, you'll be thrown in the pot today. Bang. At the edge of the cage, the husky human-headed dog kicked the bars. The dog-headed humans instantly fell silent. Their dog eyes were dim, as if they had lost all rational thought, completely turned into wild beasts. These 6 people, aren't they the missing members of the Firesource mercenary group? They've all turned into dogs? Kept in captivity by mutant zombie dogs? Dogs, taming humans? Shock, fear, and existential doubt. Qiu Xingxing had never imagined that dogs could raise humans like dogs. Covering her mouth, Qiu Xingxing didn't dare make a sound. She guessed, the border collie human-headed dog and the husky human-headed dog were at least tier 3 ability-level mutant zombie dogs. And considering they mentioned some boss, that meant, in this suburban dog shelter, there were at least 3 high-level mutant zombie dogs. Woof woof. For some reason, when Qiu Xingxing looked at the dog-headed humans in the cage, her throat began to instinctively want to bark. She forcefully suppressed this urge and kept squinting, trying to see what was behind the cage. You're back? How was the training today? From deep in the darkness came a hoarse voice. The moment that voice rang out, the previously arrogant husky human-headed dog immediately dropped to the ground. Big brother. That Firesource mercenary group leader has fully turned into a dog. But, because his intelligence has completely turned dog-like, he actually can't use his flame ability properly anymore. Oh? That's so? Seems like the discipline wasn't strict enough. Clank, clank. In the darkness, the sound of chains clinking echoed. A tall figure gradually emerged. When it appeared near the cage, Qiu Xingxing was stunned. The so-called boss was actually a rural dog human-headed dog with an old man's face. Its fur was glossy brown and yellow. Its old man face was full of deep wrinkles, with a terrifyingly calm expression. In its paw, it dragged a chain, and at the end of the chain, a woman covered in bruises was pulled along. Zhou Yan? That's Zhou Yan? From the shadows, Qiu Xingxing stared at the woman with the chain around her neck, completely shocked. This woman, wasn't she the female leader in the Firesource mercenary group couple? Back in the day, Zhou Yan and her husband Li Yi always strode proudly through the black market mine, dressed in fancy clothes. Though the Firesource mercenary group wasn't the strongest in the black market mine, they were still well known. At the very least, every time Qiu Xingxing had seen Zhou Yan, she'd never worn the same outfit twice. In the apocalypse, having new clothes every day meant she must have lived a lavish life. But now? Zhou Yan's eyes were hollow and lifeless, her hair a mess, and she was almost completely naked. Her chest and thighs were wrapped in coarse cloth, her body covered in purple bruises and dried blood. She trembled constantly, as if she had endured terrible suffering. It was hard to imagine what this once dominant woman had gone through. Zhou Yan couldn't have. Qiu Xingxing's lips trembled, she didn't dare continue thinking. In her ear, Du Ziren's low voice offered a quiet comfort. Shengxing, this world is far crueler than you imagined. On his phone screen, Du Ziren stared at what he saw, his worldview shaken again and again. This game's developers. They really went there. If his guess was right, that leader, the rural dog human-headed dog, not only turned the whole Firesource mercenary group into dogs, but trained the male leader like a dog and turned the female leader into his toy. The level of cruelty made Du Ziren break out in cold sweat. Damn. Does this game have to be this realistic? Marveling at the designer's twisted creativity, Du Ziren couldn't tear his eyes away from the screen for even a second. He had a hunch this mission was terrifying. This might be a boss level. If he wasn't careful, Qiu Xingxing would be done for. No big deal. These 3 dogs, no matter how strong, can't take more than a few hits from Dimensional Slash. He stared blankly at the game screen. At the same time, the rural dog human-headed dog reached out a paw and touched the dog-headed human held by the border collie human-headed dog, making a clicking sound with his mouth. I mean, you're already a dog now. Can't you just behave? Be good, spit some fire for fun. Its voice was low and hoarse, completely emotionless. But the dog-headed human, upon seeing Zhou Yan by chance, had a burst of vicious rage flash in those dumb dog eyes. Woof! Woof! Roar! A stream of flaming heat built up in his mouth, ready to spray at the rural dog human-headed dog's paw. Still got some humanity left? Noisy! Slap! Before the flames could come out, the rural dog human-headed dog's old face froze, and it slapped the dog-headed human down with a paw. Awoo awoo. The dog-headed human's dog face twisted, a few broken teeth flew out, twitching on the ground. Calm down? The cold voice echoed through the dirt chamber, and the dog-headed human stopped moving. Oh, Big Brother's the best. Big Brother is mighty. Seeing this, the husky human-headed dog and the border collie human-headed dog began flattering the rural dog human-headed dog. He really still thinks he's human? A dog. Should act like a dog. I think he's not scared enough. Second brother, go, kill a dog. We'll eat it. Perfect, your sister-in-law has a baby in her belly too. As the rural dog human-headed dog spoke, it crouched and stroked Zhou Yan's slightly rounded belly with a paw. Immediately, the husky human-headed dog and border collie human-headed dog were overjoyed. Big Brother? You succeeded? I purposely kept one ability user woman alive just to see, if we had a child, would it be born with powers worthy of being Big Brother? The husky human-headed dog laughed and strode to the cage. Clank! It yanked open the cage and dragged out a dog-headed human. You're the one. Today, we eat dog meat? With both paws gripping the dog-headed human's head, the husky human-headed dog applied force. After the dog-headed human cried in pain. Schluck! Blood poured from the dog head, gushing wildly. The husky human-headed dog dragged the body like a chicken and flung it toward the rural dog human-headed dog. Boss, eat! The rural dog human-headed dog glanced at it indifferently, said nothing, and stepped on the dog-headed human, pressing it down in front of Zhou Yan. Its expression was icy, and it only said one thing. Look! Do you still recognize him? Zhou Yan's eyes were dull. She didn't react at all. In the dark, cramped, cold cellar, no cold wind was blowing, but it made people's scalps tingle. It wasn't just dogs raising humans now. Dogs were torturing humans. This was happening right in front of Zhou Yan, her own teammate being humiliated. The shocking scene overwhelmed Qiu Xingxing's mind. She no longer dared move. She even started thinking about retreating from here. In the distance, Wu Hai had witnessed it all. His face was pale with fear. He could swear, in all the years of the apocalypse, he had never seen anything this outrageous. The ones in the cellar, were they 3 mutant zombie dogs? No. Those were 3 demons. 3 beasts. Good, good, good. You're all such monsters, that's fine with me. Qiu Xingxing, go play with these monsters. Magnetism. Turning to the steel-framed shed outside the cellar, a steel bar suddenly whipped loose and flew toward the cellar. Wu Hai, controlling the steel bar, was just about to shout and smash it on Qiu Xingxing's head, intending to draw the attention of the 3 mutant zombie dogs inside the cellar. But just as he opened his mouth, a clear woof suddenly echoed through the cellar corridor. Woof! The clear woof echoed through the cellar, instantly making the 3 human-headed dogs inside all turn toward the source of the sound. Buzz buzz buzz. A steel bar spun midair, and a fat man with a big belly was standing at the cellar entrance. Huh? Someone actually came? When did that happen? The husky human-headed dog's expression changed, but then its lips curled up. Hey, it's an ability user. Boss, if this guy turns into a dog, can I have him? Not only was it unafraid, it even looked excitedly at the rural dog human-headed dog. It seemed that it had long envied the border collie human-headed dog for having a flame ability pet human. A fat tier 3 ability user. And he dares to shout on my turf? The wrinkles on the old man face of the rural dog human-headed dog twitched. He didn't understand Wu Hai's situation and just assumed he was trying to ambush them. But what happened? This fool hadn't even noticed he was being caninized, and had unconsciously let out a woof. On the other side, Wu Hai was just as dumbfounded. No. I was trying to hit Qiu Xingxing. Why the hell did I bark like a dog? He slapped his mouth in confusion and started panicking. Because he realized, not only could he no longer speak, but when he touched his face, he felt the solid contours of a dog's head. His limbs were starting to bend and crouch uncontrollably. His thinking was starting to become dog-like. Ability. This must be some kind of high-level ability effect. Wu Hai instantly understood, and stared in terror at the rural dog human-headed dog among the human-headed dogs. He just wanted to watch the show, but he didn't expect this guy's power to be this overpowered. It could even affect people outside the scene. This guy's ability must be at least a blue-grade innate power. Clank. He didn't care about dealing with Qiu Xingxing anymore, the steel bar floating in front of him suddenly flew at the rural human-headed dog, and Wu Hai turned and ran for his life. Run. If he didn't run now, the next dog slave would be him. Thud thud thud. Footsteps and the buzzing of the whipping steel bar rang out almost at the same time. The rural human-headed dog still looked calm, casually lifting a paw. Second, if you want him, go catch him yourself. Third, you can handle the steel bar, right? Understood. 2 replies rang out instantly. The husky human-headed dog's head twisted, and its upright body crouched down, instantly transforming into a shiny, black and white furred giant husky. A woo. With a wolf-like howl, the mutant husky zombie dog shot out from the cellar like a panther. Woof! Wu Hai had only taken 2 steps before freezing. Looking back, he had no idea when a giant husky had caught up behind him. Thud! In an instant, Wu Hai was pinned to the ground by the swift husky. Hey. You came and still wanna leave? Ability user? Ability user? Great. Be my dog. Chomp. Sharp fangs suddenly bit into Wu Hai's neck. He screamed, woof woof, his whole body lifted like a chick by the giant dog's mouth, carried straight back toward the cellar. Elsewhere. Buzz buzz buzz. The roaring steel bar flew in, full of force. The border collie human-headed dog calmly merged its 2 paws together and directly caught the flying steel bar in midair. Buzz. Effortlessly, it caught the steel bar and casually tossed it to the ground. Hiss. These 3 guys. They really are boss level. No wonder the whole Firesource mercenary group got wiped out. On his phone screen, Du Ziren frowned deeply. Qiu Xingxing was huddled against the dark dirt wall in the corner, her whole body trembling, not daring to move. Strong. This 3-dog combo was absurdly strong. Tapping quickly on the 3 human-headed dogs, 3 pieces of information popped up. Mutant zombie dog, rural breed. Ability, canonization, blue. Ability level, tier, for ability user. Canonization, within a 50-meter radius of the mutant rural zombie dog, any living being will gradually begin to show signs of canonization. The longer the time, the more their body and mind resemble a dog. Mutant zombie dog, husky. Ability, super speed, green. Ability level, tier, 3 ability user. Super speed, temporarily doubles its movement speed. Mutant zombie dog, border collie. Ability, super strength, green. Ability level, tier, 2 ability user. Super strength, temporarily doubles its physical strength. Damn. These 3 brothers really got some power. Looking at the information on the 3 human-headed dogs, Du Ziren's expression became uncharacteristically cautious. This seemed to be Qiu Xingxing's first time facing a boss. With her ability, she could probably handle any one of them in a solo fight. But all 3 at once? Du Ziren looked at Qiu Xingxing with worry, then suddenly couldn't help but smile. The canonization effect had also affected Qiu Xingxing. But Qiu Xingxing's canonization only turned her ears into dog ears, nothing else changed. A pair of floppy puppy ears kept twitching, and Du Ziren couldn't resist reaching out to touch them. Ah? Woof! Startled, Qiu Xingxing gasped. But trying to speak only made her let out a soft bark, her dog ears drooping as her cheeks flushed red. Woof woof woof, senior, are you seriously in the mood to joke right now? Du Ziren didn't understand dog speak, but the game interface surprisingly translated it for him. Ha ha ha. Dog-eared Xingxing so cute. He patted her dog ears again, but seeing how nervous she was, trembling all over, he finally stopped. Woof woof woof. Outside the cellar, Wu Hai was being carried by the mutant husky, about to be thrown into the cage. He was panicking. Woof! Woof! There's a woman in the corner. He whimpered nonstop, never expecting that his sneak attack would backfire so horribly. Woof! Woof! Despite all his barking, the mutant husky ignored him. Instead, it bit harder, twisting his neck until he almost suffocated. Why are you barking? Be quiet. A woo! That shut Wu Hai up for good. He glared hatefully at Qiu Xingxing in the corner, as he was thrown into the dog cage. Woof woof woof. Soon, the cellar returned to calm. The 3 dog-headed men stared at Wu Hai, seemingly trying to interrogate him. The rural dog human-headed dog squinted and withdrew the canonization ability. Wu Hai's mouth slowly shifted back to human form, and he immediately cursed. Damn it! The left corner. There's still someone over there? What? In the cramped corner, Qiu Xingxing had just wriggled, trying to slowly retreat and crawl out. Hearing the sound, she suddenly froze. In the dark depths of the cellar, the 3 human-headed dogs were now sharply scanning their surroundings with their eyes. But unfortunately, Qiu Xingxing was hiding too well. After searching with no results, even the rural dog human-headed dog began to suspect that Wu Hai was lying. Smack. Suddenly. A sharp dog claw slapped directly across Wu Hai's face. The husky human-headed dog looked vicious. Oh really? I haven't even had you properly serve me yet, and you dog trash dare to lie to your master first? The bloody claw kneaded Wu Hai's face, and Wu Hai was about to cry. It's true. It's really true. I followed her here. Otherwise, why would I, an ability user, come here to mess with you after eating too much, right? He looked at the husky human-headed dog with grievance. The husky human-headed dog didn't believe him and was about to strike again. Enough. Suddenly, the rural dog human-headed dog's expression changed slightly and stopped it. What he says makes sense. He couldn't have come here alone. As for whether there's anyone else nearby? Simple. Buzz buzz buzz. Its bright yellow fur twitched. The pores of the rural dog human-headed dog expanded all over its body. The exposed fur rapidly shrank. Its dog paws and belly twisted and convulsed, and human yellow-white skin quickly formed. In the blink of an eye, it completely evolved from a human-headed dog into an elderly human. Canonization. The old man hunched over and muttered softly. The surrounding air instantly became oppressive. The next moment. Woof 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 woof. With him as the center, whether dogs or people around him, their eyes rolled white. Their bodies uncontrollably dropped to the ground, fur burst out all over, and barking sounds escaped their mouths. Woof woof woof. Even his two mutant zombie dog companions, under the blue canonization ability, stupidly reverted to their original forms and crawled in front of the old man. Good. Little doggies. Stop hiding, stop hiding. Come out. As the old man hummed lightly, 10 completely ordinary dogs had already gathered around him, walking toward him with lifeless eyes. Woof woof. For a moment, the entire cellar was like a dog kennel. Damn. No wonder these guys can be so arrogant. Inside the canonization ability domain, it's not just people, dogs also obey the mutant rural dog. If you fight him, not to mention whether you can beat the dog pack, just constantly being caninized yourself is already a huge problem. Worthy of a blue ability. On the phone screen, Duziren watched the ability display of the mutant rural dog with great interest. Qiu Xingxing lay in the corner, not daring to move at all now. Move, and she would be discovered. Not move? Not moving meant slow death, gradually turning into a dog inside the opponent's canonization domain. So this was where the foreshadowing of option 3 being discovered came into play. Buzz buzz buzz. Almost at the same time, two choices popped up on the game interface again. Option 1, continue hiding. Without exposing yourself, Qiu Xingxing's immortality has a chance to outlast the opponent's ability duration. However, she also has a chance to turn into a dog. Option 2, draw the gun directly. Tell them. 1 versus 10, the advantage is on my side. Hiding? Hide my ass. I've already figured out what's going on in this dog factory. Hide and let Xingxing endure it. Without even looking at option 1, Duziren directly clicked option 2. Xingxing. Move. Waiting to die is death. Open fire. If you can't win, I've got your back. Duziren's calm voice sounded in her ears. Qiu Xingxing's dog ears shook back and forth. The panic in her eyes instantly turned firm, and she immediately crawled out from a dirt mound. With Senior here, Xingxing isn't afraid of anything. Bang bang bang. She stood up and drew her gun. 3 flashes of fire exploded in the darkness. Ha! A gun? Hearing the terrifying gunshots, even the usually calm mutant rural dog couldn't help but panic. You! Get over here! Surround and protect me! In panic, it dropped flat on the ground. 2 large, caninized dogs from the Firesource mercenary group immediately pounced on top of it. Puff puff puff. 3 bullets flew in. The bellies of the 2 caninized dogs exploded, their bodies convulsed, and they stopped moving. Damn it! You have a gun? You actually have a gun? Even though it was crawling on the ground in a sorry state, the mutant rural dog still didn't seem panicked. Second. Third. See the light source? Go. Doesn't matter who she is. Bite her to death. Woof woof. Under the cold command, the mutant husky's pupils lit up. The entire dog lunged out like a starving wolf. After just a few rapid footsteps, when Qiu Xingxing raised her gun again. Awah! A mouthful of sharp fangs flashed with silver light in the darkness and instantly appeared at the back of Qiu Xingxing's neck. Xingxing. Get down. Yes. A chill spread across her back. Qiu Xingxing trusted Duziren's judgment without hesitation and instantly threw herself to the ground. Thud. Just as she hit the ground, a huge shadow flashed over her head. But before she could catch her breath, an even fiercer heat wave arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the darkness, the black and white-furred mutant border collie had already opened its dense fangs and slammed toward Qiu Xingxing's head. Ah! She instinctively raised both arms to protect herself. Awah! The sharp fangs bit down, instantly tearing open the combat uniform. Current ability level, ability user, Tier 2, 135/200. Under life and death pressure, Qiu Xingxing's ability experience was rapidly increasing. Just as those sharp fangs were about to bite down. Thud. The mutant rural dog pushed away the two dog corpses on top of it and stood up smugly. So that's the so-called expert? Turns out you're just a fool who grabbed a gun and dared to break into a wolf's den alone. Look at that tender skin of yours, seems like my dog baby's dinner is settled. Third, don't leave her alive. Just bite her to death. The cold voice echoed through the cellar. The mutant rural dog looked at Qiu Xingxing, whose arm was bitten by the mutant border collie, as if looking at a corpse, its expression sinister. But unexpectedly, just as it finished speaking, another deep male voice rang out in the cellar. What the hell are you barking about? What? There's someone else? Looking around in panic, the mutant rural dog didn't catch sight of anyone. Just as the shock in its heart barely settled, one person. It's just one person. Trash, do you dare enter my canonization domain and fight? As it scanned its surroundings, a cold snort exploded. Dog trash. You really think you're human? Dimensional slash? Dimensional? Dimensional slash? Who the hell are you trying to scare? I'll tell you, I wasn't raised scared. If you really have a space ability awakened during your awakening period, would you hide in a corner and not dare to show up? A trace of fear flashed across the face of the mutant rural dog, but then it looked around dismissively. However, in the next moment, within the cramped narrow cellar, sounds of buzzing suddenly came from the air. Crackle crackle crackle. It was as if the air had been torn open, bizarre black cracks buzzing in the darkness, as if something was about to fly out from the rifts in the air. This. On the other end of the phone, after Du Ziren activated the Dimensional Blade skill, the skill's charge reached 11. Please slide the phone screen to release the Dimensional Blade attack. The faster you slide, the more Dimensional Blade shockwaves you generate. The game interface gave a prompt. Du Ziren did not hesitate and swiped directly at the mutant border collie zombie dog that was biting Qiu Xingxing. You dog trash. How dare you come near my Xingxing? Woof. Inside the cellar, the mutant border collie looked around in surprise, not even having time to locate the origin of the sound before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A ferocious spatial tear ripped open on Qiu Xingxing's chest, and bone-chilling cold wind blasted over her face. Splurt. The next moment, a warm burst of fresh blood exploded in front of Qiu Xingxing's eyes. She felt the bite on her arms loosen, and a terrified dog head flew skyward. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Moments later, a dense violent barrage of blades shot out. Pop pop pop. The mutant border collie's body, headless, stood rigidly before Qiu Xingxing for only a moment before it was instantly cut into meat bits by the dimensional blades. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The terrifying dimensional blades buzzed and vibrated wildly, firing in all directions within the cellar. In an instant, the whole cellar shook as if struck by a massive earthquake, earth and rock flying everywhere. Woof! Woof! The mutant rural dog, seeing this scene, was so frightened it couldn't even speak human words, just kept barking wildly. Big brother. Big brother. It's over. It's over. The opponent really is an awakened, and a rare space ability awakened. The mutant husky looked at the mutant rural dog in despair, its dog eyes scanning everywhere. Big brother. With Big brother here. You restore those caninized humans to normal, then, maybe that person. Whoosh. Before the mutant husky could finish its words, a buzzing dimensional blade slashed fiercely at it from an angle. Super speed. It didn't dare delay. Its figure flickered, and it fled wildly toward outside the cellar. Humph. Trying to escape? On the phone screen, seeing the mutant husky speed up, Du Ziren stretched out 5 more fingers. Tap tap tap. Instantly, 10 fingers tapped rapidly. Dense dimensional blades exploded on the screen. Congratulations, you broke your previous finger speed record. In 30 seconds you launched a total of 248 dimensional blades, amazing finger speed. Your finger speed has defeated 99.99% of players worldwide. As the game pop-ups flashed, the air distorted with buzzing and innumerable blade flashes. Thud thud thud. Before the mutant husky could run out of the cellar, a wave of warped spatial fluctuation struck, and the mutant husky, still in running posture, exploded into a spray of meat with a poof, scattering across the corridor. Dead? In the blink of an eye, both mutant zombie dogs died without struggle. This was the difference between an awakened and an ability user. Senior. Still this strong. If it weren't for Senior this time. Slowly standing up from the ground, Qiu Xingxing looked at the blood-soaked ground in horror, somewhat grateful that her senior had always been watching her, otherwise, with just her own strength, she would have died at the door of this dog factory. You! Don't come over here! Deep in the cellar, the mutant rural dog was completely broken. It had no strength to resist. Absolutely no strength. Just now it was jumping on the opponent's face, what, like an old man eating arsenic, sick of living. Clutching tightly with both hands, the mutant rural dog grabbed two human-headed humans dressed in Firesource Mercenary Group combat uniforms. Old and cunning as he was, he clearly understood what the mutant husky had just meant. Use humans. Using humans to threaten the big guy, this was his only way out. Puff puff puff. The two human-headed humans in his hands gradually began to regain human faces. They were clearly Li Yi, leader of the Firesource Mercenary Group, and a pale-faced mercenary. You! How dare you kill me? These two humans would die before me. If you dare kill me, then you're really a murderer? Holding these two people high in front of his chest, the mutant rural dog tried to threaten Qiu Xingxing. Qiu Xingxing's brow tightened. Indeed, she truly had no grudge with the Firesource Mercenary Group people, if she acted rashly. Senior. She hesitated. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in her ear. He's holding people from the Firesource Mercenary Group, what does that have to do with you? But, because of those people, you won't kill it? If it leaves today and later grows stronger, what do you think will happen to your brothers and sisters? This. Qiu Xingxing, let me tell you the first lesson in the apocalypse, being a saint doesn't work. The cold voice continued to echo in her ear. When Qiu Xingxing heard brothers and sisters, she immediately drew her gun. All right. Seems. You really want to be this murderer, huh? Cold sweat continuously dripped down the back of the mutant rural dog's head. It panicked. If the opponent was dead set on killing it, what could it do? Huff huff huff. But, at that distracted moment, the man being grabbed by the throat, Li Yi, had cloudy, hate-filled eyes. Suddenly he roared angrily. You dog trash! The disgrace you brought me. Today, I repay it 100-fold. Boom! Immediately, a flame exploded from Li Ye's body. With a boom, the fire wave instantly engulfed both Li Yi and the mutant rural dog. Firesource Mercenary Group? Full counterattack. Clatter clatter clatter. At this command, 5 people dressed in Firesource Mercenary Group combat uniforms crawled out from the loosened earth. They took out Molotov bottles in unison and threw them toward Li Yi. Booming. The already mighty flames, boosted by the Molotov bottles, turned the depths of the cellar into a sea of fire. Li Yi, bathed in flames, tightly held the mutant rural dog. With your second and third brothers gone. You are nothing. Hey, you woman. Shoot. Shoot and kill it. Otherwise, if it recovers later, we'll all turn back into dogs. Amid the shouting from the fire, Qiu Xingxing did not hesitate. She fired instantly, and a bullet precisely hit the mutant rural dog's forehead. You all. You damn humans. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Blood spurted from the forehead. Although the mutant rural dog's ability was powerful, its body was extremely fragile. With no support from the mutant husky and mutant border collie, it was like an old candle in the wind. After being hit in the skull by the bullet, it instantly choked. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The flames continued to burn. In the firelight, Li Yi, bathed in flames, watched the mutant rural dog die completely, then removed his combat uniform and fell onto Zhou Yan. Behind him, the 5 Firesource Mercenary Group members gathered around. Their gazes, in unison, all looked at Qiu Xingxing, complex beyond words. In the firelight, the body of the mutant rural dog was gradually burned dry, and a clear, shiny blue crystal core rolled out from the corpse. The blue crystal core was as gorgeous as a gemstone. Inside the core, there seemed to be the pattern of a dog, vividly moving. Gurgle. Seeing the appearance of that crystal core, the members of the Firesource Mercenary Group who had been needed by the mutant rural dog all swallowed hard, as if they had seen some naked beauty. Blue crystal core. Blue ability crystal core. Crystal core of the special skill, canonization. Just based on these features, the value of this crystal core was already self-evident. Everyone looked at the crystal core. Its brilliance was enough to make them forget all previous humiliation. Zhou Yan, are you okay? Li Yi lifted Zhou Yan, who was lying on the ground. Zhou Yan's previously cloudy eyes were slowly becoming bright again. She touched her swollen belly, her gaze filled with hatred. That dog trash. Should have been cut into slices and killed. Dying like this was too easy for it. She kept cursing, and nobody around spoke. Suddenly, her gaze fell on the canonization crystal core. Stroking her belly, her expression became complicated. She looked at Li Yi beside her and quietly murmured, "Hey, this thing? I know, but..." Li Yi did not speak. His gaze suddenly turned to Qiu Xingxing. Even if Qiu Xingxing was naive, she could feel that the atmosphere was wrong. She hurriedly pulled out 2 green crystal cores from the pile of bloody mud beside her. These 2 green crystal cores, one glowed with the image of a muscled dog body, the other with a small dog body. They represented the super strength and super speed green ability crystal cores, also expensive treasures. This. In the corner, even the already frightened Wu Hai now had red eyes as he looked at the 1 blue crystal core and the 2 green crystal cores. What did that mean? As long as these 3 crystal cores were obtained, whether absorbed or sold later, their lives could change completely. Crawling in the dirt, his breathing became rapid. But he did not dare make a move. Like the others from the Fire Source mercenary group, they feared Qiu Xingxing's gun and that mysterious big shot behind her. But these 3 crystal cores had already given them enough courage to take risks. The atmosphere in the cellar became strangely heavy. It was Qiu Xingxing who broke the silence. "You all, are you okay now?" Since the others had no hatred or grudge against her, she tried to approach them, wanting to pick up the blue crystal core. "We're fine. This friend looks unfamiliar. Thank you for saving our Fire Source mercenary group. When we return to the black market mine, we must repay your kindness." Li Yi smiled weakly, forcing out a bit of exhausted goodwill. Qiu Xingxing looked at him and suddenly hesitated. She had a premonition that once she got closer, something bad might happen. At the same time, Du Ziren, staring at his phone, saw another game pop-up appear. Option 1, approach Li Yi and pick up the blue crystal core. Ending unknown. Option 2, shoot. Immediately kill everyone. Heh. Human nature in this apocalypse. Really can't stand a test. Qiu Xingxing, do you think that by saving them, they will be grateful to you? Money moves the human heart. Looking at the 2 options, Du Ziren did not rush to choose. He wanted Qiu Xingxing to choose the answer herself. If he kept forcing her with reasoning, Qiu Xingxing would never develop her own decision-making personality. It's like parents always teaching a child what to do. When the parents are gone, would the child still be able to judge for herself? Xingxing, make a choice. Do you trust so-called human nature, or trust your own intuition? No matter what you choose, I will protect you. The calm voice reached Qiu Xingxing's ears. Standing at the cellar entrance, she hesitated, slowly chambering her gun. I can't bet on the goodness of human nature. But I can bet on the evil of human nature. As long as they don't make a move, I won't fire. Murmuring softly, Qiu Xingxing did not expect that after Senior had killed the big boss, the situation would become even worse. More terrifying than zombies. Are humans? You all, stay away from that crystal core immediately. Otherwise I will shoot. Raising her gun, Qiu Xingxing threatened Li Yi. Li Yi raised his eyebrows and immediately raised both hands. No problem. This thing was originally killed by you. How could we possibly compete with you for it? Step. He led the people of the Fire Source mercenary group a few steps backward. Rustle. In the corner, Wu Hai looked hesitant. He was thinking about some possibilities. If he could get close to Qiu Xingxing and use Qiu Xingxing's life to threaten the big shot behind her, could he get the crystal cores and escape alive? Even though that possibility was very small. But those were 2 green crystal cores and 1 blue crystal core. Once I have these, I could even move into a top-tier safe base. Entering a base like that, even if someone is an awakened, they can't kill freely inside, right? Desire stirred in his heart. He wanted to make a move, and Zhou Yan from the Fire Source mercenary group felt the same. Her tongue slipped out as she constantly licked her lips, like a poisonous snake. If I make a move now, that big shot would first protect Qiu Xingxing. During that gap, I take the blue crystal core. Her hand tugged at Li Yi beside her. As a pillow partner, Li Yi also understood Zhou Yan's thoughts. Step. But looking at Qiu Xingxing approaching, no one made a move. Just as Qiu Xingxing was no more than 3 meters away from the blue crystal core, suddenly, Li Yi's eyes turned cold. Whoosh! A flame suddenly exploded beside Qiu Xingxing. Boom! The fire wave instantly filled the cellar, making it impossible to see direction for a moment. Zhou Yan! You bitch! How dare you! Are you not afraid that Senior will turn against you? From within the sea of fire came Li Yi's startled voice. No one knew what exactly had happened. Clack! The blue crystal core seemed to be quickly taken by someone's hand. Footsteps moved rapidly through the sea of fire. Damn it! In the fire, Zhou Yan looked completely stunned. She was dumbfounded. Damn it! She hadn't actually made a move, the flames were set by Li Yi. He used the flames to obscure vision, then quickly took the blue crystal core. Then, with this trick of cries of thief catching thief, he shifted the firepower onto himself so that he could take the crystal core and leave. As for that big shot, either he would save Qiu Xingxing immediately, or he would believe Li Yi and kill them on the spot. Damn it. Li Yi, you dog trash. For the sake of the crystal core, you don't care about your wife. Don't care about the whole mercenary group? You're ruthless. Hiss sizzle sizzle. The flames continued burning. Qiu Xingxing's combat uniform had already been scorched and was curling inward. She could hardly believe it. The other side actually dared to attack the person who saved their life just for a crystal core? They even dared to offend a powerful person for it? Is this what human nature is? As long as the benefit is big enough, madmen are everywhere? Senior? Shengxing understands now. Shengxing should have shot those living people first. The fire had burned parts of Qiu Xingxing's skin to gray, but as her fullness value steadily fell, her skin quickly formed scabs and became new again. The SSS rank ability Immortal and Indestructible was activating. Current ability value, ability user, Tier 2, 198/200. 200. A golden light flashed among the flames, and Qiu Xingxing's aura suddenly rose sharply. She had advanced. Under the forge of the opponent's flame ability, she too reached ability user, Tier 3. Step. Walking again through the sea of fire, the flames could no longer burn through Qiu Xingxing's skin. Her whole body glowed faintly with gold as she stepped through the fire, the desert eagle in her hand already chambered, her face icy cold. On the other side of the fire, Zhou Yan looked at her in panic. She did not see the so-called powerful person come to punish her, instead she saw Qiu Xingxing walking through the fire. You actually are okay? You weren't also an ability user. Before her words were finished, bang, a gunshot. Zhou Yan's mouth hung open as a black hole appeared on her forehead. You! Li Yi stole the crystal core. How did I offend you? Plop. Her head tilted, and Zhou Yan collapsed to the ground unwillingly. Qiu Xingxing's face was colder than ever. Because if I don't kill you, you will always covet my things, you will stare at me like a poisonous snake, and when you find the chance, you will bite me to death without hesitation. Thank you, for teaching me about being a human. Bang bang bang. Amid the sea of fire, the dense sound of bullets rang out. The remaining members of the Firesource mercenary group who were still alive in the cellar fell one by one. They were all killed by Qiu Xingxing. Plop. Using her military dagger, she stabbed open Zhou Yan's forehead and pulled out a flame crystal core. After keeping the crystal core, she looked at the roaring fire in the cellar with some disappointment. Li Yi had already run off. And that Wu Hai had also disappeared. In the end, so-called kindness was not worth a cent. Senior. Shengxing probably disappointed you, right? Her fists clenched tight, Qiu Xingxing looked up at the high sky in discouragement. It's okay, they are already dead. Suddenly, a colder voice sounded, and Qiu Xingxing was startled. She immediately looked up with respect. Senior. You are much stronger than me. Whether it's ability, or being a human. Time returned to the moment the flames exploded. Du Ziren watched the flames erupt under Qiu Xingxing's feet, expression as expected. He knew the result would be like this. On Blue Star there's a saying, with 50% profit, one will take the risk, for 100% profit, one will trample all human laws, with 300% profit, one dares commit any crime. If that is reality, how much more in the apocalypse? Staring at the exploding flames, Du Ziren was not afraid Qiu Xingxing would be hurt. Because he saw that above Li Ye's head was displayed, ability user, Tier 2, Fire C. In other words, he simply could not harm Qiu Xingxing. As for Zhou Yan? Above her head was displayed, ability user, Tier 1 Peak, Fire Wave. Just that? Even Du Ziren wasn't stupid, he knew who released the Fire C. Li Yi wanted to fool people and shift the hatred onto his wife? Sorry. From a god's eye view, what he did was laughable. The camera locked onto Li Yi. Du Ziren saw him excitedly take the blue crystal core. Then, weaving through the sea of fire, he ran blindly toward the outside of the cellar. With this, I can go to a bigger safe camp, and even trade for a bunch of white crystal cores to train. I will succeed, I will have 10 models. His heart leapt, and as he ran his face showed a crazy excitement. Until, step. He stopped at the iron gate outside the dog shelter, confirmed nobody was following, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course. That big shot definitely went first to check on that woman. As long as his attention is diverted, I have a chance. Ha, the rise of me Li Yi is about to begin. Clutching the blue crystal core, Li Ye's mouth curved upward. But, bang! The next moment, a terrifying steel bar shot suddenly at Li Ye's back of the head. Whew! Flames surged all over his body. Just as Li Yi tried to burn away the steel bar, dozens more steel bars suddenly fell from high above. Boom! In an instant, dense steel frames fell like raining meteors, pinning Li Yi to the ground as his body convulsed. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Although the fire was very hot, it could not burn through the dense steel bars on his body. He was helplessly pressed to the ground. Step step step. Just then, another figure ran out of the dog shelter. Humph! A mantis stalks a cicada, unaware of the aureole behind. You really think that with your ability user, Tier 1 peak, you can swallow this blue crystal core? A calm voice came. Li Yi looked up and saw a person already standing on the steel bars above. Wu Hai! You're actually following? Heh. I was at least once an ability user, Tier 3 peak. You little schemes, trying to fight me, are too naive. Thunk. A steel bar played with by Wu Hai was about to stab into Li Yi's head. No. I can give you the crystal core. I can. Thunk. Before he could finish, the steel bar had already pierced through his head. Plop. A blue crystal core fell from his hand. Wu Hai picked up the crystal core, his face full of contempt. Idiot. Killing you, not only can I get the blue crystal core, I can also get the flame crystal core from inside your head. Forget about you. Later I'll go back to the cellar and see, maybe, your wife's crystal core, and that Qiu Shengsheng. His mouth curved with greed, Wu Hai was about to boast. Suddenly, a cold voice exploded in midair. You said, what do you want to do to Qiu Shengsheng? What? This, how is that possible? His face instantly turned white. Wu Hai was stunned. His whole body began trembling like a sieve. Why did you follow? At this time, shouldn't you be checking on Qiu Shengsheng? With just you still can't hurt her. I was just joking. Big shot. I will personally deliver this crystal core to Qiu Shengsheng later, you see. He looked up toward the sky. But, a familiar voice sounded. Tell me, if I kill you, won't I get another metal crystal core? What? Dimensional blade. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Before Wu Hai could say anything more, he only saw the air in front of him twist, cracking open into countless black slits. The next moment, a cold wind blew across his face, as if something passed through his body. After a crash sound, Wu Hai's body instantly exploded like a rain of blood, turning into a pool of blood all over the ground. Thud. That blue crystal core, in the end, still fell from his hand. Dimensional blade usage remaining, 9 times. On the phone, Du Ziren looked helplessly at the reduced number of uses for his permanent skill, frowning and pondering, when, should I try the draw again to replenish my stock? Senior. In the game screen, Qiu Shengsheng held the collected Flame Crystal Core, Godspeed Crystal Core, and Might Crystal Core, respectfully offering them to Du Ziren. Senior, please accept these. No, don't rush to give gifts yet, go collect the rest of the crystal cores outside first. As for what I want, we'll talk later. Understood. Without hesitation, Qiu Shengsheng strode outside the dog yard. Outside the dog yard, the cold wind was piercing. Snowflakes still drifted down, but a faint warmth of blood rose at the park entrance, warm, yet with a cold stench. Seeing Li Yi's corpse crushed under steel beams, and that pile of unidentifiable flesh, Qiu Shengsheng's expression turned icy cold. Abandoned the team, abandoned your wife. In the end, you didn't meet a good end either. With a sigh, Qiu Shengsheng retrieved a fiery red flame crystal core from Li Yi's corpse. Looking again at the pile of flesh, she picked up the fallen blue crystal core, and a metallic crystal core buried in the flesh. Senior. Please inspect them. This time, holding the crystal cores with both hands, Qiu Shengsheng's hands were full of all kinds of strange crystal cores, dazzling Du Ziren's eyes. Leading the pack was the dazzling blue canine transformation crystal core, followed by 2 green Godspeed and Might crystal cores. 2 fiery red flame crystal cores, 1 metallic crystal core. And lastly, the steel crystal core dug out earlier from the gatekeeper dog. Looking at these crystal cores, Du Ziren just felt that the canine transformation crystal core and flame crystal cores looked good, purely collectible, so he tapped on them, 1 canine transformation and 2 flame crystal cores. But somehow, it was like some instinctive craving from his body? He also casually tapped on the 2 metallic crystal cores. Altogether, those 2 green crystal cores, you keep them to complete the mission. As his finger tapped the crystal cores, a new message popped up in the game. Your Doomsday Survival character is delivering new gifts to you. Senior, actually, 1 green crystal core is enough for me. This time, you did all the killing. Qiu Shengsheng hesitated, and Du Ziren smiled slightly. Take them, treat it as a reward for making the right choice just now. Is that so? Receiving the 2 green crystal cores, the girl's face blushed red. Who knows what she was thinking, completely different from the cold-blooded killer who just shot people in the sea of fire moments ago. Phew. Finally. The first boss level is cleared. As dawn approached, Duziren slowly rubbed his eyes. At this moment? In the watchtower, the rich kids trapped inside were still muttering how uninhabitable this place was. But in reality? Snore snore. After prolonged stress, boredom, and lack of rest, most people had collapsed to the ground, falling asleep. From the opening of the steel frames, strands of dawn light filtered in. In the stillness, a wave of fatigue washed over. Looking at the low battery message on his phone, Duziren was about to put it away and nap in a corner. Thud. Suddenly. At a viewing slit punched out by the fire brigade, a package was delivered through. What the heck? Rescue workers aren't resting at this hour? He instinctively thought it was food or blankets sent from outside. But as Duziren walked over and looked, his face froze. From Chiu Shengxing to Duziren, the words boldly written on the package. Ah? No way, bro. Is this game company that well connected, even the fire department is in on it? Can deliver in-game gifts through 10 meters of collapsed steel beams? He hurriedly looked out the delivery slit. Duziren squinted, vaguely seeing an aerial ladder still in motion outside. Hiss. Could it be, the game company coordinated with the fire department? Asked them to help deliver it? In the company's name, yeah, the fire department might really help. Thinking carefully, Duziren figured this package came from the firefighter just now. Without overthinking, he unwrapped the book-sized cardboard box. Click click click. When the box opened, it looked just like in the game. A slender, oval-shaped blue canine transformation crystal core, 2 red-hot flame crystal cores, and 2 metallic crystal cores came into view. In the darkness, these 5 crystal cores glowed faintly, as if energy flowed like sand inside. Don't know if this time, the chemicals in these merchandise can glow a bit longer. Rubbing the crystal cores, Duziren felt that holding them was even warmer than sleeping on an electric blanket. Finding a corner to squat, Duziren stuffed all the crystal cores to his chest. A wave of warmth instantly surged. So tired, so tired. Sleep, sleep. Closing his eyes, hugging these game merchandise, Duziren leaned against the wall and slowly drifted off. In the middle of the night, snores filled the air. Everyone leaned against the walls, their shivering bodies suddenly relaxing. As if a small furnace was suddenly lit inside the watchtower, the temperature inside the steel beams rising rapidly. Bzzz bzzz bzzz. Half asleep, no one noticed, Duziren's skin had taken on a strange crimson hue, his whole body radiating alarming heat like a small stove. Phew phew. With every breath he exhaled, a terrifying white smoke drifted from his pores. In his arms, the 2 flame crystal cores were quickly losing their red glow, becoming pale white crystals. The 2 metallic crystal cores shimmered silver-gray, swirling around Duziren's body, as if coating his fiery skin in a metallic sheen. Only the canine transformation crystal core was rapidly evaporating, and amidst the curling smoke, a dog-shaped tattoo-like mark appeared on Duziren's chest. In the morning, the early sunlight shone through the observation opening into the watchtower. Really slept well. Duziren slowly lifted his eyelids and stretched. Shit. I actually fell asleep in this godforsaken place? No way. I feel like I slept pretty well last night? Even kind of warm. Damn. I also feel that way. Last night was almost the warmest sleep I've had since I got sick. As Duziren woke up, the group of rich kids who had been sleeping on the ground also gradually woke up. Strangely, in such an oppressive environment, these rich kids who should have had poor sleep and pale faces all stood up with rosy faces, full of energy. Could it be, my body has some SM tendency? I have to sleep in this situation to sleep well. No way? I don't know if you like SM, but I definitely don't have that hobby. Not okay. I actually don't want to leave here now. A few rich kids discussed with rosy faces, sweeping away yesterday's bad mood. Clang clang. Outside the watchtower, a firefighter sliding up the cloud ladder was preparing to get close to the detection hole and called out a few comforting words to the rich kids inside. After all, from yesterday's situation, this group of rich kids were pampered, and after sleeping here all night, they must be complaining. But after the firefighter put his head over, he was dumbfounded. What? SM? These rich kids are playing SM from a distance? What the hell? They want to stay here for a few more days? Shit. They didn't go crazy after one night, right? The firefighter scratched his ear, feeling the world was too crazy. He hurriedly slid the cloud ladder away from the hole. At the same time, a loud voice sounded. Everyone! Everyone! After last night's experts researched all night, our fire brigade has decided to start drilling a big opening today, but because the force angles are uncertain, the drilling will be very slow. We estimate within 48 hours we will fully drill a stable opening. What? 48 hours? No problem. 48 hours only, with the sleep quality I had last night, even 480 hours would be fine. That's right. After the words, the firefighter thought there would definitely be countless complaints and dissatisfaction. But another odd discussion began. What? Sleep for 480 hours? No way, no way. I have to quickly apply to get them rescued. These rich kids must be crazy. Clang clang. The cloud ladder slid again. Outside the watchtower, the firefighter hurriedly worried about the mental state of the people inside. Inside the watchtower, a group of rich kids laughed and talked about what they dreamed about last night. It was like two worlds separated by one wall. What? Need 48 hours? Hearing the firefighter's words, the only one collapsing was Du Ziren. His phone was already out of battery. 48 hours? 48 whole hours without seeing lovely Xingxing, how am I supposed to live? Crazy. Crazy. Even 480 hours would be fine? I think this group of rich kids has never slept well in their lives. Looking with contempt at the lively rich kids inside the watchtower, Du Ziren walked to the observation opening to test it. He looked back and forth at several observation points, and finally saw an opening angled downward. Through this opening, he could see the luxury cars parked on the ground. If a steel bar could fall from here, would it directly form a downward pedestrian passage? Thinking such wild thoughts, Du Ziren just wanted to go home earlier, charge his phone earlier, and see Qiu Xingxing earlier. Click. But when his big hand touched the edge of the observation opening, Du Ziren was dazed. A trace of hard-to-describe silver appeared on his arm. He had a strange premonition that he might really be able to command the steel bars to move. Hiss. It can't be that I played too many games and think I am Wu Hai in real life, right? Laughing, Du Ziren did not notice. Buzz buzz buzz. The steel frames piled horizontally, and the top steel frame hummed, tilting down toward the angle he imagined. At the same time. Fire Department live stream. Dear viewers. This is the live stream from the Fire Department Emergency Center. According to last night's reports from the people, 32 people are trapped in the watchtower collapse. After last night's inspection, it is confirmed that no one is injured. Our city's experts calculated overtime and estimate that within 48 hours, a rescue opening will be drilled. This live stream will continue to report. In front of the camera, a neatly dressed female reporter stood about 10 meters from the watchtower, speaking seriously. The live stream heat was unprecedentedly high. Do you like to drink cola? You behave, damn. Last night after Norman Medicine's live stream was cut off, nobody was injured? Shave hair just to accompany wife, this is really a blessing in misfortune. I was also in that live stream room last night. We even wished that a meteor would fall. Not to lie, this is both unlucky and lucky at the same time. Beetle nut eat less, it's fine now. Maybe it was heaven's mercy that let us patients survive such a big disaster with no casualties? Yes. They will definitely come out. Yes. Everyone will be fine. Countless hopeful comments boiling in the live stream. This city accident had almost attracted attention from all patients in the city. Dear viewers, please trust the strength of our fire brigade. We will definitely. The female host, just about to strengthen everyone's confidence in the patients. Clang clang. Clang clang. Suddenly, a strange sound came from high above. What's that sound? Shit. Host. Behind you on the watchtower. Steel bars. The steel bars collapsed a second time. What? Panicked, they looked toward the high sky, and a huge thunderous sound came from above. Buzz buzz buzz. 1, 2, 3. Almost dozens of twisted steel bars fell from the edge of the piled steel bars. Rumble rumble rumble. Just as these steel bars were about to fall into the pile and cause a second collapse. No! The female host closed her eyes, and even the live stream was silent at this moment. Rumble rumble rumble. The huge sound scared the people inside the watchtower into scattering like mice. Hey! No way? A second collapse? No! I haven't even fallen in love yet. Shit! I still have tens of millions in my account that I haven't spent? Countless noisy voices mixed together. But at this chaotic, desperate, collapsing instant, after more than a dozen steel bars slid down, they strangely hovered for a moment. Then, clang clang clang. These steel bars fell obliquely under the detection opening in front of Du Ziren, stacking into a bumpy downward slope. Clang clang. The ground shook, but the piled sloped steel bars did not fall. They strangely intertwined tightly. Hiss hiss hiss. In a corner invisible to others, frightening high-temperature melted steel. The molten steel welded the bars together, forming a slope road that looked dangerous but was actually solid. Clang. As the sound completely quieted, Duziren was surprised to find the detection opening seemed to have expanded outward. Those iron scraps bent, forming a large opening. He stood in front of this opening, and below it was the downward-sloped iron path. What does this mean? I just casually said it, and steel bars really fell and paved a path? Duziren was completely confused. He was confused, and the female host on the ground was even more confused. Not only was there no danger from the second collapse, but the steel bars actually laid out a downward walking path under the feet of a young man high above? What the hell luck is this? This guy. Could he be some chosen one? Shit. After a strange silence, even the normally polite female host, after being speechless, couldn't help but shout a few curses. This is fucking exaggerated. One person, what kind of luck must someone have to let a secondary collapse of a building pave a path for himself? It's like if a victim is trapped under earthquake rubble, and after a second aftershock, the rubble opens up for you, just so you can crawl out. If one has that kind of luck, wouldn't they just randomly win the first prize on a scratch ticket? The steel bars are paving the way, for that boy? The cameraman was already dumbfounded. He wasn't talking nonsense. From his point of view, it really was those steel bars actively falling, and by sheer accident, forming a road in front of the boy. Shit, this fuck? Is this scientific? No bro? You opened it? Tell me, do you have a system? Did it go ding? Inside the watchtower, the group of rich kids all had strange expressions. Their bodies were still curled in the corners, but they were staring at Duziren with shocked faces. Duziren was baffled too. He scratched his head, wanted to say something in defense, but couldn't get any words out. Although you may not believe it, but I really didn't do anything. Didn't you all see it with your own eyes? Damn. I heard the echo of strong luck. You bastard, are you really a lucky star? Awesome. Bro, aren't you acting? Opened, right? From now on, when I'm in the hospital, I won't pray or burn incense, I'll just hang your poster. Noisy discussion began, and Duziren smiled helplessly. He looked at the winding iron path below and cautiously tried to take a step. Don't. Suddenly, a firefighter on the cloud ladder hurriedly shouted and stopped Duziren's movement. For this kind of second collapse structure, whether it's stable or not is hard to say. If it collapses when you take a step, wouldn't that be the end? Don't just come down casually. Wait, I'll go get the experts. They're coming right away. The firefighter hurriedly took his phone out of his pocket. Not long after, a few old men wearing white expert robes came rushing over. When they saw the split steel bars, which by coincidence formed a sloped downward path, even they, gray-haired and knowledgeable, couldn't help but feel surprised. Ridiculous. This can work too. Look at the folded structure of the steel frames on the slope. This accidentally formed steel road might accidentally be sturdy. No, did you notice? There's metal slag between the steel frames, like it was welded by humans. What? One old expert pointed at the welding between the frames, his face even more confused. The other experts, upon closer inspection, were even more amazed. This is no longer just a matter of luck. How can steel frames automatically weld themselves? Does someone have high-temperature superpowers? One old expert was just guessing when another immediately rejected it. Are you crazy? You watch too many movies, right? Superpowers? Why don't you say a zombie virus broke out too? Then what do you say this welding between the frames is? Just as the two experts were about to argue, one expert looked up blankly at the giant fallen meteor on the watchtower. The dark meteor was still emitting white smoke, as if the energy inside it hadn't dissipated after falling. Stop arguing. In my view, it was the residual heat from that meteor burning, and then the hot steel bars happened to fall, connect with each other. The melted steel just happened to join, creating the current scene. Could this be possible? The probability must be so low. Impossible? This is still more plausible than your bullshit superpowers conclusion. While the experts were debating, Duziren poked his head out in front of the detection opening again. He was holding his phone, really anxious. He hadn't seen Chiu Xingxing today. Hey, experts, can I come down now? The experts exchanged glances, then all nodded. You can. But when coming down be sure to go slowly, so as to step. Before they could finish speaking, Duziren had already climbed out of the detection opening and slid down like on a slide from high above. Plop. After landing quickly, smoothly, and safely, Duziren calmly walked to the parking area and waved at He Xiao above. Hey, come on. Let's drive back. I'm in a hurry to go home. My phone's almost dead. Ah? Up on the watchtower in the high sky, He Xiao was dumbfounded. No bro? You just like playing your shitty black screen game that much? Are you really crazy? This should be okay now, right? He Xiao tested a step, then also carefully slid down the slope. Seeing this, all the rich kids in the watchtower instantly became interested and crowded to slide down. Thus, plop, plop, plop. Like dropping dumplings, the 32 trapped refugees simply slid down the slope and escaped the dangerous ruins. Woohoo! Some even shouted out while sliding. Their frivolous expressions made it look like they weren't in a disaster, but experiencing some amusement ride. The female host was dumbfounded, the firefighters on the cloud ladder were dumbfounded, even the row of experts studying structural mechanics watched the people sliding down from high above with dumbfounded faces. What happened to the 48-hour urgent rescue? And you? After the second collapse, the refugees slid out from the high ruins by themselves? Are you joking? Wasn't this just a waste of effort? If we knew this would happen, we shouldn't have come. Official livestream comments were also overwhelmingly lively. Drink more water if you fear stones, word? I'm fucking stunned. A second ago the host said this rescue was extremely difficult, and the next second those people all slid down from a high slide. Weakened kidney son, solid proof. That Du Ziren is truly the koi. I saw it, he stood at that opening, and then boom, countless steel bars fell and paved the way for him. Some brother, although this looks absurd, the experts said it was caused by the residual heat of that meteor. But I'd rather believe the superstitious explanation. Du Ziren is a true lucky star. First, the meteor didn't crush him. Second, the steel bars fell and happened to pave a road for him. This isn't human luck. His bag is opened. Feels like this guy activated some system, daddy? Upstairs, you read too many novels, right? In the official live stream at this moment, there was also an uncontrollable uproar. After long suppression, this sudden miraculous moment completely stirred everyone's hope. Third chemotherapy, they survived. If such a low probability survival happened, my fourth chemotherapy will definitely succeed too. Grass in the cracks, yes. They are all fine, life is great. We patients should also believe in hope. Happy traveler, believing in miracles is itself a miracle. Besides, there really is a miracle happening before our eyes. The live stream was boiling. A miracle really appeared, and it really warmed every patient's cold heart. Mr. Du, may I ask if you have anything to say about this escape? The female host, holding a microphone, rushed toward Du Ziren, who was preparing to leave. She also glanced at the live stream comments, knowing that the current focus was Du Ziren. Grabbing him meant grabbing traffic. Du Ziren's hand was already holding the Maybach car door. But seeing the comments on the camera, he still solemnly said a few words. My advice is, never give up hope until the very last moment. Life only happens once, it is not lived for others, but lived in your own way. Whether it's the grass struggling in the crack of the rock, or the rotten tree roots wilting in a flower pot, at least we came to this world, we lived. The meaning of life lies in infinite possibilities. After solemnly bowing to the camera, Du Ziren quickly got into the car. Under these passionate words of surviving after disaster, there was another wave of reactions in the live stream. He is right. Everyone has infinite possibilities. Life should not just wither. Yes. When my illness gets better, I want to trek around the world. I want to learn street dance. Intense comments poured in. Little did they know, after saying those righteous words, once inside the car, Du Ziren looked anxious and started urging He Xiao. Quick. Take me home. I'm in a hurry to play games. By the way, do you have a charging port in the car? You. He Xiao looked at Du Ziren in astonishment. No bro? That righteous, positive person outside the car, is he really you? It was hard to imagine that someone so positive just now could become such a weirdo once inside the car. I'm talking to you. Do you have a charger or not? Yes, bro. Yes, I do. He hurriedly handed the car's USB cable to Du Ziren. As Du Ziren charged his phone, he looked at He Xiao. By the way, my performance fee? Don't worry, it will be credited soon. Oh, there's also one more thing I need to tell you. What? Tonight, to thank you for helping the guests escape the Norman Pharmaceutical Wealthy Gathering banquet, they want to invite you to attend. Don't worry, it's just a banquet at a big hotel. Seeming afraid Du Ziren would refuse, He Xiao emphasized the words banquet. Oh, so courteous. No need. If you invite me, is there an appearance fee? If there is, I might consider it. I can apply for it. Oh? Then okay. The worldly nod of approval. He Xiao really found it hard to take the current Du Ziren and the one who just motivated the patients as the same person. Buzz buzz buzz. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just received 500,000 yuan. Current account balance is 5,200,772 yuan. Finally, with the phone charged and turned on, a message popped up. Seeing the sudden credited amount, Du Ziren was dumbfounded. Huh? Didn't we agree on 250,000? How did it double? Maybe it's the Norman Pharmaceutical thank you fee? Or the fee for attending tonight? He Xiao explained. Du Ziren didn't respond, he just opened the Doomsday Survival game. Huff huff huff. Once the game screen loaded, you could see a snowy white scene. Qiu Xingxing was wearing somewhat torn combat military clothes, holding her chest, walking excitedly toward the mining black market. Hee hee. Shengxing, my Shengxing. Xingxing's clothes are torn. I'll spend money on her later and get her new equipment. He laughed foolishly at the game screen. He Xiao occasionally turned his head to look at Du Ziren with a strange expression. Here it comes again. Acting crazy over a dark phone screen, smiling like a pervert. Mr. Du, does he have intermittent neurological problems? After all, when he accepted the interview, he seemed like a normal person. Maybe this is a sequela of ALS healing? Seeing Du Ziren's pervert-like face, He Xiao suppressed several urges to drive straight to the mental hospital and drove toward the Caesar Grand Hotel in the city. According to Norman Pharmaceutical, they were holding a business event here tonight. Most of the entrepreneurs and business people attending were family members of the rich kids who escaped from the watchtower. If Du Ziren, the benefactor, could attend, it would be a major highlight. Hee hee. Xingxing's smile is really pretty. From the back seat, Du Ziren's foolish laughter continued. He Xiao pretended not to see it and drove on. Meanwhile, huff huff huff. Facing the drifting snowflakes, Qiu Shengxing walked back to the mine entrance. Step step step. She walked forward and returned to the iron gate. Behind the door, Sister Xia was constantly watching the outside situation with worry. When she saw Qiu Shengxing return, her worried expression completely collapsed. Qiu Shengxing came back safely? What did that mean? Did Wu Hai's sneak attack fail? Or, did Wu Hai already? No matter what guess, Sister Xia didn't dare think further. Miss Qiu, you've returned? Respectfully like an old servant, Sister Xia for the first time changed how she addressed Qiu Shengxing. Qiu Shengxing calmly glanced at her and waved her hand, check the wounds. Oh. Trembling, Sister Xia ran out of the iron gate and symbolically felt Qiu Shengxing's body. When she saw the two green crystal cores in Qiu Shengxing's arms, she couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. A flash of astonishment passed in her eyes, but there was no more greed. Miss Qiu. Check finished, you can go back. Bowing respectfully, Sister Xia wished she could bury her head in the ground. Without Wu Hai and the venomous snake mercenary group, she was nothing in front of Qiu Shengxing. Ignoring Sister Xia's expression, Qiu Shengxing walked toward the middle-level mission room. After turning in this mission? Shengxing can also live in the third-level facility. I wonder what the third level of the mining black market is like. If she can live there, Shengxing's happiness value should increase, right? In the back seat of the Maybach, Du Ziren stroked his chin, continuously imagining Qiu Shengxing's expression when she moved into her new home. Just thinking of her happy smile made the corners of his mouth lift. If the person he liked could be happy, then he would be happy too. Crazy. In the driver's seat, He Xiao shook his head in pity as the car slowly drove into the Caesar Grand Hotel parking lot. After a short while, he led the head-down, phone-playing Du Ziren into the banquet hall of the Caesar Grand Hotel. The Caesar Grand Hotel, in Wannan City, is the only 5-star reception hotel. Being able to book this place as the banquet venue shows how much money and resources were spent. But, in this very place, the first-floor lobby was covered in red carpet, with European-style round tables neatly arranged. Suited men and formally dressed female models kept entering and exiting the venue. A boy in a patient's gown was curled up in a corner, head down, playing on his phone. It seemed that no matter how luxurious the scene was, it couldn't compare to the mobile game he was playing. Mr. Du, the boss of Huaheng Gas is here, look up. He Xiao sat next to Du Ziren, quietly urging him. He was truly speechless. This guy really could play on a black-screen phone all day. What boss? Playing a game. Don't rush me. Ignoring He Xiao, suddenly a sincere voice came from beside them. This person? I guess this is the lucky star of Wannan City, Mr. Du Ziren, right? Looking up, a square-faced middle-aged man wearing glasses and a black suit was smiling at him and extending a broad hand. And you are? Oh, excuse me. I am Wang Dashan, General Manager of Huaheng Gas. Thank you very much for taking care of my dog at the Wolf Fang Mountain Watchtower. You agree, right? Little Sean? Wang Dashan held out his hand, and with his other hand pushed his son toward Du Ziren. Du Ziren looked carefully. Hey! A familiar person. That boy called Xiao Shan was the rich second generation who earlier asked what game he was playing. At this moment, Wang Xiaoshan looked at Du Ziren's black phone screen with disdain and pity. He smiled weakly and forced out a smile. Hello. Hi. Symbolically shaking Wang Dashan's hand, Du Ziren didn't pay attention to how impressive the other party was and lowered his head to look at his phone again. This. Awkwardly scratching his head, Wang Dashan experienced being left cold in a conversation for the first time. He just sat there next to Du Ziren, not knowing whether to stay or go. Dad. I told you, this guy here is a bit weird. Wang Xiaoshan pointed at his head and complained to Wang Dashan. Wang Dashan's face turned dark, but he didn't say anything more. A moment later, several other businesspeople walked toward Du Ziren, each thanking him for taking care at the watchtower. But Du Ziren only politely responded simply, then lowered his head to continue playing on his phone. As a joke. Talking to those old guys, isn't spending time with a wife more important? With his head buried in the game screen, Du Ziren didn't notice that his table was already filled with all the big shots of Wannan City. A small circle that others couldn't enter easily, Du Ziren didn't even bother with. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. No one knew how long it had been, when a clear female voice sounded at the center of the banquet. Welcome, gentlemen and ladies, to the corporate exchange meeting hosted by Norman Pharmaceutical. This exchange meeting is dedicated to letting major companies cooperate and achieve mutual benefits. The first project of this exchange meeting. Development of suburban land and the government-named new residential area design, Jing'an Community. The loud female voice echoed through the banquet hall. Du Ziren, who had been looking down at his phone, suddenly froze. What? Jing'an Community? Looking at the scene, Du Ziren could see a huge display screen in the center. On the screen, a piece of suburban land was marked. Only, the outline of that piece of land seemed familiar. Jing'an Community? Jing'an Community? Wait. I remember Qiu Xingxing, the first time she appeared, wasn't she trapped in the garage of this community? Masaka. Are these two the same place? Staring blankly at the map on the screen, Du Ziren suddenly laughed. No way. Games are games, reality is reality. Shaking his head, Du Ziren was about to lower his head to continue playing the game. Suddenly, seeing Du Ziren take interest in Jing'an Community, Wang Dashan proactively started a conversation. Mr. Du, could it be that you know something about Jing'an Community? He joked while looking at Du Ziren. Wang Xiaoshan beside him sneered. Dad. You're joking again. How could he possibly know about a government project just established? Right, I don't really know, it's just that I saw that drawing and felt it looked familiar. Oh? Familiar? Where did you see it? In a game. A game? Yes. It's the game I'm playing. The graphics are delicate, the plot is unbeatable. Heavy on development, heavy on interaction, it's simply a tool to kill time. Raising the phone in his hand, Du Ziren was about to recommend the Doomsday Survival game, but the father and son fell completely silent. Mr. Du, we don't like playing games. Looking at the black screen, Wang Dashan confirmed this kid really had some mental problem. Hee. You say you saw the community in a game? Since you saw it, you should be able to copy the design drawing out, right? Hey Du, you copy it. Maybe you'll get the project design. You know, the design fee for this project is 100. Perhaps wanting to tease Du Ziren, Wang Xiaoshan joked casually. Anyway, since the other party's phone was a black screen, how could he really have drawings? Unexpectedly, after he said this, Du Ziren's eyes suddenly lit up. Hiss. Money, huh? If you say there's money, I really have to try. Hearing the word money, Du Ziren finally paid attention. The land on the screen was 90+% similar to Jing'an Community. If so, then the game's Jing'an Community drawing might very well be used in reality? Thinking of this, Du Ziren no longer cared about the surrounding discussion, he just looked at the game screen and poked Qiu Xingxing's little face. Shengxing, do you remember the Jing'an Community drawings you got? Since Wu Hai and the others died, that thing is useless, can you give it to me? Ha ha ha. Acting really consistent, huh? Seeing Du Ziren talking to the screen again, Wang Xiaoshan laughed out loud. Helplessly shaking his head, he didn't really take Du Ziren's words in mind, thinking the other party was just acting insane. Everyone. The Jing'an Community is land near the soon-to-be-developed mine. In a short time, housing prices will surely rise. If you can take on the project, it will be extremely profitable. Now beginning project design bidding. If you think you have the ability, raise your hand and start reporting. In front of the big screen, the female host's voice continued to echo in the hall. Everyone looked at the land on the screen, silently deep in thought, struggling over whether to bid. At the same time. Huh? The Jing'an community drawings? Senior, why do you want that thing? Qiu Xingxing's step suddenly paused, and she looked up in surprise. In Qiu Xingxing's view, with Senior's skills and abilities, he shouldn't need to know the layout of Jing'an community, right? Wouldn't he just enter and leave casually, killing randomly? I want to take it and study it. If Senior wants it, Shengxing will help you get it back. Without much thought, since Senior said he wanted it, Qiu Shengxing decisively went to get it. Taking big steps, Qiu Shengxing immediately walked into the mission room. Mining black market, middle-level mission room. It was still as lively and noisy as before. Most of the scavengers and ability users were pointing at the wall tasks, choosing missions. Suddenly, a clear sound drew everyone's attention. Linya. I'm back. Autumn Shengxing walked in with her clothes torn and blackened, but a joyful look on her face. Oh? Shengxing, you're back so soon? That mission, you didn't fail, right? Linya stood behind the bar counter, looking at Autumn Shengxing in a daze. For the dogfight team mission, if that senior had helped, it would have been solved in minutes. But seeing Autumn Shengxing's torn clothes, she must have participated in the mission too. Could it be that senior intentionally trained Autumn Shengxing? What does he want from her? Thinking this in her mind, Linya still forced a smile. I completed that mission, but I'm not in a hurry about that thing now. Linya, do you remember the Jing'an community blueprint I brought back before? Of course, what about it? If that blueprint hasn't been picked up by anyone, can I buy it? Oh, that one, actually, no need. If no one claims it, you can just take it. Saying that, Linya bent over behind the earthen bar counter and searched, finally finding the wrinkled Jing'an community blueprint. Here. Take it. I don't know why you want it, but it's okay to take it. By the way, you said you completed the mission, what about the green crystal cores? When Linya mentioned green crystal cores, her eyes lit up. In a third-tier safe camp like the mining black market, green crystal cores were absolutely rare. Almost as soon as she finished speaking, everyone in the originally noisy mission room turned their eyes toward the bar counter. Green quality crystal cores? Oh my. This girl wouldn't have taken on the mission that the Flame Source mercenary group couldn't finish, would she? What did she just say? She completed it? Is this real? If she got a green crystal core, her strength is at least ability user, stage 3, right? Seeing countless doubtful gazes, Autumn Shengxing ignored them. She picked up the roll of blueprints and said to Linya, I'm going out for a moment, I'll be right back. All right? Watching Autumn Shengxing leave, there was no doubt in Linya's eyes, only envy. Of course, if that senior had escorted her all the way, don't say green crystal cores, even purple cores probably could be obtained. Step. Reaching a corner of the narrow earth path, after making sure no one was around, Autumn Shengxing respectfully held the blueprint with both hands. Senior, the blueprint you wanted. Your doomsday survival partner is delivering a new gift to you, accept? Yes. On the phone screen, Du Ziren didn't hesitate to tap yes. His expression now could be described as very complicated. If the game blueprint could really work, then at least the game modeling said something. Of course. There was also a wild idea. Autumn Shengxing lived in a time later than his own. The zombie outbreak in her world was at least 100 years after his time. If he really built Jing'an community using the blueprint, it would take years to complete. Then people moving in another decade or so, plus Autumn Shengxing's age and the old zombie determinations in the game scene. Autumn Shengxing lived, at least 100 years after him? Although this idea was absurd, it did explain why the blueprint was 90+% similar. After all, identical land divisions in the world were not common. He helped build Jing'an community, and by coincidence Autumn Shengxing hid inside it 100 years later? Would a zombie virus outbreak in the future? Hiss. The more I think about it, the more ridiculous it becomes. I must have read too many novels. It's just a game. Autumn Shengxing's side is the game, my side is reality, that's all. Patting his own head, Du Ziren felt he had too many things on his mind recently, starting to imagine wildly. His gaze stared blankly at the banquet entrance. He became curious? How the Doomsday Survival Game Company would send a package here. Everyone, let me emphasize again. The land around the community will open a huge mine. The value of this community is self-evident. The female host's voice grew louder and louder. Du Ziren's eyes narrowed. Like. More and more like. Autumn Shengxing's safe camp, wasn't it called the mining black market? Hiss. Is it possible that the game developer was government personnel? That they saw government land planning ahead of time and made the game map setting based on it? His wild thoughts rang without stopping. Plop. Suddenly, a waiter holding a tray delivered a package to Du Ziren. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Du?" How?" Before the word "how" came out, Du Ziren was stunned. A familiar package, familiar words. On the package were the large characters Autumn Xingxing sent to Du Ziren. The package was only the size of an envelope, and inside seemed to be some papers. Where did you get this?" he asked the waiter in puzzlement. The waiter shrugged. "We were pushing the food cart outside just now, and the security said a Maybach had an extra package. When they saw it was yours, they brought it in." "Ah? Is this game company that awesome? They can locate me here?" Scratching his head, Du Ziren casually opened the package. A blueprint as large as a world map immediately appeared on the table. "Eh? What is this?" Wang Dashan, originally uninterested in Du Ziren, immediately brightened when he saw the blueprint full of plans. These plans, these structures. Simply perfect, ingenious. Isn't this the perfect design for Jing'an community? Engaged in the gas industry, Wang Dashan knew a bit about building land. The densely planned blueprint was like it came from the hand of a master. Mr. Du. This blueprint, where did you get it? What, you think this is just game merchandise? Shaking the blueprint in his hand, Du Ziren compared it with the central big screen back and forth. The land outline was not exactly the same, but it was carved into the bones. Oh my god. Could it be that the game developer really had government people? Their crappy game could still recruit professional designers to set up map planning. No. You're so rich, do more promotion. After secretly cursing the game company a few SX, Du Ziren looked at Wang Dashan. "Mr. Wang, do you think this thing is actually usable? Not just usable. This is simply the most perfect plan. A genius. The person who designed this plan is definitely a genius." "Ah? Then, can I take this to bid on the project?" Trying to take back the blueprint, Wang Dashan already had a hand on it. "Hey young man. Do you know some big shots in the design circle and just took pictures with your phone and sent them over? Can you sell this blueprint to me? Whether you win the bid or not, I'll give you the 1 million for the winning bid, how about that?" Excitedly clutching the blueprint, Wang Dashan seemed to have his own plan. Beside him, Wang Xiaoshan was dumbfounded. "No bro. You really pulled out a design drawing? You dog, are you pretending to be dumb and hiding a tiger?" He looked at Du Ziren suspiciously, feeling he couldn't figure this crazy person out anymore. "Oh? You offer 1 million? You want to take it yourself and then make a profit. What about the others?" Du Ziren didn't rush to agree. Instead, his eyes shifted and slowly looked at the other business people at the table. Immediately, a chorus of offers broke out. From Qianchuan Land Company, I can offer 1.1 million. I'll offer 1.2 million. Young man, I've seen the blueprint, very professional, sell it to me. I offer 1.3 million. Seeing the shouting grow louder and louder, Wang Dashan panicked. Immediately, he gritted his teeth and shouted a high price. 2 million. "Mr. Du, this already exceeds the value of this planning blueprint. 2 million to make a friend. In the future, if anything happens in Wannan City, just say my name." The eyes behind his glasses were full of pleading. Du Ziren looked at Wang Dashan for a moment, thought for a bit, then nodded. "All right, but I want fast payment." "No problem, right? No problem. Come on. Xiaoshan, go get Mr. Du's card number and transfer the money immediately." What the hell are you standing there for?" Oh. Wang Xiaoshan was completely stunned. Where on earth did Du Ziren get this blueprint from? Not to mention the land project was only announced just now. Even if people worked non-stop, a draft blueprint would still take at least a day. Let alone a fully planned blueprint. Could it be this guy has government connections? He knew the land division in advance and prepared the blueprint early. Thinking this, Wang Xiaoshan looked at Du Ziren and smiled ingratiatingly. Brother Du, let's add each other. Send me your card number and I'll transfer the money right away." "Sure." He simply added Wang Xiaoshan and sent over the card number. A moment later. "Your bank card ending in 0304 has received 2 million yuan. Current balance, 7,200,772 yuan. All right then, the blueprint is yours." Looking at the payment message, Du Ziren pushed the blueprint toward Wang Dashan. Even now, he still felt a strange dizzy feeling. A residential planning blueprint that nobody wanted in the game was sold for 2 million in the real world? Is this real or fake? He sat there blankly for a while. Wang Dashan was already holding the blueprint and excitedly went to bid. The boring business exchange continued. Du Ziren watched for a bit longer, but really had no interest, so he called out to He Xiao. I'm not staying. I've done the polite stuff. Take me home. All right. Seeing Du Ziren casually make another 2 million, He Xiao no longer dared to brush him off. He immediately led him out of the Caesar Grand Hotel toward the parking lot. 1 hour later. Then I won't see you off. Back in his own living room, Du Ziren exchanged a few polite words with He Xiao, shut the door, and curled up on the sofa. On his phone, the Doomsday Survival game screen was frozen in the mission room. In front of the bar counter, Linya looked at Qiu Shengxing respectfully. Shengxing, I've already contacted the dog squad. They're sending people right away. Are you sure you brought that crystal core? Yes. It must be a green quality dog type crystal core. That group has really bad tempers. I remember. Standing calmly at the bar counter, having gone through too many dangerous situations already, Qiu Shengxing showed no fear at all even while being watched by many people, standing there cold-faced and still. You guys tell me, how did a woman like her complete that mission? Maybe she just got lucky? Then you try getting lucky once. Either she randomly found a crystal core to fake the mission, or someone must be backing her. The gossip continued, but Qiu Shengxing didn't care. She didn't want to expose Senior's identity for so-called fame. Her secret with Senior was something she wanted to keep to herself. Step, step, step. A moment later, 4 young men quickly walked into the mission room. They were slightly thin, wearing tight leather outfits. On their exposed necks and faces, strange patches of gray-brown fur grew, looking quite out of place. But as soon as these 4 entered the mission room, the previously noisy room instantly fell silent. The dog squad. It's the dog squad. They're the backbone of our camp. Damn, this is my first time seeing a full team of 4 ability users. Some amazed voices sounded. The leading young man of the dog squad quickly walked to the bar counter. I say, Lin girl, you said our mission was completed? Who did it? His tone was casual and flippant, but Linya showed no anger at all and just smiled. Captain Go. It was this lady, Qiu Shengxing, Miss Qiu. She found the crystal core you needed. Oh? Her? A girl? Following Linya's gesture, the young man raised his eyebrows. Looking at Qiu Shengxing's thin body, he couldn't help but doubt. Are you kidding? She can take out a green quality dog type crystal core? This isn't a joke, right? Hey, hey, hey. I'm warning you, my time is limited. I'm not here to joke around. It's not a joke. I really have it. Hearing this, Qiu Shengxing calmly took out the Godspeed crystal core from her clothes. The moment the green crystal core appeared, all eyes in the mission room focused on it. Crystal cores weren't rare in the mining black market, but green quality crystal cores were extremely rare. Damn. She really has one. Where did she get it? Did this girl really kill a mutated dog by herself? The discussion rose again. Goyu narrowed his eyes, staring closely at the crystal core in Qiu Shengxing's hand. Inside the dark green crystal core, energy flowed continuously, slowly forming the shape of a dog. Not bad. It really is a green dog-type crystal core. Give it to me. Excited, he stretched out a big hand. The hand covered in fur and sharp claws rushed forward with force, but Qiu Shengxing calmly pulled her hand back. I have the item. But what about you? You promised to take me into the 3rd level. Oh? Your reaction. Hiss. I misjudged you. You're not simple either. Seeing how fast Qiu Shengxing withdrew her hand, Goyu's pupils gradually turned yellow. He realized the girl in front of him was not ordinary. Maybe she really did kill for this crystal core. Fine. Linya is here. I won't go back on my word. How about this? I'll first take you into the 3rd level, then give you a deposit of 10 silver coins. That way, you can settle in the 3rd level. As for your temporary residence, if you don't mind, the dog squad's housing can spare you 1 room. How about it? Raising his eyebrows at Qiu Shengxing, Goyu thought his offer was already very generous. But Qiu Shengxing shook her head decisively. No. I still have younger brothers and sisters. To go to the 3rd level, I need spots for at least 3 people. You're fucking crazy. Are you insane? To get 3rd level residency, not only do you need a guarantor, but the deposit alone is 10 silver coins. And you want 3 people? There's no way I'll spend 30 silver coins just for 1 green crystal core to bring you all in. At most 2 people. Clenching his teeth, Goyu held up 2 fingers. Very few people lived on the 3rd level of the mining black market, not because slots were hard to get, but because the deposit was simply too expensive. A scavenger could never earn even 1 silver coin in their lifetime. 1 silver coin was 1,000 copper coins. Even ability users couldn't say how many silver coins they had. 30 silver coins was definitely a loss for him. 2 people. Only 2. Take it or leave it. Looking reluctantly at the crystal core in Qiu Xingxing's hand, Go Yu stayed rational. Seeing that Qiu Xingxing showed no sign of giving in, he sighed deeply and shook his head, about to leave. Crash. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Qiu Xingxing took out another green crystal core from her clothes. Then what if I have 2 green quality dog-type crystal cores? What? Clang. When the 2 green crystal cores were taken out, the flickering eerie light lit up the room clearly, and the mission room went silent again. 2? How did she get them? Getting 2 green crystal cores means she must have killed at least 2 powerful mutated dogs, right? Hiss, this girl is not normal. The noisy voices spread instantly through the mission room. Even the usually quiet Linya, when she saw the 2 green quality crystal cores, couldn't help her eyelids twitch violently. 2. If these were all mine, maybe I could go to the Anshan second-tier safe camp. Her fists clenched tight, the sour taste of jealousy growing stronger. Why? Why didn't that senior choose me? Her heart churned, but Linya's face remained calm, and she smiled at Qiu Shengxing. Shengxing, do you still have more crystal cores? If you do, actually I also have a guarantee spot. Looking at Qiu Xingxing with hope, but this time Qiu Xingxing shook her head, placing the 2 crystal cores on the bar counter. I only have these 2 green crystal cores on me. My requirement isn't high. Take us 3 siblings into the 3rd tier, and also give me 10 silver coins. As for housing, as long as you guarantee that no one will break into your placement house, I'll be fine with it. Looking calmly at Go Yu. Thump thump. At this moment, Go Yu's heart was beating faster. Around him, several squad members couldn't help but excitedly pat his shoulders. Captain. Hurry and agree. Yes. If you agree, our squad might be the only 6 ability user squad. Then even the element squad won't be stronger than us. Captain. Why don't we pool together? Once we have these we can take on more dangerous missions. Then the money would be easy to make. As suggestions around him continued, Go Yu swallowed and then bit his teeth, slapping a hand on the bar counter. All right. It's decided. Let's go. Now we go get your younger siblings, then register at the 3rd tier entrance. Step. Leading the way out of the mission room, Go Yu was a bit impatient. Inside the mission room, it was completely silent. Those who had doubted Qiu Xingxing were now all lowering their heads, not daring to say a word. Being able to produce 2 green crystal cores, even if they weren't personally killed by her, meant her means could not be provoked. Phew. Finally done. Luckily Senior gave me 1 extra crystal core. After walking out of the mission room expressionlessly, Qiu Shengxing quietly exhaled. Her frosty face briefly relaxed, then returned to cold clarity. At the same time, Du Ziren looked at the game screen. The dog squad and others had already led Qiu Shengxing and her family of 3 to a dirt pit. The dirt pit was open to the left of the 2nd level, taking up at least 100 square meters. In the middle of the huge dirt pit, a recessed mine entrance was especially obvious. Near the mine entrance lay a young man with gray-brown short hair. Leaning lazily on a dirt chair, he was casually lying back and reading a magazine to pass the time. Oh? The entrance to the 3rd tier? Could it be here? Du Ziren was a bit curious. The entrance to the mining black market 2nd level was guarded by Wu Hai, an ability user, stage 3. But what about the 3rd level, which ordinary people couldn't hope to reach? Who guarded that? Tapping the head of the lazy young man, a piece of information popped up before Du Ziren's eyes. Mining black market, 3rd tier entrance guard, Lin Ping. Ability level, ability user, stage 4. Ability, Hollow Earth. Relationship, Linya, sibling. Whoa! No wonder. I knew Linya always said she wanted to go to a more advanced camp. So it turns out the good jobs in the mining black market were all taken by their family. Their strength isn't low either. A bit surprised at Lin Ping, just as Qiu Shengxing and her family of 3 were about to negotiate with him. Buzz. On the phone, another game pop-up appeared. Detected, the game is about to enter, main story, Riot. Open the Game Pass? The Game Pass will grant experience based on your game character's activities. Each tier's pass rewards are extremely generous. Don't miss it. You are about to complete the achievement, New Home. Game Pass experience reward, 500. Spend 3,100 yuan to unlock this month's Game Pass rewards? What? This damn game even has a pass? Okay. You stitched every recharge item together, right? He tapped the scroll icon that appeared on screen. The moment the icon was opened, a long list of 200+ level rewards appeared. Almost every level had a fixed reward, and every 5 major levels had special rewards. But even Tencent's top games have free pass reward tracks. But this damn game actually blocked the free track? Shit. Okay. You're blacker than 10 cent. His gaze scanned through the rewards. Level 1, small horn asterisk 1, level 2, small horn 1, level 3, small horn / 1. Until the reward at level 5 made Du Ziren's eyes light up. Level 5, special reward, crystal core armor. In the level 5 frame was a metallic chest armor with a slot for a crystal core in the chest. He tapped casually, but couldn't see the description of the armor yet. However, from Du Ziren's game experience, he guessed, this armor might embed a crystal core and then activate some special ability. Wow! So this month's pass gives a full set of crystal core armor? Scrolling through the rest of the pass roadmap. Sure enough. At the level 10 reward, appeared wrist armor. Recharge. My Xingxing's combat uniform is torn anyway. I'm taking this month's skin no matter what. I wonder what the bonuses of this skin are. In Du Ziren's eyes, this was the game pass for unlocking the full armor set. And it was tiered, not satisfying at all. Both grinding and spending. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 3,100 yuan, current balance, 7,197,672 yuan. After the phone showed the deduction, the pass icon stayed permanently on the screen. Du Ziren didn't care about how much he'd spent, his eyes were fixed on the screen. Now he was actually curious what the so-called game, main story, Riot, was about. What? So after playing for so long, he had only completed the prologue. The game has only just begun? Yo, isn't this Captain Go? Why didn't you go out today? Why are you back so early? In a hurry to make puppies? Lin Ping was still slouched on the dirt chair. Seeing Go Yu bringing people back, he teasingly joked. Fuck. Lin Ping, if your dog mouth keeps barking nonsense, I'll chop you up and feed you to dogs someday. TSK. Look at you, getting anxious? Already getting warm? Damn. I don't have time to argue with you today. Come on, make 3 third-tier passes for these 3, I'm in a hurry to take them down. Pointing at Autumn Xingxing and the others behind him, Go Yu's face became serious. Oh? Making third-tier residence permits for all 3 at once? Wow, Captain Go, you're loaded? Looking at Autumn Xingxing behind Go Yu with surprise, Lin Ping's eyelids twitched. His gaze suspiciously scanned Autumn Xingxing's uniform, as if he thought of something. After looking over Chiu Xingxing and Go Yu closely, he didn't say anything more. With a click, Lin Ping snapped his fingers. Rumble. Under the ground beside him, the earth suddenly trembled, the surface cracked open, and a reddish copper block emerged. With a slap on the copper block, reddish liquid slowly flowed out. In the blink of an eye, the liquid solidified into 3 reddish copper metal plates. Strange patterns evenly cracked open on the metal plates, with text slowly appearing. 0927. 0928. 0929. Here. 3 passes. Take them. If you lose them, and you want to enter the 3rd tier, you'll have to reissue the passes. Don't think you can trick me with other cards. By the way, reissuing still costs 10 silver coins. Calmly handing the 3 reddish copper cards to Chiu Xingxing, Lin Ping wore a playful expression, seeming completely confident in the anti-fake nature of the passes he had made. Alright, the money? He stretched his hand toward Go Yu without politeness. Go Yu's face turned dark. Damn. I can't get away from you again. Slowly, Go Yu almost had to search through his shirt, pants, shoes, and socks to scrape together 30 silver coins, which he handed to Lin Ping. Lin Ping frowned. After taking the silver coins, he waved his hand. Damn. You dog squad. Really disgusting. You even hide money in your socks. Get out. Don't let me see you again. Clang clang. While he spoke, from the large dirt pit beside him, a simple elevator swayed and came up on a rope. Let's go. The passes are ready now. With these, every time you pass by me, show the cards and I can call the elevator for you to go down to the 3rd tier. Remember, if you lose your passes, reissuing still costs 10 silver coins. Take good care of them. Explaining earnestly to Chiu Xingxing, the group stepped onto the narrow elevator. Clang clang. As the elevator went down, deep below in the 3rd tier dirt path, bright light actually flickered. Clang clang. The old, simple elevator kept swaying with sound. Gradually, an incredible scene appeared before Chiu Xingxing's eyes. Mining black market, 3rd tier. Unlike the 2nd tier, the downward open space here was only a few thousand square meters, but the height was more than 10 meters. The walls were lit everywhere by mining lamps, and on the large areas of soil were tall, eerie giant trees. At a glance, each giant tree was almost as thick as the elevator cabin. The branches of these giant trees were dense, extending and interconnecting at the canopy, like a web in the high air. And on these dense branches, countless treehouses actually stood. The underground third tier, everyone's enviable residence, was an entire level of tree houses. This? Qiu Xingxing was a bit stunned. She had thought the underground third tier might be refined stone houses, or clay villas, but she never imagined it would be full of big trees, with people living above the trunks. Can't imagine it, right? When I first came in, I couldn't imagine it either. Don't look at these tree houses as small. Inside they have everything. Furniture, drinking water, even radio broadcasts. All complete. Living in the trees, not only is the air good, but the trees themselves generate oxygen. The upper space is like an oxygen bar. With this living environment, even before the apocalypse it would be hard to find. Seeming to notice Qiu Xingxing's shock, Goyu smiled faintly. Clang clang. After the elevator landed, he pointed to a huge tree trunk. At about waist level on the trunk, connected by mining lights, were 3 large neon characters, Dog Squad. Here. See that? It's this tree. Don't look for the wrong one later. Most trees already have owners. Going up the wrong tree might offend someone. We Dog Squad live here. Let me arrange your housing first. Goyu gestured, coming to the base of the big tree. After tapping the left side area of the trunk 3 times. Rustle, rustle, rustle. On the large tree trunk, a green vine slid down. This is the password lock for our tree. At this spot, tap 3 times. After explaining in detail to Qiu Xingxing, the group grabbed the green vine, and it surprisingly and easily pulled everyone up to the treetops. Above in the high tree canopy, among the interwoven tree trunks, there were 7 small wooden houses on this big tree. Pointing to the wooden house in the left corner, Goyu, a bit impatient, said, "Look, that corner house is going to be yours. You can explore the function slowly. Don't worry, no one will disturb you normally. That second brother, lend me 10 silver coins." Taking 10 silver coins from a Dog Squad member behind him, Goyu urged, "Give me the crystal cores. That settles us." Although she still hadn't fully understood the situation here, after taking the silver coins, Qiu Xingxing traded 2 crystal cores. After a brief polite exchange, Qiu Xingxing, holding her younger brother and sister's hands, carefully walked along the tree trunk toward the corner wooden house. From a distance, the wooden house looked small, but once inside, the space was all there. In the nearly 30 square meter small living room were wood furniture, a sofa, tea table, and on the wall even a wooden speaker that looked like it was for broadcasting. On both sides of the living room, on the left was a small bathroom, with a small bathtub, labeled hot water supplied every night at 7. On the right was a spacious bedroom with a wood bed, wood windows, and wood cabinets all complete. "Sister, is this our home now? Wow, it feels even better than the buildings outside." Autumn Ning and Autumn Jing looked around curiously, the air filled with the scent of wood. This place, this is our new home." Even Qiu Xingxing was a bit at a loss for words. A few days ago, she was still a scavenger squeezed into a dirt house drinking dirty water with her siblings. Now, she could actually live this kind of quality life? The dry, comfortable space, the fresh air, and the cozy interior constantly filled Qiu Xingxing with happiness. Home. This was a real home. What was life like before? All of this. I owe it to Senior. Without him, Xingxing probably would have died out there. Senior, did you see? Because of you, Xingxing has a new home. Excitement shone in her eyes as Qiu Xingxing gratefully looked toward the void. Buzz buzz buzz. On the other side, Du Ziren's phone screen suddenly popped up a new game notification. "Congratulations, you have unlocked the game achievement, New Home. Pass experience plus 500. Current pass level 5. Items you can claim, Small Horn 4, Crystal Core Armor, Chest Plate. Your Doomsday Survival partner feels unprecedented happiness. Happiness plus 5. Current happiness index, 30. Congratulations, you have completed a stage of happiness and will unlock an Easter egg reward." Sure enough. What makes people feel direct happiness is food, clothing, housing, and transportation. This place really feels like a home. Curiously looking at the game screen, Du Ziren guessed that the strange giant trees in mining black market third tier might not be naturally occurring. Perhaps the leader of the mining black market was a powerful wood-type ability user who created the third tier's ecological space. I don't care if they are a wood-type ability user. What I should pay attention to now is, hey. Already got 30 happiness points, so. A lewd smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Du Ziren had prepared a stack of tissues beside his seat. He was afraid he might drool soon. Inside the wooden house, Autumn Ning and Autumn Jing kept fiddling with the big speaker in the living room. They never expected that this thing actually made sound. Radio FM 19.8. Human Survivor Faction broadcast. In the northern part of Wannan City, survivor camps have recently lost contact one after another. It is suspected that there is a zombie horde or uncontrollable factor spreading. The Human Alliance must strengthen vigilance. It is reported that time ability users have begun to appear, details unknown. The broadcast echoed in the house, making the Autumn family of 3, who had never experienced life before the apocalypse, full of curiosity and excitement. Hey, it really has sound. Wow, is this broadcast transmitted through the wood? Autumn Ning and Autumn Jing guessed. Autumn Xingxing smiled without speaking. What is happiness? A family's satisfied smiles are worth everything. By the way, I saw that the wood bath sign says hot water is supplied every night at 7. Does that mean there are actual water pipes for supply? Curious, they walked into the bathroom. After a moment, whoosh whoosh, hot water came as promised. Wow, there really is hot water. Then doesn't that mean every night we can take a hot shower before sleep? Autumn Jing's eyes blinked rapidly, all shining with excitement. It looks like this third tier really has its reasons for being expensive. Autumn Ning, Autumn Jing, do you want to take a bath? It's the first bath in your new home. Autumn Shengxing smiled. Just as Autumn Ning wanted to nod, he was pulled aside by Autumn Ning. Sister, you go first. We'll wash separately later. He looked around cautiously, squeezing out a strange smile. Sis. You should talk to that senior. We can take care of ourselves. Ha! Instantly blushing, Autumn Xingxing pursed her lips and, after looking around cautiously, hurriedly closed the bathroom door. TCH. Saying no with your mouth, but your body isn't honest. Seeing Autumn Xingxing's little woman behavior, Autumn Ning teased and led Autumn Jing back to the bedroom. Brother, why can't we go with sister to take a shower? Autumn Jing mumbled. Autumn Ning shrugged. You don't seriously think that senior wants to train our sister, right? Huh? Isn't that so? As far as I know, if a man treats a woman this well, generally it means he likes her. Training an assistant? Have you ever seen such detailed training? That's not training an assistant. That's clearly training a wife. How do you know so much, big brother? Kids don't ask so much. Anyway, just let them be together. Thud. The bedroom door closed. On the other side, Du Ziren was shocked. Isn't this the charm of 30 happiness points? His electronic little sister-in-law was even cheering for him here. Invincible. It's hard to imagine, when the happiness value is full, will she ask Autumn Xingxing to have a football team of kids for me? Fuck. Overthinking. How can an electronic wife give birth? His mind was full of wild thoughts. Gurgle gurgle. Suddenly, the game screen started moving, clearly showing a wooden house filled with water mist. Gurgle gurgle. In the wood bathtub, Qiu Xingxing's head floated on the water surface, bubbles constantly coming up. Under the blurry water, fair skin and the swaying curves were very eye-catching. Senior. Are you watching? Gurgle. Du Ziren couldn't help swallowing. I am sorry. The military combat uniform you gave me. I broke it. The girl's cheeks flushed deeply. Under the water ripples, the movement was passionate. She didn't seem to care whether Du Ziren saw the view or not, just embarrassed and bowing her head. It's okay, that thing was meant for fighting zombies anyway. In front of ability users, it really wasn't adequate. By the way. As if thinking of something, Du Ziren clicked on the pass icon on the screen. Claim. After clicking the level 5 reward twice, the backpack showed * small horn 4 and crystal core armor, chest plate. You can use this. Buzz. He slid the crystal core armor, chest plate, in front of Qiu Xingxing. Plop! The heavy chest plate fell into the bath, splashing water everywhere. Qiu Xingxing was startled. Under the water splashes, her rosy skin looked like a peach, the slender waist moving in the water was intoxicating. Especially those peaks, making Du Ziren's eyes go blurry. Unfortunately, Qiu Xingxing was wearing tight black underwear, slightly less tempting. Gurgle gurgle. The heavy chest plate sank under the water. After hesitating for a moment, Qiu Xingxing pulled the armor out of the water. Senior? This is. The armor with the embedded crystal core, put it on first. At least you won't have to worry about sudden ability attacks later. This isn't too precious? Qiu Xingxing felt a bit shy. No matter how precious it is, nothing is more important than your life. Put it on. In an unquestionable tone, the voice came. Qiu Xingxing's ears perked up and her face flushed even redder. Senior, what you mean? What does it mean? It should mean that you want me to pay attention to safety, right? Steam already rising above her head, Qiu Xingxing pursed her lips and slowly buckled the chest plate onto her body. In the mist of water vapor, she seemed to make some decision. Suddenly she blankly looked at the opposite side of the phone screen. Senior? Shengxing dares to ask, what is your name? Your doomsday survival partner wants to get your name. Please enter your nickname ID. Suddenly, this line popped up on the game screen, and Du Ziren immediately frowned. Alright. So this means I just created my character now? Damn it. After spending all this money, the game is just beginning. After hesitating for a moment, Du Ziren wanted to enter the nickname, Invincible Tyranno Warrior. But then he thought, that's not right. If later the electronic wife is intimate with him and keeps calling, Invincible Tyranno Warrior. Hiss. It just felt weird. After thinking, Du Ziren still decided to enter his real name, Du Ziren. At least, the other side can call his name. The immersion would be stronger, right? Du Ziren. A dull voice sounded in the bathroom. Du Ziren? Du Ziren? Senior, your name actually sounds nice. Qiu Xingxing murmured continuously, as if trying to carve the name into her bones. Senior. In the future, can I call you Senior Ziren? Say it more. Say it more. On the phone, when Du Ziren heard Qiu Xingxing call him that, the corner of his mouth almost split into a smile. Yes. Then, Xingxing will definitely work hard, striving to stand beside Senior Ziren early. The girl's eyes sparkled and her cheeks were red. At this moment, no one knows what she was thinking. On the phone side, almost at the same time, a game pop-up appeared again. Congratulations, you have officially created a game character. Your doomsday survival partner's happiness value has reached 30. Do you want to spend 300,000 renminbi to purchase the game set peripheral, a set of game nutrition pods? The game nutrition pod is equipped with real sensory interaction, allowing you to simulate zero-distance interaction with the game character. You deserve to have it. What the hell? Du Ziren was dumbfounded. A game nutrition pod? What the hell is that? Over in Japan, they did say they researched VR sensory gaming helmets. No. Since when did our country's gaming research surpass foreign countries? With uncertainty, Du Ziren clicked on the game nutrition pod description. On the phone screen, what appeared was a long object that looked like a black coffin, somewhat like it was made of black iron metal. But on this coffin, just like the crystal core armor, there were several hollowed-out crystal core holes. It looked like you could embed crystal cores as decoration, giving it a bit of a fantasy vibe. I've seen top-end computers sell for hundreds of thousands. If this game pod really has sensory interaction functions, selling for 300,000 might be worth the price. 300,000, huh? Senior Ziren? Senior Ziren? He had still been a bit hesitant inside. But, hearing Qiu Xingxing's repeated calls of Senior Ziren from the phone, Du Ziren suddenly felt confident. Buy. Must buy. If I can experience the feeling of touching Xingxing, then it's definitely worth it. Blood rushing to his head, thinking with the wrong head, Du Ziren immediately selected pay. Your bank card ending in 0304 has been charged 300,000 yuan. Current balance, 6,897,672 yuan. Charge. Let's go. After completing the payment, watching the game scene on the phone gradually fade out and exit the bathroom scene, Du Ziren felt a sudden emptiness, like he had just been scammed. Damn. Don't tell me they were dragging me along this whole time. Just to squeeze 300k gold coins from me? Suddenly, this possibility flashed through his mind. After all, there are so many online chat scams. They build a connection with you first, then ruthlessly drain your gold coins, then disappear. Damn it. The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. Seems like? I really haven't heard of any domestic place developing a game nutrition pod. He belatedly slapped himself. Just as Du Ziren was about to curse the unscrupulous manufacturer. Ding dong. The doorbell suddenly rang. Who is it? He rushed over and looked through the peephole. Du Ziren froze on the spot. What the hell? His pupils dilated. Because outside the door, lying there, was a game nutrition pod exactly the same as the one shown on the phone screen. Black, long, coffin-like, just lying there silently outside the door. No way, man. I'm on the 7th floor. Your delivery is this fast? And completely silent too? Was the delivery by Quicksilver or something? Mouth wide open, Du Ziren once again had his understanding of the game shattered. Impressive. This sneaky game company must definitely be quietly researching something big. Once it's announced, it'll surely win the biggest game award of 2026. Me? Maybe I'm some lucky user? A beta tester? This game company is family. I shouldn't have doubted them just now. With this thought, Du Ziren opened the door and tried lifting the seemingly heavy game nutrition pod. Thud. Surprisingly, though it looked heavy, Duziren lifted it with one hand and carried it into the house. Clang! Once the game nutrition pod was placed in the living room, Duziren couldn't hold back his curiosity. Click click click. He opened the coffin lid full of crystal core slots and looked inside the game nutrition pod. It was just a pitch-black membrane material, nothing obviously special. Should I try it? Testing it out, he crawled into the game nutrition pod, and suddenly a prompt sound rang in his ears. Please close the pod door and insert crystal cores outside the door to get a complete gaming experience. Holy crap! Artificial intelligence? Surprised by the black coffin design, Duziren couldn't even tell where the voice came from. Still need to insert crystal cores? Aha, I get it now. So those crystal cores from before weren't just game accessories. They're the activation keys for the game nutrition pod. Excited, Duziren climbed out of the game nutrition pod and quickly walked to the windowsill. In the snowdrop flower pot, counting the ones from before and now, there were a total of 7 crystal cores. The pod lid of the game nutrition pod had 5 hollowed-out holes. Duziren casually inserted a few crystal cores, then immediately closed the lid and lay flat inside like a corpse. Energy replenishing? Dislocation projection in progress? User info collecting. Duziren, 18 years old. Ability analysis in progress. Your initial ability levels are as follows. Flame ability, Esper, Tier 2. Steel ability, Esper, Tier 3. Bloodline ability, Esper, Tier 1. Canine transformation ability, Esper, Tier 1. You are currently in the newbie protection period. Optimization buff invisibility is enabled. You can choose to enable or disable this buff manually. Enjoy your gaming experience. As the techie voice ended, a white mist hissed out in the black membrane space. After inhaling the mist, Duziren felt like his body was being pulled away, as if he really was crossing over to another world. Outside the game pod, unseen by him, the 5 embedded crystal cores on the lid instantly shattered and vanished. Breathing heavily, eyes narrowing comfortably, when Duziren opened his eyes again, he suddenly found himself standing in a wooden cabin. It was the living room of the wooden cabin where Qiu Xingxing was currently located. What the hell? This is really a damn sensory VR game? Trying to move his limbs, it felt almost no different from usual. He even quickly walked to the sofa in the cabin's living room and sat down. He could feel the wood grain texture under his butt. Whoa whoa whoa. This game tech is unbeatable. Silently praising the game developer's technology, in front of Duziren appeared a panel showing his ability levels, leaving him totally confused. What does this mean? Wasn't I supposed to be the invincible metahuman? Where's my dimensional blade? What's with these ability levels that are even lower than Qiu Xingxing's? Rubbing his chin, his eyes kept scanning the 4 abilities. Duziren suddenly had a realization and his eyes lit up. I get it. The body I projected into this world is based on the power level of the crystal cores Qiu Xingxing gave me as gifts. Damn. Then doesn't that mean I can't show off and carry girls anymore? Frantically tapping on the screen in front of him, Duziren's tense mood relaxed a little. No problem, the top up button in the top right corner was still flashing. When in doubt, ask top up. This damn game really doesn't miss a single chance to make money. Getting used to the interface in front of him, Duziren was just about to walk out of the cabin to see the game modeling of this 3rd underground level. Click. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened. Looking up, through the mist behind the wooden door, Qiu Xingxing, wearing a simple robe, was walking gracefully toward the sofa. A fragrant breeze mixed with steamy mist swept in. Duziren sat dazed on one corner of the sofa, his heartbeat speeding up for no reason. Fragrant. So fragrant. This is Xingxing's scent? His face turned red. Before, behind a screen, Duziren could shamelessly make a pig face. But now, face to face, actually seeing the pretty girl Qiu Xingxing coming closer, as a virgin boy who had never dated, how could Duziren not feel stirred? Holy crap. This game company is ridiculously strong. If there were 18+ scenes in this game, wouldn't it take off? Sitting still in the corner, Duziren didn't move a muscle. MMHM. At the other end of the sofa, Qiu Xingxing wiped the sweat from her face, casually placed her snowy long legs on the sofa. Phew. Qiuning. Qiujing. You can go take a bath now. Calling out toward the bedroom, the 2 little ones immediately opened the door. Oh. Qiuning looked suspiciously at her sister and muttered, that fast? Then, ignoring her sister's blushing face, she walked into the bathroom. Huff huff. After soaking in the bath, her hot body kept emitting steam. Qiu Xingxing panted softly, beads of sweat wetting her snow-white skin. MMHM. Her long beautiful legs stretched side to side, and the underwear beneath her thighs was dampened by water, revealing a faint allure. Hiss. Duziren was stunned. He didn't dare move. He didn't dare move at all. In this big house, who would know that right less than a centimeter in front of Qiu Xingxing's beautiful legs, Duziren was sitting upright? Damn. The invisible man fantasies I had before. I'm living them now. 300,000 not wasted. Not wasted. Turning his head occasionally, Duziren carefully observed Qiu Xingxing's little face. Before, watching through the phone screen, she seemed sickly and weak. But now, after his care and nourishment, seen up close, the swan-like beauty was starting to take shape. Long black hair hanging on her shoulders, slender willow eyebrows, watery peach blossom eyes, a delicate nose and small lips, with a blush on her cheeks, such a youthful, charming face. Gulp. Staring at her, Duziren couldn't help but swallow. As expected. A digital wife is truly the most perfect? MMHM. I wonder what senpai does every night. With her damp hair pressed against the wooden wall, Qiu Xingxing's snowy chest was fully exposed. Does he think of me before bed? Murmuring in a voice only she could hear, Qiu Xingxing's cheeks blushed slightly, then she immediately scolded herself as if annoyed. You little flirt. What are you thinking? How could senpai possibly like you? Covering her face in shame and anger, the girl's neck was so red it looked like it would drip water. So cute? Duziren just sat there, watching Qiu Xingxing space out, grinning foolishly. So nice. So nice. What joy in this world could compare to secretly listening to a girl's inner thoughts? MMHM. Every time senpai pokes me. Maybe next time when he pokes me, I can secretly touch him too? Qiu Xingxing murmured, thinking tonight's fantasy was known only to herself. Little did she know, Duziren right beside her heard every word clearly. Huh? She wants to try touching me too? Now it was Duziren's turn to blush. In the cramped room, the sour-sweet atmosphere of young love between a boy and a girl was quietly fermenting. Jia. I'm done bathing. Qiujing? Qiujing? Sigh, that guy must have already fallen asleep. Inside the shower room, Qiuning quickly walked out of the bathroom and called toward the bedroom. He glanced at his sister, who seemed to be dozing against the wall, hesitated for a while, but didn't wake her up and went into the bedroom. Click. No one knew how much time had passed before the lights in the wooden cabin went out. Time slipped by. Silence fell. After confirming several times that Qiu Xingxing had dozed off against the wooden wall, Duziren finally stood up awkwardly. No choice. He came too suddenly. If he had just cancelled the invisibility buff from the beginning and appeared directly in front of Qiu Xingxing, it would have been hard to explain his presence, and it might have ruined her image of him. It's better to just stay by her side quietly and observe. This had its own kind of charm. Sleeping like this. She'll catch a cold, won't she? Slowly taking off a white hospital gown labeled Wannan City Mental Muscle Department, Duziren was just about to place it over Qiu Xingxing's chest. In the dark, it should have been a warm scene. But now, a white hospital gown appeared out of nowhere and fell onto Qiu Xingxing. Senpai. Senpai. Her pink lips murmured, as if dreaming. Qiu Xingxing's face flushed, her long legs fidgeting and crossing repeatedly. That beautiful face tilted toward him. Duziren, without knowing where he got the courage, was guided by instinct and reached out to touch her face. Click. His fingers lightly touched Qiu Xingxing's cheek. The first word Duziren thought of was, smooth. Soft, slick, fragrant. Looking at Xingxing like this, she's really cute. He reached out again to silently touch her face. Suddenly, a strong hand tightly grabbed Duziren's wrist. Who? Qiu Xingxing woke up. Her apricot eyes squinted as she gripped Duziren's hand tightly and looked into the dark void. Holy crap! Duziren panicked. It felt like a thief getting caught red-handed. Xingxing, it's me. Trying to stay calm, Duziren spoke in a familiar voice. Senpai? Senpai, is it you? The tightly gripping hand immediately loosened. Qiu Xingxing's face turned red in an instant. Realizing she had grabbed Senpai's hand, she bit her lip and, unexpectedly and boldly, held on with both hands. Maybe the darkness gave her courage. She suddenly murmured. Ziren Senpai. Can I sleep resting on your hand? Just for a while, okay? This. Held by her small hands, Duziren's heart pounded wildly. In the darkness, those bright, hopeful, affectionate eyes sparkled. Duziren's ears turned red. Okay, really? Tightly holding Duziren's hand, Qiu Xingxing treated it like a treasure and slowly rested it on the sofa. Like a cat, she rubbed her face against Duziren's hand, letting out soft giggles now and then. She had no idea that the boy standing in front of the sofa, face flushed red, was completely at a loss. The long night stretched on. Duziren didn't know how long he had zoned out. Anyway, by the time he pulled his big hand away, Chiu Xingxing was already deeply asleep. This game experience has ended. Crystal core energy insufficient, projection ending soon. Please rate this real-person interaction in the mobile app. A mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ear. 1 second, Du Ziren was still immersed in the warmth of being needed by Chiu Xingxing. The next second, he opened his eyes and sat up in the game pod, his face flushed. Just that short? Now that he had a taste, Du Ziren moved his hand, clearly unsatisfied with the interaction just now. Inside the pod, the mechanical voice sounded again. Your interaction lasted 3 hours, 15 minutes, and 16 seconds. You think that's not long enough? Was it that long? You spent 2 hours and 45 minutes just staring at Chiu Xingxing. The game confirms you are love-brained. What? Du Ziren suddenly jumped out of the pod, as if hit in a sore spot, and didn't want to deal with the AI anymore. Closing the pod door, Du Ziren was shocked to find that the 5 crystal cores on the lid had all disappeared. What the hell? I just played for a bit, and you ate them all? Greedy company, huh? In Du Ziren's view, crystal cores were probably like batteries. Playing for just 3 hours already consumed 5? What if he played for a whole day? How many would it take? And if he used brand new, flowing color crystal cores, how long would they last? These didn't really matter. What mattered was, crystal core batteries could only be gifted by in-game characters. This dumb game company. Does that mean I can't fully enjoy the game? I'm taking back my good review. He opened his phone and immediately gave the game nutrition pod a 1-star rating. Maybe, when the intimacy is high enough, I can remove that damned holy light? Maybe, I could sneak a peek at Chiu Xingxing bathing. Thinking wickedly. Du Ziren was well aware that many games had this setting. If intimacy wasn't high enough, doing inappropriate things could actually lower affection. Just recalling the sweet interaction earlier made Du Ziren more excited than dating the school belle. My Xingxing is simply amazing. Grinning like a pig. Huff huff huff. Suddenly, a cold wind blew through the 7th floor window, making Du Ziren shiver. Only then did he realize his hospital gown top seemed to be missing. Damn, did I really give it to Chiu Xingxing? He looked suspiciously at the game pod, shivering from the cold, with no time to think deeply. He quickly went to the bedroom and changed into a simple tracksuit. Looking up at the clock in the living room, it was already 3 in the morning. What the hell? Gaming really eats up time. But wait, why am I not sleepy, and not hungry either? He rubbed his head in confusion. Normally, at this hour, he'd have long collapsed from exhaustion. Could it be because I was lying in the game pod today? Does it really provide nutrition? Thinking back to the mist inside the pod, Du Ziren shook his head. It seemed too unrealistic. Picking up his phone, in the Doomsday Survival game app, Chiu Xingxing was still sleeping sweetly. Since he couldn't fall asleep, Du Ziren simply opened the door and walked toward the night market outside Wannan community. The night market. Basically, it was a place full of snack stalls, trinkets, people selling dogs and cats, an impromptu trading area. The Wannan City Night Market, located in the north of the city, was known as the Ghost Market, opening at 11 p.m. and closing at 4 a.m. Even though it was 3 in the morning now, the suburban streets were still crowded. Hey, come take a look. Western Zhou Dynasty coins. Western Zhou? Looks like last week to me. Ha ha ha. In front of the antique stalls, people joked and laughed. Du Ziren stood outside the antique area and glanced inside. He wasn't very interested. He casually bought a few grilled sausages from the food area and strolled through the event zone. Most of the event zone was filled with mobile stalls. Things like mobile phone film booths, or those nested doll, prize games that could be moved in minutes. Du Ziren laughed as he watched, and walked into the pet sales area. Yes, pet sales were also a highlight of the night market. However, pets bought here were different from those in pet shops. You could easily fall into the trap of weak dogs or sick dogs. They were cheap and looked healthy, but would often fall ill and die within a few days. By then, the seller would be long gone. Hey, handsome guy, take a look at these puppies. You can adopt one totally free. Suddenly, a pleasant female voice rang out. Du Ziren looked up and saw a short-haired woman, about 30 years old, slim and capable-looking, waving at him warmly near a dozen large iron cages. Adopt? What kind of scam is this? Squinting, Du Ziren didn't believe something so good would fall from the sky. He was about to ignore her when the woman, sensing his suspicion, quickly called out, Hey, don't go. It really is adoption. I don't have any breed dogs. Just strays. I've already dewormed and neutered them myself. I've rescued too many and they're eating me out of house and home. If there's one you like, just take it home. Her words were full of sincerity. Duziren stopped walking and turned to look at the pet cages. At first glance, most were indeed mutts, village dogs. Only one or two golden retrievers or huskies. Looking closely at the woman's outfit, simple apron and black pants, she really didn't look like a dog dealer. TSK. Get a dog? Rubbing his chin, Duziren hesitated. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a golden retriever in a cage barked at Duziren. He froze. Not because the dog did anything, but because, for a moment, he felt like he understood dog language. Woof woof woof. Kid, what Mom said is true. There are still lots of stray dogs at her home. What? Staring blankly at the golden retriever, Duziren was completely stunned. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Then, several other mutts in nearby cages started barking too. Kid, pick me. I'm not picky with food. Pick me, pick me. I'm quiet. Move aside, I'm a simp dog. One bark after another, all turned into human speech in Duziren's ears. What the hell? After a long moment of daze, Duziren scratched his ears repeatedly, confirming that he hadn't misheard. His expression was quite complicated. Haven't there been too many weird things happening lately? Spontaneous ALS recovery, meteorite crash, steel frame welding. Now, he could understand dog language? Hiss. Could it be that ALS unlocked my gene lock? I've gained the ability to talk to animals? Thinking with a bit of a Chunibu mindset, Duziren looked toward the cat vendor stall. Meow meow meow. He called out to a ragdoll cat, which glanced at him suspiciously, its deep blue eyes filled with disdain, as if saying, idiot. All right then. Seems like I can only understand dog language? Scratching his head, Duziren smiled at the dog vendor and approached the cages. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. At once, countless stray dogs barked wildly. Pick me, I'm super sweet. Sweet, your mom. Pick me, I promise not to chew up your sofa. You liar, you just ruined Mom's sofa this morning. Ah? Dog speech filled his ears. For a moment, Duziren didn't know which dog to look at. Baiha village probably can't be returned to, staying with this woman is good enough. Suddenly, a slightly sad, mature voice caught Duziren's attention. Following the voice, he saw it clearly. Under all the cages, there was a fully black dog, a Wuhei breed. The dog was about the size of a standard village dog, lying on the ground with a dopey and sorrowful look. Compared to the other dogs, this one seemed really gloomy, really different. Boss. Where did you get this dog? Pointing at the Wuhei dog, Duziren became interested. The woman vendor's eyes lit up. Ah, you mean that one? It's different, it came on its own. Seems like it ran from Baiha village near the city outskirts. I saw it looked hungry for days, so I took it in. You've got a good eye. This dog is very well behaved, just likes to daze out, never makes a fuss. If you want to adopt it, you can take it now. The woman spoke temptingly. Duziren crouched and patted the cage. Hey. Woof. What do you want? Stop spacing out, okay? Why did you run out from Baiha village? Woof woof woof. Something's wrong there. A lot of people have become really irritable. Woof. Wait. You can talk to me? He. Seeing the Wuhei dog's dumbfounded face, Duziren laughed. Want to come with me? You watch the house for me, and I'll take care of your food, drink, and everything else. How about it? Teasing the Wuhei dog, Duziren did need a guard dog. Don't forget, the game pod was still at home. That 300,000 yuan treasure, no problem having a dog watch over it. Woof. Why choose me? Just a feeling, do you believe in that? Woof. I can go with you, but don't make me go out. I hate walking. Heh, you really are a rebellious dog. Other dogs get restless if they don't go out. But you? You're more human than people, you like to lie flat? Reaching out to pet the Wuhei dog in the cage, Duziren smiled. Boss. This one. I've got a connection with it. Grinning as he pointed at the Wuhei dog, the woman was stunned. Wait, dude? You were just now muttering to the dog? What the hell? Can you talk to it? Staring at Duziren in surprise, the vendor woman seriously suspected this good-looking guy wasn't all mentally sound. But thinking about being rid of one more burden, and that this guy didn't seem bad, she agreed right away. All right then. I'll open the cage for you. Clang. She unlocked the Wuhei dog's cage. To her surprise, the Wuhei dog lazily stood up and actually walked toward Duziren, lying down at his feet. Damn. What a lazy dog. Lifting the Wuhei dog's body, it didn't resist Duziren. This man and dog really looked like they'd known each other for a long time. The woman was speechless. She'd dealt with dogs for years, but never seen a bond formed this fast. Could it be, they really clicked? She wondered, pulling out her phone. By the way. Young man, I definitely don't charge for strays. But, to prevent potential abuse after adoption, I need to add your WeChat. I'll video call you regularly, to check on its safety. No problem. After adding her on WeChat, Du Ziren glanced at her name. Turned out, her name was Go Yun, quite the unique name. Well then, Sister Yun, I'm heading out? Holding the Wuhei dog, Du Ziren called out. Go Yun smiled sweetly. Come visit me at the suburban dog shelter sometime. Sure. By the way, I'm curious. Sister Yun, how do you manage so many dogs by yourself? Ha ha ha, that's because I have assistants. Huh? Assistants? Yeah, at the suburban dog park, I've raised a husky, a border collie, and an old village dog. They're very smart, help me manage the other dogs. No wonder. Carrying the Wuhei dog, Du Ziren quickly walked toward the exit of the night market. He had to hurry. If those two old men who trained spinning tops early in the morning caught him, he'd be in trouble. What should I name you? Patting the dog's belly, the Wuhei dog grunted, woof, whatever. Whatever won't do. I think, the more people lack something, the more they want to express it. Wang Kai? I'm not short on money. What I lack. Got it, how about Chongqing? How's that? Woof. Chongqing? You want a dog to live forever? Why not? Woof. Whatever makes you happy. Man and dog talked as they walked, drawing strange looks, until Du Ziren disappeared down the street with Chongqing in his arms. At the same time, National Defense Security Division, Wannan City Branch, inside a laboratory. On Lu Yi's workbench sat a giant meteorite fragment. From the pitch-black rock, strange black liquid slowly oozed out, like wriggling bugs, twitching and twisting nonstop. TSK. This batch of Leonid meteorites seems more than just space rocks. Lu Yi frowned deeply. Beside him stood a high-ranking officer in uniform. Academician Lu, you asked the central government for help just because of this? The man in uniform narrowed his eyes, also watching the liquid in the rock, a glint in his gaze. Yes. General Zhao, as you can see, these meteorites contain unknown life forms. I've already asked the military to search for all the fragments. Imagine if whatever's inside spreads, what would happen? The atmosphere grew tense. No one knew what the liquid inside the meteorite really meant. Academician Lu, how's the experiment going? Come look. Lu Yi waved him over. Nearby the meteorite fragment, under a glass container, over a dozen lab mice had blood-red eyes, and their small teeth were rapidly splitting and twisting, looking terrifying. Squeak squeak squeak. Normally quiet lab mice were now violently agitated, squealing nonstop. These are the test subjects injected with the black liquid? Yes. That liquid triggers aggressive behavior. And it can cause mutations in the human body. If this thing isn't controlled, it could throw the world into chaos. But tracking all the meteorite landings isn't easy, right? Then we monitor closely. In Wannan's region, any area showing major outbreaks of violence, lock it down immediately. Understood. You mean, a meteorite also fell into the village pond in your Baiha village? And after that, people in the village started getting irritable? In the large living room, Du Ziren was eating a crazy Thursday fried chicken drumstick. He took a bite, Chongqing took a bite, man and dog gnawing with great enthusiasm. Woof, yes. It was after that when the villagers' tempers became strange. Oh? Was it because they drank the pond water? Did you drink it? Woof, I did. Then why didn't you go crazy? You drank it, but instead of going berserk, you just started lying around? Looking at Chongqing in surprise, Du Ziren felt something was off about that theory. What is a meteorite? Isn't it just a fragment twisted from a black hole in space? A rock? A mineral? That kind of thing shouldn't be enough to make people go insane. Woof, I don't know. All I know is, after that thing appeared, everyone started getting irritable. Chongqing whimpered. Under Du Ziren's gaze, the dog actually walked over to the kitchen sink, turned on the faucet, and started washing its paws. What the hell? I'm telling you, if someone filmed this and posted it on TikTok, it would go viral. You believe me? Chongqing, tell me, are you the first dog spirit to gain enlightenment since the founding of the nation? Du Ziren looked at Chongqing with great interest. After washing its paws, it lay straight down on the floor. Woof, boring. Going to sleep. Damn. Are you human? Eat and sleep, are you really a dog? Shaking his head, Du Ziren felt like he'd brought home a little ancestor. He walked over to the game nutrition pod and patted the pod door. Hey, Chongqing. I want to talk to you about something serious. Woof. What? Chongqing's ears perked up. This thing here, if I'm not home, can you keep an eye on it? Woof. Ha. Chongqing was confused. With his perfectly advanced titanium alloy dog eyes, he watched as Duziren rubbed empty air with a serious expression and asked him to watch over air. Wait a minute? Was there something wrong with Duziren or with him? Woof. Woof. Are you sure you're not joking? Why would I joke? This is called a game pod, got it? It's expensive. I spent 30 on it. You don't like going out anyway, so just watch over it every day. I'll take care of all your needs. Deal? Duziren patted the black game nutrition pod while Changxing blinked his dog eyes continuously. In just a few seconds, he thought of many things. Is this new owner an idiot? Eh? An idiot? Fine, let him be an idiot. Asking me to watch over air? That's easy. I just lie around every day. What game pod? It's just air, might as well not exist. Thinking it through, Changxing looked at Duziren with both pity and cunning. Woof. No problem. Ah, good dog. Lie down then. Looking at Changxing with satisfaction, Duziren felt bringing him home wasn't a mistake. He collapsed on the sofa and opened the Doomsday Survival game on his phone. Shoo. On screen, Qiu Xingxing was sitting dazed on the sofa, holding a hospital gown in her hands, face flushed, lost in thought. Hey! Cultivate. Stop spacing out. Sliding his finger, Duziren dragged the purification metal vat from the item bar into the bathroom. In the monthly pass service, this item refreshes 1 cultivation crystal core each day. Ah? Senpai. In a panic, she stuffed the hospital gown behind her back. Seeing the metal vat appear in the bathroom, Qiu Xingxing suddenly remembered. Ah? I even forgot I'm supposed to cultivate every morning as instructed by Senpai. She rushed into the bathroom and filled the vat with water. The golden crystal core at the bottom instantly crushed, mixing with the water and turning it into golden liquid. Plop. Amid the rising mist, Qiu Xingxing stripped to her underwear and jumped into the water. The girl's figure seemed to have grown fuller, and with the movement of the water, waves surged. Current ability level, Esper, Tier 3, 45/300. 47 out of 300. Hiss. The cultivation speed seems to be slowing down. Looks like as the ability level increases, making further progress becomes very difficult. Rubbing his chin, a pop-up appeared on the phone. Daily task complete, cultivation. Reward, 100 pass experience. Current pass level, 6, obtained reward, small loudspeaker ×1. Nice, nice. At least grinding this pass isn't too tiring. Tapping on his phone continuously, Changxing curiously poked his dog head over and looked at Duziren's phone. Woof. It's all black, how is he enjoying this so much? Woof. Confirmed. He's got mental issues. Lowering his head, Changxing decided to ignore anything Duziren did. Once the golden water cleared up completely, Qiu Xingxing's ability level stopped at 137 to 300. She held her wet chest armor, just about to climb out of the vat when buzz 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 buzz. The speaker in the wooden house suddenly vibrated, followed by a clear and loud announcement. All Tier 3 Espers, all Tier 3 Espers. Please assemble immediately at the central treehouse. Leader Qin has an important meeting. Repeat, all Tier 3 Espers. The repeated echo from the speaker rang throughout the entire underground 3rd level. Qiu Xingxing stared blankly, frozen in place. Meanwhile, on Duziren's end, a new game pop-up appeared. Chapter 1, Riot. Opening. Main quest, please attend the meeting to learn about the anomaly from the north. Reward, 200 pass experience. Oh? Main quest? It's here? He tapped Qiu Xingxing's smooth shoulder, urging her. Sheng. Go take a look. Understood. Quickly throwing on a coat, she covered the crystal core armor under her worn combat uniform, called out to her siblings, and hurried outside the treehouse. Step step step. At the same time, outside the treehouse, a crowd gathered. High above, on the thick branches, countless figures were converging below. Soon, about 3 to 4 dozen people gathered densely beneath a giant tree. Among them were scattered espers and mercenary espers in uniform. The most noticeable were those in the black leather of the dog squad and the team in multicolored coats. It was easy to tell these two teams were the core forces of the black market at the mines. Yo, Goyu, I heard your dog squad's luck's been good lately, picked up 2 green crystal cores? What, trying to become the black market's #1 squad? From the multicolored coat team, a tall bald man joked with Goyu. Goyu laughed and showed 2 canine teeth. Heh, like your element squad has always been so great. Ha, of course. We just went north. I'm telling you, there are Esper zombies there, and we made it out fine. North. The two chatted casually. Standing among the crowd, Qiu Xingxing looked like a background character, still and silent. Duziren tapped on the info floating above Goyu and the bald guy and his eyes lit up. Name, Go Yu. Position, Dog Squad Leader. Ability, Rage Dog Claws. Ability level, Esper, Tier 7. Name, Lei Jiong. Position, Element Squad Leader. Ability, Thunder Arc. Ability level, Esper, Tier 7. Hiss. So the team leaders on the third level are already at Esper Tier 7? Then, the level of the leader of the mining black market. While Duziren was guessing, the noisy sounds in the game screen gradually began to fade. Rustle, rustle, rustle. On the huge tree crown in the center of the underground third level, a curtain of tree trunks slowly loosened. A girl in a cyan green long dress walked out along the high tree trunks, her presence overwhelming. Boss Chin is here. Boss Chin is here. At once. Go Yu and Lei Jiong stopped talking, and everyone raised their heads to look at the girl on the tree crown. The girl had a slender figure, like a forest spirit. Her skin was fair, and her pupils glowed green. Every time she took a step, the tree trunk beneath her twisted and formed wooden steps, gently carrying her down to the ground. Her long dress swayed. Her entrance could be described as extremely impressive. Whoa! With such a flashy entrance, she's either a boss or an important NPC. Staring at the game screen, Duziren couldn't help tapping on the green-dressed girl's avatar. Name, Qin Wan. Identity, founder of the mining black market. Ability, Wood Transformation. Ability level, Esper Tier 9. Damn. So this woman is the head of the mining black market. I thought the leader would be some big tough guy. I didn't expect it to be a girl. No wonder there are female body searchers at the entrance out of respect for women. And her strength, she's about to enter the Super Esper stage. So everyone's ability growth speed really depends on talent? Watching Qin Wan's facial expressions, Duziren didn't think this woman was as young as she looked. Maybe with a high enough ability level, even an old witch could have a baby face. He didn't believe such a young-looking girl could build such an orderly mining black market. Sure enough. Click. As the wooden strips landed, Qin Wan slowly spoke. A mature woman's voice that didn't match her face sounded out. It seems, everyone is here? We're here, we're here. Boss Qin, what's going on? Usually carefree, Go Yu now stood in front of Qin Wan like a devoted follower, looking at her with admiration. Actually, you all know a bit about this already. Something happened in the north. Qin Wan's expression sank, her brows furrowed. The north? Boss, didn't we just go there last time? The zombies there are tough, mostly ability zombies, but still, it wasn't that dangerous, right? Lei Jiong didn't take it seriously. Qin Wan rolled her eyes at him and shook her head. You don't understand. The safety camps of Wan'an City and Wanbei City are both third-line factions. Their camp's overall strength is no weaker than ours. But even so, Wanbei City was almost completely wiped out overnight. We even received reports from the Luzhou safety camp saying that only a handful of independent espers escaped from Wanbei City. According to analysis, Wanbei City may have given birth to a king type. King type? What is a king type? After Qin Wan finished speaking, aside from Go Yu and Lei Jiong looking shocked, the other espers were completely confused. Clearly, they had never encountered a king type before. A king type is the fastest evolving zombie among a horde of zombies. It has a unique ability, or multiple abilities, and can command all zombies below the king type. And most terrifying of all, king type zombies possess human intelligence. What? This? You mean, a king type zombie led ability zombies and broke through the Wanbei City safety base? Damn. How is this even playable? Noise erupted instantly. Everyone's faces darkened. Wan'an City and Wanbei City were only one line apart. Everyone here was smart and immediately understood why they were gathered. If a king-type zombie had intelligence, then after taking Wanbei City, the next stop would definitely be the mining black market of Wan'an City. Amid the noise, Qiu Xingxing's face turned pale. She knew her own strength. Facing an army of ability zombies, whether she could survive was completely unknown. Xingxing, don't be afraid. I'm here. Duziren's voice sounded in her ear. Qiu Xingxing pressed her lips together and nodded slightly. A king type? No wonder the main chapter is called Riot. So the zombies are attacking on their own. On his phone, Duziren rubbed his chin. The game was starting to feel more and more real. Zombies and humans were two different species. Interspecies slaughter was inevitable in history. The game's time setting and crisis setup were both nearly perfect. After watching quietly for a long time, Qin Wan finally spoke again. Everyone. I know you're all afraid, but the Luzhou second-line safety camp has given us some information. Through radio contact, an esper with the detection ability escaped from Wanbei City. Her name is Lu Su. Orders from above say we must protect and rescue her. She carries secrets about the king type. Of course, the mining black market could refuse this mission. But those mutant zombies will come sooner or later. Instead of hiding here, we might as well rescue Lu Su. As long as we save her, higher-ups will also send espers to assist us. By then, with information on the king-type zombie and support from the Luzhou safety camp, our mining black market may not be unable to hold out. Her firm words echoed among the crowd. Everyone fell silent. Everyone knew what the next choice was. Run? Run where? Run to the Luzhou safety camp? You could live on the underground third level here, but in Luzhou, you might have to start from nothing again. But if they really rescued Lu Su, not only could they defend the mining black market, they would also earn a major merit. Even if they later went to the Luzhou safety camp, they would receive good treatment. I'll listen to Boss Qin. After only a short thought, Goyu expressed his loyalty. Lei Jiong looked completely fearless. He shrugged. What king-type nonsense? I went into Wanbei City last time and came out fine. I can do it again. I can help too. I'll lend a hand as well. If the mining black market is gone, we'll all suffer. In just a short moment, once someone stepped forward, responses followed one after another. Good. Qin Wan clapped her hand and made the decision. From now on, all espers form teams of 4. Anyone who participates in this operation and returns successfully will gain permanent residency rights on the underground third level. Also, from now on, when doing business in the mining black market, no one will need to pay venue fees. Oh, Boss Qin is generous. We'll definitely defend the mining black market. This battle will be won. Passionate voices rose nonstop, and the atmosphere surged upward. But looking at Qin Wan's worried expression, Du Ziren already understood how dangerous this operation would be. At the same time, the phone vibrated, and a new game pop-up appeared. Main quest, understand the northern area incident completed. Pass experience plus 200, current pass level 8. Pass reward obtained, small loudspeaker X2. Main quest updating. New mission, please find suitable companions to form a 4-person team and explore the northern area. Pass experience will be awarded based on team performance and number of survivors. Based on the number of people who survive in the end and their performance, pass experience will be given. So this is a long-term mission? Looking at the new mission description, Du Ziren frowned slightly. That meant this mission was not only about protecting himself, but also protecting his teammates. If everyone survived, the mission rewards could be very generous. But there was a hidden premise here. That was, the teammates had to be reliable. Otherwise, in the end, the zombies might not kill you, but your teammates would stab you in the back. The main mission can't be skipped. If this is a main mission, does that mean Shengxing also wants to fight together with everyone? He poked Qiu Shengxing's slightly dazed little face, and his voice reached her. Shengxing, do you have any teammates you trust? I don't. Not long after she said this. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps sounded. It was Linya bringing Lin Ping, running quickly toward her. This mission concerned the life and death of the mining black market. Even the staff of the black market had to personally take part. Shengxing, little sister. Look, for this action, do you want to team up with us siblings? Don't worry, our character is among the best in the mining black market. Linya stepped forward proactively, with a flattering smile on her face. After the siblings stepped forward, the gazes of the surrounding espers immediately focused on Qiu Shengxing. Damn? Someone these siblings would don't approach, what level must she be? I've never seen her before. A new expert? Nonsense. I've never heard of her. But if she can come to the underground third level, maybe she has someone backing her. Speculation rose one after another. Even Qin Wan, who was hosting the scene, occasionally looked toward Qiu Shengxing. Being stared at by everyone, Qiu Shengxing didn't speak. She wasn't surprised or afraid. Instead, her face turned cold, and her small fists clenched. She was no longer the simple little girl she used to be. She knew that Linya wanted to team up not because of her, but because of the senior behind her. Senior. Senior belongs only to me. I don't want. Her small lips quietly pouted. Qiu Shengxing didn't want Du Ziren's existence to be known by too many people or used by too many people. She didn't know why. After falling asleep that night resting on the senior's arm, she developed the thought of wanting to monopolize him. Even though this thought was unrealistic, Qiu Shengxing was unexpectedly stubborn. She didn't agree to Linya right away and stubbornly stood where she was. Until Du Ziren's voice sounded. Let it be them. At least their strength is reliable, and they know about me. They won't use you as bait. But senior. They just want to rely on you to complete the mission. I'm adding to your burden. She murmured softly, and suddenly her cheek was poked by something. I know. But precisely because they rely on me, they will definitely respect you. That's why I feel at ease letting them team up with you. Compared to me, your safety is more important. This. Then okay. Her face instantly turned red. A hint of shyness flashed through her originally cold eyes. Then she calmly looked at Linya. I agree. Hee, that's great. Anyone else big shots want to join us? 3 people already, 1 spot left. Linya immediately looked around excitedly. With Chiu Xingxing backing them, even the most dangerous mission would feel like a sightseeing trip. A king type? How strong can you be? What can you do when an awakened one uses a skill? This is stable. Guaranteed success. Thinking this way, Linya looked around, and other espers were eager to try. At this moment, even Goyu from the Dog Squad and Lei Zhiyong from the Element Squad felt a bit envious of Chiu Xingxing. The combined strength of the Lin siblings was almost comparable to a squad leader. A 4-person team like this was extremely valuable. Hey, Goyu, did you bring this girl back? What background does she have? The Lin siblings are fighting to team up with her. Lei Zhiyong looked at Goyu in surprise. Goyu shrugged. How would I know? But don't let her soft appearance fool you. She brought back 2 green crystal cores by herself. She might actually be a tough one. Hiss. Now that you say that, I want to team up with her too. His eyes sparkled. Unfortunately, Lei Zhiyong had to bring his own team members. Because of the 4-person team rule, he would have 1 extra esper. Looking at Chiu Xingxing, Lei Zhiyong waved behind him. Li Sisi, go join their team. Captain Chiu, right? Our Sisi is a tier 3 fire esper. She should qualify for your team, right? Looking at Chiu Xingxing in a flattering way, Lei Zhiyong was being a considerate team leader. He immediately wanted to place an extra member into a temporary team that was no weaker than an esper squad. Tier 3 fire? Xingxing, little sister, this strength is enough. What do you think? Linya naturally looked toward Chiu Xingxing. Chiu Xingxing said nothing and waited for Du Ziren's response. The higher the ability level, the better. That way, even if I miss something, they won't die suddenly. Li Sisi? On the phone, Du Ziren was just about to tap on Li Sisi's avatar. Wait! Suddenly. In the central square, a graceful woman wearing a black headscarf walked out. I think I'm more qualified than her to join Miss Chiu's team. The black headscarf covered the woman's face, hiding her appearance. But under her black tight outfit, her figure was clearly hot. Who is that? Yeah, who? I've never heard of her. A recent solo esper? Many people couldn't recognize the woman. She didn't speak, but Lin Ping did. Xia Yao, special ability, split. Ability level, tier 4 esper. She does have the strength to join us. As a guard of the underground 3rd level, Lin Ping knew almost everyone's information. With his words, Li Sisi, who had been walking over, immediately stopped, her expression stiff. Then, Xingxing, what do you think about this Miss Xia? Linya still looked at Chiu Xingxing. Chiu Xingxing remained silent, waiting for Du Ziren's answer. At the same time, a pop-up appeared on the game screen. Option 1, choose Li Sisi to join the team. Main mission difficulty decreases by 30%. Mission rewards decrease by 10%. Option 2, choose Xia Yao to join the team. Main mission difficulty increases by 50%. Mission rewards increase by 80%. There is a chance to unlock special storyline mode. Yo-ho! Is there really a trick to choosing team members? Quietly looking at the choice panel, Du Ziren didn't hesitate at all. Of course he chose option 2. The experience bar for the pass was so thick, if you don't take the risk, you probably won't finish leveling it by the end of the month, right? As for mission difficulty? Du Ziren didn't believe it. He still had 9-dimensional blades unused. With 9-dimensional blades, couldn't he kill a single king type? Must go hard. After pressing option 2, Du Ziren's voice sounded in Chiu Xingxing's ear. Xingxing, let Xia Yao join the team. Okay. Alright. Looking at Xia Yao's mature figure, Chiu Xingxing reluctantly agreed. I choose this Miss Xia. Little sister, you have good taste. Don't worry, your choice is definitely right. As expected, everyone thought Chiu Xingxing would pick the stronger partner. Li Sisi hung her head and formed a small team with ordinary independent esper members. In the quiet central venue, teams were formed one by one. Only after the battle lines were clearly drawn did Qin Wan slowly say, all right. After everyone has formed teams, immediately start heading toward Wanbei City. Please remember, there are no normal zombies in Wanbei City. No normal zombies. Within your capacity, all of you go find Lu Su's trail. Everyone must remember to find places with large trees. I will update Lu Su's location in real time. Lastly, whether you find Lu Su or not, Any team carrying an ability crystal core can exchange merit based on the crystal core with me or at the Luzhou safety base. Wish everyone smooth sailing. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After Qin Wan's announcement ended, she retreated to the edge of the tree trunk, slowly pressed against the big tree, and the whole person merged into the tree. Next moment, all the big trees in the underground third level swayed and sent out a broadcast sound like a loudspeaker. Lu Su's current location. Wanbei City Suburban Chang'an Gas Station. The broadcast echoed. So, what does that mean? Shengxing sister, do we move now? Linya looked at Qiu Shengxing. Qiu Shengxing looked around. Large numbers of Esper squads were already rushing toward the upper level. Let's go. Without further words, the group followed the main force and quickly rushed out of the mining black market. Snowflakes still drifted in the sky. Unlike before, this time one person turned into 4 people. Step, step, step. The snowy ground was crowded with footprints. Some chose the due north direction and directly attacked the front of Wanbei City. Others chose side routes, approaching the Wanbei City suburbs. Qiu Shengxing's small team was originally going to attack with the main force head-on. But, as everyone was running quickly, the usually quiet Xia Yao suddenly shouted, actually I'm from Wanbei City. I know there's a shortcut that goes straight to the suburban gas station. You? Her words carried the tone of a question. Clearly the shortcut she mentioned wasn't low risk. Shortcut? Isn't that simple? Upon hearing this, Linya laughed. She looked at Qiu Shengxing intentionally or unintentionally. Qiu Shengxing's face darkened. This was another attempt to use senior's influence. She was about to respond. At the same time, a choice pop-up appeared again on Du Ziren's phone. Option 1, take the shortcut, but you will encounter great danger. In exchange, you can quickly approach the target location. Option 2, to be safe, follow the main force, increasing safety but lowering speed. Do we even need to choose? We must rescue Lu Su. If Shengxing personally rescues Lu Su, how high will the reward be? He immediately pressed option 1. Du Ziren's voice sounded in Qiu Shengxing's ear, Shengxing, take the shortcut. Understood. Then we take the shortcut. Upon hearing his voice, Qiu Shengxing turned her head to look at Xia Yao. Under Xia Yao's black headscarf, her red lips seemed to curl up at a corner. Good. I knew I didn't choose wrong. Let's go. Follow me. The shortcut is through the forest. Suddenly changing direction, Xia Yao led the way into the lush forest toward the suburbs. Quick! Quick! Follow them. Not far behind Qiu Shengxing's small team, several squads showed sly smiles one after another. See, I told you, following them won't be slower. Yes, that Qiu Shengxing must have some capital. Otherwise, why would the Lin siblings praise her so much? As expected. They even know a shortcut? In the scattered squads, in the squadly Cici joined, a man with dirty braids curled at the corners of his mouth. Maybe, if we lie flat the whole way and still rescue Lu Su first, a first-class merit might be ours. Zhang Qi, didn't I say you were smart? Let's go. Silently tailing behind, in the distant dense forest, layers of mist floated for some unknown reason. Step, step, step. Stepping on wet ground, the deeper they walked into the thick woods, the thicker the mist became, reducing visibility to barely 2 or 3 meters. With visibility this low. Xia Yao, are you sure you're leading us the right way? Lin Ping squinted, glancing unintentionally at Xia Yao's rounded hips. Trust me. My ability is split. Before escaping there, I left split cells along the way, and I tested this path many times. Here, only I can say I'm sure this is the right way. Xia Yao confidently patted her chest. Under the hazy mist, her graceful figure was faintly visible, making Lin Ping's face flush. Tick-tock, tick-tock. No one knew how long they had walked. The mist had become so dense that water droplets kept falling. Huff huff. In the white fog sea, eerie winds howled faintly. How much longer? Linya complained as she looked at her wet chest. Almost. After a while, Xia Yao, who was leading, suddenly halted. What's wrong? Qiu Shengxing looked at Xia Yao in surprise, vaguely sensing that this woman's lips were trembling. That looked like she was laughing? Huff huff. The wind sounded increasingly urgent overhead. Clang. Suddenly. Amid the howling wind, more than 10 crimson whips sliced through the mist, like red light rushing toward them. Something's wrong. Quick. Drop down. As the highest level Esper in the team, Linya sensed the threat first. Instantly she grabbed Lin Ping and fell to the ground with a thud. Huh? Qiu Shengxing didn't even have time to react. Her back suddenly went numb and an invisible force pressed her to the ground. Thud. Just then, a loud explosion sounded at her ear. Several red flashes like blade slashes cut apart Xia Yao in front of her, and blood mist exploded. Splash. After large pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Roar roar. Amid the white fog sea, sounds came from overhead. Looking closely, more than 10 zombies with frostwhite bodies, emitting white mist from their mouths, crawled on the trees, watching below with sinister expressions. Clap clap clap. On the waist of the big tree trunks, more than 10 zombies with entirely crimson bodies twisted long, snake-like tongues in their throats, coiling around the tree center. This place had long been surrounded by ability zombies. Hiss. Ha. High above, in the drifting thick fog, at least 20 strange zombies were spitting out mist and tongues. Like spiderwebs spread everywhere, they seemed to have lurked here for a long time, waiting for Qiu Xingxing and the others to come. Damn it. Damn it. Xia Yao. This is the shortcut you mentioned? Lin Ping cursed, wanting to question Xia Yao, only to find that all that remained of her was a pile of shredded flesh. Can instantly kill a 4th level Esper? It's over. It's over. This place. It's totally wrong. Lin Ping's face kept changing, and Lin Yi didn't say a word, she just quietly looked at Qiu Xingxing. Qiu Xingxing was lying on the ground, feeling the familiar sensation behind her back, dazed. This. What exactly is going on? Xia Yao just died like this? Senior Ziren, you? They wanted to ask Du Ziren why he didn't save her, because with Du Ziren's strength, he could definitely cut off those tongues in a minute. But he did not save her, and Qiu Xingxing did not dare to ask. On the phone, Du Ziren looked even more depressed. Because right at the moment Xia Yao stopped, countless long tongues swept in. He wanted to act, but found that the skill dimensional blade was gray, showing a special state and could not be released. He didn't even have time to react. Xia Yao was gone instantly. If he hadn't reacted faster, Qiu Xingxing probably would have had her head cut off. Holy shit. Has this game's difficulty increased too much? I still haven't found the person yet. And a teammate is already lost? What the hell? Terrified as he looked at the zombies all over the tree trunks in the game screen, Du Ziren hurriedly clicked on their attributes. Ability Zombie, Liquor. Ability, Bloodline White. Ability Level, 1st Level Esper. Attack Method, a long tongue charged in the mouth. Once charged and released, it has penetrating power not inferior to a bullet. Ability Zombie, Fog Barrier Zombie. Ability, Corpse Fog White. Ability Level, 1st Level Esper. Attack Method, emits a certain wet corpse gas from the mouth. If inhaled too much, physical condition rapidly declines. Luckily, these are all 1st level Esper zombies. Now that I react, as long as everyone fights back with abilities, it should. Looking at the detailed information of the 2 types of zombies, Du Ziren had just breathed a sigh of relief. But, in the game screen, Qiu Xingxing and her group looked up to the sky. Hiss ha. As if entering a snake nest, dozens of blood-red long tongues twisted in the air, blocking the view above. Next moment. Spurt. The blood-red long tongues mixed with corpse fog fell like a rain of bloody arrows. Quick. Sister. I'll build an earthen wall for defense, you attack. Their strength isn't very strong, if we join forces, just a moment. Lin Ping's words stopped halfway. Suddenly he froze. He scrambled on the ground, hands pressing on the ground, trying to activate Earth-type ability to construct an earthen wall. But after pressing on the ground for a while, he could not feel any ability flow at all. This. How is that possible? Rustle rustle rustle. The cold wind hit, and the blood-red tongue lines fell like steel knives, so dense that they could not be avoided. Linya's pupils froze, her gray eyes trembling, wanting to control the earth layers, but found there was no ability running in her body at all. Something's wrong. This place is not right. Looking at Qiu Xingxing in despair, Linya's mind was turning very fast. She knew that her inability to use ability might be accidental. But both she and her brother losing ability at the same time meant that there had to be something fishy here. This place? Could it be an ability suppression zone? Damn it. That's Xia Yao, she brought us here, does she have a problem? A terrifying thought flashed anxiously in her mind. Linya did not have the mood to think about the reason. She could only hope that the senior behind Qiu Xingxing had not also lost ability. Otherwise, the whole group would be wiped out. Barely crawling up from the ground, Qiu Xingxing saw the tongues falling all over the sky. Her originally strong body involuntarily trembled. Say, Senior Ziren. The tongues fell like a rain of snakes. For some reason, Qiu Xingxing was extremely stiff in her movements, only able to stare blankly at the sky, despair flickering in her pupils. Because of a special reason, you currently cannot release Dimensional Blade. Because of a special reason. On the phone screen, Du Ziren kept pressing the screen, and game pop-ups kept warning. Holy shit. This stupid game. Where's the recharge interface? You don't want to lose your money, daddy, right? Although he knew that Qiu Xingxing was backed by the crystal core armor, Du Ziren definitely did not want the mission's teammates to all be dead right at the start. Buzz buzz buzz. Fortunately, just as the tongues were hanging over everyone's heads, the game screen entered slow motion again. In an instant, as if time had frozen, countless judgment buttons appeared around Qiu Xingxing's body. Qiu Xingxing seemed to be trapped by some ability effect. Please tap the screen to help Qiu Xingxing move. Buzz buzz buzz. Light points flashed. Du Ziren's finger tapped quickly. Shoulder, neck, arm, thigh. After rapidly clicking the judgment areas, Qiu Xingxing's body was instantly controlled like a puppet by an invisible big hand. Sheng Sheng. Draw the gun. Du Ziren's urging came in her ear. The moment Qiu Xingxing's arm could move, she followed without thinking. After pulling out the Desert Eagle from her pocket, Du Ziren tapped near Qiu Xingxing's slim waist. Qiu Xingxing's face turned red, and she bent down and rolled toward Lin Ping and Linya. Bang bang bang. At the moment of rolling, 3 bullets shot out from the direction Qiu Xingxing rolled. Pew pew pew. In midair, 3 bloody long tongues exploded and fell, blood mist spreading. All this seemed to have happened for quite a while, but it occurred in a flash. Pfft. When the strange slow time effect ended, Qiu Xingxing was already lying in front of Lin Ping and Linya. The bloody tongues above their heads had exploded strangely, with clouds of blood mist spraying and falling to the ground. This. Xingxing, you? For the first time. Linya had never seen Qiu Xingxing take action. Just now in her eyes, Qiu Xingxing seemed to act like she became fast, completing a series of counterattacks in the blink of an eye. Xingxing, your ability is divine speed? No. If abilities cannot be used here. Could it be the senior? His ability is time acceleration? My god, what other means does that senior have? With gray pupils constantly flashing, Linya's heartbeat sped up. She clearly knew that Qiu Xingxing was not just holding on to a thigh, that was a pillar of heaven. A celestial generation. In the situation just now, the only thing that could let Qiu Xingxing do all that was the ability time acceleration. By accelerating Qiu Xingxing's time alone, she could move like the Flash. Time, space, sound wave ability. This big shot is at least a founder of a first-line safety camp, right? She murmured. For a moment, Linya's gaze toward Qiu Xingxing became even more jealous. Blood rain fell again as Qiu Xingxing and the others dodged the blood tongue attacks, but the teams that had been following them suffered greatly. The blood tongues whipped down, and the espers in the hazy fog immediately tried to activate abilities to counterattack. Li Sisi. Quick. Use fire ability to burn away the fog. Wang Peng, use root ability to build a defensive line. Look at my wind blade. Zhang Qi, with dirty braids, calmly and orderly instructed his teammates. He had at least fought ability zombies before, and with these low-level ability zombies, he was confident he could easily kill them. But, after giving the order, everyone gathered together and tried to activate their abilities, looking up at the sky for a long time. But nothing happened. What came instead was the blood tongues whipped down, and the group was smashed apart like bloody mud? Holy shit. Where is my ability? Fuck. No. This place is wrong. Pusey. Amid terrified cries, countless sprays of blood mist exploded. There was no time. There was simply no time to react. Espers who lost their ability, under the countless whipping blood tongues, were cut apart like slicing through melons and vegetables, exploding and smashing. Why? Didn't we say this shortcut? With confidence still in his eyes, Zhang Qi's head had already rolled to the ground. Pu. The team of 12 instantly became a large patch of red earth, dyeing the ground red. Li Sisi had already been scared stupid, screaming wildly, feeling hot blood spraying across her body. She collapsed onto the wet earth, trembling uncontrollably. Horrifying. Too horrifying. Ordinary people in front of ability zombies were like ants. Screams, bursts of blood mist, and the howls of zombies intertwined in the misty forest, chilling the heart. That bitch. She really had a problem. Lin Ping was pulled up from the ground by Linya, his face full of hatred. Now thinking carefully, Xia Yao's words were full of holes. She said she once used her split ability to walk out from this misty forest. But thinking carefully, ability was nullified in this forest. She had no ability. She was an ordinary person. How did she get out of here? This situation could only mean 2 possibilities. First, she never actually came here, and brought everyone here for some reason. Second, she did come here, but at that time the zombies did not attack her. Either way, this woman had a huge problem. She deliberately brought so many people here to die. The most terrifying result was, this woman was from the King-type zombie faction. King-type zombies could very well have infiltrated the mining black market long ago. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it seemed. Lin Ping's face was pitch black, and he kept looking at his sister. He knew that his clever sister would definitely think of all possibilities. But at this moment Lin Ye still looked calm, staring fixedly at Qiu Xingxing. What's with the King-type zombies? As long as we cling to the person behind Qiu Xingxing, even if we go to the zombie headquarters, it will be like walking on flat ground. The truly safe place has never been a safety camp, but behind the strong. Brother. From now on, stick close to Qiu Xingxing. Lin Ye murmured quietly, and Lin Ping suddenly understood. The siblings surrounded Qiu Xingxing, looking at the zombies above their heads, but they were no longer afraid. Boom boom boom. What they didn't know was that Qiu Xingxing's heartbeat was speeding up fiercely at this moment. Her tightly gripped pistol was smeared with sweat. 6, 18, 22. Her eyes kept darting around. In the mist, like venomous snakes and spiders, the zombies flicked their tongues and stared at Qiu Xingxing with vicious looks. So many. Too many. Qiu Xingxing had no confidence in killing so many zombies with her gun. Senior Ziren. She kept whispering Du Ziren's name, as if that could give her endless encouragement. Huff huff. For a long time, the lickers above did not attack, just moved stealthily in the mist. Instead, on the tree crowns, the pale white corpse fog zombies, bodies cracked, terrifying white corpse gas continuously rushed into the forest. Huff huff huff. The dense fog was like the world filled with milk. Qiu Xingxing held the gun, her vision already starting to blur. No good. These ability zombies, they can use tactics. On the phone screen, Du Ziren could clearly feel the game screen vision gradually becoming blurry. Qiu Xingxing's body was being affected by the corpse fog. These mutated zombies were not planning a full-on direct attack. Instead, they were using the corpse fog to lower human physical strength, then slowly act. Damn it. So strategic? You can't drag this out. If you drag this out, you will lose vision and completely lose the ability to resist. Shengxing, take this, into the chest armor slot. While using a small loudspeaker, Du Ziren quickly opened the inventory panel. In the last big draw, the crystal core storage still had 2 purple lightning fire crystal cores, 4 green wind wing crystal cores, 13 white red blood crystal cores. To be safe, Du Ziren immediately selected 1 purple lightning fire crystal core and sent it into Qiu Xingxing's arms. Buzz. Her chest trembled. Qiu Xingxing glanced and immediately shivered. In front of her chest armor, a purple crystal core flashing with lightning and fire light continuously pulsed. This purple crystal core. Senior Ziren, this is too. At a time like this? Your life is more important than anything. An unquestionable voice sounded. Qiu Xingxing's eyes turned red, and she immediately placed the lightning fire crystal core into the chest armor slot. Bang! Sizzle sizzle sizzle. The next moment. In the cloudy mist, electric arcs erupted around Qiu Xingxing's body. Flames began to burn over her entire body, jumping constantly. Electrical fire hummed. In just a moment, the corpse fog around Qiu Xingxing burned away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Your apocalypse survival character used the crystal core armor chest piece and successfully extracted the purple crystal core ability. Qiu Xingxing currently gained the lightning fire ability, Esper Tier 5 strength. Duration, 5 minutes. Qiu Xingxing ability level, Tier 3, 150 to 300. 170/300. As the lightning fire crystal core was absorbed, a new pop-up appeared on the phone screen. Oh? So embedding a crystal core has this effect? If a full set of crystal core embedded equipment is obtained, and all cores are embedded, wouldn't that allow one to experience the strength of a super Esper? And also, using other abilities, Qiu Xingxing's ability level is increasing too. Indeed, spending money is powerful. Xingxing, quick! You must defeat all opponents within 5 minutes. Expressing amazement at the outrageous paid equipment, Du Ziren hurriedly called out. Understood. Bang bang bang. Amid electric arcs and flames, Qiu Xingxing found her body unexpectedly light. She looked toward a certain corner. Boom! Suddenly, a fireball exploded in the sky. A zombie that was emitting corpse fog burst into a wave of fire. With a rumble, its whole body ignited and it fell rolling from high above. This, sister, her ability, is lightning fire? Behind her, Lin Ping looked at Qiu Xingxing's move with amazement, feeling the power of her Tier 5 ability, confused. With this strength, plus protection from a big shot, wasn't it too unreasonable? Lin Ye watched with a bitter expression. She remembered that a few days ago, this girl was still a scavenger. Now, a purple grade ability? and growing close to her own strength? All of this was because of that person. Roar! Roar! The sound of zombie roars kept echoing through the forest. Qiu Xingxing's ears twitched as she focused on the treetop canopies high above. Bursts of firelight kept flashing with a ting-ting-ting sound. Boom! Boom! A strange scene unfolded in the forest. Flames exploded high in the air. One after another, pale zombies bathed in fire kept falling from above. Their bodies, charred black, sparked with electricity, convulsing non-stop after hitting the ground. SSSSSSSSS. Flames burned away the zombie fog, and the visibility around them became clearly sharper. Ha! As if knowing it would lose at this rate, a hidden licker in the mist couldn't hold back anymore. A licker covered in blood scabs suddenly darted out from the low misty forest like a gecko, lunging straight at Qiu Xingxing's back. Watch out! Too fast for the naked eye to see, all one could sense was a gust of wind rushing past, and a mass of blood red surged toward the back of Qiu Xingxing's neck. Lin Ping cried out. Qiu Xingxing only twitched her ears and didn't look back. SSSSSSSSS. Around her, countless electric currents flickered, forming a field of lightning balls. Buzz. In just an instant, Qiu Xingxing's figure vanished. A flash of silver light passed from her arms, and the blood-red figure that had lunged at her was suddenly wrapped in silver light. With a crashing sound, it turned into scattered pieces of flesh and blood. Splurt. A burst of blood mist exploded, and Qiu Xingxing's figure slowly reappeared in another corner. She waved the blood-stained dagger in her hand, her expression terrifyingly cold. So fast. Lin Ping's eyes widened. Just now. In those few seconds he hadn't seen clearly, Qiu Xingxing had already gripped her dagger and dismembered the mid-air licker. This is the purple quality lightning fire ability. Strong. Too strong. She actually activated a purple quality ability? Then in that case, with the potential of a purple ability, Qiu Xingxing will soon catch up to our ability levels. She might even surpass us by a long shot. Maybe, the one we'll need to rely on in the future is her. Staring blankly at Qiu Xingxing's move, Linya wasn't surprised she could use abilities. With the protection of a powerful awakened one, what couldn't she do? Roar! Roar! High above around them, zombie roars kept echoing. Once the zombie fog zombies were dealt with, the hidden lickers in the forest became much easier to detect. Following the sounds, on treetops, mid-trunks, and behind tree trunks, over a dozen blood-red lickers flicked their bright red tongues inside their mouths, as if storing power. Shengxing, make the most of your time, 2.5 minutes left. Du Ziren looked at the crystal core armor's prompt and softly reminded her. Qiu Xingxing nodded, when suddenly a scream rang out behind her. Help! Help! Splurt! The first bright red tongue lashed out, aiming not at Qiu Xingxing, but at Li Sisi, who was hidden beneath countless corpse pieces. Swish swish swish. The red tongue flashed like lightning and wrapped around Li Sisi's neck in an instant, tightening like a rope. Gurgle gurgle. The tongue started pulsing, suddenly sprouting countless sharp spikes that pierced Li Sisi's neck veins, and like a straw, began sucking her blood continuously. It made one's scalp tingle. Stop! A pair of sharp eyes turned toward the sound. SSSSSSSSS. The tongue wrapped around Li Sisi suddenly sparked strangely. Moments later, a flash of flame burst out, and the entire tongue instantly turned into a tongue of fire. Roar! The flame followed the tongue, burning all the way to the liquor it originated from, covering it like maggots on bones, burning the liquor into a twisting snake-like mess on the ground. Roar! Roar! Wails echoed continuously. Splurt splurt. In that flash of lightning, the remaining liquors all attacked at once. A dozen intertwined red tongues lashed at Qiu Xingxing like a net of blood. Too slow? The bloody wind dropped from above, but Qiu Xingxing didn't even look at the dense net of tongues. She only squinted, electric arcs flickering around her. Crack crack crack. A burst of scalp-numbing explosions followed. Thud thud thud. Footprints twisted and disappeared quickly on the wet muddy ground, and a flash of silver lightning streaked by. Snap! A brilliant flash of white lit up the forest, and after a streak of silver. Splurt splurt splurt. A dozen twisted long tongues suddenly fell midair, and the densely packed liquors each had a blood hole explode in their heads. As blood fountains sprayed everywhere, one liquor after another fell sideways to the ground. Silence. Only eerie quiet remained in the forest. Huff huff huff. Faintly, Qiu Xingxing's breathing could be heard. The crystal core armor's ability time had ended, and her face was flushed as if she had just run a marathon. Such a powerful ability. In the pile of flesh and blood, Li Sisi had already forgotten her fear. Looking at the spraying blood around her, she finally understood why the Lin siblings made Qiu Xingxing their captain. Current ability level, ability user, tier 3, 280/300. 290/300. 300/300. Ability level progress upgraded. Congratulations, your Doomsday Survival character's current ability level is, ability user, tier 4, 5 out of 400. Huff huff huff. As Chiu Xingxing panted, Du Ziren watched her ability complete its breakthrough, his expression confirmed. Used up an entire purple crystal core just to jump one tier. This crystal core armor looks awesome, but it's actually a gold-eating pit. Sighing silently about the cost of the crystal core armor, the group on the game screen had quietly moved closer to Chiu Xingxing. Their previously casual attitudes had completely turned respectful as they looked at her. Xingxing, didn't think you were hiding so much. No wonder that senior took a liking to you. The potential of a purple ability is truly worth nurturing. Linya sighed in admiration. Lin Ping looked around, his face complicated. By the way, earlier the situation was urgent, we didn't have time to think. But now that I think about it, do you think that Xia Yao deliberately brought us here to split up the main force and take us down one by one? Hearing this, Li Sisi was shocked. You mean, Xia Yao is one of the zombies? No, to be precise, king-type zombies have human intelligence. Could it be that from the start, they had a special ability zombie disguised as a human, infiltrate our base? Linya rubbed his chin and murmured. As soon as he said this, everyone's scalp tingled. That means, among the people they had lived with day and night, some were actually zombies? Bold. That was a bold guess. Even on the other end of the phone, Du Ziren's eyelid twitched. No wonder the difficulty spiked so high when Xia Yao joined the team. So she was the problem. Her ability is splitting. Wait. No way. Suddenly recalling a possibility, Du Ziren suddenly understood why Wanbei City had fallen. Once zombies gain intelligence, war becomes sinister. Buzz buzz buzz. New game choices began popping up on the phone screen. Option 1, move forward out of the zombie fog forest and continue searching for the ability user, Lu Su. Outcome unknown. Option 2, go back the way you came and regroup with the main force. Outcome unknown. Oh? These two options are kind of interesting. Looking at the new pop-up options, Du Ziren narrowed his eyes. Now, even a fool could see there was a traitor in the camp. And, maybe not just one or two. Zombies used deception to scatter the gathered people, leading them into areas where abilities didn't work, and killed them one by one. At that point, if all the ability users in the black market mine died, wouldn't it be overrun? That also explained why, the moment Chiu Xingxing's group entered the zombie fog forest, they were immediately surrounded. Those zombies had already set the trap. Once these creatures gained intelligence, their cunning was shockingly terrifying. Now go back and find the main group? If the situation over there is worse, going back is a death sentence. I can't guarantee that, without powers, a 6th-tier ability zombie won't show up. As for continuing forward, as long as I'm here, and as long as abilities aren't suppressed again, it shouldn't be a problem. After thinking for a moment, Du Ziren clicked option 1. Xingxing, get ready to cross this forest. Stay alert at all times. Understood, senior. Can I scavenge some loot first? Standing in place, Chiu Xingxing felt the new vibrant life energy of her tier 4 ability user status, full of spirit. Hurry up. Okay. Quickly pulling out her military knife from her pocket, Chiu Xingxing started stabbing the lickers and zombie fog corpses. One by one, blood-colored and ash-white crystal cores were collected and stuffed into her pocket. Seeing her so busy, the other 3 felt awkward doing nothing, so they all began collecting crystal cores too. Soon, nearly 30 crystal cores were piled together, dazzling the eyes. Wow, so many crystal cores, we're rich. Li Sisi sighed, but only sighed. She knew clearly that every single one of these crystal cores belonged to Chiu Xingxing. Without her, the 3 of them would already be corpses. Senior. These crystal cores? I don't know if you. Looking at the pile of messy crystal cores, Chiu Xingxing looked up respectfully. Your Doomsday Survival character is sending you a gift. This time's gift, 15 Bloodline Crystal Cores, 15 Fog Barrier Crystal Cores, 3 Flame Crystal Cores, 2 Wind Blade Crystal Cores, 6 Sturdy Crystal Cores. Accept? Yes. A new prompt popped up on the phone screen. Du Ziren almost frantically clicked accept. Are you kidding? He was just worried about not having enough crystal cores to power the game nutrition pod. With these, won't interactive projections in the future be even more fun? Hiss, but with so many crystal cores, I better send something big this time, right? After clicking accept. Buzz buzz buzz. Inside the zombie fog forest, the tall pile of crystal cores began to strangely vibrate, twist, and disappear. I've received them. Hearing Du Ziren's voice in her ear, Qiu Shengxing smiled knowingly. Compared to her daily crystal core baths, and that purple crystal core just now, these white-quality Tier 1 crystal cores really didn't mean much. It's great that Senior Ziren accepted them. Her heart was full of joy. Beside her, Linya and Lin Ping had expressions of, so that's how it is. Only Li Sisi looked like she had seen a ghost. What the hell? What the hell? Your crystal cores? Gone, disappeared? She opened her mouth wide, looking around everywhere, clearly unaware of any rumors about space-type power users. Calm down. Li girl, once you also get picked by a space-type power user, you'll understand. Space-type? Power user? She looked confusedly at Linya. Linya just shrugged and smiled without a word. Wanbei City, suburban road entrance. Lei Jiong swaggered toward a road sign. According to the sign, the Chang'an gas station was only about 1 kilometer away. The road in the suburbs was extremely open. High in the sky, a massive flock of zombie-mutated birds circled continuously. But there were too many people on Lei Jiong's side. The birds only dared to circle and didn't dare attack. Lei bastard, you just leave the main group like this? Aren't you afraid a high-tier ability zombie might pop out and one-shot you? Looking at Lei Jiong's cocky manner, Go Yu joked. This group, aside from having members of the strongest dog squad and element squad from the black market mine base, even the freelance teamed-up ability users all had power levels above Tier 2. It could be said. This large group was the lifeline of the black market mine. TCH. You don't like being called old dog, but it fits. I told you, I've been here before. The only thing around here is liquors, and they're all Tier 1 or Tier 2. That's it? I, Lei Jiong, can crush them with one hand and fry them in seconds. Heh. The two bantered casually. Captain, should I go check ahead? In the element squad, a young man with a wind blade badge on his chest stepped out. He was the second strongest in the entire team, only below Lei Jiong, and his wind blade ability had the strength of a Tier 5 ability user. Alright. Jing Feng, stay alert. Let's try to reach Chang'an gas station first. Understood. Zheng Feng nodded respectfully and walked at the very front, ahead of the team by about 10 meters. After the apocalypse, only abandoned cars and accumulated snow remained on the roads. Step, step, step. The big group moved quickly, with no crises appearing yet. SSSSSSSSS. SSSSSSSSS. However, as they walked, the number of abandoned cars around them strangely increased. From the deformed vehicles, thick white fog slowly began to seep out. Something's not right. Everyone, stay alert. That fog, it's probably not natural. Could be toxic. Zheng Feng, be careful. With big round eyes narrowing, Lei Jiong, despite his usual carefree attitude, didn't mess around in dangerous situations. Understood, old. The word man hadn't even left his mouth when Zheng Feng suddenly froze. He saw it. In the fog, a few zombies with torn-up bodies were approaching. One was skinny with red gashes all over its body, looking like a skinned red goblin. Another was a bloated zombie with a swollen belly and green corpse tubes all over its body. As it ran and screamed, thick green corpse fluid oozed from its split stomach. These zombies are completely different from the ones we've seen before. Zheng Feng narrowed his eyes, a bad feeling growing in his heart. Yeah. Suddenly, a skinny zombie lunged at him with full force, arriving in front of him instantly. Son of a... You think my wind blade is just for show? He clenched his palm, and a spinning wind blade twisted and shot out of his hand. Whoosh! The zombie's head was instantly lopped off in midair. Gurgle gurgle. After hitting the ground, the head let out a strange laugh. Heh heh heh. The headless corpse suddenly tore apart midair and exploded with a boom. Flames burst out from inside the body, starting small and growing. Boom! In an instant, a terrifying wave of fire exploded, surging through the road straight toward the group. Rumble. A scorching wave of heat swept over. Lei Jiong's pupils widened as he looked in panic at Zheng Feng in the sea of fire. Zheng Feng? Yeah! Under the surging fire wave, 3 or 4 red crack-skinned zombies lunged at Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng covered his face. He was the closest to the fire wave. His clothes had already been burned away, and his skin crackled and blackened from the flames, his hair curled from the heat. Instinctively, he began to gather wind blades, intending to strike down the approaching zombies. But the terrifying self-destruction of these creatures just moments ago made him hesitate to attack. Hey. Those red crack-skinned zombies seemed certain Zheng Feng wouldn't dare strike them at close range. 3 or 4 shadows leaped onto him, coiling around him like snakes. Their sharp claws pierced into his belly, tearing out chunks of flesh and feeding it into their mouths. Aha! A scream rang out. Zhang Feng's body twisted in the flames. His stomach had already been ripped open. Hey. Ung. Their dry cracked lips soaked in blood and flesh, the zombies were addicted. They buried their heads into Zhang Feng's belly, gnawing nonstop. Damn it! What the hell are these things? Zhang Feng! Lei Jiong couldn't stand seeing his teammate suffer. Electric arcs crackled in his hand. Captain! Don't! If you kill those zombies now, at this distance, Zhang Feng will be blown up too. Behind him, a girl with sky blue hair pleaded with Lei Jiong. With palms pressed together, just as she stared at Zhang Feng, a layer of water membrane began to form over his skin. Water ability. A rare elemental power in the apocalypse. Splatter, water swirled around his body, as if forming a protective film. The girl's gaze sharpened. Zhang Feng. Now! Take out those zombies. She shouted anxiously. Zhang Feng understood her. Wind blades began forming in his hands again. But, in the burning fire, the air seemed to twist strangely for a moment. With a buzz, the wind blade in his hand suddenly vanished. The water membrane around his body also evaporated into mist. What? Hey. From the flames, a bloated green zombie stomped forward, giving Zhang Feng no chance, grinning viciously. Splurt! In the next second, its massive legs stomped down hard on Zhang Feng's head, blood splattered everywhere. Splurt! Amidst the blood and fire, Zhang Feng's headless corpse swayed. From his stomach, the bloody face of a red crack-skinned zombie emerged. Zhang Feng! Gurgle. Crimson blood flowed all over the ground. Zhang Feng was dead. A Tier 5 ability user had fallen. This. On the misty road, the once mighty team witnessed the scene, and panic began to spread. My wind wall isn't working? Something's wrong. My body feels so weak, my body strength buff is gone. Quick! Run! Step. Almost instantly, as someone tried to fight back, they realized something was wrong. The gathered team quickly scattered. Panic on their faces, they fled like defeated dogs. Captain! Let's go! Go now! We have to retreat immediately. The sky blue-haired girl was terrified. Everyone knew what it meant to lose their abilities. She grabbed Lei Jiong's arm tightly, helping him retreat with another teammate. Damn it! Lei Jiong's eyes turned red. His palm was bleeding from how hard he clenched it, but he could no longer form a single lightning arc. Huff. The fire wave still burned across the road. Yeah! From the mist, more red crack-skinned zombies surged out, chasing the fleeing survivors. Shortly after, as the mist faded, a batch of scorched ability users lay fallen across the street. Fog barrier zone. Qiu Xingxing's group walked forward along the tree trunks, occasionally touching the branches. As the founder of the black market mine, Qin Wan's green tier ability included a lesser-known special power. That was, transmitting sound through trees. Yes. As long as Qin Wan willed it, she could send messages through the dense underground tree trunks. Of course, only if she had indeed sent a message, the tree trunks within the area would store and replay it. TCH. We've touched trees all along the way and haven't heard anything from Boss Qin. Seems like the base didn't run into big trouble. That king-type zombie's strategy is to prioritize targeting us ability users. Otherwise, she would have sent a message already. Linya's expression was calm. She had considered that there might be zombie infiltrators at the base, possibly endangering her father. But based on the current situation, the king-type zombie wasn't interested in the scavengers back at the base. Its focus was entirely on the ability users out here. Even if there are zombies at the base, with Leader Qin's tactics, the third underground level should still be her absolute domain. No need to worry too much. What I'm more worried about now is, does Lu Su even exist? Qiu Xingxing tilted her head and suddenly raised the question. As soon as she said that, the group walking suddenly froze in their tracks. Right. If the king-type zombie could send ability zombies into the base, then wasn't it possible that Lu Su never existed in the first place? That she was just a bait to lure ability users? Shengsheng, I didn't expect you to think on this level. Linya looked at Qiu Xingxing with a bit of admiration. She realized Qiu Xingxing wasn't as naive as she looked. Her ability potential and her thinking had both grown rapidly. No wonder that person chose you. Hiss, does Lu Su really exist? On the phone, Du Ziren was also shaken by the thought. If Lu Su was just a made-up story from the beginning by the king-type zombie, contacting the Luzhou safe camp via radio, that zombie's intelligence would be insane. Setting traps to lure everyone in? Wasn't that just treating humans like puppets in its hand? But it probably isn't like that. Thinking it through, Du Ziren dismissed Qiu Xingxing's suspicion. Because it was simple. The game clearly stated, bring back Lu Su and rewards will be given based on team survival. So, based on the game settings, Lu Su had to exist. Lu Su exists. Don't worry. Just get out of the fog barrier zone first. He pressed the speaker to remind Qiu Xingxing. If Senior Ziren says so. Step step step. As their footsteps continued, ahead in the dense forest, a foggy suburban road appeared. The end of the zombie fog forest was actually connected to another suburb of Wanbei City. Roar! Roar! But, just as they stepped out of the forest, zombie roars came echoing from the mist-covered road ahead. Damn it! Zombies again! This time, I'll make sure they die in the dirt. With chilling zombie roars echoing in his ears, Lin Ping's face turned ice-cold. Just now, without powers, being forced to the ground by these zombies was already infuriating enough. And now? Did they really come back at the perfect time to die? Sis! You all stay back, let me kill them. In the white fog barrier, the faint outlines of red, skinny figures flickered. Lin Ping's first instinct was to think they were still Tier 1 lickers. The ground beneath his feet shook. Several earthen spikes began to rise slowly from the soil, about to shoot upward. Suddenly, on Du Ziren's side of the screen, in his wide-view display, a skinny zombie with cracked red skin revealed its figure, a creepy grin forming at the corner of its mouth. Ha ha! In the thick mist, several short, fat, green-skinned zombies with big bellies were also wandering. Splatter splatter splatter. From their bellies, thick green liquid kept spraying out, making Du Ziren frown. The main quest says the reward is based on the final number of survivors. So that means? The death rate is high at every stage of the mission. These two new types of zombies, could they be? Du Ziren quickly tapped on the heads of the red crack-skinned zombie and the green fat zombie. His face instantly turned grim. Self-destruct flame zombie. Ability level, Tier 2. Ability, self-destruct flame wave, white. Self-destruct flame wave, a special type of awakened zombie. It knows how to maximize its ability. At the moment its body suffers critical damage, it will release a desperate self-destruct attack comparable to a Tier 5 ability user. Note, unless your strength reaches super ability user, stay far away from this zombie. Self-destruct venom zombie. Ability level, Tier 2. Ability, self-destruct venom, white. Self-destruct venom, these venom zombies are large and have explosive strength. Their bellies store venom capable of instantly corroding targets. Those corroded by the venom will continuously emit a corpse-like scent that attracts surrounding zombies. Note, although the venom zombie's explosion isn't powerful, the venom is hard to shake off. Avoid contact. These things were planted here from the start? Looking at the descriptions of these new zombie types, Du Ziren had to admire the king-type zombies' cunning. First, they used power suppression to kill ability users in the forest. After that plan failed, the road had already been lined with self-destruct zombies. Most people, after experiencing that kind of shock, would be furious when they regained their powers and would unleash them to kill mutated zombies as a way to vent. They wouldn't know that these, coincidentally appearing zombies were a trap. If you act on killing intent, these unremarkable zombies will blow you up. And now, Lin Ping had already moved forward without knowing. Good thing I caught a glimpse. Otherwise, Lin Ping would have definitely been blown to pieces. Du Ziren quickly pressed the loudspeaker. He didn't want this guy's death to affect the final reward settlement. Hey! Everyone, back away from the zombies. Hold defensive positions. Remember, do not approach the zombies. They are very dangerous. Shengxing, get ready to shoot from a distance with your pistol. This time, the loudspeaker was set to everyone. The message echoed across the suburban road. Ha! Is that Senior? Senior Ziren? In an instant, everyone's nerves tensed up. Right now, if anyone had said those zombies in the mist were dangerous, people would think they were talking nonsense. But, if it was this space ability Senior speaking, who dared not believe him? Even if there were just a few snails on the road, if he said they were dangerous, they'd take it seriously. Senior Ziren, Shengxing understands. Click click. Almost instantly, Qiu Xingxing pulled out her pistol without hesitation, loaded it, and aimed. Are they really dangerous? Looking at the useless-looking zombies in the mist, Lin Ping slowly backed up, not daring to be careless for a second. After exchanging a glance with his sister Linya, a thick, curved earth wall suddenly rose from the ground with a rumble in front of everyone. Thump thump thump. The thick earth wall, like a fortress barrier, stacked up in front of the group. Seeing everyone take such extreme measures just to deal with a few zombies, Li Sisi was stunned. Seriously? Using a cannon to swat a mosquito? Not knowing Duziren's capabilities, Li Sisi was clueless. However, in the hazy suburban road, even the self-destruct flame zombies were confused. Roar! Why aren't they coming closer? Roar! Who knows? The king said to wait, so we wait. Roar! So what do we do now? Roar, roar, roar. Doesn't matter. If they won't come to us, we'll go to them. Let us give our lives to the king. Yeah. Suddenly, a red zombie, its flesh squirming and alive, burst out of the fog, charging rapidly toward Qiu Xingxing. Ha, ha, ha. Its mouth spewed heat. Its cracked flesh emitted blazing heat waves, like a living piece of hot coal, twisting the air around it. Bang! Not daring to take any chances, Qiu Xingxing narrowed her eyes and fired a shot straight at the self-destruct flame zombie's head. Boom! The mid-air charging zombie's head exploded in a spray of blood, and with a thud, it collapsed to the ground. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Dark red blood pooled across the ground. The zombie that had just been thrashing moments ago now lay still, completely, utterly dead. That's it? This zombie was nothing special. What's there to be? Li Sisi curled her lips, just about to mock everyone's overreaction. Boom! The next moment, a small spark lit up on the shriveled corpse, rapidly growing, then the corpse exploded in a massive fire wave. Boom, boom, boom! Terrifying flames surged across the road, scorching the ground black and twisted. SSSSSS. The sea of fire rolled forward. Luckily, Lin Ping and Linya had already built the earth wall and successfully blocked the blast. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Flames rolled above their heads. Standing beneath the earth wall, they looked at each other in stunned silence. Sheng, that senior of yours, he really does see through everything, huh? Ziren. Senior Ziren is really powerful. He's predicted other things before too. Huh? Then doesn't that mean he can predict the future? Hearing that, Lin Ping was shocked. What kind of powerhouse is this guy? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the sea of fire, red self-destruct flame zombies kept charging. Qiu Xingxing's face was tense as she kept shooting. Bang, bang, bang. With every shot, a zombie fell, and every fall triggered a massive explosion of fire. The once misty road was now burned dry. Boom! Finally. When one massive venom zombie exploded in the fire sea, everything fell completely silent. Clap, clap, clap. The foul-smelling green venom splashed in the sea of fire, spraying across every inch outside the earth wall. Until the burning fire wave completely extinguished, and the suburban road became crystal clear. There was no longer even the slightest trace of mist, nor the silhouette of a single zombie. Phew! That was close. If not for that senior, when I stepped forward just now, I might have been blown to pieces by now. Behind the earth wall, Lin Ping patted his chest with lingering fear. Those explosions just now were practically no less than a frontline battlefield. Thud! Before he could finish sighing, his head was smacked by his sister Linya. She pushed him down, and the two knelt down on the ground together. Thank you, senior. Linya is here on behalf of my brother to thank you for saving his life. Thud! The siblings moved in perfect sync, bowing their heads to the ground again and again. Thud! Thud! One after another, the sound of kowtowing rang out, until Duziren's voice echoed in the air. No worries. It was nothing. The grand and mysterious voice lingered across the road. Only then did the siblings stop bowing and respectfully bent toward the sky. Senior's grace will never be forgotten. Seeing how tactful the Lin siblings were, Li Sisi's cheeks flushed. She clenched her fists, feeling at a loss. Just earlier, she had doubted the senior's judgment. And now, Li Sisi licked her lips. Her shame got the better of her, and in the end, she couldn't bring herself to kneel. Back in the Element Squad, hadn't she always been the one receiving admiration from others? Now being asked to lower herself, she really couldn't adapt. That senior. He's not still holding a grudge against me, right? At worst, I'll be his lover, or even his RBQ if that's what it takes. My looks aren't bad. Besides, what man minds having more women? Li Sisi thought she had a good grasp on the apocalypse and believed she understood Duziren well. She was even confident she could establish some special relationship with this senior. Thinking this, she glanced slyly toward the sky. You have a new admirer. Character, Li Sisi. Affection, 53. Do you want to bind her perspective? Binding this character allows full access to Li Sisi's point of view, including adult 18+ content and special scenes. Another one? Really? Her? Doesn't she know her own worth? Though he had fantasies about adult content, Duziren was a loyal romantic, his only interest was Qiu Xingxing. Let alone choosing a new character to bind. This Li Sisi couldn't even compare to Linya. Was she worthy? Decline. He firmly rejected the new admirer and couldn't be bothered with her thoughts. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The piled-up earth wall began to collapse and fall apart. On the burning suburban road, the exploded zombie corpses were still smoldering. No less than a dozen glowing red crystal cores lay quietly on the ground. However, due to the earlier explosion from the venom zombie, dark green liquid had been evenly splashed across the surface of the crystal cores, releasing a terrible stench. Sheng, look at all those crystal cores, should we help the senior collect them? Linya asked very considerately. It had to be said, her emotional intelligence was truly high. She was already deferring to Qiu Shengsheng. Let's gather them. Senior. Just as she reached out to pick up a crystal core nearby, Du Ziren's voice suddenly exploded in her ear. Sheng, don't touch the crystal cores. They're all traps. Huh? Why? Qiu Shengsheng froze mid-movement. On his end, Du Ziren's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but marvel again at the zombie's cunning strategy. That venom zombie had just self-destructed, spraying its venom across all the crystal cores, because it knew humans would definitely pick them up. The moment you touch a core and get contaminated with the zombie fluid scent, you can expect endless zombies to come hunting you down. Green zombie venom spreads by scent. If you touch a crystal core, you'll be marked. It's not worth exposing your position for a few crystal cores. So that's how it is? Senior Ziren, you're so knowledgeable. If it weren't for you, we definitely would have gotten scent marked. Reluctantly pulling back her hand, Qiu Shengsheng looked up gratefully. Then, we're not taking the crystal cores? No. It's not worth it to risk our position for them. Find a place to hide first. I feel like this wave after wave of zombies, someone planned it. Okay. With Du Ziren's reminder, Qiu Shengsheng suddenly realized. It really did seem like, ever since leaving the black market mine, they'd been falling into one ambush after another. As if someone was leading them by the nose. Let's go. Senior says we can't take those crystal cores, there's something wrong with the venom on them. Telling the others, Qiu Shengsheng took the lead, avoiding the areas on the ground contaminated with venom, and quickly headed in the opposite direction from Chang'an gas station. We can't take the crystal cores? Hearing this, Linya and Lin Ping's eyes sparkled with regret. There were at least a dozen crystal cores on the ground. Even though they were white quality, they were still tier 2 ability cores, a true treasure. Although regretful, the siblings were self-aware. After glancing at the cores a few times, they followed Qiu Shengsheng and quickly left. Can't take them? But those are fire element crystal cores. Staring at the red cores on the ground, Li Sisi hesitated. Ding dong, ding dong. On Du Ziren's side, his doorbell suddenly rang. They're here. Putting down his phone, Du Ziren looked toward the door in surprise. Thump thump thump. He quickly ran over. He really was curious. Who were these delivery people in the Doomsday survival game, and why were they always so fast? He leaned his left eye against the peephole, hoping to catch a glimpse of the deliveryman. But, at the door, there was nothing but a large square cardboard box. From Qiu Shengsheng to Du Ziren, the bold characters printed on the box were all too familiar. Damn, that was fast. Creak. He opened the door and carried the heavy box inside. While walking, he ripped open the seal, and a pile of shimmering crystal cores came into view. Woof! What is that? Seemingly sensitive to the crystal cores, the dog Changxing, who had been lying on the floor, tilted his head and came over. What? You like shiny things too? Casually picking up a red flame crystal core, Du Ziren's expression gradually changed. Just moments ago, when the cores were in the box, they were still glowing. But once he picked one up, the glow inside faded away? Meanwhile, a warm energy began to rise from his arm, flowing through his limbs and into his chest. Woof! Your aura seems stronger. Changxing looked at Du Ziren with confusion. If he wasn't wrong, it seemed like Du Ziren changed after touching one of those so-called crystal cores? Huh? Stronger aura? What kind of cringe dialogue is that? Just say I got excited after receiving some in-game merch. Du Ziren raised his eyebrow. Changxing blinked his dog eyes and said nothing more. Woof! Can I have one? Take it. Casually tossing a liquor bloodline crystal core, Du Ziren carried the pile of crystal cores to the game nutrition pod. Let me see. How long can I play this time using brand new crystal cores? He glanced at the box of crystal cores. The contents were, Bloodline Crystal Core times 14, Fog Barrier Crystal Core times 15, Flame Crystal Core times 1, Wind Blade Crystal Core times 2, Sturdy Crystal Core times 6. 38 crystal cores total. This Fog Barrier Crystal Core. Ugh. Just thinking about the gray Fog Barrier Crystal Cores, products of Fog Barrier zombies that spewed corpse gas, Du Ziren felt repulsed. Let's use these up first. Click-clack. He embedded 5 fog barrier crystal cores into the pod's lid, then flopped down into the pod like a corpse. Thunk. The pod closed, and a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his ears. Game pod charging. Projection interaction will begin shortly. Detected sufficient crystal core energy. While maintaining this device's operation, you may choose to enhance the following physical traits. 1 Flame ability, White Tier 3 to Tier 4. 2 Steel ability, White Tier 3 to Tier 4. 3 Bloodline ability, White Tier 1 to Tier 2. 4 Canine ability, Blue Tier 1 to Tier 2. 5 Unlock new ability, Fog Barrier Corpse Gas, White Tier 1. Huh? So while playing, the pod can also boost my projection strength? Absorb crystal cores to raise ability level? This matches the ability handbook Xingxing read at the time. After a moment of silence, Du Ziren chose option 4. He had no choice. According to the game system, K9 ability was considered high grade. In terms of priority, this ability had to be developed first. As for unlocking a new ability? Just imagining the white corpse gas spraying all over from fog barrier ability made Du Ziren reject it outright. Upgrade K9 ability level. Extracting crystal core energy, beginning release. SSSSSS. Suddenly, thick mist sprayed out in the dark pod. Breathing it in, Du Ziren felt like he was soaking in a warm spring, his whole body relaxed, and he closed his eyes comfortably. Outside the game nutrition pod, Changxing stared blankly at Du Ziren. Dude, you're lying there with a blissed out look on your face, what the hell is that supposed to mean? Have some shame. A dog is watching you. Seriously, act normal. Changxing widened his dog eyes. From his point of view, Du Ziren had just stuffed 5 crystal cores up his sleeve, then collapsed to the ground. After a dazed expression, he suddenly looked like a perverted man high on pleasure. Madman. Definitely a madman. Changxing was convinced he'd found the right owner. Living with a madman like this, his life was set. Time to lay flat and coast. Woof. With his 4 paws moving in strange human-like motions, Changxing stood upright on his hind legs like a person, holding the crystal core with his front paws like hands. Woof, why do I feel such a strong urge to own this thing? He kept rubbing the crystal core, until a bold idea settled in his mind. Eat it? Eat it. Woof. As if possessed, Changxing opened his mouth and swallowed the entire crystal core. Strangely, the large gem-like crystal didn't get stuck in his throat. Instead, it slid smoothly into his stomach. A warm energy began to rise, spreading through his limbs and body. Woof. Woof, nice. He squinted in comfort. But, the next moment, Changxing was shocked to find his body felt light like a balloon, floating rapidly upward. Woof. What? I'm losing gravity? Woof. His paws flailed in panic. If someone had been watching Du Ziren's house with binoculars just then, they'd be shocked to see a 5 black dog flying across the ceiling in his living room. Woof. Woof. Thankfully, after much barking and flailing, Changxing gradually floated down. He seemed to grasp the feeling. Once back on the floor, he looked at the living room sofa. Bzzzzz. The large sofa slowly floated off the ground, rising into the air. Woof. Me? I can control gravity? As if in disbelief, Changxing experimented on other objects in the room. After playing around, he lost interest and lay down again. His sharp dog eyes sparkled as he looked at Du Ziren. Should I tell him that I have superpowers? By the way, where does this guy get so many magical stones? Woof. Forget it. Not thinking about it. Time to chill. He did consider eating more of Du Ziren's crystal cores, but Changxing was an idealist dog, he just wanted to relax. It was just a thought. He quickly lost interest. With the warmth still circulating in his belly, Changxing curled up on the floor and snored off to sleep. Bzzzzz. At the same time, when Du Ziren opened his eyes again, he was already standing on a foggy street, following behind Qiu Xingxing's group, heading toward the ruins of Wanbei City. With the invisibility buff active, no one could detect Du Ziren's presence. The air was filled with the stench of rotting corpses. Wet zombie fog clung to his face, it was damp everywhere. Ugh. So smelly. Du Ziren had never smelled corpse rot before, and he immediately covered his nose. The stench was so real his stomach cramped like it was about to vomit. Shit. This game's sensory interaction is insane. Instead of winning awards or recognition, they just used it for a cash grab? Cursing as he held his nose, Du Ziren walked at the back of the group. One by one, broken buildings and ruins gradually appeared in the mist. A collapsed row of houses and a dark street, Commercial Street, slowly came into view. Shengsheng. Does Senior mean that we should not reunite with the main force first? If we hide for a while, he suspects that among the crowd there are still In front of the group, Linya's face was full of doubt as she asked in broken sentences. Qiu Xingxing nodded and was about to analyze this situation. Step step. Step step. Suddenly, on the distant suburban road, a group of figures flickered and moved, running crazily toward them. Hoo. Fuck. I can't run anymore. These dog things, how can we go forward and fight them in melee? Pure fucking trap. Lei Zhiyong, you guys do something. In the blurry white mist, Go Yu's voice gradually spread out, and from time to time Lei Zhiyong's frustrated curses could be heard. Move your fucking hands. You think I don't want to? My abilities haven't recovered. If I could make a move, I'd blow all the zombies into popcorn. Yeah. Under the drifting corpse fog, the sharp howls of zombies kept getting closer. On the dog combat team's side, the four-person squad's leather clothes were already scorched and battered. The furry long hair on their faces also faded because their abilities were suppressed. But fortunately, none of them had fatal injuries, and their physical condition was not too bad. They could keep some distance from the zombies occasionally surging from behind. But, looking at the Element Squad, after losing Zheng Feng, Lei Zhiyong was with a female member and a male member, their skin badly burnt, their faces in despair. They were already running in a staggered way, out of breath and exhausted. Yeah! In the rising white mist, a self-destruct flame zombie, like a wild monkey, low to the ground on all fours, was quickly following. Cold wind passed through the cracked red skin of the zombie, and faint firelight flickered inside. That look was like it could self-destruct at any moment. Captain, I can't run. You go. Go. The girl with sky blue hair's calf twitched. After a few steps, with a rumble, she fell to the ground. As a water element ability user, she usually traveled light, and she never expected that one day she would lose her ability and have to fight zombies using only physical strength. No. Meow meow, even if I die, you cannot die. You are the only water element ability user in the black market mine. Get up. Trying to pull the girl's arm, her legs were already rigid, with no strength to stand again. Jia. The sinister hissing sounds were getting closer and closer. Lei Zhiyong's eyes were red as he looked at the zombies grinning in the mist. Fuck. I'll fight you. He had never fought such a frustrating battle. After losing Zheng Feng, he could not watch another teammate die right in front of his eyes. Captain. Hey. Old Lei, you. Instead of retreating, he ran toward the zombies without hesitation. This scene shocked the rest of the fleeing people. Come on. You dog trash. Who are you laughing at? Before you blow up my body, I will definitely bite your head off. Looking fiercely at the zombie that was first chasing them, Lei Zhiyong cursed. The self-destruct flame zombie's mouth twisted, its arms spread as it lunged forward. Yeah! A long howl sounded in the ears. Bang! Suddenly, about 10 meters behind, a booming thunder-like sound rang out. Thud! The self-destruct flame zombie that was attacking was hit by a flash of light, its body flipped backward, its head tilted, and it fell to the ground. Gurgle. When the zombie hit the ground? Looking closely, this snarling creature already had a bullet hole in the center of its forehead, blood continuously overflowing. This is a bullet hole? A gun? Lei Zhiyong looked dumbfounded. A gun? This thing was a banned item in the post-apocalypse 100 years later. Who could use it? Hey! Move away from the corpse quickly. It's going to explode. Before Lei Zhiyong could say more, a calm female voice came from behind. Only then did Lei Zhiyong come back to his senses and stepped back several steps quickly. Step. As he stepped back, the zombie corpse with the hole in its head suddenly flashed with fire, and with a boom, a terrifying wave of fire swept and exploded. Boom. The sea of fire surged, burning the whole street black for tens of meters. Hiss. The water mist was burned dry. After a moment, on the now briefly clear street, Lei Zhiyong's group lay on the ground, all in a sorry state, looking toward directly behind them, and then saw Qiu Xingxing's team. It's you guys? Looking in surprise at the few whose bodies were almost intact, Lei Zhiyong almost doubted his own abilities. You guys, you really have no injuries? Captain. Li Sisi immediately stepped forward and pulled Lei Zhiyong up. Of course we're fine. You think who is behind us, that is. Lin Ping looked at the pitiful state of the once famous first squad of the black market mine, just about to brag about something, when Linya immediately elbowed him in the chest. Don't say what shouldn't be said. Oh? Then the Lin siblings stood next to Qiu Xingxing in silence. We had someone who knew that zombie ability, and I luckily had a gun. Of course we are fine. Qiu Xingxing's face was calm, as if she was talking about something obvious. She did not want too many people to know about Senior Ziren. This I didn't expect Miss Chiu to be so knowledgeable. The dog combat team thanks you. Go Yu looked at Chiu Shengsheng suspiciously, did not dare to ask more, and led his team to bow toward Chiu Shengsheng together. I, Lei Zhiyong, owe you a favor. Lei Zhiyong brushed the dust off his body, looking a bit envious at the pistol in Chiu Shengsheng's hand. To deal with self-destruct flame zombies, a pistol was definitely a divine weapon. This pistol was far stronger than their once proud ability main force. You guys? Did you not find Lu Su? Putting away the pistol, Chiu Shengsheng looked at Lei Zhiyong with curiosity. By logic, with so many ability users, even if each had one ability, they should be able to break through the encirclement to rescue at least one person, right? Well, hearing this, Lei Zhiyong's face darkened. We were ambushed. Near the Chang'an gas station. The fog was thick, and hiding in the fog were these self-destruct zombies. We didn't react in time and many people were killed by the explosions. Zhang Feng, already. The girl with sky-blue hair quietly explained. The people around looked pale and lowered their heads. Yang Miao Miao, what did you say? Brother Zhang? Brother Zhang is dead? He is a tier 5 ability user. How could this happen? After hearing this, Li Cici's eyes widened and her whole body trembled, obviously unable to accept that her former teammate had died. This. The clustered crowd fell silent. The once confident and high-spirited group now looked completely defeated. Only at the very back, Chiu Shengsheng's face was complicated, with a flicker of gratitude in her eyes. Thanks to Senior Ziren. If it weren't for him telling us not to follow the main force, not to go to them. Otherwise, Patting her chest with lingering fear, what she did not notice was that Du Ziren was standing right behind her. Du Ziren scanned the surroundings, his face neither sad nor joyful. On the virtual game display screen, a line of text caught his attention. You are in a special area, you cannot use the ability skill Dimensional Slash. Your main skills are currently suppressed. Your K9 ability has advanced to Tier 2 ability user. Your currently usable abilities: Flame, Tier 3 ability user, Steel, Tier 3 ability user, Bloodline, Tier 1 ability user, K9, Tier 2 ability user. Hiss. Ability suppressed again? What exactly is the principle? The first time was in the corpse fog forest, the second time was here. Just now that Lei Zhiyong also said that when they went to the Chang'an gas station, because ability was suppressed, they died horribly. So, every time ability suppression is helping the zombie faction. Zombies can arrange ability suppression points in advance? Or, that king-type zombie's ability is ability suppression? It is nearby now? Looking at the dim dimensional blade skill, Du Ziren began to suspect something. The ability of ability suppression can only target one person's one ability. For someone like him who has multiple abilities, the opponent could only suppress his strongest ability. I do have some abilities that can still do something. His gaze fixed on Chiu Shengsheng. Du Ziren felt, this game's main quest was unexpectedly difficult. Now, what do you plan to do? In the crowd, Linya broke the awkwardness and Lei Zhiyong scratched his hair. What else can we do? No ability, who dares to go rescue that Lu Su? Let's go back. We should leave the ability suppression zone as soon as possible, get our abilities back, return to the base and report this matter to Boss Qin. I think I now understand why the Wanbei city base fell. Fuck. Ability suppression, who dares to fight zombies? He spoke arrogantly. Linya looked at him as if he were an idiot. You think that king-type zombie will let you go back? It intentionally lured us out to play us to death one batch at a time. As for the base? That place full of old, weak, and sick people, it doesn't bother with them. It will wipe us out and take the base in less than 2.5 minutes. Now that we are separated, it will hunt us down one by one more easily. One by one. One by one. Linya's words were like a great enlightenment to Du Ziren. If it were one by one defeat, could ability suppression be placed in so many places? Distributed. Wait. Xia Yao's ability was splitting. Could it be? In his mind instantly rose a terribly possible truth. The king-type zombie also has multiple abilities. Is it possible that Xia Yao was a splinter of the king-type zombie? Having both splitting and ability suppression? At that time she seemed to be dead, but actually triggered ability suppression. If she had the splitting skill, that would mean the king-type zombie has now split into many, lurking in each squad, silently making the ability squad's abilities fail, so that the ability zombies can slaughter them. This explains why every time they passively fell into the trap. Fuck. The enemy boss was right in front of them, how could they not be schemed? World F******. The more he thought, the more possible it seemed. The more he thought, the more Du Ziren felt the first main quest boss of this game was outrageous. Is this still a zombie? So smart, why don't you go invent zombie tech instead? His eyes narrowed as Du Ziren stared at the dog combat team and the element squad. If his guess was right, this batch of people from the corpse fog forest hadn't lost abilities. Only after encountering them did ability suppression occur? Doesn't that mean, among this batch of people, there is a king-type zombie splinter? Okay. Fuck. Playing us for fools, right? With cold eyes, Du Ziren walked to Qiu Xingxing's side, just about to lean in and remind her quietly so as not to alert snakes. Thump, thump, thump. On the foggy suburban street, sound after sound of violent vibrations came. In the distant mist, bowling pin-shaped self-destruct venom zombies surged forward. Huff huff. Unlike the self-destruct flame zombies, these were slower, but wherever they passed, the ground was stomped in. Dark green corpse fluid spattered from their cracked skin onto the road, emitting a foul stench. Damn, these zombies are more terrifying than those self-destruct ones. Their strength is enough. Seeing the charging zombies, Goyu was about to warn. Huff. One self-destruct venom zombie immediately lifted a discarded car on the roadside with one hand. Quick! Scatter! Almost instantly, Goyu shouted, and everyone scattered in all directions. Boom! The heavy car fell with crushing force toward them. Run! The Lin siblings grabbed Qiu Shengxing and ran toward surrounding buildings. Boom! The car struck the spot where they had just stood, cracking the ground. The abandoned vehicle shattered into debris. Thud thud thud. Like small earthquakes, countless self-destruct venom zombies were still approaching. Damn! How did these things chase us all the way here? They're not as fast as the self-destruct flame zombies. Why do they know we are here? Lei Zhiyong's face grew enraged and increasingly panicked. He began to be certain. That king-type zombie would not let them live. Huff, huff huff huff. More than 10 little giant self-destruct venom zombies rushed up. Instead of chasing, they ran up to nearby buildings and stood there. Then veins began to throb on their bulging stomachs. Gurgle gurgle. Boom! The next moment. Like human bombs going off, thick green venom exploded all over the buildings. Iya. After the stench of corpse fluid sprayed, the zombie birds hovering in the sky seemed to be drawn to the scent, swarming onto the street. Black. Dense black. Like black clouds pressing down. The mutated zombie birds were as big as eagles, their open beaks full of jagged broken teeth. Once they landed, they peck-troughed the corpse fluid-soaked ground. Run! Run! The entire street instantly looked like a pressing black cloud. Lei Zhiyong swallowed hard seeing the bird swarm so close. So many zombie birds, even if they regained abilities, he was afraid they would be devoured by the bird flock in an instant. Thud! Thud! Everyone fled and hid in a small roadside supermarket to avoid the sprayed legion of corpse fluid. Goyu hurriedly instructed his teammates to stack shelves against the glass doors and windows. Huff huff huff. A self-destruct venom zombie approached, standing in front of the broken supermarket door, its belly bulging again, seemingly about to lead the zombie birds here. Sheng. Miss Chiu. Captain Chiu. The street was already covered in corpse fluid, this was no less than the final line of defense. At this moment, everyone looked to Qiu Shengxing with hope. I understand. Her hand holding the pistol was shaking. Qiu Xingxing was not sure if she could lead everyone out of this disaster. She felt some fear? At this moment, Du Ziren stood calmly behind her and placed both hands on her shoulders. Xingxing, don't be afraid. I've always been here. Say, Senior Ziren? Feeling the real touch, unlimited confidence inexplicably welled up in Qiu Xingxing's heart. Although she knew Senior Ziren's abilities could also be lost, as long as Senior Ziren was here, Qiu Xingxing felt there was nothing to fear. The first time she saw him, every time she heard his voice, it always brought peace of mind. Don't worry. This time, I will fight beside you. Fire. Shengxing. With Senior here? Shengxing, nothing to be afraid of. Bang. Poos. At the moment the firelight flickered inside the supermarket, the self-destruct venom zombie outside the supermarket spasmed with a poos in its head. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The dark bullet hole slowly opened, exuding countless stinking corpse fluids. Hehehe. But, even so, that self-destruct venom zombie still grinned wickedly, its belly continuing to swell without stopping at all. Thud thud. Seeing that huge belly about to explode violently. Not good. If this guy's belly explodes, the corpse fluid here will definitely cover us. It's over. It's over. No. I haven't lived enough yet. Help. Countless screams erupted instantly beside them. At this moment, even the Lin siblings, who always revered Qiu Xingxing, were scared into silence by the black cloud outside. Imagine, if someone gets contaminated with corpse fluid without abilities, how long could an ordinary person survive in the beak of a zombie bird? Thud thud. Faintly, in the dead silence, one could barely hear everyone's heartbeat. Despair spread. Under the oppressive darkness, only Chiu Xingxing's expression was unusually calm. In her eyes, Senior Ziren was a god who could do anything. With Senior here? Xingxing isn't afraid of anything. The pistol calmly ejected the shell, and she reloaded. Under Chiu Xingxing's resolute gaze, suddenly, ho ho ho, ho ho ho, woof. Originally still grinning and slapping its belly, the self-destruct venom zombie's laughter paused. Its bald sick green head instantly grew dog ears and let out a bark. Ha! At this scene, everyone in the supermarket was dumbfounded. What the hell? Woof! The swelling of its belly immediately slackened. This self-destruct venom zombie slowly lowered its body, imitating a dog on all fours, its hind legs fiddling with its crotch. Ha 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 ha. Soon, sandy yellow fur sprouted on its sick green skin. It had completely turned into a wobbly-bellied pug. With a droopy face, the pug wagged its head and walked toward the horde of zombies behind it. What's going on? Xingxing, is this Senior's doing? Linya was stunned. Space, sonic wave, predict future. And now also dog transformation? Is this Senior even human? An ability machine, right? I'm not sure, maybe Senior did it. Looking at the dog-transformed pug, Chiu Xingxing instantly remembered their experience at the suburban dog park. Now, she inexplicably had a guess. Senior Ziren's ability could be copying, right? What a perverted ability that would be. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, amazed that the crisis was solved so absurdly. Du Ziren stood at the supermarket entrance, shaking his palm. The dog transformation ability is kind of interesting. I wonder, if it evolves to Awakener, how perverted would it be? Watching the pug dog lurch toward the distant self-destruct venom zombies with huff huff, Du Ziren's eyes hardened. Xingxing. Shoot again. Huh? Shoot that dog? Right. Trust me. Got it. Bang. With almost no hesitation, the bullet was aimed at the pug's back and shot through its hanging belly. The next moment. Poos! Terrifying sick green corpse fluid violently burst out and began to fall like rain. Clink clink. The self-destruct venom zombie had indeed been dog-transformed, but the corpse fluid was still inside. Watching the dripping fluid, the self-destruct venom zombies rushing in from afar roared and came one after another. Thud! 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 Like small earthquakes, the rumbling began again just as everyone inside the supermarket was in panic. Explode! A steady, youthful, confident voice sounded from the supermarket entrance. Boom! In an instant, the corpse fluid falling everywhere burned and exploded strangely. Like a gasoline bomb, the flames spread through the zombie horde. Huff! Huff! The self-destruct venom zombies rushing into the fire were briefly bathed in flame, and their bellies cracked and exploded. Puff puff puff. Visible to the naked eye, the self-destruct venom zombies in the fire fell one after another, corpse fluid pooling and burning with the fire wave. The green fire danced and spread. In the fire sea, soon, not a single zombie could be seen running toward them. Can you even play like this? First dog transform a zombie, use it as a medium to explode, then burn the spilled corpse fluid to form fire bombs, wiping out the zombie tide? What kind of brain hole is this? Who on earth is doing this? Everyone was stunned. The surging zombie horde could be broken up like this? This Senior really used the simplest method to do the biggest thing. Linya's eyes gleamed, and she increasingly admired the mysterious Senior. We don't have abilities. Who did this? Miss Chiu? Goyu puzzled looked around, while Lei Zhiyong kept glancing at Chiu Xingxing. Chiu Xingxing stared at the roaring fire, and sighed. Senior Ziren is still so powerful. Senior Ziren? Who is that? Oh, Captain, I'll tell you. The members of the dog combat team and the element combat team were still clueless. After Li Sisi hurriedly explained, the looks from Goyu and Lei Zhiyong toward Chiu Xingxing instantly turned respectful. No wonder the Lin siblings humbled themselves to be her subordinates. I knew it. Countless envious eyes looked at Chiu Xingxing. Chiu Xingxing said nothing, only steadily looking toward the supermarket entrance. She had a feeling that the Senior she thought about day and night seemed to have appeared again. He was standing right at the door. Standing in front of her, guarding her. Hoo. Cold wind blew outside the supermarket, huge waves of green corpse fog rising, giving a sense that the battle was over. Just as everyone thought this turmoil was ending, iya. Over the remaining burning fire, deafening bird cries were heard. A horde of zombie birds hovered in circles above the supermarket, pairs of red bird eyes fixed on the inside of the supermarket. In the sky, dense black flocks of birds piled up, as if once the remaining fire died, the bird swarm would pour into the supermarket like a beehive. What? How can this be? We clearly did not get contaminated with corpse fluid. How did they lock onto us? Lei Jiong cried out, his heart that had just settled rising again. How could one wave end before another began? The continuous attack was as if the opponent always knew what was going on here. Sheng Sheng. Take people and put distance between the element squad and dog combat team. Suddenly, a sharp command sounded at the supermarket entrance. While others were still confused, Chiu Xingxing immediately pulled the Lin siblings to quickly distance them from the others. She didn't understand what Senior Ziren wanted to do, but as long as it was what Senior Ziren said, she would follow. Miss Chiu. Miss Chiu. You, what are you doing? Goyu looked at Chiu Xingxing in confusion. They were all human beings, why was she being so cautious? Shengsheng? This. Linya was also confused, until Chiu Xingxing pointed to the sky. Linya suddenly realized. Her gaze toward the others instantly filled with vigilance. If the zombie birds attacked us without corpse fluid to guide them, there are only two reasons. 1. One of us is an insider. A member of the zombie faction. Leading the zombies. 2nd, one of us has touched the corpse fluid. When just the two of us were together, ability suppression did not happen. Only when we met you did abilities begin to fail. So, one of you, is not right? After Linya finished speaking, the faces of the dog combat team and element combat team members instantly changed. In the crowded supermarket, there was complete silence. The frantic zombie bird cries grew more and more dense. Inside the supermarket, Lei Jiong and Goyu looked at each other, both with disbelief in their eyes. We have a traitor among us? How could that be? We've all fought together as teammates, how? Lei Jiong was about to protest more, but Linya's face turned dark. You still don't want to admit it? Let me ask you, every time we meet zombies, our abilities fail. How could that be such a coincidence? Being chased so unfairly all the way, and abilities never having a moment to be used. You don't mean to tell me that this entire area is an ability suppression zone? Even if it is. Then why could we use our abilities before we met you, but after we met you we couldn't? This. His mouth stuck. Lei Jiong was sweating cold sweat down his back. A traitor? Here? How could there be a traitor? As the top squad of the black market mine, all members are ability users. How could there still be a traitor? Everyone has been comrades fighting zombies together. Hey! Goyu, don't tell me it's you. Lei Jiong looked suspiciously at Goyu, and Goyu instantly became angry. Your mom. The four of us have never separated since we were scavengers. I'm telling you. There is no way there is a traitor among us. Me possibly? Just as the two were about to start cursing, the zombie birds in the sky pressed lower and lower, which was not a solution. Suddenly, a calm voice exploded in the supermarket. If you want to see if there is a traitor, it's actually very simple. From now on, I will dog transform you one by one. If there are no problems, after dog transforming everyone's abilities will still not work. But, if after dog transforming someone, everyone's abilities recover. Senior Ziren? The calm voice grew closer. Chiu Xingxing's tense expression loosened bit by bit. Of course. If he was here, there was nothing to be afraid of. This method of senior, good. I have no problem. I also have no problem. With no fear in their hearts, Lei Jiong and Goyu nodded in agreement immediately. Then, let's start with the element squad. Lei Jiong. Pup. As Du Ziren's voice spread, dense black hair appeared on Lei Jiong's face, his face shape actually expanding toward that of a brindle dog. Woof woof. After a few dog barks, Du Ziren looked at the dimensional slash on his own interface, it was still gray. Seems not you. Then his gaze shifted to Yang Miao Miao. The reason Du Ziren chose the element squad first was not favoritism, but because he remembered one piece of information. The element squad had been to Wanbei City once before. At that time, Lei Jiong even said excitedly, this place had no real difficulty, the squad went once, and no one was injured. Could it be? That during that mission, a member of the element squad was secretly replaced? The more he thought about it, the more possible it seemed. Dog transform. Looking at Yang Miao Miao, her expression was calm, but her face quickly twisted and a small outline of a Pomeranian dog slowly appeared. Dimensional slash was still gray. Just as he was about to look at the last member, the element squad member with the character for Earth on his chest. Ah! Suddenly his forehead felt pounded. Du Ziren touched his head. He knew this was the after effect of excessive ability use by a Tier 2 ability user. A mere Tier 2 ability user still could not freely waste their abilities. Hiss. My head. My head feels like it's about to split. Fuck. Does this game have to be so strict and realistic? Clutching his forehead, Duziren was about to forcibly activate dog transformation. Ho! Ho ho ho. Unexpected, unexpected. You idiots among you, there's actually an interesting existence hidden. Good good good. This time, your dog luck is good. Bang! Before Duziren could say anything, that Element Squad member's features twisted violently and his body exploded with a boom into meat paste on the ground. Plop plop, the way he self-exploded looked just like Xia Yao's style. Chen Tu! You, how could it be you? Lei Jiong looked dumbfounded. He could never have thought that the teammate who had been with him day and night was actually a king-type zombie's undercover? Then that meant the deaths along the way were caused by their own teammate? I? Lei Jiong's face dropped. He tried to say something, but everyone else already looked very ugly, and the atmosphere became oppressive. This is not your fault? It was probably on that past trip when Chen Tu fell behind, was killed, and then was copied by the king-type zombie. After that, next to you was always an ability suppression switch. This guy played you completely. Duziren's voice echoed in the room. Everyone looked down and dared not speak. They claimed to be able to kill zombies easily, but the result? They were completely controlled by an intelligent king-type zombie. If this senior hadn't appeared today, they might still be clueless right now. I underestimated those ghost things too much. Lei Jiong muttered. Iya. Plop. Suddenly, outside the supermarket glass window, a horde of zombie birds surged in and instantly shattered the glass. Iya. Huge bird beaks like sickles suddenly fell from the air like rain. How could this be? Didn't we find the king splinter? Linya cried out in shock, when suddenly a sharp command sounded near her ear. Dimensional slash. What? Buzz buzz buzz. The flying speed of the zombie birds was fast, but inside the supermarket, the spatial folds were even faster. Crack crack crack. In the empty air, black twisted cracks opened, and cold wind rushed out from the gaps, with the sound of reverberation. Buzz buzz buzz. In the next blink of an eye. Swish swish swish. It was like invisible blades shooting rapidly. Iya. The zombie birds flying in the air were pushed back on a large scale. Feathers, bones, and pieces of flesh were cut as if by invisible knives, falling in large piles with a rustling sound. Iya. The zombie birds that had been ferociously charging suddenly tried to flap to escape. But, terrifying. Too terrifying. Not only the zombie birds that flew in through the window, even the top level of the abandoned supermarket was pierced. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several waves of icy cold air blew through, instantly forming many holes. There were blades, and in an instant they pierced through the floors. Puff puff puff. The zombie birds circling high in the air were instantly torn into pieces. A ray of sunlight shone down, and with the buzzing air, the rooftop of the supermarket gradually filled with zombie bird remains. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is this guy still human? This, Big Boss. Big Boss. Plop. After a few stunned seconds, Goyu directly knelt on the ground. Damn, with this ability, why not just go to the zombie base and kill them? Why stay here with his wife? This. Space ability. Awakened. Lei Jiong's mouth trembled. He staggered back a few steps and sat heavily on the ground. An awakened one with space ability, they had never thought they would see one in their lifetime. Now, it appeared right before their eyes. So powerful. For the first time, Linya saw Duziren fight. She was so excited her face flushed red. The usually proudly Cece, seeing this scene, trembled in her legs. Realizing she had disrespected such a powerful figure, she wished she could slap herself. This is what a big boss is? Plop plop plop. Feathers of zombie birds kept falling through the air. The seemingly huge crisis of the zombie bird horde had been resolved with what seemed like a casual command. Senior Ziren? Qiu Xingxing weakly called out to confirm whether the senior was truly by her side. Suddenly, in the silent crowd, a loud explosion sounded. Li Cece. How dare you disobey me? Thud. A terrifying threatening sound rang out, and Li Cece was so scared that she fell flat on the ground. Her legs were shaking, and her face turned completely pale. Senior Ziren. Cece, what's wrong with her? Qiu Xingxing was still confused. Linya looked at Li Cece's guilty expression and suddenly understood. She spat hard and said, Bah! You even dared to go against Senior's words. You deserve to die. Sister Linya, what did she do? Oh my silly little sister, think carefully. Just now the corpse birds lost the command of the royal split body. How did they still dare to come in? Huh? There can only be one answer. Someone among us touched corpse fluid. It definitely wasn't us. The dog squad and the elemental squad didn't touch it either. So tell me, who's left? You should know, the crystal core of a self-destructing flame zombie is fire type. Looking at Lee Cece with contempt, Linya shook her head. Sometimes, being stupid really deserves death. Just a few crystal cores were enough to make you unable to move? Idiot. If you had held on to Senior properly, forget crystal cores, you wouldn't have to worry for the rest of your life. Speak. How many did you take? Duziren's voice was cold. Seriously, if he hadn't reacted fast just now and activated the dimensional slash in a split second. With so many corpse birds attacking, what if Shengxing got hurt? This stupid woman wasn't even a member of his team. Even if she died, it wouldn't affect his mission result. The key point was, if her stupidity harmed teammates, then she deserved to die. I only took 2. Lee Cece weakly took out 2 crystal cores from her clothes and tried to hand them forward. Idiot. Who do you think would dare take that thing? I wrapped them with clothes, I wiped them clean. These are second-tier ability user crystal cores. Oh? Then if you like them, keep them. Shengxing, let's go. Stay away from this person. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with us. He snorted coldly. Not killing someone like her was already mercy. Senior Ziren, I understand. Hearing the anger in Du Ziren's tone, Qiu Xingxing immediately lowered her head obediently, pulled the Lin siblings, and prepared to walk out of the supermarket. Senior. Look. What about us? Seeing the situation suddenly turn bad, Goyu nervously looked around. Du Ziren waved his hand. You've got legs. Move however you want. Hee, look at that, of course we'll follow you. Goyu grinned shamelessly and glanced at Lei Zhiyong with glee. Anyway, it wasn't their dog squad that offended Senior. This thigh had to be hugged no matter what, even if they had to be treated like dogs later. Let's go, let's go. Calling his teammates quickly, Goyu followed behind Qiu Shengxing like a crouching dog. In the cramped supermarket, only Lee Cece, Lei Zhiyong, and Yang Miao were left. Captain. Lee Cece realized she had caused a huge disaster and looked at Lei Zhiyong with tearful eyes. Lei Zhiyong looked at the crystal cores in her hand as if he were looking at a plague. You should go back by yourself. You know it too. Once you get contaminated with that thing, no one can escape. Miao and I still want to live. Sorry. Captain. Enough. You threw away your own chance. You were the one closest to Senior at the start. Look at what you did. Glancing fiercely at Lee Cece, Lei Zhiyong pulled Yang Miao and walked straight out of the supermarket without looking back. Step. Outside the supermarket, corpse fluid was piled everywhere. Green bubbles popped on the ground, making it impossible to step on. But, without the ability suppression of the royal zombie, the Lin siblings slightly used their earth abilities. The soil underground surged, and a new path spread out. Let's go. Shengxing, where are we going now? Linya skillfully looked at Qiu Shengxing. Qiu Shengxing seemed afraid that Du Ziren was still angry. She lowered her head and softly asked, Senior Ziren? Option 1. Go to Chang'an gas station, find Lu Su and bring her back, and end the main mission. Result unknown. Option 2. Continue hiding and waiting for the right chance. Result unknown. At the moment Qiu Shengxing asked for help, 2 options appeared in front of Du Ziren. He narrowed his eyes for a while and chose option 2. This choice clearly added another thinking trap. Because the team had grown and he also had ability support, most people would subconsciously feel they could go fight the boss. But Du Ziren didn't think so. From what Lei Zhiyong said earlier, they had been ambushed near Chang'an gas station. Think about it. If zombies were already ambushing there, then inside Chang'an gas station, could Lu Su, who only had detection abilities, still be alive? She would definitely be dead. But the mission system said Lu Su was still alive. So the trick here might be that the Lu Su at Chang'an gas station was fake. The real Lu Su might be hiding. The boss, the royal zombie, has a split ability. If it doesn't want to show itself, no one can find its real body. That made the information from the real Lu Su extremely important. Shengxing, keep finding a place and wait. He softly spoke near Qiu Shengxing's ear. Qiu Shengxing asked in confusion, Senior Ziren, what are we waiting for? Waiting for a real distress signal. In the abandoned supermarket on the suburban road. After Qiu Shengxing's group walked far away, Lee Cece grabbed the 2 crystal cores on the ground, her face full of malice. You abandoned me today. If I don't die today, I will definitely. Crack. The red crystal core was crushed. Drop by drop of bright red liquid was swallowed by Lee Cece. Her abilities surged, and in an instant, her level reached 4th tier ability user. I swear. One day, I will definitely meet that senior who is hiding. I will make him my dog. I? Holding the second crystal core, Lee Sisi still wanted to use it to break through her ability level. All the determination of 30 years east, 30 years west, don't bully a poor girl was almost overflowing. Ya. Suddenly, a hoarse corpse bird cry instantly shattered her resolve. What? Ya. Outside the broken window, a small dark cloud approached. Dense corpse birds opened their beaks wide, their red eyes greedily staring in her direction. You all. Boom. A ball of fire exploded in the air. Swish swish swish. But, even though their bodies were covered in flames and burned until grease came out, the swarming corpse birds still flew crazily toward the supermarket. They were not afraid of death, only hungry for fresh flesh. Damn it. Boom boom boom. The supermarket turned into a sea of fire, and dark clouds pressed down from the sky. Under the attack of the dense corpse birds, the flames gradually died out. A moment later, inside the burning supermarket, a female corpse was surrounded by countless charred corpse birds, gnawed down to white bones. At the same time, mining black market, underground level 3. Chinwan was inside a tree hollow, her brows tightly furrowed and face dark. She didn't know why, but ever since all the ability users went out, she had felt uneasy, as if she had made a huge mistake. If all the ability users leave, will the enemy use a diversion to lure us away and let zombies secretly attack the empty base? No. That's unlikely. As long as there are enough ability users, they can build a new base anywhere. What matters was never the base, but the people with abilities. But still, there are so many people, they should. While she was troubled, suddenly, on the side table of the tree hollow, an old communicator let out a burst of static. Channel 3973. Channel 3973. This is Lu Su. This is Lu Su, if you hear me, please respond. Please respond. Ha! Chinwan quickly picked up the communicator, her expression even more strange. Pressing the talk button, she hurriedly asked, "This is mining black market level 3 safe zone, taking over the Lushan level 2 safe zone assignment. We received this communicator and are now in contact with you." Mining black market? Huh? Isn't that my teammate's communicator? How is it in your hands? What? There was a puzzled voice from the other side. Chinwan grew even more confused after hearing that. May I ask, are you Lu Su? Yes. Your teammate escaped from Wanbei City and gave this communicator to the Lushan safe zone, telling us that you had information about the royal zombie. After we made initial contact with you, you asked Lushan safe zone to rescue you. That mission was assigned to us from the mining black market. What? What are you saying? This is clearly my first time talking. Before this, I was just running for my life. Miss Lu, please, don't joke around. Suddenly, Chinwan felt a heavy weight drop in her chest, her right eyelid twitching like crazy. If this Lu Su was real, then who was the Lu Su who contacted them earlier? That Lu Su asked so many people to come rescue her. What did that mean? This is bad. The ability users from the mining black market. Her breathing grew rapid. Chinwan asked again, how can you prove you are Lu Su? Oh, that's easy. I am Lu Su. My ability is detection. That royal zombie's powers are splitting and ability disruption. Ability disruption is very troublesome. Once activated, all abilities around it stop working. And, if I'm right, its splitting lets it make multiple clones. Each clone can combine with ability disruption to create large areas where abilities stop working. Thump. After hearing this, Chinwan collapsed onto the ground. She figured it out. She finally figured it out. That royal zombie had planned everything in advance. It lured all the ability users to one location, and when the time came, ability disruption, none of the ability users in the mining black market would survive. How could it be so? So smart? That's right. So you humans, always think you're clever. Don't forget, zombies came from humans, remember? As Chinwan exclaimed in shock, another voice entered the radio frequency. It was a hoarse, dry male voice, like a smoker who hadn't drunk water in a long time. As soon as the voice came in, both Chinwan and Lu Su were startled. Who are you? Hey. Guess? You're the royal zombie? Lu Su reacted first, as if she suddenly understood something. Your splitting lets you reconstruct your body, right? After turning into a target, you can even read their memory? Hey. Lu Su, you really are the hardest person to deal with in Wanbei City. Too bad, while you were escaping, I killed one of your female teammates and read her memories. I knew one of your teammates escaped Wanbei City. So I used a bit of brainpower, copied your voice, used her memories and the team's communicator to start the plan to rescue Lu Su. Ha. And your male teammate didn't even suspect a thing. Not just him. The entire human base didn't suspect a thing. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Fools. All of them are fools. The wild laughter echoed through the communicator. Chinwan's face turned ashen. You? What did you do to those ability users? What did I do? The same thing I did to those in Wanbei City. TCH, but among this group, there's one guy I can't figure out, clearly very weak, but has many abilities like us royal zombies. Damn it. Could he also be a royal? Can't figure him out? Who? The royal zombie's confusion left Chinwan completely unsure who he was referring to. Lei Jiong? He's strong, but he doesn't have multiple abilities. Go Yu? Also decent, but not that impressive. Does this person even exist in the base? Hey, you. Just as she tried to say more. TCH, my clone got discovered? Damn it. That bastard actually found me? Shit. Looks like I need to make new plans. Ladies, it's been fun talking. Now let me deal with him first. Once he's dead, I'll find you and play you to death. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. No one knew what happened, but static suddenly exploded from the royal zombie's voice. Bzzzzzzz. The channel instantly became noisy and distorted. The royal zombie deliberately caused interference. Hey? Hey! Trying to speak to Lu Su again was useless, the scrambled signal made it impossible to hear. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Damn it. Damn it. Chinwan cursed, her face ice cold. It's over, it's over. If this continues, the mining black market will end up just like the Wanbei City base. Who is he? Zzzzzzzzzzz. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Just as Chinwan was anxiously thinking, through the broken signal, Lu Su's voice faintly came through. I can't show myself for now. Please, don't trust any new intel. The royal zombie has only one flaw. And that is, when a split body is killed, the main body becomes sluggish for a short time. But it definitely knows we'll go after that weakness. It will definitely set many traps, so, please be careful. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Amid the noisy signal, Lu Su's voice completely disappeared. Chinwan's face grew extremely complicated. Listening to this most important information, she hesitated for a moment, then pressed her hands against the tree trunk and began broadcasting the entire conversation through the tree's internal communication branches. Please. Please hear this. Please, please bring everyone back. The other side. Outskirts of Wanbei City, in an abandoned courtyard. Goyu crouched in front of a big tree, pressing his ear against it, listening intently, eyes wide with amazement. Hey! Hey! There it is. There's actually a message coming through. Senior. You're amazing. He looked around the empty surroundings with admiration. Duziran stood a little apart from the group, his expression calm. Because he knew, the mission system had already said Lu Su was still alive. If the mission reward still existed, then the real Lu Su must be alive. Once she was safe and found a chance, she would definitely try to contact Chinwan. By then, whatever Chinwan learned would surely be spread. All they had to do now was wait. Without information on the royal zombie, blindly hunting the boss would only lead to disaster. What did it say? Hearing Goyu, the others immediately crowded around the tree. Zzzzz. A short while later, everyone finished listening to the conversation between Chinwan, Lu Su, and the royal zombie. Their faces all turned blank. So, from the start, that damn royal zombie got Lu Su's friends' memories, disguised itself as Lu Su, and played us all for fools? Damn it. That bastard is so cunning. Lei Jiong cursed after realizing it too late. The others looked just as grim. Good thing we didn't rush to the Chang'an gas station. From the looks of it, the one inside isn't Lu Su, but a split body of Lu Su's friend. Senior, really experienced. This time, Linya was truly convinced. She looked around with deep admiration. She had always thought the senior was powerful only because of his strength and combat ability. But now it was clear, he had wisdom and maturity too. A smart and strong man like this pierced straight into Linya's heart. In that moment, she couldn't help but feel even more affection for him. Linya's affection for you +10. Current affection, 76, admiration. You unlocked the ability to talk to her privately and give her commands. Ah? A pop-up suddenly appeared. Duziran paused. He never thought a simple analysis could increase an NPC's affection level. Of course. Seeing the bigger picture is the best. Senior. Then what should we do now? Lu Su is clearly still hiding and won't come out, we definitely can't bring her back. This whole mission was fake from the beginning. As for the royal zombie, if we go after it now, maybe only you can handle it, right? And besides, we still don't know where its real body is. Goyu looked around, completely at a loss. Now, everyone's only support was this senior. If they went back now, they'd probably be surrounded by zombies sent by the royal zombie. Without the senior, they'd be dead for sure. Not go back? Face the royal zombie head-on? Who could fight it? Only the senior. The real body, huh? If the split body is killed, the main body will become sluggish. This is the most important info we've got so far. But since we know this clue, the royal zombie definitely knows we know it too. If we go looking for it, it's definitely already set up a trap. My current strength, without the dimensional blade, I can't. Standing silently in a corner, Duziren had actually thought of a safe strategy. That was AFK. Exactly. AFK leveling. He could keep using crystal cores and level up abilities through the game pod. Do that a few more times. Once the K9 ability reached the superhuman level, he'd definitely clear this stage. After all, going out now meant walking into a trap. Staying in meant safe leveling. This method clearly worked. But of course, that was the cowardly farming strategy. Duziren thought it was too much of a time waster. Was there a faster, smoother way to clear the mission? Yes. Yes, there was. As if sensing Duziren's thoughts, a new game pop-up appeared. You have triggered a special event, eliminate the first royal zombie. Requirements to eliminate the first royal zombie: all team members survive, complete, receive true Lu Su's signal, complete, know the royal zombie's weakness, complete. Special event activated. You've unlocked power trial mode. Seeing the new pop-up, Duziren suddenly understood. So, this is how you trigger a special event. After this pop-up, a plus sign appeared next to his K9 ability. Holy crap! Deep Blue? Stat boost? Excited, Duziren clicked the plus sign on the K9 ability. K9 ability, current tier 2 ability user, plus. Option 1, recharge 10,000 yuan to unlock 30-minute trial of K9 ability, superhuman tier 2. Option 2, recharge 100,000 yuan to unlock 30-minute trial of K9 ability, awaken tier 2. What? Duziren was stunned. Wow! After all that strategy, it still came back to pay to win. And such brutal paywalls. Pay to get temporary combat power? Incredible. Damn greedy game devs. In his heart, Duziren cursed the developer's ancestors again. Then he looked around at the group of people staring at him. Senior Ziren? What now? Senior? Senior. So many cries of senior were almost driving him crazy. Especially Qiu Xingxing's hopeful gaze. He, Duziren, could disappoint anyone, but not his wife. Pay. Damn it. Gotta pay. What royal zombie? Let's go. Fight it head on. After a moment of hesitation, Duziren clicked the recharge button. Superhuman power won't be enough. If this turns into a real fight? To be safe, go all out. Awaken tier. After selecting option 2, he was surprised to feel a vibration from his pocket. 10,000 yuan has been charged from your bank card ending in 0304. Your current balance, 6,797,672 yuan. A payment confirmation appeared in the game pop-up. Wow wow wow. This game pod even linked to my phone permissions, huh? Impressive, game devs. Swiping past the payment message, Duziren saw his K9 ability glowing gold. K9 ability level, awakened, temporary 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Awakened K9 skill, K9 domain. K9 domain, centered on the user, affects a 50-meter area, forcibly transforming all living beings into K9 form. A blue skill icon with dog-like patterns appeared below the pop-up. Domain? An area of effect skill? With this, there's no way we lose. Lifting his chin, wallhanger Duziren was instantly full of confidence. He looked at the group. What are you all waiting for? Now that we know the royal zombie's weakness. Everyone, follow me, we're going to destroy it. Senior, this. The other side has power nullification. They definitely know we're coming, and will ambush us with many splits, activating power nullification together. By then, How about? When Duziren said he wanted to go directly and fight, Goyu looked a bit panicked. Scared. After all, that power nullification was too overpowered, leaving a huge psychological shadow on him. If this senior made even a small mistake and didn't protect him, wouldn't he die instantly? Those who are scared can choose to stay here. Xingxing, are you scared? Duziren turned to look at Qiu Xingxing, his face calm. This special mission probably only needed the game's protagonist to go to count as complete. Even the Lin siblings in the team didn't need to participate. With Senior Ziren here, Xingxing isn't afraid of anything. Chiu Shengxing smiled faintly and calmly walked toward the source of the sound, her eyes shining brightly. It seemed like, as long as Du Ziren was there, she didn't care about anything else. Senior. We Lin siblings aren't afraid either. In fact, we want to see what you're capable of. Linya pulled Lin Ping and followed immediately. Let's go. Damn it. Why wouldn't we? I have to see how Senior toys with that guy. He's been messing with us this whole time. If I don't see him die, I won't be at peace. As expected, Lei Jiong also chose to come along. In the end, aside from the dog squad, everyone chose to go on the offensive. Damn. You're all going. If I don't go, how would that look? Goyu lowered his head, smiling bitterly in embarrassment. The group looked toward the empty space ahead. As soon as they heard footsteps, they followed without hesitation. Elsewhere. Inside Chang'an gas station, a beautiful woman sat at a desk with her legs crossed. She kept playing with her fingers, occasionally squinting as if sensing something. You think? If that guy figures out my weakness, will he come? She looked teasingly at a self-destruct flame zombie beside her. The zombie grinned, blood dripping from its decayed lips. Roar, roar, roar. King, how would he dare come to you? Even if it's just your clone, anyone with a brain would know our base is here. If he dares come, isn't he afraid of being blown up instantly after losing his powers? Roar, roar, roar. The red zombie let out a howl, and the woman looked at it with interest. Oh my. You're not bad. You might be the smartest of this batch of zombies. Maybe, after swallowing a few more crystal cores, you might evolve intelligence. She patted the self-destruct flame zombie's shoulder with satisfaction. The zombie grinned, more blood dripping down. Roar, roar, roar. All right. Stop laughing like an idiot. Go patrol outside. Even though that invisible guy is weak in all powers except space skill, and wouldn't dare face me even with 10 times the courage, still, there's a chance he'll come at us recklessly. Just halfway through her sentence, a mist zombie covered in corpse-white skin ran in from outside the gas station. Roar. King! A group of people is approaching. What? He really dares to come? With a surprised look, the woman immediately jumped up from her seat. Good. Pass the order, all mist zombies begin fogging the surrounding area of the gas station. All self-destruct zombies hide near the gas pumps. As soon as they step near the gas station, detonate immediately. I want to see how that invisible brat escapes a massive explosion like this. With a sinister smile, the woman sat cross-legged on the desk. Her throat moved, letting out a low moaning ho-ho sound. The sound waves distorted the air. Immediately, the nearby zombies scattered and disappeared into the mist. On the streets of the suburbs, large numbers of self-destruct flame zombies were rushing toward the gas station. 30 meters from the Chang'an gas station sign. The fog was so thick you couldn't even see your own hand in front of your face. Ouch! Chiu Shengxing suddenly froze mid-step, as if she had bumped into something. Humph! Looking up, a human figure faintly appeared in the mist. Senior Ziren. Why did you stop? Her head rested on his familiar back. Chiu Shengxing looked up as a steady voice came. Shengxing, do you know why that king zombie chose the gas station as the place to rescue Lu Su? Du Ziren stood in the mist, calmly watching the hazy Chang'an gas station. Is it because of explosions? If a self-destruct flame zombie explodes and ignites the gas pumps, the entire gas station and surrounding area would blow up, right? That's right. This move is designed to wipe out all powered people who manage to reach the gas station. And now, it's being used against us. Then, what do we do now? Upon hearing this, Goyu panicked behind the mist. If the whole gas station explodes, who can guarantee they won't die? Shengxing, are you scared? This time, Du Ziren didn't care about anyone else's reaction. He just looked at Chiu Shengxing behind him. Chiu Shengxing blushed. Lifting her head, she could feel an invisible gaze locked on her. I'm not scared. As long as I'm with you, I'm not afraid, even if it's hell. Is that so? Staring into the passionate eyes of the girl in the mist, Du Ziren felt moved. He wasn't really worried about Chiu Shengxing being harmed, since her undying ability was also quite overpowered. But Du Ziren had never told her about her own ability. Not knowing if she might die, this silly girl still dared to follow him. For some reason, it warmed his heart. Still the same words. If you're scared, don't come. We've made it this far without being surrounded by zombies, which means that King Split already knows we're coming and gathered all the zombies inside the gas station. They plan to wipe us all out at once. Just one more step forward, and we might be caught in the explosion. So, anyone scared can stop right here. Du Ziren turned around. After he said that, everyone fell silent. An oil pump explosion? That's like a small volcano going off. This senior's strength, after his space ability is nullified, no one could be sure what level he'd still be at. He'd protect Qiu Xingxing, sure, but what about the rest of them? Even Lei Zhiyong lost his confidence this time. I believe in senior. Linya bravely stepped forward. Behind her, Lin Ping gritted his teeth and followed. Unfortunately, after a while, only the sibling pair continued to follow. Let's go. You made the right bet? If you're with me, not even a spark will touch you. A glance back, Du Ziren's voice was full of pride, echoing through the Chang'an gas station. Step, step, step. At once, the sound of footsteps charged directly into the station without hesitation. Go! Under Du Ziren's lead, the three-person team stepped into the explosion zone of the gas station. Almost at that moment, a mocking female voice rang out. Oh? Instead of running away, you've got the guts to come closer to me? What kind of confidence do you have under that invisibility skin to oppose me? Step, step, step. Inside the Chang'an gas station, a beautiful woman walked out slowly. She looked at Qiu Xingxing's group with disdain, her gaze scanning around casually. Come out? Even if you have multiple powers, your strongest, space power, has been nullified by me. How do you plan to win? Planning to use invisibility to get close and go all in? Don't be ridiculous. Even if you could pull it off, right now, if even one self-destruct flame zombie explodes, you'll all be blown to pieces. Human. You've gone mad, haven't you? Glaring around sharply, more than 30 red self-destruct flame zombies crept toward the gas station from behind her. Step, step, step. They were red like a wave, covering the entire gas station. How can we win this? Senior's space power is an attack skill, does he even have an escape skill? Outside the thick fog, Goyu looked doubtful. Lei Zhiyong shook his head, face solemn. Even from dozens of meters away, they could still feel the heat from the many self-destruct flame zombies. Senior's space power has been nullified. Maybe, he still has a trump card? Staring into the fog, Du Ziren's quiet voice finally came through. You're really something? You watched us step into the blast zone and didn't trigger the oil explosion immediately. Are you trying to wait until we get closer to maximize the blast radius? What? You're not afraid that in this brief delay, I might finish you off instantly? 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 Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. As if she heard a joke, the woman burst into laughter, her expression more mocking. Without that power, how are you going to finish me off? Even if you had it. Come on. Tell me, how are you going to survive in the blast zone? This is above an oil well. It can reach thousands of degrees in an instant? Ah, I get it, you're trying to trick me, thinking I'll get caught up in a mind game? So that I won't bother you in the future? Sorry. I'm not human. I just want to see, what kind of crystal core will come from someone like you? Attack. Tired of Du Ziren's calm tone, the woman narrowed her eyes and waved her hand. Ha! Next to her, a self-destruct flame zombie suddenly started to spark. Senior. Linya and Lin Ping's faces changed, instinctively trying to use their powers, but nothing happened. Their bodies wouldn't respond, and all they could do was tremble. Only Qiu Xingxing kept her gaze firm on what lay ahead. Senior Ziren. Turn the situation around? Turn it around? Who does he think he is? He? Shut the hell up? In an instant, a loud shout echoed through the gas station. Centered on Du Ziren, the air within dozens of meters vibrated with a strange humming. Whooshing gusts of wind swept through, and the fog across the street began to dissipate. You think making this much noise, Woof. Woof. The woman was still talking, but halfway through, she suddenly touched her mouth in shock. Her face. She didn't know when, but dense fur had started growing all over her face. Her human mouth curled upward, savage canine teeth protruding. Her body, her limbs were no longer under control. Instinctively, she got down on all fours, her consciousness slipping. Woof. Woof. You. How can this be? Woof woof woof. Impossible. You're a dual type awakened with space and canine transformation. You monster. Woof. Self-destruct zombies. Quick. Explode now. She screamed in frustration, but in the blink of an eye, the once arrogant woman had turned into a sheepdog, crouching low on the ground, nervously looking at Du Ziren. Woof. Woof woof. She barked anxiously, glancing around. But, all around, whether it was the self-destruct flame zombies about to explode, or the hidden mist zombies, had all suddenly turned into dachshunds, yelping in panic. Woof! Woof woof woof! In an instant, barking echoed throughout the Chang'an gas station. The thick fog slowly faded. The group stared in disbelief at what they were seeing. This? You can end a fight like that? Bizarre. This was way too bizarre. They thought it would be an earth-shaking, mountain-flipping battle. Who would have thought, with just a few calm words, all the zombies would turn into dogs? So what if they exploded? As real puppies now, could they even explode? Duziran's canine domain wasn't the same as that of the mutated farm dog back then. This was a real awakened skill. No incubation time, no transformation process. As long as they were within the power's range, zombies or any living being would instantly and completely turn into a dog. This was the essential difference between an awakened skill and a regular power. Woof woof woof. With barking still going, Duziran stepped forward and picked up the woman-turned sheepdog. As he stroked the dog's head, its eyes began to glaze over. It was having its common sense slowly affected by the canine transformation. Its mind was becoming that of a dog. I was wondering how to find your real body. Now it seems, having a tracking dog isn't bad at all. The sheepdog panted blankly. After Duziran put it on the ground, it looked in one direction and barked twice. Not bad, not bad. Now that you're completely a dog, you won't explode from splitting anymore. This mission is on. Watching the sheepdog's behavior calmly, Duziran looked into the distance with deep eyes. Around them, the others were freaking out. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. Was that a skill? That had to be a skill? Space and canine transformation dual abilities, dual awakened strength. This isn't a powerhouse, this is a true god. Go Yu's jaw was trembling. He's not the founder of some top-tier base, is he? Lei Zhiyong's face twitched. He felt like he had been incredibly short-sighted before. Senior's strength. It's really terrifying. Linya bit her lip, her heart pounding faster and faster. The stronger the man, the more she liked him. Senior Ziran. Your ability, is that the one from that dog zone back then? Qiu Xingxing stared dumbfounded at the ground full of dogs, unable to react for a moment. Talk later. Now, come with me, let's go kill the mastermind. Before Qiu Xingxing could ask anything more, a hand grabbed her small hand and pulled her, sprinting wildly in the direction the sheepdog had barked. Step, step, step. Before the others could react, the sheepdog suddenly leapt into the air. Duziran held the dog in one arm and grabbed Qiu Xingxing with the other, the two of them speeding away into the distance. Urgent. It was very urgent. Although the canine domain had controlled the situation, it only controlled the split body of the king-class zombie. The real body was definitely far away, watching everything happening here. If they didn't eliminate the main body now, it would be nearly impossible to find another chance to kill it later. They had to move fast. Use the sheepdog's sense of smell to track down the king-class zombie's main body. Before it escapes too far. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. With continuous barking, the sheepdog stared straight toward the city center. The two people and one dog ran faster and faster as their powers recovered. City center, Wanbei City. Ah! Damn it! Damn it! Here, in this place, how could I run into such a monster? A dual power awakened? If he has that kind of strength, why isn't he making a name for himself at a top-tier base? Why come to this dump? In an abandoned apartment, a neatly dressed, handsome man suddenly opened his eyes on the sofa. His attractive face was now filled with resentment and worry. Damn! I have to run. Run now. That guy turned my split body into a dog, I can't control it at all. He rushed out of the room in a panic. The man's instincts told him, from the moment the split body went out of control, he had gone from hunter to prey. Damn it! Stumbling through the hallway, he ran straight for the underground parking garage. Unlike human survivors, a king-class zombie could command ordinary zombies at will. In the post-apocalyptic world after 100 years, relying on the number of zombies under his control, he had managed to gather a still-functional car from all the garages in Wanbei City. Originally, it was something he kept as a memento of his past life. But now, it was actually coming in handy. V-room. He jumped into the car, started it in a panic, and floored the gas pedal, roaring out of the garage. V-room. In the apocalypse, a moving car should be highly visible. But the zombies still roaming the neighborhood didn't even glance at him. Faster. Go! Pedal to the floor, the car shot out of the neighborhood. He kept checking outside, until he saw two blurry figures flashing in the distance, and instantly tensed up. They're coming. Sweat unknowingly formed on his forehead. His eyes narrowed, and on his head, a crown-shaped tumor began to emerge. All zombies. Block them. He shouted hysterically, doing everything he could to resist. But, behind the car, where a dog and a human figure flickered past, all the zombies that had barely begun to gather were instantly turned into various long-haired dogs. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Barking echoed through the cold city, bringing unexpected liveliness. Damn. Damn. No worries. No worries. They still can't catch up to me, they can't. The tachometer was maxed out. He could feel that even though those behind him were fast, it was nearly impossible for them to catch up instantly. Maybe, as long as he could get onto the highway and drag it into a long chase, he could escape once their powers ran out. Distance. Distance. That guy needs distance to turn people into dogs. So far, staying 100 meters away still works. There's hope. I can make it. V-room. Not daring to ease off the gas for even a second, he showed a bit of relief. He was lucky he'd kept this car after becoming a zombie. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. Behind the car, Qiu Xingxing seemed to enter her slow-motion world state again, moving incredibly fast. Even Du Ziren, in his temporary awakened strength, couldn't pull far ahead of her. Panting. Senior Ziren, we can't catch up with the car. The dog keeps looking in that direction. The one in the car must be the real body, right? Are we just going to watch it escape? At high speed, Qiu Xingxing's face had gone pale. She only had 4th tier power. Keeping up the slow-motion world for long drained her heavily. Never thought that the so-called king-class zombie was a person? And he even has a car? As the car drove farther and farther, Du Ziren glanced at her face, suddenly squeezed the sheepdog in his arms, and came to a stop. Ha! Senior Ziren, you? Qiu Xingxing was shocked. They were finally catching up, why stop now? Xingxing, did you forget something? What? Do we really need to chase him? Ha! Don't forget, when a split body dies, the main body becomes momentarily dazed. Senior Ziren, you mean? Just as she started to understand, the sheepdog in Du Ziren's hand began to transform, its dog head slowly turning into a woman's head. He was canceling the canine transformation. Du Ziren was about to V-room. At that moment, the car got farther away, about to take a turn onto the highway. That thing? Will get itself killed? Boom! Suddenly, a burst of flame exploded from Du Ziren's hand. The woman's head on the sheepdog's neck flared with light in her eyes. Damn! Damn! Human! You deserve to die! You deserve to die! Bang! Before the venomous shriek could spread, the woman's head exploded into bits. Chunks of flesh mixed with flames burned and floated in the air. Du Ziren casually dropped the headless dog corpse to the ground, eyes fixed on the distance. V-room. At the same time, inside the car, at the moment the split body died, the man froze. He didn't even have time to turn the steering wheel. No! No! Boom! The speeding car crashed straight into the corner guardrail. Boom boom boom. The entire front end crumpled instantly, a fireball exploded inside the car. Boom! A sea of fire erupted in the blink of an eye, blowing the front half of the car to pieces. The driver instantly became a man of fire. The rear half of the car kept shaking, burning and collapsing. Sizzle sizzle. Even from afar, they could hear the fat evaporating from the burning human body. Human! Human! Amid the high heat, the man twisted grotesquely, trying to crawl out of the mangled wreck. Even now. You're not dead? Truly a king-class zombie. But canine transformation. Staring at him, the man's body crackled. His form shrank, long fur sprouted, and he gradually turned into a burning Akita. Woof! Woof! The moment he turned into a dog, the king-class zombie fell silent. In the raging flames, the Akita let out a few sorrowful howls, and in the blink of an eye was burned black, a dog corpse motionless on the ground. King-class zombie, Li Xiang. Abilities, power nullification, split. Ability level, tier 3 superpowered. Target eliminated. Special plot completed. As the game interface kept popping up in front of him, Du Ziren calmly watched the dog corpse being roasted into meat. Thud. Finally, a seductive purple-quality crystal core rolled out of the fire, gleaming. Whoa! This guy's power turned out to be of purple quality. No wonder he was so hard to beat. Looking at the purple crystal core, Du Ziren slowly stepped forward and picked it up. Focusing his gaze, the crystal core had no detailed description, only a label, King-class zombie crystal core, purple. Senior Ziren. Behind him, Qiu Xingxing ran over, her face full of excitement. Did that culprit die? Yeah. The crystal core is already out. There's no way it could come back to life now. Shaking the crystal core in his hand, Du Ziren didn't even glance at the burning dog corpse in the flames. Let's go. This whole incident is finally over. The small road in the city center was unexpectedly quiet. At the end of a street that had once been filled with zombies, long-haired dogs stared in shock toward the two of them. As the two walked away along the road, their figures grew smaller, then gradually drew near again. A while later. Hee. Senior Ziren, your canine transformation power ended up clearing out a ton of zombies in Wanbei City, directly and indirectly. Clearly enjoying the peace after surviving the crisis, Qiu Shengxing casually glanced around. She bit her lip and took 2 bold steps forward. Suddenly, her hands unexpectedly and bravely reached in one direction. Huh? Du Ziren was surprised. Because at that moment, Qiu Shengxing had wrapped both arms around his left arm, leaning fully against his side. The post-snow sky was blue, the long-haired dogs by the roadside were quiet, and the air was filled with sweetness. The two leaning on each other looked just like a young couple holding hands, strolling down the street. Shengxing. You. His mouth moved slightly. Du Ziren glanced at Qiu Shengxing. Her head was buried on his shoulder, her ears visibly red. Senior. Just for a little while. Shengxing just wants to have you for a little while, is that okay? Her timid, pleading, ambiguous voice made Du Ziren's face inexplicably flush, and his heart began pounding. He said nothing more. Neither of them spoke again, only leaning closer together. Enjoying the rare moment of solitude, they slowly walked off into the distance. Elsewhere. At Chang'an gas station, Linya paced back and forth anxiously. Why hasn't Senior come back yet? Don't tell me he's being held up by the main body of that king-class zombie? Relax. With Senior's skill, I even suspect he might have a third awakened power. Lin Ping comforted his sister, then suddenly seemed to think of something. Sis. You think Senior took Captain Chiu off alone because... He grinned mischievously. Linya's face darkened immediately. Don't speculate on things like that. Ha, sis, you're panicking? I mean, what kind of guy like him would hang out with Captain Chiu for no reason? Either she's his kid, or his woman. Looks like you don't stand a chance. Lin Ping. You. Shut up. The siblings bickered. On Go Yu's side, he had already found a large tree by the roadside and began transmitting a message. Scratching the words, "Crisis resolved," into the tree with sharp dog claws. Next moment, a tree branch on the trunk began twisting and curling, forming a receiver shape that extended toward Go Yu's ear. Hello? This handwriting, those dog claws must be Go Yu's, right? You said the crisis is resolved? What happened? Hee Boss Qin, you won't believe this. Qinwan's voice came from the branch. Go Yu gave a dumb laugh and roughly recounted what had just happened. What? You're saying, there's a big shot among you who's a dual-powered awaken with canine transformation and spatial powers? And, he single-handedly took care of the ambush, and even went off to hunt down the main body of the king-class zombie? In the underground 3rd floor of the mine black market's central canopy. Qinwan listened to the report and was frozen in place. What the hell? Where did this dual-powered awakened big shot suddenly come from? It's like running into a pack of wolves in the wild, and a tiger suddenly appears to drive them off. Just that absurd. Go you. You're ing joking, right? You. Are you already dead, and now the king-class zombie split body is using your identity to mess with me? King-class zombie. You think I'm an idiot? For a moment, Qinwan even considered that possibility. After all, it was more believable that Go Yu had been killed than some double-powered awakened person showing up. That was like a fantasy. Oh come on. Boss Qin. It's really like that. I know it's hard to believe. Even I can't believe it. How about this? Have Lu Su come find us? I feel like, even if she's hiding, it's not as safe as being behind that senior. Go Yu was speechless. Honestly, if he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't believe it either if someone told him. Get lost. As soon as Go Yu said that, Qinwan hung up on him. She now fully believed. Go Yu was dead. What was talking to her was definitely the king-class zombie split body, trying to get her to expose Lu Su's location. Sizzle sizzle. At that moment, the walkie-talkie on her nightstand crackled. Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? This is Lu Su. Yes. Lu Su, listen, you must stay hidden. Actually, I heard everything you guys just said. Personally, I believe your man is telling the truth. Huh? Are you crazy? That's impossible. No, it's because I really did see a bunch of dogs appear on the street. No zombies in sight. What? I'm hanging up. I just saw a girl, I think that's the Captain Chiu they were talking about. I'm going to try and approach her. Beep beep. The walkie-talkie went silent, leaving only a dial tone in the treehouse. Qinwan stood frozen inside, completely stunned. Could there really be such a master out there? Wanbei City suburbs. Inside a 3-story house, Lu Su looked at a girl leaning against thin air with a shy expression, walking in a very strange posture. If she hadn't just heard from the walkie-talkie that a senior had the power of invisibility, she would have absolutely believed that the Qiu Xingxing walking past below was a deformed creature. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. There were lots of long-haired dogs by the roadside, not a single zombie in sight. Lu Su took a deep breath and shouted downstairs. Qiu Xingxing? Captain Qiu, right? Ha! As if jolted by electricity, Qiu Xingxing, who had been clinging to Du Ziren's arm, reacted instinctively, immediately letting go and stepping away nervously. The scene looked exactly like a pair of students getting caught dating by the teacher, totally flustered. Who's there? Her face flushed red. Qiu Xingxing thought she and Senior Ziren were alone. She had almost buried her head in his chest just now. And suddenly being seen. It was absolutely mortifying. Thump thump thump. From inside the small house on the country road, footsteps came downstairs, and a short-haired, round-faced girl appeared. She was about 165 centimeters tall, skinny, with slightly sunken features. But her eyes stood out, bright and full of energy. Oh. Sorry. If I didn't say something, I think you two were about to walk off. Let me introduce myself. Wanbei City Safe Zone, Tier 3 Power User, Lu Su. Lu Su gave a cool smile and reached out her hand toward Qiu Xingxing. She didn't seem to mind at all having interrupted someone's date. Qiu Xingxing looked at her, hesitating. You're Lu Su? You just came out like that, aren't you afraid? Afraid? I just got the latest intel. Isn't there a senior among you? By the way. Sorry to disturb your date, senior. Smiling freely at the surroundings, Lu Su's eyes glinted like a radar, fixed on the space behind Qiu Xingxing. It's fine. Du Ziren also blushed a little, clearly embarrassed at being caught. This was probably, also his first date. Raising his eyes to look at Lu Su, her information instantly appeared on the game pop-up window. Name, Lu Su. Identity, Wanbei City Camp, Power User. Power, Detection. Power Level, Tier 3 Power User. Detection, centered on Lu Su, she can detect the number of active creatures within a 30-meter radius. Moreover, the longer the detection time, the more detailed the information she obtains about the targets. This is a radar. Surprised and pleased by Lu Su's power, Du Ziren already had a plan in mind. If Qiu Xingxing ever went out again, this person would definitely be useful. You two are awfully quiet. I didn't interrupt your first date, did I? Lu Su was already 24 or 25 years old. Seeing Qiu Xingxing's reaction reminded her of her own youthful school days. She couldn't help but want to slap herself. If she interrupted someone's first date, wouldn't the big shot hold a grudge? No. It's fine. Since you've shown up, our mission to bring you back can now be considered complete. Senior Ziren, are we heading back to Chang'an gas station now? She turned to look behind, and a calm voice responded. We can. Still savoring the warmth from earlier, Du Ziren opened the mission panel and grew curious. How much past experience would the three-person team get for bringing Lu Su back to the mine black market? Let's go. With that, Du Ziren took the lead. Step, step, step. Half an hour later? At the gate of Chang'an gas station, as soon as the people there saw Qiu Xingxing, they ran over. Sheng. Did you guys take care of that? Linya asked worriedly, and Qiu Xingxing nodded. Senior Ziren turned it into a dog, and killed it. Even though they were prepared for it, hearing Qiu Xingxing describe it so casually still left everyone amazed. As expected from a big shot. Killed a monster that nearly destroyed the base like it was nothing. Too ruthless. Killing zombies like killing dogs. By the way, who's this? Noticing the person behind Qiu Xingxing, Goyu curiously looked at Lu Su. She smiled calmly. Lu Su. So you're Lu Su. Please take care of us in the future. So now, can we go back? Lei Zhiyong chimed in. He wasn't really asking anyone else, but looking to Du Ziren for confirmation. Without the big shot's nod, he didn't even dare leave the gas station. It's okay now. This matter is completely resolved, everyone head back. Alright. Let's return to base quickly. Boss Qin is probably waiting like a fool. Everyone exchanged glances and then headed toward the mine black market without hesitation. Evening, mine black market, underground 3rd floor, under the central tree canopy. Qin Wan stood humbly in the crowd, looking at the fewer than 20 power users beneath the canopy, her face pale. She still vaguely remembered that when this mission was issued, the place was packed with power users. And now? Excluding Qiu Xingxing's team, the Dog Squad, and the Elemental Squad, only 9 power users made it out of Wanbei City. This battle was too costly. Damn king-class zombie. Damn it. Damn it. Clenching her silver teeth, Qin Wan hated herself for not seeing through the enemy's plan earlier. She stood in the crowd, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. In the past, she would have spoken from atop the tree canopy, but now that Qiu Xingxing's group was back, that big shot could be standing in the crowd. If she wasn't humble now, when would she be? This time? Thank you all for your hard work. No one responded. Most kept their heads down, looking dispirited. This time, it was also my fault. I underestimated the king-class zombie. So many people died. I'll try my best to support the families of every fallen power user. This is the least I can do to comfort them. Also, this mission only succeeded thanks to Miss Qiu and... As Qinwan spoke, she looked tentatively at Qiu Xingxing. Qiu Xingxing looked around, and a voice only she could hear slowly sounded. I've got something to do. Just be polite. Understood. Nodding, Qiu Xingxing raised her hand. Senior Ziren isn't here right now. Is that so? Qinwan immediately relaxed. She looked at the exhausted crowd and waved her hand. Then, I won't say much more. Everyone get some rest. This time we suffered a loss against the king-class zombie, but if we grow stronger in the future, we must wipe them all out. Those who are not of our kind must be eliminated. Also, I know this was a defeat, and everyone's upset. But surviving this round was thanks to that senior. So, going forward, toward Miss Qiu. She didn't finish the sentence, but everyone silently lifted their heads and looked at Qiu Xingxing. Who didn't get it? Who would dare offend her now? Everyone's rewards will be distributed, and from now on you'll be permanent residents of the underground 3rd floor. Also, you can report this mission's achievements at the Luzhou safe base in the future. Everyone, dismissed. Who? Letting out a long sigh, Qinwan watched as everyone slowly and wearily returned to the tree canopy. They had been so spirited at the start. Now, truly, the apocalypse is still so cruel. She bit her lip and glanced at Qiu Xingxing several times, then slowly faded back into the tree canopy. Inside the treehouse, everyone seemed tired. After a few polite words to Qiu Xingxing, they all returned to their rooms. In her room, Qiu Xingxing wearily sat down on the sofa. From the bedroom came the sounds of her younger siblings playing. A faint smile of comfort and sadness appeared on her face. How nice. Under the protection of adults, they could still enjoy carefree happiness. As she thought that, she suddenly thought of Du Ziren. Wasn't it because of his protection that she remained safe and unharmed? Senior Ziren. Senior Ziren, what are you doing now? She looked at the empty ceiling. What she didn't know was that Du Ziren was sitting right beside her, tapping on the mission panel. Main quest, Rescue Lu Su, complete. Evaluating based on your handling method, surviving teammates, and mission completion. Evaluation complete. All members of your team survived, evaluation +1. Special plot, hunt the first king-class zombie, completed, evaluation +2. Found Lu Su and returned to base, evaluation +1. Initial rating, D. Bonus rating, S. Final mission rating, S. You've earned 10,000 pass experience points. Pass unlocking experience? Current pass level, 108. What? Seeing the massive experience bonus, Du Ziren quickly opened the pass page. Instantly. Crack crack crack. The reward track unlocked all the way to the end, far beyond what he could see. It scrolled all the way to level 108, and after double tapping to unlock rewards, a pleasant sound played. You've received pass rewards. Mini Horn X96, Crystal Core Armor, Helmet, Crystal Core Armor, Leggings, Crystal Core Armor, Bracers, Crystal Core Armor, Belt. Congratulations. You've unlocked a full set of Crystal Core Armor? Not easy, not easy. After all this, I finally got the most important reward from the pass. Looking at the complete set of Crystal Core Armor in the warehouse, Du Ziren felt a strong sense of accomplishment. It was like during a spring festival event, you finally collected all the limited skin fragments and exchanged them just before the event ended. The skin set of Crystal Core Armor had finally been assembled. By the way, now that the full set of Crystal Core Armor is out, what's the reward for the last slot of the pass? Curious, he tapped on the last slot of the pass. Du Ziren had played plenty of games. He knew well that the last slot of a pass usually held the most important, most valuable reward. Scrolling down the pass, after a long line of mini horn rewards, a large golden crystal core appeared at the end of the pass. One-time potential activation crystal core. Tapping the core, Du Ziren saw its name. The description slowly appeared on the panel. One-time potential activation crystal core, choose a target to use it on. After the core is absorbed, the target's strength will increase as their potential grows. Huh? That's it? So basically, using this could raise a few tiers of power, but it depends on the individual's ability? Uninterested, he exited the pass screen. Duziren tapped around other pages, but for now, there wasn't anything else worth noting. Beside him, Qiu Xingxing was leaning sideways on the corner of the sofa, curled up like a kitten. Her eyelids were heavy, and she mumbled softly in her fatigue. My Xingxing is just too cute. He poked her little cheek. MMPH. Qiu Xingxing suddenly snapped awake, startled from her daze. Senior Ziren? Why you're still here? Realizing she had embarrassed herself in front of him, her face turned a light red and she lowered her head. Still here? Xingxing, I have something to give you. Huh? Me? Senior Ziren, the things you gave are already Eno. Thud. Before Qiu Xingxing could finish, other parts of the metallic crystal core armor dropped onto the floor of the treehouse. These are? Yes. The other parts to match your chest armor. Senior Ziren, these are too. She wanted to say something like, too valuable, or, I don't deserve it, but she could feel both her shoulders being gently pressed by a pair of large hands. It was as if a pair of invisible eyes were watching her from the air. Xingxing. To me, what's more important, these, or you? MMPH. Her face flushed bright red as she quickly looked down. Go on, put these on, let me see. He patted her shoulder. Duziren didn't realize how much his words had just affected her. Thump thump. Her heart raced as she hurriedly picked up the pile of equipment and ran toward the bathroom. Creak. A moment later, the bathroom door opened again, and Qiu Xingxing walked out in full metal armor. The crystal core armor was a set of silver-white armor, somewhat like a medieval knight's suit. On the chest, helmet, wrists, knees, and belt, there were 7 total crystal core slots. It was hard to imagine what kind of power she would have if all 7 slots were embedded with the same quality cores. Senior Ziren. I feel like I'm wearing a bodysuit. Her blushing cheeks flickered behind the helmet's grill. Duziren took a closer look. Sure enough. Even though the armor covered her entirely, the tight fit of the design made the beautiful figure hidden under her loose military uniform stand out perfectly. The cold, sculpted armor curves added a unique kind of beauty. My Xingxing wearing this really gives off a Valkyrie vibe. He tapped on the armor in the air, and a line of data popped up. Crystal core armor, full set when cores of the same attribute are embedded in all slots. The wearer will gain full power equivalent to the core's level, superpowered tier 3. Lasts up to 30 minutes. Additionally, each time 7 cores are fully consumed using this armor, if the wearer is below superpowered tier 3, their power level will definitely increase by 1 tier. Hiss. Whoa! This armor is basically a second external ability. And it can even reach superpowered level? He was amazed by the power of the full crystal core armor. If you had enough crystal cores, couldn't you produce a superpowered person in just a few days? Xingxing. Never let anyone else see this armor. Realizing its potential, Duziren warned her seriously. Got it. Senior Ziren? I'll only wear this for you from now on. Eyes wide, Duziren suddenly felt that what she said sounded a little off. Crystal core armor, alright. Am I just a part of your romantic games now? Got me acting like fetish gear here? Alright. Now that things have calmed down, remember, when wearing it outside, cover it with your military uniform. He glanced over Qiu Xingxing's silver, shapely figure one more time. She quickly ducked back into the bathroom and began removing the armor. Your Doomsday Survival character's happiness +5. Qiu Xingxing's current happiness, 35 points. From inside the bathroom came the sound of rustling clothes. A new prompt appeared in front of Duziren. Oh? Did this boost affection from giving a gift? He rubbed his chin, guessing. Buzz buzz buzz. Another game pop-up appeared. Game pod energy running low? Remaining play time, 60 hours 59 minutes and 38 seconds? Damn. 5 crystal core batteries already running dry? Damn greedy game devs. Cursing the developers again, Duziren was just about to log out. Thud. From his pocket, the purple crystal core dropped out, the one that had fallen after killing the king-class zombie. Huh? This. Staring at the crystal, Duziren fell into thought. Actually, if he gave this crystal to Qiu Xingxing, and she gifted it back to him, he should be able to receive it outside the game, right? But, glancing toward the bathroom, Duziren had a bold idea. Medicinal bath. What if he absorbed this crystal inside the game through a bath? What would happen then? Hiss. The more he thought about it, the more Duziren felt it was feasible. He wasn't some kind of masochist. He simply wanted to try what it felt like for the body to absorb a crystal core. After all, the game nutrition pod that cost 300,000 had full sensory simulation. Not using it would be a waste, right? As for why he didn't keep this crystal core for Qiu Xingxing, there wasn't much point. Chiu Xingxing couldn't absorb other abilities anyway. As for purple quality crystal cores, he still had a Thunderfire crystal core in the warehouse. Let's try it. Maybe I can absorb that power nullification ability. Just thinking about how overpowered that ability was made Du Ziren feel itchy with excitement. He even thought of a supply method. That was to give the lottery crystal cores from the warehouse to Chiu Xingxing, then have her give them back to him as gifts. That way, wouldn't the battery of his game nutrition pod never run dry? He tried to take a crystal core from the warehouse. Suddenly, as if his intention had been detected, the moment his finger tapped the warehouse, a line of text popped up. Attention, items obtained from the lottery can only be used by game characters. Items gifted to the player can only come from in-game story events. Damn it. So the game already thought of this loophole. Annoyed, he closed the game window. Creak. At that moment, Chiu Xingxing came out, holding the full set of crystal core armor, wearing tight black clothes. Senior Ziren? Are you still here? I am. Xingxing. I need to talk to you about something. Du Ziren's tone became a bit hesitant. Huh? About what? Well, can I borrow your purification water tank for a bit? I want to take a bath. Sure. Senior Ziren, you can use it anytime. Without thinking much, Chiu Xingxing even filled the purification metal tank with water herself. Senior, please. Then I'll use it. Feeling a bit awkward, Du Ziren walked into the bathroom and locked the door. After all, this seemed to be the first time he was taking a bath in a girl's house. Even if this was inside a game. But the game felt very real. Gurgle gurgle. He placed the purple crystal core into the groove beneath the tank. Crack crack. Before long, purple fragments dissolved into the water. A layer of mist gradually filled the bathroom, and the water in the tank instantly turned deep purple, like poison brewed by an old witch. Damn, it really looks convincing. Touching his loungewear, Du Ziren thought for a moment, then stepped straight into the tank. Sizzle. Almost the moment his body submerged, all his pores violently expanded, releasing streams of vapor. Damn it. This feels like I overdid it. Gurgle gurgle. The violently expanded pores were like tiny whirlpools, and after just sensing the water temperature for a moment, they began crazily sucking in the purple crystal liquid. Damn it. His whole body instantly felt like it was pierced with countless needles. Numbness, stabbing pain, swelling soreness. It felt like tens of thousands of ants biting him. Damn it. So this was the kind of pain Chiu Xingxing endured back then? Damn, she's just a girl, how did she endure this? Thud. The intense pain twisted Du Ziren's face, his whole body turning red. He didn't even have the strength to climb out of the tank. Finally. Unable to endure it anymore, Du Ziren let out a muffled groan and passed out in the tank. Senior? Senior Ziren? Outside the bathroom, Chiu Xingxing looked toward the bathroom curiously. She had actually thought about peeking. She couldn't help it. She was too curious about what Senior looked like. But, after that strange muffled groan, Chiu Xingxing panicked. Senior? Senior Ziren. Are you okay? Please say something. She knocked on the wooden door several times, but there was still no sound inside. Senior. Senior. For some reason, at this moment, Chiu Xingxing felt an oppressive fear in her chest, even worse than when she herself was in danger. No. I have to go in and check. Not caring anymore whether it would offend him, Chiu Xingxing frowned and immediately slammed into the door, bursting it open. What she saw was a foggy scene. Gurgle gurgle. In the purple water tank, a stream of purple liquid was flowing toward the center and then disappearing. There was no need to think. Senior must be sitting inside the tank. But she couldn't see him. Senior. Senior. Hurrying to the edge of the tank, Chiu Xingxing gathered her courage and poked toward the center. Her hand touched wet clothes, and beneath them was a thin body that was frighteningly hot. Senior? She carefully felt again, following the outline, and realized she was touching Du Ziren's back. She patted his back with both hands. His back was stiff and tightly tensed. If she listened closely, she could even hear his faint muttering. Cold. So cold. Huh? Senior, you. The usually calm and seemingly invincible Senior showed such a helpless state for the first time in front of her. Chiu Xingxing didn't know what to do anymore. Cold, cold. Senior, you. Hearing his voice tremble more and more, Chiu Xingxing looked at the wooden door and clenched her teeth. Bang! She immediately shut the door and locked it. Gathering her courage, Chiu Xingxing slowly submerged herself into the tank. Her clothes were instantly soaked by the hot water. From behind Du Ziren, she wrapped both arms around him and held his body. Senior. Do you feel a bit better now? It was her first time actively hugging a man. Chiu Xingxing lowered her head shyly, and just happened to bury her head on Du Ziren's shoulder. She could hear his slightly satisfied murmur. So warm. You, senior. She quietly held Du Ziren, the two bodies passing warmth to each other. The atmosphere became strangely ambiguous. After a long time, as if certain that Du Ziren wouldn't wake up for now, Chiu Xingxing suddenly smiled softly. So, even senior has moments like this. That powerful, aloof image collapsed at this moment. For the first time, Chiu Xingxing felt a shy feeling of being alone with a man, not an elder. I wonder. Senior. What does senior actually look like? Holding tightly to Du Ziren's back, her hand subconsciously reached for his face. Wow. His face seems really small. And very soft. He probably isn't an uncle. Could it be? Could senior actually be very young? She thought dreamily. At that moment, a mechanical notification sounded by Du Ziren's ear. Game nutrition pod energy depleted. Projection ending? Buzz. Gathering her courage, Chiu Xingxing gently pressed her lips together. She slowly stood up and was just about to lightly touch Du Ziren's cheek. Buzz. Suddenly, the water in the purification tank rippled violently. The hot body in her arms instantly dispersed. Plop. Because of Du Ziren's sudden disappearance, Chiu Xingxing's leaning body instantly lost balance and fell straight into the water. Splash. Her pouting little mouth kissed the splashing water. Chiu Xingxing's nose stung from inhaling water, and she reflexively stood up from the water. Senior? Senior Ziren? Did you wake up? Her face instantly turned red. Chiu Xingxing splashed the water with her little hands, yelling in shame and frustration. She didn't know. Elsewhere, in Du Ziren's living room, Changxing stared into Du Ziren's dog-like eyes, glaring again and again. Woof! What the hell? What kind of dream is this guy having? Screaming so miserably, then smiling so pervily. Woof! Is this a wet dream? He's soaked all over. Watching Du Ziren go from silly grin, to painful expression, to a satisfied smile. Changxing thought, this damn human definitely has serious mental issues. Woof! This wet? What the hell did he do in that dream to sweat this much? Hadji do? Fine, I admit, you're better than me in some ways. I acknowledge you as my owner. Blankly staring at the soaked Du Ziren, Changxing decided to stay further away from him. Hiss. Inside the game nutrient pod. Du Ziren slowly opened his eyes. Feeling the comfort after sweating all over, he had the illusion that someone had opened his energy channels. Damn. I fucking swear I'll never torture myself again. It hurts. It hurts so bad. Touching his still sore and swollen body, shrugging his shoulders, suddenly a light fragrance drifted over. Du Ziren's nose instinctively sniffed. Sniff. What's this smell? The scent from Xingxing? Damn. This game pod can even retain Xingxing's scent now. Sniffing the strong scented area on his shoulder, Du Ziren showed a dumb smile. Hee. Xingxing, my Xingxing. Just as he looked up to open the game pod, a mechanical voice rang out. This game session is over. Playtime, 36 hours. Rewards, unlocked new ability Power Nullification, purple. Due to the high energy of the Power Nullification core, after full absorption, all other abilities level +1. Your current abilities. Flame Power, white ability user level 3. Steel Power, white ability user level 4. Bloodline Power, white ability user level 2. Canine Transformation, blue ability user level 3. Power Nullification, purple ability user level 1. Oh? I really absorbed Power Nullification. As expected of me. This is the treatment a top spender deserves. Satisfied with the refreshed skill panel, Du Ziren felt great. After opening the game nutrient pod door, he was greeted by a pair of sneaky dog eyes. Woof, kid, did you have a sweet dream? Hey! Sometimes I think, calling you a dog doesn't do you justice. You're more human than people. That expression is just like creepy Uncle Wang next door when he sees a pure college girl. Glancing at Changxing with contempt, was that a sweet dream? That was suffering. Pure self-torture. Woof, I get it, you're at that age where it's embarrassing to say it out loud. I've been there, I understand. Keep talking nonsense and you're getting half a chicken leg less tonight. Woof. As if you gave me any last night? Last night? Staring at Changxing, Du Ziren scratched his head, then looked out the window. Damn. It was already deep into the night. He had really played for 36 hours? From yesterday noon to tonight, without a single meal, and he wasn't even hungry? Then, Changxing, what have you been eating these 2 days? Woof, I found some cash in your room, went down to the supermarket, and bought ham and braised duck. Ha! Following Changxing's gaze, he saw the trash can filled with snack wrappers. Holy crap. You really are more human than human. He used to think those dog shopping TikToks were staged. But now, seeing Changxing's intelligent gaze, Du Ziren believed some dogs really might be spiritual beings. Alright, I'll take you out for a midnight snack later. Stretching his muscles, he went to the bedroom and changed into dry clothes. Du Ziren checked his phone. In the Doomsday Survival game, it was also late night on Qiuxingxing's side. She had already returned to her room and fallen asleep. He wasn't sleepy at all. So, calling over Changxing, man and dog were about to head downstairs. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. His phone buzzed in his pocket. Who is it now? Norman Pharmaceuticals. Instinctively unlocking the screen, he saw it was a video call from Go Yun. Oh. It's Sister Yun. I remember, she said she'd call regularly to check whether I've been abusing the stray dog, right? He answered the video call. Crackle crackle. On the screen, a large steel shelter appeared, stacked high with piles of dog food. On the open space beside the piles, Go Yun was hugging 3 dogs, waving to Du Ziren. Xiaoju. How's that black dog number 5 doing? Oh. Sister Yun, don't worry. I'm not someone who mistreats animals. Even if I starve, my Changxing won't go hungry. He waved at Changxing. With his shiny black fur and strong build, Changxing instantly caught Go Yun's eye. Hey. His coat seems thicker now. Looks like you've really been taking care of him. Go Yun smiled. The 3 puppies in her arms panted happily toward the camera. Honestly, even though her place looked rough, having loving pets was its own kind of happiness. Oh? A husky, a border collie, and one's actually a Chinese rural dog. Sister Yun, are these the 3 little assistants you mentioned? He looked closely at the 3 little guys. They were only half the size of adult dogs, probably only a few months old. Yeah. These 3 are very clingy. But luckily De Huang is well behaved. When I go out to the dog market, De Huang leads the other 2 and keeps the other dogs in check. De Huang. Come say hi to Xiao Du. She patted the rural dog's belly. Honest-looking De Huang gave a goofy smile. By the way, I'm about to take Changxing out for dinner. Sister Yun, where do you live again? I'm free now, I'll come visit. With nothing to do, Du Ziren wanted to support someone as kind as Go Yun. Huh? Xiao Du, you're going out this late? My place is in the suburbs of Wannan City. We've made a few large simple rooms with steel sheds. If you come, let me think, it should be. On the other end of the phone, Go Yun was still talking. Bang! Suddenly. A loud crash. Then came chaotic barking. Ah! You! Xiaobao! Xiaobao? Crackle crackle. It sounded like the phone was dropped. The call instantly became noisy. De Huang! De Huang! Her anxious voice could be heard. Du Ziren frowned. Sister Yun. What happened? Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. He tried to ask again, but the call had already ended. Woof! Hey! Kid! Something over there doesn't seem right. Changxing stretched his dog head and kept looking at the already dark screen. It was obvious that although he had only stayed with Go Yun for a few days, he still had a good feeling toward this mom. Hiss. It sounds like in Sister Yun's dog shelter, a few dogs have gone crazy? Combined with what had just happened, Du Ziren had already guessed something. Woof, maybe those dogs drank the river water from Baiha village. Ah? You mean, the water that makes them go crazy? Then, woof. She is in danger. We must go save her. Then hurry up. Hurry up. Almost rushing with urgency, the man and the dog ran downstairs, and Du Ziren ordered a car at the community entrance. At 2 in the morning, a white Magotan pulled over. The driver looked half asleep. After picking up the man and the dog, he became interested. I say, young man. You set the destination in the middle of the night to the suburbs, just you and a dog, what are you going to do? The driver kept watching Du Ziren through the rearview mirror, thinking this must be some runaway with a dog? Going to a friend's house. A friend? Lives in the mountains? Don't ask too much. Drive faster, and I'll tip you later. Heh, should have said so earlier. The driver floored the gas and the car sped toward the suburbs of Wannan City. In the back seat, Du Ziren thought it over again and still decided to make a call to the police. To be honest, in normal circumstances, if a pet dog bites someone and Du Ziren reported it, the police would think he was making trouble. But only he and Changxing knew, the water in Baiha village was wrong. If all the dogs in Go Yun's shelter drank that water, could a nearly 30-year-old woman escape the bites of hundreds of stray dogs? Beep beep beep. Hello. This is the Wannan City Wannan District Police Station headquarters. Are you in danger? A calm voice came from the phone. Du Ziren briefly explained the situation. Hello. There is a stray dog adoption point in the suburbs. A friend of mine seems to have been attacked by a pack of wild dogs. Ah? You mean, one person was attacked by a pack of wild dogs? Yes. Those dogs have strong aggressive instincts. Wait, are you sure? In the suburbs? Near Baiha village, right? Yes? What about it? The voice on the other end suddenly became serious. Duziran was just about to reaffirm how serious the matter was. Suddenly, the operator's voice became solemn. Citizen, we have received your call, and our Public Security Bureau already knows the situation. Rest assured, what you said, we will send people immediately to verify. But please do not go near Baiha village. Something has occurred there, and the military is handling it. Please do not approach the warning line. Trust our public security forces. Beep beep beep. For some reason, the farther toward the suburbs they went, the weaker the phone signal became. Duziran listened to the warning and frowned tightly. He had a strange premonition. Something big seemed to be about to happen in Wannan City. Car Radio FM 19.8, Emergency Notice. Emergency Notice. Near Baiha village in our city, a suspected public safety hazard has been found. The main road near Baiha village has now been completely sealed. All citizens please avoid driving near Baiha village main road. Also, to improve public safety, anyone who has stayed in Baiha village within the past 3 days should proactively go to the military hospital for investigation. Safe Wannan, we walk together. The radio in the front seat suddenly broadcast a voice, adding another layer of dead silence to the already tense car. What? What? The driver slammed on the brakes, cold sweat instantly breaking out on his back. A public safety hazard? Oh my God. No one would dare go there now. No way. No way. Brother, I advise you, young as you are, don't think about roaming the world. Going home to play games, isn't that better? The Magotan screeched to a halt on the country road. The driver looked back kindly, and looked at the back seat. But the more Duziran heard it, the more hesitant he became. The police call had only tried to stop him from going. If there really was a safety hazard, they definitely wouldn't have time to handle Go Yoon. What about him? A boy of 18, could he really go save Sister Yoon? Woof, are you scared? As if sensing Duziran's hesitation, Changxing squinted at him. Duziran could not help but hesitate. So far, he thought that surviving was already something amazing. If he rushed in to die, what about his wife? But, if I don't go, who will go save Sister Yoon? Morality and reason clashed in Duziran's heart at this moment. Woof! If you don't go, I will. Just as Duziran was hesitating, Changxing opened the back door of the car. Clang! Night wind slowly blew into the back seat. Seeing Changxing go resolutely into the darkness, Duziran gritted his teeth and immediately got out of the car too. Huff huff huff. Once out of the car, the view opened up. In the distance, in the dark village, a glowing warning tape was wrapped around the outside of Baiha village many times. Behind the village, a little farther, the outline of the dog shelter could be faintly seen. To get to the dog shelter, they had to pass through Baiha village. Woof, I really judged you right. You still came with me, didn't you? Woof. Don't worry. With your dog brother here, those monsters can't wrap you up. Changxing stood in front of Duziran, full of confidence. His gravity ability still couldn't break through a small rural village? Let's go. I don't know how long Sister Yun can hold on. Tired of hearing Changxing's nonsense, the man and dog immediately ran toward the dark village. In the distance, the Magotan driver kept shouting, Hey! Hey! Didn't you hear the broadcast? Don't go! Don't go! Damn it! You haven't given me the tip yet? His shouting echoed behind them. Duziran was just about to reply. Rustle rustle. Suddenly, from the pile of wild grass on the roadside, a rustling sound came. Who? Roar! Before Duziran could react, a figure quickly leapt out. This person's clothes were torn in many places, and the exposed skin was covered with dark blue pulsating veins. Roar! A hoarse sound came from his throat. Looking closely, this person's tongue was strangely long. Roar! Like a water spider, this person crawled quickly in a deformed way and then stood straight in front of Duziran. In the dark night his eyes were bloodshot, his tongue protruding more than 10 centimeters, waving around like a snake. The first thing Duziran thought when he saw him was a creature, the licker in the Doomsday survival game. You are a licker? Staring blankly at the person standing in front of him, the other side did not attack. He only breathed out foul air, his blood-red eyes flickering as he stared fixedly at Duziran. Roar! Same kind? King! The tongue kept swaying. The licker seemed unable to confirm Duziran's identity and was about to move around him to look more closely. Woof! Kid! What are you spacing out for? Stay away from him. Changxing glared angrily at the licker. At the instant their eyes met. Boom! The licker's body, crouched on all fours, seemed to suddenly lose gravity. After lightly floating off the ground, its whole body rotated 180 degrees and flew backward, crashing into a pile of grass in the distant suburbs. Roar! Roar! This attack did not cause much damage to the licker. Amid the wild grass, it slowly stood up, but found that its body was still in a state of gravity imbalance. It wanted to crawl quickly on all fours, but instead spun strangely in place. Roar! Ability? How does it have an ability? A dog? Puff! In an instant, a tongue whipped out of its mouth like a long sharp blade, bypassing Du Ziren and shooting toward Changxing's dog head. Woof! Just you? You want to touch your dog brother? Buzz buzz buzz. On the suburban ground, more than 10 pieces of gravel lost gravity and suddenly flew in front of Changxing. Bang! The thin swinging tongue lashed against the flying gravel and was instantly pressed down to the ground under the piled stones with a loud crash. Roar roar. Its only attack failed. The licker spun unwillingly in midair. It tried to pull its tongue back, but could not pull it out of the pile of stones. Under gravity imbalance, even astronauts need long training to barely control body movement, let alone an irrational zombie. Woof! Done. Woof! Huh? My dog head, why does it hurt a bit? Changxing proudly watched the licker being suppressed by him, but the next moment his proud dog face suddenly collapsed. Huff huff huff. The early morning wind swept across the countryside. Du Ziren and the distant Magotan driver were both stunned. My god. What just happened? I didn't see wrong, right? That person just stuck his tongue out more than 10 meters. And this dog just stood there and stones flew over to protect it? Kid, are you guys filming a sci-fi movie? The driver looked at Du Ziren in shock and doubt. Du Ziren was also stunned. No way. How did things from the game appear in real life? Am I not awake yet? He pinched Changxing's dog ear. Woof! It hurts. Why don't you pinch your own ear? It hurts? Then it must be real. Looking again at the licker, that thing was already floating obediently in midair, just like a normal person, glaring angrily at Changxing. No way. Could it be that my world is also entering the apocalypse? Changxing. Since I'm your owner, you have to cover me from now on. He rubbed Changxing's dog head hard. Changxing looked at Du Ziren with a strange expression. Woof! Are you sure I'm protecting you? Not you protecting me. How is that possible? I'm just a homebody. What strength do I have? He had just finished saying that. Roar roar roar. From the distant fields, another series of low roars came. Damn! 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 The Magotan driver looked over and saw 5 lickers running out from the direction of Baiha village. All of them were supporting themselves on all fours, tongues stretched extremely long, crawling like spiders and rapidly approaching. Bang bang bang. Before Du Ziren and the others could react, 5 thin tongues shot toward the driver's seat. Oh my god! The driver was completely stunned. Just a moment ago, he still thought this might be some kind of urban superpower filming. But now, seeing 5 barbed tongues rushing at him, he felt the world was about to change. Bang! The thin tongues instantly cracked the car window. The barbs on the tongues scraped the glass, making a sharp screeching sound. Kid! I just remembered. My gas stove at home isn't turned off. I don't want the tip anymore. I'm leaving first. Screech. Almost instantly, the driver started the car, turned the steering wheel hard, and sped wildly back the way he came. Roar! Roar! Deep roars echoed across the fields. The 5 bright red tongues twisted, but they no longer cared about the driver and instead all whipped toward Changxing. Under the moonlight, 5 pairs of blood-red eyes stared at Changxing. Instinct told them that this dog was the biggest threat. Woof! What are you staring at your dog brother for? Woof! If you don't accept it, fight. 1 versus 5, the advantage is mine. Rustle rustle rustle. Before Changxing could bark a few times, the 5 long tongues rushed at his dog head like red lightning. Woof! Fall! Woof! Damn! My dog head hurts. Changxing's dog eyes stared hard at the incoming tongues, trying to activate his ability again. But his ability level was not high, and the previous use had almost reached the limit. Woof! My dog life is in danger. Woof! Haji-do, remember next spring to burn 10 gene of braised duck for me. I like the spicy kind. Feeling the bloody wind rushing at him, Changxing was afraid, but still stood firmly in front of Du Ziren. As a qualified house dog, protecting the owner was his instinct. Hey! Get down! Even though Du Ziren was already scared and confused, he could not watch Changxing die in front of him. Plop! He threw Changxing into his arms, pressed him down, and quietly waited for the 5 tongues to stab into himself. Woof. Haji-do, you bastard. I really didn't choose the wrong owner. Woof. Don't worry, next spring I'll burn 10 silicone dolls for you. You bastard. We're about to die. Can you stop saying this? Duziren was speechless. Damn it, this dog was really more human than humans. He quietly waited for the coming pain. But 1 minute passed. 2 minutes passed. 3 minutes passed. Huh? Why am I not dead? Raising his head in a daze, Duziren froze the moment he looked up. The 5 thin tongues were hovering in midair, not falling, as if frozen. In the distance, the 5 lickers crawling in the field stared at Duziren with blood-red eyes, but did not dare to roar. After a long silent stare. Roar. These lickers. Actually just ran away. Woof. Haji-do, you're really something. Changxing was stunned. Could it be that his owner had some kind of kingly aura that scared the zombies? Duziren barely got up from the ground. Watching all the lickers retreat toward Baiha village, he was also completely confused. No way? They seem afraid to attack me. Woof. It seems the first monster just now didn't mean to attack you either. Woof. Could it be, you're their relative? Ah? How would I know? Maybe they're just not interested in diseased flesh? You have to know? I used to have ALS. Wouldn't these lunatics be afraid of getting ALS if they ate me? Duziren thought for a long time and could only come up with this one reasonable explanation. Damn. These days, even pre-made food and mutated monsters won't eat you. Woof. You might have a point. So, are you still going to rescue Goyun? In the darkness, the man and the dog looked at each other, both a little afraid as they glanced toward Baiha village. Under the cover of night, the village looked eerily quiet. No one knew what other terrifying things might appear inside. I'm going. If those monsters don't bite me, then it shouldn't be too bad. Changxing, stay close to me. This time, it's my turn to protect you. Grabbing Changxing into his arms, Duziren quickly ran toward Baiha village in the darkness. On the outskirts of the Baiha village warning line. At this moment, nearly a dozen police cars were parked here. The police lights flashed silently, but there wasn't a single person in the cars. Some car doors had visible puncture holes, and there were blood trails on the ground that were dragged into Baiha village. Damn. Looks like it's gotten really serious. Changxing, do you think we'll have a zombie virus outbreak in the city? Please no. I haven't even had my fill of gaming yet. Standing blankly at the village entrance, Duziren looked uneasy. Woof. It shouldn't come to that. If the military has stepped in, then the situation should be controllable. Really? Okay, let's get Sister Yun out first. Sneak into the village quietly, no gunfire. On tiptoe, Duziren hugged Changxing and slipped into Baiha village under cover of darkness. Elsewhere, the Magotan driver was flooring the gas, speeding out of the suburban road for several miles before finally relaxing his nerves. Oh my god. What's going on in this world? How can there be such terrifying things? Kid, don't blame me, I'll go to the entrance of Baiha village next year to burn paper money for you and your dog. Huffing and puffing, the car radio began broadcasting news again. FM 19.8, warning. Warning. Multiple grotesque injury incidents have broken out in the city. All citizens who have visited Baiha village must contact the military hospital for observation and monitoring. Wannan City latest report, the city will enter full lockdown tonight. Residents, please do not go out unless necessary. For reopening details, follow the public service account of Wannan City. The noisy broadcast kept going. The driver's face turned pale. We're done, totally done. It's getting worse and worse. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Just as the car exited the suburban road. Buzz. Dozens of high beams suddenly lit up, startling the driver. Driver? Who is it? A loud, commanding voice rang out. The driver immediately slammed the brakes and squinted toward the light. Damn. That wasn't just some regular car headlights. They were several armored vehicles shining their spotlights directly at him. Damn. Don't shoot. I surrender. He rolled out of the driver's seat, holding his head like a scared child. Answer the question. Who are you? Why are you coming from the suburbs in the middle of the night? Did you go to Baiha village? What were you doing there? From the lead armored vehicle, a high-ranking officer in military uniform glared at the driver. Next to him stood a man in a white medical suit, an academician. If Duziren were here, he'd immediately recognize this academician as Academician Lu Yi, who had previously drawn his blood. Ah? General Zhao, doing this might scare him instead. Friend, don't be nervous. Can you tell me why you went to the suburbs so late? I remember, we've already broadcasted to the public that no one should go near the suburbs or Baiha village, right? Louis stepped down from the armored vehicle with a gentle smile and calmly helped the squatting driver up. His glasses glinted as he looked at the driver. Louis smiled again. Good. You're not injured. Huh? Injured? The driver looked puzzled at Louis, who waved it off. Only then did he notice, with shock, that there were more than 10 armed soldiers standing behind him. If he had made one wrong move just now, he would have been riddled with bullets. Now, tell me, why did you go to Baiha village? With a sharp gaze, Louis looked at him. The driver hesitated, then spoke. Well, just now. I took an online ride order from someone named Mr. Du. He had a dog and said he wanted to visit a friend at the dog shelter. At first I thought he was just a runaway kid. I didn't think too much of it. Who knew? Halfway there, I heard the radio alert. Then a few crawling monsters came out of the fields. Their tongues could stretch over 10 meters. Trembling, the driver described what he had seen. Louis narrowed his eyes and quickly waved over a female assistant. Note it. City's most severe area, Baiha village. Suspected emergence of mutated zombies inside the village. General Zhao. Turning to the officer on the armored vehicle, Louis's face darkened. I remember there was a riot in Baiha village during the day. We had already sent a team of police officers to investigate. Those guys? General Zhao frowned, said nothing, and just shook his head. I see. Oh right. Comrade, you said the one who ordered the ride was a young man? Where is he now? Seeming to realize someone had been left out, Louis looked at the driver, whose face sank. I definitely wanted to drag him away with me at the time. But 5 monsters came, all chasing after me. In a panic, I just ran off by myself. Looking at the still nervous driver, Louis didn't know what to say. But you don't need to worry. That kid was kinda weird. Those monsters didn't seem to attack him. He also had a black dog that could summon flying stones. I'm telling you, at that time, the more the driver spoke, the more animated he got. The surrounding soldiers looked at him like he was crazy. But only Louis and General Zhao did not doubt him. Back when they were analyzing the meteorite, they discovered that mice who remained stable after being injected with meteorite elements all showed extraordinary traits. The most terrifying one could even spit fire. Is he one of the lucky ones among the infected? Mr. Du, could it be the same Du Ziren who walked out from the meteorite crash site? Squinting his eyes, Louis's assistant spoke up. Right, Academician Liu. The communications department just reported, someone named Du Ziren called the police, saying a friend of his was attacked by a pack of dogs at the dog shelter and requested assistance. Both are named Du. Do you think it's the same person? Maybe he was going to visit his friend? Du Ziren? It really is him. Louis's expression changed instantly and he looked at General Zhao. General Zhao, track the signals of those missing officers. That boy might already be inside Baiha village. If possible, have any surviving officers protect him at all costs. His awakened ability is extremely important. The night wind was bleak, and the bright crescent moon was gradually covered by dark clouds. In Baiha village, with no household lights on, it was completely pitch black. Huff huff huff. As the cold wind blew, Lin Yugua slowly loaded the last 7 bullets into his pistol, his expression grim. Chief, these are the last 7 bullets, right? Aren't we not getting out of here? Behind Lin Yugua, a young officer covered in blood had a sorrowful look. This time, responding to the higher-level call, the entire station deployed 45 officers. Now, only 2 remained, hiding fearfully in the village chief's house, barely surviving. Xiao Chen, don't say such demoralizing things. We can hold on until reinforcements arrive. We still have a chance. But those monsters were already scary enough, and then that guy. The young officer's lips trembled, like he was recalling something terrifying. His pupils kept shaking. That terrifying guy. Even if the army comes, they might not be able to take him down, right? Shut up. Is that something a police officer should say? Lin Yugua glared at him, though fear still flickered in his own eyes. All 45 officers went in fully armed. Against zombies or even lickers, they could still fight. But once they encountered that strange guy, they were completely powerless. Don't talk, stay quiet, don't let that thing come back. Calming his breathing, Lin Yugua leaned against the door of the village chief's house, his whole body trembling. Looking back into the courtyard, more than 10 women and children huddled together. Their clothes were stained with blood, eyes filled with fear. They covered their mouths, not daring to make a sound. These were the last survivors of Baiha village, the only ones saved by the police, at the cost of their own lives. Creak. The door was pushed open just a crack. Lin Yugua glanced outside, and his pupils instantly contracted. Ha. 6 blood-covered lickers were crouching on the village road, gnawing on the corpses of police officers. Rip, rip. Several officers' faces had been chewed down to the bone, with blood gushing out and soaking the ground. And not just that. Beyond the 6 lickers, human figures swayed in the shadows further down the road, with strange panting noises now and then. Zombies. Villagers who had mutated into zombies. The main road of the village had long been surrounded, there was no way out. Clench. Lin Yogwa's fists tightened. He felt a burning rage in his chest. Damn it. Damn it. My officers, even after death, they're getting eaten? Damn it. Not even a whole body left. His eyes reddened, and tears welled up. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, a green light flickered on his walkie-talkie, someone connected to the channel. Shit. Quickly turning down the volume, Lin Yugwa answered. Hello? Hello? Is this Chief Lin Yugwa? This is Zhao Weigang from Military Command. Commander Zhao? What are your instructions? Well, here's the situation. A young boy and a black dog entered Baihe village. You are ordered, no matter the cost, to ensure their safety. Can you do that? The voice was serious and unquestionable. Lin Yugwa frowned deeply. Commander Zhao. Of our 45 officers, 43 have died. Only 2 remain. We also have more than 10 women and children here. You're telling me, how am I supposed to protect them? You want me to abandon all these people to save a boy and a dog? Even though Zhao Weigang was of higher rank and Lin should obey without question. Lin Yugwa was still human, not a machine. He couldn't abandon everyone just to find a boy. Do I need a status report? Do you know how important they are? I need absolute obedience. What about the villagers? What about your life? As long as they survive, their value is greater than the entire village. The voice almost shouted. Lin Yugwa clenched his fists tightly. I'm afraid I can't. The refusal caught in his throat. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, a figure walked toward them from down the road. Ha! Lin Yugwa panicked. From the posture, it didn't look like a zombie, it looked like a normal person. He opened his mouth to warn them not to come closer. There were at least a dozen zombies on the road, plus 6 lickers. Any normal person coming through would absolutely die. Don't come. Don't come here. Staring at the approaching figure, Lin Yogwa's face fell, full of pity. The footsteps came closer and closer. They could even hear a cheerful voice. Changxing. You sure this is the right way? Woof, of course, bro. Old dogs know the path. Isn't that saying about horses? Woof, you want it or not? Alright, just messing with you. The voice got closer. Lin Yugwa was stunned. This guy was talking to a dog? Is he crazy? No wonder he didn't run when things looked wrong. He must have a screw loose. Woof woof woof. In the moonlight, the figures of the person and dog became clearer. Duziran hugged Changxing and frowned slightly at the smell of blood from the road. Ha, ha. Ahead, 4 or 5 villager zombies in torn clothes and bloody holes blocked the way. Their faces bulged with veins, pupils twisted, completely horrifying. But Duziran just glared at them. Move! You're in the way. Can't you see? This road yours? Oh, I guess it is. Striding forward, Duziran didn't care about the zombies at all. Inside the village chief's house, Lin Yugwa watching through the door crack was stunned. Black dog? Young boy? That had to be him, right? Was he insane? Walking right into the zombies? We're screwed. Chief, that kid's a goner, probably about to get his throat ripped open. The young officer next to Lin Yugwa turned pale. But, under their shocked gaze, Duziran kicked the zombies aside one by one. Didn't hear me? You're blocking the way. Roar. The fallen zombies glared at Duziran but didn't attack, they just lay there, motionless. What? How is this possible? Lin Yugwa was dumbfounded again. No way. He attacked zombies, and they didn't fight back? Could they not see him? Tap tap tap. The drama wasn't over yet. Duziran passed through the narrow zombie path and headed toward the village chief's house. Rip, rip. 6 lickers were still chewing on police corpses. He frowned, but carried his dog and walked right past them. Roar. The noise caught the licker's attention, 6 blood-red eyes lifted, staring at Duziran. What are you looking at? Never seen someone walk a dog at night? Eat your food. Duziran casually cursed at them. Roar. A moment later, the lickers quietly lowered their heads and kept eating like nothing happened. Does that boy have some kind of mind control power? The young officer was frozen. What kind of power is this? Word magic? Mental control? No matter what, why didn't zombies attack him? See, Chief, did I see that wrong? Shaking, he looked at Lin Yugwa, whose face twitched. I'm wondering if I saw it wrong too. But, this guy is so weird, he's definitely the one they ordered us to protect. Watching blankly as Du Ziren walked through the zombies, Lin Yugua didn't dare call out. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the walkie-talkie spoke again. Hey! Hey! Lin Yugua! Do you understand your place? You dare disobey orders? Zhao Weigang shouted. Lin Yugua snapped out of it. Sir? I think, he doesn't need my protection. What did you say? Well, just now, he walked out of the zombie horde with a black dog like he was strolling in a garden. Not a scratch. What? Lin Yugua. Are you sure you're not joking? I warn you. This matter cannot be handled carelessly. Outside Baiha village, the armored vehicle had already driven to the edge of the security line. A group of armed soldiers holding guns surrounded the edge of Baiha village so tightly that nothing could pass through. Zhao Weigang glanced at the walkie-talkie, his face dark. From the conversation just now, he felt that his intelligence had been insulted. What little boy holding a dog walking out of a corpse tide? You wouldn't even dare write something like that in a novel. After shouting curses into the walkie-talkie a few times, there was no more sound from the other side. Louis adjusted his glasses and jumped out of the vehicle. His expression was calm. Didn't that driver say it too just now? Zombies don't seem to attack Xiaodu, then it looks like his awakened ability is affinity. Thinking about it carefully, Louis felt this ability was very important. Even if it couldn't be copied or extracted, just keeping him and training him as a national force would be excellent. For future missions, he would be extremely useful. Academician Liu. I think the superpower plan can't be delayed anymore. We need to form a small team before the situation gets out of control. Zhao Weigang looked at Louis with a serious expression. Louis shrugged. I think Xiaodu is quite suitable to join this team. But right now, there is something even more important. Taking the walkie-talkie from Zhao Weigang's hand, Louis asked coldly. By the way, explain it properly. That monster that wiped out all of you. I'm very curious about it. Behind Baiha village, in the suburban dog shelter. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. At this moment, a large number of stray dogs had already gathered in front of a sheet metal house. From small teddy dogs and bichons to large Alaskan Malamutes and Samoyeds, all of them had red eyes. They surrounded the outside of the metal house and kept crashing into the already dented iron gate. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. The red-eyed dogs had claws and fangs that had become strangely long and tough, scratching the iron gate until strips of metal curled up. Woof woof woof. Woof woof woof. Outside, the dogs barked viciously. Inside, 3 dogs were also standing there, their eyes full of tension. De Huang, Xiao Ha, Moo Moo. Stop barking. They don't seem right. The broadcast said Baiha village has a problem. Something may have affected everyone. Goyun patted the rural dog, the husky, and the border collie beside her. Her face was pale. She never expected that the stray dogs she had raised day and night, feeding them with her own hands, would suddenly bare their teeth and lunge at her neck. If De Huang hadn't reacted quickly and knocked her away, she might already have had her neck bitten through and died in the dog shelter. Woof woof woof. The 3 dogs, only a few months old, loyally guarded Goyun's feet. During the short time after her phone call with Du Ziren was cut off, Goyun had already restrained Xiao Bao, a crazed Alaskan Malamute, with a dog leash and stuffed it outside the rolling gate. She originally thought this was just an accident. Unexpectedly, only half an hour later, a large group of dogs in the yard began to grow restless and actually started slamming against the rolling gate. Bang! Another sound of claws striking came. It was hard to imagine that dog claws could actually punch through the metal rolling gate. Behind the dense holes in the gate, pairs of blood-red eyes appeared, and from the open dog mouths, terrifying white vapor steamed out. Ah! Amid Goyun's scream. Woof! An Alaskan Malamute whose body was continuously swelling suddenly slammed into the dense holes. Its whole body flashed with a metallic sheen, smashing the holes open, and the entire dog rushed inside. Woof! Its mouth opened, ferocious fangs aimed at Goyun. This dog no longer had any trace of its former master-pet bond. Its tongue curled with saliva, and its eyes were filled only with excitement for food. Woof! De Huang sensed its hostility. Protecting its owner, it immediately pounced toward the Alaskan Malamute. Although its body was small, it still dared to glare angrily at it. After a few quick leaps, it bit fiercely into the Alaskan Malamute's fur, producing a sharp metallic spark with a clang. Woof! Woof! While biting, De Huang glanced toward the husky and the border collie. These 3 dogs seemed to share a special bond. With just one bark from De Huang, the 2 dogs beside Goyun grabbed her pants and pulled her toward the cellar. De Huang! Goyun couldn't bear to leave De Huang. Awoo! Unfortunately, the Alaskan Malamute opened its mouth wide, and its sharp fangs pierced straight through De Huang's neck. Huff, huff. Hot breath sprayed onto De Huang's face, blood dripping down. De Huang let out a soft bark. Its eyes quickly dimmed as it looked at Go Yun with reluctance. De Huang! Awoo! With a violent shake of its mouth, the Alaskan Malamute flung away the dying De Huang, then clawed at its own back and turned its gaze toward Go Yun again. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Its fur surged, each strand standing on end like a hedgehog. You. Xiao Bao. Go Yun stared at the Alaskan Malamute in disbelief. The dog's eyes had turned green, looking extremely eerie. Hehehe. The fur on its body kept swelling. Finally. Puff, puff, puff. Terrifying fur shot out like needles, flying straight toward Go Yun's face. Woof! Woof! This time, it was Xiao Ha and Moo Moo who rushed in front of Go Yun. Puff, puff, puff. Countless steel needle-like hairs burst out. The bodies of the two dogs were pierced through, yet they still stood firmly in front of Go Yun. Woof! Woof! Their stubborn little eyes looked at the Alaskan Malamute. They were not afraid of death, they were only afraid that Go Yun would be hurt. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bright red dog blood flowed all over the ground. Rustle, rustle, rustle. After the steel needle fur finished spraying, Xiao Ha and Moo Moo collapsed to the ground with a thud. Their dim eyes looked at Go Yun, and their mouths actually curved into a faint, human-like smile. Woof! After the final soft sound, what followed was Go Yun's nearly broken scream. No! No! De Huang! Xiao Ha! Moo Moo! She collapsed onto the ground, sitting hard. Thinking of how these three dogs, not even a few months old, used to follow her around all day, Go Yun's face completely collapsed, her eyes turning red. Hehehe. Hehehe. Meanwhile, the Alaskan Malamute shook its bristling fur, panted heavily, and looked at Go Yun again. You! I never should have adopted you in the first place. Desperately staring at this strange, huge dog, Go Yun dragged her body backward step by step. She closed her eyes, thinking that if she died like this, maybe she could meet the three little ones again on Dog Star. Woof! Get away! Unexpectedly. Outside the dog shelter, after a burst of anxious barking, the huge Alaskan Malamute suddenly floated upward, then with a thunderous boom, was strangely smashed flying toward the rolling gate. The massive Alaskan Malamute, together with the gate, was knocked several meters away. In the darkness, a figure quickly approached. He stood abruptly in the middle of the frenzied dog pack, and the group of out-of-control stray dogs immediately lay obediently on the ground. Bang! The rolling gate slowly lifted. Du Ziren, holding Chongqing, looked over with sweat all over his face. Sister Yun. Are you okay? You? Xiao Du? And Wu Hei? Staring blankly at Du Ziren in front of the rolling gate, Go Yun felt very conflicted. There was both surprise and sadness. She never expected that Du Ziren, whom she had met by chance, would come to save her, and she also never expected that the dog she raised would kill the three dogs she loved the most. Sister Yun. Are you okay? Seeing the tear marks on Go Yun's face, Du Ziren, a straight-thinking guy, stood there stiffly in the middle of the dog pack, holding Chongqing and not moving at all. I'm fine. It's just them. She looked sorrowfully at the three puppies on the ground. The rural dog's neck had been bitten through, the hollow bloody hole still dripping blood. The huskies and the border collie's skulls had been pierced through, their eyes dim. They were completely dead. Du Ziren pressed his lips together. He knew these were Go Yun's favorite three dogs, and for a moment he did not know what to say. Right. As if she suddenly remembered something, Go Yun snapped out of her grief and looked at Du Ziren in panic. Xiao Du! You hurry inside. Those dogs, they... Before she could finish speaking, Du Ziren squeezed out of the dog pack and completely lifted up the broken rolling gate that had fallen down. Clang! The night scene poured into the metal shed. Outside, there were at least 50 or 60 dogs. Their bodies had all expanded and changed to different degrees. Each one arched its body like a hungry wolf. Their blood-red eyes stared fixedly into the shed, as if they would pounce in the next second and devour any living thing. But this group of hungry wolf beings. Du Ziren stood at the doorway with his back to them, and those 50 or 60 mutated stray dogs did not dare to step forward to attack. They even did not dare to bark with Du Ziren present. Dogs? Oh, you mean them. Don't worry, Sister Yun. My body is a bit special. They just don't dare to eat my virus-infected flesh. Du Ziren shrugged, looking unconcerned. Virus, flesh? Go Yun did not understand. Du Ziren smiled, found a thick apron from the pile of dog food, and handed it to her. I'm sick, very seriously sick. Tell me, would they dare to eat my flesh? This. Sister Yun, don't worry. Put this on and follow behind me. I will definitely take you to the safe zone. You can't stay here anymore. He spoke earnestly and looked toward Baiha village in the distance. With zombies appearing, not only this place, but the entire Wananchi would no longer be peaceful. I? Can I bury De Huang and the others? Probably seeing that the situation was wrong, Go Yun looked at Du Ziren as if asking for permission. Du Ziren nodded. Do you want me to help? Yes. These three little ones used to like hiding in the cellar the most. If possible, Xiao Du, can you help me dig a pit? Okay. He found a shovel nearby. Du Ziren silently followed Go Yun. She carried the three little ones one by one on her back, like a mother holding babies. She did not mind the blood on the dog corpses at all. Her face was suppressed with grief, her eyes red, tears falling uncontrollably. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. At the deepest part of the reinforced shed, a tunnel leading to an underground space appeared before them. For some reason? Looking at that tunnel, Du Ziren felt a sense of déjà vu. It felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Tap tap tap. At the end of the tunnel was a hollow, sunken dirt pit. Above the pit were many jars and sealed boxes, inside which dehydrated vegetables could vaguely be seen. I remember. Back then, De Huang, Xiaoha, Mu were afraid of strangers. When they were just born, they liked to hide here and chew the vegetable leaves I ate in winter. I even thought that after they grew up, I would build wooden dog houses for all the dogs outside the shed. Thinking about it now, they didn't like hiding here. It was just that I slept here every night. After I went out every day, this was the only place that still had my scent. They didn't like biting vegetable leaves. They just liked me. Drip. Drip. As she spoke, Go Yun held the three dogs in her arms. Tears flowed from her eyes and splashed onto the ground. Du Ziren remained silent and dug the pit with the shovel. Actually, in this world? Or that apocalyptic game world in the phone that looked virtual but was unexpectedly real? Many times? Hypocritical people really have less feeling than a dog that protects its owner. Sister Yun. Please accept my condolences. Standing quietly to the side, Du Ziren watched as Go Yun held the three little ones for a long time before reluctantly placing them into the pit. She did not rush to cover them with dirt. Instead, she slowly covered them with her coat. Sleep, sleep. De Huang, Xiaoha, Mu, live well on Dog Star in the future. In the pitch-dark cellar, it gradually became silent. The only thing faintly audible was Go Yun's occasional sobbing. After a long time, Go Yun wiped her face and walked toward Du Ziren awkwardly. Xiao Du. Sorry to trouble you. Let's go. Sister Yun, it's just that you have so much dog food here. In the future. Du Ziren looked at the large dog shelter with some reluctance. Go Yun shook her head. No more. Everything is gone. The dogs I raised have all changed. De Huang and the others are dead. These things have no meaning to me anymore. I think I will probably move to another city area. I have a pursuer who has been chasing me. I think, if nothing unexpected happens, I may be with him in the future. Go Yun gave a bitter smile. Du Ziren nodded. Actually, that's good too. I think if De Huang and the others knew you wouldn't have to work so hard anymore, they would be happy too. Really? Yes. By the way, Sister Yun, will you raise dogs again in the future? Probably, yes, but I'll have children first. Really? Have you thought of names for the children? Well, if it's a boy, Go Sheng. If it's a girl, Go Xia. The grandson will be Go Yu. Huh? Sister Yun, are you looking for a live-in son-in-law? No. It's just that the man's side respects me, so the children will take my surname. Tap tap tap. Their conversation gradually faded from near to far inside the cellar. A short while later. What no one noticed was this. Under the dirt pit, inside the clothes wrapped by Go Yun, the bodies of the rural dog, the husky, and the border collie were strangely swelling and expanding. The rural dog's fur was even falling off. Buzz buzz buzz. After the bright yellow fur faded away, a child's face slowly appeared. The child's face rubbed against Go Yun's clothes, then turned to look at the two dog corpses beside it. Second brother, third brother. Are you okay? The night was heavy, dark clouds covering the edge of the moon. Outside the Baiha village security line. At the same time, Louis was holding the walkie-talkie, his expression troubled. You mean? In this village, besides the long-tongue zombies and the villager zombies, there is also an invisible zombie. Yes, sir. At that time, when our 45 officers first entered the village, with sufficient firepower suppression, we still had the advantage and forced those zombies to retreat step by step. Even when that long-tongue zombie appeared later, it only pushed us back and scattered us. It couldn't harm a single one of us. But, after we were scattered, screams kept coming through our walkie-talkies, saying that someone's neck suddenly had bloody holes appear, and then they stopped breathing and died. At first I didn't understand. Only now, after regrouping with the survivors, did I realize that there was an invisible zombie. It was getting close to us. Using its fingers, stabbing through my team members' necks one by one. Lin Yogwa's trembling voice came through the walkie-talkie, and Lu Yi's face turned pale. If there really was an invisible zombie here now, then, one possibility could not be ruled out. That invisible zombie might already be standing right beside this group of armed soldiers. They just hadn't noticed it yet. Wait, if that's the case. Commander Zhao. What do you think? The pupils behind his glasses suddenly shrank, and Lu Yi felt a chill down his back. If his luck were bad right now, maybe in the next second his own neck would be cut open. Academician Lu, I know what you're worried about. You must immediately return to the armored vehicle. Don't draw attention, and close the door. I think that thing, no matter how strong it is, probably still doesn't have the strength to tear open an iron door, right? It shouldn't be that unlucky. Lu Yi slowly walked toward an armored vehicle. Before he could finish speaking, a low buzzing sound. He heard it. He suddenly heard a strange whistling sound near his ear. This sound. It didn't seem like natural wind, but more like the air-cutting sound made by some sharp object moving at high speed. Not good. He instantly dropped flat to the ground. With a whoosh, something brushed past the back of his neck. Thud. After falling, Lu Yi hurriedly turned around and looked behind him. That strange buzzing sound rang out again. In the pitch-black space, a faint glimmer of light seemed to flash past. Academician Lu. Academician Lu. What happened? Zhao Weigang noticed the abnormality on Lu Yi's side immediately and strode toward him. Don't come over. That thing is here. Right here with me. At his urgent shout, Zhao Weigang's pupils froze. He knew Lu Yi would never joke about something like this. He immediately drew his pistol. Quick! On guard. Everyone on guard. Protect Academician Lu. Form a human wall. Form a human wall. Shouting urgently, Zhao Weigang dared not risk Lu Yi's life. According to the higher-ups, everyone here could die, but Lu Yi could not. In an instant, more than a dozen armed police jumped out of the armored vehicles and surrounded Lu Yi in a ring. The moonlight was bleak. The midnight silence was complete. All the armed police held their guns, nervously watching their surroundings. The wind blew, but nothing happened. 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed. This tense standoff lasted nearly 10 minutes, and Zhao Weigang began to lose patience. Academician Lu, could it be that you're too tense? I think. Just as Zhao Weigang was about to relax. A sharp hum. In the darkness, a flash of light like a mirror's reflection flickered past. Squelch. Less than 2 meters in front of him, a member of the armed police suddenly had 4 finger-thick bloody holes appear in his neck, blood gushing out. He didn't even have time to raise his gun. Blood sprayed from his neck, his eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground. Soon, blood pooled where he fell. The night wind kept blowing. Everyone stared blankly at the body, a deep chill running through them. Fast. Too fast. From the moment the 4 holes appeared in his neck to his collapse, it took only a few seconds. Where was the zombie? How did it attack? No one knew. Shoot? But shoot where? Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Zhao Weigang, usually so commanding, watched his soldier die before his eyes, his blood boiling. He raised his pistol, but looked around helplessly. Where do we shoot? Where the hell is that thing hiding? Commander Zhao, listen to me. Don't move. Don't move recklessly right now. Carefully sense it. When that thing attacks, there seems to be a faint wind sound and a rapid flash of refracted light. As long as we stay alert. Even if we can't catch it, we can still guard against it. Before Lu Yi could finish his cold, tense encouragement. Suddenly, from inside the Baiha village security line, 6 lickers led more than 20 zombies, roaring as they charged over. Like starving beasts rushing toward a feast, they surged toward the crowd. Roars of zombies and the stabbing sounds of lickers' tongues exploded at the village entrance. Not good. Seeing the lickers charging at the front, Lu Yi's face turned pale. He understood now. He knew why the invisible zombie hadn't rushed to attack earlier. It was waiting for reinforcements. Once all the zombies from Baiha village arrived and the military engaged them, who could clearly see or hear that subtle light and wind amid the chaos of battle. This thing has intelligence no less than a human. It wants to kill all of us? His eyelids twitched violently. Sure enough. When the fast-moving lickers closed to within less than 10 meters, Zhao Weigang waved his hand hard. Fire! Gunfire erupted at the village entrance, muzzle flashes everywhere. Bullets poured out like rain. The zombies at the front were instantly riddled with holes and collapsed. It looked like the situation was about to be controlled. But, at that very moment, blood suddenly burst from the necks of many armed police. for dark finger-sized holes flashed rapidly at their throats. The invisible zombie struck again. In less than a minute, no, not even a minute, during the exchange of fire, more than a dozen frontline shooters clutched their necks as blood sprayed everywhere, collapsing in pain. The smell of blood spread through the village entrance. Under heavy protection, Louis retreated quickly toward the armored vehicles. More and more armed police had their necks pierced without warning. Bodies piled up, and Louis's expression grew uglier by the second. Damn it! Damn it! What kind of monster is this? In front of this kind of superpowered creature, ordinary humans have no ability to fight back at all. Changxing, if something happened to you, do you think I would cry? On the quiet path at night, Du Ziren held Changxing and rubbed its dog head. Behind him, Goyun looked around timidly, but for a long time she did not see any of the so-called zombies. Woof! Your dog mouth can't talk, so you can choose not to talk. Woof! My name is Changxing, right? You die, your son dies, your grandson dies, I still won't die. One dog passes down 3 generations, humans go, dogs stay. Woof! Do you even understand my value? Damn it! If you can't talk, you can also choose not to talk. He rubbed Changxing's head again. Du Ziren realized that the relationship between him and his dog simply could not compare to the deep bond between Goyun and the 3 little ones. Raising a dog? This was raising a little ancestor. Step, step, step. As they moved forward, Changxing suddenly seemed to notice something unusual and sniffed with its nose. Woof! I'm saying, Haji-do, have you noticed? The zombies seem to be gone. Now that you mention it, there really are a lot fewer zombies. But look over there. Aren't the few zombies that were blocking the road earlier still there? He pointed toward the road ahead. Near the village head's house, several zombies were still wandering around, making horse sounds. At the same time, at the village head's house, Lin Yugua listened to the sounds coming from the walkie-talkie, his face livid. They had opened fire. The military and the zombies were fighting head-on. Protect your necks. Watch your necks. Squelch, squelch. Damn it. Damn it. Everyone retreat while fighting, all of you get into the armored vehicles. Even though the walkie-talkie volume had been turned down to the lowest, Zhao Weigong's furious roars still did not sound like the battle situation was stable. This is bad. Even the armed police can't suppress that monster? Lin Yugua clenched his fist. The young officer beside him turned pale with fear and collapsed onto the ground. It's over. It's over. Even armed forces can't take down that monster. Chief, do you think we can still get out? The young officer looked at Lin Yugua with teary eyes. He wasn't afraid of death. He was afraid of dying without knowing why, dying without meaning. You, Xiao Chen. How many times have I told you? Words like that must not come out of our mouths. Even if we die, we must contribute something. Behind us are the people. Even if we only save one person in the end, this operation has value. Lin Yugua patted the young officer's shoulder. His tone was firm and powerful, but the hand holding the pistol was trembling. He had noticed it too. Most of the zombies outside had already disappeared. With the fighting happening at the village entrance, this was the best time to take the villagers and escape Baihe village. But Lin Yugua did not dare to gamble. There were only 7 bullets in his pistol. Even if there were only 8 zombies left in the village, he would not dare to take the risk. He was not afraid of being caught by zombies himself. He was afraid that the surviving women and children would be injured. Once even a single zombie pounced into the crowd, the infection would spread among these dozens of survivors in unimaginable ways. Compared to that, staying put and waiting for rescue was safer. But now, even the rescue armed forces were about to collapse. Damn it! Damn it all! Where did all of you come from? Grinding his teeth as he shouted, Lin Yugua hated his own lack of ability. If only there were more officers right now, one more gun, then I would dare to go out and fight. As he desperately hoped for that. Step, step, step. Footsteps sounded. What Lin Yugua did not expect was that at this moment, the boy holding the black dog passed by the village head's house again. This time, there was also a woman following behind him, her face full of confidence. Changxing, can you make the zombies in front fly away? Woof. Are you bragging? Do you think I'm not tired? Then never mind. Are you weak? 1 second, dog. Woof. When your dog brother was ruling over packs at night, you were still playing in the mud. That familiar way of talking to a dog, that familiar teasing tone. For some reason, every time Lin Yugua saw Du Ziren, he instinctively felt that this person had mental problems. But at this moment, he no longer thought so. Because under Du Ziren's protection, the woman stood safely behind him and passed through the narrow path blocked by several zombies. Those ferocious zombies did not even make a sound. It was as if As long as that boy was there, the zombies would ignore everyone around him. It's him again. The person the higher-ups mentioned. If he can help us draw away the remaining zombies. Most of the zombies have already gone to fight at the village entrance. There are only a few left. With his help, maybe we really have a chance to take the villagers away. Hope flickered in his eyes. As Duziran's figure was about to disappear into the distance, Lin Yugua could no longer hold back. He pulled open the village head's door and shouted toward Duziran. "Hey, young man." "Ha!" The sudden voice made Duziran stop. He stood there holding the dog, right among the zombies, and looked toward the source of the sound. At this moment, the wooden door of the village head's house was opened a crack. A middle-aged man wearing a police cap waved at him through the gap. "Damn, there are still living people?" Duziran was genuinely shocked. In his view, this village had already become a zombie village. The chance of survivors was extremely small. "Hey, young man. Help me. Help us. I am Lin Yugua, chief of the Wananchi Police Bureau. We rescued a group of villagers, but we're trapped here and can't get out. Young man, I know you are special. I beg you to save us. Save the people." In the darkness, those solemn, authoritative eyes looked through the crack in the door, full of sincerity and helplessness. He shook the police medal he once took the greatest pride in, just to prove his identity. Duziran never imagined that one day, a city police chief would beg him like this. "How many people do you have?" He did not doubt the man at all. Zombies did not harm him, and he had Chongqing with him. Duziran felt it was his responsibility to save more people. When poor, protect yourself. When capable, help the world. He was clearly the latter. 26 in total. 2 police officers and 24 uninfected villagers. These are all people we risked our lives to save from the zombies. Creak. The wooden door opened, revealing Lin Yugua in a police uniform stained with blood. Behind the door was a courtyard full of villagers, dirty and pale. They all looked exhausted, but not a single one had any wounds. Seeing the scene, Duziran could not help but bow to Lin Yugua. "Officer Lin. You are the true guardians of the people. It's just our duty. But, we may have to trouble you, young man, to take a risk." Lin Yugua shook his head and bowed to Duziran as well. "Me? What risk am I taking?" Duziran did not understand. With him there, zombies would not attack. Leading these villagers past zombies should not be a big problem. "Well, young man, you can see it too. There are many of us. If we don't draw the zombies away, it's hard to guarantee that they won't suddenly attack while we move. I know this request is a bit too much. But I beg you. On behalf of the entire Wananchi Police Bureau, I beg you." Thud. This police chief, nearly 1.9 meters tall, knelt down in front of Duziran. He knew it was too much to ask a child to take risks. But he really did not want all the officers' efforts to be wasted. "You don't have to do this. It's not that serious. I will definitely help you. You're worried about zombies attacking suddenly, right? It's fine. I'll find a way to pull them away." Understanding Lin Yugua's concern, Duziran looked at the few zombies standing stupidly by the roadside. He was about to walk over and lead them away toward the other side of the village. A thought suddenly popped into his mind. If they could listen to me and roll away on their own, that would be great. This thought had just formed. On Duziran's head, beneath his hair, the outline of a crown faintly bulged on his scalp. Roar! Roar! King! King! The zombies that had been standing there blankly suddenly all turned to look at Duziran, roaring loudly. Then, one after another, they quickly scattered away from the road. "Ha!" Seeing this, Duziran was stunned. This. Lin Yugua witnessed the scene and was completely dumbfounded, his mouth wide open in shock. "Damn? You can command them?" The young officer who had been silent seemed to realize something and looked at Duziran as if he were a monster. "Command them? That shouldn't be the case, right? They're afraid of eating my flesh, so they don't attack me. As for them running away, it probably wasn't my command, right? Could it be that it was another zombie's command?" Duziran directly rejected the young officer's guess. "They're afraid of your flesh?" The young officer was stunned. What kind of logic was that? Zombies even eat elderly people with cancer. What flesh of yours would they be afraid of? "Hey! Anyway, don't worry about that for now. Since the zombies have scattered, hurry and follow me. Let's get out of Baiha village first." Calling urgently toward the village head's courtyard, Duziran ignored the young officer's shock. In the courtyard, all the villagers stood up, looking left and right, and in the end all looked toward Lin Yugua. They had already taken this police chief, who had fought desperately to save them, as their backbone. Lin Yugua looked at Duziran for a while. He also felt that it was because the fighting at the village entrance had reached a critical point, so the zombies had rushed to the front line, not because of Du Ziren's command. This really is a rare good opportunity. Everyone! Emergency evacuation. Step step step. After the order was given, almost everyone rushed out of the courtyard. Young man. Lin Yugua called out respectfully to Du Ziren. Hey! Stop calling me young man. My name is Du Ziren. You can just call me Xiao Du. Du Ziren waved his hand and was about to run toward the village entrance when Lin Yugua grabbed his shoulder. Don't. Absolutely don't go to the village entrance. That area has already been controlled by armed forces sent by higher authorities. Right now, there's an exchange of fire. If we go through the village entrance, we'll definitely be dragged into it. It's best to find another way. Lifting the walkie-talkie on his chest, Lin Yugua honestly explained the current situation. Going through the village entrance was clearly unrealistic now. Huh? So more people were sent to suppress it? Does that mean our whole group still can't get out for now? Hearing this, Du Ziren frowned. There was only one direction out of the village. Such a perfect opportunity couldn't all be wasted on waiting, could it? Just as everyone was at a loss. Suddenly, a woman stepped out from the crowd. Well, actually, there is a small path in the village. It can go from the fields to the suburban road. It's just that, only a few local troublemakers know about this path. They usually take that route to block passing drivers and extort money. As the woman spoke, the survivors looked around at each other. Almost all of them were women and children, and none of them knew where this small path was. A small path? Her words made Du Ziren immediately think of something. When he got out of the Passat earlier, there really had been a liquor running over from the fields. Woof! Haji Du! Is it the place where we ran into that long-tongued zombie? Chongqing reacted as well. Du Ziren narrowed his eyes. Those troublemakers are probably the lickers. Are they the only ones who know where the small path is? Damn it! What can we do now? Don't tell me. I have to get a liquor to lead the way. His brow furrowed deeply. Du Ziren himself didn't mind, but if the fighting at the village entrance failed, what about all these villagers? Tisk. If there's no other way, we can only try to find it ourselves. Lin Yugua suggested a bad idea. Everyone else lowered their heads and stayed silent. The village was already remote. Searching blindly in the fields at night would be almost impossible. If that liquor could come on its own. Du Ziren couldn't help thinking that. The night wind blew. Everyone huddled helplessly on the country road. Step step step. Step step step. Suddenly, a rapid sound of footsteps approached. Who is it? Everyone panicked. Looking up, on the staggered dirt house rooftops in the village, a liquor covered in blood scabs was rapidly approaching them. What? Lin Yugua immediately drew his pistol and aimed at the liquor, his whole body tense. This thing was far more dangerous than ordinary villager zombies. He knew it very well. It was this thing that had forced the officers back before. Its tongue was as sharp and fast as an arrow. If it attacked now, half the people here might have their necks pierced. Young man. Quick! Take the villagers and hide. He instinctively stood in front of Du Ziren. But Du Ziren was not panicked. He simply looked up at the liquor. He noticed that it seemed to be looking at him too. The blood-red tongue twisted in the air, but it did not strike down. Chief Lin. It doesn't seem hostile. Du Ziren stepped forward in front of Lin Yugua. You! What are you talking about? This thing killed 4 or 5 of my men. It's a monster. It's a beast. He cursed angrily, gripping the pistol as if he would fire the next second. But an unbelievable scene happened. Hey! Can you take me to the small path? This was the first time Du Ziren used human language to command a zombie. At first, the liquor showed no reaction. But after Du Ziren suddenly felt an itch on his scalp, the red-tongued liquor actually lowered its head slightly toward him, as if paying respect. Then it used all 4 limbs, crawled down the dirt house like a gecko, and moved toward a small path. It left. The liquor just left. This. Lin Yugua was completely stunned. Damn it. This thing that could open holes in people's necks at any moment, what was going on now? What was that bowing gesture just now? Was it flattering Du Ziren? You. Young man? You. Staring at Du Ziren, Lin Yugua finally understood why Louis had said that even if everyone else died, Du Ziren must not die. This guy. He was unbelievably strange. I don't know either. I just wanted it to come, and it came. Do you think? I mean, just maybe. It actually came on its own, and then got scared away because there were too many of us? Du Ziren guessed like this. Lin Yugua looked at him like he was an idiot. Then tell me, why didn't it run when it saw all our officers before, and instead attacked us? Maybe because I was there? It was afraid its tongue would hit virus flesh. For a moment, Du Ziren and Lin Yugua stared at each other, unable to figure it out. Forget it. Now is not the time to dwell on this. You must have some secret. Otherwise, Commander Zhao and Academician Lu wouldn't value you so much. Let's do this. We'll follow the direction where that long-tongued zombie escaped and take a look. I seriously suspect it was trying to please you. It probably went to lead the way. The more Lin Yugua thought about it, the more convinced he became. Du Ziren shook his head. No way, right? He said that, but many people were already following the liquor's trail, leaving the country road and passing through a cornfield. After wandering left and right in the field along the liquor's tracks for a while. Suddenly, pushing aside the last leaves, under the moonlight in the distance, a long suburban road appeared before their eyes. Damn, we really made it out? The young officer looked completely incredulous. We're out. We're out? We're saved. Baby. We can live. Around them, the villagers who had been dejected now burst into cheers and ran toward the suburban road. They were free. They were safe. Young man. No. Du Ziren, Mr. Du. Thank you. On behalf of all officers of the Wananchi Police Guard Bureau, I thank you. Without you, we would never have made it out. Even though I don't know who you are or what method you used. I, Lin Yugua, know this. You just saved more than 20 living lives. Thud. In the fields, Lin Yugua pulled the young officer and knelt before Du Ziren, his face full of emotion. Du Ziren held Chongqing, looked at the suburban road in the distance, and his mouth twitched non-stop. No. So that thing really listens to me? Why? Tap tap tap. In the middle of the night, a large number of villagers ran toward the distant suburban road, rushing straight toward the city area. Du Ziren stood dazed for a long while before slowly pulling up Lin Yugua and the young police officer who were still kneeling on the ground. Hey! You don't need to do this. We're all citizens of Wannan City. Helping each other is our duty. Oh right? You just said that Academician Lu and Commander Zhao personally ordered that I be protected? What's going on here? Coming back to his senses from confusion, Du Ziren keenly noticed that their large-scale search for him might be directly related to his ability to command zombies. We don't really know either. All we know is that after Academician Lu studied the meteorite, he investigated everyone who had come into contact with it. You were originally the first one to be investigated. But Academician Lu said you had just recovered from a serious illness, and they never came to find you. As Lin Yugua spoke, Du Ziren's brows slowly furrowed. The meteorite again? Could it be because I had close contact with the meteorite? Those monsters went berserk because of the meteorite, and I was pretty close to it back then too. So I carry the meteorite's aura, and they treat me like one of their own. Hiss. That's actually possible. Rubbing his chin, Du Ziren once again started his familiar self-speculation. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Zzzzzzzzzzz. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help came from Lin Yugua's walkie-talkie. Hello? Hello? Is Lin Yugua still there? Yes. Lin Yugua hurriedly replied, and the voice on the other end sounded relieved. Quick. Hurry. I, Zhao Weigang, am begging you. Go find Du Ziren. Find him and have him come save Academician Lu. We can't hold on much longer. I, Zhao Weigang, have been a soldier my whole life. I don't want to make a huge mistake before I die. I'm begging you. Let Du Ziren come. Let him save Academician Lu. Academician Lu's life is more important than anyone else's. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The voice from the walkie-talkie was intermittent, and Lin Yugua's face stiffened. This. How can even the armed forces not hold out after such a short time? This. Stammering, Lin Yugua looked at Du Ziren, too embarrassed to ask a young boy for help. Du Ziren just shrugged indifferently. I guess. They've probably figured out that I have some kind of ability. So they want me to help resolve the situation in front of them. Academician Lu? I understand. No matter how important he is to Wannan City, I have to go save him. If I really can command zombies, I'll do everything I can to save everyone. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Du Ziren actually didn't like playing the hero. But if one day God gives you the power to save the world, and you choose to ignore it, Du Ziren felt that such a person has already lost their humanity. This is not an inhuman apocalypse. This is still a civilized society. He is a citizen of Wannan City, and he has a duty to save those living, breathing heroes who save others. Sister Yun, follow everyone and leave first. Director Lin, and you too, officer, please escort Sister Yun. Chongqing. Let's go. Hugging Chongqing to his chest, Du Ziren didn't hesitate and quickly ran toward the entrance of Baihe village. Hey. You. Xiao Du. Tap tap tap. The boy's figure ran farther and farther away. Lin Yugua and Go Yun looked worried, waving their hands several times as if wanting to say something, but then lowering them again. Sigh? What kind of world is this? Making a kid step up? With a sigh, Lin Yugua glanced at Go Yun and signaled to the young police officer. Let's go first. If Xiaodu can't handle it over there, we'll immediately call for rescue from Wanbei City. Understood. Under the moonlight, villagers in front and Lin Yugua's group behind escaped Baiha village without danger, thanks to Du Ziren's help. Baiha village, village entrance. The same bright moon hung high, but this time, gurgle gurgle gurgle. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. At this moment, large numbers of armed police had already fallen here, all dead with pale faces, twisted in pain, eyes wide open in rage. On their necks were 4 finger-wide black holes, from which scarlet hot blood poured out. Bang! 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 The thick armored vehicles were crawling with dense, red-eyed zombies, stretching out bloody hands and slapping the metal panels, feeling no pain and no fatigue. Roar! Roar! Zombie roars filled the air. The armed police who had earlier been stabbed and killed by the invisible zombie suddenly twitched strangely, then twisted their still-bleeding necks and slowly crawled up from the ground with vacant eyes. As if responding to some kind of call, they actually raised their rifles toward the armored vehicles, their mouths splitting into eerie grins. He he he. He he he. Oh no. The armed police have been infected too. Inside armored vehicle A06, Louis watched the scene with a grim face. He had never imagined that once berserk creatures infected by the meteorite gained human intelligence, they would be this troublesome. Damn it. In the experiments, there were never any intelligent lab mice at all. Could it be that this reaction only happens when humans are infected? Uneasily, he looked outside the vehicle. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Moments later, dense gunfire began, bullets striking the 10 armored vehicles and sending sparks flying from the metal. Boom boom boom. Inside the armored vehicles, no matter how thick the metal frame was, under the dense fire, dense and embedded bullet marks had already appeared. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The walkie-talkie on his chest emitted noisy sounds. Hello? Hello? Academician Liu, are you okay over there? Zhao Weigong's voice came through. Louis rubbed his ringing ears and forced a bitter smile. For now, I'm fine. But I'm worried that the invisible zombie will find the hatch soon and force it open with brute strength. You should know it has intelligence no lower than an adult human. I understand the situation. I've already asked Director Lin to bring Du Ziren over. Are you crazy? It's so dangerous here, and you're bringing a child? But compared to your life, even if that child is important, as long as there's even a slight chance he can save you, I should find a way to bring him here. You. Lu Yi's lips trembled. He wanted to curse Xiao Weigang, but no words came out. Yes. What else could they do? Outside the armored vehicles were dense corpses and zombies. Driving out would lead them into the city, causing even more chaos. Not acting? Even if these clumsy zombies couldn't break open the armored vehicles for now. Once that invisible zombie starts thinking, it won't take long before it finds the hatch. Bang bang bang. The bullets had already warped the internal frame of the vehicle. On the walkie-talkie, Xiao Weigang could no longer hold back. Damn it. Damn it. All soldiers, listen up. Activate the armored vehicle-mounted automatic machine guns and indiscriminately sweep the zombies. But Commander, those zombies they are no longer your comrades. This is our last chance. Open fire. Silence filled the channel. Some armed police had already started crying. Standing outside might be comrades they had lived with for over 10 years, or respected veteran squad leaders. But military orders are absolute. Rat-tat-tat. Rat-tat-tat. Moments later, the mounted machine guns on 10 armored vehicles began spewing fire. Puff, puff. Dozens of soldier-uniformed zombies outside the village entrance instantly exploded, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Fire. Fire. Shoot that hidden invisible bastard dead too. Zhao Weigang roared hysterically, tears flowing from his bloodshot eyes. Thud. Thud. Bodies that should have stayed down stood up and fell again, torn apart. Before long, the tragic red flow gathered into a river of blood, and the outside gradually fell silent. Buzz. Suddenly, that strange buzzing sound rang out again. Through the drifting blood mist, Lu Yi's eyes widened. He saw it clearly. He saw what the monster making the buzzing sound was. It was a mirror zombie covered all over in shattered mirror fragments. It was about the height and build of an adult human, its skin entirely made of cracked shards. As long as it didn't move and stayed in one position, the mirrors on its body would connect with each other, reflecting the surrounding scenery. At that moment, its true body would disappear without a trace, like wearing an invisibility cloak. But now it was actively moving all its mirror shards, making cracking sounds. From the direction of the armored vehicles came a strange mocking laugh. It was as if it could see through the fear of the people inside the vehicles. After a sinister grin appeared at the corner of its mouth, it actually ran straight toward the area with the fiercest firepower. What is it doing? Zhao Weigang was confused. Lu Yi's heart pounded violently. His instincts told him that this thing revealing itself now meant a much bigger plot. Bang bang bang. Sure enough. Just as the mirror zombie charged into the area with the strongest firepower, countless bullets were clearly fired straight at it. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yet one by one, they visibly shot straight into its mirrors. What kind of ability is this? Zhao Weigang was shocked. There are actually zombies that are immune to modern weapons? How are you supposed to fight this? Mirrors. I get it. Its ability might not have been just invisibility from the start. Mirrors, reflecting light. Could its ability be? Oh no! As if realizing something, Lu Yi's pupils rapidly dilated behind his glasses, and his face instantly turned pale. He. At the center of the battlefield, the mirrors covering the mirror zombie's body split apart. Blood mixed with mist flowed out from the cracks between the tiny mirror shards at the corners of its mouth. Countless bullets caused ripples on its mirror surface, yet it did not move at all. It looked like it was laughing, or mocking. Then suddenly, all the mirrors on the mirror zombie's body tightened at once and aimed straight at one armored vehicle. What does it do? Before the driver of armored vehicle A01 could finish speaking over the walkie-talkie. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Dense, terrifying, surging bullets, far more exaggerated than before, slowly appeared from the mirrors and were reflected outward, roaring toward armored vehicle A01. Boom! In just an instant, the armored vehicle that had seemed indestructible was riddled with honeycomb-like holes under the concentrated reflected bullets. Sparks flew, and with a deafening roar, flames exploded outward. Boom! Metal plating, mechanical frames, and even the driver's broken body parts were instantly blown into the firestorm. Commander, tell my mom that I'm not a coward. Boom! The bodies of more than a dozen armed police were blown apart, leaving only half of them. The shattered remains burned with sizzling sounds in the flames. The scene was extremely tragic. Damn it! Zhao Weigang was on the verge of collapse. That thing. What the hell is that thing? A mirror zombie. A zombie that can reflect attacks? Damn it! How could something like this exist? Helplessness, grief, and despair instantly engulfed him. This thing was far beyond anything humans could normally fight against. Crash crash. The fire was still burning. But the mirror shards on the mirror zombie's body tightened again. It clearly had no intention of sparing anyone. He. The eerie laughter echoed at the village entrance as the mirrors turned toward another armored vehicle. No! Over the walkie-talkie, the driver of armored vehicle A02 let out a desperate cry. Clang! He had just tried to open the hatch to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ripples spread across the smooth mirror surface. Immediately after, a dense wave of bullets surged out. Puff! The bullets passed through like hornets. The driver, still at the hatch, was riddled with holes and completely torn apart. Boom! Another sea of fire erupted, and another armored vehicle exploded violently. Crack crack crack. Metal fragments and human flesh flew everywhere. The mirror zombie was like a judge calling names, turning its gaze toward the third armored vehicle. Damn it! It's over. This thing isn't something humans can deal with. I'll fight it to the death. Buzz buzz buzz. From the walkie-talkie came the furious roars of soldiers as three armored vehicles charged straight toward the mirror zombie. He. But, along with that disgusting laughter, boom, 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 under the terrifying rain of bullets, three more explosions erupted. It's over, Academician Lu. Zhao Weigang, am sorry to you. I'm sorry to the country. Academician Lu, don't worry. Even if I die, I will make sure you survive to the end. Over the walkie-talkie, the usually resolute Zhao Weigang now spoke with a trembling voice. In the face of such supernatural power, humans were simply too small. All soldiers, listen to my command. Charge toward the mirror zombie. Even if we die, don't let this monster look down on our resolve. Humanity's hymn is the hymn of courage. Humanity's greatness is the greatness of courage. With the final order issued over the channel, 4 armored vehicles charged together toward the mirror zombie without hesitation. You all. Gripping the walkie-talkie tightly, Louis watched this tragic scene, his whole body trembling. Damn it. Is there really no chance left? Clenching his teeth, the once proud academician collapsed onto the seat inside the vehicle. Ha! Forget it. Let it all be destroyed. Looking despairingly at the grinning mirror zombie outside, dark clouds drifted past the moon. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. At that moment, a figure ran rapidly toward them from the distance. Who is that? Roar. Almost at the same time, both humans and zombies turned toward the sound. Under the moonlight, Duziren ran while panting heavily, holding a black dog in his arms. Blood covered the village entrance. Humans and zombies were locked in a deadly struggle, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Honestly, at a glance, everyone suspected that Duziren had come to the wrong place. Yet this boy holding a dog calmly observed the situation even in such circumstances. You guys? Are you trying to crush it? Wow! This zombie is covered in mirrors. What kind of thing is this? His gaze was immediately drawn to the mirror zombie at the center of the battlefield. Duziren showed no fear and quickly walked toward the mirror zombie. Hey! You! Are you crazy? Zhao Weigang was stunned. Such a terrifying mirror zombie, and this kid just walked straight toward it. Was he insane or suicidal? Xiao Du! Don't go over there. It's different. It has multiple abilities. It's not an ordinary zombie that can be reasoned with. Louis also shouted in panic. But Duziren didn't care. He just stared steadily at the mirror zombie. Roar. The mirror zombie also moved its mirror surfaces and turned its head toward Duziren. One human and one zombie seemed to sense something special in each other. Multiple abilities? What, are you also a king-type zombie? Duziren joked. He he he. The mirror zombie stared at Duziren as the corners of its mouth slowly spread apart. Buzz buzz buzz. Its mirrors began rippling again, aiming at Duziren, as if bullets were about to be fired at him. Hey! What are you smiling for? Chongqing, make it fly? Rubbing Chongqing's head, Chongqing looked warily at the mirror zombie. From that thing, it felt a sense of oppression. Woof. Haji do, I'm not sure I can beat it. Woof. I feel like it's not ordinary. Just hit it. Anyway, if we can't beat it, it wouldn't dare attack us, right? Woof. That makes sense. As Chongqing's dog eyes locked onto the mirror zombie. Buzz buzz buzz. Instantly, the mirror zombie's entire body trembled. Its whole body suddenly flew into the air and began swaying. Buzz buzz buzz. The mirrors were still rippling. The mirror zombie wanted to reflect the stored bullets and blow the heads off that man and dog. But, for some reason, ever since Duziren arrived, it could not release its ability at all. Hey! Be careful. Xiao Du! Run! If I die, it doesn't matter, but you must not die. Zhao Weigang and Lu Yi's urgent voices kept coming. But something no one expected happened. Boom! The mirror zombie, lifted more than 10 meters into the air, suddenly fell like a massive meteor after Chongqing withdrew its ability. Boom boom boom! The ground shook violently, dust flying everywhere. When the dust settled, in a huge human-shaped crater, the mirror zombie's mirrors were shattered all over the ground. The entire zombie had been torn apart and lay completely motionless. Woof! So that's it. I'm actually pretty strong. Looking at the motionless fragments in the pit, Chongqing proudly shook its head. This. Dead? Just like that, dead? At the entrance of Baiha village, there was deathly silence. Inside the 4 armored vehicles, all combat personnel had their mouths wide open, faces full of disbelief. That mirror zombie just now was so terrifying. And it just died like that? Zhao Weigang was stunned. No, was this thing really that fragile? Something's not right? This isn't right. Why didn't it pour out bullets? Could it be that the moment Xiao Du arrived, it was already at its limit and had no bullets left? Or is it that Xiao Du's affinity ability has a higher priority than the mirror zombie's ability? Louis stared at the corpse in the pit with wide eyes, scratching his head, completely unable to figure out what had happened. Damn. Chongqing, you've really made it. Your first kill was a boss. Remember this. If the world really ends one day, don't forget me when you get rich. You have to remember me. Rubbing Chongqing's head again, Duziren thought that just now the king-type zombie had simply run out of moves, or had already been stripped of too much firepower by the armed police, which allowed Chongqing to kill it in one blow. Simply put, it was pure luck. Stealing the last hit on a low-health boss. Damn. So something falling from that height can smash such a deep pit? Standing quietly near the human-shaped crater, Du Ziren looked inside. The mirror zombie's body was different from other zombies. After death, it gradually turned into shards of glass. A mirror-shaped crystal core shimmered among the fragments. Huh? Is that a crystal core? Just as he was about to move closer to take a look. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. The hatches of several armored vehicles opened, and armed police quickly surrounded the area with guns. Xiao Du! Quick! Get behind us! Even if that monster is dead, the other zombies still. Louis led several armed police and tightly surrounded Du Ziren, his face full of panic. In his eyes, Du Ziren's importance was no less than his own research progress. The other, zombies? Academician Liu, are you talking about the lickers? Du Ziren shrugged indifferently. In his line of sight, at the entrance of Baiha village, 6 lickers were lying on the ground, not daring to stick out their tongues, staring blankly at Du Ziren. Your ability. So it really is affinity? Once again shocked by Du Ziren's roguelike ability, Louis was certain that Du Ziren had been affected by the meteorite fall back then and had awakened an ability. From the current situation, this ability allowed zombies to maintain a non-aggressive affinity state. And this ability's quality was not low. Lickers? Xiao Du, that name is actually quite fitting. After looking at the distant lickers, Louis nodded and patted Du Ziren on the shoulder. Oh right. Xiao Du, we might need to trouble you with something else. What is it? It's not too troublesome. Just stay here for a bit. Because of your special nature, those 6 remaining lickers won't attack. So I want to send confinement vehicles to detain them. As long as we transport them back to the laboratory, my recent research progress should improve greatly. Oh, just that. No problem. I'll stay here. Casually finding a small dirt mound to sit on, Du Ziren glared at the 6 lickers in the distance. The 6 lickers, covered in dried blood, immediately buried their heads in the soil in fear. This scene made the armed police responsible for security nearby break out in cold sweat. Ha! Luckily. It seems the so-called zombie virus is stabilized now. It won't be like in games, everywhere. Taking out his phone, Du Ziren boredly opened the Apocalypse survival game app. In the game, it was already close to dawn on Qiu Xingxing's side. She had woken up early, prepared food for her younger siblings, and then immediately went into the purification metal barrel in the bathroom. The daily refresh of the monthly card would place a light golden crystal core at the bottom of the barrel at midnight. Clang clang. After pouring in water, Du Ziren watched Qiu Xingxing jump into it. Current Qiu Xingxing ability training progress? Ability user, Tier 4, 122/400. 125/400. Wow, is my Xingxing waking up this early every day now? She'll definitely be a good wife and mother in the future. He poked Qiu Xingxing in the water, and small heart icons popped up in the tub. Just as Du Ziren was about to interact with her. Men. Recover all bodies. Also, begin sealing off the waterways around Baiha village. For those 6 lickers in the distance, everyone put on blast-resistant suits and detain them. And, Xiao Du, we'll have to trouble you. Louis' ill-timed voice rang out. Du Ziren looked up and noticed that 6 reinforced heavy trucks had already arrived on the suburban road. All right. I'll stand in front of the trucks. They shouldn't resist. Standing calmly at the cargo entrance, there was no need for bomb disposal soldiers to restrain the lickers. Du Ziren just muttered impatiently, "Hurry up and cooperate. I'm in a rush to go home and play games." Roar. Suddenly. Right after that impatient sentence. Tap tap tap. The 6 lickers lying on the ground immediately raised their heads, stared blankly at the 6 cargo entrances, and like geckos swiftly crawled into the trucks. Bang. They even conveniently closed the cargo doors themselves. Extremely obedient. This. Zhao Weigang and Louis were once again dumbfounded. Done already, Academician Liu? Waving at Louis, Du Ziren put away his phone. Yes, it's done. Xiao Du, you ride with me later. I have some things to talk to you about. Sure. As the moon faded and dawn broke, a pale light shone over the area around Baiha village. Many armed police were cleaning up corpses everywhere, while territorial staff used excavators to block the waterways of Baiha village. One armored vehicle, carrying Louis, Zhao Weigang, and Du Ziren, left the area around Baiha village first. Huff huff. The clear morning wind blew past. Louis and Zhao Weigang looked exhausted and lost. It was the sense of powerlessness after the night's events, and fear of the future. They were dejected, while Du Ziren occasionally checked his phone, looking relaxed. Oh right. Academician Liu, didn't you say you wanted to tell me something earlier? Breaking the silence, Du Ziren tilted his head and looked at Louis. This guy isn't going to buy my blood for research again, is he? Just in time, lately I've been. As he was thinking this, Louis forced a smile. Xiaodu, you should already know the cause of this incident, right? That meteorite shower? Yes. The meteorites contain unknown elements that can make people violent and cause genetic distortion. But a small number of lucky individuals instead break their genetic locks and awaken strange abilities because of these elements. When I gathered this information, I immediately asked the authorities to cooperate and collect the meteorites, to prevent the elements from dissipating and causing major disaster. Now it seems. I was still careless and missed this place, Baiha village. As Louis spoke, his face was full of guilt and regret. This really isn't your fault, right? Meteorite landing sites are hard to predict. After so many days, missing only Baiha village is already impressive. Besides, haven't we already controlled the situation here? Other places are fine too. Isn't this basically over? Ha ha ha, Xiaodu. Has anyone ever told you that you're very good at comforting people? Well, Duziran rubbed his nose, and Louis smiled bitterly. Actually, I once suspected that at the Wolfang Mountain Observatory, where so many people were close to the meteorite fall, someone else might have problems too. The facts proved that I was wrong, and also right. Except for you, none of those rich kids had any abnormalities. But only you showed the affinity ability today. Huh? Academician Lu, you keep saying affinity. What does it actually mean? It starts with my recent research. I found that most people who unlock their genes under meteorite elements gain abilities like fire breathing or water storage, some kind of supernatural powers. These are generally easier to deal with, so I named them white-quality abilities. If there are white-quality abilities, then there must be more outstanding ones. Sure enough, later I extracted a blink ability from a lab mouse. I believe this ability is at least blue quality. In addition, to observe these abilities, I classified them as white, green, blue, purple, and gold quality. The mirror zombie we just encountered, I believe its ability strength was at least between blue and purple. And you, Xiaodu. Your ability can suppress it, so your affinity potential is at least purple. As Louis talked about his research, he became visibly excited. Duziran listened quietly, his face full of shock. Bro, why does your scientific summary look exactly like the game I'm playing? I say, Xiaodu, why are you looking at me like that? As if he suddenly noticed Duziran's surprised gaze, Louis touched his face. There shouldn't be anything on it, right? Academician Lu, do you know there's a game where the more you play, the younger you get? Duziran was just about to say it. Louis widened his eyes. The mobile version of Peace Elite? Xiaodu. I'm not interested in memes right now. Besides, we researchers don't play games. He directly cut off Duziran's words. What Duziran actually wanted to say was that the settings of the apocalypse survival game were exactly the same as Lu Yi's research conclusions. But after thinking about it, since the other party didn't play games, randomly recommending it wouldn't be appropriate. Back to the point. Xiaodu, based on your ability, our newly launched plan, Dawn, may need your participation. Louis straightened his expression. Duziran slightly frowned. And what is this now? You're not going to make me go to work, are you? No way, I haven't played enough yet. Work? That's not it. We plan to form a group of ability users. They will be used to deal with future uncontrollable factors. Your potential is very high. I hope that when the group is established, you can serve as the captain. Huh? No way? Me? Captain? Yes. You may be the first person to awaken an ability. I plan to put your personal file into the encrypted group, codename Dawn Project number 001 Peacekeeper, Duziran, classification, top secret. Of course, your dog too. Number 002 Gravity Dog, Chongqing, classification, top secret. No, but what kind of ability do I even have? Sensing the resistance in Duziran's words, Louis smiled. Don't worry. This project hasn't really started yet. When the time truly comes, Xiaodu, I hope you can come to Yanjing City and serve the country. Is that okay? Looking at him with sincere eyes, Duziran was momentarily speechless. He had no close relatives anymore, and no real friends either. The only one he could call close was Qiu Xingxing, and she was still a virtual wife. Serve the capital? If that day really comes, I, Duziran, will not refuse my responsibility. Good. Xiaodu, having you say that is enough for me. At present, the situation in Wannan City should not worsen anymore. Everyone should return to normal life. If individual situations appear, the police will call you, and I hope you can help them as well. Of course, every time you act, there will be compensation. Louis looked at Duziran earnestly. Duziran nodded. I'll try. There probably won't be that many things. As for the future, who can say for sure? Alright, we're near the urban area. Go home. For now, there shouldn't be any more trouble. He patted Duziren on the shoulder as the armored vehicle slowly stopped at a road on the edge of the city. Duziren hugged Changxing and jumped off the vehicle. The armed police all lowered their heads and saluted him. Goodbye. Watching the armored vehicle leave, Duziren called a car, planning to go back to Wannan residential area to catch up on sleep. Beep beep beep. Unexpectedly, the driver who accepted the order was the same Passat owner. Crash. The white Passat slowly drove over. The shattered window rolled down, and the driver stuck his head out, staring at Duziren eye to eye. Damn. Are you human or a ghost? Bro, have you ever seen a ghost that appears in broad daylight and can still hold a black dog? Oh. Then you're still not normal. That Baiha village was so creepy, and you stayed there all night? The armed police were deployed. What did you think? I knew it. Too lazy to explain, Duziren got straight into the back seat. Hey, little brother. It was my fault yesterday. This ride is on me. No charge. Out of guilt for leaving Duziren behind last night, after driving to Wannan residential area, the driver didn't even ask for a verification code and hurriedly left after dropping him off. After hugging Changxing and walking back to the apartment. Buzz buzz buzz. Another message notification came on his phone. Wannan City News broadcast, the roads near Baiha village are temporarily closed. The city lockdown is expected to be lifted within 3 days. Oh. I told you. How could our place really be the end of the world? Isn't this resolved? Looking at the message, Duziren let out a long breath and quietly walked to the sofa. The black, coffin-like game nutrition pod was still there. Duziren's eyes lit up. Sleeping is sleeping anyway. Sleeping in the game nutrition pod is also sleeping. Might as well go see how Shengxing is doing. He pulled out a large cardboard box from the table in the living room. The remaining crystal cores were Bloodline Crystal Core x 14, Fog Barrier Crystal Core x 10, Flame Crystal Core x 1, Wind Blade Crystal Core x 2, Strong Body Crystal Core x 6. 33 pieces. Skillfully, he inserted 5 Fog Barrier Crystal Cores into the game nutrition pod slots. Woof. Hey. How'd do, give me one to play with. Suddenly, Changxing curiously looked at the densely packed crystal cores. There was actually a glimmer of desire in its eyes. You like shiny things too? Duziren didn't think much of it and directly tossed the remaining flame crystal core to Changxing. Changxing. I'm going to sleep. There's money in the bedroom. If you're hungry, go downstairs and buy food yourself. No need to bring any for me. After calling out to Changxing, Duziren closed the hatch of the game nutrition pod and collapsed inside like a corpse. Game nutrition pod charging. Energy sufficient, starting game projection. Energy sufficient this time. While maintaining smooth gameplay, you can make the following choices. 1. Flame ability, white, ability level upgraded from ability user tier 3 to tier 4. 2. Steel ability, white, ability level upgraded from ability user tier 4 to tier 5. 3. Bloodline ability, white, ability level upgraded from ability user tier 2 to tier 3. 4. Canine transformation ability, blue, ability level upgraded from ability user tier 3 to tier 4. 5. Ability nullification ability, purple, ability level upgraded from ability user tier 1 to tier 2. 6. Absorb the energy of the fog barrier crystal core and awaken a new ability, corpse fog, white, ability user tier 1. The familiar mechanical prompt sounded in his ears. Duziren didn't hesitate at all. Obviously, upgrade the strongest ability first. Option 5. Upgrading ability nullification ability. Your current ability nullification ability level is ability user tier 2. ZZZ. As a familiar white mist sprayed over his face, a comfortable warmth spread across Duziren's body. He unconsciously let out a satisfied hum. Woof. Beside the game nutrition pod, Changxing looked at Duziren's smug expression and shook its head. Haji-do really has something wrong with him sometimes. Not sleeping in the bedroom, lying on the floor and still smiling. Seriously sick. Licking the flame crystal core, Changxing didn't know why, but after going to Baiha village and using its ability, it felt an even stronger craving for this thing. Woof. Without hesitation, the flame crystal core was swallowed into Changxing's stomach. Woof. Comfortable. A warm feeling spread through its body. Changxing felt that its ability had broken through a bit. Blinking its eyes, it lay on the floor and fell asleep as well. Underground level 3 of the mining black market. Qiu Shengxing walked out of the bathroom with a flushed face. The towel only covered her key parts. Her pink shoulders and smooth long legs were still steaming. While wiping her wet hair, she sat down on the sofa. I don't know how long it will take before I can reach super ability user. I feel that with my current self, not to mention helping Senior Ziren. Even not dragging him down is hard to say. She muttered softly. Her voice was very quiet, but her clenched little fists and unwilling expression were all seen clearly by Du Ziren. Oh? So Shengxing wants to help me this much? What a good wife she would be. On the other side of the sofa, Du Ziren forced himself not to look at the curves under the towel wrapped around Qiu Shengxing. He slid the reward experience bar of the game pass. At the very end, his gaze stopped on the potential crystal core. It would be great if there were some tasks. If I get this thing, Shengxing's strength should jump up a bit, right? While he was thinking, knock knock knock. Someone knocked on the door of the treehouse. Who is it? Qiu Shengxing hurried into the bedroom and quickly put on a jacket. Oh, little sister Shengxing, it's me, Linya. And Lu Su too. We want to discuss something with you. Huh? What is it? After hurriedly putting on the crystal core armor, Qiu Shengxing wrapped herself in the military combat suit. Only then did she walk to the door and open the wooden door. At the doorway, Linya and Lu Su looked inside with strange expressions. After confirming they were not disturbing someone, they finally walked in boldly. Shengxing, that senior, he's not here, right? Linya looked toward the bedroom with a mischievous smile. Qiu Shengxing's face immediately turned red. Hey! Linya, what nonsense are you thinking? Senior Ziren has his own things to do. Oh. That's good, that's good. Hearing that Du Ziren was not there, the smile on Linya's face slowly faded. She glanced at Qiu Shengxing's younger siblings in the room, and her expression suddenly became serious. Let me ask. Shengxing, do you plan to stay in the mining black market forever? Linya, what do you mean by that? Hearing this, Qiu Shengxing frowned. She recalled Linya's original purpose when she first knelt and begged Senior Ziren to go to the second-tier safe camp. Hee. Actually, I still have the same idea as before. That is, the few of us go together to the Luzhou safe camp. What do you think? She pointed at Lu Su beside her. Lu Su nodded, clearly this decision had been discussed together. I think it's quite good here. We even enjoy the best treatment. Why must we go to a big camp? Qiu Shengxing instinctively felt resistant. As if expecting this reaction, Linya shook her head and quietly closed the bedroom door. Shengxing, why do you think I was so eager to go to the second-tier safe camp? For better treatment? No. I also have an old father. My goal is only one thing. That is, safety. Safety? Yes. Shengxing, have you ever thought about it? If the last king-type zombie had gone on a killing spree inside the base, what would have happened? This. If it hurt your younger siblings, what could you do? This. In the end, the third-tier safe camp is still too weak. Our guards can only stop scavengers. Against stronger zombies, they can't stop them at all. But the second-tier safe camp is different. Not only is the camp large, even the guards have temperature detection abilities that can completely block any zombie. Even if something happens inside the camp, there are many super ability users in the second-tier safe camp. Just think about the level of safety. Linya kept listing the advantages. Qiu Shengxing pressed her lips together, still hesitating. Until Linya narrowed her eyes and mentioned Du Ziren. Besides, Shengxing, don't you want to see Senior? Senior? Just think about it. With Senior's level, he would at least be in a first-tier safe camp, right? We don't even know what the review standards of first-tier safe camps are. Even just to broaden our horizons and shorten the gap between us and Senior, we should move toward a big base. This. If we go to the second-tier safe camp, what kind of treatment can we get? Finally. As soon as Du Ziren was mentioned, Qiu Shengxing asked on her own. Well, if you're an ability user, you can definitely enter. But the treatment would be average. At least you need to be a super ability user to really stand firm in a second-tier safe camp. Or someone like Lu Su, a special talent, can also get good treatment. And then, as Linya spoke, her gaze moved back and forth between Qiu Shengxing and herself. What? And then, there's another way. That is to form a team composed of several Tier 7 ability users. A team like that would also receive good treatment when entering. Tier 7 ability users? Inside the small wooden house, the three women stared at each other in silence for a long time. If they were to form an initial mercenary team with the three of them, Lu Su's lower strength might be acceptable. But Qiu Shengxing and Linya's strength absolutely could not be below Tier 7 ability user. Otherwise, such a team would definitely be rejected when trying to enter the Luzhou safe camp. Talking about this now might be a bit early. It's fine. We can form a team first and improve our strength in the mining black market before setting off. Linya smoothed things over tactfully. Qiu Xingxing tightly grabbed the sleeve of her top and softly muttered. To get closer to senior. Do I need to start by reaching tier 7 ability user? Alright then. Sister Linya, do you have any tasks you want to take on? She lifted her small face, showing the courage she once had as a temporary team leader. I was waiting for you to say that. Let's go. We'll check the mission room first. Tap tap tap. With Linya waving her hand, the three girls walked out of the treehouse in tacit understanding. On the sofa, in front of Duziren, notification pop-ups started appearing rapidly. New mission updating. Growth mission, heart that wants to become strong. Sensing Qiu Xingxing's desire for strength, when Qiu Xingxing's ability level reaches tier 7 ability user, she will gain a permanent reward of luck +1. Development mission, End of the World Squad. In a dangerous apocalypse, one person's power is always limited. Please quickly find suitable members and form a 4-person ability squad. Ability squad formation reward, unlock cultivation progress information for all members. Map updating. New maps Luzhou Safe Camp and Wanbei City unlocked. Information about safe camp levels is being unlocked. Come and take a look. Oh? So many missions were activated at once? Looks like something big is about to happen. While clicking the game pop-ups, Duziren followed Qiu Xingxing and the others to underground level 2, and at the same time opened the description of the safe camps. Safe camp classifications are as follows. Level 3 Safe Camp, a small camp with ability users stationed and a living population of more than 200, classified as a Level 3 Safe Camp. Level 2 Safe Camp, a medium-sized camp with super ability users or awakeners stationed and a living population of more than 1,000, classified as a Level 2 Safe Camp. Level 1 Safe Camp, a large camp with awakeners or evolvers stationed and a living population of more than 5,000, classified as a Level 1 Safe Camp. National Special Class Safe Camp, a top-secret base with members of the Dawn Squad stationed. Damn, I thought a Level 1 Safe Camp was already impressive enough. What is this National Special Class thing? And it even says members of the Dawn Squad are stationed there? Is the Dawn Squad that strong? Huh? This name sounds kind of familiar. Looking at the Safe Camp information in surprise. From the God's Eye view of a game player, Duziren learned information about the National Special Class Safe Camp that no one else knew. Although he did not know what knowing this was useful for. He swiped the map panel. On the Dark World map, below the mining black market, the icon of Wanbei City appeared. Above it, an icon wrapped in mist was flashing. Luzhou Safe Camp was also marked on the map. It seems. This new safe point will have to be visited sooner or later. He closed the map. As an experienced gamer, Duziren clearly understood the late-game map expansion routine. Tap tap tap. The group filed into the mission room. What Duziren did not expect was that the receptionist here had actually become Lin Ping. Hi. Sis, going out to take missions? Behind the counter, Lin Ping lay casually on a wooden chair, reading a fashion magazine. Huh? This place, is Lin Ping in charge now? Qiu Xingxing was a little surprised. Linya shrugged helplessly. Didn't underground level 3 already grant permanent residency? So it doesn't matter if there's a guard or not. My brother is lazy, so the job of this mission room fell to him. I see. As they spoke, Qiu Xingxing kept glancing around, her expression inexplicably gloomy. After the king-type zombie incident, the mission room had suddenly become much quieter. Almost no ability users could be seen anymore. Let me see what missions there are. Preferably ones with bigger rewards. Lu Su casually scanned the mission list posted on the wall, and suddenly noticed a rolled-up mission slip. Mission, explore the border of Wannan City, information about a zombie squad. Danger level, high. Mission details, in the river channel of Baiha village, there seems to have long been a group of special, zombie squads. They never moved near the village exit road until recently, someone discovered that they are approaching the mining black market. Suspected to have received the final orders of a king-type zombie. Please investigate the zombie situation near Baiha village. Mission reward, white quality crystal cores times 10, silver coins times 100. Damn, this mission sounds serious. Picking up the wrinkled mission slip, Lu Su was about to read it carefully when Lin Ping glanced at it and immediately laughed. This mission looks pretty simple, right? But I advise you not to take it. Huh? Why? It's simple. Lei Jiong took this mission last night. He probably got badly beaten by zombies, and he left overnight with Yang Miao Miao. But they still haven't come back. Think about it. For two people with decent ability levels to not return for so long, what do you think happened? Before Lin Ping finished speaking, everyone's expressions changed. That group of zombies has a problem. It might be some new kind of ability zombie. While Linya and Lu Su were guessing, Lin Ping shook the dust off himself and slowly took out 2 more mission slips from behind the counter. I say, why not look at these 2? They seem to be issued by the Luzhou safe camp. Oh? What are they? Qiu Xingxing took them. The rewards for these 2 missions were indeed not low. Mission: Investigation of Abnormal Zombie and Scavenger Sudden Death Incidents. Mission difficulty: Medium. Mission details: on the main road between Luzhou safe camp and the mining black market, a large number of beast-type zombies and scavengers have been found dead recently. Suspected that an unknown creature is conducting a massacre. Please investigate the root cause and report to the Luzhou safe camp. Mission reward: Green quality crystal core ×1, 1 year of residence rights at Luzhou safe camp. Mission: Investigation of a moving infant zombie group. Mission difficulty: High. Mission details: it is suspected that a large group of strange infant zombies is moving from afar toward the Wannan region. Almost no investigators sent to check have returned. Please investigate this moving zombie group as appropriate. Mission reward: Green quality crystal cores ×2. Wow! These 2 missions don't look simple either. Leaning close to Qiu Xingxing, Lu Su read the descriptions, her small face tightening. Indeed. Especially this infant zombie group. It already sounds wrong. With how dangerous it is outside, for these infant zombies to survive means they're not simple. If you ask me, Xingxing, we could investigate the abnormal zombie sudden death incident. What do you think? After a simple analysis of the mission difficulty, Linya leaned toward choosing the mission with the lowest difficulty. Qiu Xingxing rubbed the mission slips in her hands, still hesitating. Buzz buzz buzz. Right at that moment, another new pop-up appeared on Du Ziren's game panel. Apocalypse Survival Game Chapter 1, Riot. Main storyline updating. Main storyline mission: choose one of 3, Baiha Village Zombie Army Investigation, difficulty 3 stars, Zombie Sudden Death Investigation, difficulty 4 stars, Infant Zombie Army Investigation, difficulty 5 stars. Please complete the above missions to the best of your ability. Corresponding rating rewards will be given based on your completion level and impact. Please note, this mission is the final chapter of the Riot arc. The difficulty is high. Pay attention to every detail of the developments. New chapter: Fame awaiting unlock. Huh? These 3 missions are all connected to the main storyline? Could there be some kind of link between them? He stared fixedly at the difficulty descriptions of the 3 missions. The Baiha Village Zombie Investigation, which looked the most dangerous and had kept Lei Zhiyong from returning for so long, was actually rated as the lowest difficulty by the game system. If Du Ziren were not here, and if Qiu Xingxing and the others chose the abnormal zombie sudden death investigation mission, Du Ziren guessed they would probably fail very quickly. Something's wrong. Something's really wrong. He felt that these 3 missions were connected somehow. Du Ziren opened the map panel and looked carefully. His eyes narrowed. The Baiha Village Zombie Army was on the left side of the mining black market. The abnormal zombie sudden death incidents were happening above the mining black market. And that infant zombie army was on the right side of the mining black market, shown as approaching. Looking at it this way, it strangely looked like a 3-sided encirclement. Damn it. I think I get it now. Why this chapter is called Riot. If zombies from all 3 sides attack at the same time, wouldn't the base become unsafe instead? Ha! What should we do? Split up, or take everyone and run now? As he hesitated, Du Ziren suddenly looked at Lin Ping. If we leave now, Xingxing has to bring her siblings with her. On the road, they might run into new ability zombies. Without knowing the enemy's abilities, fighting would put her brother and sister in danger. Splitting up is even worse. Lei Zhiyong, a 7th rank ability user, couldn't handle it. Splitting up would just be suicide. But, if we deal with the Baiha village incident first, then return to the mining black market immediately, we might still have time to solve the other 2 missions before they fully break out. The Baiha village crisis is the smallest, and it's the closest, inside the city. That's completely doable. To prevent problems at the mining black market while we're away. After thinking it through, Du Ziren looked at Linya. Linya, tell your brother to be careful. If anything abnormal happens in the base, go to the entrance of underground level 3 immediately. Use Earth abilities to seal off the entrance to underground level 3, and notify Qinwan at once. Huh? Du Ziren's sudden voice stunned Linya. She looked around several times. After confirming no one else heard, she quietly asked, "Senior? You're here?" "Yes. The situation is complicated right now. Even if I'm just overthinking it, tell your brother to be cautious. If anything feels wrong, seal underground level 3 immediately." "This. I understand." She quickly ran behind the counter and grabbed Lin Ping by the ear. Hey! Sis! Sis! What are you doing all of a sudden? Lin Ping cried out in pain at once. But when Linya whispered in his ear, the senior has a task for you. Instantly, his carefree grin disappeared. He listened seriously, nodded after hearing everything. Don't worry. Underground level 3 will be absolutely fine. Good, that's good. Even though she did not know why the senior was being so cautious. As long as it was from the senior, the siblings treated it like a divine order and never doubted it. Hey, Linya, what are you doing? Qiu Xingxing looked at Linya in confusion. Linya casually brushed it off. Nothing, just talking to my brother. Oh. Watching Qiu Xingxing lower her head to look at the mission slip again, a trace of jealousy appeared on Linya's face. She knew why the senior did not warn Qiu Xingxing directly. He was worried that Xingxing would panic about her siblings. Such a naive little girl. I really envy you, being protected so carefully by the senior. If a man protected me like that, I wouldn't mind even being ordered around like a dog. Thinking this silently, Linya calmly looked back at the mission slips. Just as everyone had agreed to take the abnormal zombie death investigation. Choose that one. Go investigate Baiha village. Suddenly, a familiar, calm voice sounded out. Ha! Senior Duziran? Senior? The senior wants to investigate this one? As soon as the voice appeared, everyone respectfully looked around. Even though they saw nothing, they instinctively lowered their heads in reverence. Yes. This mission has something behind it, but with me there, it won't be a big problem. Since the senior has spoken. Then, Lin Ping. We'll take this mission. I want to see what kind of thing could trap Lei Zhiyong and the others. Hearing the senior speak, Linya instantly felt confident and spoke more boldly. Senior Duziran, you're back? Why yesterday? Her small face turned red. Qiu Xingxing wanted to ask about what happened after the bath. Let's finish the mission first. Some things should be said at the right time. A gentle pat landed on her shoulder. Qiu Xingxing's neck trembled, and she nodded reflexively. Oh, okay, then let's set off. Yes. Tap tap tap. The three-girl team, all women, strangely felt full of confidence as they walked out of the safe camp. The sun was high in the sky, the light intense. On the outskirts of Baiha village, melting snow water soaked the land, and large areas of withered corn swayed in the wind. On the narrow road leading straight to Baiha village, surrounded by cornfields on both sides, a strange scene was unfolding. Mummified corpses. Dense mummified corpses lay on the ground, completely motionless. Their bodies were dried, shriveled, wrinkled, and twisted by the sun, like dehydrated vegetables. Skin clung to bone, dark and black, like piles of dead tree trunks collapsed on the ground. The only visible thing was their eyes, dark hollow sockets faintly glinting. Zombies. Anyone could tell at a glance that these dense mummified bodies were rotten zombies that had gone a long time without feeding, tortured by time and exposed to wind and sun, almost unable to walk anymore. They were close to death. They seemed completely harmless, like dying old people, only able to crawl on the ground. But right above this pile of mummified corpses, hanging from a thick tree trunk that extended over the road, an old woman was tied with a rope. She swayed in the air above the corpses, like wind-dried cured meat, constantly shaking and twitching. The old woman opened her mouth slightly. The wrinkles on her face looked like they would peel off if touched. She groaned continuously, forcing out trembling sounds with difficulty. Captain. See Captain. Baiha village, suburban road entrance. Dense corn plants, left untended for a long time, had grown wildly and spread onto the main city road. At this moment, a group of young, good-looking men and women were pushing aside the corn and walking toward the village road entrance. Captain Xiao, did you know? They say that back then, the first zombie incident solved by that legendary ability user happened right here in Baiha village. In the team, a short young man with a foil perm pushed aside the corn while looking into the distance. Oh? Lu Yuan, you even know things like that? The leader was a tall man with a buzz cut, his muscles bulging. He looked at the foil-permed youth with a teasing expression. Hey. Captain, you know me. I usually just handle scouting. When I have nothing to do, I like checking human history records. Not only was this the first battlefield of that legendary ability user. I also heard that the Dawn Squad, you know it, right? The country's first batch of ability users. Dawn Squad 001 and 002 were appointed right here back then. What? Lu Yuan, is that really true? Those two are big shots wherever they go now. How could they have stayed here? Lu Yuan bragged proudly about his knowledge. A twin-tailed girl in the team shook her head in disbelief. Hey! Yuan, you can look down on my abilities, but don't look down on my knowledge base, okay? Just as he was about to argue with the twin-tailed girl. Step. Stay quiet. Suddenly, at the back of the team, a buzzcut girl's face turned cold. She pointed at the pile of dried corpses at the village entrance. Something's wrong. After her warning, the four-person team immediately stopped and quickly hid in the nearby cornfield. What the hell? Those, what are they? Dead people, or zombies? Crouching in the cornfield, Lu Yuan stared blankly at the strange scene at the entrance of Baiha village. His gaze finally landed on the old woman hanging from the tree. Hey! Why is there still a living person? Captain, look! The buzzcut girl did not act immediately. Instead, she looked toward the muscular man at the front. Sun Xingnan, protect Yuan. Lu Yuan, start observing their energy levels. Watch my hand signals. For this mission, don't let the Luzhou spearhead squad lose face. Understood. Understood, Captain. After the order was given, everyone stared ahead with full alertness. Lu Yuan slowly narrowed his eyes. In his vision, faint white energy rose from the head area of the dried corpses lying all over the ground. This was his ability, perception. Perception did not sense ability attributes or detailed abilities. It could sense the target's ability level. As long as there was enough time, no matter how many targets there were, Lu Yuan could sense their ability levels. Ability user, level 1. Ability user, level 2. Ability user, level 1. Captain, seems fine. These are all small fry. All level 1 or 2 ability users. After sensing for a while, Lu Yuan shook his head dismissively. This mission was to investigate the moving zombies of Baiha village. The mission shared from the mining black market to the Luzhou safe camp had been hyped up like crazy. He thought it would be difficult. But in the end, just this? Heh. A third-tier safe camp really is third-tier. This many zombies and they label it high difficulty. Captain, I think those 10 white crystal cores are basically being handed to us for free. Slowly standing up from the corn pile, Lu Yuan completely lost his earlier caution. Is that so? But I heard they withstood a king-type zombie. They shouldn't be afraid of this, right? The muscular man also stood up slowly, rubbing his chin, still hesitating as he looked at the old woman hanging from the tree. Heh! What king-type zombie? I bet at most it was an ability user level 9, suppressed by their base. And us? We're a full team of level 7 ability users. That's the difference. Shrugging, Lu Yuan even took the initiative to walk toward the entrance of Baiha village. Hey! Did you look at that old woman? What's going on? The muscular man was still uneasy. Lu Yuan smiled. That one? Her body seems to have some fluctuations, but it's only about level 1. I guess someone from the mining black market came here to take a mission, got caught, and the zombies treated her like a human and hung her here to dry. This. Captain, aren't you being a bit too cautious? As they spoke, Yuan and Sun Xingnan also walked over. Even if there's a problem, the 4 of us attacking together could wipe out that zombie pile instantly, right? Yuan tilted her head and smiled playfully. Brother Xiaoshan, could it be that your sister-in-law is about to give birth, so you're extra tense? Nonsense. I'm telling you, when you're out here, you must always be careful. Step. Xiaoshan was about to warn them again. Step. Footsteps sounded again on the distant suburban road. Who is it? Turning back, 3 human figures seemed to be moving in the rustling corn. Who is it? After the shout reached the other side, the movement there suddenly stopped, followed by a cold shout in reply. It's people. Who are you? Another team trying to steal the mission from our spearhead squad? Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes and could vaguely see 3 dense streams of white energy approaching. Let me see. Ability user level 4? Ability user level 3? Ability user level 5? What kind of weak team is this? He shook his head in disdain. Then a section of corn nearby was pushed aside, revealing the faces of Qiu Xingxing's 3-person team. 3 little girls? Xiaoshan froze for a moment. He never expected this mission to be taken by 3 girls. Combined with Lu Yuan's earlier assessment, the tightly furrowed lines on his brow finally relaxed. As expected, the mining black market had really gone downhill. With strength like this, they dared to take a mission classified as high difficulty. It was an insult to the words high difficulty. Hey! You can go back now. This mission has already been taken by our Luzhou spearhead squad. He waved his hand at Qiu Shengxing and the others. Their steps halted. Huh? You're from Luzhou too, and you took this mission? Of course. Not just this one. Even the infant zombie investigation and the abnormal zombie death investigation missions have people from our side taking them. You think those rewards are something you can get? The cold, arrogant, and sharp tone made Qiu Xingxing and the others frown. Admittedly, the other side did have the capital to be arrogant. But this self-righteous attitude was truly irritating. Shengsheng. Look. Linya pressed her lips together and looked at Qiu Xingxing, though in reality she was asking Du Ziren for his opinion. So what if they were 4 level 7 ability users? No matter how strong they were, could they be stronger than the senior? If they arrived first for this mission, then we. Qiu Shengxing clenched her small fists. Even though she disliked the other side's attitude, she still understood the principle of first come, first served. Just as she was hesitating, Du Ziren, who had been following at the back, suddenly saw a new line of options appear before his eyes. Option 1, go straight to rescue the old woman. Risk unknown. Option 2, find a way to approach the pile of dried corpses. High chance of increasing survival rate. Oh? This is getting a bit interesting. Looking at the 2 options that suddenly popped up, Du Ziren decisively chose option 2. After playing the apocalypse survival game for so long, he knew the game's nature too well. If you chose the first one, there would definitely be trouble. Choosing the first one meant the game wanted you to brute force through unknown situations with paid advantages. If even one detail was mishandled and something happened to Qiu Xingxing, Du Ziren would not accept it. With option 2, observing at close range could increase the survival rate. That alone already explained that there was something wrong with the pile of dried corpses. A normal pile of dried corpses, how could it trigger something like a survival rate? If the game system rates this mission as medium difficulty, then there must be a reason for it. After hesitating for a moment, Du Ziren took a few steps forward and looked toward the spearhead squad in the distance. Hey! I'm advising you right now. Do not casually get close to that pile of dried corpses. You can't afford to mess with it. No joke. Even with cheats, there was still risk. Let alone a small squad that was only at ability user level 7. Oh? So you're also a 4-person squad? And there's even a hidden man? What, can't show your face? The sudden voice made Xiao Shan freeze for a moment. But soon after, he looked toward Lu Yuan beside him. Lu Yuan smiled knowingly and stared at the source of the voice. When he saw a dense mass of white mist rise up, he laughed disdainfully. Haha. Captain, this guy is only at ability user level 4. So that's how it is? No wonder he likes hiding. After hearing Du Ziren's strength level, Xiao Shan's expression darkened. He completely stopped caring about what Du Ziren had said. If you ask me, you're probably afraid of coming here for nothing, so you're deliberately saying this to trick us into leaving, right? Sorry, but tricks like this from third-tier safe camps won't work on us. Yuan sneered coldly. The 4 members of the spearhead squad all looked over, their eyes filled with disdain, coldness, and contempt. To be honest, in the apocalypse, having strength really did allow people to act like this. But Du Ziren truly meant well. Forget it. Since you won't listen anyway. Shengsheng, avoid the village road. I'll take you to investigate first. Looking at the 4 of them speechlessly, Du Ziren deeply understood one truth: some people cannot be saved if they want to die. But, Senior Du Ziren, they insulted you. They can say Shengsheng is weak, but they said that about you. Qiu Shengsheng clenched her small fists. She looked angry and even pulled out a gun from her chest. Huh? Are you that worried about people talking about me? Senior. Forget it. Don't waste time. Let's go. Rubbing Qiu Shengsheng's head, Du Ziren forcibly led the group to quickly detour around the entrance road of Baihe village. Step, step, step. The game scene in front of them overlapped a lot with Baihe village from last night. This made Du Ziren suspect that the game developers had definitely visited Baihe village for reference. If the developers learned from Black Myth Wukong and used drones to scan and collect map data, then the small path I walked last night, would it also be recorded in the game? Thinking this, Du Ziren pushed aside the corn while walking toward the small path based on his memory. Unexpectedly. After wandering through the cornfield for a while, they gradually saw a stretch of ruins. That was Baihe village. Holy crap. It actually works. With a surprised expression, Du Ziren did not expect that. He had only followed a thought, wanting to use the small path known only by the local villagers in real life to bypass the pile of dried corpses and appear behind the village entrance to observe it. And yet the game scene was exactly the same as reality. Damn, this real scene data capture is insane. You don't even go compete for game awards, instead you sit here milking money. No wonder you're not popular. After silently cursing the developers again, Du Ziren led the group through the ruins. Senior. You seem very familiar with this place? Lu Su seemed to notice something. Du Ziren shrugged casually. Yeah. I've been here before. Huh? Before? How long ago? Du Ziren fell silent. How was he supposed to explain this? Before your game was even promoted, I had already been here? Luckily, Linya broke the awkward silence in time. Senior, those people from the Luzhou safe camp, do you think they will? They'll probably die. Huh? Then, they deserve it. How dare they say you're only ability user level 4? They must be blind. Step, step, step. Another stretch of silence followed. Du Ziren could not really argue back. He really did seem to be only ability user level 4. No wonder they looked down on him. Forget about them. Waving his hand, Du Ziren's expression suddenly turned serious. Isn't there something you still haven't noticed? What? Where are Lei Zhiyong and Yang Miao Miao? That's right. Where are they? As soon as this was said, everyone's expression sank. Exactly. Lei Zhiyong was an ability user at level 7. Where had the two of them gone now? Could they really have been eaten by those dried corpses that were only level 1? Rustle. The view returned to the entrance of Baihe village. Watching Qiu Xingxing's group walk into the dense cornfield, the 4 members of the spearhead squad burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Investigate, my ass. This kind of thing needs investigation? That's hilarious. Truly third-tier safe camp trash. Lu Yuan laughed mockingly. His teammates all grinned with disdain. All right. No need to mind them. Originally, I was worried that I wasn't being careful enough. But now it seems that if the mining black market is full of people like this, then that previous king-type zombie really wasn't anything special. Let's go. Follow me and rescue that old woman. Maybe once we save her, everything will become clear. Waving his hand, Xiao Shan led the way toward the pile of dried corpses. Roar! Roar! On the ground, about 100 dried corpses lowered their heads, breathing out hot air. Their blood-red eyes stared fixedly at the 4 of them, yet they remained motionless on the ground. Heh! Who are you trying to scare? Do you think we're rookies from a third-tier safe camp? Even if you set up an ambush, so what? A bunch of ability user level 1 trash, and you still think? Lu Yuan's mocking voice drew closer. Creak! Creak! Suddenly, the old woman hanging from the tree seemed to sense people approaching. She began to sway her body, and cries escaped from her cracked lips. Go! Quick, go! Go? Ha ha ha! Old lady, you're only a level 1 ability user, yet you dared to run here and take risks. Honestly, I admire you. You don't need to panic now. Let me tell you, standing in front of you is an ability squad that can rank in the top 10 of the Luzhou safe camp, the Spearhead Squad. Don't worry, we'll rescue you right away. Laughing loudly and casually, Lu Yuan did not take the old woman's words seriously at all. I'm not an old woman. My name is Yang Miao Miao. I'm only 22, go quickly. Under her wrinkled mouth, almost all her teeth were gone. She stubbornly squeezed out these words. But, after she finished speaking, not only Lu Yuan, even Xiao Shan shook his head. Looks like long-term torture has driven this old woman insane. These zombies are really not human. Did they really plan to dry her to death and then eat her? Everyone, get ready to move. His expression hardened. Xiao Shan's arms and legs began to vibrate rapidly. His skin color flickered and twisted between white and yellow, slowly turning into 4 sharp silver-long spears. Ability, hardened spears. This was Xiao Shan's proud combat power. Behind him, Sun Xingnan pressed her arms together and lay flat on the ground. Her arms supported the ground and slowly fused and expanded, forming a black giant shield. The giant shield stood in front of Yu Yuan Yuan. Yu Yuan Yuan closed her eyes, faint white light rising from her body as circular glowing patterns rapidly lit up under her feet. Blessing, whined listener. Blessing, Thorn Queen. After the black and white circular patterns lit up, Yu Yuan Yuan quickly opened her eyes and looked at Captain Xiao Shan. Buzz. At once, dense small black spikes bulged out from Xiao Shan's hardened spears, and flowing currents of wind appeared around his limbs. Good. Let's go. Under the special blessing abilities, Xiao Shan's aura pushed close to level 9. His hardened spears looked heavy but moved with surprising lightness as he charged toward the pile of dried corpses. Roar, roar. For some reason, even with such overwhelming pressure, the zombies in the pile of dried corpses still lay calmly on the ground. Ha ha ha. I told you, they're already at the end of their strength. Look at their skin, all shriveled and wrinkled, like what? If you ask me, I could even. Huh? Lu Yuan hid behind Sun Xingnan and was about to mock them further. Suddenly, he felt his face loosen strangely, and the teeth in his mouth seemed to crack and fall out. Huh? Gag. After a wave of dry retching. Ugh! More than 10 yellowed teeth were actually spat out of his mouth. How is this possible? This. Staring in disbelief at the fallen teeth, yellow and foul-smelling, Lu Yuan could not understand how he could spit out something like this. Even if they were his own teeth, they should not be in this condition. He hurriedly reached into his mouth and poked around his gums. His whole body stiffened. His mouth felt loose, and a stench like that of an old person spread out. Gag. Just from that touch, he retched uncontrollably, his body trembling. Gag. It wasn't just him. In just a few moments, Yuan and Sun Xingnan also showed different symptoms. Buzz. First, Sun Xingnan's giant shield seemed to shrink several layers unconsciously. She lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Just maintaining the giant shield already made her extremely exhausted. Huff. Why am I so tired? With my ability level, I should be able to hold the giant shield for an hour without even breaking a sweat. Huff. Her back clothes were already soaked through. It itches. It's so itchy. Yuan kept scratching her arms, strange itching spreading across her skin. When she looked down, her once smooth arms had somehow developed large patches of wrinkled dead skin. Beneath the dead skin was pitch black, with spots like age marks appearing. What is this? No. Don't. That maddening itch made her scream. Lu Yuan and Sun Xingnan both turned to look at her. Yuan. Yuan, how did you become like this? Both of their pupils shrank. Because, before their eyes, Yuan's youthful face collapsed instantly. Her hair turned white, her shoulders drooped, her height shrank, and her exposed skin was covered with deep wrinkles and dead skin. This was no girl at all. This was clearly an old woman. You guys? Lu Yuan and Sun Xingnan stared blankly at Yuan, and Yuan stared blankly back at them. They were the same. One was a toothless, white-haired, thin old man with his mouth hanging open. The other was an old woman lying on the ground, pale-faced and gasping. These were her teammates. You. The three of them said, "You," over and over, unable to recover from what had just happened. They stared at each other in shock, not knowing what was going on. Step. On the other side, as the core combat power of the Spearhead Squad, Xiao Shan strode forward like a fierce gust of wind, stabbing straight toward the head of a dried corpse lying on the ground. Bang! The expected scene of the head exploding and blood spraying did not happen. He. Finally you fell for it. What? A mocking smile appeared at the corner of the shriveled corpse's mouth. Then, its dried body visibly filled out at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if rejuvenating right before Xiao Shan's eyes. GRRK. A thick, powerful hand grabbed Xiao Shan's hardened spear. The dried corpse, no, to be precise, the zombie in front of him could now be described as a strong corpse. The strong corpse grinned and began to exert force, pulling Xiao Shan's left hardened spear toward itself. Crack. Sounds like bones twisting rang out. Xiao Shan's face changed in shock. This thing was trying to rip off his arm. You dare? Fury exploded in his eyes. Xiao Shan believed that under Yuan's blessings, he could even fight a super ability user for a while. Let alone a level 1 zombie. He raised the hardened spear in his other hand, trying to smash the strong corpse's head. But, he. Splat. Amid the strong corpse's cruel laughter, the left hardened spear was forcibly snapped apart, and hot, bright red blood sprayed down from Xiao Shan's left shoulder. Ah! Immediately, a hysterical scream spread across the entrance of Baiha village. He. Waving the hardened spear in his left hand, the strong corpse played with it for a while. After losing the support of its original ability, that hardened spear instantly turned into a withered arm. Human. You are too weak. Raising its head proudly, the strong corpse looked down at Xiao Shan with contempt. You. Xiao Shan covered his completely bare left shoulder and kept retreating. He did not know why, but for no reason he felt that the strong corpse in front of him was unusually tall. The feeling it gave him should at most be that of a third-rank ability user. But, why did he suddenly have no strength to resist at all? He. The ones behind, leave them to you. The strong corpse waved toward its back, and the 3 dry corpses crawling on the ground slowly stood up. As they stood up, their bodies quickly filled out, as if they had instantly returned from old age to their prime. You dare? Seeing these strong corpses about to target his teammates, Xiao Shan supported himself with half an arm and blocked the path. He raised the only remaining hardened spear on his right arm, and suddenly realized that his right arm hardened spear seemed to be an inch shorter. This This is... Captain. Run, run fast. Suddenly, an old and desperate shout came from behind. Who? Turning his head, he saw an old man lying on the ground, trembling all over, waving at him. Captain. Your ability level dropped from 7th rank to 1st rank. They are all 3rd rank ability zombies. Run. The old man screamed hysterically, trying to stand up and run toward the outside of Baiha village. But, like withered old tree roots, the old man could not run fast at all and could only slowly quick walk. Ha. Useless. His neck was suddenly tightly grabbed by a huge hand, and Xiao Shan's body was lifted into the air. Feeling the burning pain in his neck, Xiao Shan turned his head and saw that a tall strong corpse had already picked him up, squeezing his neck while walking toward the 3 people in the distance. He struggled desperately, but under the kneading grip of the strong corpse, his legs kicked wildly, and his struggle looked like a chick flailing around. No! Don't! Yuan screamed. As soon as she turned around, her whole body lost strength and she collapsed to the ground. Yuan. Sun Qingnan hurriedly pulled back her arm and went forward to help Yuan up. Pulling Yuan's arm with both hands, she realized that she did not even have the strength to pull her up. Hey. Humans are truly a fragile race. Become the king's tribute, Poochie. Suddenly, in front of the 2 women, 3 tall figures pressed down on them. Sun Qingnan's back suddenly trembled. A huge black hand had already pierced through her chest and stuck out from her abdomen. Ah! Amid Yuan's scream, the strong corpse skewered Sun Qingnan on its arm and lifted her high. Opening its mouth full of fangs, it began biting Sun Qingnan's head. Poochie. Blood and brain matter splashed everywhere. Yuan lay slanted on the ground. Seeing this scene, her heart almost stopped beating. What was in front of her? Was it hell? Hey. Before she could say anything else. She too was lifted up by the neck by a huge hand. Help! In the distance, Lu Yuan staggered and ran several meters. Suddenly, a strong corpse teasingly picked up a stone from the ground, a cold smile on its lips. So noisy. Bang! The stone was thrown with great force. With a whoosh, the back of Lu Yuan's neck exploded into a dark hole, and blood poured out wildly. His body stood stiffly in place for a while, and finally fell to the ground with a thud. No! Xiao Shan screamed endlessly, watching his teammates die one by one before his eyes. His eyes were blood-red, yet under the enormous strength of the strong corpse's wrist, his neck twisted and his vision gradually blurred. What exactly happened? At the last moment before his vision faded, Xiao Shan saw. He saw Yuan's body being lifted under a big tree by several strong corpses. Then, a group of dry corpses stood up one after another, their bodies swelling and filling out. They lay one by one in front of Yuan, constantly gnawing at her body. Heart-wrenching screams continued, stimulating Xiao Shan's nerves. Ha. Stupid thing, you dare come looking for trouble with this king? Amid the sound of flesh being eaten, a skinny dry corpse with a bluish-purple body slowly crawled up from the ground. Wherever it passed, the bodies of all dry corpses began to fill out. Rustle. On the tree trunk, the swaying old woman kept struggling, tears flickering in her eyes. You. Don't rush, little girl. Lure a few more little girls over, and you can be freed too. Under the teasing voice of the skinny dry corpse, the old woman hanging above seemed to wrinkle even more. At this moment, even if Xiao Shan was slow, he finally understood what was going on. Time. It was a time-type ability. It was accelerated regional time flow. His 3 teammates were instantly aged. Because their bodies aged, using abilities became weak and powerless. Why could he not beat a 3rd-rank ability zombie? That was because he had also grown old. The enemy was exhausted while he was full, so they fought. Among this group of zombies, there must be one ability zombie that could accelerate regional time flow. From the very beginning, it aged this group of 3rd-rank ability strong corpses, turning them into a ground full of 1st-rank ability dry corpses, lowering everyone's guard. The old woman hanging on the tree was actually a young girl. But in order to lure in rescuing ability users, it deliberately aged her, making her speech unclear. In this way, as soon as rescuing ability users entered the accelerated time flow area, the enemy could immediately age them, lowering their combat power. On the zombie side, the aging effect would be removed, turning them into strong corpses. Strong corpses fighting human old men? Isn't that just giving it away? No wonder everyone who came here to investigate never returned. No wonder. At the final moment of suffocating breath, Xiao Shan suddenly thought of Du Ziren's earlier warning. I regret it. I? Despair flickered in his old eyes. Poochie. The next moment? More than a dozen huge mouths full of surging fangs moved toward him and bit open his skull together. Tap tap tap. At the same time, inside Baiha village. Following his memory, Du Ziren finally found the path leading to the village entrance among the snowy ruins of Baiha village. Hey! Everyone stay alert. If anything unusual appears ahead, stay quiet and find a place to hide immediately. Calling out to the three women behind him, Du Ziren walked along the narrow path. In the distance, the dense pile of black dry corpses at the village entrance of Baiha village looked glaring in the snow. However, this time, the air was thick with the smell of blood. Tap tap tap. Pushing aside the cornstalks, Du Ziren moved a bit further, until he clearly saw a pile of dry corpses gnawing on several pieces of white bone. Then he stopped. Hiss. As if realizing something, he remained silent. Behind him, Lu Su stretched her neck, squinted, and looked for a while, still not understanding what was going on. Huh? Where's that contradiction squad from earlier? Did they just leave after gathering intel? But that old woman hasn't even been rescued yet. No way. Could they really be that heartless? Linya also didn't understand the situation. After all, that pile of dry corpses was only at first-rank ability level, not worthy of investigation by 4 7th-rank ability users. Senior Ziren, what are we supposed to be seeing here? Qiu Shengxing scratched her head, unsure of what they were looking for. But, as long as the senior gave the order, she would follow it without hesitation. Wait and watch. They were just lying still, but now they're gnawing on bones. There's a bloody smell in the air. They might have just had some fresh meat. Huh? Just them? No way. They're only first rank. And so old, could they be chewing on some scavenger's corpse? I'm not sure either. But those zombies give me a strange feeling. Anyway, let's wait and see. Lying low in the cornfield, Du Ziren didn't move a muscle. As long as no one showed up, if those dry corpses were really suspicious, they'd expose themselves eventually. The four gradually fell silent, staring intently at the dry corpses in the distance. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour passed? Finally, a bluish-purple skinny zombie couldn't hold it anymore and slowly crawled up from the ground. Leaning against a tree, it waved at the old woman hanging above, and shockingly took out a lightning ability crystal core that was sparking with electric light. Hey hey hey. Hey hey hey. Because the distance was too great, they could only hear it laughing, then licking and eating the crystal core. Drip drip. The old woman above seemed to be struggling violently, and several drops of crystal-clear tears fell from above. Pfft. Suddenly, a splash of water exploded on the skinny zombie's head. Whoosh, water flowed instantly, twisting its face. Bitch! Smack! Instantly, the skinny zombie slapped the old woman across the face, then viciously swallowed the crystal core. Nom nom. Nom nom. It seemed unsatisfied with just one, and slowly pulled out 4 more white ability crystal cores from its body. Like chewing on candy, it popped another white core into its mouth. Drip drip. The old woman hanging in the air began sobbing harder and harder. Hiss. The scene in the distance made the few people in the cornfield frown deeply. Is it really just a first-rank ability user? The crystal cores it's eating don't look like low-level ones. Lu Su clicked her tongue, her face showing increasing doubt. Something's off, really off. Did you notice? The first crystal core it ate was lightning ability. That's not super rare, but not common either. Why did it act like a jerk and show off to the old woman while eating it? That old woman just now, did she use water ability to attack it? She's angry? Tell me, what kind of water ability user would get mad about someone eating a lightning crystal core? Who could that be? Linya's eyes flickered. Qiu Xingxing was already covering her mouth in disbelief. Linya Jie? Are you saying the one hanging up there is Yang Miao Miao? And that zombie just ate? Li Xiong Squadi. Silence. Endless silence. No one dared imagine that Lei Xiong was already dead. And Yang Miao Miao had become an old woman? Was this even possible? But even if it was impossible, all clues connected only these two people. Heh. I guess. The 4 white cores that zombie pulled out just now are the 4 members of the contradiction squad. Suddenly, Du Ziren's voice sounded again, and the cornfield fell into dead silence. They were 4 7th-rank ability users. They're actually dead. Lu Su gaped. Du Ziren gave a calm smile. Nothing is impossible. You must understand, abilities are ever-changing. Maybe something happened that we couldn't predict. Right now, what we need to think about is how to save Yang Miao Miao. Or, with the current clues, can we figure out the enemy's ability? The enemy's ability? An ability that can instantly kill 4 7th rank ability users. And, made Yang Miao Miao old too? Linya looked confused. But that one phrase, made her old, suddenly struck Du Ziren like lightning. Made old, made old. Hey! What happens when a person gets old? Can the organs still handle using abilities? Except for some special abilities, if a person gets old, their powers definitely won't be as strong. After Qiu Xingxing murmured this, Du Ziren suddenly had a revelation. I got it. It's time. Time acceleration. That's the only way they could instantly kill the squad. Huh? Upon hearing this, the others hadn't even reacted when Du Ziren looked toward Yang Miao Miao. It's simple. That pile of dry corpses is currently within an accelerated time flow area, so is Yang Miao Miao. Imagine this. If someone enters that zone, and the enemy cancels the time acceleration effect, what would happen to those dry corpses? They'd change from old to strong. And more importantly, what about humans? Once they enter and get aged by the time flow, what happens then? After Du Ziren's long analysis, the women were all speechless. So, the result would be, humans turn into old people, fighting a zombie army in their prime. Qiu Xingxing was the first to react and said something shocking. This. No wonder Lei Zhiyong fell. No wonder. Sounds of sighing filled the air. Looking again at the seemingly withered and harmless dry corpse pile, everyone's gaze turned cautious. After a while, Du Ziren turned to Qiu Xingxing. Xingxing, do you want to train yourself? Huh? I mean, do you want to grow stronger through battle? Yes. She nodded without hesitation. Du Ziren smiled calmly. All right then, you and I will go over there now. The rest stay and observe. Once Yang Miao Miao returns to normal, come and support. Huh? Just you and me, senior? Still slightly worried, Qiu Xingxing hadn't even finished speaking before Du Ziren dropped another bombshell. Strictly speaking, only you will go. I'll be watching you from the side. Huh? Don't worry, they can't hurt you. Because, your ability is very special. My ability is very special? Qiu Xingxing stared blankly into the air. Du Ziren had not explained to her what exactly her ability Immortal and Undying really meant. Right. Your ability has special resistance. Think of it as, you can endure aging better than others. He said this casually. Du Ziren truly did not want this girl to know the full nature of Immortal and Undying, because then every time she fought she might get torn apart and only slowly recover. A wife should look beautiful, after all. So that's how it is. No wonder last time at Dog Factory I wasn't afraid of being burned. With Senior Ziren with me, I'm not afraid. Tightening her combat uniform, Qiu Xingxing slowly climbed out of the cornfield. Then Senior, should we go? Tap tap tap. While walking with Qiu Xingxing, Du Ziren worriedly opened the Recharge Plus button behind Ability Disable. This time's Baihe Village investigation event was targeted not at the main character Qiu Xingxing, but at his current companion. Who could have expected this? Just imagine, if they had rushed in without understanding earlier, Qiu Xingxing might have been fine, but Lu Su and Linya might not have made it. Teammates. True teammates are hard to find in the apocalypse. And whether they existed or not was directly related to the squad formation mission. Currently, although they roughly understood the enemy zombie's ability, what was still unclear was the enemy ability rank. Ability Disable was strong, but if the enemy had a superhuman grade time flow ability, how long could his ability Disable affect them? Would it affect the golden quality, Immortal and Undying? What if the enemy got desperate and fought with their bodies as superhumans? For the sake of giving his wife a safe monster grinding zone. Click. After opening the plus button, a row of pop-ups jumped out. Temporary battle power recharge options enabled. Option 1, you can choose to spend 20,000 yuan to obtain 30 minutes of ability disable, superhuman second rank trial permission. Option 2, you can choose to spend 200,000 yuan to obtain 30 minutes of ability disable, awakened second rank trial permission. Holy crap. 200,000? Wasn't it only 100,000 last time? Thinking about the last time he recharged temporary battle power for dog transformation, which cost no more than 100,000, Du Ziren felt the game developers were getting more and more outrageous. This recharge double pricing is based on ability disable being purple grade ability. Different grade abilities, temporary battle power enhancement prices are of course different. Players can choose how much temporary ability battle power to increase. It seemed to have heard Du Ziren's complaint, and the game pop-up jumped to show this latest explanation. Word what? So according to you, if I have a golden quality ability later, I'll have to spend 400,000 to get battle power? Yes. 400,000? If my parents knew I was spending this much money playing games, they would probably scold me to death. His finger hesitated on the recharge button. Senior Ziren? Suddenly, Chiu Xingxing's anxious voice came. Seeing her trembling and shrinking, like a small obedient dog hiding in the corn, made Du Ziren feel uncomfortable. Damn. Isn't it just money? Recharge. 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 My wife shouldn't suffer even a little. Your bank card ending in 0304 was just charged 200,000 yuan. Your current balance is 6,597,500 yuan. Ability unlock, awakened, ability disable, area nullification skill activated. Your awakened trial remaining time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. With a series of information reminders, Du Ziren suddenly felt a surge of power throughout his body. At once, he was full of confidence. Shengxing, don't be afraid. I'm always here. Just go forward, they can't move you. Okay. Tap tap tap. A small figure pushed aside the thick cornstalks. Chiu Xingxing popped out her small head and looked toward the village entrance of Baihe village. Roar, roar. At this moment, countless dry corpses were crawling on the ground, constantly gnawing on various bones and joints, just like a pack of ferocious dogs. Tap tap tap. As Chiu Xingxing got closer and closer, their hand movements gradually stopped. Creak, creak. The old woman hanging in the tree struggled violently. Seeing Chiu Xingxing, she sobbed uncontrollably. Sobi, sobi. Shengxing, don't come here. Please. Her tears streamed down. The torment of this short day had engraved itself on her forever. But Chiu Xingxing looked up at the old woman and comforted her with a smile. I know, you are Yang Miao Miao, right? Don't worry, I'll rescue you soon. You are confused, you. Even that senior. This place. That's enough. Shut up. While the two were talking, a skinny, bluish dry zombie slowly crawled out of the dry corpse pile. Its already rotted eyes looked at Chiu Xingxing with slight dissatisfaction. Why are you alone? Where are the other two women? Senior Ziren said. To deal with you. I alone am enough. Slowly drawing a military dagger from her waist, Chiu Xingxing did not dare slack off. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. They all 7th rank ability users are dead. You alone, don't think we are all 1st rank ability users, right? As if amused by Chiu Xingxing's words, the skinny zombie twisted its neck, and its thin body began to swell loudly. Crack, crack. At the same time, several dry corpses crawling on the ground also began to rapidly fill out. Little girl. Today I will teach you a lesson. Don't be fooled by the surface appearance. You very soon. You will become our fresh meat dinner. Those hiding, too. Step step step. 3 or 4 strong corpses quickly approached Chiu Xingxing, trying to grab both her arms and cruelly tear them off. He he he. Sharp, eerie laughter approached. In the sky above, Yang Miao Miao had already closed her eyes. She admitted that senior was indeed powerful, but once inside a time acceleration area, after the body aged, using abilities was just a joke. These zombies had truly extremely special abilities. At that time, their team captain Lei Xiong, in just the moment of shouting twice, was torn into 6 pieces. Such a scene Yang Miao Miao could never forget. No! No! She shouted in despair. Poochie. Suddenly. From below came the sound of warm blood spraying. It's over, it's over. Did she die? With her eyes tightly closed, Yang Miao Miao did not dare imagine the scene of Chiu Xingxing being dismembered. But the next moment. Roar, roar. What sounded was not a woman's scream, but a series of heroic roars from the strong corpses. Roar, roar. The stench of blood drifted up, and Yang Miao Miao squinted down, her pupils suddenly shrinking. Corpses. For strong corpse bodies lay scattered across the ground. All of them headless, blood gushing from their necks. Below, a tall woman with delicate features and a cold expression was flipping a bloody dagger in her hand, her face full of disgust, like a proud, thorned rose. How is this possible? You are? Looking at the tall woman, Yang Miao Miao was stunned. Her slender figure was at least 1.8 meters tall. Her features were pretty, body tight, eyes icy cold, every movement calm and composed. She looked exactly like a queen of the apocalypse. Yang Miao Miao. It's me. Chiu Xingxing. Don't you recognize me? The tall woman looked up. Yang Miao Miao froze again. You? Chiu Xingxing? You grew up? Stunned, dazed, confused. Yang Miao Miao couldn't figure it out. Why had everyone else turned old, but Chiu Xingxing had become a mature woman instead? Why? Me? I grew up? Trying to move her body, Chiu Xingxing suddenly realized that her once loose combat uniform had indeed become tight. Senior Ziren? Her cold, beautiful face turned to Du Ziren, who was momentarily dazed. Damn. So Xingxing as an adult, is this beautiful? In a hidden corner where no one could see, Du Ziren wore a dopey, smitten expression. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. If the old Chiu Xingxing was a soft, slightly silly teenage girl, then the Chiu Xingxing in front of him now was exactly how he imagined a goddess of the apocalypse. Icy gaze, sharp features, curves that couldn't be hidden by her uniform. This was the adult version of Chiu Xingxing. Staring in awe at Chiu Xingxing for a while, Du Ziren finally came to his senses. He understood. Chiu Xingxing's ability was immortal and undying. Because of that trait, once she entered the accelerated time flow zone, her body would age, but thanks to the undying trait, her body would lock at its most perfect state. So, only Chiu Xingxing wouldn't become old here, she would grow into a woman. Jackpot! He never thought he'd get a preview of what his wife would look like in the future. Click, click. While no one was paying attention, Du Ziren had already circled the adult Chiu Xingxing several times, secretly taking screenshots like crazy. Just like a gamer customizing a character's appearance and saving outfits. Say, Senior Ziren. I feel, this body doesn't feel right. That cold gaze only showed a trace of girlish shyness when looking at Du Ziren. Can it wait a bit? Huh? Senior, you. Du Ziren said nothing, only kept clicking screenshots wildly. In the distance, inside Baiha village, Lu Su and Linya were also dumbfounded. What? Who the hell is that perfect woman? Linya growled with jealousy. I think it's Captain Chiu. She seemed to grow up right after cutting down a few zombies? Even Lu Su, as a woman, blushed slightly when looking at adult Chiu Xingxing. She really had the looks and presence at 100%. Damn it. So Xingxing is this charming when she grows up. No wonder that senior is always. Wait. Realizing what she was about to say, Linya quickly covered her mouth. Why didn't you grow old? Behind the dry corpse pile, the bluish skinny zombie stared at Chiu Xingxing in disbelief. Not only had she not aged, her power even seemed stronger. His time acceleration was actually giving her a buff? Click click click. After snapping a few more screenshots of adult Chiu Xingxing, Du Ziren finally remembered, damn, they were still in a fight. Xingxing. Go ahead and fight. Aim to break through to ability user, rank 5. Got it. A calm voice came. Chiu Xingxing's perfectly curved body tensed, her combat uniform having already disintegrated from the accelerated time, turning to ash. Crystal core armor wrapped around Chiu Xingxing's full figure, and the silver light reflected at the entrance of Baiha village. You freak. What the hell is your ability? Attack. Maybe it was the armor, maybe it was the threat, either way, the skinny zombie felt a chill in his heart. With a wave of his hand, all the dry corpses on the ground swelled. At least 20 strong corpses roared and charged at Chiu Xingxing. Xingxing, stay calm. If necessary, I'll step in. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Du Ziren's voice echoed in her ear. Chiu Xingxing's narrowed eyes tightened. She gripped her dagger in her left hand and just replied with a soft Splat splat splat. Suddenly, Chiu Xingxing's body vanished. And ahead, within the oncoming group of strong corpses, heads started flying into the air. Splat splat splat. 1, 2, 3. As heads flew, blood sprayed from the necks, and the headless bodies dropped one by one. Damn it. The skinny zombie saw things going wrong and quickly cancelled the time flow effect on Chiu Xingxing. Splat splat splat. Among the flying heads, a small figure slowly reappeared. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Back in her normal body, Chiu Xingxing was panting heavily, her movement visibly slower. Slash. Another cut hit a strong corpse, but only pierced its neck, she didn't manage to sever the head. Her familiar girlish voice returned, and Du Ziren's face went stiff. From his view, Chiu Xingxing's power was rising and falling, completely unstable. Chiu Xingxing current ability level, rank 8. Rank 9. Rank 4. Because time kept accelerating, Xingxing grew, and her power increased. Now, her power dropped again. Did he cancel the time flow? Squinting at the skinny zombie, Du Ziren saw him staring at Chiu Xingxing with a faint look of realization. This monster. She can even benefit from my ability? Hurry. Now's the time. Kill her. Roar. At the skinny zombie's command, countless dry corpses swelled and surged. In an instant, hordes of strong corpses pounced toward Chiu Xingxing. But Chiu Xingxing didn't panic at all. Her now smaller body gripped the dagger tightly. Splat, a strong corpse's head flew again. Thud, thud. Her heart raced. Facing the approaching zombie tide, Qiu Xingxing's eyes stayed determined. She whispered. It's okay. It's okay. Senior Ziren is here. With Senior Ziren, I won't die. Tightly gripping her dagger, she charged fearlessly into the horde. At that moment, Du Ziren stared at Qiu Xingxing's ability stats. Qiu Xingxing current ability level, rank 4, 388/400, 399 for 400, 11 out of 500. Congratulations. Qiu Xingxing's ability level has advanced to ability user rank 5. Is this the charm of golden ability? Getting stronger just by fighting? Seeing that Qiu Xingxing was about to be surrounded, Du Ziren looked at the skinny zombie, his expression turned serious. Nullification field. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, the entire Baiha village outskirts road seemed to ripple slightly in space. What? The skinny zombie seemed to sense some kind of fluctuation and froze. Before it could react, all the dried corpses revealed their true forms, transforming into uniform Tier 3 ability users, strong zombies. Its main body also began to shrink from a burly form. The previously unreadable power level gradually stabilized at Tier 9 ability user. Who is it? Who's interfering with my ability? It looked around in panic. Without the boost of time flow, the skinny zombie, despite being Tier 9, only had physical strength left. How could it not panic? It looked around in fear, but Du Ziren wasn't paying attention. Instead, he called out to Yang Miao Miao hanging from a tree. Hey! Why are you still spacing out? Help Xingxing and fight! Squeak squeak. The old woman hanging from the tree also began to regain her form due to time flow failing. Yang Miao Miao, with her short sky blue hair, stared blankly around. Say, Senior, kill the enemies. Understood. In a panic, she looked at Qiu Xingxing who was surrounded. As Yang Miao Miao focused her thoughts, rings of water membrane surged around Xingxing's crystal core armor. Xingxing, don't be afraid. Water membrane can block attacks. Just go all out and fight. Got it. Yang Miao Miao's voice came from the tree. Qiu Xingxing boldly rushed into the group of strong zombies and began to fight. Roar! Roar! Countless stinky fanged mouths bit at her neck but were all bounced off by water membrane ripples. Pft! Pft! With Tier 5 ability power, each dagger strike pierced a strong zombie skull, killing it instantly. Even though the zombies at Baiha village entrance were all Tier 3 ability users, at the end of the day, Tier 3 is still Tier 3. Without time flow support, the threat wasn't that high. Hey! Linya! Come help! He called toward the cornfield, and after some rustling, boom boom boom, spikes of earth suddenly burst out from under the attacking strong zombies. Pft, pft. Like spears, the spikes shot upward, piercing through the zombies' lower bodies and out their necks. Roars and screams filled the air. In no time, the 40-50 strong zombie army was about to be wiped out. You! The skinny zombie finally lost control. It's all because of her. It stared hatefully at Qiu Xingxing, muscles trying to swell again, attempting to forcibly boost its power using time flow acceleration. But, buzz buzz buzz. A force in the air was constantly restraining it. It couldn't activate its prized time flow acceleration at all. No. Kill her. Kill her. It's all because of that woman. Because of her, I lost my ability. All. Crack crack crack. Its skinny claws gripped the ground, leaving 10 deep grooves. The skinny zombie stared at Xingxing, its body hunched, trying to use its Tier 9 physical strength to kill her by force. But, hey, you dried up corpse, what are you mumbling about? Suddenly, a calm voice rang in its ear. You're the monster who disabled my ability. How can you have both invisibility and nullification abilities? Could you be the kin? You talk too much. Crack. Another bone-cracking sound, its neck suddenly compressed, its face twisted visibly. Du Ziren had just been standing next to this thing and heard everything clearly. This guy dared to go after his wife? My wife's leveling up, what's it to you? Crack crack crack. With just a small twist of his hand. Ugh. The skinny zombie flew into the air, its neck snapping completely, head tilted, dead. Huh? Du Ziren shook the skinny zombie's body, looking puzzled. Wait. I didn't even use force. And you're dead already? Oh sorry, forgot I currently have the body strength of a temporary awakened one. Well, whatever, die then. He casually threw the corpse aside. Boom. The body slammed into a tree, its head exploded. The thick old tree at the roadside creaked loudly and broke in half. Rumble. As the tree trunk hit the ground, the 4 women all looked at the now headless dried corpse, each with a more shocked face than the last. Senior Zirin. When did you even strike? It felt like, we just heard a swoosh, and the lead zombie was dead? Gasp, the senior really is terrifying. Roar, roar. The strong zombies, seeing the skinny zombie dead, instantly panicked and fled into the cornfield. With the leader dead, the underlings scattered in chaos. Puff puff puff. Led by Qiu Xingxing, the women instantly reversed the situation, chasing down and slaughtering the fleeing zombies. Moments later, dozens of zombies lay scattered across the ground, and at least 50 crystal cores were placed at the entrance of Baihe village. Qiu Xingxing and the 3 women looked eagerly at the air. Senior Zirin. These crystal cores, please take them. No need. You all divide them. I can see your strength is still tight. Waving his hand, Du Zirin clearly had no intention of taking the crystal cores. After all, the women who were now forming a small team still had relatively low strength. With that, they'd be looked down upon in the Luzhou safe zone. Senior, what about you? I don't need crystal cores for now. Oh right. Shengsheng, get that guy's core for me. He pointed at the corpse of the skinny zombie under the tree. Shengsheng immediately understood and started digging through the broken body. Soon, she came over holding a round black and white crystal core. Senior Zirin, please have a look. Your Doomsday Survival character is delivering you a new gift. Accept? Accept. Picking up the strange crystal core, Du Zirin's eyes suddenly lit up. Time Crystal Core 1 of 3. Collect all 3 to unlock Golden Quality Ability, Time. What? Golden ability? Playing with the Time Crystal Core in his hand, Du Zirin didn't expect its quality to be golden. But what surprised him even more was that this thing actually required 3 cores to activate the Time ability. Seriously? Golden ability is that hard to activate? Where am I supposed to find the other 2? Silently putting away the crystal core, Du Zirin suddenly thought of the remaining 2 missions in this riot chapter. Could it be? The remaining 2 are in those 2 missions? Just as he was hesitating, thud. Yang Miao Miao suddenly knelt on the blood-soaked ground. Senior. Please take me in. Huh? What are you doing? I have no team to return to. I want to join your team. She lowered her head and nervously made her request. Yang Miao Miao knew very well who the true leader of Qiu Xingxing's team was. Of course. It was precisely because Du Zirin was a regular member of this team that she wanted so badly to join it. You want to join Xingxing's team? Narrowing his eyes, Du Zirin looked at the 4 people around him. This really looked like the early stage of an ability user team. If Yang Miao Miao joined, the team mission would be completed. Shengsheng, what do you think? You're the leader of this team. He handed over the decision to Qiu Xingxing. The first thing Du Zirin respected was his wife's opinion. If Miao Miao joins, a water-type ability would be useful anywhere. I don't think we can refuse, right? Qiu Xingxing proactively reached out her hand to Yang Miao Miao. Her expression lit up. Captain Qiu, you're agreeing? Thank you. Thank you. Yang Miao Miao excitedly grabbed Qiu Xingxing's hand. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, a game window popped up in front of Du Zirin. Mission, form a team, completed. Team members, leader, Qiu Xingxing, members, Linya, Lu Su, Yang Miao Miao. Team level, beginner. Unlocking current ability levels for all 4. Qiu Xingxing, Tier 5 ability user, 121/500. Linya, Tier 5 ability user, 435/500. Lu Su, Tier 3 ability user, 280/300. Yang Miao Miao, Tier 4 ability user, 323/400. A flood of data kept popping up. Du Zirin stroked his chin. Just as expected. Every pay-to-win game includes team-building mechanics. Damn. Just don't tell me there's no gacha draw for agents. Do I really have to find rare SSR characters through the storyline? While he was deep in thought, the 4 women on the road stood silently, waiting for Du Zirin's orders, all staring into the void. Can't deny, having 4 beauties look at you like this really gives off the RPG camping vibe. After a while. Hey! The 4 of you, take 12 crystal cores each. Distribute them and work on raising your ability levels. Next. Everyone, quickly return to the mine black market. Yes. At his command, the 4 of them split the cores and dashed toward the mine black market. At the same time, Luzhou is second-tier safe zone. Unlike the shabby and temporary setup of the mine black market, the Luzhou safe zone was a 42-story office building in the center of Luzhou city. It stood tall in the middle of the urban ruins, so out of place. The bright curtain walls of glass didn't have a single trace of weathering. In the sky, zombified zombie birds circled. As if they couldn't see the people coming and going inside the building, they shrieked and flapped past the edge of the curtain walls. Inside the building, people walked around busy with their own business, seemingly used to the zombies outside. Looking closely, one would see that the building's outer edges faintly shimmered with strange light. Luzhou Safe Zone 30th floor, conference room. At this moment, in the spacious conference room, only a dozen people sat along the table. Each of them wore a badge with a moon on their chest, a mark of ability users in the base. Let's hear it. All 3 mercenary squads sent out didn't return. At the head of the conference room, an elderly man looked solemnly at the dozen ability users below. They murmured and whispered. It's been almost half a day. Conflict Squad, Extreme Squad, Beast Squad, none of them responded. With the distance from Wannan City to Luzhou, they should have finished the mission and come back by now. Even if they didn't finish it, they shouldn't be completely out of contact. Could something have happened? No way? Conflict and Extreme Squads are both semi-pro Tier 7 ability users, I get it. But the Beast Squad's captain is an actual high-level ability user. Could it be? The whispering grew louder, and the elder's face turned dark. Bang bang bang. He knocked the table hard, silence fell. Cough, cough, cough. I know you're all ability users and long used to handling zombies. But this time, I feel a pressure looming. You know I haven't had this feeling in a long time. Someone, bring up the Anhui province map. Understood. With a wave of his hand, the projector showed a regional map. The elder stood slowly and pointed to the lower, left, and right parts of the map, eyes narrowing into slits. To the left is the zombie army from Baiha village. To the right is some baby zombie, and below is that mutant zombie massacre incident. Tell me, what are these zombies trying to do? This. Old Master Bai, are you saying they're trying to surround us? A man wearing sunglasses looked doubtful. Wrong. They'll first surround the mine black market, wipe them out, then merge their 3 armies, and launch a full attack on our Luzhou safe zone. What? They must be tired of living. The man sneered, but the old man glared and slammed the table. Did you forget how they slaughtered us before? 100 years. 100 years. It's been quiet on the surface, but there's been no word from above in ages. On the dark side, they might already have the power to eliminate ability users. If we let them grow and the 3 armies unite? Do you really think we can withstand their attack at Luzhou safe zone? His words hit like thunder. Silence swept through the conference room. Then, Old Master Bai, what do you suggest? Suddenly, a girl with a single ponytail stood up from a front row seat on the left. As the saying goes, when the lips are gone, the teeth feel the cold. If the mine black market falls, the next target will be our Luzhou safe zone. My suggestion is rescue. Flash, Zhao Ziang. Echo, Su Chang. Mirror Woman, Fang Huiguang. Step forward. Yes. At the old man's shout, the man with sunglasses, the ponytail girl, and a middle-aged man in a floral shirt stepped forward and respectfully faced him. You, head directly south to investigate the mutant zombie death incident. You, go stop the baby zombies movement. You, handle the Baiha village case. Complete these missions before the crisis fully brews. Any objections? None. Good. Move out. As the old man gave the command. A hum shook the conference room, and the 3 stepped forward, then vanished. Outside the front gate of the Luzhou safe zone, on the first floor, Zhao Ziang appeared in the snow, dragging Fang Huiguang and Su Chang by the arms. The 2 looked calm, gazing at the suddenly changing scene in front of them, as if they were already used to it. This was Zhao Ziang's ability, Flash. With the flash ability of an ability user, even when carrying people, he could instantly move 100 meters, extremely powerful. Hey! Since Old Man Bai gave us these missions, what do you think? How should we divide these 3 missions? Adjusting his sunglasses, Zhao Ziang twisted his neck, as if he hadn't taken the elder's warning seriously at all. I'm fine with anything. Fang Huiguang replied coldly. Su Chang, however, forced a smile. Hey, isn't it simple? I have the safest plan, all 3 of us move together. With Ziang's flash, we can easily deal with the weird baby zombie first, then go find the cause of the mutant zombie death, and finally handle the Baiha village incident. With flash, there's definitely enough time. I disagree. Su Chang had just spoken excitedly when Fang Huiguang coldly interrupted him. What if we spend too much time dealing with the baby zombie? Then the situations in Baiha village and the mutant zombie case worsen and affect the mine black market. Who will take responsibility? That? It probably won't happen, right? Su Chang still smiled, but Fang Huiguang gave him a sharp glare. This concerns lives. Just because you can move easily, does that mean you can take it lightly? Hey! You! Fang Huiguang, what's your problem? I was thinking about what's best for us. Just as they were about to start arguing, Zhao Ziang scratched his head and quickly pulled Su Chang back. No, no, no. Since we can't agree, how about this? Ladies first. Fang Huiguang, you choose a mission, and the two of us will handle the rest separately. Humph. I'll go deal with the cause of the mutant zombie deaths myself. It's just below the base. I'll follow this path straight to the mine black market. As for you two, do whatever you want. Flicking her single ponytail, Fang Huiguang kept her cold expression and quickly walked off into the distance. TSK TSK TSK. Look at that woman's attitude. Once she was gone, Su Chang sneered. Zhao Ziang also laughed. Does she think just because her ancestors were part of the Dawn Squad, she's better than us even in a second-tier base? Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. She's just a reject from the Dawn Squad. If you ask me, it's a shame your ancestors never joined the Dawn Squad, Ziang. Hey, drop it. She's already left. What about us? Obviously, we team up and take down the baby zombie first. That Baiha village problem, we'll head over after. How long could that take? True. Hearing that, Zhao Ziang grinned knowingly. He placed a hand on Su Chang's shoulder, and in a flash, both of them disappeared. Guanshan Road. As the main road from Wannan City to Luzhou, this area was always snow-covered and deserted. Buzz buzz buzz. But now, the road above was swarming with flies. A foul stench filled the air, and blood stained the ground. Corpses of mutated zombie dogs, birds, and wild deer were piled everywhere. Most of the corpses were already rotting, all with uniformly clean cuts at the necks, like executioners had instantly decapitated them. Headless bodies rotted as maggots wriggled. No! No! Don't! Suddenly, a hysterical scream rang out. Thud thud thud. On the filthy snow, a man with abnormally muscular legs ran at a speed comparable to a small car, constantly looking around. Don't follow me. Stop. He kept glancing back in panic, as if terrified of something. Ho ho ho. Ho ho ho. Strange zombie growls echoed in his ears. Swoosh. A blood-red bone blade brushed past the back of his neck. With a sharp hum, blood burst from the wound, and a chunk of flesh flew off. Ah! Ah! The man screamed, clutching his neck, but didn't dare slow down. He ran even faster. He was certain even a small car couldn't catch him at this speed. But, ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! The laughter only got closer, never fading. Damn it! Damn it! I shouldn't have taken this mission. What the hell are you? His desperate roar echoed down the road as he sprinted wildly toward Luzhou. He thought. If he encountered a passing ability user, maybe he'd be saved. If it was Zhao Ziang with flash, he might even counterattack. But, buzz. This time, the blood-red bone blade came at him from the front, with force. How is that possible? You! How did you get in front of me? His pupils widened. A flash of red light cut across his neck. His body kept running forward, but his wide-eyed head rolled to the ground with a thud. PFFT PFFT PFFT. And so, a bizarre scene unfolded. The headless body spurted blood as it ran, while the fallen head stared in shock, watching its own body run off. An absurd, grotesque, shocking scene. Ugh? Ugh? The man's mouth twitched nervously. Just as something was about to pick up his head. Thud thud thud. A capable-looking woman came running through the snow. Wu Ji! You! She watched as the headless corpse ran past, her eyes fixed on the floating head. Fang Huiguang. Run! Run now! The severed head gave one last reflexive shout. Wu Ji's eyes faded gray, his life gone. Thud. His head rolled oddly, and a bloody crystal core dropped from his skull, only to vanish instantly. As if something had snatched the core in that very moment. Who's killing people? Fang Huiguang looked around in shock, but saw nothing. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The ground was covered in headless animal corpses. Looking further, she saw 3 of the Extreme Squad members' headless bodies piled up, completely dead. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Eerie laughter drifted through the air, mixed with gnawing crunches, sending chills down her spine. You're eating Wu Ji's crystal core? Fang Huiguang's eyes widened. She couldn't see it. She couldn't see what killed Wu Ji. As the Extreme Squad leader, Wu Ji could control any muscle in his body and unleash superhuman strength. That terrifying speed just now. What kind of monster could decapitate him in motion? Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! The sound got closer. Fang Huiguang's breathing suddenly quickened. Buzz, a red flash swept past her face. Mirror skin reversal. Crack crack crack. Countless shards of glass erupted from her face. Buzz. The bone blade, fast as cold light, actually pierced her face and refracted out. Ha! A confused sound echoed in the air. But soon, buzz. In a split second, a cold wind swept behind Fang Huiguang. The time difference, less than a second. Damn it. This monster. It's definitely not just a mutant zombie. Buzz. Goosebumps rose on the back of Fang Huiguang's neck, and countless mirror fragments emerged from her skin. Her breathing became rapid. This was definitely the most stressful battle since she became an ability user. What kind of monster could launch 2 attacks in seconds? And from 2 different directions? Buzz. After the knife pierced the mirror again, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. A mirror? Interesting. The cold voice echoed, now far, now near, now left, now right. Fang Huiguang's heart was pounding. She couldn't believe it. How could anyone carry out such a series of attacks? Super speed? That was too fast, wasn't it? Hey. Let's go again. The voice clearly came from the left, but the blade wind struck from the right. Mirror reflection. Buzz buzz buzz. Not daring to let her guard down, countless mirror shards broke out from all over her body. As the strike missed again, she quickly retreated several steps, and the cracks on the mirrors began to merge back together. Buzz buzz buzz. Next, Fang Huiguang disappeared from the road. Oh? Reflection? Invisibility? Your ability control is quite good. The eerie voice echoed through the road. Fang Huiguang almost forgot to breathe, curling up in a corner. She wasn't confident she could fight this thing. Not even confident she could last a few rounds. Too twisted. Completely twisted. She couldn't see it, had no idea what it was doing. If she just kept passively using mirror reflection, once her ability energy was exhausted, she'd be dead. Old Master Bai was right. This zombie army, something's wrong. Thump thump. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. Fang Huiguang said nothing. Hey. Hiding? Boring, so boring. Drip drip drip. In the distance, about a dozen meters away, blood mysteriously dripped in midair, trailing off toward the mine black market. Fang Huiguang didn't even dare to breathe, slowly beginning to move. She didn't even dare to cancel her mirror form, afraid that thing would circle back and strike. No. That thing is heading toward the mine black market. If it gets in, it'll be a one-sided massacre. She quickly backed away toward Luzhou. After making absolutely sure there were no signs of danger, she frantically pulled out her radio. Hello? This is Mirror Woman Fang Huiguang. Headquarters, do you read me? Please respond. Hello? This is headquarters. What's the situation? Hurry. Notify the mine black market, evacuate immediately. Evacuate now. What happened? The mutant zombie doing the killing, its ability is extremely strange. Based on what I've seen, not even ability users can last a few minutes against it. What? Drip drip drip. Snowflakes drifted gently. At the entrance of the mine black market, Sister Xia lounged comfortably in a pit. Sigh? I wonder when days like this will finally end. Scratching her greasy hair, Sister Xia wondered if she should buy some dirty water tonight to wash with. Step. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached, but Sister Xia didn't care. After all, so many people came and went each day, she was used to it. But alongside those footsteps came the sound of dripping water. There was also a faint smell of blood in the air. Huff. Huh? Sniffing, Sister Xia looked toward the tunnel. Vaguely, at the snowy entrance, a humanoid figure stood about 1.8 meters tall, covered in strange blackish-purple skin. His face was unclear, but the strangest part wasn't his color or build. It was that his left arm wasn't a normal arm, it was a long, thin, bone-colored blade. The blade hung by his side, swinging slightly, dripping blood. You are? Sister Xia just began to question. Hey. The eerie laughter grew nearer. The next second. In just a blink. A pitch-black figure suddenly appeared behind the wire gate, standing right in front of her. At that moment, Sister Xia saw clearly. It was a zombie. A bizarre zombie with bulging black veins, a bald head, black eyes, and a bone blade hanging from its left arm. You. What? She opened her mouth, just about to speak. Splat. Sister Xia's head flew off, rolling on the ground with a gurgling sound. PFFT. Blood sprayed inside the pit. Outside the iron gate, a group of scavengers hiding in the pit stared in shock at what had just happened. Blood. This is bad. There's. Thump. Before anyone could shout, a wave of bloody wind swept through. Huff. At least 50 scavengers at the mine entrance, all their heads fell at once. Thump. The sound of bodies falling echoed, blood pooling into a puddle. The stench of blood completely filled the entrance of the mine black hole. Step, 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 step. That strange zombie's figure was no longer visible. Only the eerie laughter remained, echoing deeper into the tunnel, heading toward the underground second floor. I always said old-fashioned beauty standards were better. First-place lingerie model from 100 years ago, damn. Inside the mission room, Lin Ping flipped through a magazine to pass the time. Huh? Isn't it a little too quiet today? After a while, he looked up at the mission room. There wasn't a single person inside or outside. What the hell? At this rate, the mine black market is going down. Scratching his head, Lin Ping originally just wanted to chill a bit longer. But for some reason? He remembered a warning from his senior. If anything feels wrong, immediately lock yourself in the third underground level. That's maybe a bit too cautious? He wanted to ignore it, but thinking about that senior's power, Lin Ping slowly walked out of the mission room. Only, as soon as he stepped out, something felt off. Huff huff huff. The air was thick with the smell of blood. His right eyelid twitched nonstop, and Lin Ping suddenly felt pressure on his chest. Thump. From the far earthen path, 3 or 4 human heads with shocked expressions flew into the air, spraying blood like fountains. What the hell? At once, Lin Ping was stunned. Damn it. Silent killing. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he'd have believed that sitting in the mission room, without a sound, he'd never know anything had happened outside. Damn. 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 Something's wrong. Really wrong. His heart pounded wildly. Thinking of the senior's words, he didn't hesitate. He sprinted toward the underground third-level entrance. Step, step, step. Jumping into the third level, Lin Ping waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Thick metal and dirt instantly sealed the tunnel entrance. Creak, creak. When the shaft elevator hit bottom, he shouted in panic. It's bad. Above, the whole upper level was slaughtered by a monster. It's bad. The upper level has been massacred. Massacred? Lin Ping's panicked voice kept echoing through the third underground level. Not long after, above the treetops, over a dozen ability users and their families poked their heads out. Lin Ping, seriously? There's a limit to joking around. Exactly. We just suffered a major loss, and you think it's okay to joke about this? How can there be a massacre without any screaming at all? Countless contemptuous looks fell on Lin Ping. His face was anxious, stomping in panic. There was no way. People were killed upstairs in total silence. Not a single scream was heard. Who would believe the second level had been wiped out? It's true. It's real. Damn it. I don't even know what that thing is, it kills so fast. Heads were flying through the air. People didn't even have time to scream. Stop talking nonsense. What kind of monster does that even exist? I'm going up to see. An ability user couldn't listen any longer and immediately jumped down from the treetop, heading toward the elevator. No. Don't go. I already sealed off the third level entrance. Don't let that thing find us. Otherwise. Looking nervously at the upper level, Lin Ping was genuinely afraid that thing would come down. Because this place didn't just have the remaining ability users, but also their families. If that thing came down, the mine black market would be finished. You're always talking nonsense. Not serious at all. Sealing the tunnel? Are you bored? My friend is still on the second floor. I'm telling you, if people were really killed silently, how is that even possible? Just as someone else was about to argue. Splash. Qinwan slowly appeared on the central treetop. She had already heard most of what happened through the tree trunk. Her face was displeased, and she was about to scold Lin Ping. Do you realize how insulting this joke is? You say there was a massacre with no sound at all? Even if no one screamed, there should at least be the sound of footsteps during a chase, right? Were there any? Were there? I'm not joking. If the senior hadn't warned me, I might have been sitting inside and gotten killed without even realizing it. It's true, that thing really kills in a strange way. Lin Ping was like someone swallowing bitter medicine, unable to explain it well. Silent killing, who would believe it? Senior? Hearing the word senior, Qinwan's tense expression eased a little. She knew, no matter how bold Lin Ping was, he wouldn't dare joke about that senior. Narrowing her eyes, she still had doubts. You're saying that senior warned you about danger, so you sealed off the third level entrance? Not that danger might come. It already has. She was about to argue more. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie connected to Luzhou's safe zone buzzed. Hello? Hello? Is this the mine black market director, Qinwan? The voice on the other end was urgent. As Qinwan heard it, her heart skipped a beat. Yes. What is it? Here's the situation. We sent a top ability user to investigate the mutant zombie death incident. Based on frontline reports, the culprit appears capable of instantly killing ability users. So, please have your safe zone evacuate or hide immediately. Because, it's heading your way. What? The voice on the walkie-talkie wasn't loud, but everyone nearby heard it. As soon as instantly killing ability users was mentioned, everyone's face turned pale. What a joke. There wasn't a single ability user in the mine black market. If that thing really came, wouldn't it just be a slaughter? Lin Ping. Are you sure you saw heads flying? Qinwan's lips were trembling. Only now did she realize, Lin Ping might be telling the truth. Of course. Damn it. I was scared out of my mind. I knew no one would believe me. I wouldn't believe it myself, a thing that kills this fast. Shit. If the senior hadn't warned me, I bet it would have already wiped out our 3rd level by now. Silence. Dead quiet. Stunned. Everyone stared blankly at Lin Ping, wiping cold sweat from their foreheads. Now, when they looked up at the higher levels, their bodies trembled. What the hell? What the hell came from above? Thump thump. Their heartbeats quickened inexplicably. Qinwan didn't dare delay. Boom boom boom. With a wave of her hand, countless massive tree roots surged toward the entrance of the 3rd level. Thick trees tangled like giant snakes, sealing off the tunnel in complete darkness. Huff, huff. She exhaled slowly, feeling a bit relieved. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. All thanks to that senior. Otherwise, that senior really is extraordinary. He even predicted this? Is he in the stratosphere? He's the real deal, truly farsighted. Just as the words of gratitude spread. Boom. The sealed tunnel suddenly exploded with a loud crash. Boom boom boom. A mass of dirt collapsed from above, and a bone-colored blood blade stabbed into the thick tree roots. Then, a grotesque black-veined face peered down at the people beneath the roots. Hehehe. Hehehe. It kept laughing menacingly, like looking at pigs in a pen. Boom boom. The bone blade in its left hand suddenly swung up and down rapidly, so fast you couldn't see the motion. But visibly, the sealed tree roots shattered and twisted, collapsing and cracking non-stop. That's the thing? Seeing the strange zombie, everyone's mouths dropped open. That's it? That one thing killed everyone above? Holy shit. That blade is so fast and fierce, if it hit a person, they'd be torn apart instantly. Holy shit, holy shit. Good thing the senior warned us. Otherwise, gulp gulp. The sound of people swallowing filled the space. Everyone stared at the strange zombie, dumbfounded. Quick! Lin Ping. Help me. Seal the gap. Got it. Only Qinwan and Lin Ping reacted fast, activating their powers. Earth and branches twisted and piled over the 3rd level entrance. Boom boom. The sound of the bone blade slashing continued. Qinwan and Lin Ping's faces went pale, their powers draining fast. PFFT PFFT PFFT. For a moment, the speed of sealing and breaking through seemed evenly matched. But the corners of their mouths turned bitter, they could already feel, the monster above seemed tireless. Its rapid blade swings didn't slow down at all. Huff huff huff. At this rate, we'll run out of energy. That thing will break through and slaughter us all. Qinwan looked hopeless. Lin Ping gritted his teeth. No. If the senior foresaw disaster, it means, he'll come save us. The senior? They looked toward Qiu Xingxing's home. Qinwan knew, the senior likely only truly cared about Xingxing's children. But even so, if they could hold out until he returned, there was still hope. Outside the mine black market cave, Fang Huiguang smelled the stench of blood and her face turned gloomy. After notifying headquarters immediately, she had worried whether the mine black market had gotten the warning in time to evacuate. Now it looked like she was too late. Damn it. Damn it. Can't I do anything? Clenching her fists, mirror shards flickered over her body as she walked deeper into the cave. Until she saw a giant black zombie, wildly swinging its bone blade, chopping at the roots in the ground. Her expression turned shocked. That must be the monster. But, what is it doing now? Approaching cautiously, through a gap in the roots, Fang Huiguang saw the tense faces of the survivors below. Huh? They actually survived. And they even organized a defense? How is that possible? I was late notifying headquarters. How did they react before the zombie even arrived? Could it be someone there sensed it approaching? Or is there another expert who also predicted the 3-army siege and prepared in advance? Qingshan County. This was a city on the right edge of Wannan City, once a beautiful place known as the water town of Jiangnan. At this moment, under a gloomy snowy scene, the entire Qingshan County was filled with ruins. Snow covered the streets thickly, the shop windows on the commercial street were shattered, and the rooms inside were in disarray, with no trace of human presence. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Snowflakes drifting midair shook strangely every few hundred meters. From the distorted sky came Zhao Ziang's voice. Huh? Bad intel? We've circled the right side of the city several times. Where's the baby zombie? Where's the zombie army? After a ripple in the air, Zhao Ziang appeared on a street, grabbing Su Chang's shoulder. The two looked around. Indeed, nothing was unusual. Ziang, something's off. Even if we didn't see the baby zombies, maybe they crawled away, but there aren't even any footprints in the snow. You think we came too late? Su Chang rubbed his chin, stomping the thick snow, making crunching sounds. Too late? No way. It's only been half an hour. You think a group of baby zombies can crawl hundreds of kilometers out of town? Zhao Ziang sneered, taking off his sunglasses and suspiciously looking around. So, could they be hiding? Still in the town? Su Chang agreed with Zhao Ziang. The two exchanged glances and began walking around the street. Step, step, step. Step, step, step. The thick snow was soft and undisturbed, unlikely to conceal babies. Looking into a messy shop, the goods and mannequins were all knocked over, covered in dust. It didn't look like any living creature had been inside recently. Strange. Could there have been no baby zombie army at all? They had cleared almost half the shops. Not only zombies, even a living thing hadn't been seen. A dead city. Pure ruins. If nothing turns up, let's loot and head to the mine black market. Anyway, Old Bai said the zombies plan to attack the black market together, right? We can wait for them there. After Su Chang suggested it, Zhao Ziang nodded. All right, let's quickly check that clothing store ahead, then we. He pointed at a clothing shop where mannequins were tilted in disarray and was about to speak. Clatter. Suddenly. Inside the web-covered shop, a mannequin toppled over. Who? Zhao Ziang instinctively shouted. There was no wind in the shop. The mannequin couldn't have fallen on its own. Who? Su Chang shouted too. As his voice echoed, dust on the floor inside trembled and rose. Cough cough. Cough cough. In the swirling dust, a dirt-covered child holding a kid's denim jacket timidly peeked out from behind a mannequin. I? He shrank back, the jacket half on his shoulder, half clutched in his arms, as if he had just been trying it on. Huh? A child? There's a child here. Su Chang's expression froze. Finding a living person in a ruin like this, truly rare. Hey, kid. You. Zhao Ziang eyed the boy. His outfit was strange, denim jacket on top, girl's skirt on bottom, a thermos hanging from his chest, and a skinny bird perched on his shoulder. It had to be said. He was quite an eye-catcher. Big brother. I just took some clothes. I didn't mean any trouble, right? Fear of strangers filled the boy's eyes. Clearly, kids like him usually got beaten by scavengers when caught taking things. It's fine. Seeing the innocent eyes, Zhao Ziang waved his hand. Lowering his guard slightly, he looked at the boy. Tell me, are you alone here? A lot of people were chased away by the babies, they ran far. I hid with my little hawk. He poked the bird on his shoulder and timidly stepped back into the shop. Is that so? Zhao Ziang narrowed his eyes. Something felt wrong. Where are the babies? Which way did they run? To the right? Really? Were you passing through here, or living here long term? Just passing, we were from northern Wannan. Oh, that makes sense. So, those baby zombies really ran far already? Scratching his head and frowning at the timid child, Zhao Ziang began to walk in, intending to take the kid with him. Su Chang, looks like you were right? We came too late. Before he finished, late, Zhao Ziang couldn't see, but Su Chang's eyes suddenly turned dull. His stubbled face changed into that of a teenager around 15 or 16. You talking to me? Teenager Su Chang looked at him confused. Zhao Ziang turned his head. Of course I am. You. Turning around, Zhao Ziang was stunned. The child? In just moments, Su Chang had disappeared behind him. In his place stood a child wearing Su Chang's floral robe. He stared blankly, like his brain hadn't developed. You. Who are you? Wah. Stared at by Zhao Ziang, the child's lips trembled and he burst into tears. But that wasn't the scary part. The scary part was, the child's body kept shrinking. 4 or 5 years old, then 2 or 3, until a baby wrapped in the floral robe lay curled up in front of Zhao Ziang. And it kept shrinking. Wah. The crying stopped. The baby transformed into a lump of flesh, which kept shrinking into a tadpole-like embryo. This. His pupils split wide open. Zhao Ziang saw what? He saw a creature reverse growing. Is that a fertilized egg? This. Clack. Suddenly, behind him, came the sound of a bottle cap turning. The boy in the denim jacket and skirt slowly walked over to Su Chang's robe. Su Chang was gone. Only blood squirmed inside the clothing. Squinting, the boy poured the blood from the robe into his thermos. Hey. Hard to imagine, a child pouring blood while making a zombie's hiss. Looking again, Zhao Ziang realized. Damn it. This bastard wasn't a child. It was the leader of the baby zombies. As for where all the baby zombies went? Need you ask? That thermos must be full of fertilized eggs. The baby zombies were all turned into fertilized eggs and hidden in his thermos. No wonder they couldn't find the baby zombies. You. Feeling his intelligence mocked, Zhao Ziang wasn't angry, only terrified. Buzz. The air around him trembled. Zhao Ziang wanted to run. He was scared. Scared he'd be turned into a fertilized egg too. Run? From the moment you saw me, sorry. You were never going to escape. The boy smiled. Just one glance, and Zhao Ziang's pupils dimmed. His body was shrinking back to high school age. His memories were fading. Wasn't I going to school? What am I doing here? He blankly looked at the ruined shop. Little hawk. The boy gently stroked the bird on his shoulder. Scree. The frail bird suddenly twisted its bones and grew into a massive eagle. The eagle's beak moved, wings spread, and with a squelch, it pierced young Zhao Ziang's head. I remember now. The beast transformation squad leader, his power was to become a mutant hawk. You turned him into. Thud. Child Zhao Ziang's lips trembled. In his last moment, he regained his memory. But also lost it forever. Hey. An ability user? Just a muggle. Time to head to the mine black market and deal with that mutant. Crack. Tightening the thermos cap, the boy smirked coldly. One man, one bird, vanished into the snowy landscape. Tap. Outside the mine black market, the four-person squad led by Du Ziren and including Qiu Xingxing ran desperately toward the cave entrance. Gurgle. Gurgle. Thick pools of blood collected and flowed outward along the sloping tunnel. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Tap. When everyone reached the entrance of the mine black market and stepped on the pooled blood, everyone's faces went blank. Red. Crimson everywhere. Chilling. A horrifying scene filled the cave. As far as the eye could see, heads with wide open eyes lay scattered. Their expressions were frozen at the moment of terror and unease. Large piles of headless bodies were stacked in the dirt pit, and some still oozed fresh blood. Tick-tock. The iron gate blocking the second underground level was covered with tiny droplets of blood on the metal mesh. It was hard to imagine? What exactly happened here? Is this a massacre? Lu Su's face went pale. Yang Miao stared at the countless headless corpses, her lips turning purple from biting them. It looks like each one died from a single fatal strike. And the strikes, all happened before they could even react. At the very moment the expression appeared, the blade was already swung. How did it do that? With so many people, not a single one reacted in time? Silence, shock, panic. At this moment, everyone's nerves in the squad were severely shaken. So this is the riot chapter? Du Ziren clenched his discomfort and silently covered his nose. Damn it. Does this game have to be this realistic? Qiu Jing. Dad. Brother. While a few were still hesitating, Qiu Xingxing and Lin Ye seemed to think of something. They ran straight toward the iron gate, ignoring everything. Danger. The moment they moved, huge red warnings repeatedly popped up in Du Ziren's game interface. And a line of warning pop-ups flickered continuously. Warning. The riot chapter has reached its climax. All your following actions will determine your survival rate and the main character's survival rate. Use everything you have to clear this chapter. The blood-red warnings pulsed. Du Ziren didn't dare delay. He immediately grabbed Qiu Xingxing and Lin Ye by the arms. Stand still. A loud, forceful command echoed, and both women jerked from the sudden shout. Senior Ziren. My brother, my sister. Senior, let go of me. My useless brother and my sister who can't move easily. I'm afraid for them. Both women's faces were full of anxiety and panic, their minds overloaded. Calm down. Du Ziren didn't let go. He was ready to use beast transformation to control them if they didn't listen. No joke. A creature that could instantly massacre dozens and be judged by the game system as dangerous, Du Ziren had never seen anything like it. He couldn't be careless. If Qiu Xingxing died, what if he had to delete his account and restart? Money didn't matter. But Du Ziren felt that if Qiu Xingxing's character was gone, he might never care about another game character again. She was the girl who had accompanied him all the way. Think carefully. A creature that can instantly massacre. If you go down there, what can you do? The rebuke echoed in front of the iron gate. Both women were stunned. Because of the recent shock, no one wanted to think about what might be down there. They only wanted to save their family. Senior Ziren? I know it's dangerous down there. Dangerous enough that even someone like you is wary. But I don't want my brother and sister. Tick-tock tick-tock. Clear tears shimmered in Qiu Xingxing's eyes. Du Ziren hated seeing a woman cry, especially Qiu Xingxing. Don't worry. Linya, remember what I told your brother before I left? Yes. But this creature. At least if I explained it, it means they still have a chance to escape. Right now no one knows what is down there. If you go down you're walking into certain death. I know you fear your family suffering. I will go down and see. I will go. He would not let the woman he loved suffer crying in front of him. That was not what a man should do. Du Ziren didn't know what was down there. He didn't know how terrifying whatever the game system labeled dangerous really was. He only knew one thing. He would not let this damn game destroy the hard-won happiness of Qiu Xingxing. I will, step by step, bring her safely to a happy world. His big hand gently wiped the tears from Qiu Xingxing's face. Senior Ziren, you. Perhaps the situation isn't that bad. The more dangerous it is, the more you must use everything you have. Standing before the iron gate, Du Ziren's mind raced. Since the system itself judged this as dangerous, then maybe the nullification ability he always relied on wouldn't work on this opponent. Maybe the opponent might be able to cut his head off in one blow. Use every resource. Use. His gaze swept the surroundings. Du Ziren looked at Lu Su. When the situation below was unknown, Lu Su's ability could be especially important. Lu Su, can you sense how many zombies are below? Ah. It seems, there's only one moving around. But there's another presence, it seems still and hidden. Lu Su spoke with a strange look toward the iron gate. 2. The hidden one is probably not a zombie. Because if it were a zombie ally this powerful, it wouldn't need to hide. That means there's another person hidden below? And the third underground level? Can you sense anyone? Not yet, can't sense. Is that so? A creature that can instantly decapitate and instantly kill dozens, and likely not afraid of nullification. If it's 1v1. He glanced at his current ability panel. Space Blade? If it can quickly cut off heads, that means it's fast. Space Blade might be useless against it. Beast form? Flame? Bloodline? Steel form? Wait. Steel form? After focusing on steel form, Du Ziren's dark eyes finally lit up. Prepare for the worst. Even if he couldn't defeat it, if it cut his head off, what if his steel form power reached awakened? Could it cut through his reinforced bones? I got it. This time, I must go alone to find this creature's weakness. He clicked the plus behind the ability steel form and a line of text popped up. Temporary combat power options. Option 1, recharge 5,000 yuan to unlock super ability user steel form strength for half an hour. Option 2, recharge 50,000 yuan to unlock awakened steel form strength for half an hour and unlock the awakened skill diamond body. This is it. Without hesitation, Du Ziren pressed the recharge button. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 50,000 yuan. Current balance, 6,547,500 yuan. Steel ability awakening stage unlocked. Awakening skill diamond body unlocked. Remaining experience time, 00:29:59. A series of messages flashed before his eyes. Du Ziren felt as if steel and concrete had been injected into his whole body, extremely solid. Diamond body? He tried to move. As his skin rubbed, it actually made repeated clanging metal sounds. Damn. This was like being directly plated into a diamond warrior. Remember what I said. None of you are allowed to come down. If you still recognize me as your senior. Clang. After pulling open the iron gate, Du Ziren turned his head and looked at the 4 women outside. Qiu Xingxing's eyes were full of tears. Senior Ziren. Senior. I dragged you down again. You've already done very well. I won't let anyone take away your happiness. After softly comforting her, Du Ziren walked toward the dark tunnel without hesitation. Step. On the familiar long passage, sticky blood and horribly dead bodies were everywhere. Smelling the foul blood, Du Ziren's expression was serious as he followed the path and finally reached the entrance to the 3rd underground level. Bang. 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 Before he even got close to the sunken entrance, terrifying collision sounds mixed with ground vibrations kept echoing around. Such terrifying strength. Feeling the ground shaking, Duziren narrowed his eyes and finally saw a pitch-black outline flashing repeatedly at the underground entrance that used to be open. Yes. The reason it was called a pitch-black outline was because the naked eye could not clearly see what form it had. In Duziren's vision, that outline was moving at a frightening speed. He could vaguely see black shadows flickering around it, constantly moving up and down doing something. With every flash of shadow, the ground shook once, and wood chips and dirt kept drifting out of the entrance. As expected, this thing's movements are insanely fast. With nerves tight, Duziren quietly approached the outline. Only when he saw the thick ground beneath it did he finally let out a long breath. The downward tunnel had already been tightly packed with soil and tree roots. It seemed Lin Ping had listened to his words. Good. The tunnel is blocked. That means Xingxing's brother and sister are temporarily safe. If something happened to my brother-in-law and sister-in-law? Staring coldly at the outline, even though he couldn't see how it was moving, relying on diamond body, Duziren spoke without fear. I say. You've been smashing for so long. Aren't you tired? Bang bang bang. Bang. HM? In the empty underground space, as soon as Duziren spoke, the high-speed black outline gradually fixed into the shape of a tall black-faced zombie. It hesitated and looked toward the source of the voice. The bone blade in its hand paused. Who? That mirror woman? No, you're not her. Its gloomy hollow pupils looked over. Duziren felt like he was being stared at by a beast, and his body tensed instinctively. At the same time, a line of game data appeared before Duziren's eyes. Special type ability zombie. Strength, super ability user tier 2. Ability, unknown. Danger level, high. Super ability user tier 2? Then I shouldn't be afraid of it. No matter how crazy its ability is, it's impossible to cut off and awaken one's head in one strike, right? Analyzing in his mind, Duziren actually stepped forward. Step. Heavy footprints appeared on the ground, and Duziren spoke again. You've killed so many people? Before becoming like this, you were human too, right? After awakening abilities and self-awareness, is killing all that's left for you? Judging words echoed. The black-faced zombie narrowed its hollow eyes. He. This is the first time I've seen someone face me and not run, but walk forward instead. Human. The bone blade in its left hand hung high. Duziren stared at it, trying to analyze its ability. Buzz. But. Just the next second after a blink. The bone blade that had been hanging in the zombie's hand clanged and was already resting on Duziren's neck, sparking brightly. Sizzle. Sparks exploded. Duziren instinctively felt heat on his neck. When he came back to his senses and turned his head, a shallow white mark had already appeared there. So fast. What kind of speed is this? Even extreme speed shouldn't be able to reach someone and finish a strike in a blink. So that's it. That's why the heads on the first level fell like that. Touching his neck, Duziren couldn't help but marvel at the opponent's strength. Strong. This black-faced zombie was definitely the strongest boss he had encountered since playing this game. This kind of pure personal power was far more terrifying than the previous king-type zombie. Oh? Steel ability? Still an awakening stage, little brat? A cold voice suddenly came from his right. Duziren looked up. The tall black figure had somehow already appeared at the eastern corner, swinging its bone blade. You? When did you? He. Before Duziren could finish asking. Rip. Even though he could still see it standing in the east, sparks suddenly burst from his back. Sizzle. Sizzle. Then his chest, face, and lower body. Terrifying sparks exploded densely across his body in an instant. Clang. In less than 1 second, this black-faced zombie had slashed him hundreds, maybe thousands of times. He. Your turtle shell is pretty hard. But when your ability fades, I guarantee your body will be sliced into dried meat. Even though blade light still flashed before his eyes, the zombie's venomous voice came from behind him. As if this monster could ignore time and instantly appear anywhere. Beast transformation. Ability nullification. Furiously activating other interfering abilities, Duziren tried to control the black-faced zombie. But the direction his ability targeted 1 second, the next second the monster was already gone. Fast. So fast the naked eye couldn't even capture it. Damn it. This zombie's movement speed is wrong. If I can't lock its position, then use area attacks? He instinctively clicked the plus sign behind the beast transformation ability. Spend 10,000 yuan to activate beast transformation. Spend 100,000 yuan. Before the options even fully appeared, Duziren pressed the most expensive one. Ding. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 100,000 yuan. Current balance, 6,447,500 yuan. Your beast transformation ability awakening stage is activating. He didn't even look at the payment messages. Amid blade light and sparks, a wave of energy surged from Du Ziren's body. Beast transformation domain. The familiar skill. The familiar feeling. But, after the surrounding space rippled, the rapid blade light did not stop at all. How is this possible? He. The cold voice still echoed in his ears. How is this possible? In the area attack, how could it not turn into a dog? Amazement, confusion, daze. Just when Du Ziren thought the BYD game had bugged out, the sparks all disappeared, the terrible attack abruptly stopped, and a tall pitch-black figure suddenly appeared about 50 meters away from him. Alto viva. Alto viva. Unexpected? I didn't expect you to have other awakened abilities. Alright. If I kill you, can I get 2 awakened crystal cores? After Du Ziren displayed his new ability, the black-faced zombie didn't fear it at all. Instead, it trembled with excitement. You bastard. Seeing the enemy's shattered bone blade, Du Ziren's expression turned uncertain. Why? Why did my AoE beast transformation area attack just now not even hit it? Its speed can outrun the opening of a 50-meter skill domain? Teleport? Flash? No, it can't be simply teleport or flash. Its attack just now, in the moment it slashed out so many blades, while I was still thinking, its sound had already appeared behind me. Human thinking speed can take a lifetime in a second, but before my thoughts were even finished, its blade had already fallen. Rather than saying its speed is too fast, it's better to say it ignores time, appearing anywhere at will. Ignore time? Wait, time. Touching the time crystal core in his pocket, Du Ziren thought of the 1/3 crystal core requirement. Instantly, a hint of conjecture appeared in his eyes when he looked at the black-faced zombie. There was one possibility. Only this possibility could explain how it avoided attacks inside the beast transformation domain that opened in 50 meters and successfully left. That is, time stop. Right. It must be that when beast transformation activated, the black-faced zombie paused time and quickly left the 50-meter area. Even though the beast transformation ability spreads quickly, under time stop, space is completely static. Even if it was hit, with time frozen, abilities freeze too, and it can still move without any effect. Hiss. No wonder ability nullification has no effect on it. As long as it keeps moving in frozen time, I can never lock onto it. In other words, the reason it could be 100 meters away 1 second and cutting someone's head off the next is not because it moved extremely fast, but because it froze time, rapidly closed in, and then cut off the head. A person doesn't even have time to think before their head falls. This is the answer for why every headless corpse in the mine cave had no survivors. Staring at the black-faced zombie, Du Ziren was silent. This thing is the Chapter 1 boss? Game developers. What the hell? Difficulty set this high? Cursing the game developers' ancestors, Du Ziren just took a step forward toward the black-faced zombie. Alto viva. Damn it, the step had barely begun when the thing once again, in the blink of an eye, appeared in another corner. You absolutely cannot catch it. Time stop, it's such a bug. Damn it. How do I deal with it? How to fight it? His mind raced. Du Ziren wanted to personally deal with the black-faced zombie, but at this point it seemed impossible. Alto viva. Alto viva. The sinister laughter still echoed in the underground space. Its figure had completely disappeared. But Du Ziren knew it hadn't vanished, it was hiding inside the time stop. To deal with it, there was still one possibility. Grabbing his hair, Du Ziren thought of the last possibility. That was the game protagonist, Qiu Xingxing. On Qiu Xingxing's body, the undying traits were rebirth after death and limb regeneration. Beyond those additional abilities, her main ability was constantly increasing physical resilience and being immune to abilities. If Qiu Xingxing could keep fighting the black-faced zombie, then as long as she got even a single chance to pull the black-faced zombie out of time stop, Du Ziren could beast transform it and possibly completely kill it. Shengxing? Could it be? Could the Chapter 1 clear condition be that the game protagonist and the game player must cooperate to clear it? Thinking that, Du Ziren once again cursed the game planning team. Qiu Xingxing is so cute, why would he want her to risk her life? Alto viva. Alto viva. I want to see how long your ability can last. The vicious voice echoed in the underground space. Du Ziren's face darkened. After much hesitation, an unexpected voice sounded. This senior. Do you still have a way? If we can't defeat it, I'm afraid the 2 zombie armies at the edge of Wannan City will soon merge. With your combat power, you should protect yourself and retreat. Although my teammates went to stop it. Judging from this creature's strength, I guess my teammates might not be able to stop it. The calm, cold voice sounded, and Du Ziren's expression stiffened. You are the one who has been hiding? No wonder you are an awakened adult. I am Fang Huiguang of the Luzhou Safe Zone, the Mirror Woman. I am responsible for stopping this creature, but Fang Huiguang's voice was full of self-blame. After Du Ziren hesitated, he ultimately intended to implement the final method. If there really were more zombie armies coming, they could not afford to waste time fighting the black-faced zombie. Damn it. Even if Xingxing and I have to fight together? I still will not let her get hurt. Quickly tapping the big wheel on the recharge page, Du Ziren entered the lottery pool. Du Ziren looked at the 648 option and did a 10 times 10 draw. Your bank card ending in 0304 just? Snow Leopard, shut up. Not bothering to look at the payment reminder, Du Ziren quickly tapped the draw. Lines of winning notifications appeared. You obtained Megaphone **45. You obtained Thunder Fire Crystal Core, purple, **1, guaranteed. You obtained Metal Crystal Core, white, *3, Wind Blade Crystal Core, green, 6, Megaphone *5. You obtained. Under the countless pieces of dense information, Du Ziren quietly took out 7 metal crystal cores from the warehouse. Hello. Ms. Fang, I ask you one favor? You say. Help me take these crystal cores, to the girl wearing silver armor at the mine cave exit. I want her to use these crystal cores and come down safely. This. Seeing the 7 crystal cores suddenly appear in the air, Fang Huiguang was stunned for a moment. She didn't understand what meaning sending 7 crystal cores up now would have. But what she resisted even more was, why does it have to be her going to deliver them? Although this question seemed a bit stupid, Fang Huiguang wasn't an idiot. If she walked upward and the sound brought the black-faced zombie to chase her, what would happen? Even if she used mirror invisibility and it couldn't find her easily, what if she still couldn't shake its pursuit? Last time, it didn't chase her only because it was in a hurry to leave. If this time she provoked it deliberately, what would the consequences be? Even imagining the worst? She and this senior were only casual acquaintances. If he used her as bait to lure the zombie away, and she ran, would that be possible? At this moment, it wasn't that Fang Huiguang didn't think deeply. She was afraid of dying. She had seen too many weird calculations in the apocalypse. Although she wanted to save the people in the mine black market, and indeed needed the senior to guard there, all of that was based on her own personal safety. I? Fang Huiguang hesitated. Faced with possible life and death, she hesitated rationally. Are you afraid that once you move, that thing will chase you? This does indeed have risk. But beings like it, whose minds are tainted by slaughter, if they see something like me, a big elephant, they would likely hold their ground and wait until my ability runs out and then kill me. Compared to you, it would rather eat me. If it followed you, wouldn't it be more afraid that I, the elephant, would run away? So, your danger is real, but not very large. I know, you might not believe a stranger's words. But I, Du Ziren, guarantee that I would never do anything that makes an innocent person walk into a trap for me. Du Ziren's coaxing voice came. At the long speech just spoken, Fang Huiguang showed no reaction at all. But when she heard the 3 big words, Du Ziren, Fang Huiguang suddenly froze, her whole body trembling as if electrocuted. You? What did you say? Your name is Du Ziren? Huh? What's up? Mu Tu Du, Zixing Reni Ziren? Yes. What's up? Can you let me see what you look like? This sudden request left Du Ziren dumbfounded. Bro? I called you for help. Fine if you didn't help, but why do you want to see what I look like? If you really are Du Ziren, I will definitely help you deliver them. Even if it means dying. Huh? A resolute voice suddenly came from the corner. Du Ziren was confused. What is even going on right now? Forget it. There's no time to think too much. The important thing is to get the crystal cores to Xingxing's hands, let her activate the crystal core armor, so she can come down. Buzz buzz buzz. In the empty air, a youthful steel body slowly appeared. Du Ziren, for the first time, faced a game character in real appearance. So if I show my face, you'll help me? He looked around suspiciously. Clatter. In the corner, a pocket watch suddenly dropped. Fang Huiguang's hands trembled uncontrollably, her expression showing excitement. She hurriedly picked up the pocket watch and stared at Du Ziren. It's you. It really is you. Huh? What are you talking about? Peace Envoy Du Ziren. It really is you. How are you here? Excited, trembling voices came. Du Ziren felt like the woman opposite had gone crazy. Without patience, he made his form disappear again. Are you even going or not? I go. Please give me the crystal cores. I will definitely complete the mission. At this moment, Fang Huiguang's tone was full of awe, admiration, and affection. Detected, new character Fang Huiguang's affection toward you has reached 92. You can bind to Fang Huiguang's viewpoint at any time and give her voice commands? Huh? Confused. Totally confused. Du Ziren never thought that he was some pretty face who could seduce women. But now. Hey! He really showed his face and captured an NPC instantly? Hiss. Is it that I'm really handsome, or is this NPC just lovesick? Not thinking much, he tossed the crystal cores in his hand. In the distance, ripples appeared on the mirror surface, and the 7 crystal cores immediately disappeared. Step step step. Taking steps, Fang Huiguang strode rapidly toward the distance. She didn't even care whether her action would attract the black-faced zombie. Right now, she was like struck by a love spell, her face full of excitement and redness. Like a lovesick girl, she held the crystal cores in one hand and the pocket watch in the other, running madly. Clang clang. The pocket watch kept swinging in the air. When it opened, inside was a large group photo. In the group photo was a construction site. In the photo were Du Ziren, a black dog, 2 girls, and 2 boys standing together, making a peace sign at the camera. Among them, the 2 girls, one in a school uniform, one in a reporter's outfit, both happened to glance secretly at Du Ziren. And this photo, without careful framing, put Du Ziren and the girl in the reporter outfit together. Thump, thump. Her heartbeat was about to explode. Fang Huiguang lost her usual calm and kept murmuring. Great-grandma. Great-grandma. You were right. You were right. He won't die. He will appear in the future. Today, he already appeared in his granddaughter's sight. I will fulfill the ancestral precept of the Fang family and swear loyalty to him. Step step step. Footsteps grew more distant. Du Ziren watched the footprints leave, his gaze constantly scanning the surroundings. He he he. He he he. That cold, sinister voice did not disappear. He guessed correctly, that thing was fixated on him. The double-awakened crystal cores had already surpassed the entire existence of the mine black market. Ask yourself, when you are eating steak, are you thinking about fried chicken? The black-faced zombie wished its eyes were literally on Du Ziren's body right now. As long as Du Ziren dared to move, this thing would really follow. If I hadn't gone up and possibly drawn it to Xingxing's front, I wouldn't have used my looks. Muttering unhappily, Du Ziren didn't know how exactly he had instantly captured an NPC. Was it simply his face that did the work? Step step step. Step step step. Outside the entrance to the mine black market, Qiu Xingxing and the others were seriously watching the motion behind the iron gate, when suddenly footsteps sounded. Huh? Senior is back? Suddenly, everyone's gaze turned, seeing a female body covered in mirror shards slowly appear from the darkness. She looked at them suspiciously, her face guarded. Who are you? Stop. If you don't stop, we will take action. Thinking she might be a zombie, Qiu Xingxing and the others were about to make a move. The female body walked straight to a spot about 10 meters in front of Qiu Xingxing. After staring at her face for a long moment, she finally softly said, "So it's you. Senior Ziren, you're the one we meant?" Ah? Originally still tense, her mood was suddenly frozen by the other's words, Senior Ziren. In her heart, inexplicably, there was a displeasure like the most precious thing had been taken away. Her expression tightened. Qiu Xingxing didn't know why, she had just been worried about what was happening below, but now hearing a woman say, Senior Ziren, jealousy flared in her heart, and her tone became extremely cold. Who are you? Me? I am Senior Ziren's most loyal servant. Huh? Servant? Click click click. Fang Huiguang lifted her chin. The mirror shards on her body had already returned to skin. Under her tight black thermal leather outfit, her well-shaped figure was shown. With a single ponytail, she had a pretty oval face, a noble temperament, and a cold, arrogant look. She examined Qiu Xingxing as if sizing up a romantic rival. From Du Ziren's worried tone just now, he seemed afraid this woman in silver armor would get hurt. But after a few glances, Fang Huiguang only felt this woman was at most cute-faced and didn't have anything outstanding. Strength? Not higher than hers. Figure? Not better than hers. Temperament? As an older sister type, she completely outclassed this little sister. What exactly does Senior Ziren see in you? Fang Huiguang scanned Qiu Xingxing. Qiu Xingxing was also looking straight at Fang Huiguang. Pressure. From this suddenly appearing woman, Qiu Xingxing could feel pressure. Their eyes met, like needle tips against wheat awns. Only Linya and Yang Miao Miao looked confused, staring at Fang Huiguang without understanding. No. If this is how it works, why does Senior have an extra female servant? Could it be? Is the situation below too difficult? Summoned by Senior? But that made sense, someone as powerful as Senior having a combat servant by his side was reasonable. TSK, this woman's strength I can't read, and her looks and body are both very high. Our Captain Chio is in a bit of danger now. Linya spoke like a bystander watching a show, teasingly analyzing. Yang Miao Miao was about to agree. But no. Chio Xingxing suddenly got angry. Her face tense. What exactly is your relationship with Senior Ziren? A servant. Haven't I already said? What servant? Guess. Fang Huiguang intentionally blinked, her long eyelashes carrying a teasing meaning. You. Just as the tension was about to explode, Lu Su's face tightened as she repeatedly looked outside the mine black market. Hey. Don't get jealous first. Something's wrong. There are many life signatures approaching here. They might be other zombie armies coming. Now is not the time to argue. What do you mean you are Senior's servant? What exactly are you here for? Looking at Fang Huiguang in panic, the other seemed to remember something. Unwillingly, she took out 7 metal crystal cores from her pocket. Here. Senior Ziren asked me to bring these for you. He said to, under the premise of protecting yourself well, go down to see him. Seeing those 7 crystal cores appear, Chio Xingxing instinctively thought of the crystal core armor design. Senior. Does Senior need me? Ha, don't be arrogant. I guess. Senior just wants you to be an auxiliary fire magnet. I don't think your strength can help much. Fang Huiguang said bitterly, thinking that Du Ziren only needed Chio Xingxing's help incidentally. She didn't understand the relationship between Du Ziren and Chio Xingxing, but she knew, according to her family's traditions, Du Ziren only had an online girlfriend he never met in real life. That meant? She had a chance. She had a chance to connect with the legendary peace envoy and fulfill her family's wish. Of course, if she could become his partner. Every time she thought of this, Fang Huiguang got very excited. But, sizzle sizzle. With the sound of rising steam, Fang Huiguang was stunned. Clack. Clack. The 7 metal crystal cores were embedded one by one into Chio Xingxing's armor, emitting dazzling light. Sizzle sizzle. Within each fist-sized core, the flowing light quickly faded. But on the crystal core armor, a layer of grayish-white metal light mysteriously appeared. The aura of a Tier 3 ability user suddenly surged. What? The legendary crystal weapon? You! How do you have it? Their eyes widened. Fang Huiguang had always thought that the armor Chio Xingxing wore was at most iron armor to prevent scratches from zombies. But now it seemed she was completely wrong. This was something only found in a top-tier safe zone. How could an ability user from a third-tier safe zone have it? You! Where did you get all this? You're not Senior's servant? These were given to you by Senior Ziren. How, you didn't know? As if regaining a foothold, Chio Xingxing proudly raised her arm guard. Fang Huiguang looked speechless. You! What exactly are you to Senior Ziren? That he would give you these things? Then go ask him yourself. Right now? I'm going to help Senior Ziren. Activating the shimmering crystal core armor, Chio Xingxing did not delay. Although she felt somewhat pleased to defeat this sudden servant, she was more worried about Du Ziren's safety. Step step step. Running toward the deep tunnel, Fang Huiguang looked at Chio Xingxing's back and clenched her jaw. No. My ancestor lost to an online romance. In this life, I will not lose to a little girl. Stomping her foot, Fang Huiguang followed Chio Xingxing, running into the tunnel. Hey, what do you think? Outside the tunnel, Linya, like a bystander, teased Yang Miao Miao. Yang Miao Miao snapped back to her senses from seeing the crystal core armor's display. What do you think? I mean, who do you think Senior's real main choice is? Do I even have to say it? Total defeat. Captain Chio totally lost to that woman. You didn't see. That woman's eyes were huge when those crystal cores lit up. Look, that's what favoritism looks like. Senior really gives everything to Captain Chio. I think so too. Just don't know how far ahead Senior and Captain Chio are. The two discussed like spectators eating melon seeds. Knowing Senior was handling things below confidently, their mood was no longer so tense. But Lu Su repeatedly looked outside the mine cave in surprise. In her detection, there should have been a large number of existences approaching here, but outside, there wasn't a bit of movement. He. You little bastard, how much longer can you last? In the second underground level of the black market mine, the voice of the black-faced zombie echoed around Du Ziren again. The gloomy voice seemed to have just brushed past his ears, but when Du Ziren narrowed his eyes, he saw nothing. Looking steadily at a spot 50 meters away, he occasionally saw a flickering black light. It was moving. This black-faced zombie was once again moving wildly within the time freeze. It was jumping back and forth right in front of his face, yet he couldn't do anything about it. Damn. Stupid game developers, can't you let me spend more money? Let me go all in and experience the power of an stranger? Can't I just kill it instantly? He tapped the recharge page. Duziren wasn't afraid of losing his powers. The experience time for the awakened had run out, he'd just renew it. Even if the zombies outside attacked, he'd be fine no matter what. The only thing he was worried about was Kaya-Shengxing and the game's judgment mechanism this time. You won't last much longer. Awakened? Awakened. He he he. That sinister laughter kept echoing, and a shower of sparks kept flying off his body. That damn thing was testing the strength of his powers again using the bone blade. Buzz buzz buzz. All he saw in front of him was firelight, no human figure. Just as Duziren's face darkened with irritation. Step step step. Senior Ziren. Qiu Xingxing, wearing metallic-colored battle armor, looked over in a panic. You. Seeing sparks flying from thin air, Qiu Xingxing's expression turned anxious, and she ran straight over without hesitation. Shengxing. It's okay. Your younger siblings are being protected well, Duziren instinctively tried to comfort Qiu Xingxing, assuming the weight on her heart was from worry about her family. But he didn't know. Senior Ziren. You're not hurt, are you? Are you okay? Her little face was full of worry and anxiety. She wanted to get close to Duziren, but was constantly pushed back by the sharp flashes of blades. Senior. She reached out her hand, and a burst of sparks flew from it. Biting her lip, she ignored everything else and anxiously kept her hand on the invisible Duziren. Her face was tense, but her eyes were a little red. Senior, does it hurt? Amid the sparks flying, that worried and restless gaze made Duziren's heart skip a beat. So, he really meant that much to Qiu Shengxing? Silly girl, how could anything happen to me? But aren't you afraid your hand might get chopped off? I'm just afraid something would happen to you, Senior Ziren. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Maybe the black-faced zombie had had enough of this sappy scene, it couldn't hold back anymore. Its next attack struck directly at Qiu Xingxing's crystal core armor. He he he. He he he. Another little bastard? Fine. Bang bang bang. Visible cracks began to appear on the crystal core armor under the bone blade's assault. Qiu Xingxing squinted, trying to see where the enemy was, but all she could hear was the sound of her armor cracking. Shengxing. Are you scared? A familiar calm voice sounded. Qiu Xingxing could feel a figure standing in front of her. I'm not afraid, as long as it's Senior Ziren calling me. Even if it's a dead end, even without this armor, I'll still come. Clenching her little fists tightly, Qiu Xingxing looked ahead, as if making a vow. Ha ha ha. No need to be so serious, everything is under control. Shengxing. I need your help next. Huh? I can help you now? Yes. This time, only you can help me. I must help you. Maybe because it was the first time she felt that Senior Ziren truly needed her, Qiu Xingxing's face flushed slightly. Don't be nervous. Right now this zombie is hiding in the time freeze. But, at the start or end of each attack, it briefly becomes visible. Shengxing. I need you to catch that moment and hit it briefly. Do you have the confidence? Can I really do it? Doubting herself, Qiu Shengxing shrank her neck. You can. No one but you has a chance to hit it. A warm breath whispered at her ear. Qiu Xingxing's face tensed. I understand now. Every time before, it was Senior who helped me. This time. Even if it costs everything, even if I shatter into pieces. I will hit it. Slowly pulling out her military dagger from her waist, Qiu Xingxing quickly moved away from Duziren and kept scanning her surroundings. He he he. He he he. See me? Hit me? Human, you're counting on a woman? Fine, I'll treat her as the appetizer before the main course. I'll eat her crystal core. A cold laugh echoed in the air. Next moment. Clang clang clang. Like a violent rainstorm, explosions burst across Qiu Xingxing's chest. Fast. So fast it couldn't be followed. Qiu Xingxing had just reacted and swung her dagger forward. Clang clang clang. Sparks exploded behind her again. Huff huff huff. Can I really do this? Her pupils dilated, Qiu Xingxing started to doubt herself, but then she remembered what Senior Ziren said, I can only rely on you. Thump, thump. Her heart began to race. Qiu Shengxing. This time, even if you can't, you must. You've relied on your senior so many times. Now it's time for him to rely on you. She forced her eyes wide open. Qiu Xingxing knew that if she looked back, the attack might already be heading elsewhere. So she simply stared straight ahead. Her grip on the dagger was so tight it went numb. She was waiting for the moment the black-faced zombie ended time freeze and briefly appeared. He he he. He he he. You? Just you? All your powers are temporary. You. Clang. As the voice echoed, sparks suddenly flew above Qiu Xingxing's head. Her helmet shook slightly, and her eyes glowed faintly golden. Undying had activated. With extended battle time, resistance to powers begins to develop. That was what Du Ziren valued most about this ability. You must die. Clang. Even though the attack was from above, in the next second, a bone blade suddenly slashed toward Qiu Xingxing's neck. Her pupils widened, and her hands moved so fast they became a blur. She saw it. She really saw it. Amid the black shadow without a clear outline, a huge bone blade hand slashed at her. Clang. The shrill sound of metal clashing echoed. What? The bone blade. The bone blade didn't strike the armor, it was blocked by a dagger. This time, I'll let my senior rely on me with peace of mind. I can do it. Buzz. That dagger vibrated and clashed with the bone blade with a loud boom. Crack crack crack. In a flash, the dagger shattered. But, boom! A white silhouette flew out, and the ceiling of the second underground level collapsed in a shower of rubble. As the dust settled, a huge bone blade was embedded in the ceiling above. This time the attack didn't hit Qiu Xingxing. In fact, she even chopped off its arm with one strike? You! A stunned voice echoed all around. The black-faced zombie's voice came and went, no one knew where it was hiding now. It worked. Du Ziren's face lit up. As expected, the protagonist of the game had to show up in the end. But this success had also cost Qiu Xingxing her only weapon. As Du Ziren was thinking about how she would fight back next time, a pop-up flashed in front of him. Detected that your game protagonist has lost her main weapon. Opening the new reward pool. You can now go to the game's prize pool and draw exclusive weapons for various game characters. In the distance, Fang Huiguang cowered in a corner, her eyelids twitching non-stop. She actually helped Senior Ziren? How is that even possible? Full of fear toward the black-faced zombie, Fang Huiguang couldn't believe it. That woman actually rushed forward without hesitation. And even blocked an invisible attack for the senior. Damn it. This woman, she looks so delicate, but how is she so brave? Damn. Exclusive weapon? Good. So this is what was waiting for me. Just when I was worried, wondering how Qiu Xingxing would block the next attack. The next second, an exclusive weapon appeared. Sheng, keep your current state. I'll find you a new suitable weapon right away. After reminding Qiu Xingxing, Du Ziren directly opened the new spin wheel. Next to the previous prize pool wheel, a new exclusive weapon prize pool button appeared. Once clicked, the rewards on the wheel all changed into weapons. Crystal Core, Dragon Blood Dagger, Gold dagger forged from the mutated bones of the Snake King, able to cut through iron. Once embedded with a crystal core, it emits dragon roars during attacks to disrupt enemy nerves. Crystal Core Water Lotus Gloves, green gloves made from the lotus leaves of mutated water lotus, naturally accelerating the condensation of water-based powers. Once embedded with a crystal core, it can release a one-time skill, Water Lotus Shot. Crystal Core Perception Necklace, blue, an accessory made from the eye of a mutated octopus. The wearer can detect any ability-based creature. Once embedded with a crystal core, it can block mental interference. Dazzling. The new weapons on the wheel were mesmerizing at a glance. They all looked great, as if Xingxing could use any of them. What Xingxing's most familiar with should still be a dagger, right? He tried clicking on the Dragon Blood Dagger, and a compatibility rating popped up next to the weapon description. Highest Mastery exclusive weapon for Qiu Xingxing. When used by her, activates a special bonus, Luck +1. Damn? Luck bonus again? It seems my Xingxing is naturally luckier than others? Whatever. Let's go. Du Ziren immediately opened the recharge screen, looked at the luck accumulation setting on the weapon pool, and without hesitation, did a 648 yuan x 10 pull. Ding! Your bank card ending in 0304 just spent 6,480 yuan. Current balance, 6.43 million. We've detected excessive game spending. Please play in moderation and avoid addiction. Shut up, Snow Leopard. Ignoring the bank's warning, Du Ziren pressed the 10 draw button. Clank clank clank. The glowing ring on the lucky spin wheel began to turn, followed by a brilliant meteor animation. Congratulations! You received Crystal Core Diamond Belt, green, x3, Crystal Core Perception Necklace, green, x4, Crystal Core Water Lotus Gloves, blue, x2. 10 draw pity system activated, congratulations. You received, Crystal Core Fire Snake Gun, Purple, X1. Your current luck total, 64.8 points. Keep going. Damn. I knew it. He quickly looked in Kaya Shengxing's direction. Buzz. After Kaya Shengxing successfully cut off the black-faced zombie's bone blade, the atmosphere fell into a brief silence. But, hey hey hey. Hey hey hey. Well then. You actually managed to track my movement. You're not simple either. Since you can hurt me, that just makes me want to kill you even more. A chilling voice echoed, and a vague dark silhouette began to squirm. Spoot spoot spoot. Suddenly, white spikes began protruding densely from the surface of that dark humanoid figure. Normal eyes might not catch what was happening, but Kaya Shengxing could see it. On the black-faced zombie's tall body, bone spikes swelled out, making it look like a human porcupine. Hey hey hey. After grinning wickedly at Kaya Shengxing. Clang clang clang. In just an instant, terrifying gashes exploded across her crystal core armor. I? Kaya Shengxing tried to pull out her pistol to fight back. Clang, as soon as she pulled it out, it was sliced into shreds of metal scraps the next second. I. She tried to grab the black-faced zombie's body, her palm armor constantly vibrating. For a moment, Kaya Shengxing felt like a caged bird surrounded by flashing blades, weak and helpless. Hurry up. Damn luck value. Go up already. Your bank card ending in 0304 just spent 64,800 yuan. Current balance, 6.37 million. Bank alerts kept coming while Duziren continued tapping, 10 draw. Your current luck value total, 323. Congratulations. Luck bonus triggered, guaranteed gold item drop. Buzz buzz buzz. The spin wheel lights kept flashing. Finally. Congratulations. You obtained, Crystal Core Dragon Blood Dagger, Gold, X1. There was no time to look at what else he got. Duziren immediately pulled the Dragon Blood Dagger from the inventory. Roar. The moment it was pulled out, the dragon head on the dagger began to move. Ignoring the trembling scaly covering on the blade, a cold wind blew around. It was bone-chilling. Right. The Crystal Core. Just in case. Use the best. Roar. Ferocious howls came from the dragon head, and even the black-faced zombie's attacks paused. Its eyes turned to look this way. That is? Fang Huiguang was completely dumbfounded. The moment the dragon blood dagger appeared, the surrounding air seemed to freeze because of the blade scales. Did that mean? The dagger's material must have been made from an awakened creature's body? This weapon. Could it be blue quality? While she was still hesitating, Buzz. Duziren took out a Thunderfire crystal core from his body, and Fang Huiguang was completely frozen. Purple quality crystal core. Senior Ziren, he wouldn't use that to feed the crystal core weapon, right? This is such a waste, isn't it? Thunderfire crystal core. You. Even the black-faced zombie wasn't interested in attacking Kaya Shengxing anymore. Someone really used a purple crystal core as a consumable? Like Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit? Crack. When that crystal core filled with lightning and flame was embedded into the dragon blood dagger. Roar. The dragon pattern coiled around the blade actually came to life, and a surging roar echoed through the second underground level. Roar. Like a prehistoric shockwave, the roar made everyone instinctively tremble. Everyone forgot to breathe, stunned by the ferocious roar from the dragon's head on the dagger. Such terrifying power. Holding the dragon blood dagger, Duziren's face tightened as he walked toward Kaya Shengxing. He couldn't throw the dagger or show off its full power too soon. Otherwise, the black-faced zombie hiding in time freeze might snatch it away during action. He quickly stored the dragon blood dagger back in his inventory and hurried to Kaya Shengxing's side. With just a pat on her shoulder, the dragon blood dagger that had just roared appeared in her hand. Shengxing. Help me, kill it. What is this? Looking at the dagger with a fierce dragon head in her hand, Qiu Xingxing could feel the terrifying power bursting from the scales of the blade. Her small hand holding the dagger was trembling. Your Doomsday Survival character has successfully bound the exclusive weapon, Dragon Blood Dagger. Gold-grade item is non-transferable and cannot be unbound. Qiu Xingxing is equipping exclusive weapon. Gain special buff, luck +1. Lines of prompts popped up from the game notification, and Duziren's face was full of excitement. Shengxing. This time, let your senior rely on you. MHM. Senior Ziren, Shengxing understands. Swinging the dragon blood dagger, lightning and fire surged between the scales on the blade, and the surrounding air let out a sizzling burning hiss. You. Who exactly are you? This thing, the material of this dagger, how could you have it? And, just now, where exactly did you hide the dagger? The black-faced zombie's roar came from the air. Danger. It had truly sensed danger from this dagger. That was a crystal core weapon embedded with a purple crystal core. Clang clang clang. Sparks burst again from Du Ziren's body surface. As expected. Just like Du Ziren guessed, this thing tried to snatch the dragon blood dagger from him. But how could a proud game player not use the inventory function? Sheng, there's one more chance. You know when it is, right? The sound of sparks gradually faded, and Du Ziren's voice rang in Sheng's ear. At this moment, the two seemed to be in perfect sync. I understand. Senior Ziren, I know when the chance you're talking about will come. Gripping the dragon blood dagger tightly, Sheng actually closed her eyes. Her palm rubbed the scales on the dagger. Suddenly. Now's the time. Buzz. Bone blade slashed toward the wrist where Sheng held the dagger, but as if she had predicted it, she twisted the dragon head on the dagger, and it suddenly opened its mouth and roared. Roar. A primitive roar exploded at close range. Buzz. The previously flickering black silhouette in front of her became instantly clear, revealing the ferocious body of the black-faced zombie. You? How could you? The hollow eyes of the black-faced zombie widened. Sheng's face turned cold. Senior and I both predicted it. That you would try to steal this dagger. So, I was waiting for you to come take it? This is the moment. Dragon roar. Roar. With a flick of her wrist, the dragon head on the dragon blood dagger let out continuous roars. In the instant the black-faced zombie's head trembled and froze. Buzz. A blood-red flash streaked by. Roar. As the dragon's mouth gradually closed and the dragon roar faded, thud, a huge black head flew into the air, and a massive headless black body crashed to the ground. Boom. Amid the rising dust, finally. The zombie that had always been invisible due to time pause appeared before everyone's eyes. Ugh? Ugh? You, on your body, just what else, are you hiding? Gurgle gurgle. The black head rolled on the ground, stubbornly looking at Du Ziren. Du Ziren let out a long breath and shrugged. What now? You're just a game character, you really think you can challenge a player? You. The pair of hollow black eyes slowly sank. With a thud, a black and white striped crystal core slowly rolled out of its head. This is the second one, right? He stepped forward and picked up the crystal core, and a pop-up appeared before him. Time crystal core, pause, obtained. Unlocked time powers, 2 of 3. Currently unlocked, time, acceleration, time, pause. So, just one more crystal core and the gold power, time, can be unlocked? Rubbing the crystal core in his hand, he placed it into his chest pocket. Du Ziren looked around. The tragic scene in the second underground level was devastating. Headless corpses everywhere, scattered heads everywhere. Blood still dripping onto the ground, telling of their sorrow. Senior Ziren. We did it. Holding the dagger in her hand, Sheng felt the thrill of surviving a disaster. She instinctively spread her arms and hugged Du Ziren from behind. We did it. I told you, only you could take it down. Because, you are. The word, protagonist, was stuck in his throat. Instead, Du Ziren blurted out something else. Because, you're the person I care about most. Huh? Huh? Sheng quickly let go, confused about what care about most meant? Did he mean her potential? Or, her as a person? Senior Ziren. Anyway, at least Sheng helped you this time. Sheng's face turned red. Du Ziren smiled. Yes. You can help me now too. Maybe in the future, I'll be able to rely on you like this more often. Huh? Senior, relies on me? She suddenly remembered that incident in the shower room, her neck flushed red. If Senior keeps relying on me like that, it kind of doesn't feel so bad. Her thoughts grew more and more chaotic. Du Ziren looked at her dotingly, the moment felt unexpectedly peaceful. Oh right. Senior, this should be returned to you. As if realizing it late, Sheng hurriedly wiped the blade of the dragon blood dagger and held it out with both hands, trying to return it to Du Ziren. Senior, this is really too precious. With it, maybe even ability users can fight evenly with superhumans. Keep it. I prepared this for you in the first place. Otherwise, why do you think I specifically brought out a dagger? Huh? Her face flushed again without reason. But, it's already yours. No one can take it. Think of it as your reward for helping me this time. Reward? This. Rubbing the dragon blood dagger, Sheng fell silent. Actually, what she wanted to hear more was a different answer, like, this is a gift I prepared just for you. While the couple chatted on one side? On the other side, Fang Huiguang clenched her teeth watching the scene. Damn woman. Why does Senior Ziren pamper you so much? The dagger, the crystal core, he just gave them all to you. You've already surpassed me and seduced him first? Fine, fine, this time I acknowledge your potential. But from now on, I will absolutely never give you another chance. Never. Mine black market, first level tunnel. Sigh? Listen, isn't the noise from below starting to quiet down? Linya stood in front of the iron gate, trying to walk inside. Suddenly. Something's wrong. Everyone, stay alert. Lu Su's shout echoed sharply through the dark cave. What is it, Lu Su? I detected it. A lot of life signals are approaching. The number is at least close to 1,000. What? Hearing that, the three women instantly tensed up, staring blankly toward the cave entrance. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The scarlet blood on the ground was still spreading, and the stench of blood blew across their faces. The three women's expressions grew even more tense. But 1 minute passed, 5 minutes passed. The rumbling of 1,000 zombies rushing forward, as they had imagined, never came. Eh? What's going on? Lu Su, did your ability mess up? Yang Miao Miao looked suspiciously at Lu Su, who shook her head firmly. Impossible. My ability has never failed, even that time with the king-class zombie. As long as I have time, I can. Step 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 step. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps crunching snow came. Who? The three of them immediately stared tightly at the cave entrance. Step step step. The crunching continued, and a strangely dressed little boy walked in, a small bird perched on his shoulder, hugging a thermos cup, his face trembling. Hello, you all. I got separated from the scavengers. I? The boy's face showed fear, as if he had been frightened. His small frame, barely a meter tall, shivered in the cold wind. With that timid look in his eyes, anyone seeing him would instinctively feel sympathy. Big sister? Can I come in and hide for a bit? While speaking, the little boy didn't even wait for Linya and the others to agree, he had already walked into the cave. Kid, you? Did you see anything out there? Linya's expression turned odd, staring at the boy. The boy walked while seeming to think aloud. It seemed like everyone was separated while being chased by a group of zombies. Zombies. His lips trembled. The boy seemed to recall a terrifying memory, with tears flashing in his eyes. Sigh, this poor child. Yang Miao Miao couldn't help feeling a little sorry and took 2 steps forward, about to hug the boy to comfort him. Clack. Next moment. Her shoulder sank. Lu Su pulled her back several steps, squinting and speaking coldly. Kid. You're suspicious. Huh? Lu Su, what's wrong with him? First, the fact that he's alive alone is already wrong. You can say it's luck, but how could he just happen to find this place? Among scavengers, the biggest taboo is bringing children. He's not one of ours. Then he must be from the outside. The fact he found this place is already suspicious. Second, I never doubt my ability. My ability tells me, you alone carry the life signals of 1,000 creatures. To be blunt, you look like a child on the outside, but you're actually a monster, aren't you? After Lu Su's cold words rang out, Linya said nothing, but earth spikes began forming under her feet. Sister, what are you talking about? I was just guided here by a scavenger grandpa. I'll just stay a little while. The boy's face looked pitiful, with no visible sign of anything wrong. Enough. You're a boy, but you're not afraid of all these corpses in the cave? That kind of bravery is suspicious too. And besides, everyone here was slaughtered. Where did your guide come from? I'm warning you. One more step and we attack. Lu Su's right eyelid kept twitching. A growing unease rose inside her ever since this boy appeared. She didn't know why, but the boy felt less like a person, more like a mutated zombie. Hey. Miss Sister, tell me, wouldn't it be nicer if we all got along? Do we really have to make a mess of things? That's no fun. Too late now, you all have decent potential. Barely good enough to be my dogs. Step. The boy's footsteps didn't stop. This time he didn't argue anymore but slowly lowered his head and twisted the thermos in his hand with cracking sounds. What is he doing? Yang Miao Miao was confused, and Lu Su's eyelid twitched even faster. Hurry. Stop him. Linya. Do it. Attack now. She shouted urgently. But, Big sister, are you calling me? So many corpses. Mommy. A childish girl's voice rang out. Lu Su turned to look, and saw that Linya had somehow become a teenage girl, looking around in terror. Daddy. Young Linya was so scared she fell to the ground. This, I get it now. Your ability is. Lu Su looked at the boy in horror. Only then did the boy slowly raise his head. His once innocent and pure face had now become eerily mature and sinister. "You're pretty good. Become my dog." You. Her voice shifted from angry to uncertain, and Lu Su's body also began to shrink. She reverted to around 14 or 15 years old, staring blankly at the boy, and her body continued to shrink. "Hello there, little sister?" When Lu Su became just 3 or 4 years old, the boy scooped her up into his arms with a comforting smile. "Wah-ah wah-ah." The little Lu Su, clueless, cried loudly in his arms. "Not bad, not bad. Let's build some emotional attachment, then I'll give you another chance to grow, you'll become my dog." Stroking little Lu Su's head, the boy smiled playfully. His eyes turned toward the iron gate. Linya and Yang Miao Miao had already turned into wailing infants, lying on the ground, sobbing endlessly. Humans. This species is still too weak. When they return to infancy, their memories fade with it. As long as I train them like dogs and let them grow again, anyone of value in this base becomes my dog. Right, little hawk? He patted the little bird on his shoulder. Chirp. The bird leaned affectionately against the boy. Ha ha ha. So boring, truly boring. Could the people below already have been slaughtered by that guy? Whatever. Let me join the fun and see if I can turn that guy into my dog too. Crack crack crack. Crack crack crack. After completely twisting the thermos in his hand, pools of blood flowed out of it. Drip drip. Then, visible to the naked eye, the liquid inside began to pulse and squirm, expanding and taking shape. 1, 2, 10, 100. Nearly hundreds of blood-red spheres expanded, each about the size of an infant. They seemed to grow rapidly, defying time itself, transforming into dripping blood-colored babies. Wah-ah wah-ah. Wails of babies echoed throughout the cave. Looking around, the cave entrance was now filled with nearly 1,000 bloody monstrous infants. Wah-ah wah-ah. The babies' mouths were full of sharp fangs, their limbs had claws over 10 centimeters long, and crawling on the ground, they resembled 1,000 beasts, without any trace of humanity. Go down. And feast. The boy waved his hand. Step step step. Thousands of infant zombies surged like a tide, flooding into the second underground level. Mine Black Market second underground level. Senior Ziren. Is it safe now? Qiu Xingxing quickly walked to the entrance of the third underground level, anxiously looking inside. Rustle rustle rustle. Inside the passage of the third underground level, due to a long period without attacks, the tree roots were slowly loosening, revealing a gap for the survivors below to observe the outside. Huh? Qiu Shengxing? Leader Qin. Through the gap, when Qiu Shengxing and Qin Wan made eye contact, both visibly relaxed. Qiu Shengxing knew that if Qin Wan was unharmed, her family below was probably safe too. And Qin Wan understood that if Qiu Shengxing made it here alive, it meant that Senior had returned, and the base was safe. Rustle rustle rustle. As the tree roots gradually untangled, ability users from the third underground level began jumping out. When they saw the headless corpses all over the second level, everyone was shocked. This. How tragic. Damn zombies. Senior, this time, it's all thanks to your foresight, anticipating a possible enemy attack, otherwise. Qin Wan's face was grim as she bowed deeply in respect. Sorry. I was stretched too thin, this is all I could do. Du Ziren watched it all quietly, feeling inexplicably heavy. This game portrayed the reality of human nature and the helplessness of the weak extremely well. At this moment? Even after a hard-won victory, looking at the ground full of headless corpses, few could smile. Weak. In the end, it's because we're too weak. The zombies didn't attack other safe zones, only us, because we're the easy target. Qin Wan's fists clenched tight, her face full of anger. Everyone looked at each other in silence. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, never changes. Even zombies understand this. Senior Ziren. If you ask me, you should lead everyone to settle in the Luzhou safe zone. This place is basically ruined. The remaining ability users should go to the Luzhou safe zone, at least there, they can ensure their family's safety. Fang Huiguang stepped forward at just the right moment. Her words instantly resonated with everyone. Du Ziren frowned slightly but had already guessed. So the second chapter, Rise to Fame, is about letting Xingxing's team establish themselves in the new base? After thinking for a moment, Du Ziren was just about to tell Qiu Xingxing to start preparing for relocation. Step step step. Step step step. Suddenly, from the upper level came the sound of urgent running. What's going on? One ability user looked toward the source of the noise, walked a few steps quickly, and just as he approached the iron gate tunnel. Ah! From the darkness, a red ball shot forward. With a plop, the red sphere slammed into the ability user's head, extended short limbs, and clung tightly to his face. Get off! Get off! The ability user panicked and tried to tear off the ball. But those seemingly short limbs had sharp claws that already pierced his neck and the back of his head. Iya! A shrill screech burst out as a red baby head emerged from the ball. The baby opened its mouth, filled with fangs, and bit into the top of the ability user's skull. Splat! In an instant, a spray of blood burst out, the ability user's skull split open, his body twitched, and he collapsed with a crash. The whole process took barely 10 seconds. A rare and powerful ability user was instantly killed by a facehugger-style attack. The scene was eerily similar to the facehuggers from Alien, and Duziren's face turned grim. Rip rip rip. The small baby zombie still clung to the ability user's face, gnawing non-stop. The chewing echoed through the second underground level, making the silence even more eerie. Eeaa. But, after the appearance of that first baby zombie, numerous red spheres darted through the dark tunnels. Plop, plop. Soon after, countless red balls came flying at them. Most of the ability users stared blankly at the sight, then, plop, they were pounced on by baby zombies. The sound of skin being torn and ripped didn't stop. The place instantly became a hell of peeling flesh. What the hell is going on? Why aren't you fighting back? Aren't you all ability users? Ugh, ah! Get off! Get off! Ryup! Screams, angry shouts, and the sound of flesh tearing echoed in the space like a demon's voice. Duziren looked around. Almost all the ability users stood dumbly, pounced on and dragged down by baby zombies. They had no awareness to resist. Or rather, they had no time to react. Only after the baby zombies latched onto their faces did they panic and try to fight back, only to have their faces chewed off and killed. During the whole defense process, not a single ability user used their powers. Hey! What are you standing there for? Use your powers! Use your powers! Splurt splurt. Blood splashed around. Duziren watched as people were attacked like mindless fools. What's going on? These must be the final wave of baby zombies from the mission, right? Why isn't anyone fighting? Could there be a reason? He noticed his own ability failure icon was lit. At this moment, it seemed like he was the only one in the second level still able to think. Ah! Suddenly, a familiar scream rang out. Fang Huiguang had appeared, standing dazed and trembling all over. She looked like she'd lost all her usual calm, like a girl who had never seen a fight before, panicking as she looked around and screamed. Daddy! Mommy! Tears rolled down her cheeks as Fang Huiguang shrank into a corner, her face pale. Hey! You! Why did you show yourself? He looked at Fang Huiguang, confused. It was the same again. Everyone froze like they had dementia. Not using their powers to fight back? Damn! What kind of power is the enemy using? Iya! Ah! From above, another red figure shot straight at Fang Huiguang's face. Get away! Boom! From a hidden spot, Duziren hurled a fireball that blew the airborne baby zombie into mush. Daddy! Mommy! Sobi sobi sobi! Fang Huiguang curled into a corner and started crying. Duziren looked around, feeling inexplicably panicked. He wasn't afraid of the mission's difficulty, but of whether Qiu Xingxing would be affected. Shengsheng! Shengsheng! Looking around frantically, he saw Qiu Xingxing standing blankly at the entrance to the third level. Iya! A baby zombie jumped and landed on the back of Qiu Xingxing's neck, biting her head with its fangs. MHM. Unexpectedly, after a short daze, Qiu Xingxing spun the dragon blood dagger in her hand, and with a splurt, cut the baby zombie on her back in half. Mom and Dad said, I have to be strong. I have to protect my little brothers and sisters. I can't die. Even though she killed that baby zombie, Qiu Xingxing's small hands trembled non-stop, as if she'd lost her usual composure. Shengsheng! Duziren rushed to her side. Qiu Xingxing looked around suspiciously. Who? She suddenly stabbed out with the dagger, like a panicked little rabbit, flailing in defense. Shengsheng! You don't recognize me. Duziren stepped back. Qiu Shengxing squinted. It's me. Duziren. Your senior. Senior? She muttered the words vaguely, slowly lowered the dagger, and her face looked strange. I really don't know you. But I like your voice. I don't dislike you. Under the crystal core armor, Qiu Xingxing's tense face slightly relaxed, and a faint blush appeared. She couldn't understand why, but she instinctively felt a strong liking for that unseen voice. You really don't remember me? Looking at Qiu Xingxing's confused face, Duziren glanced around and figured it out. Memory? It seemed everyone had lost part of their memory. That's why all the ability users stood around dumbly, getting attacked by the baby zombies. It's simple. They had lost the memory of being ability users. In that moment, they only knew who they were, but not why they were in the mine black market. In that state, who could possibly react to a baby zombie attack? Damn it. Does this last zombie also have memory erasing powers? Shengsheng, stay behind me. He called out to Qiu Shengsheng. She looked toward Du Ziren in confusion. You? Why are you protecting me? Don't ask. Just stay behind me. Although she was wary of strangers, she didn't know why. Hearing Du Ziren's voice made her feel no resistance. She silently stood near the sound, holding the dragon blood dagger in her hand, her gaze growing dazed again. Iya! Iya! From the direction of the iron gate, endless baby zombies came flooding in like a dam breaking, surging toward them. It was visible to the naked eye. On almost every person's face, 3 or 4 baby zombies were latched on, gnawing at the ability users' faces. Iya! The following wave of baby zombies still surged forward, and with no more nearby targets, they instinctively turned toward Qiu Shengsheng and Fang Huiguang. Iya! Iya! Countless red spheres rolled up and lunged at them. Shengsheng! Let's join up with Fang Huiguang. Stand in the corner, I'll block all attacks. He instinctively called out behind him, thinking Qiu Shengsheng would follow him. But what came instead was a cold voice behind him. Who are you? Mom and Dad said if I follow a stranger, I'll be chopped up and cooked. What? He turned to look. Where Qiu Shengsheng had been was now a delicate girl of 13 or 14, wearing oversized crystal core armor, glaring at him with hostility. You? Du Ziren was stunned. The little girl was really cute, but her eyes stared at him nervously, too unfamiliar. You're Shengsheng? Mister, who are you? Why can't I see you? Because Du Ziren had protected her too well, Qiu Shengsheng stared ahead blankly, full of confusion. Forget it. No time. Just follow me. Grabbing her shoulder, Du Ziren picked up the mini version of Qiu Shengsheng and ran toward the corner where Fang Huiguang was. Iya! A dozen baby zombies dropped from above, diving straight at Fang Huiguang's face. Fang Huiguang? No. To be accurate, Fang Huiguang, now only 8 or 9 years old, was already crying uncontrollably and frozen in place. She was about to be face-hugged and devoured by the baby zombies. Get away! From Du Ziren's shoulders, 4 twisted blood vessels burst from under the skin, writhing wildly into the air. Splurt! The blood vessels lashed out like the long tongue of a licker. It was Du Ziren's rarely used power, bloodline. Buzz buzz buzz. A few strikes from the blood vessels, and a dozen baby zombies were instantly turned into bloody mist, splashing in all directions. Wow! Mister, you're amazing. A childish voice came from beside him. Du Ziren looked down and twitched. Qiu Shengsheng. She had gotten even smaller. Now just a 4 or 5-year-old little girl. Her body curled inside the oversized armor, and her big dark eyes looked up at Du Ziren, full of admiration. My mom and dad said. The stronger someone is, the more they deserve respect. Mister, I'm gonna marry someone like you when I grow up? The innocent words made Du Ziren's face twist awkwardly. Great, great, great. His digital wife had turned into a digital child bride. Shengsheng, I never thought, you were so lively as a kid compared to now. He patted her little head, then picked her up and placed her next to Fang Huiguang. Iya! The wave of baby zombies surged again. At the tunnel entrance, nearly hundreds of them poured forward like a Red Sea. Du Ziren calmly opened the game menu. Firepower, Ability User, Tier 3, Plus. Bloodline Power, Ability User, Tier 2, Plus. Looking at the 2 powers, Du Ziren calmly tapped the Plus button next to them. Option 1, spend 10,000 yuan to unlock temporary superhuman level for fire and bloodline powers. Option 2, spend 100,000 yuan to unlock temporary awakened level for fire and bloodline powers. Awakened fire skill, Burn the Sky, ready to unlock. Awakened bloodline skill, Sea of Blood, ready to unlock. Activate. Go all in. Without hesitation, he tapped the most expensive options. Your bank card ending in 0304 was just charged 100,000 yuan. Current balance, 6.33 million. Awakened power for fire and bloodline unlocking. Remaining time, 00:29:59. Ignoring the bank's notification, Du Ziren could clearly feel a burning flow surging inside his body, and his meridians boiled with excitement. Iya! Countless baby zombies curled into balls and flew at Du Ziren. In an instant, the sky was a sea of red. Good, good, good. Let's see how powerful a pay-to-win skill really is. Burn the Sky. Staring upward, a ball of searing flame ignited in Du Ziren's palm. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Wherever he looked, the air twisted strangely with heat. Iya! Ah! The first baby zombie pounced, arms and legs reaching, clinging to Du Ziren's face. Boom! Its skin shriveled and smoked. A burst of flame exploded from within its twisted red body. Boom boom boom. In an instant, the small body blew apart, chunks flying, burned into black ash midair. Iya! The rest followed, claws out. Duziren's eyes turned cold. None of you are getting away. Boom! Boom boom boom! The sky glowed red. On the ground, the baby swarm surged, until a roar of fire erupted with a deafening whoosh. Boom! The terrifying flames rose from within the baby zombies, expanding like waves. The entire second underground level became a sea of fire, corpses flying and burning to ash instantly. Iya iya! The once aggressive zombie tide now screamed in pain as the fire consumed them. Iya ee! The flames devoured their bodies. In moments, many baby zombies shriveled and charred, dying. Wah wah wah! Driven by instinct, they began to retreat. Even with their bodies nearly burned through, they tried to flee. Wah wah wah! Screams and wails echoed. But, in the fire, Duziren's face was ice cold. I said, not one gets away. Sea of blood. Buzz buzz buzz. Next moment, within the warped flames, a humanoid figure exploded with countless blood-red threads. Like red snakes, they twisted and surged toward the iron gate. Rustle rustle rustle. The torrent was overwhelming. Countless red threads stabbed forward like swords. The retreating baby zombies barely moved before being impaled one after another. Plop, plop. Duziren's figure moved slowly through the flames. Now, his body was like an octopus, covered in writhing blood vessels that spasmed and swayed. Plop. With every whip of a blood vessel, 4 or 5 charred baby zombies died. Iya! Iya! Their cries echoed in the cave. As joyful as their earlier screams had been, their pain now was just as intense. Finally, a wave of fire erupted from the cave mouth. Boom boom boom. Inside the charred cave, burned black baby zombie corpses were everywhere. Twisted or impaled, not a single one escaped the mine black hole. Step step step. Heavy footsteps echoed. Duziren stood alone at the cave entrance of the mine black market. Behind him was complete silence. Thus, it can be said the final wave of zombie tide has been completely wiped out. Just don't know where that last time zombie is hiding. Standing alone at the cave entrance, behind Duziren, faint sounds of ee came. Hot. Hot. Turning back, Qiu Xingxing, at some unknown time wearing oversized armor, was awkwardly walking over. She had become only 4 or 5 years old in size. Because of the power of immortality, even trapped in the armor she could crawl forward to move. But, right now, Qiu Xingxing was simply just a little kid. Those big shiny black eyes stared straight toward Duziren. Shengsheng. Why are you still following me? Stay down there, later. Scared. Duziren was just about to persuade her to go back when a crisp child's voice interrupted him. Scared? Are you scared? Scared. Those innocent big eyes looked at Duziren and his heart sank. Then you came to me? Not scared. Not scared. Her young hands hugged Duziren's thigh, and his heart inexplicably skipped a beat. So you mean, by following me, you're not scared? Not scared. Ha ha ha, you. Petting little Qiu Xingxing affectionately, Duziren was about to take a snapshot of her for future lock screen wallpaper, young Xingxing for lock screen, grown-up Xingxing for desktop. Suddenly. Step step step. Outside the mine black market, a dense sound of footsteps came. Oi. Huh? Following the sound, it was actually Linya and the others. Linya, Yang Miao Miao, Lu Su, and 2 men wearing uniforms with moon-shaped badges on their chests. Behind the 5 of them was a timid-looking boy, constantly eyeing Duziren's direction. You guys? Duziren looked at them suspiciously and did not step forward. Instead, he slowly picked up Qiu Xingxing and hid her behind himself. Hey, friend. Don't be nervous. I am Su Chang, a superhuman from the Luzhou safe zone. I was ordered to rescue you. Sorry, we're late. Su Chang's face showed an ashamed expression, like he really felt guilty for arriving late. Hello, my name is Zhou Shou. I am also here to assist. Sorry. The 2 superhumans approached Duziren directly, while Linya and the others looked at Duziren warily, their expressions unsettled. Oh? Duziren smiled. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice exploded at the entrance to the mine black market. Su Chang and Zhou Shou froze, faces turning serious. Friend? You. I said stop. Friend, don't be nervous. We're all human, we definitely won't hurt you. Yeah, we came to rescue you. They kept explaining, trying to get closer to Duziren. Hey, do you think I'm stupid? That child, stop pretending. His gaze fixed on the little boy behind the group. This time it was Linya who spoke. Friend, this child was saved by us during the battle. He absolutely has no problem. You're an ability user, Why would you target a child? Ha ha ha. What are you calling me? Linya? The accusatory voice came again. Linya's face stiffened. You. What do you mean? Child, or rather, time zombie backward, if you keep pretending like this, is it fun? Under the cold gaze, the little boy's innocent expression slowly twisted into a smirk. Clap clap clap. He clapped his palms repeatedly, eyes looking at Duziren with a bit of appreciation. Impressive. How exactly did you figure it out? Heh. Don't think just because you have a bit of human intelligence that you can treat me like a pig. I'll tell you, your setup has too many flaws. Oh? First, these female ability users were left above by me. Tell me, if people down there shrank, then why are the ones above unharmed? The only explanation is that they've been controlled. Second, maybe you don't know, there was a teammate below with these two superhumans. She told me the other superhumans went to stop the zombie army, but the zombie army still came. Doesn't that mean their mission failed? If they failed, how could those two still be alive and standing before me? Ultimately, they were controlled. As for how they were controlled? I think it's simple. You probably can reverse the time flow in an area. When a human reverses backward, their brain memory regresses too, returning to childhood. For a clueless child, you can condition them however you want, then slowly let them grow into adults again, and control their thinking. You say, my guess has no problem, right? Duziren stared quietly at the little boy. The smile at the boy's mouth faded, his eyes full of surprise. I didn't expect. You actually analyzed so much. I say, why don't you become my dog, how about that? You three really are interesting. Time acceleration, time pause, time reverse. I've already killed 2 of you. And you actually want me to be your dog? What? You're not running now, are you not afraid of death? The cold voice sounded. The little boy shrugged. I admit you are indeed powerful. I thought the baby zombies I sent would completely take over the whole base. Didn't expect, you are an awakened user of both flame and bloodline powers, and used them both. Oh, I forgot, you also have the invisibility ability. I truly hadn't expected that such a small place would hide someone like you. Still not running now that you know? Hey. Since you saw through my plan, then sorry, from the moment you saw me, you already lost. You. Shrink. Suddenly. The little boy's tone changed, his eyes turning fierce toward Duziren. But 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed. Where Duziren was, nothing changed. What? Try to make me a child and steal my memory? You. How is that possible? You didn't lose your memory down there, are you relying on the awakened body type to resist? Right now, even if you're not shrunk, your abilities must be exhausted. I still have people. I still have 2 superhumans, and with me that's 3. 3 versus 1, the one who should be afraid. Is you? Even though he couldn't see Duziren's actual power, the little boy was still confident. He assumed Duziren had killed the baby zombie army and had few powers left. Su Chang. Zhou Shou. Go! With a big gesture, Su Chang's gaze stiffened, and as he was about to speak, the air around began to distort and twist. As for Zhou Shou, his back began to twitch strangely, his muscles cracking open, and a pair of wings slowly spread and moved. Echo Field, Beast Transformation. Both looked like very troublesome abilities. But Duziren simply sneered. If you don't run, you're already dead. You. Don't think just because you're an awakened user you can act tough. You're just a dying force, what nonsense are you playing at? The little boy's face darkened, about to scold more. Nullification Field. Canine Field. Buzz. Woo. Immediately. Within a 50-meter area around them, a buzzing sound and strange wind flowed. What? How is this possible? Lu Su. Does she still have her ability? Looking toward Lu Su in panic, Lu Su also stared blankly at the little boy. Sir? My ability stopped working. What? Instinctively looking at Su Chang and Zhou Shou. Woof. Right then, where there had been people. In front of Duziren lay a Pomeranian and a Bichon dog, their eyes vacant and empty. You. How is that possible? How could it be? One person, one ordinary person, how could you possibly have 5 abilities, nullify, canine, flame, bloodline, and invisibility? You. Are you the king? Are you not human? Shock, fear, trembling. Duziren's power completely stunned the little boy. Enough talking? If you're done talking, then it's time to move on. The cold voice sounded. Duziren looked at the little boy. Woof. Immediately, the little boy's limbs disobeyed, collapsing to the ground, his body twisting. In the form of a hairless dog, he slowly crouched on the ground. Come here. Duziren waved. Woof. The hairless dog responded and walked only a few steps. Boom! Its dog head suddenly exploded, flames rising. Boom. As the hairless dog's body separated and burst into flames, blood and flesh burned in the air, and a black and white crystal core rolled to the ground with a plop. Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the first chapter, Riot, of the Doomsday Survival game. The game notification popped up. After Duziren squinted, he let out a long breath. Phew! Finally cleared the first chapter. Looking at little Qiu Xingxing clinging to him behind his back, Duziren's expression tightened. No good. Must take advantage of the time reverse effect while it's still active and take a few childhood screenshots of my wife. Click click click. He took screenshots of little Qiu Xingxing until he saw her body slowly restore, then Duziren walked over to the hairless dog's corpse. Clang. When he picked up the black and white crystal core, a new prompt appeared before Duziren. Congratulations! You have successfully collected the 3 time reverse, time pause, and time acceleration crystal cores. The game has unlocked the fusion feature. You can spend money to fuse and upgrade unwanted crystal cores. After fusing 3 time crystal cores, you will obtain 1 gold crystal core, time. Using this crystal core, you will gain the gold ability, time. The game pop UPS kept jumping. Duziren silently put away the time crystal core. Seeing a fusion icon appear in the lower right of the game interface, his face darkened. Damn it. The most ridiculous gem fusion upgrade is also copied by this stupid game. This thing is a real money grinding feature. Whatever. To use the crystal core you also need Xingxing's purification water tank, so first let's handle the aftermath here. He quietly looked toward the people outside the mine black market. After a while, Qiu Xingxing recovered first. The silver-gray color on her crystal core armor faded, and her aura appeared dazed again. Congratulations! Because of the effect of the crystal core armor, your Doomsday Survival character Qiu Xingxing's ability level has increased to ability user level 6. Current cultivation progress, 3/600. Oh? Because of the crystal core armor's property, using 7 crystal cores definitely increases 1 level under superhuman, tier 3? If so, the Heart of Becoming Stronger mission will be close soon. Watching Xingxing's aura change quietly, Qiu Xingxing looked around in panic. Senior Ziren? Senior? Aren't we on the 2nd underground level? How did we get out? Her memory from when she was shrunk seemed completely gone and she was in confusion. Xingxing. Don't worry, everything is taken care of. Duziren's calm, familiar voice came, and Qiu Xingxing slowly calmed down. Huh? Why are we here? Xingxing, how did you get out? Damn. Zhou Shou. Why are you here? I don't know. I just remember seeing a little boy, then. Damn. I remember. I met a little boy with Xiao Ziang too, and then, we don't remember anything. Where's Xiao Ziang? Outside the cave, the group looked at each other, all confused. Until. Step step step. From inside the mine black hole, Fang Huiguang and Qin Wan ran out. Senior? Senior, are you still here? Both women respectfully called out. After Duziren made a confirming sound, they both breathed a long sigh of relief. Senior Ziren. After you dealt with that black-faced zombie, I remember baby zombie armies appeared? There were many burnt baby corpses underground, that was your doing, right? Fang Huiguang looked toward the void in admiration. Duziren thought for a moment and casually explained. You were affected by time reverse. The leader of this batch of baby zombies can make your memory regress back to childhood. Because of this, when baby zombies attacked, your memory stopped and you couldn't react. To protect you all, I simply killed them all. Duziren's calm words were met with silence by Fang Huiguang and Qin Wan. Simply? Killed them all? That was 1,000 baby zombies. You say it like stepping on ants is easy. As expected of Senior Ziren, with just a gesture, you suppressed a batch of zombies. Fang Huiguang's face turned even redder. Su Chang and Zhou Shou looked at each other and then suddenly understood. I see. No wonder we lost our memories. Senior. Thank you for saving our lives. Without pretension, both big men immediately bowed deeply to the void. They clearly knew that without this invisible senior, they would probably still be enslaved right now. No problem. Qin leader, first integrate the base. I think, now we really need to move house. The calm voice came. Qin Wan lowered her head, face bitter, understood. Senior. I'll go now. Step step step. After a short while, mine black market 2nd underground level. Zombie corpses and human corpses were stacked thickly into 2 small hills. In the entire mine black market, only more than a dozen ability users survived, and the ordinary people who survived were only the family members of ability users hiding in the 3rd underground level. The end of the world is this cruel. Survival of the fittest, the strong dominate, a bloody reality. Sigh? Looking at the shocking piles of corpses, everyone lowered their heads with melancholy, and no one spoke for a long time. My condolences. Qin leader, under the apocalypse, for humans to survive, we must struggle even harder and stick together for warmth. I know it's cruel, but it's the truth. You all should come to the Luzhou safe zone. We'll work together and strive to live until the Magu City frontline safe zone. Fang Huiguang stepped forward and gently comforted Qinwan. Qinwan nodded and walked toward the third underground level. Everyone, start preparing to evacuate. Take as much convenient material as possible, everyone head to the Luzhou safe zone. A low-powered voice came through the big tree loudspeaker. The survivors bowed their heads, heavy-faced, and began going back to their rooms to pack and prepare. Senior Ziren, when do you think is appropriate to depart? Fang Huiguang respectfully looked around. After quietly observing everything and thinking briefly, Du Ziren gave his reply. Tomorrow morning? Everyone is already very tired. All right. Tonight we few superhumans will guard the cave entrance. Thank you for your hard work. No problem. They respectfully bowed toward the void, and Fang Huiguang and the others, not daring to delay moving the survivors, all walked toward the cave entrance. Senior Ziren, are we really leaving? Qiu Shengsheng asked weakly. Obviously the little girl still felt reluctant to leave the newly safe little spot. Shengsheng, you must know, for safety, hiding and running around is a humiliation. If you want to get rid of this running around life, as long as you are strong enough and build your own base, you will never have to leave or run around again. Senior, I will. She nodded heavily. Qiu Shengsheng followed the mine elevator down from the third underground level with the group. When they reached the familiar small cabin, Qiu Shengsheng comforted her younger brothers and sisters, while Du Ziren sat on the couch and slowly opened the mission panel. Mission, First Act Riot completed. Current mission rating, C. Qiu Shengsheng squad members survived, +1 rating, Qiu Shengsheng's family survived, +1 rating, successfully collected 3-time crystal cores, +1 rating. Rating upgraded, S. Begin calculating reward experience. Your Game Pass level +1 million experience. Congratulations, your pass progression is 100% complete. Please claim your rewards. Claim. Opening the Game Pass interface, the experience bar of the pass was now completely filled. Continuously clicking the last page's potential crystal core rewards, a row of reward items flashed before Du Ziren's eyes. Congratulations. You obtained Littlehorn 95. Congratulations. You obtained a Thunderfire Crystal Core 1. Congratulations. You obtained a Potential Crystal Core 1. This pass has ended, please open the new version pass next time. Damn, there's a new pass. You really did it, game developers. Looking at the shiny Potential Crystal Core in the warehouse, Du Ziren's gaze turned to Qiu Shengsheng in the bedroom. Qiu Shengsheng is currently an ability user, 6th tier. Even if her potential is not great, using the Potential Crystal Core should ensure she reaches ability user 7th tier, right? If that's the case, then that Heart of the Strong mission should be possible to complete as well. Of course, letting Qiu Shengsheng increase her ability level is one thing, but raising all the squad members' levels cannot be neglected either. They will depart for the Luzhou safe zone tomorrow. There, using their own abilities, Du Ziren could obviously find a good place for Qiu Shengsheng to live. Only, there will be times when he's not around, and Qiu Shengsheng could be targeted. So, making her squad members strong, so they are not looked down upon, is also of utmost importance. Looks like, have to arrange this tonight. Sister, just pack some food, right? What about bedding? Sister will buy you new ones. What about clothes? Sister will work hard and earn money. Oh sister, I don't want you to be too tired. Why don't we just bring everything? In the bedroom, Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing thoughtfully asked Qiu Shengsheng for her opinion, and Qiu Shengsheng smiled and eased their worries. The scene was very warm, and also helpless. After a short while, when they had packed most of the things and the two kids were getting sleepy, Qiu Shengsheng finally returned to the sofa and quietly looked around. Senior? Are you still there? Here. Huh? Senior Ziren, you're still there. I have something that needs arranging. What is it? About your future? Future. When the word was spoken, Qiu Shengsheng froze for a moment. Obviously, she had never thought about long-term plans before. She pursed her lips and vaguely remembered that she used to be different. But, since Senior Ziren appeared, she had become carefree. He was like a big umbrella shielding her from all the wind and rain on the road she had come, and she only needed to smile and live carefree under the umbrella. Future, the future means going to the Luzhou safe zone. Me and Linya and the others, we should apply to form a mercenary group, right? Tilting her little head, Chiu Xingxing cautiously looked around. That's right? But your current abilities are still lacking a bit. So, before you get there, I think you need to improve a bit. What do you mean? Take this first. Just as the words fell, a strange diamond-shaped gold crystal core rolled out from the sofa. Senior, this isn't a regular ability crystal core. Take it to the bathroom to use it first. As for the other members? After you use it, we'll talk. In Du Ziren's eyes, Chiu Xingxing always came first. He did not plan to share this type of potential crystal core with any other members. I understand. Perhaps knowing Du Ziren's concern, Chiu Xingxing didn't say much this time. She picked up the potential crystal core and walked toward the bathroom. Splash. After a short moment, the sound of running water came from the bathroom. Plop. Something fell into the water, followed by sounds of armor coming off. Ah, hot. Oh, ah. From behind the wooden door, occasional moans from the girl could be heard. Du Ziren's ears perked up, and he vaguely caught sight of her graceful figure behind the door. Senior Ziren? You're outside? Glug glug glug, a long string of bubbles could be heard. No need to guess, Chiu Xingxing had definitely buried her head into the water like a little frog again. She didn't seem to refuse Du Ziren seeing her, she was just shy about showing anything in front of him. Here. How does it feel? Ah? You're outside? There was a weak hint of disappointment in her voice as Chiu Xingxing's head surfaced above the water, looking toward the bathroom door. I feel very comfortable. Senior, this crystal core, what exactly is it? If it feels comfortable, then just lie down and rest for a while. Well, I understand. Splash splash. The sound of water moving again. Du Ziren tried not to look toward the bathroom, quietly opening the squad list. Squad members, Captain, Chiu Xingxing, members, Linya, Lu Su, Yang Miao Miao. Squad tier, initial. Chiu Xingxing, ability user, 6th tier, 133/700. 166 out of 700. Linya, ability user, 6th tier, 66 out of 700. 99 out of 700. Lu Su, ability user, 4th tier, 123/500. 165/500. Yang Miao Miao, ability user, 5th tier, 211/600. 233/600. From the shared cultivation progress, Chiu Xingxing's progress was not slow and she was expected to reach ability user 7th tier tonight. As for the other members, what Du Ziren did not expect was that during the fight against the zombie tide, their ability levels were still relatively low, but tonight they all broke through one after another. Looks like, tonight they each used crystal cores to cultivate. In that case? Xingxing, have you thought about what your squad should be called? He asked in the direction of the bathroom. Unexpectedly, Chiu Xingxing responded quickly. This. I actually have thought about it. Oh? So Xingxing, you also want to have your own squad name? I want to call it the Rose Squad. Senior, what do you think? With a seeking tone, Du Ziren smiled. Why call it Rose Squad? Because you see, everyone is a girl and looks gentle and weak, like roses. But that's not really the case. Even gentle and bright roses have sharp thorns. I think roses suit us very well. I see. Then when you apply, call it that name. I think, one day, this squad name will echo throughout the Luzhou safe base. Glug glug glug. The water bubbles in the bathroom grew louder. It was still unknown what exactly Chiu Xingxing was doing. After a moment of silence, Du Ziren began organizing the inventory in the warehouse. When he was drawing 7 metal crystal cores for Chiu Xingxing, he also drew quite a few other crystal cores. When drawing for the Dragon Blood Dagger, he also drew many other crystal core weapons. After organizing the inventory and occasionally glancing at the other members' cultivation progress, Du Ziren's mind moved, and he opened the fusion feature. The fusion interface was somewhat similar to that of a certain game's fusion interface, 3 socket slots and 1 fusion button. Only, where the fusion button was displayed. 100 per attempt. Damn, I knew this game had bad intentions. Anyone who has played equipment-based MMORPGs knows that gem, rank up, weapon, enhancement, all cost game coins to attempt an upgrade, and the success rate is very low. All of it is designed so you fail upgrades over and over, and when you run out of game coins, you recharge to get more. This thing is a bottomless pit. A conscientious developer will at least give you a guaranteed upgrade. If they aren't conscientious, you just cry. 100 enhancement attempts, and if you succeed once, consider yourself lucky. Right now, Du Ziren vaguely felt this damn fusion was going to be a big trap. He tried sliding a few Earth attribute, white, crystal cores. Du Ziren thought, useless crystal cores can be fused and given to the other members, speeding up power growth. That's not bad. But right after sliding 3 crystal cores up, a pop-up appeared. Do you want to start a 100 yuan fusion? Current success probability is 50%. If fusion succeeds, you get a green earth brilliant crystal core. If fusion fails, you lose the 3 crystal cores. You can start a 200 yuan guaranteed fusion, which gives 60% success rate. If fusion fails, the 3 crystal cores still remain. Damn. A trap. A huge trap. Just a glance at the fusion probability, and Duziren knew how ridiculous this thing was. He originally planned to fuse a purple crystal core for each squad member to improve combat power. But now, a blue crystal core isn't bad either. Fuse. I just don't believe it. My luck can be this bad? After clicking the 100 button and the deduction message passed by, the fusion wheel lit up with flashes. Buzz. Congratulations, you successfully fused 3 white earth element crystal cores and obtained 1 green earth brilliant crystal core. Again. Unfortunately, your fusion failed, you lost 3 white earth element crystal cores. Again. Unfortunately. Like being cursed by the plague, after one success, every attempt that followed was a failure. Seeing the earth element crystal cores almost used up, Duziren obediently opened the 200 yuan guaranteed fusion. But even so, with a 60% probability, it still failed several times. Luckily, guaranteed fusion does not consume the materials. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent a total of 6,000 yuan. When a blue earth wall crystal core finally appeared in the warehouse, looking at the spending message, Duziren felt numb. After that, he behaved himself. Almost every fusion he used the 200 yuan guarantee. Only after the warehouse had extra blue wave crystal cores and blue divine knowledge crystal cores did he finally let out a breath. Damn it. This fusion for even a few blue crystal cores was so troublesome. If I had fused my own time crystal cores, wouldn't that be the end? Relieved that he hadn't rushed to fuse his time crystal cores, Duziren looked toward the bathroom and called out. Sheng. I'm going out for a bit. I'll be right back. Oh. After the obedient reply, Duziren walked quickly toward outside the treehouse. At the same time, Duziren's voice suddenly echoed inside Linya's wooden house. Linya. Bring Lu Su and Yang Miao Miao here. I'm waiting under the central treetop. Senior? Hearing this familiar voice, Linya immediately climbed out of the wooden bathtub in her house, hurriedly putting on outer clothes. Soon, under the central tree canopy. It was deep night now, with few people around. Linya brought Lu Su and Yang Miao Miao, standing respectfully and still under the canopy. Senior? We don't know why you called us. They weakly looked into the darkness, until 3 shining crystal cores suddenly appeared in their hands. Take these. These are crystal cores of your corresponding attributes. Digest these tonight and your combat power should grow again. You. What is this? The 3 women looked at the crystal cores in their hands in surprise, their eyes wide. Blue crystal core. A blue quality crystal core that they normally didn't even dare to think about? And it was just sent by Senior? These gifts are too. They held the crystal cores with trembling hands, their faces flushed with excitement. My meaning is simple. For you to improve your combat power, first, so you won't hold Xingxing back, second, I hope you'll take better care of her. If you can do it, there will be benefits later. Of course, if you can't, you'll be eliminated, and stronger people will naturally become Xingxing's teammates. Duziren understood how to use both reward and pressure. Giving a few squad members crystal cores was nothing. After all, he had already used purple crystal cores before. Those weren't a big deal. But if he could raise a few loyal bodyguards for Qiu Xingxing, that was a real gain. Everything was to pave the way for Qiu Xingxing. I understand. Senior, rest assured, from now on I, Linya, will follow team leader Qiu's orders. Linya liket her lips. She clearly knew who the senior cared about most. Holding the crystal core, she immediately knelt respectfully. I also will. Me too. The other 2 women were not dumb, and they also knelt down right away. Very good. I hope you can all go to the end together. Of course, if there is dissent in the team and someone dares to hurt Xingxing. Whoosh. A cold wind blew by, and the 3 women hurriedly lowered their heads. Senior. We wouldn't dare. We absolutely wouldn't dare. Our lives were given by Senior. Good. Remember what was said today. Take these. Plop. In front of the 3 women, another spatial wave appeared, then a belt, a necklace, and a glove slowly floated before them. Those were crystal core weapons. Crystal core, diamond belt, green, crystal core, perception necklace, green, Crystal core, water lotus gloves, blue. Senior, what is this? Linya's eyelids twitched wildly. Looking at the belt that fit her, she finally understood. Damn. Is this the feeling of grabbing a big strong ally's leg? While thinking enviously, Linya buried her head even lower. Take them. These items are to help you stay alive. Of course, crystal core consumption you figure out yourselves. This is the benefit of your loyalty to Shengsheng. What happens tonight stays in your stomach. Also, crystal core weapons, don't use them if you don't have to. Hide them. Yes. Respectful voices replied in unison. Around Duziran's ears, notification sounds kept coming. Linya's favor toward you +5, current favor 91, admiration. Lusu's favor +65, current favor 83, awe. Yang Miao Miao's favor +72, current favor 94, admiration. You unlocked permission to question individually and command squad members. Go back and train. Tomorrow morning, I hope to see your growth. Yes. With a calm greeting, the group under the canopy all retreated toward their own directions. Half an hour later. Inside Qiu Xingxing's treehouse, Duziran sat on the sofa, looking at the Rose Squad's member info, his expression gradually becoming pleased. Everyone's cultivation progress had sped up a lot, seemingly using their own crystal cores to break through. Then suddenly, a mission notification popped up. Qiu Xingxing's current ability level, ability user, 6th tier, 699/700, 712 out of 700. Congratulations. Qiu Xingxing's ability level broke through to ability user 7th tier. Mission, Heart of the Strong, completed. Qiu Xingxing gained a permanent hidden attribute, Luck +1. Next mission for Heart of the Strong unlocked. Heart of the Strong, Qiu Xingxing's desire to become stronger is still rising. Help Qiu Xingxing become a superhuman, unlocking a new appearance for Qiu Xingxing. Luck +1. Another Luck +1? Shengxing really is the game's protagonist. Every time she levels up, she gets a luck bonus? Could this be the so-called child of destiny? Rubbing his chin, Duziran looked at the quest Heart of the Strong. If this quest stays active long-term, then Qiu Xingxing's luck will keep stacking infinitely. Right now, with the luck value from the Dragon Blood dagger plus her own, she already had a total of 2 luck points. If the beginner's 3-piece set hadn't been destroyed, she'd have 3 points of luck now. Duziran didn't know what 3 points of luck meant. But at least among other game characters, he had never seen a luck stat. Maybe, this is Xingxing's uniqueness? As he was wondering, the wooden bathroom door opened, and Qiu Xingxing, wrapped in a thick towel, looked outside with a blushing face. Senior? Under the steam, her exposed neck and shoulders were soft and fair, and her face blushed like a peach. Her long hair hung over both shoulders. Her shy posture was irresistibly charming at first glance. Even though Duziran only took one look, he couldn't move his eyes away. Qiu Xingxing seemed to have grown taller and more mature again? Rubbing his eyes, Duziran forced himself to stay calm. I'm still here. Oh. She quickly walked over to the sofa. Under the white towel, her slender legs were crossed inward, delicate and graceful. Senior? Are you leaving tonight? Huh? Hearing that, Duziran was startled. What did she mean? Probably not. What's up? Can I make a small, maybe unreasonable request? What is it? Can I sleep with my head on your arm? Like that time? Looking up with watery, pitiful eyes, Duziran screamed 1,000 times inside, my wife is too cute, but acted calm on the outside, sure. Then, I'll come over? With her damp, warm head, she laid down on one end of the sofa. Duziran turned his body slightly and placed his arm under Qiu Xingxing's neck. Hee. For some reason, when her soft neck touched his arm, Qiu Xingxing smiled. She even turned her face, happily grinning like a spoiled child. Dummy. Looking at her, Duziran suddenly thought of how he used to act spoiled in his parents' arms. So nice. Just watching Qiu Xingxing squint in satisfaction made Duziran feel content. Senior. Maybe it was the day's battles, but as she lay on her side, Qiu Xingxing slowly started talking in her sleep. Senior? Ziran. Hey. No one knew what she was dreaming about, but she kept calling his name and giggling. Duziran shook his head and silently opened the fusion interface. The night was long, he couldn't just lie around doing nothing. It's time to deal with my superpower problem. He opened the fusion slots and inserted the 3-time crystals one by one. Duziran directly chose the 200 guaranteed fusion option. He expected this thing would burn through dozens of fusion failures, at least. But the moment his finger tapped 200, the next second, a flash of golden light. Congratulations. Fusion of golden crystal, time crystal, successful. Using this crystal will unlock gold, time superpower. Ha! It worked. In one try. Why? Did I just get lucky? Staring dumbfounded at the large black and white crystal in the inventory, Du Ziren was completely confused. Senior. Until Qiu Xingxing rolled over restlessly on the sofa, her flushed little face now turned toward him. Senior. Her small lips were slightly pouting, and under the oversized towel, her figure curved gracefully, vast and alluring. Staring blankly for a moment, Du Ziren looked seriously at Qiu Xingxing. Could it be because of Xingxing's luck? TSK. Scratching his head, that was the only explanation he could think of. After staring at Qiu Xingxing's little face for a while, Du Ziren slowly pulled his arm from under her neck. Watching her silly smile, Du Ziren shook his head and walked alone into the bathroom. Though he had godlike control as a game user, this round of game storyline really felt tricky. The desire to grow stronger couldn't wait. Splash. He took out the black and white crystal from his inventory and stuffed it into the crystal slot of the purification tub. Clack clack clack. Soon, black and white powder fused with the water and turned into a tub of strange gray liquid. Without hesitation, Du Ziren took off his clothes and jumped into the tub. Bubble bubble. Unlike other crystal baths, soaking in the time crystal's water gave no sensation at all. Cold? Hot? There wasn't even the slightest sense of thickness. But, even without any feeling, the gray water was being slowly absorbed through Du Ziren's pores. Maybe this is what time is. It slips away, it changes, without any warning. Ha! Without realizing, Du Ziren lay in the tub and was overcome by drowsiness. His eyelids fought each other, and in a daze, he saw a vision. National Special Security Base. A high-tech hall. On the metal walls, the words National Special Security Base flickered. All around, researchers in white coats moved around. Du Ziren just stood there, and as people passed, they all saluted respectfully. Lord 001. Lord 001. As countless voices greeted him respectfully, the scene around Du Ziren kept flashing, and suddenly he appeared in a huge conference room. The room was dark, without a long table. Instead, 10 stone seats were arranged in numbered order from 1 to 10. On each seat sat a humanoid figure in golden armor. You couldn't see their faces, not even their outlines. All you could tell was that everyone's eyes were fixed on the one sitting in seat number 1. Captain. I heard the wastelands are causing a lot of trouble lately. Captain. Let me go alone and deal with them. Captain, the Rose Squad is getting a lot of attention lately. Countless voices spoke, all directed at the number 1 seat. In the darkness, the man on the number 1 seat curved his lips into a smile. Suddenly, his gaze seemed to cut through the darkness, locking directly onto Du Ziren. You arrived? What? Splash. Suddenly locked in eye contact by number 1, Du Ziren trembled and immediately stood up in the purification tub. Huff huff huff. The pressure from the other man wasn't small. Du Ziren panted heavily, shocked and confused, looking around. A dream? What kind of dream was that? Scratching his soaking hair, a line of game notification popped up before his eyes. Your hardening and bloodline abilities have high compatibility. With the help of the time ability, they can evolve into a new fusion ability, green, steel blood. Do you want to fuse the new ability? Huh? Superpowers can still be fused? After hesitating for a moment, Du Ziren thought about the fusion setting. It should combine superpowers of the same quality into a higher quality superpower. If you think like that, fusing 2 white superpowers together is not impossible. He did not see a fusion recharge button, and since it didn't cost money, Du Ziren immediately agreed. Fuse. Fusion begins. Your white hardened superpower and white bloodline superpower are fusing, generating a new green steel blood superpower. As the game interface text loaded, Du Ziren could feel the blood and meridians in his body becoming thick and vibrating. The blood and veins seemed to become one, and a stream of iron energy surged through his body. After a moment, when the water in the tank became completely clear, a new game pop-up appeared. Your new Golden Time superpower has been absorbed completely. Because this superpower energy absorption was too large, your other internal superpowers advanced by +2. Your current superpower analysis is as follows. Flame superpower, white, level, superpower user stage 5. Steel blood superpower, green, level, superpower user stage 8. Steel blood level is the sum of hardened stage 4 plus bloodline stage 2 plus time superpower bonus stage 2. K9 superpower, blue, level, superpower user stage 5. Superpower nullification superpower, purple, level, superpower user stage 4. Time superpower, gold, level, superpower user stage 1. Superpower user stage 8? Doesn't that mean I'm a bit stronger than Sheng? Bro, I now have superpowers of all kinds of ranks. Staring blankly at his own superpower levels, Du Ziren tried to activate the steel blood superpower. Crack crack. From his shoulders, chest, and back, the meridians under his skin surged. Suddenly, after a burst of skin cracking, more than a dozen slender iron-colored meridians curled out, twisting around his body like snakes. This is steel blood? Did it turn my blood vessels into steel? It probably isn't that simple, right? He looked toward the bathroom wooden door. Buzz buzz. Just from breathing, the wooden door was instantly hardened into a metal-colored iron door. But it wasn't over yet. Steel blood. Clack clack. The next moment, more than a dozen steel wire-like tentacles suddenly burst out of the iron door, sharply coiling toward Du Ziren. Stop! With a wave of his big hand, the dozen steel tentacles froze in midair, the scene eerie and strange. So, this fusion superpower is indeed pretty good. Imagine in a fight with someone, steel hardening areas invisible to others suddenly launching tentacle attacks. Who could react in time? After playing with the tentacles for a while, Du Ziren's eyes turned to the most eye-catching golden superpower, time. This was a golden superpower. Time. Time pause. He gestured into the air for a while, wanting to learn time pause like the black-faced zombie and enter a pause time state. But after shouting for a while, he still stood in the water tank, not moving at all. Huh? That's strange. Why didn't it work? Could it be because this is only stage 1, so the superpower isn't obvious? He scratched his head, wanting to try some more. Huh? Senior? Ziren Senior? Outside the door, Qiu Xingxing's voice rang. Du Ziren quickly scrambled out of the water tank and put his clothes back on in no time. Creak. The iron door opened, and Du Ziren's steady voice came. What's up, Shengxing? Ah? Senior, you were in the bathroom. I thought you had left. Her little face was rosy, and Qiu Xingxing shyly covered her neck. Ziren Senior, will you come with us to the Luzhou safe camp? Let's go see. All right? Time is almost up, I'll go pack my things first. Hurrying up from the sofa, Qiu Xingxing walked toward the bedroom. Time is almost up? So soon? Strolling outside the small wooden house, Du Ziren looked at the reactions on the underground third level with surprise. Quite a few people were already moving up to the upper level carrying big bags. SSS? It's daylight? No way. I only had a dream. Silently opening the Rose Squad info page, Du Ziren's eyes brightened. Just one night passed, and everyone's progress had been huge. Rose Squad members, Captain, Qiu Xingxing, members, Linya, Lu Su, Yang Miao Miao. Squad tier, initial. Qiu Xingxing, superpower user stage 7, 353/800. 353.1/800. Linya, superpower user stage 7, 122 for 800. Lu Su, superpower user stage 5, 323/600. Yang Miao Miao, superpower user stage 6, 211 to 700. It should be because they used the blue crystal. Now this squad doesn't look much weaker than that contradiction squad. With this, I can be at ease. After standing at the wooden house entrance for a moment, Qiu Xingxing also came out with her younger siblings carrying large bags. Her eyes looked around. Ziren Senior, that purification water tank. Oh, I almost forgot. You can't move easily. I'll put it away first. Opening the inventory casually, he packed up the purification water tank from the bathroom, and the group marched with the crowd to the black market exit of the mine. Outside the cave, the sky was indeed already dimly bright. One night passed in the blink of an eye, but not even a few dozen people in the entire mine black market were gathered together. After exchanging glances, Fang Huiguang, Su Chang, and Zhou Beast respectfully shouted around. Senior Ziren? Look! We can leave now. All right? Everyone, keep close to us. Let's try to reach the Luzhou safe camp by midday. With Fang Huiguang's command, the large group set off straight toward Luzhou safe camp. The morning wind was somewhat bleak and cold. Most of the mine black market residents occasionally looked back at the dark cave with faces full of unwillingness and helplessness. Everyone lowered their heads, very downcast. People ultimately have to look forward. If we stop progressing, maybe when we reach the Luzhou safe camp, one day we'll fall into a catastrophe like today. Everyone, do not forget today's humiliation. Qinwan stood among the crowd, comforting everyone softly. Step step step. Most of the group were superpower users, walking quickly. With a few superiors guiding them smoothly, they reached Luzhou City. Luzhou City. Entering this once major economic city of the Anhui province, as far as the eye could see, there were tall buildings everywhere. But above those tall buildings, none of the curtain walls were intact, all fragmented and broken. Some tall buildings were even snapped in half, floors collapsed onto the roads. It was hard to imagine what exactly happened here before. On the chaotic streets, Fang Huiguang and the others led the group winding left and right, finally, reaching an open, abrupt central street of the city. Huh? Why are we not moving? What is this place? City center? A safe camp in the city center? Are they not afraid of being surrounded by zombies? Many superpower users looked around in surprise, thinking that a so-called second-tier safe camp would be near the suburbs. Some were already stepping and tapping the ground, suspecting that the base was underground. But in response to their movements, Fang Huiguang only smiled lightly. Everyone, we've already arrived. Huh? We're here. But, Ms. Fang, there's nothing here. Qinwan looked around with confusion. Apart from collapsed houses and messy streets, this open space in the city center really had nothing around it. That's right. We really are here. Next, I will show you the special protection of the safe camp. Camouflage. The safe camp here is essentially an office building in the city center. But now because of Old Master Bai's ability, it is hidden from the eyes of the world, so even zombies pass by without noticing. Fang Huiguang explained, pointing at the patch of empty ground in the ruins. Looking out, it was just an empty concrete surface with nothing on it. Camouflage? Does that mean invisible? Is the entire building invisible? Linya guessed thoughtfully, and Fang Huiguang smiled. More accurately, it means it transforms its appearance to match the colors of the surrounding buildings, confusing other creatures visually. To the naked eye, we see nothing here. But, walking quickly toward the empty ground, Fang Huiguang moved as if pulling something. Then, something unbelievable appeared. With a creaking sound, on the empty concrete ground, ripples shimmered in one corner, and the sudden image of a doorway appeared. Beyond the doorway, light shone, and the hall inside flickered past in a glimpse. In just that moment, Fang Huiguang walked into the interior of the hall. And the outline of the doorway suddenly disappeared right before their eyes, leaving only empty concrete ground visible again. Holy crap! No wonder this is a second-tier safe camp. The protection measures here are insane. Camouflage? Who would have thought of this? The base hidden in the city center, unbeatable. The group from the mine black market looked on like country bumpkins entering a grand garden, completely amazed. Hee. This is actually nothing special. Su Chang looked at everyone and shook his head with a light smile. I stayed at the Metropolis Safe Base many years ago. Their base's security measures were even more extreme. If you came within 5 kilometers, their storm cover would reach you. Without an approved ID card, you would instantly be blown to ashes. Huh? That extreme? Then how come you? Qinwan looked at Su Chang in shock. Su Chang shrugged. How could I be there? Simple, we superpower users couldn't get in, so we had to find a lower-tier camp. I see, getting into a first-tier safe camp is really the hardest. Hardest? Then I guess you don't know about that place. What is it? Su Chang's words immediately drew everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was interested, Su Chang didn't hold back and smiled. You don't know? 100 years ago, the state established a special safe camp. But until now, no one has found it. Legend says that near that place, before people even arrive, they are pressed down by terrifying gravity so they can hardly move. It's said that just approaching there, your heart can be crushed by the gravity and explode. Huh? There's such a place? Oh my. What kind of people can live there? Voices of discussion rose non-stop. Qiu Xingxing also tilted her little head, curious and listening. Senior Ziren. Do you think we'll be able to go to that kind of base in the future? Senior Ziren? Senior? They called for Du Ziren from all around. Du Ziren, of course, heard this. He silently stared blankly. State-level safe camp? That dream. Senior? Ah? Oh. Shengsheng, don't worry. As long as you grow step by step, you will definitely be able to get in there. Then, is your base there? Secret. Humph. While they spoke and laughed, Su Chang finished the topic and led the way toward the direction where Fang Huiguang had just disappeared. Everyone, stay close. Step, step, step. The group walked toward the empty concrete. The feeling was especially strange. But, with a creaking sound, a glass door opened, and the bright center of the hall appeared before them, giving a sense of returning to the prosperous era from 100 years ago. The bright hall, marble floors, tall crystal chandeliers, and sofas everywhere. Behind the glass door sat a young man with glasses on a single sofa. He only glanced at the group slightly, then lowered his head and continued reading a magazine. Go in. Just let us in like that? Chinwan was a bit confused by the security layout here. Obviously the camouflage was very strict and perfect, so why was there no full body check at the entrance? What if an infected person came in? Are you worrying that if an infected person sneaks in among us, what will happen? It seemed he saw through Chinwan's thoughts. From the hall bar area, Fang Huiguang looked over with a shallow smile. Yes. You won't be afraid. Haha. Did you see that glasses guy over there? He is the grandson of our base's old master Bai. His superpower is temperature. He can detect body temperature levels. Generally, infected or zombie body temperatures are higher or lower than humans. So even if you somehow enter the base, you still can't escape by Zhugong's eyes. If he let you in, it means you are fine. I see. Qinwan sneaked a glance at Bai Zhugong and found she couldn't determine his superpower level. But on his chest was also a moon badge. Step. After all the people from the mine black market entered, Fang Huiguang clapped his hands and tapped the bar table. Everyone. I don't know how things were arranged in your mine black market before. But once you come to our safe camp, please follow our rules here. First, please come to the bar here to register your personal information. Our staff will give you elevator permission magnetic cards. At the same time, this card is your permission card for residence, living, and meals. Fang Huiguang waved and also took out a magnetic card from his body. Everyone didn't understand, but still stepped forward to register their information one by one. Go you? Superpower user stage 7? You have a team? Behind the bar were two capable girls with ponytails, tapping away at computers. Honestly, to others this scene was eye-opening. Glowing computers were definitely rare items in the end of the world. But to do Ziren it was just a simple card system to register personal information and give fixed permission. Okay. A simple real-world card system became the rule here? Our team of 4, can we apply? Goyu looked at the girl behind the bar with eager eyes. To be honest, everything here gave him a sense of strangeness and nobility. He didn't even dare lean on the marble bar. You can apply. However, your team member's strength is a bit below standard. So I can only give you a card with permission up to the 25th floor. And only you as the leader. The girl's words were cold. Goyu pressed his lips, then looked at Qinwan. Qinwan just shook her head, saying nothing. After all, this was no longer the mine black market. All right, fine. Goyu weakly nodded. Following the girl's instructions, he pressed his finger, then scanned his face, and finally got a white room card. Remember, the card starts with 100 points. With the number on the card, you can open a room, but electricity and water in the room consume points. Daily meals also need points. Points can be exchanged with silver coins, 1 silver coin for 100 points. Also, if points run out, you can select tasks on the room display screen. That's all for now. Do you have any questions? After the cold introduction, Goyu nodded. No. Nothing. You can take the elevator up? Next. Scratching his head, Goyu vaguely led his team and awkwardly opened the elevator, swiped the card, and went up. After that, it became routine processing. Hi. Superpower user stage 4? With a family member? You can get a 22nd floor permission card. Initial points 50. You and your father both can do tasks to earn points, understood? Understood. Zhang Min. Superpower user stage 3. Lu Yuan? People kept getting cards and kept swiping cards to go upstairs. It must be said that the safe camp here was much more formal than the mine black market. Of course, also much more realistic and cold. Step. When nearly everyone had gone up. Finally, in the hall, only Qiu Xingxing's family, Linya's family, and Lu Su, Yang Miao remained. Say, senior. I? Perhaps frightened by the aura of the staff behind the bar, Qiu Xingxing looked at Du Ziren with hopeful eyes. Du Ziren smiled. He really didn't expect that just handling a room card could fool the end-of-the-world characters like this. You're fine. Shengxing, you now have the strength of a stage 7 superpower user. Show the confidence of the leader of the Rose Squad. Patting Qiu Xingxing on the shoulder, she clenched her little fist and stepped forward to the bar. I want to apply for a team. What team? The Rose Squad. Who is the leader? Me. What strength? Stage 7 superpower user. Oh? Rarely, the staff member lifted her eyes and looked at Qiu Xingxing. They did not have tools to measure strength, but the staff looked at Bai Zhugong by the door. Since he did not speak, that meant Qiu Xingxing was not lying. Approved. What about the other members? Just the people behind me. What are their strengths? Stage 7 superpower user, Stage 6 superpower user, Stage 5 superpower user. As Qiu Xingxing pointed at the people behind her, Linya and the others reported their strength levels. Hearing that, the staff member squinted her eyes. There is one who meets the requirement. But if you want to apply for team benefits, all of you need to be Stage 7. However, the other two who don't meet the requirement are Water Superpower and Rare Detection Superpower. This. As if stumped, the staff looked at Bai Zhegong. Seeing that Bai Zhegong still showed no expression or movement, the staff shook her head, just about to refuse. I can at most give permission up to the 28th floor. Wait. At that moment, no one expected Yang Huiguang, who had been standing aside, to speak up. Give them permission to the 35th floor. I personally guarantee that they are qualified to live on the 35th floor. And Miss Yang? You? The staff looked a little shocked. Obviously she did not expect Yang Huiguang to speak up. She looked at Qiu Xingxing and the others with suspicion, wondering if they were relatives of Yang Huiguang. Everyone was also stunned. Obviously they didn't expect Yang Huiguang to speak up for them. Did she speak up just because of senior? Qiu Xingxing's little fist tightened, her expression strange. Approve it. The reason isn't just for them, but someone's presence has raised their value. Suddenly, Bai Zhegong, who had been looking at his magazine at the door, slowly stood up. The staff immediately nodded respectfully. Understood. Then, issue team leader Qiu a 35th floor presidential suite permission. Your initial points are 400. Please take your card. As soon as Bai Zhegong spoke, the staff respectfully handed the room card to Qiu Xingxing. Huh? Receiving the card, Qiu Xingxing looked at Bai Zhegong in astonishment. And Bai Zhegong? Under his glasses, his narrow eyes seemed to be able to see Du Ziren's presence, staring fixedly in Du Ziren's direction. Bar lady, aren't you going to introduce this friend? This person, we have no right to ask about. Is that so? Pushing up his glasses, Bai Zhegong looked at Du Ziren with meaning for a long moment, and then slowly sat back down. Let's go. Urging everyone to leave, Yang Huiguang seemed not to want Du Ziren exposed to everyone's view. Ding dong. As the elevator opened, she pulled the group in and slowly pressed the button for the 35th floor, swiping her own card. Ding dong. As the elevator rose, Yang Huiguang finally breathed a long sigh and quietly looked at the still clueless group. As for senior's situation, fewer people knowing is better. Everyone understands this, right? Understood. Then, I'll briefly explain the base layout. Floors 1 to 5 are the superpower cultivation and growth area, with fruits and vegetables. Here family members of superpower users can do daily foraging tasks to earn basic living points. Floors 6 to 10 are the livestock area, where beast handling superpower users ensure meat and water supply. Ordinary people can also go inside for basic tasks. Floors 11 to 15 are power generation and water purification areas. Electric and water superpower users operate here, ensuring electricity and water. Of course, there are also manual machines, so regular people can still go in to earn a small amount of points. As for floors 16 to 20, these are dense dormitory rooms. The water and power are for communal baths and lights, and are quite crowded. Floors 21 to 25 are normal two-bedroom apartments, usually given to those above Stage 4 superpower users. Floors 26 to 30 are three-bedroom deluxe rooms, and floors 31 to 35 are multiple presidential suites. As for above that, I haven't seen it either. Her finger moving across the elevator buttons, Yang Huiguang casually explained. Everyone listened with twitching eyelids. What is a survivor base? This is what a survivor base really is. Compared to the mine black market, this is many times more formal. Food, drink, housing, and living are all tied to the room card, and the permission level of the room card depends on the user's strength. It looks like floor residence, but in reality, because of floor permissions, a pyramid human rights structure is established among people. So that means Miss Yang got us a big luxury room? Looking at the room card marked 3535 in her hand, Qiu Xingxing's face was complex. There was excitement, and also panic. She was used to living in a small wooden house. Suddenly moving to a city mansion was clearly unexpected. Got for you? No. You already have the strength for it. Although I compete with you, I won't casually go against base rules here. Get familiar with things for a few days. Waving her hand, Yang Huiguang, though resistant toward Qiu Xingxing, was measured in her behavior. She glanced at Qiu Xingxing, then respectfully looked around. Senior Ziren. I wonder, will you stay here? She guessed, thinking that with Du Ziren's strength, he would not stay here permanently. So she openly offered, Senior. If you do not mind, I can serve you as your subordinate. Wherever you go, I will follow. Her loyal words came. Duziren was momentarily stunned. Damn. I'm about to exit the game, and you could follow me into the real world? Clang clang. The elevator was silent. After a long time, Duziren's voice came. I will disappear for a while. But I will return. So, you don't need to be my subordinate. If needed, I will find you. Yes. Respectfully bowing again and again. Ding dong. Finally, under everyone's curious gazes, the elevator stopped on the 35th floor. Wow! The moment everyone looked out of the elevator, their eyes lit up. Luxurious. It was simply too luxurious. The red carpet covered the entire floor, and the walls had old murals. The dim wall lamps were lit, and even the hallway gave a grand and rich feeling. This is what 35th floor treatment looks like? Linya opened her mouth in surprise, never expecting life in the Luzhou safe camp to be like this. Compared to the small wooden house in the mine black market, this was like heaven and earth. Take your time to get used to it. I still have things to do, I'll go first. Senior, my room number is 3553, if you need anything, please feel free to find me. Saying deliberately in Qiu Xingxing's ear with a flirtatious tone, Yang Huiguang swayed her hips and disappeared down the hallway. You. Senior won't go to find you. Gritting her teeth, Qiu Xingxing nervously looked around again. Senior Ziren? I'm here, don't worry. I knew it, Senior won't go. Step step step. Pouting, they searched for the room number on their cards, and finally found 3535 among the rooms. The large double blackwood doors appeared before them. Standing in front, no one knew what to do next. Ah, this door. Yang Miao Miao looked left and right at the door, like a refugee newly arrived in the city, clueless and randomly pulling on the doorknob. When everyone was at a loss, Du Ziren tapped the metal plate under the doorknob. Shengxing, just place the card under the doorknob. Huh? Oh. Beep. With a long string of electronic sounds, the double doors opened, revealing a nearly 100-square-meter living room. Bright lights, spacious sofas, and a TV showing a mission immediately caught everyone's attention. Wow! No wonder Senior knows how to open the door. Senior, is your base like this too? Qiu Shengxing asked curiously. Du Ziren's eyelids twitched wildly. I can't say that in the real world, everywhere is like this, right? I guess, sort of. Taking the card from Qiu Xingxing, Du Ziren walked inside and found the card slot. What he did not expect. Near the card slot, there was actually a display screen. On the screen was consumption info, card consumption, 30 points for electricity for 1 day, 30 points for water for 1 day. 60 points deducted, remaining points 340. Whoa! So expensive. Glancing at the consumption info, Du Ziren thought that if Qiu Xingxing didn't take more missions, she might not even be able to afford electricity. Wow, this place is so comfortable. Dad. Have you ever lived in a place like this before? Sis. There are so many rooms here. In the living room, Lu Su lay on the sofa without moving, her face full of happiness. Lin Ping examined the kitchen utensils with a look of shock. Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing kept opening the doors in the presidential suite. Each room had the largest bed, wardrobe, its own bathroom, and walk-in closet, absolute luxury. Looking around, this suite had 6 big rooms. It really is extravagant. With Linya's support, Lin Ping looked frightened. Even when I was little, my parents never brought me to a house like this. Sure enough, the stronger the place, the better it's preserved. The old man murmured, looking out the suite's window at the distant city sky, his eyes drifting, not knowing what he was thinking. Sis, can we stay here? Qiu Jing opened a pink bedroom door and ran inside excitedly. This. Qiu Xingxing looked at the others awkwardly. It's fine. If the little sister likes it, let her have it. We're fine with anything. Yeah. Captain, you decide. The others didn't mind. After all, they got this room because of Du Ziren, it didn't matter where they stayed. Even sleeping in the living room was better than the small wooden house. Well, Qiu Jing, Qiu Ning, and I will take that pink bedroom. Linya 1 room, Lu Su 1 room, Yang Miao Miao 1 room, Lin Ping and Mr. Lin 1 room. The last room, we leave it for Senior. What do you all think? No opinion. Me neither. After happily arranging the rooms, everyone looked around curiously before finally returning to their own rooms. Inside Qiu Xingxing's room. On the soft pink big bed, Qiu Xingxing lay on her stomach, comfortably closing her eyes. She had never slept on such a high-end bed since she was little. Her younger siblings were even dozing off on the bed. This is how people used to live? I must work hard and bring Qiu Ning and Qiu Jing to a better life. Lying comfortably, Chiu Xingxing looked out at the high city sky with a dreamy sense of happiness spreading through her. Your end-of-the-world survival character feels unprecedented happiness. Chiu Xingxing happiness +5. Current happiness 40. Heart voice sharing feature unlocked. Heart voice sharing, for Chiu Xingxing, you have already become like family. You can quickly understand all her thoughts. Heart voice sharing? Standing by the bed, Du Ziren stared blankly as the new game pop-up appeared. He had expected this happiness increase. Most people's happiness comes from food, clothing, housing, and living. Upgrading the living environment is definitely one of the main sources of increased happiness. Just, this phase reward is heart voice? His gaze unknowingly shifted to Chiu Xingxing looking out the window. Puff puff puff. Like a cartoon, red bubbles appeared above Chiu Xingxing's head with text. I see, so Senior really lives this kind of life? Ah. So my old wooden house was too shabby. In Senior's eyes, maybe, but Senior still stuck with me in that environment. Wasn't I too embarrassing earlier? I didn't even know how to open the door, but Senior didn't seem to mind. This room is so big, if it were just me and Senior, yeek. Chiu Xingxing, are you in heat? A girl's thoughts bubbled up like fish gas bubbles. Almost every thought somehow involved Du Ziren. Shengxing is so cute. Peeking at Chiu Xingxing's inner thoughts, the corner of Du Ziren's mouth lifted involuntarily. He placed the purification water tank in the bathroom. Du Ziren still wanted to spy more on the girl's thoughts. Suddenly. Your current play session is about to end. Countdown, 5, 4, 3. The familiar mechanical prompt sounded, and Du Ziren's face darkened. Damn. Game pod, can you last longer? Hiss. No response, no prompt, only the sound of the pod's air jets. A moist feeling came over his face, and Du Ziren's vision spun. After a blur, with a splash, his body pushed open the game pod door, and he sat dazed in his living room. Woof. Are you awake? Woof. Congratulations, this time you slept half a day longer than last time. On the long table in the living room, Changxing was eating a soy sauce duck in a strange posture. He had his back legs on the ground, but his butt was sitting on the sofa. His two front paws, like human hands, held the soy sauce duck, and his dog mouth kept gnawing at the duck neck. It had to be said, this look, if you ignored that he's a dog, looked like a human action. Did I sleep for a long time? Climbing out of the game nutrition pod, Du Ziren rubbed his stomach, and he still wasn't hungry. Woof. Last time you probably slept a day and a half. Woof. This time, you slept a full 2 days. Woof. Your landline and your phone rang many times. Changxing looked at Du Ziren with a bad temper, and in his dog eyes there was actually the same look humans give when disgusted. Really? My phone rang? I didn't pick up the calls. Hesitantly reaching into his pocket to take out his phone, on the screen there really were several long landline calls. 3 calls from 000000001. Damn, it looks like when you play the game, you can't answer calls? Hiss. This phone matter might not be simple. Trying to call back, after a long string of blind tones, a solemn voice sounded. Hello. This is the National Medical Association. May I ask what you need? Medical Association? Hello. My name is Du Ziren. You called me almost 3 times. What's the matter? Oh? Are you Mr. Du Ziren? Yes. It's like this. Academician Lu told us to explain the current situation to you. Please go ahead. Actually you should understand. It's about the meteor matter. You should know that although the incident has been brought under control, not all citizens will cooperate with the investigation. For example, some people contacted meteor fragments, but they are afraid our World Health Organization will do experiments on them, so they definitely won't go to the military hospital for checkups. People like that, once the virus breaks out on their body, it's very possible that social chaos will happen again. The voice on the other end was low and serious. Du Ziren thought for a moment, and indeed this made sense. Putting himself in others' shoes, if he once accidentally drank water in Baiha village and his body showed no problems, and he still had his own life to live, how could he go to the military hospital for no reason? So, what has been arranged? Well, right now we definitely cannot fully find out who has been to Baiha village. After all, it's a village and there's no surveillance there. This hidden group can only be dealt with when the problem breaks out. Academician Lu's meaning is to keep communication open with you. If something happens, we hope you can cooperate with the local police to control the scene. Oh, I understand. So these calls mean something has already happened? Not really, they just wanted to confirm things with you. Rest assured, for every matter you solve, you will be given a certain reward based on the impact of the matter. All right, call me if anything. Beep beep beep. After roughly understanding the current situation, Du Ziren sighed, what kind of things are these? If some guy suddenly gets sick in People's Square and bites a group of people, and those people run away scared, wouldn't the virus spread anyway? TCH. Scratching his hair, Du Ziren tried not to think about those uncertain matters. Changqing. How much did you buy that soy sauce duck for? Dropping down beside Changqing, Changqing looked at Du Ziren, then immediately hugged his soy sauce duck and ran to one side, munching. Woof. Stealing a dog's food isn't right. Look at you. I only asked, what do you think I wanted to do? In these 2 days, did anyone come by to visit? Boringly plugging his phone into charge, Du Ziren stretched his body, and surprisingly his joints loosened, his body light. Woof. Visit. Woof. It seems 2 people moved next door, a young couple, but you were asleep, so I ignored them. Neighbors? Then I have to go visit back. After all, you'll see them often. Quickly fixing himself in the mirror, Du Ziren opened the security door and looked at the door across the corridor. At the door across, there was indeed a new shoe rack placed, showing new residents had moved in. Step step step. Quickly walking to the opposite door, just about to knock. From inside came inappropriate amorous sounds. Ouch, honey, your mouth is so strong, you've eaten off my makeup. Easy, you bastard. Your tongue is so big. Standing at the door, Du Ziren's expression immediately turned serious. It seemed, he did not come at the right time. Judging by the love progress inside, the next step would surely be entering great artificial engineering. If he knocked now, wouldn't that be rude? Damn. Playing really intensely. Just about to turn and leave, thinking to visit tomorrow instead. But the sound in the room suddenly changed. Honey. You. Cough, 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 cough. Unbelieving, choked, slightly panicked voices sounded, and the air inexplicably had a bit of bloody iron smell. Woof. What's wrong? Even Changqing inside seemed to sense something was off. His dog nose twitched as he ran out. Huff huff. Inside, the strange sounds continued to ferment. Honey, don't. Splat. Splat. The sounds grew louder, and Du Ziren frowned. He guessed this probably wasn't some SM play, right? No matter. Human life is most important. Changqing. Open the door. Urgently calling to Changqing. Woof. I'll help you. How'd-you-do? Changqing's dog eyes stared at the security door. Crack crack crack. The next moment, the solid iron door frame began to twist and deform, and as the iron plate bent and sank, with a rumbling sound, the curled door was thrown into the interior. Ah! From behind, a woman's scream came. Looking closely, the woman was slumped on the sofa, her face deathly pale. A man was lying on her lap, appearing to be trying to kiss her neck, his head buried against her neck. But the imagined romantic scene did not exist. Instead, slaw slaw. From the man's mouth, a red tongue like a snake was tightly coiled around the woman's neck. Countless flesh spikes on the tongue protruded, cutting deeply into the woman's neck and writhing. Glug glug. With each suck and pull, the long tongue kept drawing blood. The man's body trembled violently, like he was excited. And the woman's face, visibly turning pale. Fuck. This man. At the moment of doing it, became a licker. Save me. Help. The woman looked at Du Ziren with lifeless eyes, her hands constantly waving toward him. In just a few breaths, she seemed almost drained of blood, her eyes going dim. Huff, huff. The man still buried his head, his tongue wildly twitching. Damn it. Stop. With a shout from Du Ziren, the man's body froze, and even the twitching tongue forgot to suck. Crack crack crack. His head slowly twisted and turned, and the man stared at Du Ziren dazedly. His eyes were already red with blood, and the skin exposed outside his clothes was flushed red, the veins throbbing. From the look of it, in less than half an hour, this person would turn into a licker. Huff huff huff. Coughing up blood, the man's tongue retracted, his eyes fearful. Wong. Rustle rustle rustle. His tongue instantly pulled back, and with a thud, he knelt on all fours, his head buried at Du Ziren's feet, without movement anymore. Damn it. I just said there might be people hiding their situation and not going to get checked, and now we encounter one next door? With a dark expression, Du Ziren's gaze turned to the woman on the sofa. On her neck were dense holes from which blood spurted, and the whole person was barely hanging on. Woof. How'd-you-do? Call the police. Changqing stared at the crawling man on the ground. Du Ziren nodded and directly called Lu Yi. Hello? Academician Lu? I found a licker next to my house. See if you want to find an excuse and send someone to take this thing away? Ah? Another infected appearing so quickly? Okay. I'll have Director Lin go over. Just say a serial killer was found, cover it with an iron cage and black cloth. When the time comes, Xiao Du, watch it and help send it into the vehicle. No problem, but there's also a bitten woman here. She can't be saved. Load her up too. All right. After hanging up, Du Ziren stood silently in the living room. His gaze looked through the living room toward the streets of Wannan City, his thoughts growing heavier. This was just one liquor appearing, and it didn't stir up a tide. What if in the future a superpowered person appears among the people? What if that superpowered person doesn't eat beef? This city is going to chaos. After pondering for a while. Wail wail. The sirens of police cars sounded in the neighborhood. Soon, Lin Yugua, a few policemen, and several men in research coats, dragging a large iron cage, came into the house. Xiao Du, you okay? First came a burst of urgent concern. When Lin Yugua saw the liquor lying motionless on the ground, he knew he had worried too much. Quick! Get the liquor in. And that woman, she's already infected. Grab her too. The team of researchers was led by a tall man with close-cropped hair. He acted skillfully and opened the iron cage directly. But the researchers beside him looked at the liquor on the ground with faces full of fear and did not move. Huff huff. Under its blood-red skin, the liquor's body still emitted heat, looking extremely terrifying. What are you standing there for? Put it in the cage. With one shout from the tall man, the researchers hesitated. Is this, that cold-blooded liquor? I heard this thing isn't even afraid of bullets. Brother How, I don't dare. TCH, if I knew, I would have asked the reserve members of the Dawn squad to come. Seeing the researchers not move, the tall man respectfully looked at Du Ziren. Lord 01. Please take action. We really. Nearly 2 meters tall, he bent at the waist toward Du Ziren. This finally pulled Du Ziren out of his thoughts. Oh sorry. Hey! Get in there. Just a quiet command to the liquor. Huff huff huff. Huff huff huff. The liquor immediately acted like a happy dog hearing its owner's order, looking at Du Ziren once, and eagerly crawled into the iron cage. Clang. Moreover, it locked the cage door itself. At this scene, the researchers were stunned. No wonder Lord 01. This is the meaning of the code name Peacekeeper? Academician Lu's records are indeed real. The researchers looked at Du Ziren with respect, like little fans looking at their idol. What Lord 01? I mean, you gave yourselves that nickname? Raising an eyebrow, Du Ziren did not recognize any of the researchers. Only the tall man, after covering the cage with a black cloth, stepped forward to explain. The title Lord 01 was started by Academician Lu. Regarding the Dawn Project? You are the first member. We plan to select 10 outstanding superpowered persons and form the Dawn Squad. As the team leader, both squad members and base members under construction will first know your identity number, clarifying who you are. So, Lord 01, this title is only used by those participating in the Dawn Project. 10 squad members? So that means? Academician Lu is looking for new superpowered persons? Yes, well, not exactly. You should remember the Mirror King specimen from Baiha village, right? What about it? Academician Lu extracted a crystal core element from that zombie and is looking for a matching person to adapt it, preparing to create a superpowered person. Reportedly, a matching person has been found and counts as a reserve member of the Dawn Squad. Only she went out on a mission, otherwise, she would also want to meet you, the leader. Is that so? The tall man respectfully explained, and Du Ziren nodded. So you're saying there are other abnormalities happening in the city, right? Yes, at Wang's construction company, there have been frequent cases of capital loss. Money in the safe suddenly disappears, but surveillance can't find evidence. Officials suspect it's done by a superpowered person. The reserve member Fang Nuan has gone to investigate. All right. If there's anything that can't be handled, I will help you as much as I can. Changxing, let's go. Picking up Changxing, Du Ziren did not want to get too involved. He simply walked in the direction of his home. About half an hour later, the building where Du Ziren lived was surrounded by a police line. Under the curious watch of neighborhood aunties and grandpas, the cage covered in black cloth was dragged out of the community. People in the neighborhood didn't think much about the police action. The public authority was strong, and no one doubted that the cage held a serial killer. Ding dong. Sitting on the sofa, Du Ziren's phone soon made a text message sound. Your bank card ending in 0304 just received 100,000 yuan. Note, reward for assisting police investigation and solving the case. Your current bank card balance remaining, 6.42 million yuan. Oh? So this is the reward for assisting? This is meant to cover up the meteor matter completely. Only, how long can it be kept hidden? Pulling out his charging phone, Du Ziren logged into the end-of-the-world survival game. Until the screen showed Xiaoxingxing's family curled under blankets, the tightly drawn expression on his face finally loosened into a bit of a smile. Wannan City Wang Construction. On the planned land site for the Jing'an residential area, iron sheet frames had been erected all around for over 10 miles. This meant the Jing'an residential project was about to break ground. But, right now, the vast land was empty and silent. Wang Dashan and Wang Xiaoshan were patrolling around. Both father and son looked unhappy. Xiaoshan, I'm asking you, have you offended anyone recently? Dad, I'm not some rich playboy who throws parties with classmates. How could I have enemies? Think carefully. At university, did you look down on or insult any college student from the countryside? Wang Dashan stared at his son's face. Wang Xiaoshan's expression was strange. Dad, you haven't read too many online novels, right? Like those stories about battle gods, divine doctors, or geomancy heirs from the mountains. You think if I offended one of them, our family would have bad luck? Then tell me, what happened with the vault? Well, Wang Xiaoshan was speechless. Since yesterday, Wang Construction had withdrawn 3 million in cash from the bank. The plan was to stack the money when the Jing'an project started construction, handing out cash bonuses to all contractors to boost excitement. This had been communicated with the relevant government and media reporters. It was big good news for the company. But just at noon yesterday, when the father and son opened the vault door, they were stunned. It was completely empty. In the small secret room at the back of the temporary office, about 4 or 5 square meters, the thick stacks of 3 million cash were all gone. At first, the father and son both thought, did someone organize a theft? But when they checked the surveillance footage, the hairs on their arms stood up. From the morning when the money was put in until noon, no one had entered the temporary office except the two of them. This meant the money in the vault vanished during that morning. Damn it. No one went in to take it, yet the money disappeared. That was even more despairing than someone stealing it. From the moment the event happened, Wang Dashan contacted the police. The police came, checked the surveillance, and searched the office. Forget suspicious clues, even in the vault, after scanning all day with instruments, they didn't find a single fingerprint. It was bizarre. The situation was so bizarre that even the police wondered if the father and son were joking. Luckily, there were bank withdrawal records, otherwise the father and son might have been accused of making a false report. Yesterday the police searched all day and found nothing. After the police left, someone called Wang Dashan, telling him not to worry, that the matter had been noticed by higher UPS and people would be sent to investigate secretly. That was a day ago, and now only 3 hours remained until the groundbreaking ceremony at noon. At this moment, the father and son stared at each other, both looking confused and powerless. Xiaoshan, be honest with me. Did you offend anyone from the mountains at school? No, really. Dad. I at most hang out with girls and drive around. I never stole anyone's girlfriend. How could I have offended someone? Dad. Don't ask me. Don't you have business rivals? I've never quarreled or taken from others in business. If I offended someone, I'd go apologize afterward. No one would target me. Then tell me how the money disappeared. Huh? When I saw the situation I thought of the 5 ghost carrying technique, so I asked if you offended some mountain person, but I've never seen that technique, I only heard of it. Huh? You've never seen it? What kind of technique? I think someone stole the money, but how they did it? Father and son fell into silence as they spoke. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Cold wind brushed their cheeks, and in that moment, they both felt older. Step step step. After a long time, a middle-aged man wearing a safety helmet ran over hurriedly. Mr. Wang. Mr. Wang, there are only 2 hours until the groundbreaking ceremony. The reporters and Wang's classmates are already here. Should we start placing the money stacks? The middle-aged man smiled awkwardly. Hearing this, Wang Dashan came back to his senses and his face darkened. I already called the bank to send the money over. Old one, later pay attention to site maintenance. I also asked the police to assist this time, so the groundbreaking should be impressive. Understand? Understand? Understand. I'll go wait for the armored transport. Step step step. After speaking, the middle-aged man rushed off. Wang Dashan watched his back and shook his head. Sigh? Getting another 3 million isn't a big deal. I just worry something else will go wrong. Xiaoshan, you go receive the reporters and classmates. I'll make some calls to the bank escorts to keep alert. Okay. Nodding, Wang Xiaoshan also walked toward the iron gate of the Jing'an residential project. By midday, people were already gathered in front of the project gate. There were workers wearing helmets, hosts holding microphones, and even cameramen with cameras. There were also two stylish and good-looking young university students. The two university students, a boy and a girl who seemed to be a couple, were snuggling together. "Chio-gu, do you think, since we're studying journalism, we'll need to get used to crowded scenes like this?" The girl buried her head in the boy's arms. The boy smiled slightly. "Yunqing, reporter work is actually much harder than you think. This is just a groundbreaking scene. If you had to report from a war zone, just imagine." "Ah, don't say it. Let's finish reporting quickly and go back to school. It's so noisy." Yunqing frowned slightly, then her gaze passed through the crowd and looked at the female host holding a microphone. "Chio-gu, do you think that woman looks about our age? How did she become permanent staff?" "Well, maybe she's very capable?" At those words, the boy also looked toward the female host. On her chest was her ID badge, Wannan City Dispatch Investigator, Fong Nuanyuan. I don't think I've ever seen Fong Nuanyuan on any TV news. "Hey, actually, I haven't seen her either, but look, she is very pretty. Maybe she's, you know." As he spoke, the boy winked at Yunqing. "Ah? Chio-sun, you." Hearing this, Yunqing immediately tapped the boy's shoulder, and the two young people made a fuss. In the crowd, Fong Nuanyuan's ears perked up. Of course she could hear how they were talking about her, but she didn't care. Her gaze was fixed on the iron gate of the Jing'an residential area, thinking to herself. Since the last 3 million could vanish without a trace. Then this time? Stealing? Or some kind of technique? No. There is definitely a superpowered person here. In front of the Jing'an residential area project gate. Right now, among the crowd gathered here, on the other side in a small group of workers, a foreman-looking man was looking around for something. "Hey, old five, where's Xiao Chai?" "Oh brother who, I think Xiao Chai didn't come today. Where did that kid go?" I heard he ordered that thing yesterday, you know? Probably tossed and turned all night, so." An old man in a safety helmet smiled awkwardly at the foreman, and the foreman sneered. "TCH. That kid. But, isn't he from Baiha village? Very poor. How does he have money for this?" His face gradually filled with suspicion. The foreman didn't understand, and the old man scratched his head. "I think he went back home a while ago, probably got some living money. At that age, lots of fire is normal. No money but still acts like this. I heard these 2 days he got a new phone and new clothes, probably not much left in his wallet. I'm telling you, today at the start, we'll get those start work red packets, we'll at least get a few thousand each. If he doesn't come, what's he doing? He's not short of money, right? Call him." The foreman urged, and the old man nodded repeatedly. These construction workers had no bad intentions, they all looked out for each other. But, beep beep beep. The old man's phone rang for a while, but there was no response. "Hey? That kid. Could he have passed out from pleasure?" Inside the Lijiang Road high-end hotel. Sunlight shone through the glass, and Chayu was lying on a woman's pale belly, his face blissful. Buzz buzz buzz. His phone in his pocket kept ringing, but he was in no mood to check it. Caressing the woman's belly, Chayu recalled last night's craziness, the corner of his mouth lifted. On the bed, the woman wearing sexy lingerie slowly woke up. Feeling the touch on her skin, she looked at the man on her belly with irritation in her eyes. "Hey, we agreed. Overnight 3,000, and you said, sleeping company 2,000. 5,000. Not a cent less." Pushing the man off her belly in a businesslike way, the woman quickly put on her jacket. Her eyes casually looked at the new fruit phone in the man's pocket, and that Armani white shirt. She couldn't understand where a young boy who just got into construction site work got so much money. Having so much money, why even work at a construction site? She had heard about Chayu from her old partner, a kid from a village, with no wealthy family situation. So she actually suspected Chayu was wearing fake brand stuff and bought it just for face. Thinking of this, she wondered, could Chayu really afford this? Her gaze fixed on Chayu, and unexpectedly, he seemed like doing a magic trick. He directly reached his hand under the bed and pulled out a thick stack of red bills. "Here. Take it. 10,000 yuan, extra as a tip for you." "What?" Seeing that stack of cash, the woman's eyes lit up. She wanted to ask where Chayu got so much money, but because of professional habits, she silently stuffed the cash into her pocket. Her expression gradually softened, and she sat at the makeup mirror, perfectly touching up her makeup. Phew. On the bed, Chayu exhaled a long breath and spoke softly. "I say, how about you stay with me one more day? Still 10,000. You have that much money?" "Yeah. My money is probably more than you can imagine." "TCH. Forget it. I still have old clients today. It was agreed, I'm going to accompany them. Them? At those words, Chayu frowned. Yeah, them. Each order isn't cheap. You. I'll give 20,000. Forget it. 30,000. Forget it, little brother, I advise you, you're young, don't mess with this. The woman lowered her head, looking at her reflection in the mirror. While she seemed to be comforting him, the corner of her mouth showed a teasing smile. Step, step, step. She didn't notice that Chayu had already come up behind her. Hey! One more time. The man buried his head onto her neck, hot breath rising, and the woman's expression turned dark. Enough already. My makeup is going to run. Just as she tried to push Chayu away. Tick-tock, tick-tock. A strange wet heat spread on her neck. Looking down to see, Chayu was staring at her neck, his face blank, eyes full of blood, and saliva oddly flowing from his mouth. Glug glug. His Adam's apple moved up and down. His face changed from excitement to awed. Hey! Why are you staring at me swallowing saliva? The woman looked at Chayu suspiciously. Chayu's eyes were dazed, and he unconsciously said, I want to eat you. Huh? Didn't you already do it 4 or 5 times last night? Young people, fire is just strong, right? Slap. Just as she was going to smack Chayu's face to push him away. The next moment. The man's mouth suddenly opened wide, biting firmly on her snow-white neck. Chomp chomp. The rough chewing sounds came. The woman twitched in pain. Looking through the mirror, Chayu now looked like a beast, biting into her skin and endlessly chewing and swallowing her flesh. You fucking pervert? SM isn't like this. The woman frantically struck Chayu's head. Chayu kept chewing with his mouth full of blood, his eyes gradually going mad. Chomp chomp. Fuck. You're insane. Clang. In unbearable pain and desperate, the woman picked up a bottle of makeup toner from the table and smashed it on Chayu's temple with a clang. Bang. After that sound, Chayu's head tilted to the side, blood spurted from his temple, and he staggered back 2 steps, falling directly on the bed. Damn it. You psycho. If I take another order from you again, I'm this. Angrily making a thumbs-down gesture, the woman covered her bloody, messy neck and fled the hotel like escaping. Step, step, step. Hearing the heels walk farther away, Chayu's blurry eyes gradually gained color. His tongue slowly extended, licking the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth. Slurp, slurp. For some reason, every time he licked the bloody taste at the mouth corner, his nerves became wildly excited. This kind of pleasure seemed beyond sex. What did I do just now? I seem very excited. I seem out of control. Slowly climbing off the bed, Chayu did not know why, but he was not panicked about what he had just done, as if it was normal. He only knew that at that moment when he licked the flesh, his whole nerves were trembling. What's wrong with me? Since that day. After that day returning from the village. Fingers together, Chayu's palm under the sunlight strangely became hazy, and then completely disappeared. In a daze, his eyelids twitched violently. Huh? In his pupils, strange images began to play. Tat tat tat. It was the sound of high heels stepping downstairs. Then, it was that woman holding her neck, running toward the busy street. I can see her image? Wait, it seems, not only that. Slowly closing his eyes, Chayu's head at this moment also strangely disappeared. Under the sunlight, in the hotel stood a man's body with no head and no palms, extremely eerie. And on the busy street, the woman running suddenly froze. On her neck, where the flesh was blurred with blood, a pair of human eyes was quickly growing. Click click click. After the human eyes blinked for a moment, the flesh below also showed the outline of a nose bridge, mouth, and jaw. It was as if from that wound, a human head was about to grow. It seems. I can transplant parts of my body onto someone else? In the hotel, Chayu's headless corpse trembled with excitement. This was a new ability he developed after discovering his power. Huff huff. Huff huff. On the street, the woman holding her neck gradually became dazed. But after another moment, the muscles in her neck contracted, her eyes flickered, and she gradually recovered clarity. Her mind seemed to return instantly, her face filled with hatred and shame. Damn it. Do you think it's easy for me to make money? No way. I need to go tell that old guy to explain. I'll never take that kid's work again. She angrily walked toward the direction of the Jing'an residential area. The woman knew that the construction site her old partner was about to start was the only place he would be. Clack clack clack. The sound of high heels echoed on the street. At the same time, inside the hotel, Chayu's body was gradually restoring its head and palms. He stood by the hotel window, watching the direction the woman was walking away, his face cold and evil. Bitch. Slurp slurp. Licking the remaining bloody taste in his mouth, Chayu slowly squinted his eyes. For some reason, he felt his courage had grown, and his thoughts were strangely active. If I can transplant parts of my body onto others, then why can't I control the entire city elite? Why can't I, Chayu, become a person above all others? I want to eat. I want to eat the best women. I want Wannan City to kneel under my feet. His expression flickered, and his pupils gradually dilated. Whoosh! In the sunlight, he waved his big hand, and the glass of the window twisted. Stacks of 100 yuan bills suddenly appeared before him. Click! Taking out a lighter, Chayu looked at it playfully. This thing seems useless now. Ha ha ha. Creak. Under the strong sunlight, the main gate of the Jing'an residential area slowly opened. Everyone, please keep quiet. The groundbreaking ceremony for the Jing'an residential area is almost ready. Wang Xiaoshan stood on a broad patch of land. Behind him were marked foundation pits and a red carpet laid out. According to the plan, thick stacks of 100 yuan bills would soon be placed here. Oi, Xiaoshan. In the crowd, Chiosun waved at Wang Xiaoshan, who smiled slightly back. Reporters, you may come forward. Step step step. As soon as the words fell, Fang Nuanyuan stepped forward past the crowd and stood near the red carpet. She held a microphone, but she didn't look like a typical impatient host, she only looked around with suspicion. Even Wang Xiaoshan was confused by her manner. Chiosun, you study journalism, so why aren't you eager to interview? I already thought about what to say, but that hostess doesn't seem like she did any pre-interview preparation. Hurrying toward Chiosun and Yunqing, the two just shook their heads. No idea. We don't know where she came from. But our teacher said watching other people's work is good for future jobs. Sigh? To me, you could just graduate and work for me. Damn. Rich second generation, I despise you. Three young people talked and laughed. Fang Nuanyuan frequently scanned her surroundings. The other workers looked around, waiting for the so-called money stacks to be set up. Clack clack clack. In the noisy scene, no one noticed that a woman wearing high heels and a leather jacket walked into the sight. She held her neck and looked around, finally spotting an old man in the crowd with a resentful face. Hey, old five. What kind of client did you introduce to me? Do you know that kid is a lunatic? Grabbing old five from the crowd, the woman looked angry. Eh? How did you get here? Where's Xiao Chai? Old five looked at the woman in surprise, looking around, but didn't see Chayu. Xiao Chai. Xiao Chai. Do you know, that idiot nearly bit my neck to pieces. Pulling back her collar, bloody bite marks were shocking to see. TCH, you. Kids these days have lots of fire, it's normal to have some psychological issues after holding it in so long. Venting will make it better. Why are you worrying about him? Old five frowned, unconcerned. Damn. Old five, what do you mean psychological issues? I'm telling you, that thing is a pervert. He bit me. He bit me. Hey, I get it, biting. Old five still laughed. The two seemed to be having a strangely mismatched conversation. Damn. Anyway, old five, you must pay my medical fees, and from now on, I won't take his orders. Okay. You quiet down. Later there will be a few thousand in red packets at the groundbreaking. Put on a helmet and collect Xiao Chai's share, right? Really? Hearing money, the woman immediately smiled. Bitch. Unexpectedly, a cold sinister sound came suddenly from inside her neck. Huh? Who's there? She looked left and right suspiciously but saw nothing. The woman stood on tiptoe, impatiently looking toward the red carpet. The sun rose a bit higher. Just as Wang Dashan appeared on the red carpet with others, and far off a bank-armored truck was about to arrive. Ugh. No one noticed that the woman suddenly began to convulse strangely. At her neck, the wound turned inexplicably black, and veins on her chest bulged and darkened. With a thud, she collapsed to the ground, as if about to throw up. Hey? You okay? Got knocked up by someone? Old five joked, looking at the woman. But, the next moment, Ang! The woman's head on her knees bit hard into old five's calf. Holy shit! You! What the hell are you biting me for? Old five's calf twitched. Just as he reached to push the woman away, she bit off a large chunk of flesh from his calf with a srrrk. Splash. Immediately, blood spread through the crowd. Ah? You! Are you fucking sick? Old five covered his calf and screamed. The crowd noise was loud, most attention was still on the armored truck. Only a few nearby saw the gruesome sight and frowned. TSK. Look at this. Isn't this just crazy, being avenged by a woman? I think so. Serves him right. That woman probably doesn't have his child, right? Since she's throwing up? Everyone spoke their own opinions. The woman's head stayed low, her mouth puffed as she kept chewing something. On her neck, a human face slowly swelled out. Chayu looked at this coldly, seeming to understand something. Could it be, my condition can spread through blood? Then wouldn't that mean? Glug glug. Suddenly, on old Five's thigh, one of Chayu's eyes appeared. Interesting, interesting. But, controlling these low-level people is not interesting. What I want is them. On the woman's neck, one eyeball rolled, then suddenly looked toward Wang Dashan and his son at the red carpet. Chayu had seen this father and son more than once. Absolutely upper-class people, absolutely rich people. Controlling them is the first step to controlling the entire Wannan city. Bitch. Move. The eyeball spun, and the woman, still chewing muscle, dropped to all fours and, like a freak, pushed through the crowd and ran wildly toward the red carpet. Whoa! That must be the armored truck with 3 million cash? Generous. On the red carpet, Chio-sun looked at the approaching armored truck, a bit envious. 3 million isn't much when piled up. Wang Xiaoshan waved his hand, just about to say something. Hey, what the hell are you? Damn. Scared me, why are you crawling on the ground? Fuck. Crawl faster. Shouts came from the crowd. Wang Xiaoshan narrowed his eyes and saw a woman kneeling and crawling fast toward them. Huh? While he was still confused. Huff. The crawling woman suddenly lifted her head. Her blood-covered face had red eyes, and she still chewed fragments of flesh, making people's scalps tingle. Holy shit. You. What the hell are you? His right eyelid twitched wildly. At the moment Wang Xiaoshan met the woman's gaze, in the bloody wound on her neck a mouth opened, grinning at him. Just when he wondered if he was imagining it. Huff. The woman pushed off with her thigh and lunged at him. Fuck. Help. Help. That scream finally drew everyone's attention from the armored truck to the red carpet. But sadly, it was already too late. Huff. The bloody big mouth lunged fiercely toward Wang Xiaoshan. Wang Xiaoshan just stood there blankly. The portrait sticker sealed in glass on his chest fell off. It was Du Ziren's portrait. At death's door, he closed his eyes and held Du Ziren's portrait, his mouth trembling. Blessed star, blessed star. Do blessed star save me. God protect me. Buddha protect me. God Jehovah. Lord Do immortal. He uttered almost anything. Perhaps. His begging actually worked. Back. Suddenly a woman's voice sounded sharply. Then, with a humming noise, that strange woman lunging forward, with her huffing cries in their ears, was instantly driven far away. Fortune star, fortune star. Du Ziren, immortal Du has appeared. I don't want to die yet. I haven't even used up all my old man's gold coins. Muttering nonstop, Wang Xiaoshan slowly opened his eyes. At first, he squinted sneakily, then his eyes widened gradually, his mouth opening so wide it could swallow an apple. Weird. A bizarre scene was unfolding. That female reporter, yes, Fang Nuanyuan, was now standing in front of him. A strange, mirror-like layer of skin had appeared across her chest. And that woman who had lunged at her actually went straight into the mirror. After a ripple across the mirror-like surface, the woman suddenly shot out of it again with a whoosh and crashed toward the other side of the red carpet. It was just like a light being reflected by a mirror, as if that woman had been bounced back. Thud. After falling, the woman looked completely stunned. She let out strange screeching noises, turned her head hesitantly, and looked back at Fang Nuanyuan. Ah. You too. From the torn flesh of her neck, a twisted, grotesque mouth stretched open, filled with astonishment. You have powers too. Bang. But Fang Nuanyuan didn't give the woman any chance. Swiftly, she pulled a pistol from her chest and shot her right in the head. Pfft. After the loud gunshot, the woman's head slumped. A dark, gaping bullet wound opened in the center of her forehead. After a brief spasm, she collapsed. Her pupils dimmed, she was clearly dead. She killed someone. She killed someone. She has a gun. A gun. The loud gunfire threw the whole launch ceremony into chaos. Panic erupted in the crowd. Run! Several onlookers rushed to flee the scene. Bang bang bang. Fang Nuanyuan fired 3 more shots into the air. Everyone stop! The bone-chilling gunshots echoed in the open area. The once noisy scene fell completely silent. Everyone stared at Fang Nuanyuan standing on the red carpet, frozen in fear, not even daring to breathe, afraid she'd shoot. Smoke drifted from the gun's barrel. In a calm voice, Fang Nuanyuan spoke to the cameraman beside her. Based on my assessment, if I hadn't shot that zombie, there was a high risk of infection spreading due to scratches. Therefore, I used my authority as a reserve member of the Dawn Squad to eliminate the source of the zombie. After reporting to the camera, Fang Nuanyuan surveyed the crowd. Everyone! Don't panic. There's no need to be afraid. I am an official on a special mission sent by the state. The woman I just shot was a carrier of an unknown virus who had lost control. I had no choice but to kill her to prevent a viral outbreak. Now, I need your cooperation. Do not move or leave the area without permission. Please line up in groups. As long as it's confirmed that you're not infected, you will be allowed to leave. Her cold voice echoed across the scene. The crowd was filled with confused silence and growing fear. A virus carrier? Virus outbreak? What kind of virus requires someone to be executed on the spot? Hearts were pounding, and many people wanted to ask questions. Hiss. At the entrance of Jing'an Residential Complex, the door of what looked like a cash transport truck opened, and more than 10 armed police officers jumped out. The truck was completely empty, no cash at all. Instead, the officers quickly set up a perimeter around the area, taking positions with their guns ready. Hey, hey, hey! What's going on here? Wang Xiaoshan turned pale watching the scene. Chiu Sun, holding his girlfriend Yunqing's hand, moved closer to Wang Xiaoshan. Wang Xiaoshan, doesn't this feel wrong? This was supposed to be a launch ceremony, why are there so many armed police? And what's all this about a virus outbreak? Damn! How would I know? I don't even know where that woman came from. Sigh. Xiaoshan, it looks like we've been caught up in some high-level incident. Wang Dashan, a seasoned businessman, remained calm as he stood beside his son. Looking at the armed police coming from the truck, he already had a clue. No wonder the cash delivery was so slow. Looks like that call we got earlier, someone higher up already knew something. They must have suspected something, that's why they replaced the transport team with armed police to block off the area. A virus? Is it really just a simple virus? His right eyelid twitched wildly. Wang Dashan was no longer thinking about the launch or the missing 3 million, he just wanted to survive this chaos. His face stiffened as he looked at Fang Nuanyuan. At that moment, Fang Nuanyuan had regained full control of the scene. She waved her hand, and 2 armed officers stepped forward, calling out. Everyone! All men, line up in 2 groups. Find a hidden spot for a quick check. As long as your body shows no signs of infection, you may leave. The stern voice left the crowd no choice but to obey. Reporting again. Based on my current assessment, we cannot yet identify the specific presence. To prevent further escalation, we must quickly check everyone's symptoms and separate out ordinary civilians. After another report to the camera, Fang Nuanyuan looked at Yunqing. You! Come with me. Huh? Me? Yunqing froze when she heard that. Yes. You're the only other woman here besides me. Even if there's only a tiny chance, I need to make sure you're okay. What are you saying? Autumn and I are just here to learn about news reporting from you. Who are you, really? Staring dumbfounded at Fang Nuanyuan, she didn't get a chance to resist. Fang Nuanyuan grabbed her shoulder and quickly began patting her down. MMGH. Tickles. It tickles. Stop. Don't come any closer. As the 2 tangled, over at the checkpoint, a man wearing a safety helmet suddenly staggered out. His lower left leg had a bloody bite wound, still dripping with blood. Hey! Don't move. Stay calm. You'll be okay. A nearby officer tried to approach him and calm him down. Damn it. Don't try to fool me. You just shot Xiaomei right in front of me. She bit me, and now you're going to shoot me too, aren't you? Come on, do it. The man's voice was full of tension and madness, his eyes bloodshot. No one noticed, on his calf, the outline of a pair of human eyes was slowly emerging. Damn it. Didn't expect the police to have powers too. Fine. If I want to take over Wannan City, I guess you're the first ones I'll have to deal with. I really want to see what you're made of. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. The eyes slowly faded, and a grinning mouth appeared. Time to stir things up a bit, keep them busy. Creepy laughter. A strange laugh came from his calf. The man glanced down at it suspiciously. Thud thud. Suddenly, his heart started pounding rapidly, eyes turned red. Veins beneath his skin bulged and turned black, and his mouth opened unnaturally, letting out weird screeches. Something's wrong. Prepare to shoot him. From the red carpet, Fang Nuanyuan shouted, seeing everything. Bang bang bang. Gunfire erupted. Thump thump thump. The man was instantly riddled with bullets and collapsed. Gurgle gurgle gurgle. Blood spilled everywhere. His eyes stared wide open, as if he had no idea why he had died. The crowd watching the scene was struck completely silent. At the same time, outside Jing'an Residential Complex, on the road, Chayu lowered his head and walked toward the launch site. If someone could see his eyes at that moment, they would definitely be frightened. Because Chayu's eyes were pitch black holes. As if he had been born without eyes, he walked forward with his head down. Until, inside the eye sockets, blurry images intertwined, and after a pair of eyes slowly returned, he finally raised his head and coldly looked toward the Jing'an residential complex site. Good. Very good. As expected of the police, acting so fast. But the stronger you are, once you are under my control, the situation will only become more favorable to me. The corners of his mouth curled up. Chayu stuck out his bright red tongue and licked his lips. A rumbling hunger came from his stomach. He felt this body's craving for flesh and blood. Ah, my head, why does it feel a bit dizzy? But it should be fine, eat one more time, maybe it will be better? He staggered toward the entrance of Jing'an residential complex. Step, step, step. At this moment, there were also 2 armed police officers standing at the entrance. They were inside the cordon, and the traffic and pedestrians around had already been cleared. They were surprised by Chayu suddenly approaching. Hey, what are you doing? There's a situation here. Leave now. I'm talking to you. What are you doing? They shouted at Chayu several times, but he staggered forward without stopping. Hey, I told you not to come closer. Are you deaf? You. If you come any closer, we'll shoot? 2 dark gun barrels were aimed straight at Chayu, but he kept moving forward. He suddenly opened his mouth, and his bright red tongue, clearly inhuman, shot out far, making a sharp, strange laugh. He he he. He he he. You guy. Are you crazy? Bang. Finally, one armed officer could not hold back anymore. He aimed at Chayu's head and pulled the trigger. Orders had already been given. This incident was extremely dangerous. For the safety of more people, when encountering suspicious behavior, it was better to kill by mistake than to let it go. Bang. Muzzle flash burst out. But the expected scene did not happen. The bullet whooshed and actually passed straight through Chayu's head. Buzz. Yes. Chayu's head was like a projection of light. The bullet was like passing through a 3D image, going straight through his head and hitting a big tree in the distance. How is this possible? Are you fake? Are you a projection? Bang bang bang. As if refusing to believe it, the 2 armed officers fired at the same time. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Visible to the naked eye, more than 10 bullets passed through Chayu's body again and flew past. He he he. He he he. And Chayu, still laughing strangely, had already reached the 2 armed officers. Who exactly are you? Before they could look him in the eyes. PSH. That abnormally thin tongue suddenly pierced through one officer's neck. Then the bright red tongue squirmed in and out, as if sucking blood. Heh! What a wonderful feeling. His face full of pleasure, Chayu's nerves throbbed, and he felt as if his whole being was rising. The dizziness from before disappeared instantly. Weren't you fake? Why can your tongue touch things for real? The officer whose throat was pierced turned pale quickly, and his body visibly shrank thinner. He he he. Did your physics teacher teach you about density? With one hand covering the thin officer's face, his eyes slowly closed. Chayu's other hand passed straight through the body of the other armed officer. What? Density? PSH. Weird. Another extremely bizarre scene. Clearly, the other hand passed through the officer's body like light, but the next moment, that hand became completely real. Chayu's hand had actually pierced through the other officer's chest. Blood poured uncontrollably from the corner of the officer's mouth. He wanted to scream, wanted to report to the launch site inside the complex. Roar. A wide mouth bit hard into his neck, tearing off a large chunk of flesh. Roar, roar. With heavy chewing sounds. Thud, thud. The 2 armed officers' bodies crashed to the ground. One had a bloody hole in the neck, and the other had a hole through the chest. He he he. He he he. My power seems to have increased again. In that case, a new attempt with density seems like it can begin now. He stiffly twisted his head. Chayu stepped through the blood, his whole body becoming blurry again. Under the midday sun, he slowly disappeared, turning into visible blood-red mist that spread into the residential complex. Huff, huff, huff. Waves of bloody wind rose without anyone knowing when. Inside Jing'an residential complex, Fong Nuanyuan twitched her nose, narrowed her eyes, and looked toward the exit. Her face sank immediately. Red. Terrifying red mist of unknown origin was surging toward them. Inside the site, just as people thought they could leave after the body checks. Damn. What is that? Red fog? I've never seen that in my life. Did the weather forecast say there would be fog at noon? Amid all kinds of guesses, the red mist suddenly enveloped the site. So red, so striking, so red that people lost their sense of direction. Everything in sight was bathed in red light, with not a trace of daylight visible. This. Ms. Fong, what is going on? Even Wang Dashan, who had seen much in life, was at a loss now. He looked at Fong Nuanyuan in panic. Fong Nuanyuan pressed her lips together and instinctively covered her nose. Hey! Everyone, do not breathe in the red mist. Any abnormal reaction right now could be. The warning had just sounded. Step, step, step. In the red mist, several armed officers hurried over, seemingly to report something to Fong Nuanyuan. Report. This mist seems to only cover Jing'an residential complex. Should we request support? No need, my camera is. Fong Nuanyuan was about to wave her hand, but her pupils suddenly widened. Tap, tap. On the necks of the two officers who came to report, strange swelling bulged out. Tap, tap. The flesh under the skin looked like it had been stung, swelling into round balls. Those balls expanded, and outlines of human faces slowly appeared. He he he. He he he. In just a short time, half a human face grew on each officer's neck, left and right, hanging like tumors and swaying constantly. But that was not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part was, when the two half-faces smiled, the two officers' expressions went blank. In the next moment, they raised their guns and aimed them at Fong Nuanyuan. You! Bang bang bang. Only flashes of fire were seen in the red mist, and Fong Nuanyuan's shocked voice rang out. After two buzzing ripple sounds, the place where Fong Nuanyuan stood suddenly became empty. Report. Emergency report. The scene is out of control. Completely out of control. Echoes rang out in the red mist. After Fong Nuanyuan shouted loudly, she urged toward the red carpet area. Run! Everyone run and scatter! At the same time, inside the Wannan City National Defense Base. In a conference room, a large wall-mounted TV was currently showing live footage from the Jing'an residential complex. The camera footage recorded by Fong Nuanyuan's cameraman was being transmitted here in real time. Lu Yi and Zhao Weigang stared at the red mist on screen, their expressions extremely grim. Tisk. The assessment failed. Fong Nuanyuan's strength is completely unqualified. Lu Yi sighed and frowned. Failed? Academician Lu, in my opinion. Fong Nuanyuan is actually pretty good. She acted decisively when checking the people and when she shot the zombie. Given the current situation, it's not her fault, right? The opponent's ability clearly surpasses the mirror ability by a huge margin. Zhao Weigang tried to defend Fong Nuanyuan, but Lu Yi only shook his head. Commander Zhao, you know as well as I do, what the Dawn Squad needs is someone who can turn the tide. Whether it's quick judgment or the power of their ability, it has to meet a minimum threshold. I'm not criticizing Fong Nuanyuan's personal qualities, but the mirror ability we had high hopes for is clearly not outstanding enough. Sigh? Then what level do you think the opponent, the one who created this red mist, reaches? Conservatively, he's at least a purple level ability. And mirror is just barely at blue level, simply not enough for the assessment. Then what are you suggesting, Director Lu? Zhao Weigang looked at Lu Yi, as if he already guessed the answer. Better none than subpar. The 10 members of the Dawn Squad are entrusted with the highest hopes of the nation. These 10 people, regardless of personal factors, must at least have purple-level abilities. Lu Yi's firm words completely excluded Fong Nuanyuan from being selected. By that logic, the other reserve member, Flicker Zhao Kuan, even though his ability is decent, since it's only blue quality, should also be cut? Exactly. The 10 people cultivated by the state must be the best of the best. If the person behind the red mist were to serve the country, he would definitely qualify. But, from what we see, he's already zombified, no longer a qualified human. For now, we need to eliminate him, extract his ability, and find a suitable candidate to fill the third Dawn Squad slot. Eliminate him? How? How do we do that? Don't forget, this guy can also steal things silently. We still don't know exactly what his ability is. Zhao Weigang looked bitter. A purple-level ability, even sending an anti-terror unit might not be enough to take him down. We'll have to send Xiao Du. 01. The two exchanged looks and sighed helplessly. In the end, Lu Yi thickened his face and took out his phone. Wannan residential area. Du Ziren was leaning on the sofa, rubbing a bloodline crystal core in one hand, and holding his phone in the other, frowning at the screen. In the game Doomsday Survival, Qiu Xingxing's family had just moved into the luxury presidential suite yesterday. And now, all 3 of them were sick. They all had fevers. On the pink bed, Qiu Xingxing's cheeks were flushed red. She held her little brother and sister, frowning and sweating. Sigh. Logically, Captain Qiu is the one with the highest ability. She shouldn't be getting sick. Could it be that she overexerted herself in that battle? Are you talking about a proper battle? In front of the bed, Linya, Lu Su, and Yang Miao Miao stared at each other, unsure of what to do. They had planned to take on a mission today, but with Chiu Xingxing sick, they didn't dare act on their own. Your doomsday survival character is currently sick. Please take good care of her. Du Ziren tapped on Chiu Xingxing's head, and a game warning popped up. His face darkened. He couldn't figure it out. This shouldn't be happening. An ability user at tier 7, maybe not quite superhuman, but at least comparable to an elephant, right? A fever? Why? Tisk. Damn game company, not offering any paid features at a time like this? He touched Chiu Xingxing's little face with a bit of concern. Even through the screen, he could see bubbles popping up on her flushed cheeks. I feel awful, MMGH. How could I get sick? We just settled into our new base, and now I'm down. What will Senior think of me? Will he think I'm useless? MMGH. Chiu Xingxing. Get up, get up. The bubbles were full of her inner thoughts. Her little brows furrowed with stubbornness. Ayo. My dear Xingxing. Just rest? Feeling sorry for her, Du Ziren quickly tapped the loudspeaker feature. Xingxing, rest first. Don't worry about the mission. As for the others, take on some daily missions for now. If Xingxing's fever isn't gone by tomorrow, I'll figure something out. After that long message through the loudspeaker, everyone in the room stood at attention with respect. Understood, Senior. We'll go pick up some daily missions right away. Step, step, step. Everyone in the room left, and only Chiu Xingxing's family of 3 remained on screen. Du Ziren frowned deeply, completely unaware that the bloodline crystal core he was fiddling with was dimming one after another. Woof! Changxing stared dumbly at the box on the sofa beside Du Ziren. Inside, there had been Bloodline Crystal Core X14, Fog Obstruction Core X5, Wind Blade Core X2, Strength Core X6. Now, only 10 Bloodline cores, 5 Fog Obstruction cores, and 5 Strength cores were left. If you ask why so many cores are missing? Du Ziren had fiddled with 4 Bloodline cores, but Changxing had already eaten 2 Wind Blade cores and 1 Strength core. Woof! Staring at a black screen in deep thought? Damn, Du, you really are a man of depth. Feeling the warm current in his belly, Changxing felt like he had grown even stronger. Woof! This dog, will become the king of dogs one day. Proudly thinking to himself, Changxing occasionally glanced at Du Ziren. He realized he could no longer gauge Du Ziren's strength. Even though he himself was already very strong. One man and one dog, each deep in thought under the afternoon sun. Buzz buzz buzz. Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, Du Ziren's phone started vibrating, a call was coming in. Louis. He glanced at the caller ID, frowned, and answered. Hello? Academician Lu, what's the matter? Ah Xiao Du, you know about Jing'an Residential Complex, right? Some construction is happening there, but it seems something's gone wrong. Our people can't handle it. If possible, could you take Changxing and check it out? Of course. This mission will count as a joint operation for both of you. If it's resolved, the reward will be doubled. Jing'an Residential Complex? Alright, got it. His face darkened. His dear Xingxing was having a fever, he was already in a bad mood. Now what? Zombies showing up at his doorstep? Changxing! Let's go! Woof! Where are we going? To beat up zombies. Make money. Feed the wife. He he he. In front of the Jing'an Residential Complex launch red carpet, on the necks of 2 armed police officers, half a human head was swaying. The dark gun barrel swung left and right, as if searching for a target. Their eyes were already blood red, and black veins covered their faces. Where is it? The ability user. Where are you? The 2 hanging tumor-like half-faces laughed strangely, making people's scalps go numb. You can't escape. You can't escape? If you dare to run? I'll eat everyone here. They will die because of you, and they will contaminate the entire Wannan city. Twisted and ferocious voices rang out. Fang Nuanyuan's mirror-like body trembled, reflecting the surrounding red mist. She briefly held her breath and stared at the necks of the 2 armed police officers, her face extremely dark. As long as she held her breath, she could still rely on the mirror ability to escape from the area of Jing'an Residential Complex. But what about the people in the mist? What if they all turned into zombies and attacked the surrounding streets? Damn it. Could this guy's ability be turning into zombie poisonous mist and infecting and controlling living beings on a large scale? So when the vault was robbed, did he turn himself into gas and sneak into the vault, then take the cash away? But that's not right. Even if he was gas, how could he carry out piles of banknotes from the vault? She stared blankly at the half-heads on the officers' necks. If you put them together, it was the face of a young man laughing strangely. Damn it. I hope Academician Lu can think of a solution. My task now is to draw this guy's attention and let as many people who are not possessed run out as possible. Buzz buzz buzz. In the blood mist, Fong Nuanyuan's mirror-like body writhed, deliberately making rippling sounds. Bang bang bang. The next moment, muzzle flashes burst out, and dense bullets shot over. They vanished with whooshing sounds into the refracted red mist. Fong Nuanyuan lightly shifted her steps and fell silent again. Heh! I want to see how long you can hold on. Step step step. Step step step. Yunqing, cover your nose. Quickly. Run out. On the other side, Chiosun pulled Yunqing by the hand. The two covered their noses and ran forward without direction. Behind them, the Wang father and son followed closely, faces tense and noses covered. But they clearly remembered that the main gate exit was only about 100 meters straight ahead. After running for quite a while, they still could not see any outline of the exit. Damn it! This mist is not right. Our sense of direction may already be wrong. Chiosun suddenly stopped and looked around suspiciously. He he he. He he he. In the red mist, many people who did not cover their noses inhaled a large amount of red mist. Blood vessels spread through their pupils, and their entire faces were already covered with black bulging veins, no longer human in shape. Gurgle. Gurgle. On the faces of several people, new organs actually grew. Some had an extra pair of eyes on their foreheads, others had an extra mouth under their chins. It was as if inhaling the mist caused the body to mutate and deform. He he he. Suddenly, an armed police officer with two mouths on his chin blocked the group directly and slowly raised the gun in his hand. Run? Can you really run away? This officer's face was already stiff and expressionless. Only the second mouth on his chin curled into a mocking smile, extremely horrifying. Ah? Brother Chiu. Brother Chiu. Are we going to die? Yunqing was scared pale. She hugged Chiosun's arm tightly, her whole body trembling. The Wang father and son kept retreating, only to find more deformed people closing in on them. Some had an extra arm under their armpit, others had a foot growing from their chest. All kinds of twisted and strange human shapes poured out of the mist like hell, their numb expressions terrifying. It's over. It's over. Brother Do. Little brother Do. Bless me. Bless me. Clutching the photo tightly in his arms, Wang Xiaoshan shouted meaninglessly. At the same time, on the highway, a ride-hailing car sped toward Jing'an residential complex. The driver looked at the silent road around him and scratched his head in confusion. Eh? Didn't they say there was a new housing project starting today? Why, is there no one on the road? He muttered to himself, but Du Ziren in the back seat had no mood to pay him any attention. On the phone screen, Qiu Shengxing lay on the bed. Her face was even redder, and her lips were so dry that dead skin had formed. Shengsheng. Shengsheng. Are you okay? He pressed the loudspeaker several times, but Qiu Shengxing did not respond. Gurgle gurgle. Only bubbles of her inner thoughts floated up from time to time. I feel so uncomfortable. It feels like I have no strength, like my body is melting, like I'm going to disappear. Disappear? No. No. Game company. Are you messing with me? I finally cleared the first stage, and you let my main character die of illness? Are you stupid? He cursed angrily at the phone. His cold tone scared the driver so much that he did not dare to speak. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, an emergency game window popped up. Your game character is detected to be experiencing a life crisis. Do you want to spend 100,000 to purchase the one-time healing ability, Vitality? Yes or no? Buy. Buy buy buy. He clicked yes without hesitation. After the bank deduction notification, a new skill icon appeared on the game screen. After activating the Vitality skill, inside the pink little house, white crystal-like starlight flashed and sprinkled over the bed. Huff, huff. As the starlight fell on Qiu Shengxing's face, her expression immediately relaxed, and her tense face gradually eased. At the same time, he he he. Kill this couple, then eat them. Leave that father and son to use as a key to enter the upper circles. In the red mist, the double-mouthed armed police officer held his gun and grinned as he looked at Qiu Sun and the others. The gun was aimed at Qiu Sun, about to fire. Huff huff huff. For some reason, in the launch site that had been suppressed and silent, a strong wind suddenly rose from nowhere. The howling wind blew the gathered red mist violently. The thick red mist thinned, and visibility immediately became clear. To the left, the exit of the residential complex gate slowly appeared. The wind picked up? The exit. Where's the exit? Quick! Go! Amid the roaring wind, Qiu Sun reacted quickly, grabbed Yunqing's hand, and sprinted forward. The Wang father and son were overjoyed. Wang Xiaoshan even kissed Du Ziren's photo twice. Lucky Star Brother is awesome. Step, step, step. Inside the twisted red mist blown by the wind, the armed police officer narrowed his eyes, his vision already blurred. The second mouth on his chin looked ferocious. How is this possible? Where did this wind come from? Even if it's wind, it couldn't blow apart my density-dissolved body. Unless this wind is also an ability. Damn it. Who is it? Who is ruining my plans? He tightened his grip on the gun. The second mouth split open, then laughed again. Come on. Come on. Today, one ability user comes, one dies. Two come, both die. You don't really think you can escape, do you? Step, step, step. With a rush of hurried footsteps, finally, the exit of Jing'an residential complex was right in front of them. Quick! Leave this place now. Damn it. I shouldn't have come here for an internship today. Pulling Yunqing by the hand, Chiosun rushed out of the site, gasping for breath. Huff huff huff. Damn it. I was just holding a launch ceremony. Where did all this trouble come from? Dad, in my opinion, sell this land as soon as possible. This place is getting more and more creepy. Wang Xiaoshan's face was pale as iron. He looked back with lingering fear. The thick red mist had gathered again, so dense that the situation inside the site could not be seen at all. If that gust of wind had not appeared just now, they could have run themselves to death and still not escaped the site. My luck really turned today. Do lucky star. I told you, bringing you with me was the right choice. Touching the photo at his chest with relief, Wang Xiaoshan looked completely relaxed. He was just about to turn his head and call to his father when he suddenly felt an itch on his back. Huh? He reached back to scratch it, and suddenly his face twisted in shock. As his 5 fingers scratched his back, the moment they grabbed the skin. Right at the center of his back, a large bulge suddenly rose up. After a burst of skin wriggling, 5 fingers actually drilled out from it and reached for his own fingers. Crack, crack, crack. At the moment their 10 fingers intertwined, Wang Xiaoshan felt his brain was about to shut down. Damn it. I have never held fingers with anyone before, not even with a girl. What the hell is this? Just as he tried to speak, his mouth closed uncontrollably, and his eyes gradually went empty. Let's go. Hurry to the police station to report this. Xiaoshan, where did you park your car? I'm telling you, with things like this, if we don't report it quickly and it spreads, who knows what this place will turn into. Pulling Yunqing along, Chiosun did not look back at all. Seeing the bodies of 2 armed police officers at the gate, he frowned deeply. Brother Chio. Brother Chio. Yunqing leaned into Chiosun's arms as they moved together. Tap. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands grabbed Chiosun's shoulder. Huh? He turned his head and saw Wang Dashan's calm face. Uncle Wang, you? There was no time to react at all. Wang Dashan still had a relaxed smile on his face, but his hands were tightly gripping Chiosun's neck, lifting him straight into the air. It was hard to imagine how strange it was for a smiling middle-aged man to strangle someone without any change in expression. But at this moment, Chiosun felt it. He he he. He he he. Wang Dashan was still Wang Dashan, but the laughter coming from his throat was wrong. Uncle Wang. Uncle Wang. You. Chiosun struggled wildly, slapping at Wang Dashan's arms. His struggle was like a chick scratching an eagle's claws. Tap. As he hit Wang Dashan's arm, Chiosun finally saw in horror that black veins were bulging all over it. A human eyeball was squinting mockingly, wriggling on the bicep and looking at him. You were also possessed? Seeing Chiosun's eyes about to roll white from being strangled, Yunqing screamed in terror. Help! Help! Her pale hands weakly pulled at Wang Dashan's hands, Yunqing's eyes turning red with panic. He. I already told you, you can't escape. That mocking voice came again, and Yunqing's neck suddenly tightened. She turned her head in shock. Wang Xiaoshan. On Wang Xiaoshan's back, a human hand had grown at some point and was tightly gripping her neck. And Wang Xiaoshan himself stood there with a numb expression, head lowered, arms hanging down motionless. It was as if he was already dead, and the hand on his back was the true master of this body. Xiaoshan, you. Her eyelids drooped, tears shimmering in Yunqing's eyes. They had clearly escaped, clearly the way out was under their feet. But this final step of freedom was stuck at the very last moment. The desperate voices of the couple echoed in front of the Jing'an residential complex gate. At the same time, your doomsday survival character is in critical condition. Danger. 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 Inside the ride-hailing car, Duziran stared at the constant game warnings popping up on his phone, his fingers almost worn out from tapping. Damn it. Are you doing this on purpose to mess with me? You want my money, fine. Don't touch my wife. He kept pressing the vitality button crazily, and bank payment messages kept popping up. Your bank card ending in 0304 has just spent 100,000. Your bank card ending in 0304 has spent a total of 1.3 million within 1 minute. This bank reminds you not to get addicted to online gambling. Your current balance is 4.92 million. No one knew how many times he pressed the vitality button. On the game screen, in the pink little house, starlight filled the entire room. Meteor-like lights kept falling and flickering on Qiu Xingxing's face. At this moment, if any knowledgeable awakened person were present, they would definitely shout, using a life-saving skill like this, "Are you crazy?" But Du Ziren did not care. He wanted Qiu Xingxing to live. She had to live. Your doomsday survival character has temporarily escaped life-threatening danger. Finally, after pressing the vitality skill for the 13th time, the redness on Qiu Xingxing's face slowly faded, and her breathing gradually became steady. Huff. Only then did Du Ziren let out a long breath, his whole body relaxing as if a huge weight had been lifted from his back, slumping weakly into the seat. Woof. Haji-do, why does it feel like half your soul just floated away? Changxing looked suspiciously at Du Ziren's tense face. Du Ziren smiled blankly. Yeah, just now, half my soul almost left. D. You all must die. Ha ha ha, the more miserably you scream, the more excited I get. At the entrance of Jing'an Residential Complex, the faces of the Wang father and son were extremely ferocious. They were choking Qiu Sun and Yunqing, red light glowing in their pupils. As the couple's eyes were turning white, about to die. Suddenly. Huff huff huff. That strange wind blew again. Huh? The Wang father and son looked over hesitantly. This time, there was no strong wind rising. Hiss hiss. Instead, both of them loosened their hands and clutched their heads. Hiss. It hurts so much. Damn it, that stabbing pain in my head is back. Is it because the ability was used too much? Damn it. Then eat. Eat them. As long as we eat them, this pain will definitely ease. Eat the woman. Eat the woman. Thud. In an instant, Qiu Sun was thrown aside. Tumor-like flesh bulged strangely on the necks of Wang Dashan and Wang Xiaoshan. The flesh wriggled, and two half-human faces twisted and emerged. Eat. Thud. Yunqing was thrown to the ground. The Wang father and son dropped to their knees. The half-heads on their necks dragged strips of flesh, stretching out from their necks and lunging toward Yunqing's face to bite. No! A hysterical scream echoed at the entrance of Jing'an Residential Complex. Hiss hiss hiss. The next moment, a ride-hailing car rushed in at high speed. Changxing! Save them!
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.